Dozens of young and immature students stood in an orderly manner in front of the office door, their faces showing more or less nervousness and excitement. Because today they were about to start the martial arts talent test. Only by awakening one's martial arts talent can one become a true warrior. Ever since the resurgence of Blue Star's spiritual energy over a decade ago, the warrior profession has suddenly become popular on Blue Star. In the crowd, a handsome young man was watching the awakening process on the bulletin board. The young man's name was Chen Xiaobai. Chen Xiaobai is 17 years old this year, but this is only his biological age. As for his actual age, he should add 20 years. Because Chen Xiaobai is a time traveler. More than 10 years ago, he traveled from another distant time and space, also a planet called Blue Star. In his previous life, Chen Xiaobai was a killer. When he was 20 years old, his mission was exposed, and he was hunted down by his enemies and died. He then traveled to this parallel world. At this time, Chen Xiaobai was standing obediently in the queue, waiting for the martial arts talent test that was about to begin today. He was also a little curious about the talent that would awaken next. When the homeroom teacher, manhwa, appeared at the entrance of the examination office with a list of names, the A12 class's martial arts talent test began. The test went very quickly, lasting only a few minutes. Some are happy and some are sad. Some students successfully awaken their talents, while some students are confirmed to have no talents and can only be ordinary people for the rest of their lives. The discussion among the students here did not affect Chen Xiaobai at all. He turned his head and looked at a warrior knowledge card on the other side. The three realms of midterm warriors, Jinwu, Xuanwu, Lingwu. Ding! Suddenly, a sound that seemed to have been delayed for more than 10 years appeared in Chen Xiaobai's mind. The strange sound that suddenly rang out made Chen Xiaobai think that he had tinnitus. The host's life breath has been detected to be stable, and the Banshee soul system has begun to activate. It was not until this mechanical anthropomorphic voice appeared that Chen Xiaobai was sure that there was nothing wrong with his ears. This system is a Banshee system. The host can summon Banshee spirits by obtaining spirit points. As long as the summoned Banshee spirits find a suitable birth carrier, they can be summoned into this world by the host. In addition to summoning a Banshee, the host will automatically gain the summoned Banshee's best abilities. Congratulations on getting a sign-in opportunity. Would you like to sign in now? Chen Xiaobai, sign in. Ding! Congratulations to the host for signing in to Luozhou Fenglan High School. The host is rewarded with 1 Banshee soul. Congratulations to the host for signing in to Luozhou Fenglan High School. The host is rewarded with 100,000 Banshee souls. All Banshee spirits can be summoned by the host to the current time and space through a birth carrier. When a Banshee spirit successfully descends, the host will automatically gain the strongest ability possessed by the descending Banshee. As a series of cold program prompts sounded in his mind, Chen Xiaobai found that a mysterious virtual space had appeared in his sea of consciousness. In this space, countless small points of light were floating. Chen Xiaobai's mind moved, and a small dot of light spread out. Inside this dot of light, a girl with a very delicate face and purple hair slept. Her long, wavy purple hair fell to her waist, and her figure was graceful and seductive. The lowest strength of a Banshee that can be included in this system is equivalent to the spiritual martial arts realm among the warriors on your planet. And this is the weakest Banshee. The system elf didn't say the rest of the words, but the meaning was already clear. Chen Xiaobai, you just mentioned that summoning a Banshee also requires a birthing vehicle, right? Isn't everything a birthing vehicle? Yes, the birth carrier has certain quality requirements. Banshees are divided into 2 categories, spirit monsters and instrument monsters. Spirit monsters are Banshees in life form, and instrument monsters are Banshees in non-life form. Spirit monsters make up the majority of the system, while instrument monsters are relatively rare. Chen Xiaobai listened carefully and asked, what if the quality of the birth carrier doesn't meet the requirements? There are 2 possibilities. The first is that the birth won't happen. The second is that the birth can happen, but the Banshee's strength will be weakened and then slowly recover. Chen Xiaobai was just about to speak to the system elf. Ding! The host is now being issued a second sign-in reward. Hearing the system prompt sound that sounded again, Chen Xiaobai's expression remained unchanged, but he was overjoyed in his heart. At that moment, Chen Xiaobai felt a surge of warm air flowing through his body. This air continued to flow through his limbs and bones, finally converging on his hands. The host has been transformed into Kato Eagle's golden hands. Kato Eagle's golden hands. By touching back and forth with his hands, he can improve the quality of ordinary creatures and objects, thereby meeting the requirements of the system's birth carrier. At this moment, Chen Xiaobai's head teacher manhwa came out of the examination office with a list of names. Next, Chen Xiaobai. At this time, the talent test of Class 2, Grade 3 had been going on for half an hour, and it was finally Chen Xiaobai's turn. Chen Xiaobai walked into the examination office and, under the guidance of a teacher, sat down on a special chair similar to a massage chair. A staff member then fixed several metal patches on his head. When the staff said, "Test start," Chen Xiaobai felt a weak electric current flowing into the cortex of his head from the metal patches. At this moment, Chen Xiaobai couldn't help but be curious. In his previous life, he was a famous king of assassins. In this life, he traveled to this world where spiritual energy was revived. Would he awaken any special martial arts talent? As he thought about this, he felt drowsy and sleepy until a few minutes later. Following a brief notice from the inspector, Chen Xiaobai opened his eyes. After Chen Xiaobai sat down, the staff member from the Ministry of Education looked at the computer screen in front of him and said as a matter of routine, "Student Chen Xiaobai, congratulations, your martial arts talent is." The staff member paused mid-sentence, hesitated for a moment, and then continued, "Student Chen Xiaobai, your martial arts talent is a talent that has never been discovered before. We don't know how to name it yet. Xiaobai, based on the results of the analysis of your talent test sample, you may not become a warrior who can face the enemy head-on." The words of the class teacher manhwa made Chen Xiaobai even more curious. In reality, Chen Xiaobai didn't have high hopes for the results of his talent test. Awakening martial arts talent was a low-probability event that depended on luck, and regardless of the talent, Chen Xiaobai felt he had earned it. Your martial arts talent, to put it simply, is the ability to cause any, and all psychic beings to develop a favorable impression and affinity towards you. At this moment, Chen Xiaobai looked at the Education Bureau staff member who had just spoken, a young lady in her 20s, in astonishment, and was speechless for a long time. This young lady certainly could not understand Chen Xiaobai's mood at the moment. The young lady smiled at Chen Xiaobai and continued, "So-called psychic creatures refer to various creatures that produce spiritual energy in their bodies, such as animals and plants in various secret spaces, and some artifacts that produce spiritual consciousness." The young lady's explanation immediately struck a chord in Chen Xiaobai's mind. Looking down at his hands, Chen Xiaobai felt that this talent and his system were a perfect match. Imagine using your talent to seduce a ferocious secret beast, then using your hands to improve its aptitude, and finally summoning a Banshee to be born. Seduce with talent, achieve with your hands, and finally create a new life with your powerful evil power. Chen Xiaobai suddenly thought of a question, and he asked the system spirit, "Aling, if I find a suitable birth carrier and successfully summon the Banshee, will this birth carrier die?" Aling's voice rang out in Chen Xiaobai's mind. "Don't worry, host. A successfully born Banshee will only awaken her demon soul consciousness when she transforms. On ordinary days, the carrier of the birth will retain all the characteristics of the Banshee before her birth." After a while, Chen Xiaobai completed some other formalities and left. The tests for Class 2, Grade 3 were completed shortly afterwards. 15 of the 40-plus students in the class had awakened their martial arts talents. According to the Education Bureau's regulations for this year's federal college entrance exam, all candidates who have awakened their martial arts talents will enter a man-made secret realm in the Federation for trial before the exam. Chen Xiaobai was already very familiar with secret realms. This is a world where spiritual energy is reviving. The revival of spiritual energy has produced many warriors with powerful strength, and it has also brought a little spatial shock to the entire world from time to time. Every time a spatial oscillation occurs, a portal to another world is formed. Some other worlds are vast and boundless, even larger than the blue planet, while others may be only the size of a palm. These alternate worlds, large and small, are called secret realms. Artificial secret realms, as the name suggests, are man-made. These realms are generally relatively harmless and perfect for training warriors and students. And the most important thing is that the concentration of spiritual energy in the artificial secret realm can be artificially controlled. Practicing in a place with richer spiritual energy can often achieve twice the result with half the effort. For example, the Luozhou No. 6 Artificial Secret Realm, which was allocated by the Luozhou Council to various high schools in Luozhou for student trials this year, has spiritual energy 3 times as rich as that of Blue Star. In other words, 1 day of cultivation in the Artificial Secret Realm No. 6 is equivalent to 3 days of cultivation on the Blue Star. At this time, Chen Xiaobai is also full of curiosity about the upcoming journey to the secret realm. How many surprises are waiting for him in this world? If it weren't for the talent test, this day would have been just an ordinary one for Chen Xiaobai. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the school entered self-study period, and school was dismissed in an hour. Chen Xiaobai sat in his seat, listening to his classmates discussing various information about warriors. Halfway through the self-study class, the homeroom teacher, Meng Huiqiu, came into the classroom. Chen Xiaobai, please come out for a moment. Chen Xiaobai was a little confused. He didn't know why this beautiful head teacher wanted to see him. Chen Xiaobai was puzzled. He was honest and low-key, and there seemed no reason for the head teacher to take special care of him. In the corridor of the teaching building, Meng Huiqiu walked in front in high heels, and Chen Xiaobai followed behind, openly admiring the curve of her back. Just as he was immersed in his self-criticism, the graceful curve in front of him, which had been swaying regularly, suddenly stopped. Meng Huiqiu turned around and said, "Xiaobai, come in." She then added, "Teacher would like to ask you for a favor." Chen Xiaobai followed her into the office, but as soon as he entered, he saw another person in the room, a young woman in elegant clothes. Chen Xiaobai looked her over calmly. A young woman sat by the window, looking out in a trance. Her hair was neatly tied up, and on her arm hung a small, high-end, handmade leather bag. She was wearing a water blue dress with a blue maple leaf badge pinned to her collar. After Chen Xiaobai sat down, Meng Huiqiu looked at him with a complicated expression and said softly, "Xiaobai, the teacher is feeling very uncomfortable right now." The thing is, a few minutes later, Meng Huiqiu finished her story. Her face looked as if she had been relieved of a great burden, a sense of relief after completing a significant task. The young woman continued to stare out the window, lost in thought, while Meng Huiqiu looked at Chen Xiaobai anxiously. After a long moment, Chen Xiaobai finally spoke, her voice calmly asking, "Teacher, why did you choose me?" She paused, her gaze shifting slightly. "Because you have a special talent for martial arts, you might not really need this opportunity." Ding! Suddenly, Chen Xiaobai raised her finger and tapped the table in front of her. The crisp sound interrupted her explanation. "Teacher, you are lying." He glanced sideways at the young woman by the window, then turned back and looked directly at Meng Huiqiu. "The only reason you chose me is because when you looked for other classmates, they all had parents behind them to protect their interests, but I don't. You know I have no one to protect me from the wind and rain, so when my interests are violated, no one will step forward. And I am just an ordinary high school student, I can't do anything to you. So, in your eyes, I am the soft persimmon that is easiest to be manipulated and squeezed at will, right?" Dear teacher Meng Huiqiu. Meng Huiqiu was speechless for a moment, and the office fell into silence again. Chapter 6, Fenglan Group. A few minutes ago, homeroom teacher Meng Huiqiu spoke with Chen Xiaobai about a special matter that required his cooperation. Fenglan High School was planning to have a former student retake the college entrance exam this year. This had nothing to do with Chen Xiaobai, but the problem was that this former student was a quasi-martial artist who had awakened his martial arts talent. For candidates with martial arts talent, taking the academic exams was merely a formality. Admissions focused on their martial arts level and performance in the two trials. Since level differences were difficult to establish, the secret realm trial and joint trial became the key criteria. However, the former student had already participated in the secret realm trial last year, so logically speaking, he was ineligible to participate again this year. The secret realm trial takes place in a special dimension, boasting a concentration of spiritual energy far exceeding that of Blue Star, making this opportunity extremely valuable. The Education Bureau is extremely strict in allocating trial spots, allocating them to a school's number of graduating warriors. But this time, Meng Huiqiu explained, the school hopes to give Chen Xiaobai's spot to this former student. This was the whole story, and their conversation just now was just the beginning of it. Faced with the negotiation of giving up the quota, Chen Xiaobai naturally refused and immediately questioned Meng Huiqiu on the spot. Meng Huiqiu was obviously a little embarrassed and had to comfort him, saying, "Xiaobai, don't get excited. I'm really not forcing you." She also added that they would provide compensation and wouldn't let him suffer in vain. "Huh?" Chen Xiaobai sneered, his tone tinged with sarcasm. "I'd like to see how much I'm worth this year." Hearing this question, Meng Huiqiu was silent for a moment, then slowly extended a hand and made a 5 gesture. Seeing this figure, Chen Xiaobai felt a little better. 500,000, that sounded like a pretty good deal. While it might have been a pittance compared to his previous life as a killer, he was just a student now. The money was certainly tempting, at least for a high school student without a backer. Since the other party had offered this price, Chen Xiaobai felt that even if he wanted to refuse, he had to find a tactful way to say it. Just as he was still thinking about how to decline tactfully, Meng Huiqiu said, "Xiaobai, 50,000 may not be a lot, but you're a student. Before he could finish his words, Chen Xiaobai's expression suddenly froze. Wait, how much do you want? Meng Huiqiu was slightly stunned. 50,000. How much did you think it was? Chen Xiaobai's mouth twitched, his eyes blank. I thought it was 5,000. After hearing this, Meng Huiqiu burst out laughing. 5,000 isn't that bullying you? Chen Xiaobai didn't respond. His peripheral vision shifted to the young woman sitting in the office. A sneer of disdain appeared on her lips. It wasn't a kind smile, but rather a sneer tinged with contempt and superiority. Only then did he notice the woman's extraordinary aura, her every gesture betraying her extraordinary background. Meng Huiqiu seemed to have noticed Chen Xiaobai's gaze and silently picked up a sheet of manuscript paper from her desk. She pointed a pen at the corner of the paper, a blue maple leaf logo. Chen Xiaobai raised an eyebrow, recalling the badge the young woman had worn on her collar, also a blue maple leaf. Clearly, this wasn't a coincidence. She must be an insider or relative of the Maple Blue Group. After all, Maple Blue High School is a prestigious private school under the Maple Blue Education Group, and the Maple Blue Group is one of the top 100 corporations in the Federation. If she truly is a key figure within the group, then this isn't just a transfer within the school. Seeing him thoughtful, Meng Huiqiu probed. Xiaobai, another year wouldn't be bad. You'd get 50,000 yuan for free and continue studying in my class. She winked as she spoke, a hint of coquettishness in her tone. The usually assertive and decisive head teacher now sounded like a little girl begging for help. Chen Xiaobai didn't reply, but instead lowered his head in thought. He was actually very clear about his true thoughts. If it were his past life, he would have dealt with such a person long ago, quickly and efficiently. But now, he was no longer a killer, but an ordinary high school student, so the old methods were not suitable. After a moment's silence, Chen Xiaobai raised his head and said firmly, Teacher, I'm sorry, I refuse. With these words, he felt a sense of relief, as if a heavy burden had been lifted. Meng Huiqiu's face paled slightly, clearly having not expected such a direct refusal. She had assumed that after hinting at his background, Chen Xiaobai would tactfully back down, but he actually contradicted her on the spot. She quickly added, Don't be so quick to refuse. Think it over. As she spoke, she kept winking at Chen Xiaobai and pointing the pen at the blue maple leaf logo. But Chen Xiaobai just smiled politely, indicating he had made up his mind, and said nothing more. Finally, after she reluctantly wrote down the word group, Chen Xiaobai still refused to give in. He stood up, whispered, Goodbye, teacher, and left the office. A few minutes later, the young woman who had been sitting there also stood up, gently picked up her teacup and shoulder bag, and gracefully left. Meng Huiqiu hurried over to open the door for her, bowing slightly, her attitude as respectful as could be. But the young woman never even glanced at her, let alone spoke a word. Her steps were steady, as proud as ever, and she never considered the incident anything that needed explaining. Madam, please give me one more chance. I'll convince him. Meng Huiqiu's voice was already filled with panic. She couldn't imagine how the powerful young woman would deal with a lone high school student if she ultimately failed. But the young woman didn't respond, not even a beat breaking her stride as she coldly walked out the door. Chapter 7. The First Birth Carrier. The setting sun casts a golden glow on the horizon, tinting the entire campus with warmth and tranquility. Ding, ding, ding. The school bell rings, and the previously quiet campus suddenly becomes lively, as if rekindled with energy. Chen Xiaobai, backpack on his back, blended into the crowd, slowly making his way towards the school gate. Today was Friday, and the road outside the school gate was already crowded with cars picking up their children, and many parents were lingering on the sidewalks. Since the resurgence of spiritual energy, many people had awakened their abilities and become warriors, complicating public security. Even in high school, families with the means would try to pick up their children in person to avoid any accidents. Chen Xiaobai looked at the bustling crowd outside the door, and a sense of inexplicable unease and heaviness rose in his heart. He felt this way every time school was over, because among the crowds of people waiting for someone, not a single one was waiting for him. He knew it wasn't a psychological inferiority complex, but a physiological disparity stemming from his body's instincts. His spirit was that of a killer, but his body was that of a teenager, a mismatch that made him particularly sensitive. Just like when he saw the class beauty Luo Yanran not far away. Even though he knew she hadn't fully grown up, he subconsciously wanted to take a few more glances. Sometimes, even his body would react, leaving Chen Xiaobai speechless and forced to smile bitterly. He could only chalk it up to the pains of growing up. He had considered living on campus to avoid the daily sight of parents picking up and dropping off their children, but that would have prevented him from working part-time at night. After leaving school, Chen Xiaobai walked along the main road for a while, then stopped at an intersection and bent down to tie his shoelaces. But he wasn't simply tying his shoes. He was using this movement to observe his surroundings through his peripheral vision. Something was amiss. His previous impatience had dulled his killer instincts, but now he could clearly sense someone was following him. A black commercial vehicle was slowly following him, about 300 meters away, moving unobtrusively. The other party made no attempt to conceal it. This wasn't stalking, but naked intimidation, a form of psychological intimidation. When the car stopped, he stopped too. When he moved, the car slowly followed. The whole process felt like a deliberate test. There were two men in suits in the car, and the driver smiled. It seems this guy has spotted us. The co-pilot leaned back in his chair, looking bored. It's good they found out. It saves trouble. The boss didn't intend to take action anyway. He sighed. A child without a father or mother actually managed to offend the boss. What a miserable fate. The driver was a little puzzled. According to the boss's temperament, shouldn't he have dealt with it directly? He's being too gentle now. The passenger scoffed. I'd say someone must have interceded for him. Otherwise, he'd be dead long ago. There was a brief silence in the car, and then the driver suddenly spoke up. Brother Wong, actually, we're pretty much the same as that kid, small-time people who can be manipulated by others. The man known as Brother Wong was picking at his nails with a dagger. He said calmly, it can't be helped. This is how society is. The Chaebol have the final say. He spoke calmly, but his words carried a sense of helplessness at reality. If you want to survive, you have to bow your head. 2 intersections later, a black commercial vehicle accelerated past Chen Xiaobai and gradually drove away. This undisguised warning came to an end. Chen Xiaobai stood there, watching the car drive away, his eyes gradually colder, as if a chill was emerging. In this life, I wanted to be a stable person. Don't force me. The distance from school to home was about 4 or 5 kilometers. Others thought it was far, but he insisted on walking. He saw the journey, starting out in the morning sun and returning home in the evening glow, as his most peaceful moments. For someone who had once lived in a dark world, this ordinary life was the most precious thing. As he neared home, he turned into a familiar alley and stopped by the nearby supermarket to buy some groceries. Just as they approached the alley entrance, a familiar voice rang out. Meow. The little orange cat poked its head out from the corner, and after confirming it was an acquaintance, it immediately jumped up. It raised its paw and patted Chen Xiaobai's shoes affectionately, as if it was acting coquettishly or saying hello. Chen Xiaobai smiled softly, a truly relaxed smile, a rare sight. He peeled a sausage and handed it over, rubbing the back of the kitten's neck, its favorite spot. He had been feeding this little orange kitten for over 6 months. Originally, he had been feeding an older cat, but now this one was the only one left. Meow. The kitten meowed softly, biting off a small piece of intestine and chewing it slowly, a look of satisfaction in its eyes. Chen Xiaobai continued to stroke its fur, and at this moment, he noticed something strange. The cat's fur suddenly became a little brighter, as if it had just taken a bath, smooth and smooth. He thought it was an illusion, but when he looked down at his palms, an embarrassing memory suddenly struck him. Kato Toru's golden hands. This damned system actually gave such a shameful name. Chen Xiaobai tentatively stroked it again, and the kitten meowed again, its eyes unexpectedly brightening. Only then did he confirm that his hands could truly level up the cat. The orange cat seemed to be glowing. The kitten finished half a sausage, and, still unsatisfied, pushed the remaining piece toward his feet. Chen Xiaobai smiled, tore open another sausage, and took a bite. Seeing this, the kitten immediately came over and continued eating. This kitten never ate so much before, but it seemed his divine hand had taken effect today, whetting its appetite. As his hand brushed the orange cat's back for the 8th and 9th time, a notification chimed in. Ding! A carrier meeting the conditions for the birth of the divine soul, fiery claw 9 life cat demon, has been detected. Do you wish to proceed with the birth? Chapter 8. Fenglong Group took action. As the system prompt sounded, a screen of light appeared before Chen Xiaobai's eyes. On the screen, a gigantic cat demon, its body ablaze with purple flames, roared to the sky, its claws sharp as knives, and its aura of immense ferocity. Although it was called Cat Demon, its size resembled a giant tiger covered in flames, creating an overwhelming sense of oppression. The system then introduced this unusual beast. The origins of the fiery claw 9 life cat demon are quite mysterious, dating back to the ancient era of divine war. Legend has it that the god of blazing flame left a wisp of divine celestial fire upon the human world, where it was devoured by a cat demon that had undergone 8 reincarnations. After 9,000 years of arduous cultivation and tempering by divine fire, it finally became a great demon in its ninth life, gaining widespread fame. The system panel indicated that this cat demon possessed 4 powerful skills, reaching the 4-star Xuanwu realm. However, the system quickly pointed out that its current strength was being transformed according to the rules of Blue Star. After the transformation was complete, although it was only at the 4-star Xuanwu realm, its potential was as high as the 9-star Diwu realm. The system rated the cat demon's host qualifications as D-level, with a rebirth success rate of only 32%. Seeing this number, Chen Xiaobai was immediately furious and immediately questioned the system spirit. Didn't they say the lowest level is the Lingwu realm? The system spirit, a Ling, responded grumpily. Why aren't you complaining about her skills? With a thought, the skill panel expanded, revealing 4 entries that instantly made Chen Xiaobai understand the ins and outs of the situation. Flame Demon Body grants the cat demon the ability to transform into a flame, teleporting through all flames and becoming completely immune to fire damage. Cat Demon's fiery claws are the weapon it has cultivated throughout its life, incredibly sharp, and can also manipulate fire and perform transformation attacks. 9 Lives Reincarnation is its core ability. With each death, its strength increases by 1 level upon rebirth until the 9th life is complete. Demon's Shout is a soul-based attack that can not only instantly kill individuals, but even decimate entire cities with a single roar. Seeing this, Chen Xiaobai finally understood why she had such great potential despite her low starting level. The system prompted again, "Do you want to proceed with the birth?" Chen Xiaobai noticed the success rate was only 32 and hesitated. At this moment, a Ling intervened and advised, "Don't rush the birth. Play with cats for a few days first to improve your aptitude." Chen Xiaobai asked, "So what's the maximum you can raise it to from D up to B?" The smaller the gap between your aptitude and the demon's true form, the higher the success rate, a Ling explained. And the higher your aptitude, the stronger you'll be after birth, and the longer it will take for the demon to transform. Chen Xiaobai suddenly realized, transfiguration means borrowing the carrier's body, right? Wouldn't that cost Xiaoju's life? You're quite conscientious. A Ling chuckled. Don't worry, transformation won't shorten the carrier's lifespan, but will extend it. For example, if she originally lives for 100 years, and the Banshee uses up 20 of those years, then she can live for 120 years. After hearing the explanation, Chen Xiaobai didn't hesitate anymore. Then pet her for 2 days, and then let her show up. As he said that, he picked up the little orange cat and walked towards home while petting her, his movements skillful and gentle. Little Orange Cat was a name he'd picked casually. It was simple and easy to remember. Every night, she'd go home with him and go out together in the morning. Her days were pretty regular. During the day, Chen Xiaobai was at school, and Little Orange would hang out outside. In the evening, she'd run to the alleyway to wait for him after school. They lived in an old apartment, and while the facilities were modest, it was more than adequate for Chen Xiaobai, who lived alone. After greeting the security guard downstairs, he took the elevator to the 9th floor with his cat. He opened the door and returned to room 906, a small room that was the only legacy left by his parents. Just over 40 square meters, with a kitchen and a bathroom, Chen Xiaobai lived a simple life here. He had asked his guardian, Su Wentian, about his parents, but the answer he always received was simply, missing. While he wasn't sure if they were still alive, missing at least meant there was hope. After settling Xiaoju down, Chen Xiaobai began preparing dinner, as he had to go back to work at the restaurant at 8 p.m. Suddenly, a torrential downpour began outside the window. Los Angeles's weather had been unpredictable recently, with downpours like this occurring every few days. He paid it no mind and continued cooking, but then he received a rare phone call. It was Du Guozhong, the owner of the restaurant where he worked, and a familiar, gruff voice came from the other end. Xiaobai, it's raining today, and there are few customers. The restaurant is closed, so don't come over. I understand your temper. You don't want to be paid if you don't work, right? Don't worry. I asked Xiaohong to bring you a meal. Chen Xiaobai said quickly. Uncle Du, this is not appropriate. How can I eat for free? Come on, cut the crap. Even if the boss is closed, the employees still have to eat. The phone snapped off. He smiled wryly and shook his head, then put the cut vegetables in the refrigerator and waited for the food to arrive. Not long after, the doorbell rang. Standing outside was a girl, Xiaohong, soaking wet and wearing a raincoat. She panted and stuffed a large bag of food into his arms. Xiaobai, here's your meal. Chen Xiaobai was about to refuse, but when he saw her soaked in rain, he swallowed the words back. Thank you, Sister Xiaohong. Why don't you come in and sit down, he said politely. Xiaohong waved her hand, and stepped back. No, there aren't any customers today. I have to go back and play cards. Eat the food while it's hot. Put the buns and dumplings in the refrigerator. Take the rice bowl to school tomorrow. With that, she turned and disappeared into the rain. Chen Xiaobai returned to the house and opened the bag to find 2 meat dishes, 1 vegetable dish, 2 servings of rice, a packaged rice bowl, and a bunch of frozen snacks. This huge bag could sell for hundreds of yuan at a restaurant, clearly more than he could earn from a few hours' work. After dinner, he sat on the balcony petting his cat as usual, hoping to improve Little Orange's abilities sooner rather than later. The results were already showing by that evening. Little Orange's fur was now shinier, and his voice was more confident. But by 10 o'clock that evening, after a long day of playing, the system still hadn't issued an upgrade notification. Xiaoju was even starting to get impatient. Chen Xiaobai had no choice but to give up and decided to continue playing tomorrow. The next morning at 6 o'clock, he got up, washed, put on his school bag, packed his lunchbox, and went out with Xiaoju. He dropped Xiaoju off on the way, letting her play on her own, and headed to school alone. Classes that day were uneventful, except for the afternoon self-study session, when Meng Huiqiu paused beside him. After he calmly announced his name, she sighed and said nothing more. By the time school was over, it was already late, and Chen Xiaobai once again sensed someone was following him. This time, however, it wasn't a stranger, but his familiar homeroom teacher, Meng Huiqiu. She followed him in a red BMW, hesitant all the way, unsure how to persuade her student to give up what was his. As a teacher, she knew better than anyone the terrifying tactics of the Fenglan group. She already knew the answer: professional ethics or the lives of her students. At the red light at the intersection, she finally tried to step forward and offer some advice. But before she could act, she saw Chen Xiaobai suddenly leap back, his expression wary. The next moment, the roar of a motorcycle rang out in her ears, like a furious beast charging out. An SUV crashed through a red light and charged towards Chen Xiaobai on the sidewalk like a mad bull. Bang! A loud bang echoed, accompanied by the sound of metal clashing. Meng Huiqiu felt as if her heart had been punched. At that moment, she had only one thought. Fenglan Group had finally taken action, and she was still a step too slow. Chapter 9. Entering the police station for lunch, there was a crisp sound, followed by the clatter of metal tearing and an electrical short circuit. A black SUV slammed into a concrete lamppost less than 2 meters in front of Chen Xiaobai. The front of the car was completely deformed. Originally an N shape, it was squeezed into an M by the thick lamppost. Through the car window, the driver's eyes were bloodshot as he stared at Chen Xiaobai, his expression bordering on madness. Chen Xiaobai was stunned. He couldn't understand why even assassins could be considered idiots these days. This guy had clearly thought he'd just stand there and wait for someone to hit him, but instead, he crashed into nothing and completely destroyed the front of his car. An ordinary person might have been caught in the act, but Chen Xiaobai was no ordinary student. The moment the car started, he had already determined the attack's path and speed, and dodged it with ease. Passers-by were stunned, but Chen Xiaobai remained remarkably calm. He even playfully winked at the driver, putting on an innocent and cute expression, as if to say, "What are you doing?" As a result, the driver's mood became even more unstable, his anger flaring up, and his expression became even more ferocious and ferocious. The next second, he suddenly twisted the steering wheel, backing the car stuck on the lamppost, intending to ram it again. Chen Xiaobai shook his head, deftly swerved to the side, and leaped another step along the concrete pillar. With a loud bang, the SUV lost control again, scraping past the pillar and crashing into the roadside wall. Dust flew, concrete shattered, and the scene was a mess. Chen Xiaobai rubbed his forehead, feeling incredibly embarrassed. "This isn't a killer, is this just a joke?" he muttered. It was clearly a murder, but it was being turned into a car show. It was an insult to his intelligence. To calm himself, he pulled out a cup of boba milk tea, his only reward for the day. He inserted the straw, gently squeezed the cup, felt the softness, and gulped it down. The warm, sweet milk tea flowed down his throat, finally easing the inexplicable shame in his heart. However, inside the SUV, the driver's face was still filled with hatred, and the engine roared on. His head was bleeding, but he still stared at Chen Xiaobai, as if he wanted to devour him. Chen Xiaobai raised an eyebrow. If he hadn't been sure that he had no involvement with the man's wife, he would have doubted his life. Seeing that the man turned the steering wheel again, the SUV roared up again. Chen Xiaobai sipped his milk tea as he easily leaped half a meter, circling the lamppost, and leaping to the side again. The SUV crashed directly into the gap between the corner of the wall and the lamppost, this time completely immobilized. The engine was still generating power, but the car was stuck, completely wrecked. The scene was truly speechless. Chen Xiaobai sighed. This wasn't murder, it was a show of humor. He looked at the driver, his face covered in blood, and couldn't help but feel a strong sense of humiliation. Is that all you're capable of? You dare to kill me? He slurped another sip of his milk tea, then scooted closer to the lamppost, peering toward the car, hoping to show the driver that he held no hostility. But the man's breathing intensified, blood oozing from the corners of his mouth, and the hatred in his eyes intensified. Brother, are you driving in a self-destructive way? Chen Xiaobai teased. As soon as he said this, the man spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed in the seat. Startled, he quickly stopped, fearing that he would suddenly die and blame him. So he put on a good boy act again, raised his hand and gently beckoned. Do you need me to call an ambulance for you? Slurp. The milk tea was taken again. The driver puff, 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 3 times in a row of blood spurted out, and finally closed his eyes, unaware of his life or death. Chen Xiaobai looked innocent, and he swore that he really just wanted to help. Soon, the crowd grew larger and larger, prompting traffic police to intervene. A few minutes later, Chen Xiaobai was ushered into a federal vehicle and taken to the police station as a spectator for the first time. By the time he emerged from the traffic police station, it was already completely dark. He stood at the door, rubbing his stomach and letting out a satisfied burp. Burp, this food is delicious. Federal government food is really good. He could have left earlier, but he was shameless and insisted on eating a free meal before leaving, feeling satisfied. Looking back at the transportation department building, he felt a little reluctant to leave. But the call had already been made, and the boss, Du Guozhong, was finally relieved. Sister Xiaohong was terrified, and only felt relieved after Chen Xiaobai video called the staff to explain the situation. Did she finally relax? He walked along the roadside, his hands in his pockets, his shadows long as the streetlights stretched them. The night wind blew into his nose, choking him and causing him to cough. Ahem. 17 years, he muttered, gazing at the street. The last time I ate at the police station was in my previous life. Though, the food here is much better than the CIA in my previous life. Too bad the girls aren't as hot as those at MI6. As he said this, a hint of nostalgia crossed his face, as if recalling some unpleasant past. But that expression didn't last long before it was replaced by a hint of coldness. His eyes gradually sharpened, as if hiding a certain anger. In this life, I really just want to be a good person. But why is it so difficult to even be an ordinary person? Chapter 10, Birth. Fiery claws, 9-lived cat demon, Chen Xiaobai. A sobbing voice came from behind him. It was Meng Huiqiu. Her eyes were red, clearly extremely emotional. Chen Xiaobai had long noticed that Meng Huiqiu had been following him silently since he left the Public Security Bureau. He retracted the coldness in his eyes, turned around and greeted with a smile. Teacher Meng, why are you here? Meng Huiqiu could no longer control his emotions. He rushed over and hugged him, his voice choked with sobs. I'm glad you're okay. I'm so glad. The sudden embrace made Chen Xiaobai feel slightly uncomfortable. After all, as a former assassin, he'd seen this kind of emotion plenty and was used to keeping his distance. But this young man didn't resist the warmth, and a sense of inexplicable warmth rose within him. However, the next words of dissuasion immediately extinguished this nascent warmth. Xiaobai, we can't afford to offend them. Why don't you just take a step back, okay? Ding-ling, the phone rang. Meng Huiqiu let him go, looked down, and saw that the caller was Wang Han. Her expression suddenly tensed. She hesitated for a moment, nodded to Chen Xiaobai, and then answered the phone. Principal Wang, hello? He's fine. I'll try to persuade him. What, tomorrow night? That's not appropriate. Okay, I've got the address. As soon as the call ended, Meng Huiqiu looked up, wanting to continue talking, only to find that Chen Xiaobai had vanished. Her expression froze, and she looked utterly lonely standing under the streetlight. Finally, she could only bow her head and leave sadly. Not far away, deep in the alley, Chen Xiaobai quietly emerged, having heard every word of the previous call. The night breeze was chilly, and Chen Xiaobai followed the familiar route to where Xiaoju had been waiting. It was past 9 in the evening, and the air was thick with the scent of early summer. Xiaoju wasn't anywhere near the roadside, but he wasn't surprised. He walked back toward the school, passing the intersection where he'd nearly been hit. His eyes swept over the shattered wall and lamppost. His lips curled up slightly as he thought of 2 absurd things: the idiot who'd hit him with his car, and the fact that the sheriff's department had actually classified the attack as a drug-related incident. Chen Xiaobai wasn't angry about the investigation's results. Instead, he felt at ease. He never relied on others to uphold justice. He felt more at ease solving his problems on his own. While he was lost in thought, he was already standing at the school gate. Most of the lights on campus were off, with only a few remaining sporadically. Looking over the fence, Chen Xiaobai spotted a familiar little head in the nearby flower bed. It was Xiaoju, peering toward the schoolyard, as if waiting for its owner. Ahem, he coughed twice, and the little creature immediately turned its head, meowing, and ran over. It happily pounced at Chen Xiaobai's feet, patting his shoes with its paws, as if it was acting coquettishly. He squatted down and held it in his arms, saying softly, "Sorry, I kept you waiting for so long today." "Meow," Xiaoju responded, seemingly unconcerned. "We met some bad guys and wasted time. Let's go home, and I'll serve you some sausage." As he was about to leave, he looked back at the campus. A window in the teaching building was still lit. He remembered it as Vice President Wang Han's office. Moving his gaze further, he saw a familiar imported BMW parked in the parking lot. It was Wang Han's car. About 20 minutes later, two black Mercedes-Benz quietly pulled up at the school gates. Several black-clad bodyguards emerged from the cars and quickly took up security. One of the bald men kept glancing in the direction of Chen Xiaobai, seemingly casually, but in reality warily. That spot was in the shadows, hidden from the streetlights. An ordinary person couldn't even see Chen Xiaobai, standing in the corner. Then, Wang Han emerged from the teaching building, accompanied by a sturdy young man. Wang Han respectfully accompanied the young man all the way, even more politely than he had been to the principal. When the young man got in the car, Chen Xiaobai saw the familiar woman through the window, the same young woman who had sat in Meng Huiqiu's office that day and looked at him with contempt. Late at night, after returning home, Chen Xiaobai resumed his cat-stroking plan. This time, he had finally upgraded Xiaoju's aptitude from D to C. Ding, the system notification chimed. Rebirth conditions detected to be met. Do you wish to proceed with soul rebirth? The current aptitude was C, with a 57% success rate. Upon success, the strength would reach the 3-star heavenly martial realm. This number already meets the conditions for birth. While there are still risks, it's much more stable than before. He asked the system, how long will it take to reach B-level? The system spirit, a Ling, replied, it's estimated to take 12 days to upgrade from C- to B-level. But if it can reach B-level, the Banshee strength will rise a great realm, reaching the true martial realm. Chen Xiaobai muttered to himself, 12 days is too long. Neither I nor they can wait that long. He knew that if he didn't give in after returning to school tomorrow, the Fenglong group would likely launch another round of action. This time, it might not be as simple as an ordinary driver threatening someone with a car. After the resurgence of spiritual energy, the warriors at the group's disposal were far more formidable than ordinary humans. Relying on the enemy's mercy to survive was not his style. What happens if I fail? He asked. The system replied, the Banshee's spirit will remain dormant for a while, unable to regenerate. The carrier will remain undamaged. Hearing there were no side effects, Chen Xiaobai decisively said, all right, let's be born. Please place your hands on the birth carrier and begin the birth process. Chen Xiaobai did as he was told. In an instant, a stream of blazing energy surged from his palms. Then, a golden beam of light descended from the void, completely enveloping Xiaoju. It panicked at first, but quickly calmed down, as if sensing some kind of familiar power. In the golden light, Chen Xiaobai vaguely saw the shadow of the fiery claw 9-life cat demon slowly merging into Xiaoju's body. Xiaoju's pupils gradually changed from clear yellow to an eerie, deep purple, eerie and captivating. He didn't know how long this process lasted until the system voice rang out in his mind again. Ding! The fiery claw 9-life cat demon was born successfully. The host automatically masters its representative skill, Cat Demon Fiery Claw. Chapter 11, Heavenly Martial Skills. Cat Demon Fiery Claws. Cat Demon Fiery Claws. This skill name sounds incredibly powerful, and it's the cat demon's most prized attack. This weapon, personally crafted and practiced for 10,000 years by this 10,000-year demon cultivator, is incredibly sharp, can control flames, and can transform freely. Although it looked powerful, Chen Xiaobai's real dream was the cat demon's 9 lives reincarnation, a survival hack that allowed him to become stronger each time he died. Upon learning that he hadn't obtained the 9 lives skill, he immediately protested to the system. A Ling, can you change your skill? The system elf A Ling calmly responded, skills can't be changed, but don't worry. Every time the cat demon reincarnates, you'll gain another skill from her. And when you're reborn as a higher level demon, you'll find that the 9 lives skill isn't that rare. Hearing her say this, Chen Xiaobai didn't hesitate. After all, it was a system arrangement, and he couldn't force it. He then saw his hands engulfed in a ball of blazing flames. Though it burned, he felt no pain. Then, the flames died with a bang, and everything returned to calm. Xiaoju, sprawled across his lap, also fell asleep. When it awakens, a powerful Banshee spirit will emerge from its body. Chen Xiaobai's mind flickered, and flames rose from his palms once again. Then, his 10 fingers transformed into gleaming claws. With another thought, his fingers returned to their original form, but the sharp claws erupted from the backs of his hands, like Wolverine descending. He gently placed Xiaoju back in the cat bed, then dug out the dagger from under the bed, the weapon he usually used for self-defense. With a determined heart, he slashed at his demon claws with the dagger. With a crisp sound, the dagger broke and fell to the ground, but his claws didn't even leave a scratch. "Aling, what level is my skill at now?" he asked. The one who was born was a 3-star heavenly martial realm female demon. The cat demon Fierce Claw you currently possess is also at the same level. However, the host cannot cultivate this skill on their own. The growth of the skill depends on the improvement of the female demon's cultivation level. This meant that as long as the cat demon continued to cultivate, the host's abilities would automatically improve. Passive upgrade. Chen Xiaobai sighed. This is too good to be true. Blue Star's spiritual energy had only been revived for a dozen years, and the strongest civilian warriors today were only at the true martial realm. And now, he had leapfrogged past his level and mastered the practical combat skills of the heavenly martial realm. If the Maple Blue group tried to attack again, he was no longer the high school student who could only dodge. He retracted his claws and tested his ability to control fire. 2 balls of flame danced in his palms, and he could change the intensity of the flames at will, from ordinary yellow flames to deep red and then to dark blue. Just as he was immersed in his newfound power, bang, bang, bang. A rapid knock on the door startled him. Who would come so late? Xiaobai, are you there? A familiar voice came. It was Boss Du. Chen Xiaobai breathed a sigh of relief and opened the door to see Du Guozhong and Du Xiaohong standing outside, their raincoats still on. The two were obviously extremely worried, but when they saw that he was safe and sound, the tension on their faces slowly eased. Xiaobai, we heard that you were in a car accident, and we were terrified. Du Xiaohong asked anxiously, frowning. Tell me what happened. I came here twice just now, and you weren't home. Chen Xiaobai welcomed the two into the house and briefly recounted the Public Security Bureau's official conclusion. Du Xiaohong was furious. Dog poisoning is truly despicable. It nearly killed someone. Boss Du, however, appeared much calmer than his daughter. He simply sighed earnestly. Xiaobai, society is in such a mess these days. From now on, you'll have to be wary not only of street thugs, but also of the forces behind the chables. Provoking a warrior is easy, but offending a group is real trouble. Chen Xiaobai knew that Boss Du's words were not groundless. He could smell trouble from that accidental car accident. This man was indeed a veteran. Boss, that's a lesson. I'll be careful, he replied politely, a smile on his face. The three chatted for a few more minutes before the Du family father and daughter left with peace of mind. Just as he saw the guests off, Chen Xiaobai turned around and found that Xiaoju, in the cat's bed, had already woken up. The next second, his heartbeat suddenly quickened, as if he had a bad premonition. A fiery crimson glow rose from Xiaoju's body, and within it, she transformed into a young girl. Her hair was as bright as fire, her eyes were captivating, and her features were as delicate as a fairy from a fairy tale. Her flaming hair cascaded down to her ears, and her pointed cat ears trembled slightly. Behind her, a fluffy cat tail swung completely naked. Time seemed to freeze, and Chen Xiaobai froze in place, his mind blank. He had seen blood, seen mountains of corpses and seas of gore, but he had never seen a scene so shocking. Master? The girl's voice was soft, as if she had just woken. Chen Xiaobai felt like he'd been electrocuted, nearly leaping out of bed. That night, he couldn't sleep well. Even when Xiaoju, in her cat form, leaped onto the bed, he'd jumped up with a start. He wasn't ready for a demon-transformed girl, much less for crossing the line between human and beast. The next morning, with dark circles under his eyes, he left for school, carrying breakfast and Xiaoju as usual. This time, he stuffed Xiaoju into his school bag and prepared to bring her to school. Surprisingly, Xiaoju was incredibly well-behaved the entire way, making no sound. Even in class, he was incredibly quiet, like an invisible cat. When he couldn't help but open his bag to check, Xiaoju even winked at him in a humane way and licked his fingers. This made Chen Xiaobai feel suspicious. Could it be that the demon spirit has completely controlled Xiaoju? He immediately summoned the system. Aling, is Xiaoju possessed by a demon? The system replied, don't worry, the Banshee only transformed for a short time. Little Orange was awake the whole time, and he was watching the host and the Banshee interact with each other. Instinctively, he learned to react in a more human way. And don't worry, a Banshee of Liégeois level would not look down on you, a carrier of orange cats. To put it bluntly, I'm only giving in for the sake of your host. Chen Xiaobai. Why does this flattery make me feel a little uncomfortable? During the morning break, the homeroom teacher Meng Huiqiu entered the classroom, and for a moment, the classroom was silent. She walked directly to the desk in front of Chen Xiaobai and sat down, her tone pleading. Xiaobai, about what happened yesterday. You really can't dash. Before she could finish, Chen Xiaobai interrupted her with a smile. No. Let Fenglan Group play however they want. I'm just a student anyway. If they really want to kill me, they don't care about losing one more life. As he said that, he took out Xiaoju from his school bag and gently touched its head. Chapter 12. Moonlit Night Murder, Axe in Hand. Meng Huiqiu was in a complicated mood. She didn't understand Chen Xiaobai's stubbornness and was even a little annoyed. She admitted that she had crossed the line and wasn't acting like a teacher, but she was really doing it for Chen Xiaobai's own good. In her opinion, how could an orphan boy stand up to the massive Fenglan Group? But society is not a fair place. Most adults have long learned to bow their heads. Do you think those who are high and mighty have no one to oppress them? They are also being exploited by those with greater power. This is reality. No one can escape it. I'd rather you study for another year than see you almost die on the way home from school like you did yesterday. She paused, then added in a low voice, Chen Xiaobai, in this world, how much do you think your life is worth? Chen Xiaobai slowly raised his head and looked at her coldly, his eyes frozen. At that moment, Meng Huiqiu felt as if she had fallen into an ice cellar, her heart shivering, unable to even look him in the face. After a moment, she looked away and whispered, That's all I have to say. If you figured it out, come find me in my office. With that, she hurriedly left the classroom, somewhat panicked. Chen Xiaobai sat in his seat, staring out the window, muttering softly, It's so unpleasant to be treated like a child. For Meng Huiqiu, the day felt incredibly long. She kept getting up from her seat, occasionally walking to the door and peering out, hoping for Chen Xiaobai to appear. But she didn't wait until the last self-study class. She decided to go to the classroom herself, but when she arrived at the door, she found that Chen Xiaobai's seat was empty. Yes, Chen Xiaobai had skipped class. At this time, he was standing by the school wall, carrying his school bag and holding Xiaoju. Hey, you, don't climb over the wall. The security guard spotted him through the surveillance camera and was running towards him breathlessly. Chen Xiaobai turned around and smiled at him, waved his hand, and then flipped over the wall with a nimble flip. The security guard stood there, stunned. Damn, this kid flips over better than me. After school, Meng Huiqiu drove off, and a few minutes later, a rented shared car quietly followed. The driver was none other than Chen Xiaobai. He had learned from Meng Huiqiu's phone call the previous night that she was attending a dinner party tonight. The host of the dinner was none other than the former student with a strong background. Half an hour later, Meng Huiqiu's car pulled into the underground parking lot of a five-star hotel. Chen Xiaobai noticed a familiar Mercedes-Benz parked in the open-air parking lot outside the hotel, along with several bodyguards standing guard. He returned the car and stood in the shadows on the opposite corner, his eyes fixed on the hotel's main entrance. Meow, Xiaoju walked around. He took out a sausage and handed it to him, chewing on the bread himself. He waited for over 2 hours. During this time, 29 groups of people emerged from the hotel entrance. Until the 30th group, the one he was waiting for, appeared. Wang Han, Meng Huiqiu, and several familiar mid-level school leaders surrounded the young man and walked out. The young man had a flamboyant expression, a brisk pace, and an expression of undisguised confidence and pride. Chen Xiaobai stared at that smile, a line of poetry silently resonating in his mind. A spring breeze blows, and the horse gallops. He lowered his head, patted Xiaoju's head, hailed a taxi, and left the scene. He didn't take Xiaoju aboard, leaving it where it was. At that moment, a strange, violet light quietly shone in Xiaoju's eyes. In its untransformed state, Xiaoju's demonic spirit could only awaken for a maximum of 3 hours at a time. In its transformed form, it could only awaken for an hour, after which it would need to sleep for double the time to cultivate. Although time was limited, 3 hours was more than enough for tonight. Before getting in the car, Chen Xiaobai took a last look at his homeroom teacher, who had also gotten into the young man's Mercedes-Benz. He couldn't help but smile. Yesterday she was crying for me, and today she's sitting in the back seat of someone else's car. Half an hour later, in the coastal villa district of Los Angeles, 2 black Mercedes-Benzes pulled up at the entrance of a luxurious manor. Bodyguards exited the vehicles, providing security. After ensuring safety, a slightly tipsy teenager exited, followed closely by Meng Huiqiu. The bodyguards escorted the 2 men into the manor. As another bodyguard was about to turn around, he spotted a ginger cat at the rear of the car. Damn cat, are you looking for death? He was about to step on the accelerator when Xiaoju dodged into the green belt and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, Chen Xiaobai had changed into dark clothes and was lying quietly on a balcony chair, gazing at the bright moon. The moonlight tonight isn't suitable for killing people. But, precisely because it's bright, it's more interesting. A few songs passed before a familiar voice echoed from beside his feet. Meow. Little Orange returned silently, scratching Chen Xiaobai's shoes with its claws. You're back. Chen Xiaobai rubbed its head, then grabbed a pre-prepared rope from the balcony and jumped from the 9th floor. It was 11 o'clock in the evening, and the entire building was almost pitch black. No one noticed his ghostly figure. He landed silently on the ground, while Xiaoju led the way. An hour later, the two arrived at the Los Angeles Villa District and stopped at the edge of Manor Number 3. The walls and ordinary security guards were of little use to him. The real concern was the private armed forces within the manor. He put on sunglasses and a mask and pulled out the fire axe, weighing over 10 pounds, from his back. Chapter 13. The murder weapon arrives at the door. As soon as Chen Xiaobai approaches the manor gate, the bodyguard in the monitoring room spots him. At first, he thought he was just a passerby, but when he saw him wearing sunglasses and a mask at night, the bodyguard immediately felt something was wrong. When he raised the gleaming fire axe, the two bodyguards in the monitoring room, who had been somewhat sleepy, suddenly woke up. There's someone at the door, holding an axe, and he doesn't look like a good guy. They immediately contacted the gate guard via intercom, but they didn't expect the two bodyguards at the gate to misunderstand. One bodyguard chuckled. Got it. Big weapon, huh? Is the young master hiring again tonight? Another even opened the small doorway, acting like they were used to it. It seemed they'd seen plenty of call services at night and didn't really take it seriously. But this time, the attacker was a real weapon. Even as the monitoring room rushed to stop him, the small door opened and a bodyguard poked his head out. Seeing Chen Xiaobai, tightly wrapped up and clutching an axe, he was stunned. The monitor's warning, "Don't open the door," came through his earpiece, and he reacted instantly. He turned around and kicked the iron door shut with a loud bang, holding it tightly, not daring to breathe. He gasped and cursed into the headset. "Wongo, please explain clearly. I almost got into trouble." But then there was silence on the other end of the headset. Only the sound of breathing could be heard. "Wongo, speak." At this time, the trembling voice of Wongo came from the intercom. Lu Bo. He is next to you." Lu Bo turned his head suddenly and found that his colleagues were looking at him with complicated expressions, slowly pointing behind him. He instinctively turned around and saw Chen Xiaobai, carrying a fire axe, already entering the manor with steady steps, heading straight for the main building. "Stop him." The surveillance room, the gate, and the guards hidden in the shadows issued orders almost simultaneously. The sound of leather shoes stomping on the ground was unusually clear in the night, and the 5 bodyguards quickly surrounded him from all directions. Chen Xiaobai, dressed in black pants and a mask and sunglasses, looked like a tough guy, and the atmosphere immediately became tense. A bodyguard asked tentatively, "Brother, which road are you from? Do you know whose house this is?" Chen Xiaobai was stunned by this question, and after thinking about it, he shook his head honestly. "I don't know." As soon as these words were spoken, the 5 bodyguards breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed there was still room for maneuver. Although each of them was highly skilled, and 2 of them were retired mercenaries, they still didn't dare to be careless when faced with a man barging in with an axe. The bodyguard continued to explain, "This is the home of the director of the Maple Blue Group. They're in the education business." "Are you mistaken?" "Fenglong Group." Chen Xiaobai's eyes lit up. "That's right." He raised his leg and continued walking towards the villa. The bodyguards noticed something was wrong, and 2 of them rushed forward to subdue him. They moved quickly, but unfortunately, Chen Xiaobai was even faster. He swung the fire axe in his hand and smashed it into the face of the bodyguard behind him. Bang! Crack! The sound of a shattered nose was clearly audible. Then, using the rebounding force of the axe, he slammed the back of the axe into the chest of another bodyguard who had rushed forward. Crack! The bodyguard's ribs broke, and he fell to the ground. 2 were knocked down in one fight, and the expressions of the remaining 3 suddenly changed. This guy was no ordinary person. He was a tough guy. Although they suspected Chen Xiaobai was a martial artist, this was actually just an instinctive reaction honed from his experiences on the brink of life and death. The first man struck by the axe was still struggling, while the second, struck in the sternum, lay flat on his back. The 4 bodyguards quickly adjusted their positions, 2 drawing batons and approaching, while the other 2 reached for their guns. Chen Xiaobai's eyes focused, and he immediately judged the situation and took the initiative to attack. He knocked his feet and flew into the air, his movements so fierce that people were caught off guard. The two bodyguards who had just swung their batons didn't even touch the corner of his clothes. The first bodyguard who reached for the gun had just touched the gun, but before he could pull it out, he was hit by a strong force and flew out. As he landed, a heavy blow struck his chest. With a snap, another rib broke. The other bodyguard finally completed his move, loading his pistol, releasing the safety, and pointing it at Chen Xiaobai. The other two also slowly approached him, intending to close in. Chen Xiaobai sneered. Originally, he hadn't wanted to use his powers. He didn't want Zhu Zi to do it, so he took matters into his own hands, wanting to solve the problem himself, even though he still harbored a killer's heart. Bang! The gunshot pierced the night sky without hesitation, the bullet heading straight for Chen Xiaobai. But just as the bullet flew out, the scene suddenly lit up, and a wave of blazing air swept over. The three bodyguards watched in horror as a blazing flame ignited in Chen Xiaobai's hand, and the bullet turned into a pool of molten iron and fell to the ground in front of him. A fire-type mutant, starting from the Earth martial realm. One bodyguard exclaimed, dropping his baton and crouching down, his hands covering his head. Another followed closely behind. They knew the most important thing now wasn't to stop the enemy, but to stay alive. But the man with the gun was clearly unconvinced, gritting his teeth and shouting, "I can still kill you." As soon as he finished speaking, he saw a flash of fire rushing towards him. The raging fire that Chen Xiaobai had swung out with his bare hands instantly surrounded him. He didn't even have time to scream before he was instantly reduced to charcoal. The remaining two were stunned, feeling only relief that they hadn't fought back. Chen Xiaobai glanced at them. The flame in his hand gradually extinguished. He bent down, picked up the axe, and walked straight towards the main building of the villa, which lay silent in the darkness. The night wind howled, and the shadows of the trees swayed, but the villa was silent, and the gunshot did not disturb the people inside. After all, the mansion's soundproof glass was exceptional. He stood in front of the main building and looked up. On the roof, a figure stood. That figure, motionless, stood like a mountain. This was a warrior. Chapter 14 Blood Axe Ghost. The warrior standing on the roof of the villa, and Chen Xiaobai looked at each other in the darkness. This warrior looked to be in his 30s, with a hint of ferocity in his eyes. There was more curiosity in Chen Xiaobai's eyes. Apart from the general martial arts class at school, this was his first time facing a martial artist head-on. The warrior moved his wrist slightly, and Chen Xiaobai noticed that there was a faint airflow wrapped around the warrior's hand. It was from this airflow that Chen Xiaobai judged that this person was a warrior. The warrior saw Chen Xiaobai burning the bullet with his bare hands and asked in a low voice, "Are you a fire-powered warrior?" Chen Xiaobai did not respond, but just put his hands on the fire axe across his back, looking carefree. Chen Xiaobai's action immediately angered the warrior standing on the roof of the villa. He suddenly shouted coldly, "Humph, pretending to be cool. I'm a physical martial arts practitioner. How dare you, a supernatural martial artist, get so close to me? Aren't you courting death?" As he was speaking, the warrior had already leaped towards Chen Xiaobai from the roof of the villa. While jumping, he swung his right fist, and suddenly his entire arm expanded at a speed visible to the naked eye. The muscles on this warrior's arms bulge high, and the circumference of his arms is even comparable to his waist circumference. This is definitely not an effect that a normal person can achieve. Facing the fierce punch from the physical martial artist, Chen Xiaobai just slowly stretched out a hand. In the eyes of the martial artist, this scene was simply a naked humiliation. Call. The warrior raised his fist, bringing with it a strong gust of wind that went straight to Chen Xiaobai's temple. The moment Chen Xiaobai felt the strong wind from the warrior's fist, he had a flash of enlightenment. Gain understanding of the difference in realm. He knew that this warrior was no match for him. Boom. A dull sound was heard, and in the warrior's incredible gaze, Chen Xiaobai steadily caught the warrior's punch. This was a rather funny scene, because compared to the strong body of this physical warrior, the 17-year-old Chen Xiaobai was no different from a child. In addition, the physical warrior's arms expanded several times due to his martial arts skills. In comparison, Chen Xiaobai's arm, which steadily caught the physical warrior's fist, looked much thinner. But such an extremely incongruous scene just happened. How could you? How could it be possible? The eyes of the physical martial artist, which had been filled with anger a second ago, instantly turned into complete shock. He simply couldn't understand how a supernatural martial artist could possibly block his punch. The strength of the supernatural warriors lies in their control over various supernatural elements. Close combat is definitely not their forte. This is why the physical warrior just said that Chen Xiaobai was looking for death. But now, Everything that happened in front of this physical martial artist overturned his cognition. Holding the fist of the martial artist, Chen Xiaobai smiled slightly behind his mask and said calmly, "Feeling strange, huh? Actually, I feel strange too." As he spoke, Chen Xiaobai grabbed the hand of the physical martial artist and pulled it forward violently, then let go, and whoosh. Suddenly, the warrior felt a flash of cold light before his eyes, and he saw 5 sharp blades flashing with cold light emerging from the back of Chen Xiaobai's hand. Phew! The sound of a sharp blade piercing flesh was heard, and blood splattered everywhere. The intense pain made the warrior open his mouth to scream, but he stopped abruptly halfway through. The fire axe in Chen Xiaobai's other hand was already on his neck. "Don't kill me! Don't kill me! I surrender! I surrender!" The warrior began to beg for mercy, but Chen Xiaobai had no intention of letting him go. At this moment, the fierce light in the warrior's eyes reappeared. Swish! Chen Xiaobai leaned back, and a cold light almost brushed past his throat. Looking back, I saw that the warrior had a sharp blade as thin as a cicada's wing in his other hand. The warrior who failed to succeed in the attack rushed forward and did not give Chen Xiaobai a chance to breathe. Suddenly, a murderous look rose in Chen Xiaobai's eyes behind his sunglasses, and he reached out again to grab the warrior's hand that was holding the blade and waving it towards him. Squeak! The warrior felt that the blade in his hand was steadily cutting into the center of Chen Xiaobai's palm, but he did not feel a trace of pride. Because the feeling coming from the blade is not the texture of a sharp blade cutting through the skin. Instead, it feels like a sharp blade scratching some hard metal. The cat demon's fiery claws skill directly increased the hardness of Chen Xiaobai's hands to a terrifying level. At this moment, even through the sunglasses, the warriors could see the ferocious, murderous intent in Chen Xiaobai's eyes. Snap! Chen Xiaobai clenched his hands tightly, and the warrior's hand bones broke instantly. Chen Xiaobai pulled downwards with force, and the warrior immediately bent over in pain. At the same time, Chen Xiaobai raised the fire axe in both hands. At this moment, the 2 bodyguards who were squatting on the ground with their heads in their hands, and the bodyguards in the monitoring room of the Villa Manor all closed their eyes. Even these martial artists couldn't bear to watch what happened next. Puff! Bang! The warrior's body fell to the ground, and Chen Xiaobai, dressed in black, walked towards the main building of the villa with a bloody axe. The bodyguards in the Villa Manor are divided into groups of 8 and are responsible for standing guard. 1 of them is a warrior, 2 are responsible for monitoring, 2 are guarding the gate, and 3 are patrolling sentries. Now, except for the 2 who are watching the surveillance, all the bodyguards have been dealt with by Chen Xiaobai. Taking the electronic key from the bodyguard, Chen Xiaobai opened the door of the villa and slowly searched room by room with a bloody axe in hand. Snap! Drops of blood from the axe dripped onto the floor. Chen Xiaobai exerted a little force with his hand and broke the lock of a room door on the side of the first floor. Open the door. This is a nanny room. There was an elderly aunt sleeping on the bed. Chen Xiaobai took a look at her, left quietly, and carefully closed the door for the aunt. The second room was empty, the third room was also empty, and there was an uncle sleeping in the fourth room. Judging from the clothes in the room, he should be the chef in the villa. 2 women lived in the last room on the first floor, sleeping on bunk beds. Chen Xiaobai just stood at the door, took a look, and then turned and left. These are not the targets he is looking for. Chen Xiaobai's footsteps moved very lightly. In the dark night, he was like a ghost, wandering quietly in this luxurious villa. Then, Chen Xiaobai went up to the second floor. He went straight to the door of the room closest to him. Just like before, he exerted force with his hand and clicked. The door lock broke, but the door wouldn't open. The corners of his mouth behind the mask rose slightly, and the next moment, the temperature on Chen Xiaobai's hands gradually rose. There was no flame, but soon after, the special lock core of the room door was completely melted by the high temperature. This room is a study, and there are several documents on the table. In the moonlight, Chen Xiaobai saw at a glance that his name was written on one of the documents. Among the other documents, one contained the information of the man who had hit him that day. Although Chen Xiaobai did not know the man's name, there was a photo of the man on the document, and Chen Xiaobai recognized him at a glance. As for the other documents, there is information about Du Guozhong, Du Xiaohong, and even the security guard and neighbors downstairs in the apartment where Chen Xiaobai lives. After reading through several documents, Chen Xiaobai restored them to their original state. His movements were still silent, but the murderous intent in his eyes was stronger. There was no one in the second and third rooms on the second floor. In the fourth room, Chen Xiaobai finally found the target he was looking for. The young man who was chatting and laughing with his school leaders at the hotel entrance last night, full of high spirits. Chapter 15, The Second Birth Vehicle. The young man on the bed was sleeping soundly. Chen Xiaobai stood beside the bed with the bloody axe in his hand and looked at him for a while, confirming that this was the person he was looking for. After finding the target, Chen Xiaobai did not take action immediately. He just stood beside the bed of his target, quietly listening to the person's even breathing and occasional snoring. He even took off his mask, picked up the fruit in the room with his gloved, blood-stained hands, and took a bite. Chen Xiaobai waited until he finished eating the fruit and carefully put away the core before he put on his mask again and slowly walked to the bed. Looking at the fire axe in his hand, Chen Xiaobai sighed to himself, I am still kind. Finally, Chen Xiaobai put down the fire axe in his hand, walked to the head of the bed, and gently hugged the head of the dreaming boy with both hands. Snap! Chen Xiaobai twisted the body hard, and the young man on the bed fell into a deep sleep forever. After finishing the job, Chen Xiaobai left the room with his fire axe. When he got outside the room, he turned around and looked at the camera in the corridor on the second floor. He put his right index and middle fingers together and made a salute gesture to the camera. Then he went downstairs and left along the same way he came. At this time, the monitoring room was so quiet that it seemed as if no one was there. The two bodyguards in charge of watching the surveillance could even hear each other's heartbeats. Normally speaking, after all the bodyguards outside are dealt with, at least one of these two people will go out to provide support. But in the end, neither of the two bodyguards moved, and they both tacitly agreed not to offer support. Seeing Chen Xiaobai in black clothes preparing to leave, the two bodyguards finally breathed a sigh of relief. Chen Xiaobai returned to the main building of the villa carrying a fire axe. He heard a strange movement at his feet and Xiaoju, who had just disappeared for a while, ran out. Chen Xiaobai frowned. Who asked you to come out? Xiaoju blinked at him with a pair of eyeballs. Only then did Chen Xiaobai remember that when he entered the manor just now, he had put Xiaoju's demon soul consciousness into a dormant state. Now Xiaoju is just that simple little orange cat. Hey little guy, you'll expose me. Chen Xiaobai leaned over and touched Xiaoju's head, then reached out and held him in his arms and walked towards the villa gate. After watching Chen Xiaobai leave through the main door, the two bodyguards in the monitoring room looked at each other, and one of them said to the other, Who will go check on the young boss's room to see what's going on? The other bodyguard hesitated, then raised his fist. The first bodyguard understood and also stretched out his fist. The two bodyguards completed a game of rock, paper, scissors while being extremely nervous. The bodyguard who lost took a deep breath, slowly stood up with the blessing of his colleagues, left the underground monitoring room, and walked upstairs. At the same time, Chen Xiaobai, who had just left the villa, was suddenly stunned and said to himself, Oh, I forgot. There is still a young lady who has not been comforted. Chen Xiaobai thought of the elegant young woman who once acted so high and mighty in Meng Huichu's office. As he spoke, Chen Xiaobai put the little orange in his arms down, patted its head, and said, Don't run around. Meow. The little orange boy chirped obediently, licked Chen Xiaobai's fingers, and went into the green belt on the side of the road, staring at Chen Xiaobai motionlessly. Yeah, good. Inside the villa, the bodyguard who came up to check the situation stood motionless in the master bedroom on the second floor. He looked at the strange sleeping posture of the young man on the bed, and he knew in his heart that the person on the bed was dead. Suddenly, the bodyguard's headset came with the nervous voice of a colleague in the monitoring room. He's back again. He's coming into the villa soon. Hurry up and leave. The bodyguard's legs went weak when he suddenly heard the voice in the headset, and he almost sat down on the ground. Why the hell are you saying that now? I just relaxed for a while and didn't check the surveillance. Find a place to hide quickly. I percent at. Just like the first time he came in, Chen Xiaobai walked into the villa carrying the blood-stained axe. As soon as he came in, Chen Xiaobai sniffed and went straight up to the second floor. He checked all the rooms on the second floor and went straight to the third floor without stopping. Chen Xiaobai checked room by room, but to his regret, he didn't find the young woman. At this time, Chen Xiaobai was staring at the curtains in a room in a daze. The curtain was obviously bulging and trembling. A minute later, Chen Xiaobai smelled a warm smell of urine in the room. Why? With a light sigh, Chen Xiaobai shook his head and turned to leave. Plop. As soon as Chen Xiaobai left, the bodyguard hiding behind the curtain sat down on the ground, not caring even though there was warm liquid on the ground. This villa has 4 floors in total. 1 floor is underground and is the monitoring room. There are 3 floors above ground, and there is a small attic above the 3rd floor. At this time, Chen Xiaobai had searched all the rooms on the 3rd floor, but couldn't find the young woman. He was a little disappointed as he carried the bloody axe. But just as Chen Xiaobai was about to go downstairs and leave, a surprise came. Ding! A demon spirit wind spirit falcon has been detected nearby. Suitable for birth carrier, qualification C+. Please pay attention, host. Chen Xiaobai was stunned when he suddenly heard the system prompt sound, and then went straight to the attic. It is a demon spirit carrier rather than an instrument spirit carrier, which proves that the carrier of birth suggested by the system is a living thing. I have checked the entire villa from the first to the third floor. If there really is such a living creature, it is most likely in the attic. Sure enough, when Chen Xiaobai came to the attic, he found a small green bird with its claws fastened by special metal rings. The bird's feathers look very shiny, and it has a pointed red beak. When its wings flap, it can cause weak elemental fluctuations in the surrounding area. It's a spirit beast. The effect of the revival of spiritual energy is that not only humans can awaken special abilities, but animals can too. Animals that have awakened special abilities are called spirit beasts. The little green bird in front of Chen Xiaobai is a spiritual beast that has awakened special abilities. Originally, the little green bird was still jumping restlessly, but as soon as Chen Xiaobai appeared, the bird suddenly calmed down. The little bird looked at Chen Xiaobai, and there was a hint of intimacy in its pair of dark eyes. At this time, Chen Xiaobai remembered his martial arts talent, the good guy card talent that could attract all psychic creatures to get close to him. He smiled slightly, stepped forward and stretched out his hand, and the little green bird immediately flapped its wings and landed on his hand. It also pecked Chen Xiaobai's palm with its sharp beak. Chen Xiaobai knew that the bird was showing affection to him. After untying the metal buckle that tied the bird, Chen Xiaobai came to the basement of the villa while teasing the bird in his hand. The door of the monitoring room had been locked from the inside, but the strength of this lock was obviously much weaker than the cat demon's claws in Chen Xiaobai's hand that had been cultivated for 10,000 years. The lock core was melted by the high temperature generated by Chen Xiaobai's hand. When the door opened, there was a sound of something hitting the ground in the monitoring room. When Chen Xiaobai, dressed in black, appeared in the monitoring room, he saw a bodyguard in a suit slumped on the ground, unable to move. After taking a look into the monitoring room, Chen Xiaobai couldn't help but shake his head in disappointment when he didn't see the young woman he had been thinking about. Next, Chen Xiaobai did not stay here for long. He took his trophy, the little green bird, back to the outside of the manor, and then took Xiaoju, who was hiding in the flower bed, and left together. Half an hour later, in a deserted alley, Chen Xiaobai threw his sunglasses, gloves, and clothes into an abandoned oil barrel, then flicked his hand gently, and suddenly a tall flame rose from the barrel. As for the fire axe, Chen Xiaobai washed it clean, cleared all traces, and put it back where it belonged. Finally, Chen Xiaobai climbed back to his home along the rope hanging from his balcony. He did all this cleverly avoiding all surveillance and didn't even leave any fingerprints. As soon as he landed on the balcony of his home, Chen Xiaobai turned around and looked at his home. There was a person sitting on the sofa next to the bedroom, and at this moment, this person was looking at Chen Xiaobai with bright eyes. At this moment, Chen Xiaobai felt a little regretful. He should have brought back the fire axe to use to dismember the body. Chapter 16, The Birth of the Wind Bird. A bird fluttered its wings above Chen Xiaobai's head, and a kitten wandered around his feet. His room was not big to begin with. Chen Xiaobai looked at his bedroom and frowned slightly. He was a little worried that the blood would stain his bed. The person who inexplicably appeared in Chen Xiaobai's room slowly stood up. His eyes fell on the blue bird behind Chen Xiaobai. Suddenly, Chen Xiaobai saw a series of reactions from this person. When he just came back, the man's eyes were clearly full of murderous intent, but the moment he saw the blue bird behind him, the murderous look in his eyes turned into disbelief and shock, and finally, his body trembled violently. Chen Xiaobai asked, "Are you afraid?" The man said nothing. Chen Xiaobai walked into the room from the balcony. The man instinctively wanted to step back, but was tripped by the sofa behind him and fell back into the sofa. Click. Chen Xiaobai locked the balcony door behind him. "How did you get in?" Facing Chen Xiaobai's question, the man glanced at the balcony and said in a trembling voice, "I took the elevator and unlocked it to come in." Chen Xiaobai smiled. He reopened the balcony door, looked at the ground for a long time, then stood up and said to the man, "Size 43 shoes." As soon as Chen Xiaobai finished speaking, the man suddenly rushed towards the door of the room on the other side. Judging from his speed, he was quite fast, and he was most likely a warrior. Boom. In a flash, a fireball suddenly appeared from Chen Xiaobai's hand and flew straight to the man's back. Bang! The fireball hit the man and crashed into the door in front of him with a dull sound. The flames spread over the man, but did not burn the walls around him or the door behind him. as if they were precisely controlled by an invisible force. Even though he was burning in flames, the man still reached out to open the door of Chen Xiaobai's house, but Chen Xiaobai's hand grabbed the door handle before him. Chen Xiaobai squatted beside this person and asked softly, "What's your mission tonight?" Huh. The flames on his body were burning, but the man did not shout or scream. He just gasped for breath in pain from the burning flames. He knew that as soon as he shouted, the strange boy in front of him, who looked only 16 or 17 years old, would kill him the next moment. Chen Xiaobai waved his hand, and the flames burning on the man's body weakened slightly. He asked again, "What is your mission tonight?" The man was sweating profusely and struggling to speak. Kill people." Chen Xiaobai asked calmly, "Who to kill?" "You." "How much do they pay you?" 200,000. "Then why don't you do it?" You brought back the boss's bird, proving that you have killed the warriors who stayed in the manor. I definitely can't beat you." Chen Xiaobai's hands moved back and forth in the flames burning on the man's body. "Do you want to live? Give me a good time." "Good." Chen Xiaobai stood up, flipped his wrist, and boom. Suddenly, a burst of deep blue flames surged out of the whole body of the man in front of him. This blue flame was extremely strange. It just wrapped around the man and burned. It appeared and disappeared quickly, not even leaving a trace on the floor or walls of Chen Xiaobai's house. In an instant, it burned the whole man into charcoal and then turned into ashes. Chen Xiaobai cleaned up the cremation traces at the scene and finally scattered the man's ashes in the early summer night breeze. Everything was done. Chen Xiaobai stroked his bird, and an introduction to the wind spirit bird popped up on the system panel. Wind spirit bird, a spirit bird used to deliver messages in the heavenly court in ancient times. It has an incredibly fast speed. Skills: wind speed. Realm: 3-star spiritual martial realm. Current birth carrier qualification test: C+. Expected birth success rate: 62%. Predicted strength after successful birth: 1-star Zhenwu realm. Skill introduction: riding the wind and flying quickly is a unique ability that the wind bird is born with. Its flying speed is incredibly fast, and when it is practiced to perfection, it can even travel through space. Chen Xiaobai discovered that the birth carrier with C-level qualifications had an impact on the strength of the born Banshee's soul, which was reduced by 2 major realms. The cat demon that was previously in the Xuanwu realm was born into the Tianwu realm, and the wind spirit bird that was previously in the Lingwu realm was born into the Zhenwu realm. Although the wind spirit bird in the Zhenwu realm is 1 realm higher than the cat demon in the Tianwu realm, judging from the skills of this wind spirit bird, it is not good at fighting. Chen Xiaobai thought about it. He wanted to upgrade this C+ bluebird to B-level qualification before rebirth, but he didn't know how long it would take. I said to the system elf, "Ling, can you give me a progress bar?" "Okay, host, please wait a moment. I'd like to remind you that even for birth carriers with the same qualifications, the difficulty of improving their qualifications varies depending on their type." "Okay, got it." A few minutes later, a system notification sounded in Chen Xiaobai's mind. Ding. System patch update completed. A virtual light screen appeared in front of Chen Xiaobai's eyes. On the screen was a brief introduction to Bluebird and a progress bar for his qualification improvement. Chen Xiaobai found that every time his hand brushed across Bluebird, the progress bar would go up a little. Above the progress bar, it even gives a prediction of how long it will take to improve qualifications based on the current speed. Chen Xiaobai saw that at his current speed, it would take about 7 days to raise the Bluebird to level B. This is even when he is masturbating nonstop. Suddenly, Chen Xiaobai's desire to stroke the bird disappeared. Anyway, the Bluebird only has 1 skill: riding the wind and flying fast. For Chen Xiaobai, as long as he can fly, he has already defeated most of the warriors in the world. Because apart from warriors with wind-type abilities, flying in the air is a special ability that only warriors above the true martial realm have. The wind bird is born. Chen Xiaobai's mind moved, and suddenly a golden light appeared in front of him, covering the blue bird flying in the room. About 10 minutes later. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The wind bird was born successfully. The bluebird, which was already very affectionate towards Chen Xiaobai, became even more clingy now, flapping its wings and flying back and forth beside Chen Xiaobai. Chen Xiaobai looked at the little blue bird and said, "From now on, I'll call you Xiaoqing. Xiaoqing, come and transform." A faint green light enveloped the little blue bird. A moment later, a delicate girl with green feathers on her back and light green hair appeared in front of Chen Xiaobai. Owner. After transforming, Xiaoqing seemed a little shy. She lowered her pretty face in front of Chen Xiaobai, but when she saw that she was naked, she immediately let out a low cry, and then the wings behind her protected her in front of her, blocking the beautiful spring scenery. Cough, cough. Chen Xiaobai coughed twice in embarrassment. He just wanted to see what Xiaoqing would look like after transforming, but he didn't expect how embarrassing it would be to have such a living person suddenly appear next to him. Chen Xiaobai was speechless for a moment. At this time, Xiaoqing looked at Chen Xiaobai with a red face and asked shyly, "Master, do you have any clothes?" Chapter 17, Flying. Chen Xiaobai looked at the two wings behind Xiaoqing and realized that his clothes could not fit the two wings. Helplessly, he could only ask Xiaoqing to cancel her transformation. At this moment, the system prompt sounded again in my mind. Congratulations to the host for successfully giving birth to the wind spirit bird. The host automatically learns the wind spirit bird's most proficient skills. Fly in the air. Chen Xiaobai only felt a warm current surging from the soles of his feet this time, and at the same time, his mind became clearer. All the operating tips about flying in the air were imprinted in Chen Xiaobai's mind. But what made Chen Xiaobai a little strange was that the various tips that appeared in his mind were just short-distance quick movements, which were far from being called flying. Ding! It's detected that the host's body structure is too different from that of the wind spirit bird, and the flying effect is weakened. As the wind spirit bird's cultivation level increases, the host's ability to fly will gradually recover. Chen Xiaobai suddenly thought of a question. Aling, will I eventually grow a pair of wings like Xiaoqing? When the host's body reaches the upper limit of the wind spirit bird's flying skill, the host will need wings to further improve the skill. The host has the initiative. Even if wings grow, the host can control the shape and size of the wings at ordinary times. Can you control the shape and size? Fortunately. Chen Xiaobai returned to the balcony, kicked the ground lightly, and suddenly he flew up rapidly. In a flash, Chen Xiaobai appeared on the ground downstairs. This is the 9th floor. He raised his foot slightly, whoosh. The next second, Chen Xiaobai appeared 100 meters away. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. After trying a few more times, Chen Xiaobai was surprised to find that as long as he was within 100 meters, he could basically achieve instant movement. This instant teleportation certainly does not mean that Chen Xiaobai can travel through space, but it means that his movement speed within 100 meters is too fast. Suddenly Chen Xiaobai was extremely excited, even more excited than when he got the cat demon's fiery claws skill. As a killer, Chen Xiaobai knew how useful this skill of moving quickly within 100 meters was to him. After trying a few more times, Chen Xiaobai found that this kind of movement consumed very little energy on his body, because for the wind spirit bird, flying in the air was basically a physical instinct, and it was something the wind spirit bird was born to do. Chen Xiaobai, who obtained the wind spirit bird skill, also obtained this characteristic. With a light tap of his feet, Chen Xiaobai jumped back to his home on the 9th floor. The night passed very quickly. It was daybreak in less than 2 or 3 hours. After all, it was already late at night when Chen Xiaobai came back. After washing up, Chen Xiaobai looked at the two little ones beside him and hesitated for a moment. I might need to make some clothes for them. Looks like I have to skip class again today. After feeding Bluebird with a handful of grains and Xiaoji with cat food, Chen Xiaobai went out to school, as usual. As soon as he walked out, the corners of his mouth rose slightly. There are people around watching me. Chen Xiaobai pretended to know nothing and skipped all the way to school. On the way, he bought a few steaming buns in front of a breakfast shop. Along the way, Chen Xiaobai discovered that more and more people were secretly following him. At the gate of Fenglan High School, several riot police vehicles were parked there, as well as a whole row of more than 10 black Mercedes-Benz cars. Fully armed security forces were standing guard at the school gate, and large numbers of strong men in suits were standing next to the cars. It seems that the person he killed last night was indeed extraordinary. When Chen Xiaobai appeared at the end of the road in front of the school gate, everyone here looked as if they were facing a great enemy. The security soldiers turned their heads to look at Chen Xiaobai, who was walking slowly towards them, while the bodyguards all put their hands on their lower backs. Chen Xiaobai walked to the school gate. A group of security soldiers came forward. The leader saluted Chen Xiaobai, and then said, "Student Chen Xiaobai, right?" Chen Xiaobai nodded and said, "Yes. We have something at the Public Security Bureau that requires your cooperation. Please come with us." "No problem." The commander of the security forces seemed surprised that Chen Xiaobai agreed so readily and was stunned. In an office at Fenglan High School. At this time, there were several special models of computers placed in the office, and the screen of one of the monitors was showing the picture of the school gate. With the fineness of the image on this monitor, you can even see the sweat hairs on Chen Xiaobai's face. There is also a monitor hanging on the wall on the other side, on which a set of surveillance images is playing in a loop. There was silence and stillness in the dark, luxurious villa. Suddenly, A figure wearing sunglasses, a mask, and all in black appeared among them, holding a bloody axe in his hand. First floor, second floor, third floor. The black figure was like a ghost, wandering slowly through every floor and every room of the villa, and finally left quietly. Inside the office, a female security officer frowned as she watched the video on the wall monitor. The suspect seems to have a very good mental state. It seems killing people is just a daily routine for him. An elderly security inspector sat in front of a computer, staring at Chen Xiaobai on the monitor without blinking. He held his chin with his hand and said slowly, "This kid's reaction doesn't seem like that of a high school student." The female security officer turned her head, staring at the computer monitor in front of the male inspector, and said in a tone that even she couldn't believe, "There are usually two reasons for this situation. First, the child is ready to confess everything. Second, he's trying to show us that he's absolutely confident that we can't find any evidence of his involvement." The female security officer said this, turning to look at the two security officers busy on the other side of the office. Both of them were wearing headsets. One of them turned to the male inspector and the female officer and said, "Sir, Team B said they didn't find any suspicious fingerprints at the scene. All the surveillance footage only shows the suspect's appearance, not his face." The female security officer listened with a solemn look in her eyes. The male inspector took a deep breath and said, "It's normal for a warrior to kill someone without finding any evidence. But he doesn't seem to be an ordinary warrior." As the female security guard finished speaking, the monitor on the wall happened to show the scene of the warriors in the villa fighting with the men in black who broke into the villa. First, flames appeared on his hands, and then a sharp blade suddenly pierced out from his fist. This strange fighting method was not any known martial art in the current Federal Warrior database. At this time, the office door opened. A young security officer strode in with a document. "Commander, we found out. This child named Chen Xiaobai has indeed awakened a talent for martial arts, and it's a completely new and unknown talent." "What talent?" In an instant, the male inspector and the female security guard asked in unison. Chapter 18. God is jealous of talents, and people are in trouble. There was no useful evidence at the scene, and the surveillance footage didn't capture the face. Originally, the security inspector and his deputy, the female security officer, thought that this case would become another mystery committed by a warrior, but at this time, the news they suddenly received at the same time gave them a little hope. Under the eager gaze of the male inspector and the female police officer, the young security officer immediately said, "His talent is a special talent that can attract the favor and affinity of various psychic creatures." He named it, good guy card talent, but it didn't pass the review of the Federal Warrior Administration. The Warrior Administration renamed it Psychic Affinity, which is classified as a supernatural talent. The young security guard finished speaking while looking at the documents in his hand, then raised his head to look at the security inspector and female security guard opposite him. He found that the two people opposite him were still staring at him. The three of them fell into a brief silence. Seeing the young security guard's confused look, the female security guard asked, "That's all?" The young security officer nodded. "No more." Then, the young security officer clearly saw a deep sense of loss in the eyes of the inspector and the female security officer. "Boss, the interrogation room is in place, and the suspect has arrived." The security guard who was operating another computer nearby turned to the security inspector and said something. The inspector gestured to the female security guard, and the female security guard left immediately. The security officer who took Chen Xiaobai away from the gate of Fenglan High School did not go far away, but took Chen Xiaobai to an empty classroom in the school. Soon, a female security guard and two young security guards came in and sat opposite him. The female security guard got straight to the point and asked, "Student Chen Xiaobai, my name is Angie. A murder occurred last night in the Los Angeles Coast Villa District. We'd like to know something from you." The female security guard said this, frowning, because Chen Xiaobai actually took out a big steaming hot meat bun in front of her, put it in his mouth, and took a big bite. After one bite, his mouth was full of oil, and suddenly half of the classroom was filled with the aroma of meat. The two young security guards beside Angie looked at each other, and no one spoke. After all, this was just a routine questioning, not a real interrogation of the suspect, who was just a high school student. The female security guard suppressed her unhappiness and said in a gentle tone, "It's okay, classmate. You eat first." Chen Xiaobai chewed the meat bun in his mouth and sobbed, "Thank you, sister. Is there anything to drink?" Angie looked at Chen Xiaobai for 2 seconds, and the young security guard next to him handed him a bottle of mineral water. Chen Xiaobai frowned as he looked at the mineral water and said, "I need to have a good breakfast. Do you have any milk?" the young security guard who handed over the water. Angie laughed now. This little brat she met today was quite interesting. Hey, buddy, go buy it. Hurry up. The security guard on Angie's left nodded and ran out immediately. There were only 3 people left in the classroom. Chen Xiaobai was busy eating his buns. And Ji asked nonchalantly, "Growing up alone, you've been a miserable child." Chen Xiaobai chewed the bun in his mouth and muttered, "It's not bitter at all, but it's not as good as your generation. Have you contacted your guardian abroad recently? You've even found out this? It seems you're very suspicious of me." Angie leaned forward slightly and said earnestly, "Kid, based on your current behavior, I can be completely sure that the person who committed the crime last night was you, although I have no evidence." Chen Xiaobai said nonchalantly, "Since there's no evidence, can I just treat what you just said as bullshit?" "Hey, kid, watch your attitude." Angie stared at Chen Xiaobai without saying a word. Another young security guard next to her couldn't stand it any longer. It wasn't that he really wanted to remind Chen Xiaobai to pay attention to his attitude when speaking, but his status was lower than Angie's. At this time, when the superior was contradicted by the suspect, the subordinate had to be prepared to step in and help his boss get back on track. In other words, the battlefield of this round of confrontation between the two sides is not in the content of the conversation, but in the momentum. Angie smiled and said, "I can understand your emotions. You're young and full of energy, but you're being bullied by a tycoon you can't afford to offend. So it's only natural for you to have some violent thoughts in your heart." Chen Xiaobai. "So, sir, you mean that in this case, killing someone is exempt from prosecution, right?" Angie. "Of course not." Chen Xiaobai. "Didn't you fart again?" As he spoke, Chen Xiaobai stuffed the last bite of the bun into his mouth, paying no attention to the young security guard next to him who was trying to pretend to get back on his boss's good side. Angie continued with a smile, "You don't have to try to irritate me. I have a good temper, and your tricks won't work." Chen Xiaobai lowered his head and rummaged through his school bag, then took out another large meat bun. He then raised his eyebrows and asked Angie, "Where's my milk?" Angie. "Wait a moment, we're on our way." With that, Angie stood up and left the classroom. Chen Xiaobai gnawed on the big meat bun in his hand while staring at Angie's back and said, "No breasts, no butt, not even as good as Teacher Ming." When Chen Xiaobai said this, both of them were stunned. One is Angie. She didn't expect that she would be given such an evaluation by a high school student. The other was Chen Xiaobai himself. He suddenly remembered that he had clearly seen Meng Huiqiu get into that young man's car yesterday, but after that, he went around that young man's house and didn't see his homeroom teacher. Angie's chest heaved visibly, and then she left the classroom. As soon as they left the classroom, Angie adjusted the headset in her ear and said, "My head is a little prickly." In the office Angie had left earlier, the security inspector nodded and said, "I see. I really don't understand why this kid was so honest for the past 10 years, but now he looks like a complete veteran. Just go through the formalities and call it a day." "Good." After hanging up the phone, the security inspector said to an assistant beside him, "Go and get the school's principal." "Yes." A few minutes later, Chen Xiaobai's milk finally arrived. Next, Chen Xiaobai ate a big meat bun and drank the milk bought by the security guard and answered Angie's questions leisurely. "Where did you spend last night?" "It's my own home. Where else can I go?" "Can anyone testify?" "The security guard downstairs in my building watched me get home." "You can go out again when you get home." "Do you have any evidence to support your claim?" "What do you think about the death of the person who was going to take your place in the secret realm trial?" "Watch with your eyes, mourn with your heart. God is jealous of talents, and people are in trouble but cannot tear them apart." "Do you think he deserves to die?" "I felt like at least I didn't deserve to die, but just the other day after school, someone tried to run me over with a car. I learned about the traffic accident. The driver was driving under the influence." "Oh, so it's just my bad luck, but it seems that this deceased gentleman from a high-class family has even worse luck." "Okay, you can go now." "Thank you for the milk," burp. Chen Xiaobai burped and left the classroom with his school bag. When he reached the door of his classroom, someone called him from behind. I turned around and saw that it was my math teacher. "Chen Xiaobai, it's like this. Principal Wang asked me to inform you that you've been expelled from school." Chapter 19 Fired. At this moment, Chen Xiaobai was in a trance. Suddenly, he seemed to have traveled through time and space back to his previous life. At that time, Chen Xiaobai had just entered the first grade of junior high school and was bullied at school. He snatched the dagger from the senior student who bullied him and stabbed him, but he was expelled and the bully was unharmed. It was also a male teacher who said the same thing to me at that time. Coincidentally, the principal who expelled me in my previous life was also named Wang. Chen Xiaobai. The math teacher's call brought Chen Xiaobai back to reality from his memories. His voice was very soft, and it didn't sound like he was talking to a student who had been expelled from school. Handing Chen Xiaobai a document with the school's red official seal, the math teacher kindly reminded him, "There are still more than 3 months until the college entrance examination. Hurry and report to the Education Bureau. There's still time." Looking at the black words on the white paper in front of him and the scarlet seal on it, Chen Xiaobai suddenly smiled at the math teacher. He took the notice and said politely, "I understand. Thank you, teacher." The math teacher just moved his lips and said nothing. Chen Xiaobai returned to the classroom, packed up his things, and left the classroom where he had stayed for more than 2 years under the gaze of his classmates. Coming down from the teaching building and passing by the administration building in front of the teaching building, Chen Xiaobai looked towards the most spacious office in the administration building. There was a person standing by the floor-to-ceiling window in the office. It was the elegant young woman that Chen Xiaobai had met before. The young woman at this time no longer had the grace that Chen Xiaobai had seen her last time. The two looked at each other, and the young woman stood behind the floor-to-ceiling window and looked at Chen Xiaobai with eyes that were almost spitting fire. Her eyes were red. Obviously, she had just cried. Behind the young woman, there were many uniformed bodyguards standing in the office, including Meng Huiqiu, who was sitting on the sofa crying, a security guard in charge of communication, and the 3 executive vice principals of the school. "Kill him, kill him. I'm going to kill him." The young woman with her hair loose shouted at the bodyguards behind her like a madman. Go now. Kill him. Right now." Vice Principal Qi Yun, who was closest to the young woman and in charge of the school's financial management, immediately stepped forward and said, "Principal, the people from the Public Security Bureau are still here. What can the people from the Public Security Bureau do?" The young woman approached the security guard in the office with a ferocious expression and shouted, "Half of the entire Luozhou Public Security Bureau's operating expenses are funded by the 7 major federal corporations, and 1/3 of the remaining half comes from our Fenglong group. Now the murderer who killed my son is parading outside. Why don't you arrest him?" The security guard hesitated and said, "Vice President Yang, we have no evidence." The young woman was furious. "Can't they arrest him without evidence? I have a dog at home, and it even barks when I let it bite people." At this time, the office door opened and the security inspector led 2 people in. As soon as they entered, the inspector said, "Arresting someone without evidence is inconsistent with the federal law jointly enacted by the 7 major groups. Also, Vice President Yang, as you just said, your Maple Blue Group's tax revenue only accounts for less than 17 of Los Angeles's office expenses. So please don't use the term petty dog to describe our Public Security Bureau. Thank you." The young woman glared at the security inspector here, but she could lose her temper with the ordinary security guards next to her, but she could only restrain herself towards this security inspector. Because to be able to become a security inspector in a federal-level city like Luozhou, even if he does not have the background of the 7 major groups, he must at least have the support of one of the top 100 federal groups. Otherwise, it is impossible for an ordinary person to climb to this position. Although Fenglong Group is one of the top 100 conglomerates in the Federation, this young woman is only a vice president of Fenglong Group. Facing the young woman's angry eyes, the inspector said slowly, "We have already taken the next step. I believe there will be results soon. Vice President Yang, don't worry. We will not let the murderer go." The young woman suppressed her anger and returned to the French window. She wanted to take another look at the back of the murderer who killed her son, but the young woman discovered that the boy, whom she wished to kill on the spot, was still standing on the campus. And he was standing right where his eyes had just met his, without moving an inch. Chen Xiaobai had been waiting for the young woman to appear, and their eyes met again. This time, Chen Xiaobai held the thing in one hand and crossed his neck with the other hand, slowly making a throat-cutting gesture to the young woman. Halfway through the throat-slitting gesture, Chen Xiaobai seemed to have thought of something. He raised his hand and placed it on his chin, then tilted his head and stuck out his tongue, pretending to be killed by someone twisting his neck. The young woman's son was killed by Chen Xiaobai in this way. Bang! The young woman could no longer suppress her anger. She punched the French window in front of her with all her might, turned around, and shouted at the only person sitting among the group of bodyguards behind her, "Go get him." Now, the bodyguard stood up and was about to leave without saying a word. At the same time, the young woman took out a small silver pistol from her handbag and was about to leave. The security guards in the office turned to look at their superiors when they saw this scene, but the security inspector just stepped aside without saying a word. The young woman took a big step forward, but Qi Yun, who was standing beside her, came up and grabbed the young woman, saying, "Vice President Yang, if you go out and kill him now, you will be the murderer. There is still a long way to go. There is no need to rush now." Qi Yun said this and gestured to the young woman to the several security guards present. The young woman did not move forward. The bodyguard who had stood up earlier also stood at the door waiting for her next instructions. But at this moment, the young woman's eyes fell on Qi Yun's hand holding her arm. Seeing the young woman's eyes, Qi Yun immediately withdrew his hand as if he had been electrocuted and said tremblingly, "Vice President Yang, I was anxious for a moment and lost my composure. Please forgive me, Vice President Yang." The young woman's voice was as cold as ice that hadn't melted for 1,000 years. "Your stinky hands are worthy of this? Cut them off." As soon as the young woman finished speaking, 2 bodyguards stood up and pulled Qi Yun out. "Please forgive me, Vice President Yang. Please forgive me, Vice President Yang. I was so anxious at the moment. I beg for your forgiveness." Hearing Qi Yun's shouting in front of them, several security guards in the office looked at their boss again. The security inspector turned around, stopped the 2 bodyguards, and asked Qi Yun, "Do you need help from the Public Security Bureau?" Qi Yun, with despair in his eyes, turned his head and looked at the young woman. But after seeing the young woman's eyes, the look in Qi Yun's eyes became even more desperate. In the end, Qi Yun let the 2 bodyguards drag him away without saying a word to the people from the Public Security Bureau. He knew what would happen to him today. If he didn't give up, he would lose his life. Even if the capable people in the Public Security Bureau can protect me now, what about later? A few minutes later. The sound of a sharp blade cutting off limbs and heart-wrenching screams came from the office next door. The security guards in the office turned their heads to look out the window, pretending they heard nothing. Chapter 20: Lure the snake out of its hole. This was the first time in nearly 3 years that Chen Xiaobai walked home from school in the morning. Halfway through the walk, the phone rang. But he didn't answer it because he didn't have any important calls. It was not until he was almost home that Chen Xiaobai took out his cell phone and took a look. It was Su Wentian, his guardian, calling. I guess the school notified him. Chen Xiaobai could guess what Su Wentian would say, so he didn't call back. Next, Chen Xiaobai got on a bus at a bus stop near his home. He was going to another area of Los Angeles to buy some things. As for why it is another area, that's a bit embarrassing to say. Chen Xiaobai first spent 120 yuan to buy 6 pairs of shorts at a clothing sale market in another urban area, and spent 60 yuan to buy 6 short-sleeved shirts. He then bought corresponding women's bras, underwear, and shoes. In the end, Chen Xiaobai spent more than 500 yuan. Now, Chen Xiaobai only had a few dozen yuan left on him. Then he came to a tailor shop. The owner of the shop is an aunt who is about 40 or 50 years old. Before entering the store, Chen Xiaobai deliberately put on his mask and sunglasses again. First, he took out 3 short-sleeved shirts and placed them on the counter. Chen Xiaobai said to the owner, "Auntie, please cut off 1 strip of each of these 3 short-sleeved shirts according to the marks I drew." The shopkeeper picked up the 3 short-sleeved shirts and looked around. Finally, she found the 2 marks on the back made by Chen Xiaobai. She nodded and said, "Cut them off, right, no problem." Then Chen Xiaobai took out 3 pairs of hot pants and 3 pairs of women's underwear. This time, before speaking, Chen Xiaobai adjusted his sunglasses and mask. After confirming that everything was fine, he said to the aunt, "If it's too much trouble, do the same for these." The shop owner took a few pairs of hot pants and women's underwear suspiciously and looked at them. Finally, in an awkward position, she saw the circular mark drawn by Chen Xiaobai. At this moment, the aunt's eyes changed immediately when she looked at Chen Xiaobai. It is understandable that there are 2 long slits on the back of the short-sleeved shirt. After all, summer is here, and it is understandable that young people do something with their clothes. But there's a hole in the back of these women's hot pants. It seems there can only be one effect. TSK, young people nowadays really know how to have fun. Facing the aunt's eyes that seemed to whip her soul, Chen Xiaobai remained extremely calm. It didn't matter. No one would recognize him after he left this store today. Besides, I have a mask and sunglasses to protect myself. The aunt nodded with a strange look on her face, took a few pieces of clothing, and went to the sewing table. Half an hour later, the aunt handed several pieces of clothing to Chen Xiaobai. The openings were all the right size, and the aunt had thoughtfully sewed the edges. She even specifically reminded Chen Xiaobai, "It will be smoother after sewing." Chen Xiaobai's face, hidden behind the mask and sunglasses, was almost as pale as a monkey's butt. He hurriedly paid and left the store. Half an hour later, Chen Xiaobai returned to his home. After checking all my belongings, I found I had $20 left. Aling, I bought some clothes for Xiaoju and Xiaoqing. If they wear them when they transform, what should they wear when they don't? Each female demon has its own unique storage method. The 9-lived cat demon can create an independent storage space, and the wind spirit bird can shrink items to an invisible level and store them in its wings. That's good. By the way, Is there any way I can keep them with me? Of course, the host just needs to give the orders when they transform. There's another question. For example, Xiaoju's current maximum transformation time is 1 hour. If I only let her transform for 10 minutes, then, after releasing the transformation, rest for twice the transformation time, which is 20 minutes, and then you can continue to transform. Okay, I'm fine, go play. Afterwards, Chen Xiaobai distributed all the clothes, hats, and shoes to Xiaoju and Xiaoqing. Looking at the cat-eared girl on the left wearing a short-sleeved shirt, hot pants, and shaking her furry tail, and Xiaoqing on the right with a shy look and a pair of plump wings on her back, Chen Xiaobai directly asked the two of them to cancel their transformed state. Because it was time for lunch, he only had the last $20 left, which was not enough to feed 3 people. After feeding Xiaoju and Xiaoqing with cat food and grains, Chen Xiaobai ordered a fast food meal downstairs. After filling his stomach, he stared at the map of Los Angeles in the hotel for a long time. At 5 o'clock, Fenglan High School is out of school. 525, Highway 9 in Los Angeles. On the roof of a 100-meter-high office building, Chen Xiaobai sat on the edge of the building, kicking his legs leisurely, watching the traffic below him like ants, and humming a little tune. It started to rain lightly again, and the rain was getting heavier. But when the rain fell on Chen Xiaobai, it was turned into white smoke and rose up due to the scorching heat rising from Chen Xiaobai's hands. Behind Chen Xiaobai, Xiaoju was lazily stomping back and forth like a cat. There was a green bracelet on Chen Xiaobai's hand. It was the bracelet that Xiaoqing transformed into. About 20 minutes later, the rain was getting heavier. In the endless rain curtain, a silver Audi sedan appeared in the traffic coming from the west. This is the car of Wang Han, the vice principal of Fenglan High School. He was the one who fired Chen Xiaobai today. Around the Audi, the atmosphere in several seemingly inconspicuous federally produced cars was extremely tense. Boss, we're almost at the intersection of Highway 9 and Highway 4. We haven't noticed anything special yet. In an electric car, female security guard Angie, sitting in the passenger seat, reported the situation into the headset. Immediately, the voice of the security inspector from the daytime came through the headset. Be careful and alert. The target has a strong desire for revenge. After learning that he was fired by Wang Han, he is very likely to seek revenge. Angie looked around uneasily and asked in a low voice, Boss, it seems that someone from Fenglan Group is. It's not like, it's exactly. That crazy woman originally disagreed with expelling the target because keeping him in school would make it easier for her to kill him. I finally managed to convince her by using this trick to lure him out. I'm afraid all the experts from the Fenglan Group in Los Angeles are around you right now. But you don't have to worry. I've requested 3 Earth Realm warriors to come to your aid. They're right beside you now. If that person makes a move, we'll definitely capture him on the spot. Remember, don't let Fenglan's men succeed. They'll definitely kill them. If their target is dead, it won't be our credit. Angie reminded him. Boss, the physical martial artist who was killed in that villa last night was at the 2-star earthly martial realm. Could the target person be at a higher realm than the earthly martial realm? Impossible. How many Tianwu realm warriors are there? The fingerprints, irises, and faces of every Tianwu realm warrior who enters the country are registered by the Federation. How could they possibly have taken over the Federation's Skynet surveillance system? Don't worry, Angie. Although I don't know how that person killed the earthly martial realm physical martial artist in the villa last night, I can be almost certain that this person couldn't be at the heavenly martial realm. It was either that guy himself or the guardian he fled abroad. Crack. Suddenly, a loud thunder sounded in the sky, and raindrops as big as soybeans fell from the endless thick clouds. Angie looked at the raindrops outside the car window, her expression becoming more solemn. Chapter 21 Lure the snake out of its hole 2. Wang Han carefully controlled the steering wheel of the car. On the way from school to here, he had already realized that something was wrong. The traffic is a bit heavy today. Although it was crowded in the past, it was not like today where there were only a few fixed cars around. Wang Han had a vague idea of what the people in these cars were doing. He thought of the principal's son who was mysteriously murdered last night. Wang Han's hand holding the steering wheel shook, and his car almost hit the Public Security Bureau's car next to him. A few minutes later, we arrived at the intersection of Highway 9 and Highway 4 and stopped the car. On the roof of a roadside building, Chen Xiaobai looked at the extremely conspicuous silver Audi sedan and an idea came to his mind. Xiaoju, who was pacing behind Chen Xiaobai, suddenly had a strange light flashing in his eyes and jumped lightly to Chen Xiaobai's side. Looking at the traffic below, Chen Xiaobai gently stroked Xiaoju's cat back and scratched it twice. Then, Xiaoju exerted a little force on his limbs and jumped from the roof of the building, which was more than 100 meters high. The orange cat falling in midair began to transform, and when it was completely transformed into a human form, it was only a few meters away from Wang Han's silver Audi. In the electric car, due to the limited visibility, Angie could only see what was happening in front of him and could not notice what was happening above his head. Suddenly, the hoarse voice of the security inspector rang out from Angie's headset. "Everyone get out of the car. Get out of the car. Watch your head." Bang. The security inspector had just finished speaking when all the security guards heard a loud bang next to them. Angie reacted the fastest. She pulled the handbrake and got out of the car, but when she saw the scene in front of her, she was stunned. At this time, the hood of Wang Han's silver Audi had collapsed deeply. The person who caused all this was a girl wearing a black short-sleeved shirt and denim hot pants, who seemed to be playing cosplay. The girl had a furry tail swaying gently behind her, and her ears were pointed cat ears. As for the girl herself, she blinked at the frightened Wang Han in the car and said, "Meow." The next moment, the girl raised her hand, and suddenly a bright flame appeared in her hand. The girl slammed her hand hard on the windshield of Wang Han's Audi, and there was a loud bang. During the period of spiritual energy revival, many car manufacturers reinforced their windshields, but even so, Wang Han's windshield, which could withstand the full force of a human martial artist, was shattered into pieces in an instant. Wang Han, who was in the car, lay down on the seat out of fear. He put his hands on his chest and kept shouting, "Don't kill me, don't kill me." When a flame appeared in Xiaoju's transformed hand, all the nearby security guards heard a sharp shout from the security inspector in their headsets. "Catch that girl." All the security guards have watched the surveillance video in the villa estate many times, and it is exactly the same as the moves the girl just used. No one expected that the person who broke into the villa in the middle of the night with a fire axe and committed murder was actually a girl. Angie pulled out a pistol and stepped forward, pointing the gun directly at Xiaoju, and shouted sternly, "Stop! Stop everything you are doing." At this time, Xiaoju had just smashed the windshield of Wang Han's car. She ignored Angie's threat, and with a few cold lights flashing on her hands, she tore Wang Han's seatbelt with a swish. Then she extinguished the fire on her hands, grabbed Wang Han's collar, and pulled him out of the broken windshield. "Ah!" Wang Han screamed miserably. Angie saw this and pulled the trigger of his pistol decisively. Bang! A dull sound was heard. Xiaoju looked over coldly and ignited a fire to protect his chest. The flying bullet eventually turned into a ball of molten iron in the flames. Seeing that the pistol was useless, Angie put away his gun and rushed forward. At this time, there were several security guards who surrounded him. When these people saw Angie rushing forward, they also followed and surrounded him from all sides. Outside the security guard's perimeter, many cars stopped because of a sudden incident. Some were unrelated passers-by, but there were also many bodyguards employed by the Fenglan group, who were forming a battle formation and quietly approaching the core location of the conflict. Angie was a warrior at the human martial realm. Just now, she heard the order from the security inspector in her earphone. "Hold her for 2 minutes. The Earth martial realm warriors will be here soon." So Angie rushed forward without hesitation. Xiaoju grabbed Wang Han with one hand and looked at the woman rushing towards him with a fierce look in his eyes. Meow. The sudden cat meow from Xiaoju's mouth made Angie startled. The next moment, Xiaoju jumped on the spot. The girl who was holding a living person actually jumped several meters away and arrived in front of Angie in an instant. Suddenly, Angie felt extremely dangerous. At the critical moment, she put her arms in front of her chest, and with a swish, I saw Xiaoju's claws pass across Angie's chest, sparks flew, and Angie flew backwards like a kite with a broken string. All the security guards didn't expect that Angie was no match for this girl. Suddenly, these security guards dared to surround Xiaoju and took out their guns to try to prevent him from leaving, waiting for the warriors from the Earth martial realm to come to support him. Seeing this, one of the Fenglan group bodyguards on the periphery, a white man with hair like a hedgehog, strode to the back of the car in front of him, opened the trunk, took out a heavy Barrett sniper rifle, and began to aim with the help of the car in front of him. Chen Xiaobai, who was on the rooftop, silently watched everything that happened on the street below. When he saw the sniper appear, he touched the green bracelet on his wrist. A faint light flashed from the bracelet, and then the bracelet broke away from Chen Xiaobai's wrist, flew into the air, and turned into a girl with a pair of feather wings behind her. Everyone on the street below was paying attention to the commotion caused by Xiaoju, and no one noticed another shadow flying down from the sky. Swish! Xiaoqing flew extremely fast and arrived in front of the sniper in less than a second. Xiaoqing, who was extremely shy in front of Chen Xiaobai, was like a piece of ice that had been frozen for thousands of years when facing the sniper. She reached out and grabbed the sniper and flew into the sky. Xiaoqing came and went quickly, so quickly that the sniper didn't even have time to scream. The people next to the sniper only felt a gust of wind blowing, and then saw that the sniper who was originally next to him had disappeared. Everyone was stunned for only 3 seconds, and then they saw the figure of the white sniper again, but he was thrown down from the sky. Bang! The white sniper fell from the sky and directly smashed the roof of the car he had just used to place his gun, causing it to become deformed. The car's alarm sirens rang out frantically. Looking at the blood foam and pieces of flesh constantly spitting out of the sniper's mouth, there was definitely no hope of survival. Chen Xiaobai sat on the roof, legs lifted up, and said, "Xiaoqing, pick up that man's weapons and bullets for me." Xiaoqing, who was flying in the air, said softly, "Yes." Then he flew towards the chaotic battlefield below. The incident that happened to the white sniper distracted the attention of the security guards who were surrounding Xiaoju. Suddenly, Xiaoju, who was holding Wang Han with one hand, jumped forward. The security guard who was blocking the way was knocked away by her at first sight, and then Xiaoju rushed to the edge of the building. Bang! I saw her slapping her claws into the wall of the building, and then she quickly climbed to the roof. Looking at Xiaoju's agile figure, the security guards and bodyguards of Fenglan Group below all gasped. You know, Xiaoju was holding Wang Han in his hand. Looking at the two girls who suddenly appeared, one with wings and moved like the wind, and the other with cat ears and a cat tail as a combat-capable bodyguard, a security guard immediately reported the situation here into the headset. The security inspector's voice rang out again in everyone's headsets. Hold on. 1 minute left, and backup will arrive. At this moment, Angie was lying on the ground with her arms covered in blood and gasping for breath. She looked at the alloy arm guards on her arms and the alloy bulletproof vest on her chest. If it weren't for these two things, the cat-eared girl's claw would have taken her life. Angie adjusted his breathing and used his blood-stained hand to support the headset, panting and saying, "Boss, yes, the other party is most likely a Tianwu realm." Chapter 22 Lure the Snake Out of Its Hole 3. There was silence in the headset for a moment, and then the security inspector asked, "Angie, how are you doing?" The security inspector only saw from the video in the command car that Angie and the girl exchanged one move and then fell to the ground, and he did not know the specific extent of Angie's injuries. And he needs to judge Angie's current realm based on the injuries on his body. Angie gasped for breath while trying her best to endure the pain in her body. "Boss, the other party broke through the alloy armor on my body with one move. If it weren't for this thing, I would have died." Hiss. Angie heard heavy breathing coming from the headset. After telling her about her situation, Angie felt a lot more relaxed. Because the target is so powerful, things have developed to a point where they are no longer something I can handle. Okay, I understand. I'll contact the Special Intelligence Agency immediately. After hearing what the inspector said, Angie took off the headset from her ears. She just wanted to have a good rest. Boom, boom, boom. The building was over 100 meters high, and Xiaoju climbed to the top of the building with his claws deep and shallow, holding a living person in his hands. Meow. Xiaoju threw Wang Han next to Chen Xiaobai, then squatted beside him, sticking out his tongue at Chen Xiaobai, as if asking for credit. Chen Xiaobai was fiddling with the Barrett heavy sniper rifle that Xiaoqing brought up. This thing and the TAC-50 sniper rifle were Chen Xiaobai's favorites in his previous life. He had used these two sniper rifles to shoot down an armed helicopter. Looking at the cute little orange beside him, Chen Xiaobai said calmly, "You look like a human now that you have transformed. Learn more from Xiaoqing." When Xiaoju heard this, the two eyeballs on his cute face rolled around a few times, and then he looked at Xiaoqing who was standing alone and lonely in the wind next to him. Then Xiaoju also stood up straight like Xiaoqing, but the furry tail swinging back and forth behind her always broke the "I am very cool" image she deliberately created. After playing with the Barrett heavy sniper rifle for a while, Chen Xiaobai calculated the time in his mind. The people below should have been halfway up the stairs. He turned to look at Wang Han and asked calmly, "Principal Wang, do you know why I asked you to come here today?" Wang Han, who was already frightened, was silent and didn't dare to say a word. He was a little afraid of the two strange girls around him, and even more afraid of the boy in front of him. It wasn't until Chen Xiaobai stood in front of him that he said tremblingly, I'm just doing something for someone else. I didn't mean to fire you." Chen Xiaobai smiled and said, "I know, I'm not that stupid." Wang Han, "Then what are you doing?" Chen Xiaobai, "I know that I can't stay in Fenglan High School anymore, and I never thought about staying there. I know that Principal Wang has been in the Los Angeles education circle for most of his life and must have extensive connections. So I'd like to ask Principal Wang for a favor so that I can continue to take the college entrance examination this year." In fact, for Chen Xiaobai, It really doesn't matter whether he goes to college or not. However, going to college was the wish written in the will of Chen Xiaobai's parents, whom he had never met. Although Chen Xiaobai had no affection for this couple, he had spent their inheritance after all, so it was his duty to fulfill the old people's wishes to the best of his ability. Moreover, Chen Xiaobai knew that many secret resources in the Federation were only open to martial arts students in colleges and universities. Chen Xiaobai doesn't need to go through the secret realm to improve his cultivation, but there are all kinds of strange creatures in the various secret realms, which is of great benefit to him in summoning Banshees. Wang Han heaved a sigh of relief when he heard what Chen Xiao meant in plain words. At least it seemed that his life could be saved. Wang Han immediately nodded to Chen Xiaobai and said, "Don't worry, leave this matter to me. It's just that the school may not be very good." Chen Xiaobai waved his hand and said, "That doesn't matter. Principal Wang just needs to help me get the qualifications." As he spoke, Chen Xiaobai handed Wang Han a piece of paper with his cell phone number on it. Wang Han nodded his head like pounding garlic. No problem, leave it to me." Chen Xiaobai handed the barrett and bullets in his hand to Xiaoju. Xiaoju flipped his wrist, and the barrett and the box of bullets suddenly disappeared out of thin air. Chen Xiaobai took 2 steps and turned to look at Wang Han and asked, "By the way, Principal Wang, now that you know who I am, you shouldn't." No, I don't know who you are. Even if the principal asks, I won't tell him I saw you." Chen Xiaobai nodded. "That's good, Principal Wang. Then we'll see you later?" Wang Han. Goodbye, take care of yourself. Don't worry, I'll help you get this done within a week." As he spoke, Chen Xiaobai moved his mind, and Xiaoju and Xiaoqing flew out of the building from 2 directions. One and the other jumped out of the building again and again. Whether it was the security guards who were taking the elevator or walking up the stairs to the roof, or the bodyguards of the Fenglan group, after everyone received the notice that the 2 strange girls had left the roof, they all ran down again. This gave Chen Xiaobai a chance to take the elevator and leave calmly. This time, Xiaoqing and Xiaoju's escape speed was obviously much slower after they landed. 3 security army masters in the Earth martial realm had arrived. These 3 people, with the security guards and Fenglan group bodyguards behind them, chased them in 2 groups. After running out of several intersections, the 2 groups naturally lost the people. In fact, it's not that they didn't catch anything, it's just that they didn't notice it. For example, the people in the first group did not notice the orange cat running past their feet, but the people in the second group noticed the bluebird flying over their heads because it was their boss's pet. Some people also guessed that this bird might be Xiaoqing based on the fact that it had 2 wings on its back. However, their superior looked at them as if they were idiots all the way back. Chen Xiaobai didn't care how the Public Security Bureau and Fenglan Group would end the situation. He had important things to deal with now. Chen Xiaobai went to the nearest internet cafe and used the last few dollars he had to open a computer. Half an hour later, Chen Xiaobai successfully logged into a very secret website in this world. Register an account and fill in your nickname. At this time, a look of reminiscence appeared on Chen Xiaobai's face, and then he typed 2 words in the nickname column, Blood Shadow. At the same time, Chen Xiaobai silently said 4 words in his heart, "I'm back." Just after registering an account, Chen Xiaobai switched the web page because someone was sitting next to him. After the man sat down, he stared straight at Chen Xiaobai and said, "Let me introduce myself. I'm a 2nd-level inspector of the Los Angeles Public Security Bureau. My name is Xiao Rui." Chapter 23 Black Rose. Chen Xiaobai said nonchalantly, "Commander Xiao arrived a little later than I expected." The man smiled and said, "The mess your 2 accomplices made is too big. Someone has to come out and clean up your mess." Chen Xiaobai, "Then I would like to thank Commander Xiao." Xiao Rui, "What website were you browsing just now?" Chen Xiaobai, "Black Rose, have you heard of it?" Xiao Rui, "Yes, it's the famous underground dark web. People in our line of work definitely come into contact with it frequently. It's good to be familiar." As Chen Xiaobai said this, he brought up the dark web called Black Rose in front of Xiao Rui, and the mouse pointer stopped at his website nickname. "Captain Xiao, remember this name. He will often appear in your dreams in the future." Xiao Rui's face was very calm. "Why must it be like this? I've studied your information in detail. Before you were almost hit by a car that day, you were a very kind and legal citizen." Chen Xiaobai raised his index finger to interrupt Xiao Rui. "Captain Xiao, what you said is inappropriate. Even after I was almost hit by a car that day, I am still a very kind and legal citizen." Xiao Rui's eyes fell on the screen in front of Chen Xiaobai. "Just because you're browsing the dark web right now, I can detain you. So what? It's only 7 days at most, and..." As he spoke, Chen Xiaobai turned to look at Xiao Rui and continued word by word. "And those who are going to die will still die. As he spoke, Chen Xiaobai opened a category called Bounty Blacklist on the Black Rose website with his mouse, selected the area, and after a few scrolls of the mouse wheel, Chen Xiaobai found what he was looking for. The pointer stopped at a photo of a woman, and Chen Xiaobai muttered to himself, "Tsk, no wonder no one took this job. Wanting to buy the head of one of the top local chaebols in Los Angeles for 500,000? Those who want to earn this kind of money don't have the ability, and those who can earn this kind of money don't care about the amount. Tsk. Xiao Rui's expression suddenly changed, and he said in a deep voice, "What are you going to do?" Chen Xiaobai smiled and said, "I'm short of money." Snap. There was a slight clicking sound of the mouse, and Chen Xiaobai clicked the accept button behind the woman's photo. Xiao Rui's voice was filled with anger. "You actually accepted an assassination mission on the dark web right in front of me. A public security inspector?" Chen Xiaobai shrugged and waved his hands. "You can arrest me now, and according to federal law, you can extend the time you detain me to 1 month. Xiao Rui's eyes were clearly about to spit fire, but in the end he smiled. "I'm arresting you now to protect you. The people from the Maple Blue Group are searching everywhere for your 2 companions. Although you asked them to come forward today to clear your suspicion, those chaebol people won't let you go so easily. They would rather kill someone by mistake than let them go. Is this what a public security officer should say to a good citizen? Since you knew those people were looking for me, you should have protected me, right, Officer Xiao?" Xiao Rui took a deep breath. "Because they can't kill you, but you can kill them. We protect the weak. In this incident where it seems like the Fenglong Group is bullying the weak, you are actually the hunter with a gun. Vice President Yang of the Fenglong Group is just the prey." Chen Xiaobai didn't say anything, but just moved the mouse, and the mouse pointer on the monitor floated back and forth over the words, "Order accepted." Xiao Rui said solemnly, "If you dare to make a move, I will definitely catch you with my own hands." Chen Xiaobai, "That's great. I wish you good luck, Commander Xiao." Xiao Rui stared at Chen Xiaobai as he stood up and walked away. Coincidentally, someone on the Black Rose website contacted Chen Xiaobai at this time. The target of the bounty assassination mission that Chen Xiaobai had just intercepted was Yang, the vice president of Fenglong Group, the young woman in noble attire. The other party was anonymous, and the message he sent was very concise, just 2 words, "Newcomer?" "Blood Shadow, I guess so." "Anonymous, are you sure?" "Blood Shadow, once the funds arrive at the platform, the order will be settled within 1 day." Anonymous, refreshing. In less than a minute, Chen Xiaobai received a notification from the Black Rose official website. "Dear Blood Shadow, the bounty for the task you accepted has been deposited into the platform account. After you complete the task, the platform will automatically deposit the bounty after deducting the handling fee, 5%, into your Black Rose account." Looking at the notification sent from the platform, Chen Xiaobai adjusted his breathing. No matter in which time and space, there will always be people engaged in some dark livelihoods. There was a dark web in the world of my previous life, and the same is true in this world. Black Rose is the world's largest dark web organization. Chen Xiaobai had known about this website for a long time, but he had never used it. There was no need. After all, Chen Xiaobai had always wanted to be a good person. Black Rose accounts are divided into levels. From low to high, they are black iron, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, and king. Each level is divided into 5 stages from low to high. Chen Xiaobai's current level is naturally black iron stage 5. This is also the reason why the person who issued the task could tell at a glance that Chen Xiaobai was a newcomer. Black Rose's account is connected to the bearer account of the Ruishi Federation. The Ruishi Federation is the federation in the world that pays the most attention to the safety of customer property. Black Rose uses this method to ensure the financial security of Black Rose customers in each region. Black Rose is not only an intermediary platform for issuing and accepting tasks, but also a base for communication among practitioners in special industries around the world. Chen Xiaobai saw that on Black Rose, there were killers, arms dealers, and human traffickers from various federations around the world posting all kinds of posts, including the White Bear Federation, Maple Leaf Federation, Peninsula Federation, Oil Federation, Red Dragon Federation, and even the Star Federation where Chen Xiaobai was located. As long as there were people, there were no shortage of practitioners in these special industries. Chen Xiaobai browsed for a while, and a cute little head appeared at his feet. Xiaoju was back. At the same time, Chen Xiaobai also felt that Xiaoqing was landing on a big tree outside the internet cafe. As soon as he stretched out his hand, Xiaoju obediently jumped onto Chen Xiaobai's legs. Chen Xiaobai stroked Xiaoju while asking, "What should I do if I have no money to eat?" "Meow. Well, you're right. We should go make money right now, but making money takes time. What should we do before that?" Meow. Damn, that's easy for you to say, but who can I borrow it from? Meow. No. Uncle Du and his family have helped me so much, I can't bother them anymore, and I'm just about to quit my job there. Meow. Well, your idea is worth a try, but I think I just cut off someone's source of income. Is this feasible? Meow. Okay, let's try it. As he spoke, Chen Xiaobai took out his cell phone and dialed a number. Chapter 24 Sniper. The phone rang for a long time before it was answered. Chen Xiaobai, I'm not at school these past 2 days. I heard you were expelled. I'll discuss this with the school leaders and try my best to allow you to take the college entrance examination. Meng Huichio's voice on the phone sounded extremely tired, and Chen Xiaobai waited quietly for her to finish. You'd better find a place to hide recently. I'm afraid those people will look for you, but you don't have to worry too much. They seem to have discovered that you are not the murderer. I'm so sorry, Xiaobai. I never thought that asking you about this would cause you so much trouble. By the way, you called me. What's the matter? After listening to Meng Huichio for a while, Chen Xiaobai said quietly, Nothing. I just saw that the teacher didn't go to the classroom today, and I was expelled again, so I called to tell you. Meng Huichio sighed and said, Rest at home for 2 days. I'll try my best. There's probably no hope of getting you to go back to school. The best outcome would be for you to take the college entrance exam with the school. Chen Xiaobai. It's okay. Thank you for your help, teacher. If there's nothing else, let's leave it at that for now, okay? Okay, goodbye, teacher. Beep. The phone was busy, and the little orange cat in Chen Xiaobai's hand licked his fingers. Meow. Chen Xiaobai rubbed the little orange cat on his lap and said, She's already upset, so let's not make things worse. Let's just go to Uncle Du's place for a meal tonight. If that doesn't work out, we have frozen dumplings at home. Meow. Even though he had the federal living allowance and the living expenses sent by Su Wentian, Chen Xiaobai was not used to taking benefits from others for free. Afterwards, Chen Xiaobai got off the plane, carried the little orange cat out of the internet cafe, and walked towards home, while Xiaoqing flew in the sky. Halfway through the journey, Chen Xiaobai received a warning from Xiaoqing that people were surrounding him. The bluebird chirped and flew above Chen Xiaobai's head. Xiaoqing had not awakened her demon soul consciousness at this time. But even so, Chen Xiaobai could still communicate with Xiaoqing and Xiaoju's original body in a simple way because of his own talent. Chen Xiaobai smiled. He was worried about how to determine where his target person would spend the night. Next, Chen Xiaobai deliberately turned into a remote alley and waited for the people who surrounded him to come. Those people followed very closely and didn't keep Chen Xiaobai waiting for long. Less than a minute after Chen Xiaobai entered the alley, 4 people followed him into the alley. When the 4 of them turned into the alley and looked forward, they were all stunned because the young man they had just followed was now staring at them. The 4 of them reacted immediately. Each of them drew their daggers and rushed towards Chen Xiaobai without saying a word. Bang, 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 bang. After a fierce battle, Chen Xiaobai calmly left the alley, leaving behind 8 disabled people lying on the ground unable to move. Just when the fight was halfway through, 4 more people rushed out from the other side of the alley. Even so, they still couldn't leave any wounds on Chen Xiaobai. Even Chen Xiaobai's special abilities were not brought out. Although he left the alley in a very pretentious manner on the surface, Chen Xiaobai secretly kept Xiaoqing behind. For a job like tracking, Chen Xiaobai only needs to use his innate abilities to instruct Xiaoqing, and there is no need to awaken the demon soul consciousness in Xiaoqing's body. Shortly after Chen Xiaobai left, these people made a phone call to report the failure of the operation, then struggled to stand up from the ground, supporting each other and leaving. None of the 8 people noticed that not far behind them, a blue bird was flying slowly in the sky following them. At 6:30, Chen Xiaobai appeared next to a restaurant near his home, which was opened by Du Guozhong. Chen Xiaobai just took a look and didn't go in, because he felt that someone was following him. Chen Xiaobai knew that it would not be difficult for those people to find out that he was helping Du Guozhong. Du Guozhong's family had already been implicated by him, but those people had not yet taken action against Du Guozhong's family. This is also one of the reasons why Chen Xiaobai wanted to kill the young woman. As for the main reason, it must be because the young woman has become his enemy and must be eliminated. After just taking a look at the restaurant over there, Chen Xiaobai went home to cook some frozen dumplings for himself. It took a total of half an hour before Chen Xiaobai came out of the house again. On the way, he sent a text message to Du Guozhong, saying that he would not go to help anymore. Du Guozhong called immediately. Chen Xiaobai answered the phone and hung up after a few brief words. For Chen Xiaobai, dealing with human relationships is much more difficult than killing people. After hanging out outside for more than 2 hours, Chen Xiaobai shook off all his followers. At the same time, he also walked across half of Los Angeles and came to the coastal side of Los Angeles. Los Angeles is a coastal city with many luxury houses along the coast. People who live here are either rich or noble. When Chen Xiaobai entered the first intersection of the Los Angeles Coast District, he was guarding a commercial vehicle next to the Coast Villa District. The modified commercial vehicle was filled with various high-tech communication equipment. 2 security guards, one wearing a headset, was responsible for answering reports from all aspects of the situation, while the other was monitoring the surveillance of several major intersections on the coast on the display in front of him. Behind the two of them, Xiaobai was lying on a chair with his eyes closed. "Boss, the target has appeared." Suddenly, the security guard in charge of monitoring said urgently, and Xiaobai, beside him, immediately opened his eyes and came over. "Where is it?" "We just came from the city center. It's about a 30-minute walk from here." "On foot?" "Yes, the goal is to advance on foot." Xiaobai frowned and muttered to himself, "What's this kid up to? Does he think he can escape our surveillance just by walking over here?" At this moment, Xiaobai certainly couldn't imagine that Chen Xiaobai came here on foot simply because he had no money. After walking for a while, Chen Xiaobai entered the building closest to the coastal villa area with dignity. Looking at the surveillance footage of Chen Xiaobai entering the building, Xiaobai immediately said, "Locate." Another security officer immediately found the location of the building that Chen Xiaobai entered. "Boss, the building the target entered is 2.2 kilometers away from the coastal villa district." 2.2 kilometers? What was he doing there? 2.2 kilometers. A sniper rifle. Xiaobai immediately thought of the girl with wings on her back, flying into the sky with a Barrett rifle during the day. He wants to kill Yang Wei with a sniper rifle. Immediately notify the special forces to surround the building. At the same time, call Yang Wei and tell her not to get near the window. At Xiaorui's command, the 2 security guards in the business car immediately made phone calls. Just as one of them dialed the number, Xiaorui grabbed him and said, "Forget it, we can't notify Yang Wei. Otherwise, it will only backfire." On the other side, Chen Xiaobai appeared on the rooftop of the building. At a glance, he could see the entire Los Angeles coastline, and of course, the villa area along the coastline. Chapter 25 Sniper 2. Coastal Villa Area, Yang Family Villa Manor. Yang Wei didn't know how she got through that day. She really couldn't accept the fact that her son had passed away. His position within the group was clearly on the rise, and his son was practically guaranteed admission to university this year. But why? When she thought of this, Yang Wei's eyes were filled with hatred and anger. What happened this afternoon at the intersection of Highway 9 and Highway 4 indirectly indicated that the murderer of her son was most likely not the teenager from the school under her group. However, when she thought of the teenager's gesture towards her today, Yang Wei was still furious. "Ron!" Yang Wei shouted, and a man in a well-tailored suit stepped forward, bowed, and said, "Madam?" "Yang Wei, have the people who went to deal with that little bastard come back today?" "You just asked. They came back, but the mission failed." "Waste." Yang Wei stood up and shouted angrily, "If you fail, send someone else. Even if Chowder wasn't killed by that brat, I'll take his life too." The man whispered, "Madam, you have just given the order. The second group of people were sent out half an hour ago. Xiao Na is also there. She is a supernatural warrior in the earth martial realm. This time, it will definitely succeed." After hearing this reply, Yang Wei felt a little better. She closed her eyes to calm herself down and said, "You go too. You must kill that guy. It would be best if you come to see me with his head." The man hesitated. "Madam, should I go to your side? The sheriff's department is nearby, and that guy doesn't dare to get close to us." The man named Ron looked around the villa and said, "Okay, madam, please be careful not to get close to the windows or French windows. I'll be back in an hour." Yang Wei nodded and said, "Go ahead, be a little cruel." "Clear." Ron turned and left. He went downstairs to get a slender Western Knight sword and led a group of people out of the villa and walked towards the parking lot of the manor. Arriving at the manor, Ron looked back at the villa upstairs and suddenly fluttered. There was a sound of flapping wings, and a bluebird landed outside the window on the second floor of the villa. The bodyguards headed by Ron, who have been guarding Yang Wei all year round, all know that it was a spirit bird that Yang Wei asked the warriors under the Feng Lan group to capture for her from the secret realm. When Ron suddenly saw this spiritual bird, his heart suddenly jumped. Sure enough, the next moment Yang Wei herself appeared at the window on the second floor of the villa. "Madam, go back." Boom. A low voice seemed to come from a very far away, but the sound of the voice breaking through the air made Ron feel it was clearly audible. Whoosh. Crash. Puff. The French window on the second floor of the villa in front of Ron suddenly shattered into pieces, and the head on Yang Wei's shoulder, who was standing next to the French window, suddenly exploded. A large amount of blood mist splashed out, splashing all over the expensive long dress that Yang Wei was wearing. Yang Wei's body stood there for more than 10 seconds before slowly falling down. Lady. Inside the villa, all the bodyguards were in a panic, and Ron, who was in the lead, was furious. However, he did not rush up to see Yang Wei. Her head had already exploded, and the person must have been dead. Ron turned his head to look in the direction where the muffled sound just came from, stomped his feet hard on the floor, and instantly jumped high and far away, heading straight in the direction where the sound came from. In a commercial vehicle in the coastal villa area, the security guard who was wearing headphones and responsible for receiving reports suddenly shuddered. He took off the headphones in disbelief and said to Xiao Rui beside him, "Boss, Yang Wei is dead. Sniper rifle, one shot to the head." "Aye." Bang. Xiao Rui slapped himself hard on the head. He wanted to curse, but stopped abruptly. The entire car was silent for a few seconds, and then Xiao Rui's roaring voice boomed out. "Everyone, surround that building. Now, Flying Eagle, Quick Knife, Flash Arrow. The three of you go straight to the rooftop and arrest him. Regardless of whether there is evidence or not, detain him first." Receive. Bang. Suddenly, Xiao Rui saw a figure bursting with brilliant light leaping towards the building where Chen Xiaobai was hiding. His eyes were filled with shock. Is it a warrior in the heavenly martial realm? It's Ron, the Tianwu realm Duki warrior assigned to Yang Wei by Fenglan Group. The next moment, Xiao Ruelian said into the headset, "You three speed up. You must get ahead of Ron." On the rooftop of a building 2 kilometers away from the coastal villa area, Chen Xiaobai, who was lying on the ground, curled up the corner of his mouth with a sneer. He stood up, patted the dust on his body, took out the earmuffs in his ears, took back the Barrett sniper rifle that he had seized during the day, and handed it to Xiaoju, who had transformed on the side. After Xiaoju received the Barrett, he shook his hand slightly, and the Barrett heavy sniper, which was nearly 1.5 meters long, disappeared out of thin air. Afterwards, Xiaoju turned into an orange cat again and ran to the side to hide, but the demon's soul consciousness did not fall asleep, and she could transform again at any time. Chen Xiaobai stood at the edge of the building and watched the security forces pouring in downstairs, the 3 figures rushing towards him from a distance, and the figure leaping towards him with a striking light. He just sat down on the ground in the middle of the roof of the building, as if nothing had happened. In less than a minute, Ron arrived first. Looking at Chen Xiaobai, Ron raised the sword in his hand and stabbed him without saying a word. Suddenly, a dazzling fighting spirit flashed on the night, sword in Ron's hand. This sharp fighting spirit seemed to be able to pierce through all matter in the world. The moment Ron took action, Chen Xiaobai could feel that this man was as powerful as himself. In other words, it is no less than myself who can reach the heavenly martial realm when using the cat demon's fierce claw skill. Swish. Bang. There was a burst of flying gravel, and the knight's sword in Ron's hand opened a large hole in the ground on the top of the building. But Chen Xiaobai, who was still in the same place just now, disappeared in an instant. Ron turned his head and saw that Chen Xiaobai had come behind him without him noticing. After using the flying skill he learned from the wind spirit bird to dodge Ron's sword, Chen Xiaobai produced 5 sharp steel blades in his hand and grabbed Ron without mercy. Brush. Swish. When the steel blade in Chen Xiaobai's hand collided with the knight sword in Ron's hand, neither of them gave in, and neither of them was at a disadvantage. Just then, a little orange cat quietly came up behind Ron. At the same time, 3 other figures rushed to the top floor of the building. When these 3 figures appeared, Chen Xiaobai suddenly heard the long-lost system prompt sound in his mind. Ding! A carrier for the weapon spirit, Nirvana Explosive Bow, has been detected around the host. The carrier's qualification is B. Please pay attention, host. Chapter 26 Rules of the Game. Weapon Spirit, Nirvana Explosive Spirit Bow, one of the 9 magic bows held by Hui, the god of bows and arrows during the War of Gods. It does not require an arrow, but can use the user's spiritual power as an arrow. Its high explosive lethality makes the gods of the same era tremble in fear. Skills: Spirit Explosion, Star Pointing, Sun Shooting, Star Falling, Sky Burning. Note: the weapon spirit is different from the demon spirit. The host can master all the skills of the weapon spirit, but some of the weapon spirit skills need to be used in conjunction with the birth carrier. Realm: 4-star Holy Martial Realm. Current birth carrier qualification: B. Expected birth success rate, 65%. Predicted strength after successful birth, 6-star Spiritual Martial Realm. Skill Introduction. Spirit Explosion, a long-range single-target critical hit enhancement skill, can enhance all long-range attack weapons and martial arts. The specific enhancement range depends on the spiritual power strength of the releaser. The minimum enhancement range is 100%, and the maximum enhancement range is 10,000%. Starpoint is an ultra-long-range single-target attack skill with extremely strong penetration. It can be used on any long-range attack weapon or martial art to enhance its range and penetrating damage. It has an additional attack distance bonus when driven by wind-type spiritual energy and can be used in conjunction with the Spirit Explosion skill. Shooting the Sun is a super long-range single-target attack skill with extremely strong explosiveness. It can be used on any long-range attack weapon or martial art to enhance its power and explosive damage. When activated by Fire Aura, it has an additional attack damage bonus and can be used in conjunction with the Spirit Explosion skill. Starfall, an ultra-long-range group attack skill, can cause large-scale group damage. It has different attack effect bonuses when activated by different spiritual energy. It can only be used with the Birth Carrier and can be used with the Spirit Explosion skill. Burning Sky, an ultra-long-range killing skill, can cause large-scale regional damage. When the user activates it with Fire Spiritual Energy, it has additional damage bonus. It can only be used with the Birth Carrier and can be used with the Spirit Explosion skill. All the introductions about the Nirvana Explosive Spirit Bow appeared in Chen Xiaobai's mind in an instant. At this moment, even Chen Xiaobai, who was used to many storms, couldn't help but be shocked. Is this a magical weapon? A 4-star Holy Martial Realm weapon spirit with 5 skills. Damage increase, attack range increase, single attack, group attack, and area attack are all available. And I can control them all. Among them, the 3 skills of Spirit Explosion, Star Pointing, and Sun Shooting can also enhance other weapons. Although the strength of this weapon spirit has been greatly reduced after its birth, it is still at the level of a 6-star spiritual martial artist. Suddenly Chen Xiaobai was shocked. The strength of Blue Star Warriors is divided into 9 realms: Body Refining, Qi Condensation, Human Martial Arts, Earth Martial Arts, Heavenly Martial Arts, True Martial Arts, Black Martial Arts, Spiritual Martial Arts, and Holy Martial Arts. According to legend, there are also the legendary Immortal Martial Arts and Divine Martial Arts realms. However, so far, the strongest warrior who has truly appeared in front of the world is only in the Holy Martial Realm. Although many federations around the world claim that they have warriors at the Holy Martial Realm, this is actually a lie known to everyone. There are less than 5 true warriors at the Holy Martial Realm in the entire world. The strongest realm below Xingwu is Lingwu Realm. The number of people in the Spiritual Martial Realm is slightly more than that in the Holy Martial Realm, but it is only a little more. The total number of Spiritual Martial Realm warriors in the world is no more than 100. And now Chen Xiaobai has the opportunity to directly obtain a spiritual weapon spirit in the Spiritual Martial Realm. The B-level birth carrier is called Nirvana Explosive Bow, so this birth carrier must be something like a bow. Chen Xiaobai immediately noticed the 3 figures rushing towards him. The last one of them was holding a peculiarly shaped ancient oriental hard bow in his hand. Originally, Ron was about to continue swinging his sword to attack Chen Xiaobai, but after seeing these 3 people, he had to stop. Even though he was a Tianwu Realm warrior, he still had to do some face-saving work for these federal agency personnel. You are lucky, so I will let you live for 2 more days. Faced with Ron's verbal threats, Chen Xiaobai didn't care at all. He was only concerned about the B-level birth carrier. The 3 men came closer, and the one leading them was tall and thin, with a pair of skinny and dark palms that looked like eagle claws at first glance. The man stepped forward, looked at Chen Xiaobai, and asked coldly, "Were you the one who shot and killed someone just now?" Chen Xiaobai, "No." Ron, who was standing next to him, sneered, "Humph, you dare to do something but not take responsibility for it. What kind of man are you?" Chen Xiaobai retorted, "Go back and ask your mother if I'm a man. She's experienced it all herself." "You." Ron didn't expect that such a big brat could curse so unbearably. He raised his knight's sword and wanted to teach Chen Xiaobai a lesson. At this time, another one of the 3 people opposite them stepped forward. This person held 2 sharp daggers in his hands, and his eyes emitted a cold light. Ron, Fenglong Group is not the #1 financial group in Los Angeles. Hearing this, Ron put away his knight's sword in anger, pointed at Chen Xiaobai, and said to the 3 people opposite, "It was him who fired the gun. I can testify. Since there is no one else here, let your people go to the scene to check the trajectory. It was definitely shot from here." Chen Xiaobai sneered and said nothing. The tall, thin man in the lead looked at Chen Xiaobai and said, "My name is Fei Ying. My 2 brothers and I are just external warriors hired by the Public Security Bureau. We are only responsible for calming the people here. As for whether you are a suspect or not, we have no say." Wait for the detectives from the Public Security Bureau to come over and make the decision. After this man finished speaking, the man behind him, holding a hard bow, circled the entire rooftop, came back, shook his head, and said, "Boss, we didn't find any weapons." Fei Ying glanced at Chen Xiaobai, and then he and his two brothers stood in a triangle, surrounding Chen Xiaobai in the center. Ron next to him was not in a hurry to leave, so he just stood there waiting. A few minutes later, a crackling sound of footsteps came from the building's stairwell, and Xiao Rui led a group of security guards to the rooftop. Upon seeing Chen Xiaobai, Xiao Rui strode forward with red eyes and sternly said, "I told you if you dare to make a move, I will definitely arrest you." Chen Xiaobai curled his lips and said, "Congratulations, Commander Xiao, you did it, but..." Chen Xiaobai sneered, "You can't seem to find any evidence, right? It seems you can't convict me just by looking at me." When Xiao Rui heard this, he immediately turned to look at Fei Ying. Fei Ying slowly shook his head. "I didn't find it." Xiao Rui asked in surprise. "How could they not find it? That was a sniper rifle. How could it just disappear out of thin air?" Chen Xiaobai smiled. "Commander Xiao, it seems you are unlucky." Xiao Rui ignored Chen Xiaobai and turned to the security guard behind him and shouted, "Open up every inch of this rooftop and downstairs, and every room in this building must not be spared." After giving all these instructions, Xiao Rui turned around, stared at Chen Xiaobai, and said, "Don't be complacent. Even if we can't find any physical evidence, it would be easy for me to send him to jail." Xiao Rui stepped forward and whispered in Chen Xiaobai's ear, so that only the two of them could hear. "Boy, do you think you can fight me just because you understand the rules of the game? Let me tell you, you low-class people can only understand the rules, but we, can change them." Xiao Rui's voice became more and more ferocious. "If I want you to die, you must die." Facing Xiao Rui, who was about to lose control of his emotions, Chen Xiaobai simply said, "Captain Xiao, if you don't follow the rules, the game won't be fun." "Ha ha ha." Xiao Rui raised his head and laughed. "Boy, are you worthy of mentioning the words playing games? Your games can only play against virtual characters on computers or phones, but our games can play with the lives of lowly people like you. Kid, do you know how fun this is? Why do you think I became a security inspector? Maintaining law and order? Protecting justice? Ha ha ha, stop it. Because I love seeing the fate of you lowly people being controlled by me. Now I'll show you how your fate is controlled by me." Xiao Rui turned and glanced at the three Fei Ying brothers. Fei Ying nodded to the man holding the bow. The man immediately stepped forward and said, "I just saw this kid holding a sniper rifle and shooting in the southwest direction. I can be a witness and I guarantee that everything I said is true." Xiao Rui then turned his head and glanced at the security guard behind him. The security guard hesitated for a moment and said in a low voice, "Boss, the Public Security Bureau doesn't have a sniper rifle." Without a word, Xiao Rui turned to look at Ron, who immediately understood and said, holding up the knight's sword in his hand, "I just saw this kid throw the sniper rifle used in the crime downstairs. I know where it is. I'll go look for it right now. I'm sure I'll find it." He-ah. After saying that, Ron looked at Chen Xiaobai and chuckled. Xiao Rui looked at Chen Xiaobai, shrugged, and asked, "Boy, are you surprised?" Chapter 27, Birth. Explosive Spirit Bow of Annihilation. Xiao Rui was destined to be disappointed. He didn't see the expression he wanted to see on Chen Xiaobai's face. It seemed as if Xiao Rui had just threatened someone else. Xiao Rui suppressed his anger and said, "All right, just pretend for me. I'll see what you can achieve." Ah. Swish. Suddenly, a strong wind blew in his face. Xiao Rui, who had just said half of his words, suddenly screamed, and several people beside him turned sideways. When everyone felt the strong wind disappear, Xiao Rui, who had just been standing beside them, was gone. "Help! Save me! Save me!" As shouts were heard from the sky, everyone looked up and saw Xiao Rui being caught by a girl with wings on her back and flying into the sky. "You dare to attack office personnel?" The three flying eagles on the side shouted angrily, and the other security officers hurriedly reached for their pistols. At this time, Chen Xiaobai just pointed at the sky and said, "Do you want him to die?" The security guards suddenly didn't dare to move, including the three eagle brothers. Everyone was frozen in place, and Ron beside them looked like he was enjoying the show. Next, Chen Xiaobai's figure suddenly shook and disappeared from the spot. At this moment, Ron's pupils suddenly shrank. Just now, Chen Xiaobai also used such a strange body movement to avoid his sword. When Chen Xiaobai's figure appeared again, the one among the three flying eagle brothers holding the hard bow only felt a hint of coldness blowing in his ears. "You just said you saw me kill someone?" Chen Xiaobai's cold voice rang in this person's ears. "Third brother." Dodge the arrow. Get out of the way. He's behind you. The nearby flying eagles and security guards shouted in unison, and another of the three brothers rushed towards Chen Xiaobai, waving the two swords in his hands. The warrior holding the bow ran forward without looking back, but, swish! Suddenly, a heat wave suddenly hit the air, and a cat-eared girl suddenly rushed out from somewhere. She showed the 5 sharp claws on her hands and grabbed the heart of the warrior, holding the hard bow with a blazing claw. The warrior holding the hard bow was named Shanjian, a 6-star earth martial artist. Facing the sudden attack of Xiaoju, a 3-star sky martial artist, the huge gap in realm made him completely unable to resist. Third brother. The remaining 2 of the 3 brothers, Feiying and Kuaidao, roared at the same time, and immediately rushed towards Xiaoju with red eyes. Meow. The little orange bird here let out a melodious cry, slowly stretched out its tongue to lick the blood on its hand, looked at the 2 people rushing towards it, blinked its bright eyes, opened its mouth slightly, and said, "Ga." Suddenly, a sharp and piercing cry suddenly came from Xiaoju's mouth. At this moment, everyone present except Chen Xiaobai and Ron felt dizzy. Another skill of the fiery claw 9-life cat demon, demonic shout. Because Ron was at the heavenly martial realm, the impact was limited. The ordinary security guards were fine, as they were not within the core range of the demonic attack. However, the 2 earthly martial realms, Flying Eagle and Quick Knife, were in dire straits. The eyes of the 2 men who were furious and wanted to avenge their brother in the previous second suddenly became blurred, clang. Even the sharp knife threw the weapon in his hand to the ground. Next, Xiaoju twisted her waist slightly, took a standard model step, blinked her big watery eyes, and came to Kuaidao first. She raised her slender hands, which were weak and boneless, but gave people the feeling of a beast's claws. Claws instantly grew on her fingers and puffed. Xiaoju simply stabbed his 5 sharp claws into Kuaidao's throat. Then it was Flying Eagle, who suffered exactly the same treatment. While Xiaoju was dealing with the 3 brothers, Chen Xiaobai picked up the hard bow that had fallen on the ground in the mountains. With a thought, he said, "The explosive spirit bow of destruction." A golden light fell from the sky and shone on the hard bow in front of Chen Xiaobai. As the golden light shone, the hard bow slowly changed slightly. The bowstring, which was originally a little loose, shattered in an instant, and in the blink of an eye, a new bowstring appeared. The bow arm, which had been engraved with the vicissitudes of time, also looked brand new, with an overall jade-white color. There were even faint traces of gold and silver lines on the bow arm, and sharp light golden blade corners appeared at both ends of the bow arm. Chen Xiaobai saw that the quality of this hard bow had actually evolved when the demon spirit was born. He immediately asked the system spirit, "Aling, can the birth carrier evolve on its own?" It is indeed possible for a birth vehicle above grade B to evolve on its own. After all, a birth vehicle that can reach grade B in the system rating is itself a birth vehicle that has nurtured countless essences of heaven and earth. The security guards over there were still controlled by Xiaoju's evil shouting and hadn't come back to their senses, but Ron, who had already woken up, saw at a glance that Chen Xiaobai had obtained some kind of opportunity. As an opponent, how could he just stand there and watch? But just when Ron was about to take action, meow. The cat-eared girl over there raised her hand with 5 sharp claws and looked at him, letting out a soft cry. Faced with this strange girl, Ron didn't dare to act rashly. He cautiously asked, "What are you?" Xiaoju moved his 2 pointed cat ears. Meow. Ron saw from the corner of his eye that the golden light in front of Chen Xiaobai was about to disappear. He gritted his teeth, kicked the ground hard, jumped into the air, and leaped towards Chen Xiaobai with his knight's sword in hand. Ding! The weapon spirit, Silence Explosive Spirit Bow, was born successfully. Hearing the prompt sound in his mind, Chen Xiaobai grabbed the white jade longbow inlaid with light gold cloud patterns in his hand and pulled the bowstring at Ron, who was jumping towards him. Chen Xiaobai used the cat demon's claws with both hands to continuously inject fire spiritual energy into the bowstring in his hands. In an instant, a fiery red arrow took shape on this white jade longbow. Silent Explosive Spirit Bow, shooting the sun. Chen Xiaobai's fingers that were plucking the bowstring loosened slightly, and swish. The fiery red arrow shot towards Ron, who had jumped in front of him. Seeing the fiery red arrow coming towards him, Ron felt a huge fear in his heart, because he had a vague feeling that this fiery red arrow would cause harm to him. At the critical moment, Ron gave up attacking Chen Xiaobai and instead twisted his waist forcefully in the air. Boom! There was a fierce explosion, and a strong heat wave blew across the entire rooftop. At the same time, there was a rain of blood. Pump! Ron fell to the ground from his jump, half of his body covered in blood. Looking at the seriously injured Ron, Chen Xiaobai couldn't help but curl his lips. It was clearly a spirit weapon at the Lingwu realm, but in his hands he couldn't even kill a Tianwu in an instant. Ultimately, it's because my own strength is too weak. Chen Xiaobai thought about it and realized that the cat demon claws he used to pull the bowstring was only at the 3-star Tianwu realm, while Ron was at the 4-star Tianwu realm. He was 1 star lower than him, but with the help of this Lingwu realm spirit weapon, he seriously injured him with one move. This was enough to show the power of this Lingwu realm spirit weapon. If the spirit explosion skill is added, Ron can be killed instantly. When he shot the arrow just now, Chen Xiaobai had thought about using the spirit explosion, but firstly, he wanted to see the power of the bow and arrow without the spirit explosion, and secondly, Chen Xiaobai wanted to try something more fun. Ron half knelt on the ground, staring at the large area of wounds on his body in horror. He muttered to himself in disbelief, "No, it's impossible. I have body-protecting fighting spirit. Body-protecting fighting spirit. Where is my body-protecting fighting spirit?" Snap! Suddenly, there was a clear sound of a gun being pulled. Ron suddenly became alert. When he looked up, he saw Chen Xiaobai holding a Barrett heavy sniper rifle and staring at him with a sneer. Luo En warned Chen Xiaobai, "There are so many people from the Public Security Bureau here. No matter how powerful you are just one person. Do you dare to kill me in front of them?" Chen Xiaobai put his nose to the Barrett heavy sniper rifle in his hand, took a deep breath of the faint smell of gun oil coming from the gun, and his face showed a look of deep intoxication. "For 17 years, I've been telling myself to be a good person, but in the end, I realized that some people, if they don't do certain things, they'd be unworthy of the life God gave them." Chen Xiaobai's words left Ron completely bewildered. This young man looked only about 16 or 17 years old. Shouldn't he have not been born 17 years ago? What frightened Ron the most was not Chen Xiaobai's nonsensical words, but the intoxicated expression on Chen Xiaobai's face when he smelled the scent of Barrett gun oil. Ron had only seen this kind of expression on the faces of lunatics who had been immersed in a certain industry for many years. Ron knew that the difference between a madman and a genius was often just a matter of one thought. The rooftop of the entire building fell into deathly silence. Xiao Rui, who was caught by Xiao Qing and flown into the sky, was shouting at first, but now he knew that it was useless even if he shouted at the top of his lungs, so he simply stopped shouting and started crying instead. The security guards were still immersed in the effect of Xiaoju's demonic shout. Chen Xiaobai stepped forward and stood in front of Ron, who was half kneeling on the ground. "I'm giving you 2 choices now. First, I'm going to kill you right here." "Ron, stop talking nonsense. I choose second place." "Second." Chen Xiaobai smiled. "Then go." Chapter 28. What kind of missile is in your sniper rifle? Looking at the Barrett in Chen Xiaobai's arms, Ron seemed to have guessed what Chen Xiaobai meant. But at this time, Chen Xiaobai said, "Don't worry, I'll let you run 5 kilometers first." 5 kilometers? While enduring the pain on his body, Ron pointed at the Barrett in Chen Xiaobai's hand and said, "This thing has a range of only 2.5 kilometers. Are you sure you want me to run 5 kilometers first?" After saying this, Ron's expression looked a little strange, and he was secretly cursing himself for being too talkative. Chen Xiaobai just smiled and said, 5 kilometers, that's it. Don't worry, I won't touch you within 5 kilometers. But we have to discuss it first. Within 5 kilometers, you can only jump into the air and run. If you hide in that corner, I will chase you and kill you. When you get 5 kilometers away, I'll shoot you once. It's up to you whether you live or die. Ron looked up at Chen Xiaobai in surprise. Who does this kid think of himself? Do you think that warriors in the Tianwu realm can be dealt with that will buy him? Ron immediately threatened. Hey, little brat, do you think you can kill me so easily? I'm a Tianwu realm warrior, registered with the Federation. Do you know what the consequences are for attacking and killing Tianwu realm warriors without authorization according to the laws of the Star Federation? Chen Xiaobai frowned. He glanced up at the sky, pointed at Xiao Rui, who was being carried back and forth by Xiao Qing, and said, his surname is Xiao. He's so young, and yet he's been promoted to the position of inspector. He must be from the Shisen Group, right? Shisen Group is the largest conglomerate in Los Angeles, and its chairman is Xiao Keluo. Ron nodded gloomily and said, yes, he is a direct descendant of the Xiao family and the nephew of Xiao Keluo, the current head of the Shisen Chable. Ron didn't want to tell Chen Xiaobai this, but he wanted to see how Chen Xiaobai would treat Xiao Rui after knowing this, so he just told the truth. Chen Xiaobai just nodded. Swoosh. Then he whistled. After hearing this, Xiao Qing, who was flying in the sky, grabbed Xiao Rui and flew towards Chen Xiaobai. After getting close, Xiaoqing suddenly pulled up and grabbed Xiao Rui and flew straight into the sky. Ron's eyelids twitched as he asked in a trembling voice, "What are you going to do?" Swish. At this time, a violent sound of breaking through the air came from the sky. Boom. A cloud of dust rose up, and something very heavy fell from the sky. Ron waved his hands repeatedly and saw that the girl who had just grabbed Xiao Rui and flew into the sky had landed behind Chen Xiaobai. When the smoke and dust cleared, Ron looked around and saw that the person who had just fallen from the sky was Xiao Rui. At this time, half of Xiao Rui's body was already broken off. Even if a life-type formation master or priest warrior was found on the spot, he would definitely not be able to be saved. Seeing Chen Xiaobai dare to treat the direct descendants of the Xiao family like this, Ron hesitated for less than a second. He looked up at Chen Xiaobai and said, "You said it. 5 kilometers. Then he dragged his seriously injured body and jumped out of the building. Ron could jump high into the air every time he jumped, and before long, he had reached the beach on the west coast of Los Angeles. After reaching the beach, Ron continued to jump and escape into the distance along the beach. Normally, this kind of action was nothing to Ron, but now he was seriously injured, and Ron almost used all his strength in every jump. Chen Xiaobai stood beside the building and watched Ron running farther and farther away in the night. Suddenly, the sound of security car sirens rang out from below the building, and red and blue lights flashed one after another. Previously, Xiao Rui had only led plainclothes security officers, but this time, a large number of security officers and security forces surrounded the entire building. Chen Xiaobai glanced downstairs, smiled slightly, picked up the barret in his hand, and aimed at Ron, who was running away quickly in front. Ron, who had already run several kilometers away in the darkness, looked like a black dot. Point the stars. Spirit explosion. Chen Xiaobai's mind moved, and then he felt that Ron, who had become a black spot in his eyes, suddenly grew bigger. At the same time, Chen Xiaobai also found that a warm current surged out of his body, flowing through his hands and into the Barrett heavy sniper rifle in his hands. After adjusting his breathing a little, about 2 or 3 seconds later, Chen Xiaobai aimed at Ron, who had already run 5 kilometers, and pulled the trigger. Bang! The sound of the Barrett heavy sniper rifle in the dark night was very harsh. The security forces who rushed into the building moved faster, and the security forces guarding outside the building trembled all over. On the rooftop of the building, a flaming bullet flew out rapidly, and a bright line of fire flashed in the darkness. Boom! In a blink of an eye, the bullet exploded on Ron several kilometers away, and a magnificent red cloud rose over the west coast of Los Angeles. Boom! Ron's entire body was blown into a bloody mist, leaving only half of his head as he fell to the ground. Shock remained in his eyes, and his mouth, covered in blood and flesh, opened as he muttered in the mud and sand on the ground. Cheat! Cheat! You sniper rifle, it's loaded with missiles. On the rooftop of the building, even Chen Xiaobai himself was shocked by the power of Barrett with the dual skills of Point Star plus Spirit Explosion. Only then did he remember that the Spirit Explosion skill could enhance the power of long-range attacks by up to 10,000%, increasing the damage by 100 times. Oh my god, it seems I have to save it for later. Listening to the low footsteps coming from the stairwell behind him, even though those people were slowing down their pace, Chen Xiaobai could still hear them clearly. Throwing the Barrett in his hand to Xiaoju, Chen Xiaobai put on a mask and sunglasses, jumped off the building, and used the flying technique to fly more than 100 meters in an instant while falling. Just like that, Chen Xiaobai disappeared into the dark night under the gaze of all the security guards and security forces. Afterwards, Xiaoju and Xiaoqing released their transformed states and turned into an orange cat and a blue bird respectively. One ran along the edge of the building wall into the floor below, while the other spread its wings and flew into the night sky. The remaining security guards who were controlled by Xiaoju's demonic shout fell to the ground and fell asleep. When a large number of security forces rushed up from downstairs and woke up these security guards, they had no memory of what had happened that night. Los Angeles was brightly lit at night. Chen Xiaobai walked along the street, slowly returning along the way he came. On the way, he took out his mobile phone, logged into the Black Rose website, and clicked the task completion button. There will then be a verification period of up to 7 days, which is the time given to the task issuer to verify whether the target is actually dead. What surprised Chen Xiaobai was that he had just clicked the task completion button the previous second, and only 2 or 3 seconds later, the Black Rose website sent a prompt to tell Chen Xiaobai that the bounty of 475,000 had been received. In other words, the party that issued the task already knew that Yang Wei was indeed dead. Less than 20 minutes had passed since Chen Xiaobai's successful attack. This situation could only mean one thing. The person who issued the task and wanted to take Yang Wei's life was someone close to Yang Wei. Drop. Before Chen Xiaobai closed Black Rose, he received a message from the person who issued the task, still anonymously. Anonymous, great. I hope we can continue to work together in the future. Blood Shadow, please give it a 5-star rating, thank you. Anonymous, definitely. A few seconds later. Ding. Dear Black Rose user, the anonymous user has commented on your actions. Congratulations on getting your first 5-star review. Based on the action objectives, the system has assessed the difficulty level of your action as B. Based on the difficulty of the operation and the client's evaluation, your Black Rose level has been upgraded from Black Iron 5 to Black Iron 1. After upgrading to Bronze, more mission sections and communication sections will be unlocked. Please keep working hard. After Chen Xiaobai read all the messages sent by Black Rose, he transferred 20,000 yuan from his Black Rose bank account to the Star Federation's own Black Flag bank account. In addition to this account, Chen Xiaobai also has a federal government bank account used to receive federal living allowances and living expenses from Su Wentian. He has never touched this account. It would be safer to keep the remaining $400,000 in Black Rose's Ruishi Federation bank account. Even if something went wrong with Black Rose, the Ruishi Federation bank account would remain safe. After reading all the information, Chen Xiaobai walked back. More than an hour later, he arrived at Du Guozhong's restaurant. Du Guozhong's restaurant is very interesting. The dishes he serves are not local foods of the Star Federation. Dumplings, noodles, stir-fried dishes, and rice are not what people in the Star Federation like to eat. Instead, they are specialties of another federation. But strangely, Chen Xiaobai liked these foods much better than the hamburgers, pizzas, sandwiches, etc. from the Star Federation. It was already late at night, and there were not many people in the restaurant. As soon as Chen Xiaobai arrived at the door, Du Xiaohong, who was sitting at the cashier counter, called out, "Xiaobai, you're here? What's going on? I heard from my dad that you won't be helping us anymore." Chen Xiaobai waved his hand and said, "Yes, because I'm not short of money anymore." Du Xiaohong was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, "Hey, that's great. What would you like to eat? Mutton stewed noodles?" Chen Xiaobai smiled and said, "Yes, another bottle of beer and 10 skewers." Du Xiaohong, I can see that you really don't need money anymore. Try to spend it sparingly. Please take a seat. I'll go tell the kitchen staff. Good. Choosing a place near the window with a wide view, Chen Xiaobai looked at the restaurant where he had been eating since he was a child. I just caused quite a stir at the Coast Villa district, so I may not have many opportunities to dine here in the future. The Public Security Bureau, Shisen Group, and Fenglong Group are all towering trees in Los Angeles, but he has offended all three of them at once. Thinking of this, Chen Xiaobai suddenly laughed. He felt that the blood in his body was burning, and he even felt a little excited. I'm really looking forward to the days ahead. Chapter 29 The light on the handcuffs is too dazzling. Soon, Du Guozhong came out from the kitchen carrying a tray. There was a big bowl of mutton noodles and a handful of mutton skewers, about 20 or 30 of them. Du Xiaohong was holding 2 bottles of beer behind him. When the food was placed on the table, Chen Xiaobai said, "Uncle Du, isn't this too much?" Du Guozhong bit open a beer bottle cap and said, "Just eat it. It's okay to eat for free at your Uncle Du's place." Chen Xiaobai smiled helplessly, picked up a skewer, and started eating. Du Guozhong poured a bottle of beer for Chen Xiaobai and asked, "Young man, are you in trouble?" Chen Xiaobai blinked while chewing the mutton in his mouth. "What can I possibly do?" Du Guozhong poured himself a full glass of beer and raised it to signal Chen Xiaobai. Chen Xiaobai immediately raised the glass in front of him. After the 2 glasses clinked, Du Guozhong said, "Young man, if you have anything to say, just tell me. At worst, I can arrange for you to escape." Puff. Du Xiaohong, who came over with a plate of edamame and peanuts, burst out laughing. "Wow, I didn't realize, Dad, you have this ability." Du Guozhong raised his eyebrows. "Humph, your father has many skills." Chen Xiaobai silently finished a skewer, brought the mutton noodles in front of him, and took a sip of the hot soup. Du Guozhong's restaurant has been here since Chen Xiaobai was very young. Over the years, Chen Xiaobai's favorite is the mutton noodles here. "Uncle Du, is this stewed noodle a dish from your hometown?" Du Guozhong pinched a peanut and threw it into his mouth, looking at the night outside the window as if reminiscing about the past. "That's right. When winter comes back home, we have a bowl of mutton soup in the morning and a bowl of braised noodles at noon. It's delicious." Chen Xiaobai was stunned. What's going on?" "Ha." Du Guozhong threw his head back and laughed. "Don't you understand? Forget it. Just eat your noodles." A bowl of steaming mutton noodles with meat skewers and a few casual chats with Du Guozhong. Half an hour passed quickly. It was already midnight. Chen Xiaobai took out his phone to transfer money to Du Guozhong, but Du Guozhong covered the payment code and said, "This meal is for you. Go back." Chen Xiaobai, how can that be possible? I'll be embarrassed to come here in the future. Du Guozhong waved his hand and said, "Next time, let's pay normally. Forget about this meal. Let's go." Chen Xiaobai, "Okay, thank you, uncle." Du Guozhong grinned and said, "Xiaohong is my only daughter. Why don't you stop calling me uncle and call me godfather instead?" Chen Xiaobai deliberately emphasized his tone and said, "Uncle Du, go to bed early. Ha ha ha. Take care, young man." Chen Xiaobai waved his hand and left Du Guozhong's restaurant. His eyes, which were originally full of kindness, suddenly became cold. The next moment, Chen Xiaobai disappeared in front of the door of Du Guozhong's restaurant. At the same time, a thin man who had just squatted in the dark corner opposite not long ago suddenly changed his expression and turned around and ran. However, he had just run a few steps when he saw Chen Xiaobai appear in front of him. Chen Xiaobai was playing with a bright dagger in his hand. It was his trophy tonight, which he picked up from Fei Ying's second brother Kuaidao. The thin man said in panic, "What are you doing? I don't know you." Chen Xiaobai said coldly, "I don't know you either. Tell me who sent you here. Leave what you have in your hand, and I will let you go." The man stepped back slightly. "What are you talking about? I'm just passing by." Chen Xiaobai let out a disdainful sneer. The man only felt his eyes flash before Chen Xiaobai was already in front of him. Half an hour later, Chen Xiaobai straightened his clothes and came out of the flower bed on the roadside. He looked refreshed and walked away slowly holding a little orange cat. In the flower bed where Chen Xiaobai had just stood up, the thin man who had appeared before was found with disheveled clothes and blood all over his body. He looked distraught and kept muttering, "Who am I? Who am I?" Next to the man was a SLR camera with its memory card missing. That night, Chen Xiaobai slept very comfortably. In his dream, he dreamed that he had returned to the life of licking blood on the edge of a knife in his previous life. The next morning, Chen Xiaobai woke up early. The first thing he did when he woke up was to open his phone and read the news. As expected, yesterday's events have made headlines on various websites. A security inspector was tragically killed on the rooftop. The mysterious murderer has yet to be brought to justice. Another warrior murder case. What has the revival of Aura bring to our lives? Los Angeles Council elders addressed the inspector's tragic death, vowing to bring the murderer to justice. Not only the public security inspector was murdered by the criminals, but also the executives of the Fenglong Group. As vicious cases occur one after another, the public is greatly disappointed with the Los Angeles City Council. Chen Xiaobai browsed around, and just then a push notification popped up. Ms. Karina, the current president of the Los Angeles Council, was giving a speech on the violent murder case that occurred yesterday. Chen Xiaobai clicked on it and saw Karina, the current elder of the Los Angeles Council and president of the Council of State, appear in the video. Karina is a very charming white young woman. At this moment, her eyes look red in front of the camera. Yes, she looks like her eyes are red. Chen Xiaobai could tell at a glance that Karina had not really cried. What happened in Los Angeles yesterday was truly unfortunate. It's a misfortune for all of us. First of all, on behalf of the Los Angeles Council, I would like to express my sincere condolences to Mr. Xiaorui and Ms. Yang Wei who have passed away. The Los Angeles Sheriff's Department is now fully engaged in a search for the suspect. We have already identified the suspect. I believe that in the near future, the Sheriff's Department and the Legislative Yuan will give the people of Los Angeles a satisfactory answer. When Karina said this, Chen Xiaobai stood up and walked to the balcony and looked around. The sun was shining, the birds were singing, the flowers were fragrant, and the little green birds on the balcony were chirping nonstop to me. Within his perception range, Chen Xiaobai did not find any element that could threaten him. The president of the Senate continued speaking on the phone. The Star Federation does not allow such thugs to appear. As an elder of the Los Angeles Senate, I need to say something to this thug who may be watching me speak in front of the camera. Please enjoy your last moments of freedom, because these will be the last days of your life, and they won't last long. After saying this, Karina covered her face with her hands, her shoulders shaking as if she was too sad to control herself. Her righteous speech just now won enthusiastic applause from the media reporters who were interviewing on the scene. Karina's assistant handed him a tissue and stood in front of him, addressing the media. All right, ladies and gentlemen, today's interview ends here. The speaker will return to oversee the arrest of the rioters. Please go back. The live video ended here. Chen Xiaobai blinked at the black phone screen, then looked at the peaceful life around him. He felt like he was living in a rather magical world. Next, Chen Xiaobai got up and prepared his breakfast. It was not until he finished breakfast and took a nap that the roar of a helicopter was heard in the sky. Listening to the series of breath-holding sounds outside the door, Chen Xiaobai slowly put on his clothes and shoes, packed up his things, and then sat on the sofa in his room, waiting for the person outside the door. Boom. The roar of the helicopter was getting closer and closer, and gradually everyone in the apartment building was alarmed. 3 Apache attack helicopters slowly landed above the apartment where Chen Xiaobai lived, with the muzzles of their massive machine guns pointed directly at the room where Chen Xiaobai was. Bang! Suddenly there was a loud bang, and the door of Chen Xiaobai's house was suddenly kicked open from the outside. A team of fully armed Special Forces soldiers holding shotguns, submachine guns, rifles, and other close combat high-lethal weapons, as well as scattered spirit guns specifically for warriors rushed into Chen Xiaobai's house. FBI, don't move. Put your hands above your head. Let me see you at any time. Get up. Please stand up from the sofa. Move slowly. Chen Xiaobai did as he was told with an indifferent look on his face. The first team of Special Forces soldiers rushed in and surrounded Chen Xiaobai from all sides. Then 2 warriors came in. One of them was a muscular man with explosive muscles and stood behind Chen Xiaobai with special handcuffs made of clothes. Put your hands down, kid. Chen Xiaobai smiled, looked up at the sunlight outside the room, and let the strong man behind him put handcuffs on him. TSK, the feeling of my previous life is back. Child, follow me now. Try to move slowly and gently on the way, otherwise you will most likely die. The burly man said this and was about to turn around to lead the way when he suddenly seemed to think of something. He turned around and looked at Chen Xiaobai and asked, "Do you need a hood?" Chen Xiaobai said calmly, "No need." Then the burly man nodded and left, and another warrior followed behind Chen Xiaobai. The team of Special Forces soldiers armed with real guns and cannons surrounded Chen Xiaobai in all directions without blinking an eye. In this way, everyone left the apartment building in a strange formation and came to a very powerful armored vehicle. Chen Xiaobai saw that around this armored vehicle were parked at least 5 federal heavy main battle tanks and more than 10 armored assault vehicles, and there were countless ordinary security and riot control vehicles. There were more than 100 Special Forces soldiers visible outside the entire apartment, and ordinary security forces soldiers were everywhere. Chen Xiaobai spotted 5 warriors hiding in the crowd at a glance, all of whom were at least 9-star Earth warriors. Outside these layers of blockade, there are countless enthusiastic people gathered together to watch the excitement. Looking at the huge crowd in front of him, Chen Xiaobai asked with a smile, "Is such a big scene necessary?" No one answered him, because everyone looked at him as if he were facing a great enemy. At this time, Chen Xiaobai raised his hand, and whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, hundreds of black gun muzzles were pointed directly at him. "Don't move. What are you doing?" A white Special Forces soldier raised the shotgun in his hand almost to Chen Xiaobai's face. But even so, he seemed to be extremely panicked inside, and he was gasping for breath. Chen Xiaobai ignored the Special Forces soldier and continued to raise his handcuffed hands to wave to the enthusiastic crowd watching from afar, and finally bowed solemnly. At this moment, Chen Xiaobai was like a star walking on the red carpet, but the reflected light from the handcuffs was quite dazzling. Chapter 30. This damn feeling. Armored vehicles led the way, tanks followed on both sides, and armed helicopters rumbled in the sky. Since the establishment of the Star Federation, Chen Xiaobai has become the most prestigious high school student. As the large group was taking Chen Xiaobai away, Karina, the president of the Los Angeles Council, who had just finished a public speech, returned to her own council office. Xiaobai, the chief of the Los Angeles Police Department and a third-level security inspector, stepped forward and said to her, "Speaker, the suspect has been captured by us and the CIA." Karina looked at the 2-meter-tall white man in front of her and frowned. "Sorry, should I call you Belshon or?" The white man immediately replied, "You can just call me by my Eastern name, Xiaobai. Our Xiao family has used Eastern names since my father's generation." Karina's eyes flashed with disgust. "As far as I know, the suspect this time is a black-haired boy. Although Xiaobai looks rough, he is actually very thoughtful. Otherwise, even with the support of his family, he would not be able to hold on to his position as the head of the city's Public Security Bureau." The 2-meter-tall Xiaobai immediately bowed even lower and said with a smile, "Speaker, we in the Shan family don't want to do that either, but the problem is that these Orientals just believe this. We just need to change our family name, and we can earn more money from them in their federation." Karina turned to a deputy beside her and said, "Go find the tax records for the last 2 years for Mr. Shan's family business, the Sison Group, and send them to my office." "Thank you." The deputy left after hearing the sound, and Xiaobai whispered, "Speaker, I think it's better for us to talk about the current situation first. Karina said calmly. Hasn't he been apprehended? Identify the genes, analyze the blood, produce a report on the warrior realm, find evidence, notify the warrior administration, announce it to the public, hold a press conference, submit the case for prosecution, and then hold a trial. Mr. Sean, do I need to teach you this whole process? Xiaobai's face was a little embarrassed. He continued in a low voice and said, Speaker, this is the problem. Just 2 minutes ago, our men secretly took genetic samples from the target in the escorting armored vehicle and concluded that the opponent is only a martial artist who has not yet entered the body refining realm. In an instant, the atmosphere between Karina and Xiaobai suddenly became subtle. Karina narrowed her eyes slightly, her tone carrying a hint of suppressed anger. Inspector Sean, are you trying to tell me that after all this fuss, you arrested the wrong person? Xiaobai said hurriedly. No, Speaker, don't be angry. We are absolutely certain that this boy has a special relationship with the 2 girls who committed the crime before. Now that the 2 girls can't be caught, we can only start with this boy. But right now, this boy's strength in the body refining realm doesn't seem to be able to be publicly demonstrated. Karina's breathing gradually became rapid. She wanted to lose her temper with Xiaobai in front of her, but reason told her that it was useless. Instead, it would make the head of the Los Angeles Sheriff's Department hate her. Then Karina turned and left, leaving a message to Xiaobai before leaving. Inspector Sean, please handle it your way. Xiaobai bowed towards Karina's back and said, As you wish, Mr. Speaker. After leaving the Senate, Xiaobai returned to his own territory, the Los Angeles Sheriff's Department headquarters. In the middle of the conversation, he received a call from his family. He said a few words and then hung up. When Xiaobai returned to his office, all 8 security inspectors in Los Angeles, including 1 third-level, 2 second-level, and 5 first-level inspectors, except for the deceased second-level inspector Xiaorui and Xiaobai himself, were sitting in Xiaobai's office. As soon as Xiaobai came back, several security inspectors stood up and looked at him. The speaker has given the order. Find a way to start with this child and find the 2 girls with special abilities. Remember, we have to be quick, otherwise we won't have a chance if XBA comes looking for us. XBA, the full name of X-Police Agency, is derived from the movie X-Men. It is a violent organization of warriors in the Star Federation. All its members are warriors. It is the 8th branch of the Star Federation's military besides the Army, Navy, Air Force, Marines, Mechanical Army, Space Force, and Federal Guard. In terms of privileges and status, XBA tops the list of the 8 military branches, followed by the Mechanical Army. Listening to Xiaobai's instructions, several security inspectors turned their heads to look at the black inspector in charge of the Los Angeles prison system. The black inspector saluted Xiaobai and said, Don't worry, boss. I promise to pry open that monkey's mouth with my dick. Xiaobai frowned slightly. He felt that his subordinate was a little frivolous, but in the end Xiaobai said nothing and waved his hand to let everyone leave. Federal Central Prison in Los Angeles. When the team escorting Chen Xiaobai entered the prison, all the prisoners who were on lookout were stunned. Oh my God, have they captured a St. Martial realm expert? One by one, the prisoners clung to the barbed wire and watched armored vehicles drive into the prison. The fully armed prison guards were all carrying live ammunition. The 8 heavy machine gun towers around the prison that had not been used for many years were all put into level 1 alert mode. A black man, clutching the barbed wire, said to his companion, Henry, I have a feeling that the situation of fierce competition for supremacy in Los Angeles prison will end. At this time, a rumbling sound was heard in the sky, and 3 armed helicopters landed above the prison. Click, click, click. Then came the sound of heavy tank tracks rolling over the ground, and under the escort of 5 heavy tanks, a fully armored escort vehicle entered the prison. Next to the black man who had just spoken, a thin boy stared at the armored transport vehicle with curiosity in his eyes, muttering, No, I think he can break through the Los Angeles prison and get us out. Some of the prisoners who were out for exercise were lying on the ground basking in the sun, some were gathered together smoking, and some were playing basketball. But when the noise happened here, all the prisoners stood by the barbed wire. They wanted to see who on earth was being treated in such a way by the federal marshals. Soon, the escort vehicle stopped and the door opened. First, a few special forces soldiers came down, guns raised and ready for battle, and then, the prisoners in the entire prison saw a boy with black hair and yellow skin walking out of the car. At first, the prisoners thought there must be someone else behind Chen Xiaobai, but when they saw that Chen Xiaobai was the only one there, the prison square was in an uproar. Oh my God, am I dreaming? Guess how old he is? 15? 20? I want to protest to the federal parliament. When I came here, they should have sent an aircraft carrier fleet to escort me. Look at how delicate he is. Are the people from the Public Security Bureau being so careful when sending toys to Old K? Black dog, shut up. Old K likes real men. He doesn't like skinny, sickly girls like me. Stop. Chen Xiaobai got off the car and looked at the barbed wire and cell towers around him. He suddenly felt a long-lost sense of familiarity in his heart. This damn feeling, why is it so damn similar to the feeling of being home? I originally planned to be a good person in this life. Chapter 31, Get Together. Chen Xiaobai didn't expect that he would be taken directly to prison, without even going through the interrogation and detention procedures. When Chen Xiaobai's figure disappeared behind the iron gate of the prison, all the prisoners who were out for exercise cheered. Many prisoners have already gone to the entrance of the exercise square and are waiting. They are ready to give the new kid a surprise. After entering the iron gate, Chen Xiaobai slightly stretched his wrists and shoulders. Looking at the special forces soldiers in front of him, who were pointing shotguns and rifles at him all the way, he asked, "Brothers, are you tired? Do you want to rest for a while? No one has given you a job. It seems like this government job isn't that good. How about I introduce you to a way to make a fortune? Don't talk." Several special forces members were sweating profusely. One of them shouted at Chen Xiaobai, "I'm telling you, don't act rashly. We have the authorization to kill." Chen Xiaobai curled his lips and said, "Brother, your insurance hasn't been opened yet." The special forces soldier looked down and saw that the safety of his shotgun was indeed on. In a panic, the soldier pulled the trigger 3 times before releasing the safety, and then continued to stare at Chen Xiaobai with his gun raised. After passing through 2 iron gates, several special forces members suddenly breathed a sigh of relief because the prison guard on duty appeared and their mission was over. Unlike the extremely nervous special forces here, the prison guards are more relaxed than each other. Although I received an order from my superiors today to bring in a serious criminal, I have to make a living in the jail every day and receive such orders every now and then. No matter how serious the criminal is, he will have to stay quiet when he arrives here. Therefore, only 2 of the prison guards who came to pick up the people were carrying guns, and the others came with batons. There are 3 iron gates outside, and people can't run away. I have guns in my hands, and there are warriors and special forces soldiers on duty in secret. What is there to be afraid of? The special operations team leader who was responsible for escorting Chen Xiaobai stepped forward and quickly exchanged documents with the prison guards and signed them. Finally, he looked at the prison guards in front of him with a look of admiration and led his men away in a hurry. The prison guards waited patiently until all the special forces soldiers had left. Then one of them stepped forward and said, "Hey, over here." Chen Xiaobai didn't show any special reaction. He followed the prison guards into the prison with an expression that said, "I'm very good." On the way, a prison guard looked at Chen Xiaobai and said, "Kid, the higher-ups asked me to inform you that your situation is quite special, so your detention and interrogation will all be completed in our prison. I suggest you speak up quickly if you have anything to say. Otherwise, your detention could turn into a formal imprisonment at any time." Chen Xiaobai was too lazy to bother with such a small pawn. He was only concerned about one question now. How was the food in the prison? All the procedures afterwards went very smoothly, and Chen Xiaobai cooperated. When he handed over his personal belongings, the prison guards didn't find any items on Chen Xiaobai except clothes. All of Chen Xiaobai's belongings have been handed over to Xiaoju for collection. As for Xiaoju and Xiaoqing, they were transformed into a small orange cat head and printed on the base of Chen Xiaobai's left hand, while Xiaoqing was transformed into a bluebird tattoo and affixed to Chen Xiaobai's right arm. The silent explosive spirit bow and Chen Xiaobai's personal belongings were all collected by Xiaoju. Speaking of which, although Chen Xiaobai has given birth to the spirit of the silent explosive bow, he has never felt any human reaction from the white jade bow. Perhaps compared to the demon spirit, the spirit of the weapon is more subtle? Afterwards, the number of prison guards escorting Chen Xiaobai was reduced from 5 to 2, and the 3 of them lived in peace all the way until it was time to change into prison uniforms. "This dress is too ugly. I won't change it." The 2 prison guards on duty stared at Chen Xiaobai in amazement. It was the first time in all the years since they had joined the job that they had heard someone dare to speak like that. "Kid, you have no say now. Do you think this is your home?" Chen Xiaobai sat in the locker room, looking up at the 2 people in front of him with a squint, and said calmly, "I'm currently under detention, not imprisonment. The court hasn't made a ruling yet. I'll go." A prison guard stepped forward, looked at Chen Xiaobai fiercely, and asked, "I'm telling you one more time, just one time, in exchange." The prison guard was halfway through his words when he saw the look in Chen Xiaobai's eyes and knew he didn't need to continue. Then the prison guard took a step back and put his hand on the pistol at the back of his waist. Another prison guard came forward with an electric baton and pressed a button on it without saying a word. ZZ. The sound of electricity from the electric baton sounded extremely harsh, and the prison guard's cold eyes said it all. He. However, Chen Xiaobai still had that unruly expression as if he was the best in the world. The prison guard raised the electric baton in his hand and stabbed Chen Xiaobai, without saying a word. But Chen Xiaobai's handcuffed hand hit his elbow first, and then he raised his foot and kicked him away. Bang! The prison guard hit the wall behind him and fell down with a loud noise. The second prison guard immediately took out his pistol and completed all the operations such as turning on the safety and pulling the trigger almost in an instant. But just when he was about to aim at Chen Xiaobai, he suddenly saw a sandbag-like fist in his eyes rapidly enlarging. Bang! Both prison guards were knocked to the ground by Chen Xiaobai. The first one had broken ribs and sat on the ground, looking at Chen Xiaobai with horror in his eyes, unable to move. The second one fainted directly. The guard on duty in the prison monitoring room saw this scene and immediately notified other security guards responsible for handling emergencies, while Chen Xiaobai directly left the locker room and went to the next process office by himself. Although Chen Xiaobai had never been to this prison, he had been to many prisons in his previous life, and the admission procedures in all prisons were similar. When Chen Xiaobai came to the office alone to fill out the file, the prison guard on duty was startled. Why did you come here alone? Where are the prison guards who are escorting you? Chen Xiaobai said obediently. Those two brothers said I was just detained and didn't need to change into prison uniform. They also said I was very well behaved and didn't need an escort, so they told me to come here on my own and go through the formalities. The prison guard on duty nodded in panic. With trembling hands, he took out a few sheets of paper from the table and handed them to Chen Xiaobai. Because he was too flustered, the prison guard even forgot to tell Chen Xiaobai which parts he should fill in and which parts he should not fill in. But this was not a problem for Chen Xiaobai at all. He just took a quick look and filled in the information where he should. 2 minutes later, Chen Xiaobai returned all the documents to the prison guard. The guard was stunned and asked, "How come you are so skilled?" Chen Xiaobai was stunned, and his tender face, just 17 years old, instantly turned red. Oh, how should he answer this embarrassing question? In the end, Chen Xiaobai simply stopped answering, waved his hand, and went out. As soon as Chen Xiaobai walked out, he heard a loud shout. "Don't move. Hands up." Chen Xiaobai turned around and looked over. At this moment, the corridor outside was full of armed prison guards, with long guns and short guns pointed directly at him. He nonchalantly pointed to the other side of the prison and asked, "Should I have someone take me in, or should I walk there myself?" Chen Xiaobai's words immediately stumped all the prison guards in front of him. What should they do with a prisoner who is already in prison but has committed another crime before he was even imprisoned? Seeing the densely packed prison guards in front of him in silence, Chen Xiaobai sighed and walked to the other side of the prison, saying as he walked, "Come over and open the door. Assign me a cell and remove the handcuffs." After a while, Chen Xiaobai appeared in the prison square where the prisoners were taking exercise. As soon as this 17-year-old boy appeared here, he immediately became the focus of everyone. One reason was because of the grand ceremony when he came in before, and the other was because he was wearing his own clothes. In an instant, hundreds of prisoners who were taking a walk in the prison, led by a few gang leaders, all surrounded Chen Xiaobai. They wanted to see what this black-haired boy was capable of. 20 minutes later, Henry Joel, the second-level inspector in charge of the Los Angeles Federal Central Prison, returned from the Los Angeles Sheriff's Department headquarters. As soon as he returned to his office, he called his deputy over and asked, "How is the boy who was brought in this morning?" Inspector Henry's deputy hesitated and said, "Boss, he's fine. He's already gotten along well with the rest of us." Henry frowned and said, "What do you mean?" The deputy pointed to the window of Henry's office and said, "Boss, how about you take a look for yourself?" Henry stood up and walked over to look outside. Hiss. Well, they really became one. At this moment, the exercise square in the Los Angeles Central Prison was filled with prisoners screaming in pain. Looking from the upstairs, all of them seemed to be crowded together. Chapter 32. Who is the boss here? What's going on? Henry was shocked. That boy is a warrior. The deputy shook his head with difficulty, swallowed his saliva, and said, "Boss, in the prison riot just now dash." The deputy noticed Henry's eyes sharpen when he said that, so he quickly changed his words and said, "During the prison exercise just now, the boy didn't use any special abilities beyond the normal range while building friendships with his fellow inmates." Henry immediately sat back at his desk, turned on his computer, and called up the previous surveillance video. After watching Chen Xiaobai beat down all the prisoners who besieged him with punches and kicks, Henry didn't even have the strength to breathe. His whole body was trembling slightly. God! Henry, who was sitting at his desk and about to start praying, suddenly noticed that there seemed to be something strange on his deputy's face, and he immediately thought of a very terrifying thing. Fuck! Yura, where's the boy now? Deputy Henry lowered his head and stammered, and finally, under Henry's murderous gaze, he gritted his teeth and said, Boss, he should be here soon. Damn it. Yura, I wish your family happiness. Henry Federation picked up the phone on the table and was about to dial the number, but he put it down halfway through. Xiao La asked tentatively, Boss, are you going to contact the Special Forces soldiers and XBA warriors on duty? Contact me. Henry waved his hand and said, We have to handle our own affairs ourselves, otherwise those people will think we are incompetent. Yura, but head. At this time, the door of Henry's office opened. Crash. Chen Xiaobai, holding a bunch of rifles, pistols, electric batons, and shotguns, threw everything in his hands to the ground as soon as he entered the door. All kinds of firearms were thrown all over Henry's office. What is this? Yura? Henry asked in horror, but at this moment, Yura squatted in the corner of the office very skillfully, holding his head in his hands without even looking at Henry. Chen Xiaobai brushed off the dust on his body, sat down casually opposite Henry's desk, and stepped directly onto Henry's desk with both feet. Looking at the black-haired boy in front of him, then looking at his deputy squatting in the corner like an obedient dog, and the guns and electric batons on the ground, Henry instantly had an outline of the whole thing in his mind. All his prison guards were disarmed by this young man. The guards of Los Angeles Central Prison are divided into two groups, one inside and one outside. The area within the 3 internal iron gates is under the responsibility of the prison guards. Outside are Special Forces soldiers from the Federal Security Forces and warriors from XBA, who are responsible for defending the perimeter of the prison and preventing prisoners from escaping. Generally speaking, if there is no large-scale riot or active contact from inside the prison, the Special Forces soldiers and warriors responsible for the outer defense of the prison will not take the initiative to enter the prison. Although there were people lying on the ground in the exercise square of the central prison at this time, the entire prison was silent. This was obviously not a large-scale riot. What? A riot by one person can be called a riot? There are so many prison guards in the prison, and they can't subdue one person? Just in case, the Special Forces captain on duty called Henry to ask about the situation. Henry's phone rang just 1 minute after Chen Xiaobai put his feet on Henry's desk. Henry instinctively glanced at Chen Xiaobai and only picked up the phone after Chen Xiaobai nodded. Hello. Hey, Warden, is there something wrong inside? Do you need someone to help me? Henry's face was already covered in sweat. Looking at Chen Xiaobai, who was standing opposite him, he tried hard to force a smile. Captain Stephen, I'm fine here. I won't bother your soldiers. After saying that, Henry hung up the phone, straightened his suit, sat upright opposite Chen Xiaobai, and forced out a standard smile that he would only show when facing his boss. Chen Xiaobai asked calmly, Are you the boss of this prison? Henry, No, I'm not. Chen Xiaobai frowned. Huh? You're not? Then who is? Henry stood up and took out a bottle of red wine from the refrigerator in his office and poured some for Chen Xiaobai. At this moment, a black man showed a smile that was quite characteristic of Hushin. From today on, you are the boss here. Puff. Chen Xiaobai almost choked to death on his own saliva. Damn, this guy is so good at flattering. However, Chen Xiaobai would not be fooled by his bewilderment. He raised the tall glass in his hand and shook it gently. Chen Xiaobai said nonchalantly, The Special Forces captain on duty outside the prison today is definitely not called Stephen, right? In an instant, the smile on Henry's face froze. Exterior of the central prison. A squadron of Special Forces soldiers had already assembled. Captain Hall picked up the communicator and gave the order. Everyone, block all exits of the prison. The snipers in the 8 towers must activate safety and be on standby around the clock. Turn on the laser defense system. I'm going to make sure not even a fly can escape from the central prison. Yes, sir. 300 Special Forces soldiers roared in unison, climbed onto the platforms, and entered the trenches, with both visible and covert sentries interlaced to blockade the entire interior area of the central prison. Beside Hall, his deputy captain asked worriedly, Boss, aren't we going in? Hall adjusted his gloves and said, Brother, as long as we don't let the people inside escape, we haven't failed in our duty. The rest of the things are the responsibility of the prison guards inside. But Henry has already found ways to inform us. Hall adjusted his gloves, picked up his rifle, inserted the magazine, and cocked the bolt. He stood up, looked at his deputy, patted him on the shoulder, and said, Man, Henry did notify us. But believe me, if we go in and rescue him now, he will definitely not remember our kindness. On the contrary, if we go in now, Henry and I will become enemies for the rest of our lives. The deputy was puzzled. Boss, why is this happening? You're doing that with your wife, and you go soft, Hall said, laughing as he walked over. And I come over and say, hey, man, let me help you get in there. What are you going to do to me? Deputy, I'll punch you. Hall, Henry is the wimp right now. He really needs someone to help him, but whoever helps him at this time is equivalent to exposing Henry's wimpy nature. The federal Senate won't let a wimp run the central prison. If this gets out, Henry's career will be ruined. Who do you think he'll blame then? After Hall finished speaking, his deputy was stunned. Boss, this is your world. That's really exciting. I'd better be your deputy. The Hall people had already walked a long way. Brother, remember this. The Orientals say that the field of power is the reception and farewell of human relations. This saying is not only applicable there, but also here. Of course, there are special cases, like the black-haired boy inside. He doesn't need to care about human feelings because his fists are strong enough. Chapter 33, Prison on Fire. Inside Henry's office. This federal second-level security inspector had never felt so uneasy in his life, even when he was investigated by the Anti-Corruption Bureau for possible disciplinary issues. Because the anti-corruption agency could at most put him in jail, but now if he is not careful he could lose his life. Henry didn't expect that his self-proclaimed clever way of asking for help would be seen through by the black-haired boy in front of him. Damn, is he really only 17? Why do I feel like an old monster? In this way, Henry was trembling with fear and fidgeting, while Henry's deputy was squatting comfortably in the corner of the office. Henry even wanted to exchange identities with him. 10 minutes passed. Chen Xiaobai curled his lips at Henry and said, Sir, it seems that your comrades have abandoned you. Henry was a little dejected, but he was also relieved in his heart. At least his miserable deeds would not be spread to others. I'm hungry. Hearing Chen Xiaobai's brief words, Henry felt infinite hope in his heart. These 3 short words mean that everything that happened before is over, which means that one's life is temporarily saved. Henry asked cautiously, What would you like to eat? Chen Xiaobai asked, Is there a chef who cooks Oriental food? Henry actually didn't know the answer to this question very well, because how could a second-level inspector of the Public Security Department, a person at the second level of the pyramid of the entire Los Angeles public security community, eat in the prison cafeteria? However, not knowing the answer did not stop Henry from replying to Chen Xiaobai. That's possible. Chen Xiaobai waved his hand and said, That's good. I'll give you 1 serving each of fish-flavored shredded pork, Beijing-style shredded pork, kung pao chicken, spicy chicken, braised pork, stir-fried pork, and twice-cooked pork. I'll also give you 3 bowls of rice and a bottle of sugar-free Coke. Thank you. Every time Chen Xiaobai announced the name of a dish, the joy on Henry's face grew a little more. The more this gentleman wanted, the safer his life would be. After Chen Xiaobai finished speaking, Henry glared at his deputy who was squatting in the corner and shouted, Didn't you hear me? Why don't you get ready? Yes, yes. The deputy hurried out of Henry's office. After that, Chen Xiaobai looked around the office, got up and opened a small door on the side of the office, and found that there was a bedroom inside. Chen Xiaobai turned around and told Henry, I'll be staying here for the next few days. Do you have any objections? Of course. Chen Xiaobai was stunned. He didn't expect that the warden would become so tough at this time. Henry said righteously, How can you live in a place like this? This is where servants like us live. Don't worry, your room is ready. As he spoke, Henry took out his phone and showed Chen Xiaobai a few photos. It's completely in line with the configuration of a 6-star hotel suite. Not a single detail is missing, and there's 24-hour butler and maid service. Chen Xiaobai asked in surprise, What? Are you planning to send me out? Henry explained with a smile, You don't have to go out. You can stay in our prison. Often, high-ranking chaebols who have angered the public or political celebrities who have failed in their negotiations have to stay in places like ours for a while. Who knows if these people will turn things around tomorrow? So we all have special treatment, and you are naturally included in this. Chen Xiaobai blinked. Huh, was he such a pleasure-seeking person? Did you come here to enjoy yourself? I don't want anything. I just want a familiar taste. No, absolutely not. Half an hour later, in one of the only 2 private suites in the Los Angeles Central Prison, Chen Xiaobai, who had eaten his fill, took a comfortable bath in the bathtub, and then took a comfortable nap on the big bed that was said to be the same model as the one the Queen of the ISA Federation used to sleep on. Burp. When Chen Xiaobai woke up again, the sun was about to set. Damn, it's time to eat again. I'm going to get fat if I keep going like this. Chen Xiaobai cursed as he opened the door of his private suite. As soon as he opened the door, he saw a prison guard standing outside. The guard immediately bowed when he saw Chen Xiaobai and said, "Hello, Mr. Chen. Please tell me if you need anything." Chen Xiaobai scratched his head and said, "I want to go for a walk. It's almost time for the prison's scheduled afternoon exercise. Do you want me to take you down, or do you want to go down on your own?" Chen Xiaobai walked forward unsteadily. "Go and take care of your own business. I can handle it." After Chen Xiaobai left, the door of a private suite opposite Chen Xiaobai's room opened, and a young man in a neat suit asked the guard, "Who was that powerful person just now?" The prison guard quickly bowed and said, "Duke Yu, that's a ruthless man. The central prison has 2 fixed exercise times every day, once in the morning and once in the afternoon." Chen Xiaobai just happened to catch the afternoon exercise time. He originally wanted to blend into the crowd and come to the prison exercise square, but when he appeared in clothes that were obviously not suitable for prison, everyone's eyes were focused on him. The originally bustling and crowded passage suddenly became quiet, and a path that was forced out by people appeared in front of Chen Xiaobai. Looking at the faces that were either blue or purple, Chen Xiaobai waved to them cordially, flipped his wrist, took out a little orange cat from his arms, and carried it to the central square first. Meow. Xiaoju seemed excited when he arrived at a new place. He looked around and took a closer look. Chen Xiaobai followed Xiaoju slowly, like an old man taking a stroll. Henry stood by the office window, looking at the comfortable Chen Xiaobai. He was holding a mobile phone and talking to someone. The other party was Xiaobai, the head of the Los Angeles Sheriff's Department. "Henry, how's the situation over there? Has that guy confessed? We must dig out information about his 2 accomplices. This is the speaker's specific request." Henry deliberately said in an exaggerated tone of embarrassment, "Boss, I've tried everything. I can't really put my dick in someone's mouth, can I? I scared that guy so much today that he almost peed his pants, but he didn't say anything. It seems that he really doesn't know those 2 people. Impossible. He must know those 2 girls. One has cat ears and a cat tail, and the other has wings on her back. These 2 are most likely psychic warriors. I don't care what method you use. You must pry open that child's mouth. Boss, how about you send the professionals from the Public Security Bureau to handle this matter?" "What? Henry, you can't even handle a little brat. I'm running out of patience. Unless you authorize me to torture you, I really can't do anything else." "You can't torture him. Now the whole city of Los Angeles knows we've captured him. If you dare to torture him, it would be a blasphemy against federal justice. Not only can you not torture him, you must also prevent others in the prison from bullying him." Suddenly, Henry on the other end of the phone fell silent. "Henry, sorry, boss, I'm listening. Don't worry, I will definitely complete the task you assign me. I will definitely protect him well and won't let other prisoners bully him." "You idiot. The most important thing is information." "Information? Boss, we're not good at this." "Fuck, you're pissing me off. Just wait. I'm sending the interrogation experts from the Public Security Bureau over there tonight." "Okay, boss, I believe in you. The people you send will definitely be able to handle this brat. Come on, roll." At the Los Angeles Police Department, after hanging up the phone, Xiaobai felt that there was something wrong with Henry's words. Chapter 34 Prison Storm 2. Chen Xiaobai followed Xiaoju around the prison's exercise square for a few laps, and halfway through, as if by magic, he let Xiaoqing out to fly for a while. Wherever he went, both humans and ghosts avoided him, fearing that they could not escape him enough. Until the end of the exercise time, the prison guard blew the whistle and ordered all the prisoners to gather and take them back. Suddenly, Chen Xiaobai was the only one left in the entire square. Sitting on the steps of the federal flag in Fangfeng Square, watching the sunset, Chen Xiaobai muttered to himself, "Tsk, this is the loneliness of the strong." At dinner time, a prison guard trotted over to Chen Xiaobai and asked in a low voice, "Mr. Chen, what would you like to eat tonight?" Chen Xiaobai said boredly, "It's boring to eat alone. I'm going to eat with everyone tonight." Central Prison Canteen. Hundreds of prisoners were queuing up for food. Chen Xiaobai stood quietly at the end of the line with a plate in his hand. A black prisoner who was originally at the end of the line had a nonchalant look on his face, but suddenly he felt that there was someone behind him. The prisoner instinctively frowned and looked back. Just one glance, and the black prisoner seemed to feel a chill running from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. The original nonchalant expression that showed disdain for everything disappeared in an instant, replaced by a silent and obedient look of queuing up obediently. The prisoner who had already received his meal was about to sit down and start eating, but when he saw Chen Xiaobai at the end of the line, he stood there at the table in a daze, not daring to sit down. The reaction of this prisoner led to the reactions of several people around him. and gradually hundreds of prisoners in the entire restaurant knew that a terrifying person had come to the cafeteria to get food. The restaurant that accommodated hundreds of people suddenly became extremely quiet, and even a pin drop could be heard clearly. The prisoners who had not yet received their meals lined up quietly, while those who had already received their meals stood obediently in front of the dining table. No one dared to sit down and start eating first. Even those who had already started eating put down their cutlery and stood up with the people next to them. When Chen Xiaobai finished his meal, there was no one sitting in the entire restaurant except him. The prison guard on duty in the restaurant blew the whistle in his hand. Swish. What are you doing? Sit down and eat. The guard's voice was unusually loud in the quiet restaurant, but all the prisoners seemed not to hear it. There are hundreds of prisoners in Los Angeles Central Prison. Of course, not everyone can be defeated by Chen Xiaobai's fists. There are definitely some troublemakers, but those troublemakers were sent to the prison infirmary after the getting along activity in the morning and then transferred to the intensive care unit of the nearest hospital. They can't come back now. It was not until Chen Xiaobai took the tray, found a deserted place to sit down, and whispered, "Let's eat," that the hundreds of bruised and battered prisoners in the restaurant dared to sit down and start eating. Prison warden's office. Henry quietly watched everything that had just happened in the restaurant on the surveillance screen. He kept pinching his chin with his hand, not knowing what he was thinking. After dinner, as soon as Chen Xiaobai came out of the cafeteria, a prison guard said to him with a smile, "Mr. Chen, someone from the Public Security Bureau wants to talk to you tonight. What do you think?" Chen Xiaobai nodded and said, "Okay, no problem. I just feel bored. If anyone comes to see me next time, just tell me where to go. No need to be so polite. I'm a gentle person and easy to get along with." The guard rubbed the swollen spot on his face and limped. "It's okay, it's okay." 8 o'clock in the evening. Several Los Angeles Sheriff's Department vehicles drove into the federal prison. Looking at the Special Forces soldiers outside the prison who were fully armed and on high alert, several people from the Public Security Bureau in the car nodded to express their satisfaction with the work of the Special Forces soldiers. After entering the core prison area, all visitors got off the bus. 8 security forces soldiers escorted 4 people into the prison. One of them was Matthew Walker, a first-level security inspector in Los Angeles. 2 were the most experienced interrogators of the Los Angeles Sheriff's Department. The last one was Eddie Harrison, the only Tianwu realm warrior in the Los Angeles Security Force and a 6-star supernatural warrior. Henry personally led several middle and senior management personnel of the Central Prison to receive the visitors, and then asked his deputy Bello to lead everyone to the prepared interrogation room. Halfway through the journey, everyone discovered that the interrogation room in the Los Angeles Central Prison was a little special. They had to enter from inside the prison area where the prisoners were held. When they entered the interrogation room, everyone was dumbfounded, because they discovered that the iron fence used to separate the prisoners and the interrogators was actually on their side. Look across again. Wow, there are leather sofa seats, a small portable refrigerator next to it, and even a prison guard wiping the floor with a towel. A female interrogator asked, "Yes, that place hasn't been cleaned up yet, so why don't you let us wait here for a while?" Matthew said, "No need to be so clean. We don't care about that. Let's all move out and just ask someone to bring a few more chairs." Bello nodded and said, "No problem. I've already asked someone to move the chairs. Please wait a moment." A few minutes later, several prison guards brought chairs over and placed them behind Matthew and the others. Matthew and the others came to their senses at this moment. Matthew pointed at the iron fence in front of them and asked Bello, "Sir, are you mistaken? We are the interrogators, not the ones being interrogated." The 2 interrogation experts, a man and a woman, also chimed in. "This is absolutely ridiculous. Doesn't Los Angeles' largest prison ever receive calls from prosecutors or lawyers? How could they make such a low-level mistake? I've worked at the Los Angeles Sheriff's Department for over 20 years, and I've been to this central prison no less than 100 times. This is the first time I've faced a defendant from this perspective, hee." Bello stood quietly aside. He waited for the others to finish speaking before speaking. "Everyone, please believe me. I am here to ensure your personal safety." Bello's words caused the 3 people across from him to fall silent. Matthew glanced at Eddie, the Tianwu realm warrior who had remained silent the entire time, and said calmly, "Mr. Prison Guard, I believe our personal safety can be guaranteed." Really? If you're willing to sign a waiver agreement with me, then I can arrange this trial and meeting the way you want." As he spoke, Bello took out 8 documents from his body, 2 copies for each of the 4 shurahs. Matthew asked in disbelief, You prepared this a long time ago? Everyone who comes to the central prison has to sign this agreement." Bello shook his head and said, "Of course not. If it's just an interrogation of an ordinary prisoner, we can still guarantee the safety of the visitor. Matthew. 2 interrogators. Finally, Matthew and the other 2 made a decision. Mr. Prison Guard, let's follow your arrangements. Okay. Chapter 35. Damn, there is such a good thing? Matthew and his friends waited for more than an hour. It was almost 10 o'clock in the evening when Chen Xiaobai sat down on the leather sofa opposite Matthew and others with sleepy eyes. Matthew and the others were still holding back their anger, but then something even more shocking happened. A girl whose appearance clearly did not belong to the prison guard system stood behind Chen Xiaobai. She gently took out a bottle of sugar-free cola from the refrigerator on the side, opened the pull ring, inserted a straw, and placed it in front of Chen Xiaobai. Then the girl dropped her hands in front of her, stood slightly sideways, looking exactly like a servant. Swish. Oh. Chen Xiaobai took a sip of Coke, let out a long breath, looked at the Public Security Bureau officers across from him, and took the initiative to greet them. Hello. Hello. Matthew, who has been in the Los Angeles security system for nearly 20 years, felt that his outlook on life had suffered a huge impact tonight. He replied to Chen Xiaobai very stiffly, and for a moment he couldn't think of what to say. The 2 interrogators stared at the iron bars in front of them, then looked at the Coke in Chen Xiaobai's hand across from them, the leather chair beneath them, and the maid standing beside them. On his side, cold water was served and the chair was made of wood. Standing next to him was a senior prison administrator, but at this moment he felt that this person was here to monitor him and his group. Everything indicated that they were the ones being interrogated. Chen Xiaobai drank his Coke and looked at the dazed people across from him. He asked, name, gender, occupation? Matthew. 2 interrogators. Eddie, male, security officer. The Tianwu Realm security army warrior who had not spoken since entering the prison suddenly spoke at this time. As a result, as soon as he opened his mouth, he attracted extremely hostile gazes from the 3 people beside him. The interrogation environment was already a little awkward, and with Eddie's cooperation with Chen Xiaobai, the atmosphere became even more awkward. Cough, cough. Your name is Chen Xiaobai, right? Matthew coughed twice, ready to take the initiative again, but the black-haired boy opposite him didn't seem to give him much face. No, I'm not. Matthew and the others hurriedly looked down at the document in their hands. Matthew himself even picked up the photo in Chen Xiaobai's file on the document and compared it with the black-haired boy in front of him. The result naturally made Matthew very excited. Bang! Matthew slammed the table and said, You are obviously. Slurp. Chen Xiaobai on the opposite side took a sip of Coke and rolled his eyes. You know it, but why are you asking? Stop talking nonsense and tell me your name, occupation, and why you are here. Matthew was about to bang his head on the table to tell the disrespectful teenager that he was the interrogator, but then the white female interrogator next to him gently patted his arm and took the initiative to say, Hello, kid, my name is Wang Sha. You can call me by my Eastern name, Wang Sha. Chen Xiaobai frowned. TSK, the cultural output of the Western Federation isn't very good. How come everyone has an Eastern name? Wang Sha ignored the rudeness in Chen Xiaobai's words and continued to smile as she said, Because there are so many Eastern elites in all walks of life now, it would be much more convenient to have an Eastern name. Child, it must be uncomfortable to stay here today. Do you want to go out? Chen Xiaobai sniffed, then thought carefully about his day, muttering, Well, when I first arrived this morning, I was warmly entertained by the brothers in the prison. Then there were the prison guards, who were all good at fighting. Then the warden treated me so graciously at noon that I almost died of stuffing. I finally managed to get a good night's sleep in the afternoon, but at dinner time I found that everyone was particularly unfamiliar with me. Well, the day went by okay, but I didn't really feel like going out. Listening to Chen Xiaobai's story of his day's experience, Matthew, Wang Sha, and another interrogator all had a smile on their faces. They seemed to have seen Chen Xiaobai being subdued by the prisoners in the morning, then being beaten by the prison guards, and then being taught a lesson by the warden Henry himself, and being beaten again by the prisoners in the afternoon. As for Chen Xiaobai's last sentence, I don't really want to go out, several people completely regarded it as the last stubbornness of a stubborn child. Only Bello, who was standing next to the others, had his mouth twitching constantly, and secretly rubbed his lower back, which was still aching slightly. Wang Sha continued in her gentle voice, Son, we understand that it's not easy for you to be here. After all, this is a prison, and it's definitely not a place for a child like you. Now, as long as you cooperate with us, we can fight for a chance for you to get out. Slurp. Chen Xiaobai took a sip of his Coke and didn't say anything. But Matthew couldn't stand it any longer. He asked the prison administrator beside him, Bello, why is he allowed to drink in prison, and with servants? If you just want to tell us that you don't abuse newcomers in prison, you don't need this. Bello looked at Matthew and the others almost as if they were his saviors. As this lady just said, this is not the place for him to be. Matthew turned to look at Chen Xiaobai. Chen Xiaobai, did you see that? The prison guards also said so. As long as you cooperate, it will be no problem for you to get out. Slurp. Chen Xiaobai took another sip of Coke and said nonchalantly, Okay, go ahead and ask. Matthew and the two interrogators beside him breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. It seemed that today's trip was not in vain. Because Wang Xia had already made a good start, she continued in her seemingly gentle tone. Child, tell me, do you have two female friends who are very close to you? Chen Xiaobai nodded. Yes, I have. Are they all warriors? One is, but I don't know if the other is. Do you know where they are now? There's a class that should be in our school. You should know about it. It's Maple Blue High School. As for the other one, it should be gone. Matthew took over and asked, Are you saying that one of your two female friends is still attending Fenglan High School? Slurp. Chen Xiaobai finished the Coke in his cup in one gulp, turned to look at the maid beside him that Henry had specially hired from outside to take care of him, and ordered, Please refill the cup. Thank you. Okay. The maid very obediently took the Coke bottle in front of Chen Xiaobai and took out another bottle from the refrigerator. After the maid put the straw back in place and Chen Xiaobai took a swig, he said to the people opposite him, It's not school, it's teaching. She's my homeroom teacher, manhwa. Bang. Matthew was really angry this time. He angrily asked Chen Xiaobai, Boy, do you want to stay here forever? Chen Xiaobai was stunned. He turned to look at Bello beside him and asked, What the hell? Is there such a good thing? Chapter 36 Package Price, 100 million. As soon as Chen Xiaobai said this, seeing Bello's mouth twitching and an extremely embarrassed expression, several officers from the Public Security Bureau seemed to realize that the matter was not simple. Then, the entire interrogation room fell into silence. Slurp, slurp, slurp. Apart from the sound of Chen Xiaobai drinking Coke, the only other sounds were the increasingly rapid breathing of Matthew, Wang Xia, and others. In the end, the interrogation ended with Chen Xiaobai saying, I'm sleepy. I want to go back and sleep on the same big bed as the queen of the ISA Federation. When Chen Xiaobai left, he even waved and said, Good night, to Matthew and the other two. Swish. A security car suddenly braked and stopped in front of a convenience store. A sheriff, who looked quite high-ranking, got out of the car. He angrily pushed open the door of the convenience store, walked to the counter, and bang. The sheriff slapped the counter of the convenience store, almost breaking it. I want a bottle of Coke. The convenience store attendant, frightened by the sheriff, quickly brought over a bottle of Coke and said, Hello, for you on. The sheriff took one look and snapped. I want sugar-free. The waiter quickly changed the bottle for him. Not bottles, cans. The waiter quickly replaced it. Straw, where's the straw? The waiter brought out another straw for him. The sheriff was none other than Inspector Matthew, who had just been released from the Los Angeles Central Prison. Gurgle. After taking a deep sip of the Coke in his hand, Matthew felt that the frustration he felt tonight was slightly relieved. Back in the car, Matthew said to his driver, Find a hotel with the same bed as the queen of the ISA Federation. I'm not going home to sleep tonight. The driver looked at Matthew in surprise and said, Yes. Fuck, my conditions can't be worse than that kid in prison, right? Fuck. The next day, Chen Xiaobai had just woken up when a maid brought in an exquisite oriental breakfast on a food cart. The maid who brought the food said cautiously to Chen Xiaobai, Mr. Chen, the prison guards told me that someone wants to visit you today. What do you think? Chen Xiaobai picked up a barbecued pork bun and took a bite. Who are they? These people have nothing to do every day? Why do they always go to prison? The maid took the notebook and took a look at it, then said, It's someone from Fenglan Group. Chen Xiaobai was stunned. This was an old enemy. Okay, when will they arrive? It should be 9 o'clock in the morning. Well, then let them wait. I'll see them at 9 o'clock in the evening. Well, in fact, Chen Xiaobai was not so ignorant as to let the people from Fenglan Group wait until 9 o'clock in the evening. At 8:30, Chen Xiaobai, who had eaten and drunk enough, met with the people from Fenglan Group in the interrogation room where he had met Matthew and others yesterday. Two people came from Fenglan Group, a man and a woman, both with yellow skin and black hair like Chen Xiaobai. Although they were left out by Chen Xiaobai for a whole day, there was no sign of unhappiness on their faces. Chen Xiaobai was a little annoyed because he hated being with people who could control their emotions perfectly. The three of them sat facing each other across a glass curtain wall and iron fence. The man was the first to speak. Student Chen Xiaobai, let me introduce myself. I'm the director of the Los Angeles branch of the Fenglan Group. Like you, I have Oriental blood flowing through my veins, but I'm from the Peninsula Federation. My name is Jin Shangji. The person next to you is our group's newly appointed principal of Luoqing Fenglan High School. Her name is Li Jingxi, and she's from the Red Dragon Federation. Hearing the words Red Dragon Federation, Chen Xiaobai looked at the woman a few more times. Su Wentian ran to that federation and never came back. Li Jingxi saw Chen Xiaobai looking at her and smiled, saying, "Hello, Chen Xiaobai. I'm the new principal of Fenglan High School. I'm very sorry that our colleague's negligence has caused you so much trouble. Don't worry, we have reached an agreement with Ms. Yang Wei's family, and we will file a request with the Los Angeles prosecutor's office to drop the charges against you tomorrow morning." Jin Shangji followed up by saying, "Yes, I'm really sorry, classmate Chen Xiaobai, for causing you trouble." Chen Xiaobai. Chen Xiaobai rubbed his forehead a little irritably. Look how nicely they spoke. But Chen Xiaobai was not naive enough to think that these two people just came to show their goodwill to him. Chen Xiaobai frowned and asked, "Why? I seem to be the most suspicious in Yang Wei's death. And what's the name of that Tianwu realm warrior in your group?" Jin Shangji. Ron. Chen Xiaobai nodded. "Yes, it's him." Li Jingxi looked at the documents in her hand and said, "We've learned the details of the whole incident. It's indeed Yang Wei's fault. So, classmate Chen, we hope you can forgive us and welcome you back to Fenglan High School to continue your studies. We will also apply for a college recommendation and a full scholarship for you this year." Jin Shangji added, "During your university years, Fenglan Group will support you through college at a rate of 3 times the federal living allowance. This is our reflection on the mistakes made by one of our own people, and I hope you can accept it." Chen Xiaobai didn't say anything. His eyes moved back and forth between Jin Shangji and Li Jingxi opposite him. After a few minutes, Chen Xiaobai finally figured out the whole story. He smiled and said, "Thank you, but no thanks. I'm quite comfortable living here." Jin Shangji immediately bowed and said, "If you have any other conditions, you can tell me." Chen Xiaobai raised his eyebrows and asked, "What conditions can compare to the Shisen group?" Jin Shangji remained calm and followed Chen Xiaobai's smile, saying, "I didn't expect that classmate Chen, despite being so young, is so quick-witted. He actually guessed our intentions right away." Chen Xiaobai leaned back in his chair and said calmly, "It's not surprising. Aren't the only 2 chaebol in Los Angeles who can make your Fenglan group give in? Let me go out and fight the Shan family of the Shisen group to the death, while you sit back and reap the benefits. Well, this is the style of you chaebols." Li Jingxi smiled and said, "But classmate Chen, you're going to get out eventually, right? Are you going to stay in this prison forever?" Chen Xiaobai's expression was frighteningly calm. "This is why I hate being around people like you. You're all so scheming. If I meet someone dumb enough, I'll be sold out and have to count the money for them." Jin Shangji smiled and said, "Who would dare to sell you out? You're a direct descendant of the huge Shisen group. You can give it to anyone you want. We still want to live a few more days." Chen Xiaobai closed his eyes and pondered for a while. When he opened his eyes again, he was no longer the youthful look he had before. He looked like a poisonous snake coiled on the ground, which could suddenly attack and hurt people at any time. "You're right. I really can't stay here forever. I've already made a feud with the Shisen group. This time, you've outmaneuvered me." Li Jingxi asked tentatively, "Are you willing to cooperate with us?" Chen Xiaobai, "Cooperation? I like this word. Since it's cooperation, let's talk about the price." As he spoke, Chen Xiaobai looked up at the surveillance camera in the corner of the room. Jin Shangji immediately said, "Don't worry, Henry is from Fenglan Group." Chen Xiaobai nodded. "Okay, then I'll be frank. The chairman of Shisen Group, Xiao Kelluo, also known as Kelluo Shan in the West, has a family of 21 people. Except for Xiao Rue, who is already dead, and Xiao Bayer, who needs to be settled separately, the rest of the family is priced at 100 million. Isn't that expensive?" Jin Shangji, the helmsman of a multi-hundred billion enterprise, his life can be bought for 100 million. It's not expensive. Chen Xiaobai continued, "Xiao Bayer is a level 3 public security inspector and the top official of the Los Angeles Public Security Bureau. He has 30 million. Jin Shangji, 30 million is too cheap. I can't let you suffer a loss. 50 million. Chen Xiaobai was silent for a moment, then looked at Jin Shangji and Li Jingxi and asked, "Finally, it's your turn. How much do you think you two are worth?" The smile on Li Jingxi's face froze for a moment. She had never expected that the money for saving her life would be counted on her. Jin Shangji continued to smile and said, "As I should. If I were you, I wouldn't let Fenglan go after I get out. As for how much Jingxi and I are worth, I think we can round it up to 50 million, which adds up to 200 million. But classmate Chen, don't make the mistake. Others are buying death, but Jingxi and I are buying life." Chen Xiaobai smiled. "Don't worry, it won't be wrong. Does Black Rose know?" Jin Shangji gestured to Li Jingxi, who immediately opened his laptop and asked, "What's your ID?" Blood shadow. These words were not said by Chen Xiaobai, but by Chen Xiaobai. Chen Xiaobai's brows tightened, and Chen Xiaobai immediately said, "Don't worry, Black Rose is fine. I was the one who hired you to kill Yang Wei last time." Seeing Chen Xiaobai's puzzled look, Chen Xiaobai explained, "Although we belong to the same group, there will be competition between us. If she doesn't die, how can I become the boss in Luoqing? Before, I used my own personal funds, so I could only provide 500,000. Now that I'm cooperating with you, I have the support of the Fenglan group. Don't worry, the money will definitely be no problem." Chen Xiaobai didn't care much about the infighting on Chen Xiaobai side. He just said, "Let's go through the platform transaction and pay half in advance." No problem. Chapter 37, Give me power, and I will give you violence. At the same time that Chen Xiaobai and Chen Xiaobai were having a meeting, the lights in the speaker's office in the Los Angeles Council were also brightly lit and did not go out until late at night. Afterwards, the third-level inspector of the Los Angeles Public Security Department, Xiao Bayer, the lieutenant colonel of the Los Angeles XBA team, Benjamin, the secretary general of the Los Angeles Warrior Management and Investigation Center, Kekel, and the speaker of the Los Angeles Senate, Karina, left one after another under the cover of night. At 4 o'clock in the morning, Chen Xiaobai and Li Jingxi, who had just left Los Angeles Central Prison in the first half of the night, rushed back again in a dusty state. They woke up Chen Xiaobai from his sleep, to the extreme fear of the prison guards. In Chen Xiaobai's suite, which was comparable to a star-rated hotel, Chen Xiaobai hurriedly said to him, "Something happened." Chen Xiaobai rubbed his sleepy eyes and muttered, "Speak slowly, speak slowly." Chen Xiaobai took a breath and said, "We've received reliable information that Los Angeles City Council Speaker Karina contacted the Public Security Bureau, the Warrior Management and Investigation Center, the Prosecutor's Office, and the Court of Justice within the past few hours. They're planning to collude with multiple parties to fabricate false evidence and force a conviction on you." A murderous glint flashed across Chen Xiaobai's sleepy eyes. On the surface, he still looked like he hadn't woken up yet. "No way. Just because I'm a high school student, they have to pick on me. Because we can't find your two companions, and the incident has been publicized by the media, we must give the public an explanation. The only option left is to arrest you." Chen Xiaobai yawned and said, "Okay, I get it. They have to go through the procedures, so it will take at least a few days. I'll leave at dawn and get things done." Chen Xiaobai nodded. "We can take you away now." Chen Xiaobai sat back on his bed. "We're too big a target now. There might be spies planted by the enemy in the special forces. When the prison guards and special forces change shifts tonight, there will be a lot of people off work. Let Henry make arrangements. Help me prepare some things during the day." Chen Xiaobai nodded and turned to look at Li Jingxi, who immediately went out to make a phone call. Afterwards, Chen Xiaobai wrote a list of items and handed it to Chen Xiaobai. After Chen Xiaobai left, the prison guard carefully closed the door for Chen Xiaobai. After everyone left, Chen Xiaobai sat on the bed and looked at the stars in the sky outside the window. He held a sharp dagger in his hand, and his fingers gently stroked the blade. Everything was normal for Chen Xiaobai that day. He ate in the room in the morning and at noon. In the morning, he went out for some fresh air with the other prisoners. The rest of the time, he stayed in the room and slept. In the blink of an eye, it was time for lunch. All the prisoners still waited until Chen Xiaobai had prepared his meal and sat down to eat before they started eating. However, something special happened today. Someone sat down opposite Chen Xiaobai with a tray of food. This was a white man about 40 years old, with light brown hair, very neatly groomed. He was quite tall, looking at least 1.9 meters tall, and wore gloves on both hands. This person and Chen Xiaobai have one thing in common. They are both wearing their own clothes. The man sat down opposite Chen Xiaobai with a plate in his hand and asked, "Are you leaving here soon?" Chen Xiaobai concentrated on finishing the food on his plate and simply responded, "Maybe. My Eastern name is Sun Yu. I'm from the North Atlantic Federation. I live in the room across from you. It's an honor to meet you. Putting aside those messed up warriors, you are the most perfect warrior I have ever seen." Chen Xiaobai didn't react at all. Although he had been training this body since he was a child, it was still far inferior to that of his previous life. He was by no means a perfect warrior. "You may have misunderstood. I'm not talking about physique, but spirit." Chen Xiaobai still just lowered his head and dealt with his own things without saying a word. "You're feeling a bit excited right now. I can sense that you're very excited about what's about to happen. Tell me, kid, are you born to love killing?" Clang. Chen Xiaobai put down the fork in his hand and stared at the man opposite with cold eyes. "Let me advise you, talking too much can kill you." The man didn't avoid Chen Xiaobai's gaze at all. "I don't think you will kill me, because I can make you stronger and more powerful." Chen Xiaobai looked the man in front of him up and down and said, "Sorry, I'm healthy and don't need aphrodisiacs." There was a brief silence at the table. About a minute later, the man took off the leather gloves on his hands. At this moment, a look of surprise flashed in Chen Xiaobai's eyes, because this man's two hands were not human hands. It's a pair of mechanical arms. The man seemed very satisfied with the surprise in Chen Xiaobai's eyes. He raised his two mechanical hands and said, "I don't have any so-called martial arts talent, but with this pair of mechanical hands, I can fight a Tianwu realm warrior to a draw." After a brief moment of surprise, Chen Xiaobai lost interest in the person in front of him. He had rich experience in killing in his previous life and had the ability to give birth to a Banshee. It was obvious that mechanical limbs were not something he was meant for. After finishing the last bit of food on the plate, Chen Xiaobai stood up and was about to leave. "Please wait." When the man saw Chen Xiaobai was about to leave, he stood up and pressed the mechanical arm on Chen Xiaobai's shoulder. Suddenly, a fierce look flashed in Chen Xiaobai's eyes. Swish! Chen Xiaobai suddenly took action. He grabbed the man's wrist with his left hand and pulled it hard, immediately fixing the man's mechanical hand on the dining table in front of him. At the same time, he raised his right hand, and the spiritual power in his body moved slightly. At this moment, his hand, which was clearly a human, swung with the force of a tiger claw and slammed the man's mechanical hand. Bang! Snap! Well, the mechanical arm that the man had just shown off in front of Chen Xiaobai turned into a pile of metal fragments in an instant. Chen Xiaobai stared at the man's eyes carefully and said coldly, "You can tie with a Tianwu realm warrior, but I can kill a Tianwu realm warrior. Today I am just teaching you a lesson. Keep your claws in check. If you do it again, it won't be your hand that's broken." The sudden noise in the dining room attracted all the prisoners who were eating and the guards standing guard nearby. However, no matter whether they were prisoners or guards, they were attracted by the noise and took a look, then immediately turned their heads back as if they heard nothing. Whether it is Sun Yu or the white man from the North Atlantic who called himself Sun Yu had beads of sweat on his forehead. You are strong now, but human strength has its limits. With the development of technology, mechanical limbs will eventually become mainstream. He used his other intact robotic arm to pull out a business card and handed it to Chen Xiaobai. "The robotic arm you broke is worth 60 million. I'm not asking you to pay me back, but I'm asking you to give me my contact information in exchange for 60 million. This deal is worth it." Chen Xiaobai took the business card and took a look at it. The business card was very simple, with 4 names written on it, corresponding to Sun Yu's North Atlantic Federation, Star Federation, Red Dragon Federation, and White Bear Federation. Below the 4 names is a mobile phone number and email address. Looking at Sun Yu's mechanical arm that had been shattered into pieces, Chen Xiaobai raised the business card to gesture to him, then put it in his pocket. Seeing Chen Xiaobai's action, Sun Yu seemed to have unloaded a heavy burden from his heart. He continued, "The problem you are facing now can be solved with just one phone call from me. I am the Duke of the North Atlantic Federation. My family and followers have a lot of influence in the political circles of the Star Federation. With just one word from me, all the troubles you are facing now will no longer be a problem." Chen Xiaobai raised his head and let out a long sigh, saying, "Since I broke your 60 million manipulator, I'll say one more thing to you, something I've always believed in. You say, give me force, and I will give you force in return." Chapter 38 Power, Violence // Thanks to the great God, Pingyang is a newbie for the certification. Give me force, and I will give you force in return. The roar of the armed helicopters was accompanied by the cold wind of early summer night. Henry looked at the note that appeared in the trunk of his car and felt a chill down his spine. Just now, 20 minutes ago, Chen Xiaobai left the central prison in Henry's car. The person driving the car was not Henry himself, but his deputy Bello. At first, Bello suggested that Chen Xiaobai sit in the back seat, but Chen Xiaobai refused. He took the backpack Henry prepared for him and got into the trunk of the car. In the backpack were the various equipment and items that Chen Xiaobai had asked Henry to prepare. Jin Shangji and Li Jingxi sat in the back seat of Henry's car instead. The Los Angeles Central Prison is located on the outskirts of the city, and it takes half an hour to drive on the deserted Highway 12 to get into the city. However, soon after the car drove out of the central prison, the rumbling sound of an armed helicopter was heard in the sky. Swish! Boom! A rocket exploded in front of Henry's car, forcing the car, which was moving fast, to stop. At the same time, heavy, fully armored metal riot vehicles rushed out from both sides of the street. Fully armed Special Forces soldiers rushed out densely and surrounded Henry's car in an instant. Sitting in the car were Bello, Jin Shangji, and Li Jingxi. Bello looked nervous and didn't know what was going on. Li Jingxi grabbed Jin Shangji's arm with some fear. Jin Shangji quietly turned his head and glanced behind him, gently patted Li Jingxi's arm, and comforted her. It's okay. Afterwards, the three of them slowly got out of the car under the gunpoint of the Special Forces soldiers. When Jin Shangji saw Xiaobai and Henry in the crowd, he understood what had happened. Traitor. Jin Shangji uttered these two words in a cold voice, but Henry's dark face showed a smug look. Sorry, my boss. Although I am loyal to the group that pays me, in comparison, I am more loyal to the Federation and the people of Los Angeles. Pooh. Although Li Jingxi, who was beside Jin Shangji, looked scared, she did not hide her contempt for Henry. He is just a dog without loyalty, and he even describes his infidelity in such a nice way. Shameless. Ha 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 ha. Henry threw his head back and laughed, then waved his hand and came to the back of his car with a rifle in his hand and several Special Forces soldiers. Henry took a step back, pointed his gun at the trunk, and then asked the Special Forces soldiers to go forward and open the trunk. Child, come out. Your life as an emperor in Los Angeles prison is over. Two Special Forces soldiers carefully opened the trunk of the car and found it empty. In the first second, the smug smile on Henry's face froze instantly, and then he became stunned. After 2 seconds of stunnedness, a new emotion appeared in Henry's eyes, and that was fear. Henry, what's going on? In front, Xiaobai asked Henry under the protection of several XBA warriors who were obviously not ordinary soldiers. Head, the person is missing. Henry's teeth were almost chattering as he finished speaking. His words reached Xiaobai's ears. Fuck. Xiaobai roared in frustration, and in an instant all the Special Forces soldiers who had surrounded the car turned around to defend against sneak attacks that could come from all directions at any time. What was originally a surefire ambush failed. At this time, one of the two soldiers who opened the trunk took out a piece of paper from the trunk and handed it to Henry behind him. Written on the piece of paper were the very first sentences, "Give me power, and I will give you violence in return." Suddenly, Henry felt as if countless ants were gnawing at his body. He strode up to Jin Shangji, pressed the muzzle of the gun in his hand against Jin Shangji's temple, and asked urgently, "Tell me, where did that Oriental boy go?" Jin Shangji sneered. He didn't even bother to look at Henry. He said calmly, "Where can he go? Where is Chen Xiaobai at this time?" He was on the rooftop of a residential building a few kilometers away. At this moment, Chen Xiaobai saw everything that happened on the road clearly with his infrared telescope. By the way, this infrared telescope was prepared for him by Henry. From the beginning to the end, Chen Xiaobai never believed in Henry or Jin Shangji. His original plan was to hide in Henry's car and leave quietly without anyone noticing. If nothing unexpected happened, Chen Xiaobai would find an opportunity to earn Fengland's 200 million. Now something unexpected has happened, so Chen Xiaobai will collect some interest first. Snap! Putting down the telescope in his hand, Chen Xiaobai picked up the Barrett heavy sniper in his arms, fixed the frame, took aim, and said, "Point to the star." At the scene, not only Henry began to panic, but Xiaobai's face also looked very ugly. He immediately called Karina. "Mr. Speaker, there's a slight flaw in our plan." Boom. The sudden muffled sound interrupted Xiaobai's words, and even made him tremble all over, and he immediately squatted down on the spot. A group of Special Forces soldiers stood back to protect Xiaobai, and several XBA warriors turned their heads to look in the direction of the gunshots. Alert! The other side has a sniper. Fuck. Hall, get your men to find him. Damn it. Report casualties. A Special Forces soldier trembled and said into the headset, Report. Henry is dead." Hall immediately ran over with a team of Special Forces soldiers. Henry was still standing upright, but his shoulders were empty and his head was gone. Kim Sang-ji, who was beside him, was splashed with red and white stuff. But Jin Shangji didn't seem to mind this at all. Instead, he very elegantly took out a handkerchief from his suit pocket and wiped his face. Next, Jin Shangji walked with confident and elegant steps to a distance in front of Xiaobai, who was hiding under a group of Special Forces soldiers, and said with a smile, "Mr. Shan, thank you for giving such a good ally to our Fenglan group. Haha." Xiaobai said angrily, "Jin Shangji, it's too early for you to be proud now. Helicopter, go find that kid. Use heavy firepower. Assault Team B, coordinate with the armed helicopters in the sky from the ground to launch a comprehensive encirclement." After saying that, Xiaobai pointed at the warriors around him and picked 2 of them. "You too, and Hall will lead the Special Forces team." Pump. Xiaobai was halfway through his words when the head of Hall, the Special Forces captain he had just designated, exploded from his shoulders into a bloody mist. Using the star-pointing skill to increase Barrett's attack range, Chen Xiaobai was now calling out the names of Xiaobai and his group at will from a few kilometers away. Chapter 39 Power, Violence, 2. Helicopter. Helicopter. Find the target and use missiles. The pilots of several armed helicopters hovering in the sky immediately locked onto the corresponding area within 3 kilometers from the scene of the incident, but no one could find Chen Xiaobai. Pump. Suddenly, the sound of a fatal sniper rifle was heard again, and an XBA warrior next to Xiaobai, like Henry and Hall before, had his head exploded on his shoulder in an instant. It was the flame from this shot that allowed the helicopter pilot in the sky to find Chen Xiaobai's hiding place in the dark. Boss, I found him. Xiaobai listened to the helicopter pilot's report in his headset and shouted, then use the missiles to kill him. What are you hesitating about? The helicopter pilot said with some embarrassment. Boss, he is on top of a house, and there is a small town nearby. Fuck. Xiaobai punched the ground. Send the coordinates to the assault team. A small town about 6 kilometers southwest, on the rooftop of a 6-story residential building. Upon hearing this, Xiaobai immediately cursed. You idiot. He's attacking us with a sniper rifle. What kind of sniper rifle can shoot 6 kilometers? The helicopter pilot was speechless. Boss, I can confirm that the target is right there. Pump. The sniper rifle shots that frightened everyone here rang out again, and a special operations sniper hiding in the dark was named. This sniper had actually discovered Chen Xiaobai's location, but he couldn't believe that the other party was so far away from him. After the shot was fired, several helicopter pilots in the sky said, Sir, it seems the target is indeed there. Assault team, attack, attack. With Xiaobai's order, the heavy riot armored vehicles on the ground roared out and cooperated with the armed helicopters in the sky to chase Chen Xiaobai over there. Chen Xiaobai, who was lying on the roof of a residential building, saw this and sneered while chewing gum. He finally locked his target on Xiaobai and snapped. Cock the gun, star. Spirit explosion. Boom. Barrett's voice rang out again. This time, the Barrett bullet brought a blinding line of fire straight towards Xiaobai, who was hiding in the crowd. Whoosh. Boom. With Xiaobai as the center, a thick cloud of fire rose up. All the special forces soldiers and warriors protecting Xiaobai were blown into the sky. Jin Shangji and Li Jingxi, who had already left the vicinity of Xiaobel, turned around when they heard the loud explosion. They looked at each other with lingering fear. Looking at the flames erupting on the distant highway, Chen Xiaobai put away his sniper rifle and telescope, then stood up and rubbed the blue bird pattern on his chest. The lifelike blue bird pattern instantly came to life and turned into a beautiful girl with wings on her back, standing in front of Chen Xiaobai. Chen Xiaobai went behind Xiaoqing and put his arms around her. Master, hold me tighter. Xiaoqing's shy and timid voice sounded, and Chen Xiaobai felt the softness on his hand. Okay. After a while, swish. Xiaoqing flapped her wings behind her back suddenly, and she flew into the night sky with Chen Xiaobai. They were so fast that when the armed helicopter arrived at the residential building where Chen Xiaobai was hiding, they had already turned into a black dot in the night sky. This is the flying speed of the female Banshee windbird in the Zhenwu realm. On the distant highway, when they learned that the target had escaped from the attack helicopter driver's report, all the people from the Public Security Bureau and the Special Forces stared at the night sky in a daze. At this time, most of them did not know who their target for today's mission was, but they knew that this target was very terrifying and had a strong desire for revenge. From the Vice President of Fenglan Group to the second-level Inspector Xiao Rui of the Public Security Bureau, and now even the third-level Inspector Xiaobai has been taken down by him. This is the head of the Los Angeles Sheriff's Department. Who will this mysterious opponent take revenge on next? Los Angeles Council. Karina in the office was shocked after hearing the report from the Public Security Bureau. Speaker, we have failed. Commander Sean has died. The voice of first-class security Inspector Holm, who was reporting the situation, sounded unusually sharp to Karina's ears. This time, almost all the forces of the Los Angeles Sheriff's Department were mobilized, and with Henry as their accomplice, it seemed that nothing should go wrong. Karina picked up Chen Xiaobai's profile, which was lying on her desk. She looked at the incredibly youthful face in the photo and wondered, what kind of secrets does this damned Oriental boy have? Damn it. Suddenly, Karina felt her heartbeat quicken, and an impossible thought suddenly occurred to her. He won't come to me? Snap. At this moment, the door of Karina's office opened. There was only one person who could open the door without knocking, and that was Karina's personal security guard. As the Speaker of the Los Angeles City Council, Karina's background is naturally very complicated. She comes from the Sun Group, one of the top 10 central financial groups in the Federation. In addition to the XBA bodyguards on the surface, Karina is also secretly protected by the Sun Group's security consultants. The person who opened the door at this time was Karina's personal security advisor, the 9-star Beast Wolf warrior of the Heavenly Martial Realm, Lauren, codenamed She-Wolf. After Roland came in, she stood next to Karina without saying a word, her eyes fixed on the office door she had just entered. Bang! There was a loud bang, and something smashed the wooden door of Karina's office. 2 warrior security guards from the Senate were thrown in from outside the door, one after another in the shape of balls. A young face, a face whose photo Karina had just seen, appeared before her. Chen Xiaobai walked into Karina's office carelessly, followed by Xiaojiu, who had transformed. Chen Xiaobai came and sat down opposite Karina, and glanced at Karina and Roland, who was standing beside her with his extremely cold eyes. Ever since taking the position of Speaker of the Los Angeles City Council, Karina couldn't remember the last time she'd been treated so rudely. Her tone was calm, yet tinged with anger. "Do you know what you're doing?" Chen Xiaobai frowned slightly, and then, suddenly, the glass in Karina's office shattered all over the floor, and a strong night wind rushed in. Xiaoqing spread her wings and flew into the office. She grabbed Roland, who was beside Karina, and turned around and flew out. Luo Lan had no time to resist in the last second, and she didn't dare to resist in the next second because Xiaoqing had already taken her into the night sky. Beast, wolf-type mutant. Although he can unleash the ferocious characteristics of a beast in battle, this wolf-type mutant obviously cannot fly. After Roland disappeared, Karina's expression remained the same as before, but it was obvious that the confidence in her eyes had diminished a lot. Chen Xiaobai slowly placed a card on Karina's desk. At first glance, it was a plum blossom, but it was actually a paw print made by Xiaojiu. "Mr. Speaker, I will give you 2 options now. First, before I kill all the direct relatives of the Shan family of the Sison Group one by one, you leave Los Angeles on your own. Second, after I kill all the direct relatives of the Shan family of the Sison Group one by one, I will kill you." As soon as Chen Xiaobai finished speaking, the Speaker of the Luoqing Senate trembled all over. Chapter 40 Tiger XX Big Cat. Chen Xiaobai watched the head of the Los Angeles Council tremble on the spot for several minutes. Soon, the sound of hurried leather boots could be heard outside the speaker's office. "Speaker Karina, are you okay?" A man's voice came from outside the door, sounding extremely anxious, but no one was there. It seemed that the visitor outside the door gave Karina some courage. She took a deep breath, calmed down, and said to Chen Xiaobai, "How dare you threaten the speaker of a federal city?" Chen Xiaobai took out a silver exquisite pistol, raised his hand, and fired a shot at the wall of the side office. Bang! Bang! There was a sound of a machine being smashed coming from outside the wall. A special forces soldier who was using an infrared thermal sensing device to investigate the situation in the office looked at the instrument in his hand that was hit by a bullet stupidly, and he was completely stunned. Inside the office, Chen Xiaobai felt the time was almost up. He stood up and said, "I'm just stating a fact. If you feel this is a threat, then so be it." After saying this, Chen Xiaobai stood up and was about to leave. But before he left, he suddenly revealed a mischievous smile, reached out and hooked the chin of the middle-aged but still charming white woman. In the face of her horrified eyes, he said, "Madam Speaker, it would be better if you were 20 years younger." Afterwards, Chen Xiaobai stretched out his finger and lightly flicked Karina's well-maintained face, then jumped out of the office window. When Chen Xiaobai appeared at the window, the guards standing downstairs in the Senate Speaker's office building panicked. Seeing Chen Xiaobai landing, all the guards drew their pistols and were about to surround him, but Chen Xiaobai's figure disappeared as soon as he landed like a ghost. Using the skills obtained from the wind spirit bird to move several times continuously, within a few seconds, Chen Xiaobai appeared outside the gate of the Council of State. Stretching lazily and with a harmless smile, Chen Xiaobai left the Council of State leisurely, as if taking a stroll. After walking less than 100 meters, Chen Xiaobai felt that he was being monitored again, but he was not nervous at all. Instead, he stopped at several intersections when the lights were red and waved and greeted the people who were following him. Even in the city, it was not easy for even the federal parliament to start a big fight. A few people came up and fought a small fight, but they couldn't defeat Chen Xiaobai. For a moment, Chen Xiaobai felt that life was peaceful again. Chen Xiaobai walked all the way back to his apartment, greeted the security guard downstairs, and went up the stairs. He lives on the 9th floor, and there is an elevator in the apartment building. Whether to take the stairs or the elevator depends entirely on Chen Xiaobai's mood. When he reached the 6th floor, Chen Xiaobai smiled. Today, the entire apartment building was unusually quiet. I didn't see the grandma on the 1st floor who complained about the rising vegetable prices all day long, nor did I see the old man on the 3rd floor who liked to enjoy the cool air in the corridor, nor did I see the young couple on the fourth floor who were always quarreling. The entire apartment building was quiet, upstairs and downstairs. Chen Xiaobai looked down from the stairwell window and saw that there was no one in the public area downstairs except the old man guarding the door. Chen Xiaobai continued to walk upstairs slowly, muttering, "Dear Speaker, it seems that you must get ahead of the Shan family." 11:40 p.m., Star Federation, Los Angeles Coast Military Base. Two F-35 fighter jets slowly drove onto the takeoff runway, and the tower was making final communication with the pilots. "Falcon, I emphasize again that this hunt target is within a federal city, and there must be no mistakes. Don't worry, unless there's a problem with Raytheon Group's missiles, there will be absolutely no problem. Okay, good luck to you, Falcon." Boom. Soon, the fighter plane accelerated with a sound like thunder and flew rapidly into the night sky. Council of State, Office of the Speaker. Because the window was broken, Karina's office was filled with cold wind, but no one in the office dared to complain at this time. Those who can stand here are all middle and high-level officials of the Los Angeles Senate. There are no fools among them. Everyone can see that Karina is on the verge of a rage. At this moment, Karina's secretary strode into the office and said, "Speaker, the fighter planes have taken off. Are you here?" Karina turned around and took her coat off the hanger. She said to everyone in the office, "I have to go on a business trip to Chongqing. If you're all set, please go back." After saying this, Karina ignored her colleagues, left the office building, got into her car, and headed to the Senate helicopter pad under the protection of a Special Forces team. Boom. Under the pitch-black night, two fighter jets flew across the night sky. The thousands of lights of Los Angeles are already visible ahead. Falcon 1 has locked onto the target and is ready to attack. Agreed to the attack. After a brief exchange, the Falcon 1 F-35 fighter pilot pressed the airborne missile launch button on the cockpit console. Swish! An airborne cruise missile popped out from the rack under the wing of the F-35 fighter jet, and then a strong tail flame emerged as it flew rapidly towards the thousands of lights in Los Angeles. The missile, trailing thick white smoke, flashed across the night sky and accurately hit the apartment building where Chen Xiaobai lived. Boom! In an instant, there was a burst of flying rocks, and thick clouds rose above the apartment building. The entire apartment building was shaken by the violent shock wave caused by the missile explosion. Swish! A few seconds later, the second missile flew over. Boom! Swish! Swish! Boom! Boom! A total of 4 cruise missiles exploded on the apartment building where Chen Xiaobai lived. After the 4 missiles passed, the entire apartment building was reduced to ruins and finally collapsed slowly. The rooftop of the Los Angeles Business Center building. This is the tallest building in Los Angeles, from where you can overlook the entire city. Chen Xiaobai sat on the edge of the rooftop of the building, swinging his legs back and forth, just as he liked before. When the flames of the missile explosion not far away shot up into the sky, and when the familiar apartment building in front of him slowly collapsed, Chen Xiaobai knew that the last legacy left to him by his parents was gone. There were some tears in my eyes, but I felt relieved in my heart. He took out his cell phone, which was always turned off. Chen Xiaobai knew that as long as his cell phone received a communication signal, he would be immediately located by the Federal Marshal Service. However, he still turned on his phone. There were hundreds of missed calls as indicated by text messages, including calls from Du Guozhong, Du Xiaohong, Meng Huiqiu, and several from Wang Han. The most numerous of them was an international call from Su Wentian. At this time, Chen Xiaobai had just turned on his phone when a call came in. It was from Su Wentian. Chen Xiaobai smiled bitterly and pressed the answer button. "Hello? Uncle Su? What do you want to talk to me about?" There was a burst of rapid breathing from the other end of the phone, and Su Wentian's rough voice came out from the microphone after a long time. "You bastard, little jerk, compared to your father in his time, you are really like a tiger fucking a big cat. A tiger father can't give birth to a dog." Chen Xiaobai. Chapter 41. Draw the bow and shoot Wu Ji. Goodbye, Mr. Speaker. On the tarmac of the Council of State, fully armed Special Forces soldiers have lined up. 3 attack helicopters were circling at low altitude, and a military helicopter was parked on the apron below. Karina walked over from the council building under the protection of Roland, another warrior, and a team of Special Forces soldiers. The night wind was howling, and suddenly the roar of fighter jets flying and the sound of missiles exploding were heard in the distance. The sudden sound startled Karina. She stood there for a moment, and an idea came to her mind. If that black-haired Oriental boy died, wouldn't he no longer have to? Although he nominally told his men that he was on a business trip, everyone actually understood that he was scared away by an Oriental boy. Seeing Karina stop, Roland beside her whispered, "Speaker, let's go. Now is not the time to worry about face. Even if the black-haired boy is successfully killed, he still has two companions. Although there are quite a few people in the group who can truly become city council chairman, compared to the other major groups, it is definitely not that many. Your safety must not be compromised. Karina took a deep breath, nodded, tightened her coat, and continued to walk quickly toward the tarmac in front. Salute! With Karina's arrival, all the Special Forces soldiers on the tarmac raised their hands and saluted at the same time at the commander's shout. The leader of the Special Forces team stepped forward, saluted Karina, and said, "Madam Speaker, the Luozhou Special Forces Tianlang squad will be guarding your safety throughout the journey." Karina nodded. "Thank you for your hard work, Captain." Afterwards, Karina boarded a helicopter under the escort of the Serious Special Forces and slowly took off together with the other two armed helicopters on the ground and the three armed helicopters hovering in the sky. Just as the helicopter took off and was about to leave, Karina's satellite phone rang. After she answered it, the words that came out of the phone made Karina's face change suddenly. "Speaker, we've located the cell phone signal of that Oriental boy. He's on the rooftop of the Business Center building. The rooftop of the Los Angeles Business Center building." Listening to Su Wentian's roar on the phone, in the corner of Chen Xiaobai's site, 5 armed helicopters escorted a military helicopter into the night sky. "You didn't eat much, but you're so brave. When I was your age, I only dared to peek at girls' butts, and you've already started killing people? If your father knew what I taught you, even a coffin made of alloy wouldn't be able to cover him. Tell me the truth, kid. Does the dead Luoqing police inspector, Xiao Rui, have anything to do with you? You have 2 accomplices, right? It's those 2 who led you astray, right? Get ready to run away. I'm going to find someone to support you." Chen Xiaobai put down his phone and looked at the helicopters rising over there. Xiaoju walked out leisurely with cat steps beside him, and after transforming, he handed him a white jade longbow. Gently plucking the bowstring, Chen Xiaobai said into the phone, "Uncle Su, please be quiet for a while. I have something to do." The rough voice on the phone paused. "What are you doing? Are you hiding from the Star Security Force?" Chen Xiaobai raised the longbow with his left hand and tightened the bowstring with his right hand. The bow in his hand was like a full moon. He used the cat demon's fierce claws, and the fire's spiritual power madly flowed from Chen Xiaobai's hand into the bowstring of the white jade longbow, gradually forming a fiery red bow and arrow. At this moment, several helicopters that had taken off and were about to fly away seemed to have suddenly received some news. They immediately changed their original flight routes and were about to land back on the ground. Chen Xiaobai pulled the bowstring to its full extent. A sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he said softly, "Goodbye, Mr. Speaker." Silent explosion spirit bow, spirit explosion. Silent explosive spirit bow, shooting the sun. Swish. The next moment, Chen Xiaobai suddenly released the bowstring in his hand, and the fiery red arrow with the 2 skills of the annihilation explosive spirit bow flew out from his hand in an instant. Boom. The sound of the fiery red arrow breaking through the air became stronger and stronger during its flight, and finally formed the sound of wind and thunder. The flaming arrow flashed like a bright line of fire under the night sky, accurately hitting the helicopter that was protected by 5 armed helicopters. At this moment, Luo Lan, a Tianwu realm warrior in the cabin, was the first to sense the sudden powerful spiritual energy fluctuation. She roared with wide eyes, "No!" Then he hugged Karina tightly in his arms. Boom. In the blink of an eye, a strong flame exploded on the helicopter, and the entire helicopter was shot in half from the air by Chen Xiaobai's arrow. The helicopter exploded and turned into pieces of wreckage that fell downwards. Among the dense wreckage, Chen Xiaobai saw Roland using his whole body to protect Karina from falling. TSK, what a touching scene. Chen Xiaobai said softly, but there was endless frost in his eyes. The next moment, the longbow was drawn again, and another fiery red arrow took shape instantly. Silent explosion spirit bow, spirit explosion. Swish. Boom. The fiery red arrow flashed across the night sky again, and then Roland and Karina, who were holding Karina and had not yet landed on the ground, exploded into a ball of magnificent fire in the air. Swish. Suddenly, a loud sound of breaking through the air came towards Chen Xiaobai. 5 armed helicopters captured Chen Xiaobai's figure, and a rocket was immediately fired. Chen Xiaobai immediately used his wind control to fly away in an instant and disappeared 100 meters away. Before leaving, he did not forget to take his mobile phone. Boom. Chen Xiaobai had just dodged for a second, and the place where he was standing the previous second had been blown into a mess. Looking at the 5 armed helicopters flying towards him, a ferocious look appeared in Chen Xiaobai's eyes. He raised the white jade longbow in his hand again. This time, Chen Xiaobai used his Tianwu Realm Cat Demon Fierce Claws skill to the extreme. Blazing fire energy surged crazily into Chen Xiaobai's hands. In an instant, flaming arrows appeared again. The only difference was that this time there were 5 of them. Hey, little bastard, why do I hear an explosion over there? Fuck, is that the sound of an attack helicopter? Also, you just said goodbye, Mr. Speaker? What did that mean? You killed the speaker? Holy shit. Oh my goodness, ancestor. How big a mess did you make over there? Su Wentian's voice continued on the phone. Who? Chen Xiaobai, who had 5 fiery red arrows condensed in his hands, let out a long sigh, with a cold light flashing in his eyes. The next moment, 2 of the 5 helicopters fired rockets at him again, and at the same time, Chen Xiaobai also released the bowstring in his hand. Chapter 42, Bow and Shoot Wu Ji. 2. Suddenly, 5 fiery red energy arrows flew out, like 5 red thunderbolts bringing with them the sound of fierce wind and thunder. Swish. Boom. 5 fiery red energy arrows hit the 5 armed helicopters accurately almost at the same time. In the blink of an eye, 5 extremely dazzling balls of fire exploded in the night sky of Los Angeles. Crash. Large pieces of attack helicopter wreckage and charred helicopter fragments fell from the sky, and 5 thick black clouds slowly rose in the night sky. Chen Xiaobai looked at his masterpiece and felt a little tired. The magical skill of shooting 5 arrows had consumed a lot of his energy. You little bastard, are you testing an atomic bomb over there? Putting away his white jade longbow, Xiaoju beside him turned back into an orange cat. Chen Xiaobai picked up his phone and said weakly, Uncle Su, I just shot down a few planes. There was a silence on the phone for a few seconds, and then Su Wentian's voice sounded again. Is it a real plane? Chen Xiaobai nodded. Yes, Apaches, the kind that can launch missiles. I shot down 5 of them. There was also a twin-propeller military helicopter with the Speaker of the Star Federation's Los Angeles City Council sitting inside. Puffed cough. Chen Xiaobai could tell Su Wentian seemed relieved, and he cursed at him. How did you learn this trick, kid? When I was young, your Uncle Su even fought against aircraft carriers. Have you ever played Red Alert? Chen Xiaobai knew that Su Wentian thought he was bragging, so he turned on the camera on his mobile phone, took a picture of the wreckage of an armed helicopter that had crashed on a deserted road late at night, and sent it to Su Wentian. As if feeling that this one photo was not enough to show off his awesomeness, Chen Xiaobai also took a few photos of several other attack helicopter wreckages. The blazing wreckage of the attack helicopter was extremely eye-catching under the night sky, and one could tell what had happened at a glance. Why aren't you talking? Don't interrupt me. Tell me about Xiaorui. Uncle Su, I sent you the photos. I used the phone you sent me over there, and the photos are amazing. There was silence on the other end of the phone again. A few seconds later, there was a sudden thump sound in the phone. Then Chen Xiaobai seemed to hear someone faintly shouting, Old Su, what's wrong with you? And then the phone was hung up. Chen Xiaobai frowned and looked at the phone in his hand. He didn't want anything to happen to his cheap guardian. Just when Chen Xiaobai was about to call again, he heard some noise coming from downstairs in the building. Someone was coming over. Chen Xiaobai had no choice but to turn off his phone first, and then Xiaoqing took him away from the scene of the accident. What happened that night was not widely spread. The wreckage of several helicopters was handled by the Los Angeles Emergency Management Agency in the shortest time. At the same time, Chen Xiaobai discovered that if he appeared on any street in Los Angeles for more than 3 minutes, he would be monitored and followed by secret sentries. But now all the secret sentries following him are gone. Chen Xiaobai understood that this was because the local council in Los Angeles was unable or inconvenient to confront him. After all, they couldn't deploy highly lethal weapons into their own city, right? As long as he didn't act as arrogantly as in his previous life and go fishing alone on the high seas, and even do something extremely suicidal, like starting a live broadcast, the federal parliament would most likely be unable to do anything to him, and he would have to ask his superiors to send truly elite warriors and soldiers. The most powerful warrior that can be mobilized by the Los Angeles Regional Council is the Tianwu realm. Only the Federal Central XBA headquarters is qualified to mobilize warriors of higher realms. Thinking of this, Chen Xiaobai couldn't help but sniffle. In his previous life, he was really arrogant. He deserved to be hit by a nuclear bomb. Next, Chen Xiaobai bought a 4-piece set on a black market in Los Angeles that deals in underground goods, including identity information, bank card, mobile phone card, and online banking shield, and then casually booked a room in a star-rated hotel in the city center, which was just 1 street away from the Los Angeles Federal Senate. After arriving at the hotel, Chen Xiaobai changed his mobile phone card and called Su Wentian first, but no one answered. Afterwards, he logged onto the Black Rose website and checked the status of his current account. The advance payment previously agreed upon with Fonlon Group has been transferred to Black Rose's transfer account, a full 100 million. Even on the world's largest dark web, Black Rose, transactions worth 100 million yuan are rare, let alone Chen Xiaobai's transaction of 200 million yuan. If the mission is completed, Black Rose's handling fee alone will be 10 million. But the fact is that Chen Xiaobai can only complete half of this order, because after Karina's accident last night, Sean's family fled Los Angeles overnight. However, Jin Shangji still transferred the full 200 million to Chen Xiaobai, according to the previous agreement with Chen Xiaobai. After deducting the handling fee of Black Rose, Chen Xiaobai received a total of 190 million. In Jin Shangji's words, although Chen Xiaobai did not kill Xiao Keluo, the helmsman of Shisen Group, the actual effect he caused was no different from killing Xiao Keluo. During the day today, the Shisen Group in Los Angeles has begun to announce its withdrawal from Los Angeles. Once the Shisen Group leaves, the Fonlon Group's status in Los Angeles will rise. Facing Jin Shangji's generosity, Chen Xiaobai simply replied, "If you have any more news about Xiao Keluo, tell me." Sean's family once joined forces with Karina to kill Chen Xiaobai, and Chen Xiaobai also killed 2 descendants of Sean's family. This grudge must have been formed, and it is not Chen Xiaobai's style to cut the grass without getting rid of the root. This morning, 1 day had passed since Chen Xiaobai shot down Karina's plane at Los Angeles Coast Airport. The earliest flight arrived in Los Angeles, and there were only 3 people on it. The moment the plane door opened, the flight attendant's slightly panicked face was revealed. She stood tremblingly at the side, lowered her head, and said, "Thank you very much for taking this flight. I wish you a pleasant journey. Goodbye." Boom, boom, boom. A series of dull noises came from the cabin, sounding as if some heavy object was moving. A giant over 2 meters tall appeared inside the hatch. Except for his head, his entire body was mechanical. His arm was as thick as an average person's waist, and his thighs were incredibly strong. The 175 centimeters tall flight attendant looked like a miniature person next to him. "Can't this damn hatch be made a little bigger?" The mechanical giant cursed angrily, and a sound of mechanical operation came from his waist and shoulders. Suddenly, the mechanical limbs of the mechanical giant, who originally had the physique of a giant beast, began to shrink. In the end, he turned sideways and could barely pass through the cabin door of the plane. There were 2 other people following behind this mechanical giant. They looked much more normal. One of them was a handsome white man wearing leather gloves on his hands. He was very elegant and did not forget to bow and say goodbye to the flight attendants when he walked out of the cabin. The other one was a black man who looked a little stronger and had a thicker body. The white man was the leader among the 3. They entered the airport and went directly through a special passage. Suddenly, the black man among the 3 patted the white man on the shoulder and motioned him to look at the second landing flight, where several people also entered the special channel. The white man said nonchalantly, "They're senior freaks from the XBA Federal Administration. Rumor has it that an uncontrolled freak has appeared in Los Angeles, and they're probably here because of this. Ignore them, and let's just carry out our mission." The mechanical giant and the black man said in a deep voice at the same time, "Yes." Chapter 43, S-Class Birth Carrier appears. Xianyuan, Sword of 10,000 Tribulations. "Mr. Chen, someone from the Federal XBA headquarters wants to meet with you." "Mr. Chen, please don't misunderstand. It was someone from XBA who came to me and told me that Fonlon Group cherishes its relationship with you very much and will not do anything to let you down." Chen Xiaobai was not surprised at all when he received this message from Jin Shangji. Whether in the previous life or this life, these people's tricks and routines are the same. First, they resorted to violent means, but when they found that violence was no longer effective or that the cost outweighed the gains, they began to resort to conciliatory means, which is commonly known as appeasement. Chen Xiaobai replied to Jin Shangji, "Tell the XBA people that there's no way I'm joining them. If there's an opportunity, we can discuss the possibility of XBA working under me. But make it clear to them up front that I, as a boss, don't keep parasites." After sending this message, Chen Xiaobai thought for a moment and sent another. "Also, can you help me find out about my house? Didn't the federal parliament say that the apartment building was in disrepair and was being demolished? Please help me inquire about the compensation for the demolition." The apartment building where Chen Xiaobai lived was bombed to the ground overnight. Naturally, the Los Angeles Council had to give an explanation to the public, and their explanation was demolition of the dangerous building. This statement hit the mark exactly what Chen Xiaobai wanted. Since it was a dangerous building demolition, there had to be compensation, right? A few minutes later, Jin Shangji sent a message. "Mr. Chen, There are now administrative staff from the Council of State stationed outside your apartment building to coordinate compensation information. The compensation rate is 60,000 yuan per square meter. When Chen Xiaobai received this message, he immediately jumped out of bed, changed his clothes, took the relevant documents, and went out. It took about half an hour to walk from the hotel to his apartment. After 10 minutes, Chen Xiaobai found that the person who was following him appeared again. What was different from before was that the person following him this time was obviously an expert, much stronger than those from the Public Security Bureau. Chen Xiaobai even suspected that the other party had followed him as early as when he just left the hotel, but he only discovered it now. Even when he discovered someone was following him, Chen Xiaobai did not show any abnormality and did not change his pace at all. Because Chen Xiaobai knew that the people in the Council of State would not do anything out of line in broad daylight in a busy downtown area in public. When I arrived at the block of the apartment complex where I lived, I looked around and saw that the apartment building that I was once so familiar with had been completely reduced to ruins. The gate was still barely visible, and the security guard was sitting on the ground with his legs hugged, staring blankly at the ruins of the apartment in front of him. Not far away, there was a long queue in front of the temporary service point set up by the Council of State. They were all residents of the apartment building queuing up to register their information. Chen Xiaobai stood at the end of the team. As soon as he arrived, someone stood behind him. This person had an oriental face like Chen Xiaobai, but Chen Xiaobai was sure that he had never lived in the same building with him before. Chen Xiaobai has lived in this apartment building for more than 10 years. His killer instinct makes him remember every person who has appeared near his residence in the past 10 years. He has more or less seen the people in front of Chen Xiaobai, but the person behind him is the first time Chen Xiaobai has seen him today. The man seemed to have noticed Chen Xiaobai's single-mindedness. He smiled and said, "Don't think too much. I'm here only to protect the safety of the people of the Federation. What I've read the most these days is your information. Based on my assumption, you wouldn't attack innocent people. But even so, I still have to stand here. It's my duty. Just pretend I don't exist. Sorry. Well, they've revealed their cards." Chen Xiaobai looked at the long line in front of him. He had nothing else to do at the moment, so he simply started chatting with this big brother. "Which department are you from? Which department do you think is worthy of entertaining you?" "Then I think it must be at least the core garrison troops of the 10 major federal groups." "Almost. In some ways, we are not as good as the old man's guards, but in some ways, we are better than them." "Are you a warrior too?" "We are all warriors here." "Brother, I told you I won't join you. You don't have to introduce it to me in such detail." At least half of my colleagues said the same thing at first. "What realm are you in?" "Almost the same as you." "Do you know what realm I am in?" "Of course I know." "What realm am I in?" "About the same as me." From this sentence on, Chen Xiaobai silently said in his heart, "If I pay attention to you again, I'm a dog." The man continued, "We treat you very well here. You don't have to worry about not being able to buy a house, because we provide housing for you." Chen Xiaobai, "We have a lot of beautiful girls here, and they like young people like you the most. They often squeeze into our rooms in the middle of the night." Chen Xiaobai, "Who the hell are you looking down on? Do you think I'm short of money or women?" The man first looked at the long line in front of Chen Xiaobai, then looked down at Chen Xiaobai's hands, and said seriously, "Looks like it." Chen Xiaobai once again made up his mind. "If I ever bother with this person again, I will be a dog." This time, Chen Xiaobai really didn't act like a dog. No matter what the people behind him said, he kept his mouth shut until he finished queuing up for registration. Chen Xiaobai didn't even look at the idiot behind him and turned away. Watching Chen Xiaobai leave, the man lit a cigarette for himself, exhaled a puff of smoke, and muttered, "Interesting young man." It takes 3 blocks to get from the old apartment to the hotel where he is staying. There is a museum in the middle. Chen Xiaobai had been here once before, but there was nothing interesting there, so he never came back. When he reached the corner of this block today, Chen Xiaobai suddenly stopped. Since he had nothing to do back at the hotel, he might as well take a walk around. Thinking of this, Chen Xiaobai turned and walked into the block where the museum was located. He didn't intend to go to the museum, he just planned to walk around the area. When passing by the museum, Chen Xiaobai saw a new billboard in front of the museum, which seemed to indicate that there were new exhibits. He walked up and took a closer look, and his heart moved slightly. The items on display are a series of ancient oriental weapons, among which is a pitch-black Han sword that makes Chen Xiaobai very excited. In his previous life, Chen Xiaobai was best at using a dagger, but his favorite weapon was the Han sword. Ding! A weapon spirit, Wanjie Xinyuan sword, has been detected nearby. It is suitable for the birth carrier and has an S rank. Please pay attention, host. Chapter 44. If there were one more zero, it would be perfect. Wanjie Xinyuan sword. It was originally the sword wielded by Emperor Xianyuan Huangdi, one of the 5 emperors. After Huangdi ascended to heaven, the mortal body of Xianyuan's sword could no longer bear its divine power. So Emperor Xianyuan Huangdi used heavenly fire to melt it, took the 1,000-year-old divine iron, and used the Tongtian hammer to recast the sword body, tempered it with the extremely cold water of the Tianhe River, and then cultivated the sword spirit with the method of Wanjie reincarnation. It took thousands of years to create it. Skills: Wanjie sword intent, Xianyuan's sword intent, Wuxiang's sword body, Wuxiang's sword technique, Divine Emperor's sword Dao. The 10,000 tribulations sword intent, the supreme sword intent that was cultivated through 10,000 tribulations and reincarnations. The Xianyuan sword spirit encountered countless powerful enemies during the 10,000 tribulations and reincarnations and killed them one by one. The 10,000 tribulations he experienced trained him to have 4 major sword intent characteristics: insight into weaknesses, killing with one move, becoming stronger with each battle, and the sword spirit drinking blood. Note: this sword intent is of immortal level, capable of killing immortals. Xianyuan's sword intent. Before Emperor Xianyuan ascended to heaven, he condensed his lifelong cultivation and refined array of sword intent. Before the emergence of Wanjie's sword intent, it was the supreme king among all sword intents. The characteristics of this sword intent were unstoppable, and it looked down upon the world. Formless sword body. The end of the sword path. No sword becomes nothing. The Wanjie Xianyuan sword can change the shape of the sword body at will according to the master's thoughts. All kinds of swords will eventually be formless. Formless sword technique. The end of the sword path. The sword becomes nothingness. The Wanjie Xianyuan sword can generate appropriate sword techniques at will according to the master's thoughts. All kinds of sword techniques, in the end, are formless. The sword of the human emperor. The human emperor's understanding of sword skills, when practiced to perfection, can split the chaos with his sword and create the world. Realm. 9-star Holy Martial Realm. Current birth carrier qualification test. S. Expected birth success rate, 17%. Predicted strength after successful birth, 6-star Spiritual Martial Realm. Ding. Reminder to the host. An S-level birth carrier cannot perfectly match a Saint Martial Realm weapon spirit. Therefore, forcing a birth will reduce the weapon spirit strength. Saint Martial Realm weapon spirits are extremely rare. It is recommended that the host first improve the birth carrier's qualifications before performing the birth. Ding. Reminder to the host. The Wanjie Xianyuan sword possesses a high degree of self-awareness. The host's own strength is weak. After the sword spirit is born, the host will only become a sword slave. It is not recommended for the host to give birth to this weapon spirit at this time. Looking at the introduction of the Wanjie Xianyuan sword on the screen in front of him, Chen Xiaobai was stunned for a moment. There is actually something in this museum that matches the spirit of a Saint Martial Realm weapon. Chen Xiaobai immediately turned his head and looked at the Han sword on the billboard. Among that series of ancient Oriental weapons, there were 2 swords. One was this pitch-black Han sword, and the other was a Tang sword that looked a bit short, with a total length of less than 1 meter. At this moment, Chen Xiaobai's heart was filled with excitement. He must get the carrier of the Wanjie Xianyuan sword. Fate seemed to have heard Chen Xiaobai's inner cries. Next, Chen Xiaobai saw these words on the billboard. All items in this exhibition are open for auction. The auction details are as follows. The terms below are basically the same as those in a daily auction. The highest bidder wins. The only difference is the format, because this is an auction in a museum, not an auction in an auction house. The auction terms end with a line. The final right of interpretation of this auction belongs to our company. Chen Xiaobai read all the terms word for word. He felt his heart beating very fast, second only to the time in his previous life when he put a dagger on the neck of the Secretary of State of the United States. After taking another look at the billboard as a whole, Chen Xiaobai walked into the museum. When he arrived at the museum entrance, Chen Xiaobai stood at the end of the queue. At this time, he saw a strong black man walking towards him. The black man was very strong, but Chen Xiaobai frowned when he saw him, because Chen Xiaobai could tell at a glance that the black man's body had been modified. The black man was wearing the same suit as the on-site security guard at the museum, but his rank was obviously higher than the other security guards on site, because the other security guards were standing in a fixed area and could not move, but the black man could walk back and forth. The black man stood a few meters away from Chen Xiaobai. Although he pretended to look around at the people in the queue, Chen Xiaobai noticed from the corner of his eye that the black man looked at him obviously longer than at others, about half a second to a second longer. Every time his eyes swept over him, he spent half a second to a second longer. This museum uses electronic information scanning to purchase tickets for admission. There is a large QR code every few steps on the ground outside the museum. Chen Xiaobai took out his mobile phone to scan the code to pay. At this time, he saw the black man's mouth move, and he said something into the headset. The crowd queuing to enter was moving slowly, and after a few minutes, a gentle-looking white man came over. The white man patted the black man on the shoulder. The black man was obviously relieved and looked at the white man seriously. The white man nodded, and then the black man left. At the same time, 2 black SUVs stopped on the roadside outside the museum. The people who got out of the cars were all energetic and capable, but their sizes were different. A patrol car from the sheriff's department was parked at a distant street corner, and the sound of helicopter propellers could be faintly heard from the sky. Everything that happened seemed normal. Chen Xiaobai followed the crowd while chewing gum. He showed the ticket voucher on his mobile phone at the entrance, and then entered the museum's exhibition hall according to the security guard's instructions. There are dozens of items on display this time, all of which are ancient weapons with obvious oriental style. In addition to the Han swords and Tang swords that Chen Xiaobai is interested in, there are also armor, spears, broadswords, halberds, spears, halberds, stone figurines, and so on. According to the white female tour guide on the scene, some of these weapons were looted from the East during the war, and some were secretly resold by the Federation's own people in the East. There is an electronic quotation machine under each item on display, and guests who have purchased museum tickets on their mobile phones can bid directly on their phones. The exhibition lasts for 7 days. One ticket purchase allows entry within these 7 days. After 7 days, all exhibits will be available to the highest bidder. Today is the 3rd day of the exhibition. The number on the quotation machine of the Han sword that Chen Xiaobai has taken a fancy to has reached 226. Of course, this means 2.26 million, not 226 yuan. When Chen Xiaobai walked to the front of the Han sword display case, the system prompt sounded again in his mind. Ding! The host has detected the presence of the weapon spirit, Wanjie Xinyuan's sword, which is suitable for the birth carrier. The qualification is S. Please pay attention. Without a doubt, this is it. 2.26 million. Chen Xiaobai can definitely afford it, and he can even buy it without blinking an eye. Without making a bid immediately, Chen Xiaobai continued to walk around the entire exhibition hall and came to the display case of the Tang sword. Compared to the pitch-black Han sword, this Tang sword is obviously not valued much, because the black Han sword shows no signs of time at all, while this Tang sword looks much more worn out, and even gives people the feeling that it will break with a slight touch. The bidding price is only 50. Chen Xiaobai thought about it, took out his mobile phone, selected the Tang sword, entered 60 in the auction interface, clicked OK, and paid a deposit. Immediately, the number on the quote machine below the Tang sword changed to 60. At the same time, the bidding interface on Chen Xiaobai's mobile phone received a message prompting that the bid had been successful. Chen Xiaobai had just put away his phone when a cry of surprise came from the other side of the exhibition hall. A group of people looked at the black Han sword with surprise on their faces. Chen Xiaobai walked forward and saw that the black Han sword that was just priced at 226 had become 2,260 in just a moment. That's right, there's an extra zero. Seeing this, Chen Xiaobai smiled, but at the same time he was a little disappointed, because even if it was 2,260, he could still afford it, and if he could afford it, he had to spend money. If there was one more zero, it would be perfect, because that way you don't have to spend money. Chapter 45. Save money, save trouble, and be exciting. In just a few minutes, Chen Xiaobai absolutely did not believe that someone had bid the price of the Han sword from 2.26 million to 22.6 million. It seems that I was still careless. I stayed in front of Han Jian for too long and was noticed by someone. Chen Xiaobai opened the auction page on his mobile phone and looked at the auction record. Sure enough, an anonymous ID directly raised the price of the Han sword. Chen Xiaobai turned his head and looked at the camera on the ceiling of the exhibition hall. He gave the camera a very bright smile. Since the other party knows that I want this Han sword, there is nothing I can do. Next, Chen Xiaobai picked up his phone and quoted a new price. Wow. Oh my god. It's changed again. It's changed again. There was another commotion among the crowd in the exhibition hall, and the number on the quote machine below the Han sword had jumped to 3,000. At this moment, the visitors in the exhibition hall all had incredible expressions on their faces. Although this black sword looked good, everyone knew that it was an ancient sword. In terms of practical value, it was definitely not as good as the kitchen knife in the department store next door. According to the tour guide, this black sword has some special commemorative significance. It is said that it was the sword of an ancient Eastern emperor. But even so, according to the current market conditions, the sword is only worth 3 million at most if bought for collection, And now the eye-catching number 3 on the quotation machine is followed by 3 clear zeros. The successive commotions attracted more tourists, and the Black Han sword suddenly became the most dazzling star in the entire museum. More and more tourists gathered in front of the Han sword display cabinet, forcing the security guards in the exhibition hall to come over to maintain order. At this time, Chen Xiaobai was standing in front of a camera with his hands in his pockets, staring at the camera as if he had some indescribable symptoms. If it weren't for the chewing gum in his mouth, his appearance would be no different from a sculpture. In the monitoring room behind the camera, the burly black man who had noticed Chen Xiaobai outside the museum before was looking at the surveillance screen in front of him anxiously. From his angle, it seemed as if Chen Xiaobai was looking at him. In addition to the black man, there was also a giant as big as a hill in the monitoring room. Except for his head, the entire body of this giant was covered with mechanical limbs. The mechanical giant played with the metal toes on his feet, glanced at the black man over there, and said in a silly voice, "Black Eagle, I can see that you are very anxious." "Of course I'm anxious." "Fuck." The black man stood up and paced back and forth hurriedly. "Mountain, you have no idea what kind of brat is targeting us." The mechanical giant seemed only interested in his own metal toes. He said with no interest, "No matter what kind of brat you are, isn't he still just a brat?" The black man was about to refute the mechanical giant's words when the door of the monitoring room opened and a handsome white man walked in. The black man and the giant turned to look at the white man at the same time, stood up and called out, "Knight." The knight was obviously the backbone of the three. He had always been gentle and polite at the airport and outside the museum, but now his expression was obviously not very good. The knight pulled over a swivel chair and sat down. The door behind him was not closed, and a handsome white man with blonde hair and a large knight's sword on his back walked in. Upon seeing the blonde man, Black Eagle couldn't help himself. He stepped forward and shouted angrily, "Damn ghost sword. You're finally here. What the hell are you perverts doing? Why are your people showing up at our mission site?" The blonde ghost sword waved his hand. "Don't be angry, buddy. You should be grateful for our XBA mission target this time. Originally, the three of you were only responsible for exhibits with a total value of less than 80 million, but now he has directly raised your value to 100 million. Black Eagle was about to continue arguing with Ghost Sword, but the knight raised his hand to stop him. He looked at Ghost Sword and said, "Ghost Sword, we don't care about your mission over there, but now, this Oriental kid wants to take pictures of our exhibits. I just received an order from my superiors. They mean that this is a personal sword worn by an Eastern emperor. Everything else is fine, but this sword can't be bought by an Easterner. It must remain in Western hands, because Westerners may never have the chance to snatch something from an Easterner again. And according to our information, this young man from the East is clearly not someone who can be easily bullied." Ghost Sword pulled a chair and sat opposite the knight. He said seriously, "I also received this order. This is why I came here. This time, we may need to cooperate." 20 minutes later, Chen Xiaobai left the museum, but he was still following the auction price of the Han sword through his mobile phone. Soon, the price of 3,000 became 3,200, and Chen Xiaobai directly bid 3,500. The other party bid again 3,750, and Chen Xiaobai said 4,000. The other party said 4,200, and Chen Xiaobai decisively said 5,000. When the price reached 5,000, the other party stopped bidding. It was 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and the museum was still closed. Chen Xiaobai, who had been sitting in the hotel watching the sunset and petting his cat, decisively changed his clothes and returned to the museum. He stood in front of the camera he had been staring at that afternoon and mouthed 2 words, "Poor idiot." In the monitoring room, several people who were originally discussing some plan looked at the monitoring screen after He Jiao shouted, "Hey, that kid is back again." However, after seeing the 2 words that Chen Xiaobai uttered with his mouth, everyone fell silent. Next, Chen Xiaobai seemed to be worried that the person behind the camera might not understand, so he picked up an IPD with the words "naked" already written on it. After Chen Xiaobai left, Ghost Sword asked the knight with a breathless look, "Captain Knight, are you so broke that you don't even have this little office funding?" The knight's face showed no emotion. He said calmly, "That kid has already bid for 50 million on that Eastern longsword. If you have money, XBA, please support us. But just a reminder, if you win the bid, you have to pay the auctioneer. This belongs to a pirate group, one of the top 10 financial tycoons in the Federation." Ghost Sword's mouth twitched, and then he said, "What they said is right. We are indeed. Black Eagle, poor bastard." Bang! The knight raised his hand and slapped the Black Eagle on the head. "You're the only one who can see clearly. You're the only one with a mouth." 3 days later, At 4 o'clock in the afternoon of the 7th day, the museum exhibition closed. Standing in front of the museum, Chen Xiaobai stretched lazily. I've been living a very comfortable life these past few days, eating and sleeping and eating. Meow. Chen Xiaobai picked up the fatter little orange and walked into the VIP reception area of the museum. When Chen Xiaobai presented his purchase information, the waitress who was in charge of receiving him said apologetically, "I'm very sorry, Mr. Chen. Due to special reasons, we can only give you one of the 2 items you won in the auction, which is the Tang sword. As for the other item, due to a special reason, we can only refund you." "I'm so sorry, Mr. Chen. It was an oversight on our part. Please forgive me." Facing the waitress who was sincerely apologizing to him, how could there be a trace of anger on Chen Xiaobai's face? Instead, he became excited. "Really? You really can't deliver? Isn't it clearly stated in your bidding terms?" The waitress seemed to have anticipated what Chen Xiaobai would say. She took out a miniature copy of the auction terms and pointed to the last clause. "The final right of interpretation belongs to our company," and said with some hesitation, "Mr. Chen, please read." A smile appeared on Chen Xiaobai's face. At the age of 17, his smile was harmless and full of sunshine. "You're trying to tell me that in this game, I'm the one who has to follow the rules, and you're the ones who make the rules, right?" The waitress looked embarrassed and pointed to the top of her head, obviously telling Chen Xiaobai that she was also a person who followed orders from others. Chen Xiaobai nodded, stroking the little orange cat in his arms, and whispered something he had said before. "If you don't follow the rules of the game, it won't be fun. But I just like players like this, no, rule makers like this. TSK, it saves money, saves trouble, and it's really exciting." Chen Xiaobai's voice became lower and lower, but he looked more and more excited. Finally, Chen Xiaobai took out a card with a dark red plum blossom cat paw print on it and handed it to the waitress, who was already a little scared by him, and said very obediently, "Miss, please give this to your leader." As he spoke, Chen Xiaobai held Xiaoju in his arms, took the Tang sword he had won at the auction, and the receipt for a refund within 3 days, and turned to leave the VIP reception room of the museum. Chapter 46, S-Class Birth Vehicle Strategy, Undercurrent. It is said that the last person to receive this thing was the Speaker of the Los Angeles City Council. In the security office inside the museum, the knight said, holding the card with the dark red plum blossom cat paw print on it. "Last night, the remains of the speaker were found through DNA identification. My God, the scene was so tragic." The one who said this was He Jiao, who covered his forehead with his hands and acted as if he was extremely sad. At the side, the mechanical giant, the mountain, said in a silly voice, "Knight, why don't we take the initiative and attack? Black Eagle and I are at the level of 8 or 9-star Tianwu, and you're at the true martial realm. If you add those freaks out there, we have a good chance of winning." The knight glanced coldly at the mechanical giant, said nothing, stood up, and walked out of the office. There was a group of people standing outside the office. All of them were white or black with Western features, led by the blonde Ghost Sword. It looked like Ghost Sword had just lectured these people. When he saw the knight coming out, he stepped forward and said, "We have a 1-star Jinwu, 2 9-star Tianwu, and the other 6 are all Tianwu realm warriors. In addition, there is also the Luocheng local XPA." Ghost Sword paused for a moment before continuing. "There are also 3 surviving Tianwu realm warriors from the XPA organization in Luo City. How are you doing over there?" The knight was stunned and asked Ghost Sword, "How many people are there in your XPA Los Angeles branch?" Ghost Sword showed an embarrassed look on his face. "There are 15 warriors in total, but the highest one is only 5-star level, and the other 5 are only 1-star. The knight's usually elegant face was now somewhat stiff. 15 heavenly martial realm warriors are all dead." Ghost Sword corrected the knight's mistake with an unhappy look on his face. "I told you, they're not all dead yet. There are still 3. The knight nodded and replied, Yes, there are still 3. Not all dead, not all dead." Ghost Sword's face became even more embarrassed, and he immediately changed the subject. "How are things going over there? When are you leaving?" The knight said with some embarrassment, "Your side is already in such a terrible state. You asked me to call more people. Let's put aside the missions and non-missions for now. The key is that more people will keep us safe." Ghost Sword didn't refute, but just asked, "Where will this batch of goods be shipped next?" "Head northwest. Take the coastal highway to Oak City. I've already contacted the nearby Coast Guard. They'll send an air squadron to escort us. Once our follow-up partners arrive, we'll set off." "How long will it take?" 3 days. The knight returned to the security office and looked at the surveillance screens hanging on the wall. His eyes fell on a screen in the corner of the wall that monitored the transportation channel inside the museum. Enlarge that screen. Upon hearing the knight's order, the black eagle did as he was told. The knight saw a small green bird on the screen, standing on a big tree outside the museum and pecking at its own feathers with its beak. Seeing the little blue bird, the knight suddenly felt a strong sense of unease. Los Angeles Fenglong High School, school board office. Chen Xiaobai sat in his chairman's chair and asked Wang Han across from him, "How's the task I asked you to do going?" Wang Han handed over a folder respectfully. "Everything has been completed. According to the Federation Warrior regulations, as long as he passes the Warrior Administration's Warrior certification and obtains a star rating, he will be an official warrior with exemptions and can take the Martial Arts College entrance examination." "Well, you've worked hard. You can go back first." Wang Han bowed and said, "Yes." After Wang Han left, Li Jingxi came in from outside the office with a worried look on his face. "Boss, I got another call from home, asking you to cut off all ties with Chen Xiaobai as soon as possible. They heard that the Sun Group takes Karina's death very seriously and has already." Li Jingxi stopped talking as she looked at Chen Xiaoba's raised hand. Chen Xiaobai asked her, "Is there anything else?" Li Jingxi said worriedly, "My family might send someone over to force." Li Jingxi didn't say the rest, but Chen Xiaobai understood. He thought for a moment, then stood up and walked to the French window in his office, muttering to himself, "Jingxi, some of the people in my family are too old. If they were in charge of the group, Fenglong would only ever be in the top 100 of the stars, never the top 10, never one of those giants who truly hold the power of the Federation. Boss, we are an outsider group. Go back a few decades, and the Sun Group wouldn't be an outside group anymore. You understand what I mean, right? How do you handle someone from your family? You don't need me to teach you, do you?" "Boss, I understand. Remember to maintain a good relationship with that person, but don't try to gain any benefits from him, and don't put yourself too lowly. All we need to do is make him feel that we are useful." "Yes." Woof. In the Los Angeles Pet Mall, Chen Xiaobai looked at the bear-like Alaskan in front of him and fell into deep thought. In order to get back what rightfully belonged to him, Chen Xiaobai decided to recruit 2 more helpers, so he came to the pet market in Los Angeles. But after walking around here twice, Chen Xiaobai really couldn't tell which pets such as cats, dogs, and birds were qualified to be birth carriers. Originally, Chen Xiaobai thought that maybe he could come across a ready-made birth vehicle by just taking a look around, but reality proved that he was not destined to reap the benefits without doing anything. Finally, Chen Xiaobai stood outside a store selling Alaskan dogs. He thought it would be fun to buy a bear-sized chubby dog. Just as Chen Xiaobai was staring at a tiny bear-like Alaskan dog, he suddenly felt a unique and special sensation in his mind. Chen Xiaobai muttered to himself, "Xiaoqing was actually discovered. These people are quite capable." Taking out his cell phone, Chen Xiao rolled his eyes and finally dialed Chen Xiaobai's number. The phone was connected after just 2 rings. "Mr. Chen, are you looking for me? I need a favor from you. Find a few people to watch over the museum on Independence Avenue. If you see a large group of transport vehicles coming in or out, call me immediately." "No problem. Be careful. Don't let anyone see through you." "Don't worry, it's just a museum. There aren't any top talents there. I can just hire a hacker to break into the museum's surveillance network." "Trouble. You're very kind." After ending the call with Chen Xiaobai, Chen Xiao spent 5,000 yuan to buy the bear version of Alaska in front of him. He looked at it in the store and bought a wolf version of Alaska as well. Holding 2 young puppy dogs, Chen Xiaobai took a taxi back to the hotel and only returned to his room after signing the pet accommodation agreement. Less than half an hour after Chen Xiaobai called Chen Xiaobai, the hackers arranged by Chen Xiaobai had already come online and started working. There are no top network talents in the museum, but there are masters among the mechanical army members guarding the museum. The hacker had just made a move the previous second, and the next second Black Eagle, who was temporarily in charge of the museum's network security, discovered the anomaly. 2 minutes later, a message was sent to Chen Xiaobai's phone. Looking at the message, Chen Xiaobai smiled and said, "Interesting. Chapter 47, S-Class Birth Vehicle Strategy, ready to go." Ever since Chen Xiaobai returned to the hotel with the 2 dogs, he started his plan of petting the dogs day and night. Apart from answering a call from Chen Xiaobai in the middle, Chen Xiaobai's hands were never idle. Finally, on the second night, after the bear version of Aquan that he first took a fancy to made a very comfortable dog moan, the system prompt sounded in Chen Xiaobai's mind. Ding! A birth carrier that meets the conditions for the birth of the demon soul, Abyssal Shadow Bear, has been detected. Do you want to proceed with the birth? Abyss Shadow Bear. The Shadow Bear from the Abyss not only has the camouflage and sneak attack capabilities of ordinary Shadow Bears, but also has the powerful characteristic of Abyss creatures to devour and grow. Skills: Shadow Camouflage, Abyss Bear Roar, Bear Claw, Bloody Bear Mouth. Realm, 7-star Spiritual Martial Realm. Current Birth Carrier Qualification Test, E+, Expected Birth Success Rate, 32%, Predicted Strength After Successful Birth, 8-star Earth Martial Realm. Chen Xiaobai glanced at the chubby bear version of Aquan in his arms with some disdain. He originally thought that the little orange cat's initial D-level qualification was already the worst, but he didn't expect that now there was an even worse one. The once arrogant and powerful person in the spiritual martial realm was demoted 4 levels, spiritual, mysterious, true, heavenly, earthly, and became a weakling in the earthly martial realm. But looking at the E+ qualification of this bear version of Aquan, it seems that it can still be saved. After the system elf brought up the progress bar of the bear dog's qualifications evolution for Chen Xiaobai put the fat bear dog down, without saying a word, kicked it soft but to push it aside, turned around, and picked up the wolf version of the Alaskan dog. This wolf version of Aquan doesn't look as cute as the bear version, but it gives people a handsome feeling. On the morning of the 3rd day, Chen Xiaobai, with a pair of panda eyes, finally heard the crisp system prompt sound in his mind. Ding! A birth carrier that meets the conditions for the birth of the demon soul, Moon Shadow Silver Spirit Wolf, has been detected. Do you want to proceed with the birth? Moon Shadow Silver Spirit Wolf, a ferocious wolf demon born at the time of the full moon, the natural king of the wolf pack, the bloodthirsty wolf king under the full moon. Skills: Moonlight Flash Attack, Bloodthirsty Wolf Fong, Silver Moon Wolf Power, Natural Disaster Wolf Destruction. Realm, 6-star Spiritual Martial Realm. Current Birth Carrier Qualification Test, C+, Expected Birth Success Rate, 62%, Predicted Strength After Successful Birth, 2-star Zhenwu Realm. Chen Xiaobai gave a contemptuous look to the bear version of Aquan on the ground, and kicked it soft and tender, but with his foot. Look at him. The Moon Shadow Silver Spirit Wolf is born. As soon as Chen Xiaobai had a thought, an invisible golden light suddenly enveloped the wolf version of Aquan. The little dog, who was originally looking around curiously with his eyes wide open, suddenly narrowed his eyes, and an unusually comfortable expression appeared on his tender face. As the golden light appeared, another notification sounded in Chen Xiaobai's mind. Ding! The Moon Shadow Silver Spirit Wolf was born successfully. The host automatically obtains the Moon Shadow Silver Spirit Wolf's most proficient skill, Moonlight Flash Attack. Moonlight Flash, the Moon Shadow Silver Wolf's innate rapid attack skill. Using Moonlight Flash, the host can teleport instantly in any light-filled area. The range of the host's movement using Moonlight Flash Attack gradually expands as the Moon Shadow Silver Spirit Wolf's strength increases. Under the moonlight, the range of Moonlight Flash Attack increases tenfold. Suddenly, Chen Xiaobai felt a warm current surging all over his body. This feeling was similar to the one when he obtained the Wind Spirit Bird skill before. The heat current gathered towards his legs. About half an hour later, the golden light dissipated. Wolf and Aquan fell asleep on the ground, while Chen Xiaobai went up to the hotel rooftop to test the ability of Moonlight Flash Attack. Unlike Xiaoqing's Sky Speed, which is an ability that can move long distances, Moonlight Flash Attack is a close-range instant movement technique. Sky Speed can be understood as a very fast sprint in the game, but when Chen Xiaobai used it before, the speed was too fast and gave people a sense of instant movement. The Moonlight Flash Attack was a flash. Chen Xiaobai felt that when the thought arose in his mind, any place with light within dozens of meters seemed to become his hiding place. When he thought about it again, Chen Xiaobai found that his body had appeared in another place. Well, it seems that I am going further and further down the path of a killer. When Chen Xiaobai returned to the hotel room, one of the 2 little dogs was sleeping, and the other was rolling back and forth on the ground playing by itself. Chen Xiaobai dragged the unruly bear to the bedside by its tail, stepped on its soft belly with his feet, and thought to himself, now I have a female demon in the true martial realm to help me, but it seems that I am still a little weak. But now this thing under my feet is not working properly, and is useless. What should I do? Suddenly, Chen Xiaobai turned his head to look at the little orange cat who was taking a lazily nap in the corner of the room. Hee, I heard that you have 9 lives, and your strength will increase every time you die? Chen Xiaobai's eyes gradually changed as he looked at Xiaoju. Suddenly, he said, Xiaoju, do you want to improve your strength? Do you need my help? Meow. The little orange cat, which had been alert the first time Chen Xiaobai looked at it, suddenly let out a sharp cry, and at the same time the hair on its body stood up instantly, and the cat's back tilted back. Obviously, it was a posture of preferring death to surrender. In the end, Chen Xiaobai still did not extend his claws to Xiaoju. Alas, I am too kind. I really envy you cats and dogs for being so lucky to find a master like me. Damn it, Xiaoju, your rebirth period is too long. It should take at least 7 days. The daylily is cold, damn. In the end, Chen Xiaobai still found Chen Xiaobai, who could be considered his loyal lackey so far. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Chen Xiaobai left the hotel and took a taxi to an abandoned warehouse on the outskirts of Los Angeles. He had previously received news from Chen Xiaobai that the museum's transport team would depart for Oak City tonight. The large iron door of the warehouse was ajar, and inside were 4 armored jeeps, a Thor motorcycle, and a dozen soldiers dressed as mercenaries armed with live ammunition. These people are not real mercenaries, but bodyguards of Fenglan Group. Chen Xiaobai specifically instructed them to wear such clothes. Today they have to do some work that cannot be seen by others. Seeing Chen Xiaobai coming, no one in the group showed any neglect. People who can make a living among the top 100 chaebol in the Star Federation still have the most basic emotional intelligence and IQ. The black man who led the team stepped forward and said to Chen Xiaobai very respectfully, "Boss, everything you requested is ready. My code name is Old Dog, and I will be responsible for assisting you in this operation." Chen Xiaobai opened the back seat of an armored jeep and saw that it was bulging with rocket launchers, heavy machine guns, large-caliber bullets, grenades, military explosive drones, and other equipment. Old Dog swallowed and said, "Boss, the back seats and trunks of 3 of the 4 cars are filled with these things. Excuse me, but may I ask what your goal is for tonight's operation?" Chen Xiaobai frowned and said, "Didn't Chen Xiaobai tell you?" The old dog was a little nervous. "The boss just said that someone stole your things." "Yes, that's about it." Another hour later, the hacker on Chen Xiaobai's side transmitted the museum's surveillance footage to Chen Xiaobai's IPD. Looking at the large truck being loaded in the picture, Laogo's face showed no expression, but when he saw the armored vehicle with the words XPA and FMA printed on one side, he suddenly. The old dog sat down on the ground with a deathly pale face. "I'm actually going to rob the Federation Warrior Army and the Mechanical Army. This world is crazy." Chapter 48 S-Class Birth Vehicle Strategy, Action begins. At 5 o'clock, the sun began to set, and the whole city of Los Angeles was immersed in the golden rhythm of the sunset. Independence Avenue, the museum doors are closed. Inside the museum, more than 20 people from the 2 special forces of the Star Federation were ready and on standby. Among them, the XBA warriors stood in place and stretched their bodies slightly, while the FMA Mechanical Army soldiers were checking the mechanical equipment on their bodies. The mountain-like mechanical giant, the Mountain, had 2 thick mechanical arms, one of which turned into a 3-barreled Gatling gun, and the other into a small-caliber howitzer. A ferocious expression appeared on his face, and he kept muttering, "Hey, you little brat from the east, come out and fight." In front of the crowd, Ghost Sword and the Knight were leading the way. The Knight took off his gloves to reveal his mechanical arm and bumped fists with Ghost Sword. "Knight, I hope you have a safe journey." "Ghost Sword, are you praying for that child?" "Ha ha, I just love your XBA sense of humor. Let's go." Ghost Sword, carrying a long Knight's great sword on his back, gave the Knight a final hug, then turned and shouted to his men, "The XBA and the security force will take care of the front and back wings, and the mechanical force will take care of the middle. Get in the car." The expressions on the faces of every XBA warrior were extremely solemn, especially the 2 warriors who originally belonged to the local XBA in Los Angeles. After Chen Xiaobai's series of incidents at Los Angeles XBA, 3 people were still alive. One of them reported having diarrhea one morning and didn't come, so only 2 were left. The XBA warriors got into the car. Black Eagle came out of the museum with a rectangular safe. He looked at the Knight and said, "Boss, the stuff is here. Which car should we put it in?" The Knight turned to look at the mechanical giant, the Mountain. The mechanical giant strode over and took the safe from Black Eagle's hand. He opened a gap in the belly of his mechanical body and put the safe inside. "Boss, don't worry. I will definitely beat that Oriental brat to death." The Knight gave the Mountain a meaningful look and said, "Don't underestimate the enemy. That kid has killed many warriors in the heavenly martial realm." The Mountain said in a deep voice, "The human body is too weak. A metal body has no weaknesses." At 5:30, the back door of the museum opened, and the Los Angeles Security Force's security vehicles and armored vehicles were already waiting on the road outside. The Suejo escort convoy set off, with the security vehicles leading the way, followed by the security forces' armored vehicles, and then the XBA and mechanical forces escort convoys. Oak City is located northwest of Los Angeles. In the past, the fastest and most convenient land transportation was to take the coastal highway between the 2 cities. The escort convoy left the Los Angeles City area and just got on the coastal highway when a series of buzzing sounds were heard in the sky. 7 dark Federal Apache attack helicopters of the latest model flew over the convoy. In the Mercedes-Benz commercial vehicle in the middle of the convoy, Black Eagle looked through the skylight at the attack helicopters overhead and said to himself, "I didn't feel anything at first, but when these damn helicopters appeared, I suddenly felt my heartbeat quicken." The knight absent-mindedly adjusted the headset on his ear and issued orders to the vehicles. "Attention, all vehicles. No matter what emergencies occur along the way, no one is allowed to stop until I tell them to. Receive. Receive." The Star Federation is vast and sparsely populated, and there are often vast open areas between cities. The coastal highway between Oak City and Los Angeles City is nearly 100 kilometers long, and 90% of the area it passes through is uninhabited. On one side of the coastal highway is a bay with no end in sight. Under the setting sun, golden waves constantly hit the deserted coast, and everything looks extremely beautiful. On the other side of the coastal highway is a barren red Gobi Desert, with bare hillsides rising from time to time on the horizon. At this time, on the highest hill, Chen Xiaobai was sitting on the edge of the cliff, staring at the opposite coast in a daze. Behind him, a bloody rattlesnake lay obediently. Chen Xiaobai didn't expect that he would pick up a treasure in this wilderness, a birth carrier with B-level qualifications. At first, the rattlesnake was not easy to deal with, but facing Xiaoju, who was controlled by the demon soul consciousness, the rattlesnake was beaten to death by her claws one by one. That's right, it was beaten to death, but the body can still be used while it's still hot. However, this rattlesnake will no longer have its own consciousness. It was from this that Chen Xiaobai realized that the little orange cat had the ability to kill even without transforming. Poisonous demon flower snake. It was originally a beautiful non-venomous flower snake, but it mistakenly entered the source of the poisonous sea of the king of all poisons. From then on, the flower snake that used to wrap itself around its owner's arm and act coquettishly turned into a hunter that destroyed all the beautiful things around it with its poisonous kisses. Skills: poisonous kiss, poisonous blood, flashing snake strike, poisonous cloud, and rain. Realm: 2-star spiritual martial realm. Current birth carrier qualification test: B-. Expected birth success rate: 71%. Predicted strength after successful birth: 1-star Xuanwu realm. At this time, the poisonous demon flower snake has been successfully born. The skill Chen Xiaobai obtained from her is poisonous blood. As long as Chen Xiaobai has a thought, he can turn any part of his body into a deadly weapon containing highly toxic substances. The birth of this poisonous demon flower snake also means the appearance of the first female demon in the Xuanwu realm under Chen Xiaobai's command. Night had completely fallen, and there was nothing else in the world except the street lights on the coastal highway, the sound of waves hitting the shore ahead, and the occasional car passing by on the highway. Soon, Chen Xiaobai, standing on the top of the mountain, saw a convoy coming from the end of the road in the distance. Ash, transform. Rustle, rustle. The rattlesnake swimming on the ground turned into an enchanting girl with a little snake scales growing in the corners of her eyes, and there was an indescribable enchanting beauty between her eyebrows. Swish! A strong wind blew from the sky, and the little green bird with wings on its back fell down. Master, the prey is coming. Chen Xiaobai nodded slightly, and suddenly the sound of a motorcycle starting was heard from the distant wilderness. Lao Go and his group's convoy drove over. Chen Xiaobai carried Xiaoju on the car, Xiaoqing flew into the sky, and Ash disappeared in the wilderness. There was also a graceful figure in Lao Go's convoy wearing a tight leather jacket and riding a Thor motorcycle. Even with a helmet on her head, people still had endless fantasies about her. This is the Moon Shadow Silver Spirit Wolf after its transformation. Chen Xiaobai named her Lungyu. When the convoy passed by, whoosh, a sharp whistle sounded. Buzz. Lungyu, riding on the Thor motorcycle, was the first to rush out from the wilderness beside the road, raising a cloud of dust. Lungyu stepped on the accelerator of the motorcycle produced by the Thunder God group under him, and rushed to the front of the convoy like a ghost in the night. Following closely behind, Lao Go and his group's jeep rushed onto the road and followed at the end of the escort convoy. Inside the lead car, Chen Xiaobai cleared his throat with a prepared loudspeaker, then leaned out the window and shouted to the convoy ahead. "Here you are. You're surrounded. Stop now." In fact, no one paid any attention to him. The entire escort convoy continued to move forward, but the security vehicles and security armored vehicles at the head and tail ends sounded their horns to inform the uninvited guest who suddenly rushed out of their identities. Seeing that the other party ignored him, Chen Xiaobai looked at the road ahead and said to Lao Go in the car, "There's a corner ahead. We can directly hit the car in front and force them to stop." The old dog seemed to still not be able to believe what was happening to him. He stammered, "Boss, that's a joint convoy of the military and the Public Security Bureau." Chen Xiaobai turned around, pulled out a rocket launcher from behind the seat, and stuffed it into Lao Go's hand. "Force them to stop." The old dog looked at the heavy tool in his hand and cried, "Boss, I don't know how to use this thing." Chen Xiaobai looked at the old dog with disdain. "Waste, worse than the children of the Non-Fei Federation." After saying that, Chen Xiaobai opened the detachable roof of the jeep, picked up the rocket launcher, loaded it skillfully, carried it on his shoulder, took aim, and when the convoy in front began to turn, whoosh. With a burst of red flames, a rocket dragging thick white smoke flew rapidly towards the deserted road in front of the escort convoy. Boom. Watching the flames erupt on the road ahead, Lao Go closed his eyes helplessly. He had actually attacked the Federation's military and military escort convoy. At this moment, the old dog felt that the rest of his life was dark. But he saw the light immediately, because even though one rocket had forced the convoy in front to stop, Chen Xiaobai still felt unsatisfied. He quickly loaded another rocket, and whoosh. Chapter 49 S-Class Carrier. Night Raid. Boom. The second rocket exploded next to the convoy, and the entire escort convoy stopped moving forward. At the front of the escort convoy, Lung Yu, who was riding a Thor motorcycle, heard the explosion behind him. He bent down and pulled the handlebars of the motorcycle hard. Suddenly, there was a violent friction between the tires of the Thor motorcycle, which cost more than 300,000 yuan, and the road. White. Thor drifted 180 degrees, sat in the car, and slowly took off his helmet, revealing his face that looked extremely holy in the moonlight. Lung Yu's ears were furry, pointed little wolf ears, and combined with her face that gave people a feeling of purity, she was extremely lethal to any ferocious creature. Her long hair fluttered in the night sky behind her. If it weren't for the fireworks from the rocket exploding in front of her, the security guards in the car in the escort convoy would have been stunned. "Hey, what are you doing? Don't disrupt traffic." After the entire escort convoy was forced to stop, no one in the middle convoy got off the car. Only the security officer in the first car got off with a pistol in hand, pointed at Lung Yu who was lying across the middle of the road ahead, and shouted sternly. Lung Yu got out of the car, stretched his neck a little, rubbed his pointed little wolf ears, and then the security guards in the car ahead saw a flash of light, and then boom. The next second, Lung Yu's motorcycle exploded into a ball of fire. A helicopter in the sky fired a rocket at her. At the rear of the escort convoy, Chen Xiaobai leisurely took out his Barrett heavy sniper rifle, cocked the rifle, and gave orders through his mind. "Leng Yue, Xiaoju, be the drivers of the U-turn car. Leave the things in the sky to me. Xiaoqing, pay attention to the turrets on the armored vehicles. Ah Shi, pay attention to the convoy's movements. If any car moves, kill the driver of that car. Remember, be gentle until you know exactly which car holds the item we want." While Chen Xiaobai was giving orders, the knights in the escort convoy were also constantly relaying orders to each unit through the intercom. "Don't move. Everyone, stay in the car and wait. Black Eagle, Ghost Sword, observe the enemy's personnel deployment. Ghost Sword, tell your men to remain calm. Demon Mountain, hide in the truck and don't move without my order. Attack helicopters. Send 2 to eliminate the convoy behind. The others remain on alert. Number 1 will also report the battle situation. Knight, we just hit that motorcycle, but we didn't see the woman's body. Your convoy should continue to move forward without any harm." Ah! Before the helicopter pilot in the sky could finish his words, a scream suddenly came from the front of the convoy, followed by a burst of gunfire of bang, bang, bang. Ghost Sword's voice rang out through the knight's headset. "Knight, the 2 police cars leading the way ahead were attacked by a single attacker, not any of the 3 suspects we've seen. Preliminary estimates suggest the attacker is at the Tianwu realm, which means there are at least 4 of them." After receiving the knight's order, 2 of the 5 armed helicopters in the sky turned around and flew to the end of the team. However, just as the pilot of one of the armed helicopters adjusted its direction, he saw a black dot rapidly enlarging outside the windshield of his helicopter. Bang! A slender armor-piercing bullet flew out from the Barrett heavy sniper in Chen Xiaobai's hand, penetrated the bulletproof windshield of the armed helicopter, and instantly blew up the head of the main pilot of the attack helicopter. The entire cabin was instantly splashed with all kinds of red and white things. Although the co-pilot of the attack helicopter was a trained soldier, he had never experienced such a scene. He was stunned when he saw the blood and brain matter all over the cockpit, and even forgot to control the flight of the helicopter. It was not until he felt the world spinning that his senses returned. The driver endured the extreme physical discomfort and pulled the joystick, but because the windshield was covered with thick blood, the driver could not see. In the end, the attack helicopter crashed into the sea on the side of the road. As the attack helicopter fell, a swift figure flew through the air. Xiaoqing, with wings on her back, glided quickly across the night sky. She actually stretched out her delicate hands to grab the landing gear at the bottom of the attack helicopter, and then, amidst the astonished gazes of countless people, she just grabbed the attack helicopter and sprinted forward. Although Xiaoqing only has one skill, she is a genuine warrior in the true martial realm. Even Chen Xiaobai himself couldn't imagine that the girl who was always shy in front of him could actually show such a heroic and domineering side. Oh my god, what happened? Am I going to see my grandmother? The two pilots in this attack helicopter did not lose their minds. They maintained deathly silence in the cockpit. Finally, in front of the astonished gazes of everyone present, Xiaoqing grabbed the armed helicopter and threw it onto a mountain on the Gobi Desert inside the highway. Bang! The armed helicopter with explosion-proof design did not explode, but was smashed into pieces. Watching the encounter between the two attack helicopters in the sky, Black Eagle quickly spoke into his headset. The suspect with wings on his back is preliminarily estimated to have reached the true martial realm. At the same time, the three armed helicopters on guard each fired 2 rockets at the jeep convoy where Chen Xiaobai was. 6 rockets with pale tail flames flew towards the convoy where Chen Xiaobai was in the night. Chen Xiaobai stood out from behind the jeep with its roof removed. He placed his front foot on the top edge of the jeep's windshield, pressed his right foot against the seat, and raised his Barrett heavy sniper rifle with both hands. Point star. At this moment, Chen Xiaobai only felt that the passage of time seemed to slow down, and the 6 rockets flying towards him also slowed down. Bang, 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 bang. Everyone at the scene only felt that 6 gunshots seemed to ring out within a second, followed by boom, 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 boom. 6 fierce explosions sounded almost at the same time. All 6 rockets flying in the air were blown up one by Chen Xiaobai using a sniper rifle. At this moment, even the faces of several XPA true martial realm warriors who were ambushing in the escort convoy changed. The eyes of the Black Eagle hiding in an armored vehicle were filled with horror. Knight, it seems that we have underestimated the strength of this Oriental boy. Just as He Jiao finished speaking, there were 3 more explosions in the sky. Chen Xiaobai didn't use any special abilities to kill an armed helicopter with the first shot, but he used his spiritual explosion skills for the 3 shots, blowing up an armed helicopter with 1 shot. Crash. The wreckage of 3 exploded armed helicopters rained down from the sky above the escort convoy. Black Eagle's voice was trembling slightly. Knight. We. Chapter 50 S-Class Carrier. Fierce exchange of fire. Bang. Boom. Just as He Jiao was speaking, a series of light sounds and a series of violent explosions were heard from the rear of the convoy. The light sound was Chen Xiaobai's Barrett firing again, and the explosion was the armored vehicle at the rear of the convoy rising into the sky. Knight, all 3 XBA warriors in the rear armored vehicle number 2 have lost contact. The knight naturally couldn't remain indifferent to this series of movements. Beads of sweat covered his face. Team B, are you ready? Knight, the alloy fiber net is ready. As long as the target lowers its altitude, it can be captured at any time, but behind. The knight took a deep breath and said, Mr. Nakano, armored vehicle number 2 is gone. Team B will execute the scheduled plan later. Mr. Nakata, please help block the enemy behind us. An extremely indifferent voice rang out from his headset. No problem. Then, the knight fiddled with the PID in his hand twice, and the picture in front of the convoy came. The Thor motorcycle that was hit by the rocket lay on the ground in flames. The windshields of the 2 security cars leading the way were shattered, and several security guards were lying on the ground, and it was unknown whether they were dead or alive. 2 slender figures whose specific appearance could not be seen in the night stood in front of the security bureau vehicle, using the unmanned security vehicle to block the way of the convoy behind. The knight's mind raced, and he spoke rapidly. Listen to my orders in a moment. Armored vehicle number 1. Activate the turret, and the entire convoy will bypass the enemy blocking the road ahead and continue forward. Once the turret of armored vehicle number 1 opens fire, the enemy will most likely order the winged target to attack from the air. Team B will activate the alloy fiber net to capture the target as it flies down. Once the capture is successful, all XBA warriors will be dispatched. We must kill that girl with wings as quickly as possible. We have more people, and if one of the enemy dies, their combat effectiveness will be greatly weakened. Mr. Nakata and the mechanical army are responsible for stopping the enemies behind us. Ghost Sword, don't move, because there are very likely more enemies lying in ambush in the dark. You have to act according to the situation. Is everything clear? Receive. After receiving everyone's affirmative response, the knight suddenly shouted, "All vehicles, move forward. Armored vehicle number 1, open the turret." The so-called turret is just a name. What is installed inside is not a cannon, but a heavy machine gun. After Lung Yu and Xiao Ju dealt with the 2 security vehicles that were originally leading the way, an armored riot vehicle was lined up in front of the escort convoy. After receiving the knight's order, the armored vehicle suddenly rushed forward with a roar. The XBA warriors in the vehicle, who were disguised as ordinary security soldiers, got out of the turret and turned the heavy machine gun to fire at the road ahead. This warrior is an 8-star physical martial artist at the Heavenly Martial Realm and is best at close combat. He holds the handle of the heavy machine gun tightly in his pair of sturdy arms, and his expression is full of vigilance. It is obvious that while operating the machine gun, he is also on guard against sneak attacks from the dark. However, the heavy machine gun on the armored vehicle stopped firing after a brief burst. The warrior holding the heavy machine gun suddenly felt a coolness on his throat, followed by a feeling of numbness all over his body. "Brothers, I'm exhausted, please change someone." The warrior whispered something to his colleague in the armored vehicle below him, but no one responded to him. When he looked down, he found that his 3 accomplices in the armored vehicle had all slumped over in their seats, unable to move. One of them had turned black all over. Plop. Finally, the warrior operating the heavy machine gun could no longer hold on and fainted. Outside the armored vehicle, a charming girl with rice-sized scales at the corners of her eyes leaned lazily on the armored vehicle, and what came out of her bright red lips was a creepy snake tongue. Flash Snake Strike. A she from the Xuanwu realm easily took away the lives of 4 warriors from the Tianwu realm. The knight's seemingly perfect plan was terminated at the first step. Behind this armored vehicle was a business car in which Ghost Sword was sitting, and in the car were 2 other 9-star Tianwu realm warriors from XBA. As the armored vehicle ahead first stalled and then stopped, the knight's voice rang out through Ghost Sword's headset. "Ghost Sword, what happened up ahead?" "Congratulations, knight. You guessed right. The enemy does have an ambush lying in the dark." After saying that, Ghost Sword took off his headset, picked up the knight's sword behind him, and got out of the car. "Well done, Snake. Now come to me. Lung Yu, go and take care of that white man with a sword. Xiaoju, pay attention to the convoy's movements. Kill the driver of any car that moves." At the end of the escort convoy, Chen Xiaobai used a telescope to watch everything happening in front of him and gave orders to several Banshees through his mind. At the same time, the knight realized that his plan had failed, and he ordered everyone. "The original plan has failed. Activate Plan B. Defend where you are. Don't worry, the other side won't dare to use heavy firepower before they find what they want." Except for 2 trucks, all the doors in the convoy were opened, and XBA warriors and mechanical army soldiers got out with various weapons in their hands. Chen Xiaobai picked up an M2 heavy machine gun and mounted it on the gun rack of the jeep. He put on the ammunition belt and said to the driver of his car, "Drive, move forward." The black man sitting in the driver's seat was obviously frightened by what happened tonight. He trembled and said, "Isn't it good to be here? It's safe here. Anyway, there are people to help you." Chen Xiaobai frowned slightly. "Since you are not mine, I will give you a chance. Drive and move forward." The black man turned to look at the old dog in the passenger seat. Before the old dog could express his opinion, Chen Xiaobai smiled and said, "Very good, you wasted this opportunity." As he spoke, Chen Xiaobai picked up a silver desert eagle and pointed the muzzle at the back of the black man's head. The black man was about to beg for mercy when bang. With a crisp gunshot, the power of the desert eagle was fully revealed at close range. The black man's head was like a watermelon that suddenly exploded, and all kinds of things splattered everywhere. Chen Xiaobai turned to look at the old dog in the passenger seat and said calmly, "Please tell your dog to be more obedient." "Thank you." As he spoke, Chen Xiaobai stretched out his hand to block his temple, with flames burning on his hand, and a rapidly flying sniper bullet was blocked by him. During this period of time, the mechanical army soldiers still relied on the vehicles in the convoy to build a defensive position. The old dog swallowed his saliva, grabbed the headless corpse on the driver's seat, and threw it out of the car. He didn't care about the red and white things on the seat and steering wheel, sat on it himself, and started the motorcycle. Buzz! The Jeep engine roared and rushed past the escort convoy in front. The moment the Jeep started, a trace of guilt appeared on Chen Xiaobai's young face. "Fuck, I originally wanted to be a good person. The jeep sped through the wilderness next to the escort convoy. Chen Xiaobai, whose face was still filled with guilt, suddenly had a hint of madness in his eyes. At this moment, in his eyes, the escort convoy was like a naked beauty, and the M2 heavy machine gun in his hand was, how can I bear it at this time? If I endure it, I'm afraid it will leave a psychological scar for the rest of my life. So, the next moment, Chen Xiaobai gripped the M2 heavy machine gun tightly in his hand and fired at the escort convoy. Boom, 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 boom. The thick heavy machine gun bullets crackled and rained down on the entire escort convoy like a torrential rain. In the blink of an eye, the entire escort convoy was in chaos. Warriors below the Earth martial realm died tragically on the spot. The old dog glanced at the tragic scene in the escort convoy and suddenly felt that his life was totally worth it. Do you know the origins of those people who were knocked over by your car? Federal XPA and the Mechanical Army. Huh, wait, I seem to have forgotten something. Laogo suddenly seemed to recall something. While driving, he shouted at Chen Xiaobai, who was firing his M2 heavy machine gun into the convoy. Boss, I think you said you should be gentle until you find something. Puff. The old dog's sudden shout nearly made Chen Xiaobai vomit blood on the spot. What a target. He was so focused on enjoying himself that he forgot about this. There are S-class birth vehicles in that convoy. Holy crap. Chapter 51, I'm only interested in you being a dead person. Why the hell didn't you say so earlier? Chen Xiaobai glared at the old dog fiercely, and the old dog was so glared at that he held the steering wheel and didn't dare to look away. The warriors and mechanical army soldiers in the escort convoy hurriedly moved to the other side of the convoy to redeploy their defenses. Chen Xiaobai's heavy machine gun fire just now caused serious injuries to many XBA warriors and mechanical army soldiers in the Tianwu realm, and those in a lower realm had half of their bodies turned into minced meat on the spot. The knight was completely stunned at this moment. If he had not been forcibly pulled down from the car by his deputy, he might have been hit by a string of bullets from Chen Xiaobai. The knight wondered, wasn't the other party coming for the Black Han sword? With such violent shooting, aren't you afraid that the antique that has experienced thousands of years of wind and rain will be destroyed? Bang! Suddenly, a loud noise came from the front of the convoy, and the knight was startled awake. He immediately asked into the headset, Ghost Sword, what's the situation over there? Ghost Sword, who had taken off his headset, naturally could not hear the knight's questions. He covered his chest and stood up from the ground with difficulty. The knight's sword in his hand was already cracked. Where are you from? Just now, Gui Jian and Lung Yu exchanged a few moves, and Gui Jian was shocked to find that this girl who looked dignified and quiet and wore wolf ears on her ears was actually a warrior in the Zhenwu realm. And it's a 2-star Zhenwu, 1 star higher than myself. If a warrior of the true martial realm enters the XPA to serve, he can definitely become the top 3 in the local XPA. Even in the Federation where there are many high-level warriors, he is a rare talent. This girl in front of me, who is 1 star higher than me, must have some powerful force behind her. Lung Yu's dignified and holy face looked even more charming in the moonlight. She took a step forward, and under Gui Jian's horrified gaze, her right hand slowly changed. I saw that the originally smooth and slender arms slowly grew fur, and the fingers grew sharp claws. In the end, Lung Yu's right hand completely turned into a wolf arm. At the same time, Lung Yu slightly opened her mouth, revealing several sharp wolf fangs. At this moment, Ghost Sword's eyes were filled with disbelief. He struggled to get up from the ground and tried to escape. Whoosh! In an instant, Lung Yu, who was just a few meters away from him, suddenly disappeared from the spot. Moonlight flash attack. Lung Yu, like a ghostly wolf, instantly appeared behind Gui Jian, and his originally dignified and holy face became extremely hideous. The wolf claws tightly clasped Ghost Sword's shoulders. Lung Yu opened his scarlet bloody mouth and bit his sharp wolf fangs into Ghost Sword's neck. Puff! Bloodthirsty wolf fangs. Ghost Sword's entire body began to tremble violently. At the same time, Lung Yu's voice rang out in Chen Xiaobai's consciousness. Master, I can turn this man into a werewolf and suck his blood dry. What do you want me to do? Become a werewolf. Without even a second of hesitation, Chen Xiaobai gave Lung Yu his answer. I've been a human for 2 lifetimes, and I've never cut a werewolf's neck. After getting Chen Xiaobai's reply, a strange red light flashed in Lung Yu's eyes. The ghost sword that had been trembling under the control of Lung Yu's minions suddenly seemed to be focused, standing there motionless. The incident between Lung Yu and Gui Jian caused the XBA warriors and mechanical army soldiers before the exam to retreat. Everyone knew that Ghost Sword was a 1-star true martial realm Dochi-type warrior, and he was still no match for him, so When the ghost sword was bitten by Long Yu, some of the XBA warriors had already begun to move slowly towards the endless wilderness on the other side of the road. Some people turned around and rushed into the vast ocean behind them. Boss, someone ran away. The old dog here did not forget to remind Chen Xiaobai. He had no thoughts about these people running away. He said calmly, everyone's life is very precious. If someone doesn't want to die, we don't have the power to force them. Old dog. Feeling the thick blood plasma beneath him and the sparse flesh and blood on the steering wheel, the old dog suddenly felt tears welling up in his eyes. This little boss of mine is really great. At this time, Lao Go was driving a jeep and pulling Chen Xiaobai to the middle of the escort convoy. Chen Xiaobai had already used up a string of bullets. I've already played one string, so it doesn't matter if I play another string. Chen Xiaobai muttered and took out another bullet chain. But at this moment, Lao Go's car suddenly stopped with a swish. Chen Xiaobai looked up and saw a bald man in a kimono standing in front of the jeep. This bald guy has a very strong aura, not inferior to Lung Yu. Among all the female demons under Chen Xiaobai's command, perhaps only Ash can consistently suppress him. Although this bald man had the same oriental appearance as Chen Xiaobai, when Chen Xiaobai saw the kimono on the bald man, he instinctively felt a sense of disgust from the bottom of his heart. Bang! Throwing away the bullet chain in his hand, Chen Xiaobai picked up a military tomahawk, put it on his shoulder, and jumped off the jeep. Old dog, I just told you that people don't want to die. We can't force them. But people like this are the typical ones who want to die. All I can do is help them. The saying, a gentleman helps others achieve their goals, refers to people like me. Looking at the bald man's ferocious expression, the old dog buried his head in the steering wheel and whispered, the boss is right. When Chen Xiaobai walked to the opposite side of the bald man, their eyes met. Suddenly, Chen Xiaobai swung the military axe in his hand to the side, and bang! There was a burst of sparks, and a bullet shot at him secretly was knocked away by the axe. With a cold look in his eyes, Chen Xiaobai said coldly, Ash, send him off. As soon as Chen Xiaobai finished speaking, no one noticed anything unusual, but the next moment, the XBA soldier who had just hidden behind the car and shot Chen Xiaobai suddenly let out a shrill scream. Chen Xiaobai picked up his axe and looked at the bald man in front of him and asked, Japanese? Yes, my name is Nakata. Mr. Nakata, be careful. The bald man had just said half of his words when the knight's shout suddenly rang out from the other side. The next moment, the bald man found that Chen Xiaobai had disappeared from his sight, leaving only a military battle axe in its place. Moonlight flash attack. Then, a cold and gloomy voice rang out from the bald man's ears. Sorry, I'm not interested in what country you are from or what your name is. I'm only interested in the fact that you're dead. When the voice sounded, the bald man was about to turn around immediately, but he suddenly felt a slight pain in his lower back, and suddenly his whole body felt sore. Chapter 52. Who of you struck him with an axe? Cat Demon's Fierce Claws. Poisonous Blood. At this very moment, Chen Xiaobai used the steel-like cat claws generated from his fists to pierce the kimono on the bald man's body, and used the skill of poisonous blood obtained from Ash. As for the axe on his shoulder, it was just a maze that Chen Xiaobai had deliberately set up from the beginning. After a successful attack, Chen Xiaobai retreated quickly because he saw a knight and two mechanical soldiers with mechanical limbs on their upper bodies rushing towards him. Despicable. The bald man was suddenly disturbed by the poison, and he suddenly raised his head and roared. Roar. In an instant, a bright flame suddenly burst out from the bald man's body. As the flames rose, the poisoning state on the bald man seemed to be eliminated instantly. But Chen Xiaobai understood that Ash's poison would not be so easily neutralized. The bald man had used some secret method to suppress the toxin in his body. The bald man was on fire, and even his eyes were burning with flames. He looked at Chen Xiaobai and shouted angrily, Despicable boy, die! Boom. The bald man rushed towards Chen Xiaobai like a fireball, while Chen Xiaobai stood calmly in place. And then, a furry humanoid animal suddenly rushed out from the side, pounced on the bald man, and started biting him. The ghost sword that has turned into a werewolf. Lung Yu's skill, Silver Moon Wolf Power, can command all canine spirit beasts and wild beasts whose strength is lower than his own. The bald man who was suddenly attacked by the werewolf swung his fist wrapped in flames and fought with the werewolf. Every punch the bald man threw seemed to bring about waves of air. The werewolf is not as strong as the bald man, but he has a bloodthirsty nature. For a while, he can fight with the bald man back and forth. Chen Xiaobai went back to pick up the military axe on the ground and came to the edge of the fight. He raised his eyelids and glanced at the three knights who had rushed to him, and a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. Lung Yu. Ash, kill. As soon as Chen Xiaobai issued this order, screams erupted from the escort convoy. All the masters in the escort convoy have gathered on Chen Xiaobai's side. Those on his side are only warriors below the Tianwu realm. Leng Yu has Yuehua flash attack, and ASE has flash snake strike. The two of them kill these people almost 1 per second. The knight's eyes flashed red as he roared loudly. Go! Kill him! Swish! At this moment, a strong wind suddenly blew from the sky, and Xiaoqing, who had been circling in the sky, suddenly appeared and rushed towards the three knights from the side. The leading knight seemed completely unaware of the movement from the sky. He stretched out his pair of mechanical arms and buzzed. Suddenly, a ripple appeared in the air, and the next moment the knight disappeared from his original position. When he appeared again, he was already behind Chen Xiaobai. Chen Xiaobai, who was about to chop down the bald man fighting with the werewolf with his military axe, suddenly swung the axe horizontally. Bang! With a crisp sound, the knight used his mechanical arm to block Chen Xiaobai's axe. Kid, the farce is about to end here. The knight with tears in his eyes suddenly said this. Then Chen Xiaobai saw a blue arc of electricity light up on the knight's mechanical hand. Swish! A strong electric current penetrated into Chen Xiaobai's arms along the military battle axe. In an instant, Chen Xiaobai felt that he had lost control of his arms. Chen Xiaobai squatted down slightly, gritted his teeth, and slammed into the knight's chest. The knight staggered a few steps. Then Chen Xiaobai used his flying skills to fly quickly and appeared 100 meters away in a flash. Feeling the electric current disappear from his body, Chen Xiaobai slightly moved his arms to regain his instincts. Ah! Ah! Two identical screams were heard, and the two mechanical soldiers who had just followed the knight were taken up into the sky by Xiaoqing, one in each hand, and then gently thrown down at an extremely romantic height. Immediately afterwards, Leng Yu, whose hands were dripping with blood, and ASE, whose tongue was spitting out snakes, stood beside Chen Xiaobai. The appearance of these two people obviously meant that the escort convoy over there was completely destroyed. The knight looked at Chen Xiaobai and grinned fiercely. Kid, I don't know why you want to get that ancient oriental sword, but as long as I'm here, you can't even think about it. As he spoke, the knight adjusted his headset and said, Mountain, Black Eagle, run. Bang! The hatch of the transport vehicle in the convoy was suddenly knocked open by a huge force. A faint blue flame appeared on the mechanical limbs of the mechanical giant, hidden inside. His mechanical legs bent slightly, and then the entire huge mechanical body actually flew up on the spot. Chen Xiaobai continued to move his wrists, and Xiaoqing in the sky turned around and was about to chase after the fleeing demon mountain. Shwa! Another powerful sound of breaking through the air was heard, and the Black Eagle stretched out the huge metal wings behind him and blocked Xiaoqing in front. The space in the sky was vast. Xiaoqing turned a corner and continued to fly forward. The Black Eagle quickly followed. The two of them and the demon mountain in the distance disappeared from everyone's sight within a few seconds. After the three people in the sky disappeared, on the highway battlefield here, except for the werewolf and the bald man who were still fighting, the only ones left were Chen Xiaobai, Leng Yu, Ash, and the knight in a 3-on-1 situation. Chen Xiaobai said to Leng Yu and Aishi beside him, Get out of the way. I want to have a fair fight with this gentleman. When Chen Xiaobai said this, the knight himself didn't react much. Instead, the old dog on the side buried his head in the steering wheel again. He felt that the white man who looked so respectable would die a miserable death. Leng Yu and Ash took a few steps back obediently, and at this moment, a sudden cry echoed throughout the battlefield, and the knight felt himself momentarily dazed. In fact, this is not 3-1, but 4-1, and there is Xiaoju. Although Xiaoju, who is in the Tianwu realm, can't be of much help in frontal combat, she can use the demonic shout. The moment the demonic roar sounded, the knight saw the oriental boy in front of him disappear. There was a noise behind him, and the knight turned around suddenly. He saw Chen Xiaobai looking at him with a smile on his face. Puff! The sound of sharp claws piercing flesh was heard, and Leng Yu's wolf claws pierced through the knight's back to his chest. Despicable, despicable. The knight fell to his knees helplessly. Chen Xiaobai walked forward, placed his hand on the knight's head, and asked with a smile, Did you receive the blood shadow card I gave you? Suddenly, a smile appeared on the knight's painful face. I gave that card away. Chen Xiaobai's face froze while he was smiling. His perfect show-off had failed just like that. The knight kept spitting out bright red blood. I didn't receive your card. Will you still kill me? Chen Xiaobai slowly shook his head. Since you didn't receive the name card sent by the killer, then I will naturally spare your life. Did the knight believe it? Of course he didn't. He was waiting for Chen Xiaobai's next words. As expected, Chen Xiaobai did not disappoint the knight. I was originally going to kill you with 2 axes, but now I will only chop you with 1. 1 axe. I have done what I can. As for whether you can withstand it or not, that is your business. It has nothing to do with me. Knight. Lung Yu. Ashi, master is awesome. Xiaoju meow. Then, Chen Xiaobai raised the battle axe in both hands and chopped it down towards the knight's crown. Snap. Crack. Chen Xiaobai swung his axe, but the axe got stuck on the knight's head. Chen Xiaobai forgot that these knights were mechanical soldiers. How could a vital part like the head be unprotected? Crack. Sparks flew from the connection between the axe and the knight's mechanical scalp. The knight, with his dying breath, said to Chen Xiaobai, Speak, speak, keep your word. Chen Xiaobai nodded. Yes, it counts. He loosened his grip on the great axe, turned around, and spun around again. At that moment, Chen Xiaobai looked at the axe stuck on the knight's head in surprise and asked the people around him, Holy crap, who of you hit him with the axe? I haven't even started yet. Knight. Everyone. Chapter 53 2,000 yuan. Make a friend. On the beach at night. Boom, boom, boom. A dull noise came from afar, and a huge figure fell from the sky. Boom. Then, a faint blue flame burst out from under the figure's feet, causing him to soar into the sky again, and then fall back down. This huge figure is the mechanical giant the mountain. In the sky behind the demon mountain, Shaoqing and the Black Eagle were fighting back and forth in the air, and it was basically the Black Eagle that was getting beaten. The pair of jet-propelled mechanical wings behind him were already in pieces and looked like they were picked up from a scrapyard. In a blink of an eye, the 3 of them flew a long distance away. Suddenly, Shaoqing stopped in the air. Black Eagle and Mozhan took this opportunity to run a long distance away. When he turned around and could no longer see the girl with wings on her back in the night, the Black Eagle accelerated and flew to the side of the demon mountain. Black Eagle, the knight. Black Eagle panted and said, I didn't see it clearly when I left, but I think it should be. The mountain fell to the ground again. He looked down at his mechanical body in silence. The Black Eagle flew to his side and looked behind him. Let's go quickly. The enemy may catch up with us at any time. Black Eagle, I'm too big and flying consumes a lot of energy. I'll give you this. I'll go by water and you can fly from the sky. Black Eagle nodded and said, Okay. The mountain opened the storage compartment on the chest of his mechanical body and handed the rectangular safe to Black Eagle. Suddenly, he said, Black Eagle, be careful on your journey. Black Eagle was stunned for a moment, then laughed and said, Brother, when did you become so sentimental? The mountain didn't say anything else, but just pushed the safe in his hand over. Black Eagle took it, and the mountain turned and rushed into the sea beside him. Watching the mountain's figure disappear on the sea, Black Eagle let out a long sigh, then turned and flew towards the direction where the battle took place. After the Black Eagle left, the figure of the mountain emerged from the sea. On his face, it was unclear whether it was seawater or tears. Brother, this is my last gift to you. Go and live the life you wanted. I will continue to upgrade my body. Leave the knight's revenge to me. 10 minutes later, Black Eagle landed 100 meters away from Chen Xiaobai and his group with the safe. At this moment, the battle on the entire battlefield was over. The knight was dead, and the bald man with flames all over his body was exhausted from fighting with the werewolf ghost sword, and was hit on the back of the head by Chen Xiaobai with an axe. Now, the ghost sword, whose entire body has the features of a wild wolf except for its face, is huddled on the ground and trembling. Seeing the Black Eagle falling, Chen Xiaobai stepped forward with a military battle axe. Black Eagle quickly raised his hand. Put down the axe first, and then we can talk. Clang. Chen Xiaobai dropped the battle axe in his hand, shrugged, and said, I don't understand. I thought this was a trap today, but I didn't expect that the information you gave was all true. When Jin Shangji hired hackers to invade the Los Angeles Museum, Black Diao, a technician of the mechanical army, discovered the hackers' movements as soon as possible. After that, Black Diao did not report the incident to the knight, but secretly contacted the hacker and contacted Jin Shangji through the hacker and passed a lot of information about the escort convoy to Chen Xiaobai. Facing Chen Xiaobai's question, Black Eagle said resolutely, There's nothing to be ashamed of. I want to leave this damn federation. I want to live a truly free life. I don't want to be in this crappy mechanical army. Chen Xiaobai asked doubtfully, Isn't the Star Federation free? Pooh, Black Eagle cursed. The freedom of the stars belongs to the Chable Masters, not to me. Hey, you don't come over here. Chen Xiaobai stopped and said, I admire people who pursue their dreams the most. What can I do for you? Black Eagle shouted, Money. I want money. How many? You offered 50 million for this thing that day, But I don't want that much. I only want 20 million. I've calculated it. 20 million is enough for me to live on for the rest of my life. Chen Xiaobai nodded and said, okay, no problem. I'll give you 30 million. I'm not interested in money at all. I can give you as much as you want. Black Eagle held up the safe in his hand and said, transfer the money first. Use the Ruishi Federation's anonymous account. Chen Xiaobai gestured to the safe in He Diao's hand and said, let me see the goods. He Diao's face was covered with sweat. He was in a panic for a long time before he finally opened the safe. It seemed that it was indeed the Black Han's sword. Next, Chen Xiaobai moved his feet slightly, and his whole body disappeared from where he was. A distance of 100 meters is just the limit of his flying speed. Chen Xiaobai appeared beside He Diao like a gust of wind, took the safe directly from He Diao's hand, and grasped the hilt of the Han's sword inside. As soon as Chen Xiaobai appeared, a system notification sounded in his mind. Ding! The presence of a Wanjie Xianyuan sword birth carrier has been detected around the host. The carrier's qualification is S. Please pay attention. When Chen Xiaobai grasped the hilt of the Han's sword, Ding! Detected the carrier of the Wanjie Xianyuan sword. The carrier's qualification is S. Is it born? Ignoring the system's voice, Chen Xiaobai carefully observed the Han's sword in his hand, which had a history of more than 1,000 years. The Black Eagle beside him stood there in a daze as if he had been electrocuted. Chen Xiaobai observed it for a while and asked calmly, well, not bad. It's what I want. How much do you want? Black Eagle felt his upper and lower teeth fighting. His tongue twisted into a ball, and it was particularly difficult for him to speak. 2,000. Chen Xiaobai. Oh, now I remember. 20 million, right? Black Eagle quickly shook his head. How can it be so much? It's just a broken sword. 2,000 yuan, just to make friends. Chen Xiaobai's voice suddenly turned cold. Are you kidding me? At this moment, He Jiao felt that a bead of sweat that was about to drip down his face froze instantly. Finally, He Jiao almost cried and said, Big brother, you give it to me as you see fit. Account. Blackbird. Chen Xiaobai took out his phone and fiddled with it for a while. It's done. At the same time, a slight vibration was heard from the Black Eagle's body. He took out his cell phone and saw that 30 million yuan had been deposited into his account. The Black Eagle looked at Chen Xiaobai in disbelief. Chen Xiaobai waved his hand at him and said calmly, If I were you, I would think carefully about how to leave the stars right now. I heard you have good skills. Once you settle down outside, please contact me for cooperation. Black Eagle let out a long sigh and immediately felt that his stuttering was gone. Thank you, boss. Let's go. By the way, excuse me, where are you going? Black Eagle turned his head and looked at the sea on the other side of the road. Go to Red Dragon or the North Atlantic Federation. Life there isn't as fearful as in the stars. Bon voyage. Chapter 54, 60,000 per night. It was already late at night when Chen Xiaobai returned to the hotel. All the Banshees undid their transformations and entered a dormant state. Xiaoji was still the kitten head printed above the base of her palm. Xiaoqing had turned into a string of straw bracelets. Lingyue was a wolf tooth necklace that Chen Xiaobai wore around his neck, and Ash was a string of leather bracelets. And she and Xiaoqing were on two different wrists of Chen Xiaobai, one on his left and one on his right. All kinds of weapons and equipment have been put into their respective storage spaces by several Banshees. The Wanjie Xianyuan sword is with Ash. Chen Xiaobai returned to the hotel with a relaxed look on his face. It seemed that no one could guess what a great thing he had done in the first half of the night. However, when Chen Xiaobai opened the door of his room, his expression, which had not changed even when facing the rockets from the attack helicopter, suddenly froze. Out of professional instinct, Chen Xiaobai's room is always tidy, because he wants to be able to find what he needs in the shortest time possible when he needs it. And now, I've only been out of the room for half a day, my God. The first thing that caught my eye was a leather sofa with at least a dozen scratches on it, and the velvet inside was scattered everywhere. The TV cabinet was placed at an angle in the living room of the suite, and the TV had fallen to the ground. Fortunately, there were two pillows on the ground that should have been on the bed in the bedroom. The carpet was covered with red and brown liquids and glass shards, and the air was filled with the mixed aroma of various alcoholic beverages. As for the wine cabinet in the suite, well, there was still one bottle in it that was intact. Chen Xiaobai tiptoed through the various items in the room and came to the bedroom. He saw, forget it, he didn't see anything. When a spherical creature wrapped in a wet bath towel came out of the bathroom, Chen Xiaobai stood in the middle of the messy room and thought about life for a minute. If you were Xiaoju, I would kill you right here and now. These were the harsh words Chen Xiaobai uttered as he walked down the street late at night. carrying the bare version of Aquan that had cost him over 60,000 yuan in one night. How do I make a delicious bare version of the Alaskan dog waiting online? Very urgent. After dawn, the students of Class 2, Grade 3 at Luocheng Fenglan High School were surprised to discover that the extremely dangerous person in the class, who hadn't posted an update in 1,000 years, had actually posted a message on WeChat moments late last night after being absent for 2 days. In fact, Chen Xiaobai could have asked the hotel to open another room for him, but he was no longer sleepy because of the dog, so he simply took this silly dog out for a walk on the street. When it was dawn, Chen Xiaobai followed the old man from the east who was doing morning exercises in the central square of Los Angeles to perform a set of folk Tai Chi, and then he went to school. So many things happened in the past few days that Chen Xiaobai almost forgot that he was still a student. While practicing Tai Chi, Wang Han and Jin Shangji each sent him a message. Wang Han told him that his name had been reported to the Education Bureau by the school and had passed the quota approval for the Secret Realm trial. In the next 2 days, the school would organize all martial arts candidates to sign relevant agreements. In 2 days, which is next Monday, all the martial arts candidates in Los Angeles will go to the Secret Realm to start the trial. Wang Han wanted to see when Chen Xiaobai would be free in the next 2 days, and then bring the relevant documents to his house for him to sign. Chen Xiaobai directly replied that he was going to school today. Jin Shangji told Chen Xiaobai that the local prosecutor's office in Luocheng had withdrawn the arrest warrant against him, claiming that there was insufficient evidence. In addition, Jin Shangji also said that a lot of warriors have suddenly poured into Luocheng recently. According to the information collected by his men, it is basically certain that these people are from the Sun Group. The Sun Group is the chaebol to which Speaker Karina, who was killed by Chen Xiaobai, belonged. One of the 10 major chaebols in the Star Federation, it monopolizes nearly 1/3 of the Federation's energy industry and part of the agriculture, animal husbandry, and transportation industries. It is a true behemoth. For this reason, Jin Shangji also suggested that Chen Xiaobai take shelter under the pretext of the Secret Realm trial. Chen Xiaobai scoffed at this. He did need to participate in the Secret Realm trial, but not to avoid the Sun Group, but because the Secret Realm trial was the fastest way for Blue Star warriors to improve their strength. The secret realms behind various space cracks have spiritual energy that is much richer than that of Blue Star. The secret realm that the Luocheng Secret Realm Management Bureau allocated to the Luocheng warrior candidates this time is a secret realm with spiritual energy 4 times that of Blue Star. Moreover, the ratio of time passing between that secret realm and Blue Star reached an astonishing 3-to-1. That is to say, 3 hours passed in the secret realm, while only 1 hour passed on Blue Star. In addition to these, the richer the spiritual energy in a place, the more likely it is to produce rare spiritual beasts, which is like a natural treasure trove for Chen Xiaobai. After arriving at Fenglan High School, Chen Xiaobai went straight to Jin Shangji's board member's office. After entering, he threw the stupid dog to the ground, lay down on the sofa in Jin Shangji's office, and began to catch up on his sleep. He slept until noon and woke up hungry. Li Jingxi, who had been waiting here all morning, immediately came forward and asked, "Mr. Chen, are you awake? Do you need a meal? I'll ask the chef in the restaurant to make it and bring it over." Chen Xiaobai nodded and said, "Just make something casual. Let Director Wang come over. I'm here today to sign the agreement." Okay. At the same time, Los Angeles Department of Education. A Mercedes-Benz car stopped downstairs of the Education Bureau. A middle-aged white man in a neat suit got out of the car and went straight to the 6th floor of the Education Bureau building, where the College Entrance Examination Affairs Department was located. The results of the Secret Realm trials for warrior candidates are directly linked to their college entrance examination scores, so the Secret Realm trials are also managed by the College Entrance Examination Affairs Department. A document unified by the Speaker of the Federal State Assembly and the acting Speaker of the Los Angeles State Council was placed by the middle-aged man on the desk of Alan, Director of the Los Angeles College Entrance Examination Affairs Department. Alan, who was nearly 40 years old, almost had his eyes blazing as he shouted at the middle-aged man in a well-tailored suit in front of him. "No, you can't treat these children like this. This is the future of Los Angeles and the future of the Federation. I can't let you ruin them like this." The middle-aged man calmly pulled out another document from his briefcase. "I'm sorry, Mr. Allen, but if you disagree with the previous document signed and approved by the federal state legislature and the Los Angeles City Council, then you will have to execute this one." As he spoke, the middle-aged man put down the document. On the cover of the document were clearly written the words, "Matters related to personnel adjustments in the College Entrance Examination Affairs Department of the Los Angeles Education Bureau." "Mr. Allen, you can choose one of the two. You guys are going too far. They are just a bunch of 17 or 18-year-old kids. So, Mr. Allen is planning to execute the second document? That's good. At least you can retire early. Wait. Chapter 55 Hunter Elite Competition. That afternoon, since the revival of Blue Star's spiritual energy and the establishment of the martial arts college entrance examination system in the Star Federation, the most absurd, temporary, and hastily drafted Secret Realm Trial Amendment Bill in Los Angeles' history was sent to the examination offices of all high schools in Los Angeles. In the Fenglong High School board member's office, Wang Han looked at the documents in his hand, his face flushed with anger. This is too much. He turned to look at Chen Xiaobai beside him and handed the document to him. How dare these Chable people do this? They really don't treat me, the Los Angeles City candidates, as human beings. Chen Xiaobai took the document, skipped the official nonsense at the beginning, and turned to the implementation details at the bottom. The Secret Realm trial phase of this year's Luoqing Warrior College entrance examination has been comprehensively optimized, eliminating the previous principle of comfortable training. With the approval of the Southern California State Assembly and the Los Angeles Local Assembly, this year's Los Angeles Warrior College entrance examination Secret Realm trial will be held in conjunction with the spring season of the Federal Hunter Elite Competition. All trial rules will be based on the Hunter competition. As an initial pilot, each high school in Los Angeles will only be allocated 20 spots. 10 will be randomly selected by federal computers, and 10 will be nominated by each high school itself. All participating candidates will be assigned safety officers in groups of 3 to 5. The safety officers will provide safety protection services to the candidates when necessary. A group of martial arts candidates is counted as one contestant, and points are shared among group members. Sun City Group will provide security personnel support, financial support for the rental of secret venues, and support for auxiliary personnel for this event. Candidates outside of the 20 quotas for each high school will continue to participate in the original college entrance examination Secret Realm trial. The list of all participants in the Hunter College Entrance Examination Joint Secret Realm Trial in Los Angeles is as follows. Chen Xiaobai didn't even need to look to guess that his name would be on the list. Sure enough, on the Fenglong High School page, I was ranked first. At this moment, Chen Xiaobai's signature smile appeared on his face again. This time, it was a genuine smile from the heart. If Chen Xiaobai has any hobby in this life besides slitting people's necks, it is to follow the live broadcast of the Star Federation Hunter Elite League every summer and autumn. The Hunter Elite League is called the Elite League, but in fact, none of the players participating in this competition are elites in the traditional sense. Most of these people are prisoners from major federal prisons, warriors who have committed serious crimes and are imprisoned by XBA, as well as new recruits from various military special forces and XBA who have been in service for less than 3 years and have no Chable background but want to be promoted to senior military positions, as well as some civilian warriors and enthusiasts. All contestants are airlifted into a specific secret place for random airdrops. When the airdrops begin, the competition begins. In this competition, prisoners and criminal warriors who get 3 points can be acquitted, 5 points can restore all legal rights and interests, and 10 points can win a huge bonus of 10 million. Going further, every additional point can earn an additional bonus of 1 million. Special Forces and XBA recruits who get 3 points here can return to their original units and be promoted to non-commissioned officers. Those who get 5 points can be promoted to reserve officers. Those who get 10 points can be awarded the 3rd-level Federal Military Medal and enjoy special subsidies from the Zhongyang Chable. The way to earn points in the game is simple, 1 point per head. Moreover, there is a very subtle setting in the rules of the game, called the non-inheritance principle, which means that for killing someone, you can only get the point that belongs to the person being killed, but you cannot get the points that the person being killed got from previous killings. All contestants, regardless of camp, can get points as long as they kill people. The game is untimed and adopts the kill zone and safe zone system. The coordinates of the players staying in the kill zone will be made public to everyone, and the head points will be doubled. The longer the stay time, the higher the head points value. When the number of people surviving in the secret realm is only 30% of the number at the beginning of the game will end automatically. The 30% of contestants who survive will represent the Star Federation to participate in the world-class Hunter Elite League jointly organized by the 12 federations of Blue Star in the fall. There are a total of 13 federations on Blue Star. Except for the Red Dragon Federation, all federations will participate in the Hunter League. Because the existence of the Hunter League has greatly solved the problem of the proliferation of criminal warriors within the federations. The Red Dragon Federation does not participate because the society of the Red Dragon Federation is peaceful and stable, The crime rate among warriors is extremely low, and even if it does occur, they will be quickly captured by the Red Dragon Federation's warrior army, the Dragon Scale Army. But this is only the Red Dragon. There is no other federation in the entire Blue Planet that is as united from top to bottom as the Red Dragon, with both the military and the people united. At this time, Chen Xiaobai silently looked at the document in his hand. Although he knew that this must be a trap set by the Sun Group, after all, there was no one else except the top 10 financial tycoons in the federal government who could control the Southern California State Assembly. But, even though he knew that it was Sun Group that set a trap for him, Chen Xiaobai found that he couldn't muster up any anger towards Sun Group at all. Instead, he felt like, well, kind of wanting to thank them. Chen Xiaobai had wanted to join the Hunter League for a long time, but he was not qualified before. For this reason, Chen Xiaobai even wrote a letter to Washington, D.C. to scold the Speaker of the Federal House. Now, the stage that I have always longed for and been reluctant to leave has finally arrived. At this moment, Chen Xiaobai even felt a trace of guilt from the bottom of his heart. He had killed someone else, but the other party repaid him with kindness. Looking at the silent Chen Xiaobai, Jin Shangji asked cautiously, "Mr. Chen, how about you give up this year? I don't believe that the Sun Group will dare to do the same thing next year." Abstain? How is that possible? Chen Xiaobai was about to speak when Wang Han suddenly answered a phone call. After speaking twice, he turned to Jin Shangji and said, "Chairman, teacher Ming Huichio from Class 2, Grade 3, learned that her student was on the Hunter list. She drove away in anger, and the guards couldn't stop her." Chen Xiaobai was stunned. What the hell? The homeroom teacher, wouldn't do anything bad, right? Without saying a word, Chen Xiaobai grabbed the several secret realm trial agreements that Wang Han brought over and signed his name on them all. After signing several documents, Chen Xiaobai finally breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at the stunned Jin Shangji and Wang Han, he asked, "Chairman Jin, Principal Wang, is this settled now?" Jin Shangji and Wang Han looked at each other in confusion. Wang Han didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Mr. Chen, with the new document, the relevant agreement documents have also been updated. The old ones can't be used anymore," Chen Xiaobai said anxiously. "Then bring it to me quickly so I can sign it." Okay. Please wait a moment." A few minutes later, Wang Han came over with a new version of the secret realm trial agreement document, which stated some other precautions for this Hunter Spring tournament, such as, except for warrior candidates, other contestants are not allowed to form teams maliciously, otherwise the coordinates will be directly disclosed and the value of points will be doubled. Other contestants will not receive points for killing warrior candidates, etc. Chen Xiaobai simply ignored the second one. Killing ordinary warrior candidates might not increase his points, but for himself, humph. Chen Xiaobai has heard words like, "We are the ones who make the rules," more than once. After signing the new document, Chen Xiaobai sat in Jin Shangji's boss chair and looked at the blue sky and white clouds outside. He felt as happy as if he had eaten honey. I can't contain my excitement at times like this. This damn heartbeat, why are you so excited? As for the Sun Group, I'll have to thank them after this. Chapter 56, 7,000 to 1. The hunting game begins. Due to a sudden, unexpected order, the secret realm trial that was originally scheduled to start next week in Los Angeles high schools was postponed for a week. During this week, according to the arrangements of the Education Bureau, each school divided and trained the warrior candidates participating in the Hunter Elite competition and recorded vlogs to be broadcast during the live broadcast of the Hunter Elite competition. At the same time, the Education Bureau also announced the rewards for the warrior candidates participating in the Hunter Elite competition. Taking groups as units. If a group scores 1 point, all members will get an extra 30 points in the subsequent martial artist college entrance examination. If a group scores 3 points, they can be admitted to ordinary universities without taking the entrance examination. If a group scores 5 points, they can be admitted to key universities without taking the entrance examination. If a group scores 10 points, they can be admitted to key universities without taking the entrance examination and be awarded a federal full scholarship worth 500,000 yuan. At the same time, they will be granted priority recruitment qualifications for XBA Zhongyang's direct troops. In addition, after obtaining 10 points, candidates who obtain additional points will also receive a bonus of 100,000 yuan per point. Although the Department of Education told everyone that the authorities would do everything possible to protect the safety of the examinees, the fact is that this incident still caused a huge stir in Los Angeles. Hundreds of parents surrounded the Los Angeles County Department of Education to protest, and they could not be dispersed for several days. Some warriors even openly attacked people entering and leaving the sheriff's department. On the 4th day, federal security forces were dispatched, and the demonstrators were suppressed. Several of the warriors were given special attention by the mechanical army. As for Los Angeles XBA, this department was already defunct in name only. In the past few days, Chen Xiaobai also bought some better clothes for the girls under his command. In the past, I had no money, so I bought hot pants for Xiaoju and Xiaoqing that cost 20 yuan a pair. Now that I am a boss and have become rich, I naturally cannot treat the girls under me badly. Because Chen Xiaobai's hands were clumsy and he couldn't do tailoring work, he had to go to the tailor lady again. But this time Chen Xiaobai learned his lesson. He asked Leng Yu to transform and go for him. It was impossible to be embarrassed. Neither Chen Xiaobai nor Leng Yu felt embarrassed. The only one who felt embarrassed was the tailor lady. Looking at Leng Yu's back as she left, the tailor auntie couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Are young people nowadays already playing like this? On the 5th day, buses stopped in front of high schools in Los Angeles. In front of each school gate, there were dozens of pairs of parents bidding farewell to their children in tears. Each school is allocated 20 places and is only allowed to give up 2 people at most. Parents who grab the place to give up are naturally very happy. Other parents either have to give up forcibly or face the farewell scene that is like sending their children to the battlefield. Forcibly giving up is tantamount to openly challenging federal laws, and the person will be put on the federal citizen blacklist and can only engage in basic work in the federal government for the rest of his life. Chen Xiaobai looked at the sad scenes in front of Fenglan High School, his heart as calm as water. A week ago, he was still the teenager who would feel annoyed when he saw parents picking up their children at the school gate after school. Over the past week, with countless lives lost, Chen Xiaobai's physical qualities were rapidly aligning with his psychological qualities. Although he knew that no one would come to see him off, Chen Xiaobai instinctively looked towards the end of the road in front of the school gate. An off-road vehicle that looked quite old drove over. Seeing this familiar car, Chen Xiaobai felt warm in his heart. The car stopped and a heroic girl with a ponytail, wearing a black tight leather jacket, light blue jeans, and black leather boots walked towards her. Chen Xiaobai scratched the back of his head. He was not only good at dealing with this kind of situation, but also asked, "Sister Xiaohong, why are you here?" The person who came was Du Xiaohong. She first glanced to the side, then smiled and said to the security soldiers who were responsible for transporting the candidates to the entrance of the secret realm, "Say a few words to the children, just a few words." Then she grabbed Chen Xiaobai and said, "Xiaobai, come here." Du Xiaohong's expression was very solemn, and Chen Xiaobai felt that the strength in her hands was also quite strong. The 2 men walked a few steps to the side, avoiding the crowd, but did not disappear from the sight of the security forces. Du Xiaohong asked seriously, "Xiaobai, why didn't you tell me and my dad about such an important matter?" Chen Xiaobai's eyes wandered as he said, "Sister Xiaohong, there's no need. The school said there are security guards, and we're a group of several people." As Chen Xiaobai was speaking, Du Xiaohong held his hand and did not let go. Instead, she quietly used more force and gave Chen Xiaobai a look. Du Xiaohong whispered, "My dad has made all the arrangements. You drive away now. I'm going to disrupt the public security forces. Someone will take you out of the country tonight." Chen Xiaobai smiled. This time, he looked Du Xiaohong in the eyes and said, "Sister Xiaohong, that's not the case. I've made up my mind about this matter." Du Xiaohong's eyes were slightly red. She grabbed Chen Xiaobai's arm and secretly exerted force, but Chen Xiaobai still had no intention of moving. Instead, he gently took Du Xiaohong's hand off his arm and said, seemingly intentionally or unintentionally, "Sister Xiaohong, you don't look like Uncle Du at all, and your grip is too strong." At this moment, Chen Xiaobai saw a hint of panic in Du Xiaohong's eyes. The parents who were saying goodbye sent their children onto the bus with tears in their eyes. Chen Xiaobai turned around and looked at them. "Sister Xiaohong, I'm leaving." "Oh well." Du Xiaohong nodded woodenly, and finally, she opened her arms and gave Chen Xiaobai a hug. In his 2 lives, Chen Xiaobai has been hugged by many people, but every time he was hugged, his life was hanging by a thread. He had also hugged many people, mostly from behind. Every time he hugged them, he would cover their mouth and nose with one hand while stabbing a dagger into their throat with the other, then slowly stirring it, and then slowly slicing it open. This was the first time he had received such a warm hug. A few minutes later, the bus carrying the unfortunate children of Fenglan High School slowly drove away. Du Xiaohong stood among the crowd of parents at the school gate and waved goodbye to Chen Xiaobai on the bus. The bus quickly left Los Angeles on Highway 1 and headed northeast, taking half a day. Finally, with the setting sun in the background, the bus stopped in a small town called Tila in the central part of the Star Federation. The entire town has been placed under martial law, with only a few indigenous residents left. After discovering the entrance to a secret realm next to the town a few years ago, the Federation relocated the indigenous residents of Tila Town. The only people who arrived in the town now were the new recruits of the Special Forces, XBA warriors, and these unfortunate candidates from Los Angeles. The elites selected from the major ordinary prisons and warrior prisons in the Federation will arrive later. On the way here, the teacher in charge of Fenglan High School had already divided the students into groups according to their wishes, and Chen Xiaobai was in a group by himself. Although the document issued by the Education Bureau previously required at least 3 people in a group, the group list submitted by Fenglan High School was not rejected but approved. Oran City is the closest city to Tila Town. Oran is a small town, and the best hotel in the city is only 3-star. In the past 2 months, all the rooms in this hotel have been fully booked. In the hotel conference room, the middle-aged white man who had worked at the Los Angeles Education Bureau stood respectfully behind another strong white man in his 30s. The wall opposite the two was covered with monitors, and the images on all the monitors were aimed at Chen Xiaobai, who had just got off the bus at different angles. "Joe, is this the Oriental kid who harmed Karina?" The middle-aged white man asked calmly, holding a cigar in his hand. "Yes, Master Wen Nei, and his school seems to have learned some information and deliberately arranged a group for him, which makes it easier for us to take action." The middle-aged white man named Wen Nei waved his hand and said, "Don't worry. Hunter competitions have their own rules. We'll play slowly. Tell me about this hunter competition." The middle-aged white man took out a document and said as he read it, "Master Wen Nei, the spiritual energy in the Tila secret realm, the venue for this hunter competition, is 7 times richer than that of Blue Star, and the ratio of time passing to that of Blue Star is 6-to-1. This year's competition includes 3,981 prisoners, 576 felony warriors, 1,426 Special Forces recruits, 744 XBA warriors, and 425 warrior candidates from Los Angeles' 36 high schools. Except for those who gave up, the remaining 223 students who were supposed to attend but didn't have been placed on the federal citizen blacklist. These students will only be able to work the most basic jobs in the federal government for the rest of their lives. They can't enter the government, join the military, go to school, or start a business. They will have no room for advancement in their future lives. All participants' wristbands have been adjusted. You can disclose the coordinates of any participant to anyone at any time. That is to say, if you wish, this hunter competition can be transformed into a hunt for one individual by over 7,000 people, including warriors who had committed serious crimes, vicious prisoners, Special Forces soldiers with professional military training, and XBA warriors with professional martial arts training. After the middle-aged white man finished speaking, the conference room fell into silence. Even the middle-aged white man, Wen Nei himself, seemed surprised by the words of the middle-aged white man behind him. About half a minute later, Wen Nei nodded with satisfaction. "That's right, this is how the game is fun." Looking at Chen Xiaobai's young and innocent face on the screen opposite, Wen Nei grinned and said, "Kid, the hunting game is about to begin." Chapter 57, Birth. Abyssal Shadow Bear. That evening, all the candidates who had arrived in Los Angeles were given a wristband. The bracelet is connected to the league management system and can display time, coordinates, points, wearer's health information, and other information. When the number of contestants decreases by more than 1/3, the candidates can take off their wristbands. The points will be automatically reset to 0, which means they have forfeited. Before this, even if the candidate takes off the wristband, his/her points will be reset to 0, but he/she will still have to continue the competition. The bracelet number Chen Xiaobai received was 14, a very auspicious number. At night, the candidates were assigned to dormitories, and Chen Xiaobai lived in a single room by himself. At night, everything was quiet, everyone was sleeping, and Chen Xiaobai was petting the dog. After more than a week of hard work, he finally gave that damn bear-like Alaskan dog the finishing touch to improve its qualifications. At around 11 o'clock, a series of groaning sounds from people and dogs suddenly came from Chen Xiaobai's room, and a golden light enveloped the bear version of Aquan. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully giving birth to Abyssal Shadow Bear. Gain the skill, Shadow Camouflage. Shadow Camouflage, the Abyssal Shadow Bear's innate hunting skill. It allows its body to completely transform into a shadow, blending into the surrounding environment, allowing for rapid movement in dimly lit areas. It can also teleport short distances through the shadows of objects in strong light. Chen Xiaobai clapped his hands, shaking off all the dog hair on them. He looked at the bear version of Aquan who was shrouded in golden light and had fallen asleep. then looked at the shadow corner behind the door. With a thought, he disappeared from his original position and appeared in the shadow corner. Chen Xiaobai's eyes gleamed coldly, and with his shadowy disguise combined with Moonlight's flash attack, he was no longer the killer who could only walk in the darkness. Hey, I like it. Holy crap, girl, you're a bear. How can you be so hot? Opposite Chen Xiaobai, the successfully born bear version of Aquan automatically took shape. A busty girl with proud breasts, a scary waist, a seductive butt, and a charming face slowly stood up from the floor. Lung Yu, hurry up and get clothes for your sisters. Hurry. Owner. Fuck you, don't touch me. Lung Yu, do you hear me? Master, don't you like me? Please move back a little. It's too big and it's squeezing my chest. Oh, little sister, why are you so thin? You're like a bamboo pole. This won't do. Lung Yu. Chen Xiaobai. From today on, you can call me Xiaoyu. No, you can call me Dayu. No, it seems too unpleasant. Forget it, just call me Shadow. Put on your clothes. Change back. Oh, what are you looking at? You too. Lung Yu. Oh. Late at night, the roar of heavy motorcycles broke the tranquility of Tila town. In an instant, the whole town was filled with shouting, yelling, and the sounds of warning shots from security forces. The serious criminals from prisons across the federal government had arrived. From this moment until the next night, various heavy escort motorcycles and armed helicopters continued to take off and land in Tila town. In just 2 days, more than 10,000 people, including the garrison and guards, had gathered in the entire Tila town. Over the past 2 days, the Sun Group's weapons stores, supermarkets, weapon shops, mobile brothels, and pharmacies in the small town have been booming. At 5 in the morning of the third day, the first batch of candidates boarded the plane, and this year's Star Federation Hunter Elite competition officially kicked off. At the same time, all the major satellite TV channels in the Star Federation and the Blue Star Federation began simultaneous live broadcasts of the Star Hunter Elite competition. Although it was 5 in the morning, many viewers had already tapped the alarm clock beside their bed, or took out their mobile phones, or turned on the TV, looking forward to this program that would show how human society, since the revival of spiritual energy, was gradually returning to its primitive state and restoring the bloody rules of beast fighting. Hello everyone, I'm Tianbao. I'm Mir. I'm Guanyi. On the main channel, 3 young hosts introduced themselves. Tianbao, the middle host, took a deep breath and read a lengthy advertisement before a smile appeared on his face. It's time for the biannual Star Federation Hunter Elite Tournament to begin again. Hello everyone. Mir. Hello everyone. This year's competition seems a little special. Guanyi. Yes, there will be some relatively docile faces joining the competition this year. What do you think about this? Tianbao. I think, under the premise of ensuring the safety of the candidates, this is not a bad thing. After all, our federation has offered martial arts courses since elementary school. 16 or 17 years old is not young, so there is nothing wrong with getting exposure to actual combat early. Mir. Yes, the key lies in this safety issue. I also think whether it is a good thing or a bad thing depends on this. If it is done well, it will be a great achievement and set a historical precedent. If it is not done well, then I am afraid that the organizer, Sun City Group, will be blamed. Guanyi. I disagree with both of you. I think. Tianbao. Okay, the director up front tells us that the first batch of candidates have boarded the plane. Now let's turn the camera to the first scene. The camera switches to the town of Tila. It is still dark and the early summer morning breeze is a little chilly. In the empty square, more than 400 martial arts candidates were waiting in line. As the on-site security officer blew the whistle, the first group of candidates in the first row stepped forward and met the security officer assigned to their group. After a simple registration and inspection, this group of 5 candidates was the first to board a giant transport helicopter on the apron at the edge of the square. The more than 400 people moved very quickly, and it was Chen Xiaobai's turn in less than 20 minutes. As the whistle sounded in front, Chen Xiaobai strode forward with his luggage on his back. A tall white man wearing camouflage special combat uniform waved to him, and Chen Xiaobai responded with an eager smile. Hello, how are you, young man? My name is Louis. You can call me by my Eastern name, Louis. Chen Xiaobai warmly shook hands and hugged Louis. Hello, Louis. Thank you for being my security officer. My name is Chen Xiaobai. Louis put his arm around Chen Xiaobai's shoulders and walked towards the entrance to the apron in front. You're welcome. We need to go through security and registration here first. At the security checkpoint near the entrance, a female staff member wearing the uniform of the Education Bureau said to Chen Xiaobai, Child, hand your bag to the security officer next to you. Chen Xiaobai did as she was told. She then asked, Have you memorized the 3 principles of the trial? Chen Xiaobai nodded. Remember it clearly. The bracelet should not be taken off the body. The points should not be inherited. And the first principle is to save your life. The staff member glanced at Chen Xiaobai's bag, which was being checked nearby, and said, "Kid, it seems you have very little food with you. Since you are traveling alone, I need to remind you. Although you will only be in there for 10 days according to Blue Star time, due to the time-passing ratio, you will actually be in the secret realm for 60 days. You still have a chance to go back and prepare food again." Chen Xiaobai showed a very sunny smile. "Thank you for your kindness, but I don't think I need it." The security officer on the side nodded to the staff to indicate that the luggage was fine. The staff member smiled at Chen Xiaobai and said, "Okay, you can go through, kid. Good luck." "Thank you. You are very beautiful." After saying that, Chen Xiaobai followed Louis and strode towards the apron, and the scene of his conversation with the staff was captured by the camera. Chapter 58, I'm a little scared. In the live broadcast room, the three commentators all laughed at Chen Xiaobai, who had just been polite. Mere high school students nowadays are well-mannered, but it feels a bit strange that this kind of behavior happened in our hunter competition. Tianbao, I'm a little worried about this kid now. He might have trouble adapting to the hunter competition. Guanyi, didn't you notice that this kid is in a group by himself? Why did this happen? Mir, maybe the other groups in their school are full. Tianbao, it's not necessarily a bad thing to be in a group with one person. His security officer only needs to take care of him, unlike other security officers who need to take care of several. Guanyi, that's true. Mir, how about guessing which day the first blood will be drawn this year? Guanyi, I think it should be around the 10th day in the secret realm. Isn't this the usual pattern? Oran City, Samsung Hotel Conference Room. Wen Nei was looking at a file in his hand, and next to him was still the middle-aged white man who had been to the Los Angeles Sheriff's Department. Joe, have you told him about this, Louis? Xiao bowed slightly and said, I've already given the order, and the money has arrived. He's a warrior who was expelled from the XBA military for committing a crime. He's an 8-star heavenly martial realm, and has a telekinetic ability. It's well known that the combat power of supernatural powers below the Jinwu realm is generally stronger than that of other powers, and telekinesis is the best among all supernatural powers. When Louis gives his all, he is not inferior to other Jinwu realm warriors. However, we didn't tell him any specific information about the target. We only said that it was caused by a one-night stand by a senior executive of the group. When Nei nodded, very good. Let him lurk around our little one first. When someone comes to cause trouble for the little one, let him take advantage of the opportunity to strike. Be discreet so that no one can see through him immediately. Otherwise, the media won't be able to clear their name afterward. After all, the Hunters competition is a public event, and we must ensure its fairness, even if it's only superficial. Don't worry, Master Wen Nei. After all the candidates boarded the plane, the prisoners, warriors, and special forces soldiers at the back were much faster because they did not need security checks or registration. Prisoners and convicted warriors were not allowed to carry any bags and were only allowed to carry 1 or 2 weapons. Special forces soldiers and XBA warriors are allowed to carry luggage and light thermal weapons. These people are official and were allowed to pass directly. At 7 o'clock, more than 30 federal reinforced transport helicopters and 5 biplane super transport helicopters took off, carrying the first batch of candidates, warriors, soldiers, and prisoners entering the secret realm. The entrance to the secret realm was just above a reservoir southwest of Tila town. Less than 5 minutes into the flight, Chen Xiaobai saw through the helicopter window a deep night sky that seemed to be embedded in the blue sky of the early morning. That is the space crack and also the entrance to the secret realm. Soon, the helicopter slowed down and flew into the space crack. It became pitch dark outside the cabin. Chen Xiaobai clearly felt that the helicopter, which had been flying smoothly before, was shaking a lot. Chen Xiaobai showed a hint of fear on his face. Louis, who was beside him, saw it and patted Chen Xiaobai on the shoulder. He smiled gently and said, Don't worry. The space stabilizer of the general group in this space crack has been reinforced. The wireless signal can be transmitted normally, and there will be basically no turbulence. Chen Xiaobai gave Louis a grateful smile. Thank you, brother Louis. When I parachute later, you will protect me, right? Louis rubbed Chen Xiaobai's hair with a doting smile on his face. Of course, you can rest assured that I'm here. Chen Xiaobai joyfully took out a lollipop and handed it to him. That's great. Brother Louis, I'll treat you to a lollipop. Louis smiled and waved his hand. I'm going to parachute in a while. Wait until I land to eat. The director behind the scenes of the Hunter competition program accurately captured the heartwarming scene captured by the cabin camera and immediately the image of the deep brotherly love between Chen Xiaobai and Lewis appeared on the big screen. The three commentators in the commentary room laughed happily at this. Mir said, "It seems our little contestant number 14 should be able to live comfortably in the secret realm." Tianbao, "That's right. After all, emotional intelligence is also a part of strength." Guanyi, "According to the plot of the movie, these two should become enemies." Tianbao and Mir, "Ha ha ha. Guanyi, you're so funny. Don't be ridiculous. Neither of them is worth any points. How could they possibly turn against each other?" Guanyi, "TSK, the show effect." Meanwhile, on the live streaming platform, the comments from fans of the Hunter show gradually became richer. "Wow, what did I see? Together. Together. Full of gay love. This year's Hunter. Feels like it's going a bit off track. I approve of this marriage. Wang Fei, please bring me a hand-pulled pancake when you come back. If you see it, deduct one. 1. To be honest, that Oriental boy is quite handsome, so it's normal for the security officer to like him. I'm afraid he can't bear the weight of this love." About half an hour later, there was a sudden burst of light outside the cabin, and everyone in the cabin quickly covered their eyes. Lewis wanted to reach out and cover Chen Xiaobai's eyes, but found that Chen Xiaobai had already closed his eyes before him. 6 hours in the Tila secret realm is equivalent to 1 hour on Blue Star. The live broadcast on Blue Star will adopt a combination of jump playback, multi-speed playback, and other playback methods to try to make the audience keep up with the time in the secret realm. Seeing Lewis's actions in the cabin just now, the three commentators in the live broadcast room laughed at the same time. After so many years of commentating on the Hunter Elite Tournament, this was the first time they had seen such a heartwarming scene. The online comments were once again dense. "The security guard brother is so loving. Love, love, love. It's a pity that my brother doesn't appreciate it. Show affection and die quickly, humph. If this kid's chrysanthemums don't bloom in the secret realm, I'll have diarrhea if I stand upside down. Same as above. I'm live streaming and calling it a 5-speed electric fan. Ditto I. Wang Fei, help me when you come back." Helicopter cabin. A few minutes later, the announcement rang out from the cabin. "Dear contestants, we have now entered the secret airspace. The hatch will open in 30 seconds. Contestants can choose any time to parachute in the next hour. I wish you a happy journey." The helicopter door opened, and a strong wind from high altitude rushed into the cabin. Chen Xiaobai's face suddenly showed a trace of fear again. "Brother Lewis. I'm a little scared." Lewis comforted him. "It's okay, we can wait." Chen Xiaobai, "Brother Lewis, if we wait a little longer, won't we lose the opportunity if we land late?" Lewis smiled and shook his head. "This secret realm is very large, covering thousands of square kilometers. If you don't go to the city ruins in the center, you will basically not encounter anyone in the early stage." Chen Xiaobai said nervously. "Well, okay." 20 minutes later, several groups of safety officers had already taken their own groups of candidates for skydiving in the cabin. One of the groups of candidates was from the same school and class as Chen Xiaobai. When this group of candidates passed by Chen Xiaobai and Lewis, they did not dare to look at Chen Xiaobai, but just looked at Lewis with a strange look, which seemed to mean, feeling sorry for him. Chapter 59. The first blood is taken before the person lands. Half an hour later, Chen Xiaobai finally made a difficult decision. "Brother Lewis, let's jump." "Okay." Lewis stood up and gestured to the security soldier guarding the hatch, and then the two of them put on their parachute packs and walked carefully to the hatch. The security soldier took out a metal ball with a diameter of about 1 centimeter and threw it casually. The metal ball flew around Chen Xiaobai and finally stopped behind his body. This is an ultra-high-definition smart camera that can adjust the shooting angle at will according to the instructions from the director's studio. In addition, there are a large number of cameras hidden in the air and on the ground throughout the secret realm. When the security soldier extended his hand and made an OK sign, Lewis turned and shouted to Chen Xiaobai in a strong wind. "This parachute is made of a new material and can bear a load of over 300 kilograms. To prevent the two of us from flying too far, I suggest you share the same one." Chen Xiaobai looked at the parachute bag behind Lewis with some concern and then shouted loudly, "Brother Lewis, can I carry my parachute bag and land with you?" Lewis was a little helpless, but he finally nodded. Afterwards, Lewis used a harness to tie Chen Xiaobai and himself together. Because Chen Xiaobai was carrying an umbrella, the two could only be tied face to face. This caused both the commentary and the barrage of comments to explode. Mir, "Oh my god, are these two going to just come out?" Tianbao, "I envy this kind of love." Mir, "Go away." Guanyi, "I still have that feeling. I think things may not be that simple." Barrage, "Excuse me, am I watching a gay dating show? I'm choking." It turns out that the relationship between men can be so sweet. If this kid's chrysanthemums don't bloom in the secret realm, I'll have diarrhea if I stand upside down. Handstand diarrhea, +1. +2. +10,086. Inside the helicopter cabin, Louis and Chen Xiaobai took a deep breath at the same time, and then they jumped out of the cabin. A strong gale blew in his face, and there was white mist all around. There were thick clouds below. Feeling his body falling freely, Chen Xiaobai's blood boiled. Soon, the two passed through the clouds and could see a green secret land below. At the same time, Chen Xiaobai felt that the qi in his body suddenly expanded a little. The spiritual energy was 7 times richer than that of Blue Star. It was indeed extraordinary. When he fell to a certain height, Louis opened his parachute, and boom. Suddenly, the falling speed of Chen Xiaobai and the other person slowed down a lot, and they began to float in the air. At this point, the two of them no longer needed to shout to make the other person understand. The camera surrounding Chen Xiaobai transmitted the scene of the two parachuting together back to various satellites and network channels on Blue Star. Countless infatuated men and women were commenting on it. How romantic. I also want to participate in the hunter competition with my lover. Upstairs, I salute you as a warrior. Why don't you bring the child with you? Is this the Hunter Elite Tournament? Where's the promise of uncensored gore and violence? Suddenly, everyone who was watching the couple in front of the screen discovered that among the two people who parachuted together, Chen Xiaobai tilted his head and said something to Louis, and Louis's face changed instantly. The next moment, everyone exclaimed in surprise because they saw a sharp dagger flashing with cold light in Chen Xiaobai's hand. Wow! Chen Xiaobai waved his hand, and the dagger in his hand quickly cut off the parachute net rope behind Louis. What you do? Louis was so surprised that he tightly protected the buckles of the harness on himself and Chen Xiaobai, and at the same time, he activated his telekinesis ability, and the net rope that was cut by Chen Xiaobai was actually reconnected bit by bit. Seeing this, Chen Xiaobai smiled gently, but in Louis's eyes, this smile was simply a devil's smile, making the hairs on his body stand up. Next, poof. A cold light flashed in the eyes of the people in front of the screen, and Chen Xiaobai quickly stabbed the dagger in his hand into the throat of the security guard in front of him. The speed was so fast that Louis, who was using telekinesis to repair the parachute net rope, couldn't react at all. Crash. Large amounts of blood flew out in the air, splashing all over the camera flying next to Chen Xiaobai. From the perspective of all the audiences on Blue Star at this moment, the screen was suddenly splashed with bright red blood. Countless people were speechless after seeing the sudden scene before their eyes, especially the 3 commentators in the main live broadcast room. At this moment, the main scene pushed by the director was the scene of Chen Xiaobai and Louis parachuting. Louis' eyes were full of shock. He never thought that the 17-year-old Oriental boy in front of him would be so cruel when he attacked. How could this still be the boy who said to himself, "I'm a little scared on the plane"? Without bothering to repair the parachute net rope, Louis's hands glowed blue, and the injury on his throat suddenly healed in an incredible way. At the same time, Louis used his telekinesis to control Chen Xiaobai's hand holding the dagger. However, the horror in Louis' eyes remained the same, because he saw the 17-year-old black-haired boy in front of him still had a smile on his face. At this moment, Chen Xiaobai reached out with his other hand and touched the buckle of the binding between the two of them. Louis was shocked and used his telekinesis to control Chen Xiaobai's other hand again. Feeling the inexplicable resistance coming from his hands, Chen Xiaobai's smile remained unchanged. "Hey, brother Louis, it turns out you have telekinesis abilities. At this distance, it seems I'm going to take your life." As he said this, he exerted force with both hands, and Louis was forced to increase the control over the telekinesis on Chen Xiaobai's hands. But as soon as he increased the force, whoosh. Suddenly, the wound on Louis's neck, which had just been repaired, broke open again. Driven by the injury on his neck, Louis felt his strength dissipating, and his telekinesis became weaker and weaker. In the end, he could no longer control Chen Xiaobai's hand holding the dagger. Phew, 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 phew. After 5 consecutive slashes, Louis died completely. Feeling Louis being stabbed alive in his arms, the smile on Chen Xiaobai's face gradually turned into a kind of intoxication. At the same time, whether it was the live commentary room or the online channel comments, there was complete silence, with only a few style ellipsis marks occasionally floating by. A few seconds later, the strong wind in the sky brought Chen Xiaobai back to his senses. He took off the bracelet on Louis's hand, pressed the button at the bottom, and gently touched it with his own bracelet. Ding! Suddenly, the score on Chen Xiaobai's bracelet, which was originally 0, remained 0, because safety officers did not count towards the score. At the same time, the wristbands of all participants vibrated slightly, and two texts, Eastern and Western, appeared in a loop. First Blood, 0014. Congratulations to contestant number 14 for getting the first blood in this Hunter Elite tournament. Now the 0 on Chen Xiaobai's bracelet turned into 1. Safety officers do not count towards points, but one more point can be earned for the first win. In addition, consecutive kills, instant kills, and multiple kills can earn more points. Then, Chen Xiaobai gently untied the buckles that bound himself and Lewis, and then opened the parachute behind him. Before he even landed on the ground, he had already taken the first blood. Watching Lewis's body fall completely to the secret land below, Chen Xiaobai licked his lips with his tongue. The hunting game has begun. Previously, Chen Xiaobai's words that made Lewis change color were, "Brother Lewis, how much money did the Sun Group give you to buy my life?" At that moment, seeing Lewis's reaction and eyes, Chen Xiaobai knew what he should do. Chapter 60. If people really want to live, then give them a way to live. On the online channel, the screen is full of ellipsis marks in the style of. A few seconds later, all kinds of barges erupted like a volcano. Is this the Hunter Elite tournament this year? Love it. Fuck you. I'm so scared. This kid is a wolf killer. When the blood splattered on the screen just now, I felt the deep malice of the director team. I can only say that both the young Oriental player who got first blood and this year's program director team are freaking geniuses. I don't believe I'm the only one who wants to find the two guys who said they were talking about the fan during the live broadcast, and the one who had diarrhea while standing upside down. The ones upstairs, I've helped you remember their IDs. They are Tian E. Jiang and Jia Tian Beng under 3AO Hinai What. Inside the live commentary room, the three commentators exchanged bewildered glances. Tian Bao was the first to offer a forced smile. So the director had this trick up his sleeve. This year's opening remarks were truly beyond our expectations. Mir, are you sure this was arranged by the director? Guanyi, that's not important. I don't know if you noticed the kid's expression when he stabbed the security guard's neck with the dagger. Considering his age, I shudder just thinking about it now. As Guanyi explained, a replay of the kill scene appeared on the main live broadcast channel. Chen Xiaobai stabbed the dagger in Lewis' throat again and again, while he kept a consistent smile on his face. When this scene was broadcast again, the originally dense barrage of comments on the online platform slowed down a bit, and the three commentators looked at the scene without saying a word. Finally, everyone saw Chen Xiaobai looking at his masterpiece in front of him with an intoxicated expression, and the people in front of the screen gasped. Tian Bao, this child's expression reminds me of a sentence. Mere what? Guanyi. I guess that's what my sister-in-law used to describe the expression on Brother Tian Bao's face when he was sprinting towards the end. Tian Bao, how the hell did you know? Guanyi. I guessed. No, Brother Bao, don't misunderstand. Mere ahem. Online comment. This expression, I admit I've only seen it in movies about the Island Federation. The one upstairs, I'll pity you for a second. I've decided. From now on, I'll just watch contestant 14's first-person perspective. Me too. +1. For this 14th, I decided to get a membership to watch the uncensored version. Chen Xiaobai wiped the blood off the dagger and slowly descended with the parachute behind him supporting him. He looked at the secret land below him. The first thing that caught his eye was a mountain forest, covering an area of several hundred square kilometers. It looked like a forest park, with a broken wall surrounding the edge. Looking further away, there are dilapidated roads and the ruins of a city. It seems that this secret realm once had an intelligent civilization, but it later became extinct for some reason. The competition area designated by the Secret Realm Management Bureau is only about 1,000 square kilometers, but when looking from the air where Chen Xiaobai is now, there is no edge to the secret realm at all. As Chen Xiaobai got closer to the ground, he felt the spiritual energy in the air becoming increasingly richer. Ding! A change in the spiritual energy density of the host's space has been detected. This is a special reminder to the host. In an environment with abundant spiritual energy, the time it takes for a Banshee to awaken will increase accordingly. The increased awakening time varies for different Banshees. Under the current level of spiritual energy, the fiery Claw 9-life cat demon, Moon Shadow Silver Spirit Wolf, Wind Spirit Bird, and Silent Explosive Spirit Bao can maintain their normal awakening state all day. The Poison Source Demon Flower Snake's awakening time has doubled, and the Abyss Shadow Bear's awakening time has increased by 50%. Chen Xiaobai silently calculated in his mind that Xiaoju and Yuying in the Tianwu realm can awaken for 3 hours on Blue Star, and then they will be forced to sleep. Xiaoqing, the Wind Spirit Bird, and Ling Yue, the The silver spirit wolf in the Zhenwu realm can awaken for 4 hours, and ASE in the Xuanwu realm can awaken for 5 hours. Now at this point, even Shadow, who has the shortest awakening time, can awaken for 4.5 hours. Sensing the camera beside him, Chen Xiaobai twisted his body slightly. The camera automatically adjusted its flight angle to film Chen Xiaobai's landing action, but when it flew in front of Chen Xiaobai, a lively blue bird wrapped in a blue flowing halo suddenly flew out. Compared to when it was on Blue Star, Xiaoqing is now obviously much more majestic. It flapped its wings lightly and flew a long distance the next moment. After choosing a relatively open place, Chen Xiaobai landed successfully. Chen Xiaobai used a dagger to cut the net rope on his body, packed up the parachute, and walked straight into the depths of the forest. About 3 kilometers away, Lewis's body, which had been smashed to pieces, lay quietly there. Chen Xiaobai was not in a hurry to travel, but walked in the mountains and forests at a normal speed. On the way, Chen Xiaobai took advantage of the camera's inattention and quietly released Lung Yu again. The sudden appearance of the wolf-like Aquan did not attract the attention of the audience. In this hunter competition area, all kinds of strange beasts may appear. Some are wild beasts that already exist in the secret realm, and some are blue star beasts and spiritual beasts deliberately thrown in by the event organizers when demarcating the competition area. Halfway through the walk, Chen Xiaobai's signature harmless smile suddenly appeared again. At 2 o'clock, 700 meters away, a strong man with a steel knife in his hand was hiding behind a tree and secretly observing him. The man had nothing on him except a steel knife and a bottle of water. He was obviously a prisoner. Chen Xiaobai deliberately shook the backpack on his body. He knew how tempting this backpack was in this situation. The prisoner who thought he was hiding very secretly was obviously moved. He gripped the steel knife tightly in his hand and approached Chen Xiaobai cautiously. Chen Xiaobai also cooperated by slowing down his pace and even stopped to catch his breath, pretending to be exhausted. As the prisoner got closer, the smile on Chen Xiaobai's face became more and more genuine. Suddenly, the smile on Chen Xiaobai's face disappeared, replaced by a trace of resentment for not fighting, because the prisoner actually turned around and ran away. "Hey, why are you running?" Chen Xiaobai looked at the prisoner who was running away like a mouse seeing a cat, and shouted loudly. For this kind of prisoner who had no conflict of interest with him, did not provoke him, and obviously wanted to survive, Chen Xiaobai actually didn't mind sparing his life. Just as he had said before, if people really want to live, then we should chop them less and leave them a way out. So, the next moment, Chen Xiaobai moved like the wind and took big strides to chase after the prisoner. Chapter 61. Please, give him a quick death. What surprised Chen Xiaobai was that the prisoner's leg strength was actually quite good. On this side, Chen Xiaobai, without using any martial arts, was actually just slowly closing the distance between the two of them. Finally, Chen Xiaobai used his wind control to speed forward and whoosh. He created a gust of wind and flew through the mountains and forests at a high speed. He caught up with the prisoner and kicked him to the ground. Ouch! The prisoner who was kicked down rolled several times on the ground and finally stopped after hitting a tree. Chen Xiaobai stepped forward and looked down at the prisoner. "Why are you running away?" The prisoner leaned against the tree behind him and trembled as he said, "Yes, someone is pretending to be a pig and eating the tiger." Chen Xiaobai. He deliberately turned his head to look around, even openly turning his back to the prisoner, and asked seriously, "Who else is here?" The prisoner, who was sitting on the ground leaning against the tree trunk behind him, slapped his forehead and said with disgust, "Emma, young man, your acting is just like that Kuan. It's so disgusting that it's unbearable to watch. Tell me, you're here alone, and you're standing there gasping for breath before you've even taken a few steps. Do you think that's normal? The Federation would let such a loser embarrass himself on screen? The Hunter Elite Tournament is being broadcast live worldwide." Chen Xiaobai. After all, I haven't played this kind of role-playing game for more than 10 years, so my skills are a bit rusty, and it's inevitable that my acting is a bit exaggerated. The prisoner seemed addicted to teaching, and continued, "Even if he's just an ordinary person, he must be a serious criminal. Young man, do you know what a serious criminal is?" Chen Xiaobai pretended to be innocent. "Did he kill someone?" The prisoner twitched his lips and said, "Hey boy, this lesson is a gift from your uncle. Next time before you pretend to be innocent, can you clean up the blood stains and smell on your body first?" Chen Xiaobai looked down and scratched the back of his head in embarrassment. Damn, he was so focused on picking up his spoils as soon as he came down that he forgot about this. The prisoner on the other side said to himself, "Today's society is different from 20 years ago. Back then, killing one person was a serious crime. Now, taking 5 lives is considered a serious crime. Chen Xiaobai frowned. So, you can come in. The prisoner said calmly. Yes, I killed a family of 12, 5 of them, 3 girls and 2 boys. 2 of the girls were under 15, and 1 boy was only 9. That feeling was unbearable. Ugh. Hearing the prisoners reporting their achievements so proudly, Chen Xiaobai blinked. How could they be so proud with only 12 of them? Live commentary room. Because the time-passing ratio is 6-1, nearly 30 minutes have passed in the secret realm, but only 5 minutes have passed on Blue Star. Many people were still immersed in the shock of Chen Xiaobai killing the security guard just now, but the director's jumping playback made everyone realize that the second drop of blood was about to be born. Tianbao. All right, we can now have a moment of silence for this beastly brother. I didn't expect it to be contestant number 14 again. Mir. It's been less than an hour since the 14th player got first blood. It counts as a kill streak, and he gets an extra point. Guan Yi. Personally, I hope that contestant number 14 won't be so decisive this time. After all, this is a period of spiritual energy recovery, and it would be beneficial for all the audience to see more blood. Although there are many such scumbags in the competition, it is lucky to encounter them on the first day of the competition. Barrage agree. Agree with Master Guan. Don't stop me. I'm going to tear that beast into pieces. Number 14. Go ahead and ravage him. We're all cheering you on with our spirits. Number 14. I allow you to enjoy the glory that beast once enjoyed. Go ahead, I don't blame you. The one upstairs, I just opened a membership, HD and uncensored. Are you coming? No, my stomach is not feeling well. I bet number 14 would finish that beast off with a single blow, because he was too eager to lick the security officer's bag. If he guessed wrong, here are 10 rockets for you. Chen Xiaobai at the secret realm seemed to have heard the prayers from the barrage on Blue Star's side. He put away his dagger and took out a hacksaw, a hammer, and an iron skewer from his backpack. At this time, large numbers of ellipses appeared on the barrage of comments on the online platform. Guan Yi, beautiful. Tianbao, oh my god, high school students nowadays. Mir, ahem. Tianbao, I don't think he can represent all high school students. Look at that iron skewers. I tell you, that thing is very dangerous, but it is not common. Guan Yi, we Orientals love to eat barbecue, and skewers are everywhere, right? Mill's mouth twitched slightly. Is this the case? Tianbao, Guan Yi, you mean that number 14 might barbecue this prisoner? Is that what you mean? Guan Yi, although I really want to see this scene, that's not what I mean. We in the East are a country of etiquette and do not advocate violence. In less than a minute, a heart-wrenching roar suddenly sounded in the mountains and forests of the Tila Secret Realm competition venue, and a flock of birds flew away in an instant. 20 minutes passed, during which time the screams in the forest never stopped. In the commentary room, Tianbao and Mir looked at Guan Yi with pale faces and were speechless for a moment. Guan Yi spread his hands, suppressing the urge to vomit, and said, I only said that we do not advocate violence. I did not say that we do not use violence. Barrage. Number 14, I beg you, give him a quick death. I'm sorry for being born a human being. I never want to eat Oriental barbecue again in my life. I didn't know that thing could be used like this. This is the first time I've seen such detailed living human bones. The picture is so beautiful. This is the first time I've seen such a realistic depiction of a hammer smashing a person's hand, and then sawing it off with a hacksaw. And a broken ankle. And the broken big toe. Oh my god. How did he manage to hit only one toe with such a powerful hammer? It's amazing. I tried it myself, and now I'm on my way to the hospital in a wheelchair. Finally, when Chen Xiaobai used a hacksaw to saw off the prisoner's neck bit by bit, the barrage exploded. Fuck you, you damn director. You're playing this so slowly, I can't eat for a month. Eating means you are full. I have a psychological trauma, and I demand compensation from the production team. I think we should let the director go over and experience number 14's methods. In the commentary room, even the 3 commentators were forcing themselves to joke. Mir said, the director really went a bit too far this time. Tianbao, yes, I can't stand it. Guan Yi didn't speak immediately, but hesitated for a moment before saying, are you sure? Is it that the director deliberately slowed down the footage? As soon as Guan Yi finished speaking, a roar accompanied by the sound of vomiting rang out from the 3 commentators' headsets. That wasn't my slow motion. Vomit. That's the speed number 14 uses. Yes, that's the speed he uses when sawing off people's heads. It's his original speed, not my slow motion. Vomit. Suddenly, a series of eye-catching rocket-shaped icons flew across the screens of all the online live broadcast platforms. There were a total of 20 of them. The 4 numbers 0014 are written on each rocket icon. The The three commentators were shocked. Mir was the first to react and immediately raised his voice, saying, "Thank you to Tianhua Pavilion Macarons for sending 20 rockets to contestant number 14. Thank you," Guan Yi said weakly. "If contestant number 14 can come out of the secret realm, this money will be transferred to his personal account after sharing it with the tournament organizers. If..." Guan Yi seemed to be about to vomit after being unable to bear it. Tian Bao continued, "If something unexpected happens, the money will be fully refunded. I would like to remind everyone that gifts above the rocket level will be reported to all channels. Please forgive me for this." Ugh. Chapter 62, The Third Kill. The game officially begins. The value of a rocket is 10,000 yuan. All reward gifts will be divided into 70% and 30% between the contestants and the organizers, with the contestants receiving 70%. This wealthy spectator spent 200,000 yuan, which immediately made the start of Chen Xiaobai's already bloody match even more exciting. Each contestant has an independent live broadcast channel, but it is obvious that Chen Xiaobai became the most dazzling star at the beginning. Countless spectators flocked to Chen Xiaobai's live broadcast channel, and soon a bookmaker set the odds. At the beginning, there are countless small rewards for whether Chen Xiaobai can get a triple kill, a pentakill, or survive. In the conference room of Orange City Hotel, when NEI, who had just returned from the restroom, was stunned. "It only took me more than 10 minutes to go to the toilet." The 6-to-1 time ratio in the secret realm meant that the maximum time passed was an hour and a half. But when I got there, the Oriental boy was still on the plane. In just a short while, he'd already taken down 2. The middle-aged white man Joe immediately stepped forward and told Wen Nei what had just happened. Wen Nei's pale face was clearly filled with anger. Lewis was killed before he even landed? Okay. Wait a minute. There aren't many people here right now. Let's wait until the match officially starts. Yes. As if he had calculated the time well, 59 minutes after Chen Xiaobai killed Lewis, he cut the throat of the prisoner in front of him with a knife. He picked up the bracelet on the prisoner's wrist, pressed the button at the bottom, and lightly touched it with his own. The bracelet vibrated slightly, and 2 points were credited to his account. The prisoner's head is worth 1 point, and there is also a kill streak reward. The prisoner was penniless and had nothing but a boning steel knife and a bottle of water. Without hesitation, Chen Xiaobai picked up the steel knife and continued to rush to Shaoqing to collect his spoils. 10 minutes later, Chen Xiaobai saw Lewis's body hanging on a branch under a big tree. Lewis's backpack fell to the ground, containing all kinds of compressed food, energy bars, replenishment fluids, and common medicines. "You're well prepared. Thank you very much." Waving to Lewis's body, Chen Xiaobai packed up all the spoils and disappeared into the forest. He wanted to find a safe place to spend the night before dark. At 12 o'clock noon, including Chen Xiaobai's group who landed first, all 3 groups of contestants landed in this secret territory. Buzz. The bracelet vibrated slightly, and a message appeared on it. "Dear Hunter, hello, all contestants have landed. From now on, the competition officially begins." Buzz. Warm reminder. This bracelet will show you the coordinates of 3 nearby hunters every 2 hours. Your coordinates will also appear on the bracelets of at least 3 hunters. The more points you have, the more hunters will receive your coordinates. Buzz. Dear contestant number 0014, your current score is 3 points, and your ranking is first place. Standing on a sheltered rock, Chen Xiaobai patiently read through all the nonsense texts one by one, and finally his favorite part came. An electronic map with Chen Xiaobai as the center appeared on the bracelet. 4 light spots appeared on the electronic map, 1 green and 3 red. The green one was Chen Xiaobai himself, and the red ones were other hunters. Seeing those 3 red dots, Chen Xiaobai felt like he had been injected with chicken blood, and his blood was boiling. He took out a dark green camouflage tactical scarf and put it on, hid his already full bag on the spot, hung only 2 daggers on his waist, carried a white jade longbow on his back, and held a boning steel knife in his hand as he rushed towards the nearest red dot. Watching Chen Xiaobai running out at a speed almost as if he were sprinting at full speed, the 3 commentators in the live broadcast room, who had already recovered for a while, all looked puzzled. Tian Bao, we all know that it's best not to make enemies in the early stages of the game, because you don't know how many people are hiding around you. Mir, that's right. This is why the first blood always appears around the 10th day of the secret realm, because the safe zone will shrink on the 10th day. Before that, unless the 2 people parachute together, it is difficult to meet. Even if they meet, it is rare for them to fight to the death. After all, the competition lasts for 60 days, and maybe 2 people can form a team. Guan Yi. But today our player number 14 not only encountered 1, but also killed 2. Judging from his current appearance, he is going to get the third kill. Tianbao frowned and said, honestly, a minute ago, I thought contestant number 14 might be a surprise in this hunter competition, but now, I feel like he might have a hard time later. Mir, it's hard to say. Maybe number 14 will stop after scoring this point. Guanyi, you too. I have a hunch. We can't use common sense to speculate about this number 14. I feel. Tianbao, here they come. It's contestant 2129. He doesn't seem to have noticed that contestant 14 is already around him. Because he was sprinting at full speed, Chen Xiaobai reached the target in less than 10 minutes, and Lan Xing had only been there for less than 2 minutes. The target that Chen Xiaobai was targeting was still a prisoner. After all, nearly 4,000 of the 7,000 contestants were prisoners, so it was a high probability event to encounter such a person. Chen Xiaobai lay quietly on a slightly higher slope in the forest, not moving, carefully observing the prisoner below. At this time, the prisoner had just killed a wild deer and was skinning the deer, apparently preparing to make some bedding. When Chen Xiaobai arrived, the prisoner had just started skinning the deerskin, but Chen Xiaobai did not move until he had peeled off the entire deerskin. At first, the 3 commentators and all the comments were patiently waiting for the bloody scene that Chen Xiaobai was about to stage. However, no one expected that they had already been waiting for 5 minutes, and half an hour had passed in the secret realm, but Chen Xiaobai still didn't move. Tianbao, guess why number 14 suddenly stopped moving? Mir, there are 2 possibilities. One is that he is looking for the perfect moment to strike, and the other is that he found that he was being targeted, and he is fighting against the person in the dark. Guanyi, if it's the second case, then contestant number 14 is too. He's only 17. As time went by, the comments from the silly netizens gradually became more active. Is this the mentality of a hunter? He hasn't moved for so long. What's the big deal? I can do that even when I'm lying on top of my wife downstairs. Well, no wonder my wife said her ex-boyfriend wasn't very good. He could only rub against her, but couldn't even get in. I'm afraid this little brother number 14 has fallen asleep. A battle of wits and courage with the air. The real Voldemort. Oh my god, this guy is really sinister. This has been going on 40 or 50 minutes. Imagine if there's someone like this lurking around and watching you for so long. Thank you upstairs. I'm not sleepy anymore. Suddenly, just as the comments from the silly netizens were becoming more and more cheerful, Chen Xiaobai, who was lying on the ground as if petrified, suddenly turned over on the spot. Bang! A dull sound was heard, and the dirt on the ground where Chen Xiaobai had just been lying flew up. A sniper bullet, emitting white smoke, created a large hole in the ground. Chapter 63 Ghost Sniper. The camera that had been flying around Chen Xiaobai immediately turned around, but after the camera turned around, neither the commentator nor the audience could see where the person who fired the gun was. At this moment, all 3 commentators shut up, the barrage suddenly disappeared, and only a few ellipses occasionally floated by. Chen Xiaobai rolled over and stood up from his spot, hiding behind a big tree and gasping for breath. The camera, which could not capture the attacker's figure, turned to Chen Xiaobai again. The next moment, Chen Xiaobai suddenly disappeared from the spot. Although the diameter of this tracking camera is less than 1 centimeter, in front of a top sniper, one of these things is equivalent to exposing Chen Xiaobai to the opponent's field of vision at all times. Because Chen Xiaobai has the ability to hide, but this camera doesn't have it. Chen Xiaobai disappeared from the camera almost in a flash, and everyone only saw the brief scene captured when the camera just turned around. At that time, there was no sign of nervousness on Chen Xiaobai's face. Although he was constantly breathing heavily, the expression on that young and tender face was one of surprise. With a surprised expression, Chen Xiaobai slowly licked the blade of the boning knife in his hand, and then he disappeared. The camera quickly searched for Chen Xiaobai in the forest. This kind of camera could find him through the bracelet on Chen Xiaobai's hand. But in an emergency, the signal connection speed between the bracelet and the camera could not keep up with Chen Xiaobai's movement speed. So all the audience could only see a series of afterimages on the screen, and then they could no longer see Chen Xiaobai. Crash! Suddenly a gust of wind blew through the forest, and the air seemed to be filled with a faint smell of blood. Why does it smell like blood? No one was hurt here. Bang! A drop of bright red blood dripped from an oak tree, staining the leaves covering the ground in the forest red. Looking up, on the tree trunk, the boning knife in Chen Xiaobai's hand was pressed against the lower back of a special forces soldier in black camouflage, and blood was already seeping from the tip of the knife. Just 3 seconds ago, there was nothing on the trunk of the tree. The special forces soldier wore a military scarf on his face, just like Chen Xiaobai, and held an 12 Malawian Quach's sniper rifle in his hand. He lay on the tree branch and dared not move. Chen Xiaobai's cold voice rang out from the Special Forces soldier's ear. You actually have the ability of invisibility and a strong sniper talent. You are simply a natural-born killer. People like you shouldn't be someone else's dog. I like you very much, so now I give you two choices. First, give me your life. Second, give me your life. Which one do you choose? Crash. Another gust of mountain wind blew by. The temperature in the entire forest was obviously low, but the Special Forces soldier's face was covered with fine beads of sweat. Which one can survive? The Special Forces soldier's voice was a little hoarse. Chen Xiaobai listened, smiling and saying very gently, I don't know. It could be the first one, or the second one, or you might die no matter which one you choose. It depends on how I feel when you tell me your choice. As he spoke, Chen Xiaobai moved his hand from the soldier's waist all the way up. Chen Xiaobai didn't have that kind of special hobby. He was inspecting the goods by feeling the texture on his hands. Chen Xiaobai's eyes were clear, without any inappropriate things in them. There was only the surprise of a swordsman meeting a precious sword, a sniper meeting a famous sniper, a fierce general meeting a BMW, and a wise ruler meeting a virtuous minister. Suddenly, Chen Xiaobai's hand stopped, and the Special Forces soldier's body trembled slightly. Chen Xiaobai smiled. Suddenly, the Special Forces soldier let out an angry roar, swung the sniper rifle in his hand, and smashed it towards Chen Xiaobai's right arm. Chen Xiaobai dodged by leaning back. The Special Forces soldier lying on the tree branch turned around and kicked Chen Xiaobai in the crotch with his hard-soled military boots. Chen Xiaobai showed a sinister smile on his face. He grabbed the soldier's foot with one hand and pulled hard, throwing him down from the tree. Bang, bang. With two muffled thuds, the Special Forces soldier and Chen Xiaobai landed on the ground one after another, but the former landed on his face and the latter on his feet. This height obviously could not do anything to the Special Forces soldier. He slapped the ground with both hands, stood up, and rushed towards Chen Xiaobai. Bang, bang, bang. The two men collided with fists and feet, and after 3 hits, Chen Xiaobai raised his foot and kicked the soldier hard in the chest. Snap. Puff. There was a sound of broken bones, and the Special Forces soldier's military scarf was obviously wet, and he had vomited a lot of blood. Chen Xiaobai stepped forward, picked up the sniper rifle that the soldier had dropped on the ground, and put it on his back. The soldier struggled to get up, but couldn't stand up no matter what. Chen Xiaobai pulled down the soldier's scarf, revealing the face of a young white girl underneath. Chen Xiaobai couldn't tell the difference between beauty and ugliness in Westerners. He lifted the girl's chin with a bloody boning knife and said, After you leave here, immediately go and complete the retirement procedures. From now on, your life belongs only to me. Of course, you can refuse. I'm only saying this once. There was anger in the white girl's eyes, but she didn't dare to say no. Chen Xiaobai looked down at her and asked, Is there a man? No. Have you ever had a man? No. Do you have any family? No. Chen Xiaobai looked at the girl again, as if he were looking at a work of art. He slowly uttered 2 words, perfect. Taking out a card with a dark red cat's paw print and a plum blossom pattern and placing it on the girl, Chen Xiaobai smiled and said, If you obey, this is your identity certificate. If you don't obey, this is your death certificate. After saying that, Chen Xiaobai stood up, pulled the bolt of the sniper rifle, checked the ammunition compartment and magazine, raised the gun, and aimed at the prisoner in front who was moving forward cautiously in the mountains. The gunshot that sounded earlier did frighten the prisoner, and he immediately began to move, but it was obvious that he couldn't get very far in such a short while. However, Chen Xiaobai did not shoot in the end. He put down his gun, turned around and looked at the white girl sitting on the ground, and said with a smile, I am in such a good mood today, so I decided to let the prisoner go. You must not ruin my good mood, otherwise, I will not only erase you from this world, but also the unit you serve in. And that man and family you said you didn't have, but I actually don't know if they even exist. And everything about you. Remember? The girl nodded woodenly, and Chen Xiaobai smiled and said, Good boy. At this time, the camera following Chen Xiaobai finally flew over. Looking at Chen Xiaobai's figure gradually moving away, and the white girl sitting on the ground with blood spitting from the corner of her mouth, the 3 commentators in the live broadcast room all gasped. Tianbao, let me introduce you to contestant number 6933 sitting on the ground. She doesn't have a name, only a code name Ghost. She's a reserve member of the Federal Delta Force. She's skilled in long-range sniping, assassination, and demolition. She's also a psychic warrior. Her special ability is invisibility. If she wasn't only 16, she would have already served in Delta Force. Mir nodded and said, The camera caught up a little late, so we don't know what happened between contestant 14 and Ghost. But we can only say that Ghost is lucky to be alive. Guan Yi frowned and said, "Sorry, I don't think so. I think that the Ghost is not dead, but it is the disaster of the Delta." Chapter 64. Find him and give him to me. Participants in hunter competitions can apply for medical assistance, but they need points. The first time requires 1 point, the second time requires 10 points, the third time requires 100 points, and so on, a tenfold increase. As for the injuries on Ghost's body, Chen Xiaobai was not worried at all. If she couldn't even get 1 point, then he shouldn't waste his time on her. What's more, I left to pray for her. In the Orange City Hotel, the monitor in front of Wen Nei showed a scene of a wounded Ghost sitting on the ground, blowing out a puff of smoke. When Nei asked Xiao beside him, "If we put aside our past grudges, is it possible to win this kid over?" Xiao bowed and said, "Master, there's no need. There are many children with a little talent in the family every year. Even if there is one, we have to wait until he comes out of the secret realm." "Well, you're right. Give him some extra code." "Yes." Within the secret realm, Chen Xiaobai, who was lurking in the jungle, suddenly rushed out like a black lightning. He stretched out his hand to cover the mouth and nose of a physical warrior who was looking around cautiously, and the dagger in his other hand suddenly stabbed into the warrior's neck. This is another target that is closer to him. The warrior's muscles were bulging all over his body, and his upper body was tightly controlled by Chen Xiaobai, who had activated the cat demon's fierce claws. He could only kick his legs in vain. Bang, bang, bang. Every kick the warrior took could create a collapsed area on the ground, and after a few kicks, he lost his strength. Chen Xiaobai was carrying the sniper rifle he got from Ghost on his back, but he still used this most direct and primitive method to attack. Because Chen Xiaobai discovered that the speed of recovering the spiritual energy consumed in this secret realm was very fast, and in just half a day, the Qi in his body had expanded a considerable amount. According to the rating standards of Blue Star Warriors, as long as one can release the spiritual energy in the body to the outside of the body, he or she will be considered to have entered the Qi condensation realm from the body refining realm. If the released spiritual energy can cause damage and defense, it means that one has entered the realm of human martial arts. Now Chen Xiaobai's overall combat power is already able to compete with those in the Zhenwu realm. After all, with his Banshee skills and rich experience in killing, if we only talk about killing techniques, I'm afraid that those in the Zhenwu realm are not his match. But out of instinct, Chen Xiaobai still wanted to improve his own strength as soon as possible. You know, he is only in the body refining realm now. The Hunter Arena in the Tila secret realm has 7 times the spiritual energy density of Blue Star, which is an excellent training ground for Chen Xiaobai. Therefore, Chen Xiaobai would not use a sniper rifle easily unless it was absolutely necessary. A competition is a competition, and you have to be more restrained, otherwise how can others have fun? When the warrior on his hand was completely dead, Chen Xiaobai pinched the level button on his bracelet and gently touched it with his own bracelet. Buzz. After a slight vibration, Chen Xiaobai scored another point. About 2 minutes later, Chen Xiaobai was packing up the warrior's backpack when his bracelet vibrated again. Instant kill confirmed, bonus point +1. Another point earned. The standard for instant kills in hunter competitions is that as long as you kill the opponent within 15 seconds and gain points, it is considered an instant kill, which is commonly known as an instant kill. Chen Xiaobai took a look at the ranking list. He was in first place with a score of 5, followed by a series of zeros. Soon, there was an extra 1 in the series of zeros, and someone got 1 point and came to second place. It was an unfamiliar number. When Chen Xiaobai packed up his spoils and left, ghost number 6933 also made it onto the leaderboard. She had 2 points, so she should have also completed an instant kill. The survival supplies for 2 people have been obtained, so Chen Xiaobai will not starve to death in the next few days at least. In addition to the warrior's own preparations, the competition officials will also airdrop various supplies into the competition area from time to time every day, including equipment, food, and useless garbage. Even though airdrops are full of uncertainty, any airdrop that falls will be fought over by many surrounding players, because no one can prepare food for 60 days. At the beginning of the competition, each player could still rely on his own reserves to survive, but 10 days later, the fighting began. By then, the competition area began to shrink and thousands of people rushed to the safe zone, which was the real tragedy. Chen Xiaobai carried the spoils on his back and walked towards the place he had chosen earlier. He adjusted his breathing as he walked and felt the changes in the Qi in his body. On the way, he ate 2 energy bars and a nutrient solution to replenish his strength. Suddenly, Chen Xiaobai saw the little orange boy who had been quietly moving around him wagged his tail at him. A smile appeared on Chen Xiaobai's face. He closed his eyes and listened carefully to the changes in the wind in the surrounding mountains and forests. An 8-man special forces team was surrounding Chen Xiaobai in a fan shape. No sniper was found for the time being, but Chen Xiaobai felt that the other side must have a sniper. The hunter competition does not divide into camps or teams, but it does not exclude players from forming teams during the competition. Many special forces soldiers enter as a whole and then form teams to carry out activities. Throwing the bag behind him on the ground, Chen Xiaobai took off the leather bracelet on his hand and placed it on the ground. Go, find it, but don't touch him. A dark gray rattlesnake appeared quietly, swam into the leaf-filled woods, and disappeared. Chen Xiaobai leaned against a big tree and began to count silently in his mind. 1, 2, 3. The 8 special forces soldiers who surrounded Chen Xiaobai each had 3 targets on their bracelets, but one of their 3 targets was Chen Xiaobai. The 2 sides were about 500 meters apart, and the 8 special forces soldiers slowed down their advance. The 2 soldiers on both wings of the special operations team quietly spread out to the side, lengthening the line of fire, as if they wanted to completely surround Chen Xiaobai. It was just afternoon at this time, and the sun in the sky shone into the mountains and forests, with shadows of towering trees and mottled light everywhere. At 300 meters, the captain of the special operations team made a gesture to the 2 soldiers on both sides. The 2 soldiers put away their weapons and each took out a grenade. Click! The sound of 2 grenade rings being pulled was heard, and the 2 special soldiers each threw a grenade behind the giant tree where Chen Xiaobai had just hidden. Boom, boom. 2 violent explosions shattered the silence of the forest. After the explosions, the special forces captain suddenly shouted, "Go!" Suppress with fire from both wings. Da-da-da-da-da. Suddenly, fierce machine gun fire rang out, and wood chips flew everywhere on the giant tree where Chen Xiaobai was hiding. After a burst of gunfire, the 8 people quickly moved forward, but behind the tree that was about to fall, there was only a travel bag and no human figure at all. At this moment, everyone immediately lowered their heads to look at the bracelet. Their pupils constricted, and they looked in the direction they came from with horror. The special forces captain shouted with a raspy voice, "Cold gun. The target is heading towards you." On everyone's bracelet, there was a light spot symbolizing Chen Xiaobai moving rapidly. The speed was so fast that it left a series of afterimages in the mountains and forests. The direction the special forces team came from was 1 kilometer away, on the edge of a cliff with a wide view. Even after hearing the captain's warning, the sniper holding the sniper rifle still showed no panic. He calmly said to the observer beside him, "Find him out and leave him to me. I'm looking for it, no rush." The observer's voice was unusually calm, but the sniper could detect a hint of panic in it. Time passed by second, and the sniper asked again, "Have you found it?" "I found it." "Where?" "Beside you." Suddenly, the sniper felt a sharp pain in his neck. He turned his head with all his strength, and a young and innocent face with a smile appeared before him. The knife in the boy's hand had already pierced his neck and was slowly turning. Next to the young man, the sniper also saw a ferocious rattlesnake that kept spitting out its tongue. Chapter 65: The Final Tenderness of Contestant Number 14. The observer next to the sniper immediately picked up his pistol and pointed it at Chen Xiaobai, about to pull the trigger. At this time, Chen Xiaobai controlled the dagger with one hand, and suddenly a burst of flames appeared in his other hand. And then, the cat demon slapped over with its fierce claws, and the observer's pistol was just raised when Chen Xiaobai slapped it away with one claw. The sniper whose neck was cut was dead, and Chen Xiaobai waved the dagger at the observer. Just when Chen Xiaobai's dagger was about to cut the observer's throat, a layer of armor formed by condensed fighting spirits suddenly appeared out of thin air on the observer's body. To Chen Xiaobai's surprise, this observer was actually a warrior. Fighting spirit type. After blocking Chen Xiaobai's attack, the observer quickly touched his lower back, and the next second, an extremely sharp back-toothed saber appeared in his hand. The saber flashed past quickly with a dazzling fighting spirit. The observer swung the saber very quickly, but Chen Xiaobai was even faster. Snap! The hand with flames like a tiger's claw firmly held the observer's saber, and the dagger in the other hand flashed with a cold light and stabbed the observer's wrist fiercely. Just like before, another protective fighting spirit appeared and blocked Chen Xiaobai's knife. But this time Chen Xiaobai was already prepared. The smile on his face became even brighter. He released the saber with his flaming tiger claws and clenched it downwards suddenly. The protective fighting spirit in his hand instantly disappeared. Snap! There was a sound of breaking hand bones, and the observer suddenly let out a scream. Then Chen Xiaobai simply slashed the observer's throat with a knife. As Chen Xiaobai slashed with the knife, he instinctively turned sideways to avoid the blood splattering from his wrist and neck. The observer, whose life force was gradually fading, half knelt on the ground motionless. Chen Xiaobai turned his head and looked at the 8 Special Forces soldiers hundreds of meters ahead. Because Chen Xiaobai and the sniper team were too close, the 8 Special Forces soldiers did not dare to shoot from a distance and could only quickly surround Chen Xiaobai. The battle that just ended with 2 people's necks lasted less than 20 seconds in total. At this time, the 8 Special Forces soldiers were still 700 or 800 meters away from Chen Xiaobai. The place where Chen Xiaobai was located was high and had a wide view. Otherwise, the sniper team would not be deployed here. At this time, he could have set up his sniper rifle and named the 8 Special Forces soldiers in front one by one, but he did not do so. Like a sudden mountain breeze, Chen Xiaobai's figure disappeared from the spot. Chen Xiaobai used the 3 skills of flying, moonlight flash, and shadow camouflage to the extreme, and his figure flashed quickly through the mountains and forests. Seeing that Chen Xiaobai did not lie down on the spot and raise his sniper rifle, the 8 Special Forces soldiers in front of him initially breathed a sigh of relief. What they didn't expect was that what they were about to face was even more terrifying than being blocked by a sniper with a gun. Then, several Special Forces soldiers suddenly heard the captain exclaim, "Attention! The enemy is coming." Bang! Suddenly a gunshot was heard. It was fired by the squadron leader of 8 Special Forces soldiers. A sharp dagger was stuck in the back of his neck. The tip of the knife pierced his entire neck and came out from his throat. "Captain, Captain, how are you?" Another soldier in the team roared in a low voice. When he saw the captain fall, he immediately rushed out. The other 6 people leaned against the nearest bunker to guard the surroundings. Swish! Suddenly a strong wind appeared, and the soldier who rushed towards the captain only felt that he was hit by something. Then a sharp pain came from my chest. Chen Xiaobai suddenly appeared and stabbed the back-toothed saber that originally belonged to the observer into the soldier's heart. At the same time, he did not reduce the strength in his hands and pushed the soldier all the way until he hit the trunk of a big tree in front of him and stopped. Well, the soldier seemed to have something to say, but he couldn't bring himself to say it. Chen Xiaobai tilted his head and whispered in the soldier's ear, "In your next life, cherish your life." After saying that, Chen Xiaobai pulled out the blood-stained saber in his hand and leaped to the side, disappearing into the shadows of various giant trees in the jungle. The remaining 6 soldiers were all very nervous, with beads of sweat on their faces, as if they had just washed. Everyone was constantly observing their surroundings, and at this moment there seemed to be nothing in the entire forest except the sound of the wind. Time passed by little. Suddenly, another scream was heard. A soldier at the outermost edge, like his captain, was stabbed in the throat by a dagger from the back of the neck. Da-da-da-da-da. The soldier closest to this soldier raised his rifle with blazing eyes and fired a burst of shots, but apart from making a few holes in his comrade's body, he did not cause any substantial effect. Da-da-da-da-da. Suddenly, there was another scream, followed by a burst of gunfire. This time it wasn't that someone was attacked again, but a soldier couldn't stand the suffocating pressure, so he ran out from his hiding place, raised his weapon, and fired in all directions. The 2 bursts of gunfire that rang out in succession made the already suffocating atmosphere in the forest even more tense, to the point that a soldier burst into tears on the spot. I surrender. I don't want to be promoted anymore. I don't want to do that anymore. I just want to survive." This was a white soldier. He placed all his weapons at his feet, knelt on the ground with his hands raised, and cried loudly. The collapsed soldier was still firing with his machine gun. The soldier with flaming eyes who wanted to avenge his comrades had his eyes wide open, searching everywhere for the ghostly figure. The soldier who wanted to survive was kneeling on the ground crying loudly, and 2 soldiers were trembling slightly all over, hiding in their hiding place, extremely confused. Da-da-da-da-da. The fierce gunfire suddenly stopped. The soldier holding the machine gun looked down at the 5 steel blades piercing through his chest, his life gradually fading. The cessation of gunfire made the angry soldier see Chen Xiaobai's figure. He threw down the rifle in his hand and wanted to have a man-to-man duel with Chen Xiaobai. "Be a man and face me head-on. Don't play dirty tricks." Facing the soldier's challenge, Chen Xiaobai smiled and said, "Okay." Next, he took out a very sophisticated Black Desert Eagle pistol he got from the sniper and shot the soldier's head off with one shot. "I'm sorry, I'm a boy." Crash. Another gust of mountain wind blew through the forest, and the air became a little cold. Suddenly, a soldier hiding behind a boulder felt a pair of hands touching his throat. He didn't feel any pain, but his vision became blurry, his body ached, and he felt sleepy. Another soldier who was hiding received the same treatment, and both of them left quietly, peacefully, and harmoniously. The only person left at the scene was the white soldier kneeling in surrender. Live commentary room. Looking at Chen Xiaobai's performance just now, the three commentators fell silent again. After a long pause, Mir was the first to speak. Contestant number 14's movements are so strange. Is he a ghost? Tianbao, I don't know. I only know that player number 14 just completed a 9-kill streak. No, it was 10 kills in a row. I don't think he will let that last soldier go. Guanyi took a deep breath and said, I think so too. Perhaps the way we just sent away those 2 hidden soldiers was the last bit of kindness contestant 14 showed towards the enemy. Tianbao, 14, in Eastern languages, it seems to be pronounced the same as death? Mir nodded. I think he deserves the title. The performance of contestant number 14 today can truly be described as the arrival of death. Guanyi shook his head. No, you too. I don't think so. Tianbao? Guanyi, do you think he is not worthy of this title yet? Guanyi looked at Chen Xiaobai walking up to the last surviving soldier on the screen in front of him and said slowly, I have a feeling that even if the Grim Reaper really stood across from contestant number 14 could still send him away. Mir, Guanyi, someone in the barrage said you are Shizishu. Guanyi, that's right, I am indeed. In the secret realm, Chen Xiaobai's blood dyed half of his clothes red. Of course, it was someone else's blood. Looking at the white soldier kneeling on the ground and crying, Chen Xiaobai gently patted his shoulder and said, Go ahead. You can take some of your comrades' bags and hide them somewhere. When the competition is halfway through, you can withdraw and apply for withdrawal yourself. The white soldier raised his head, a look of astonishment on his tear-stained face. You won't kill me? Chen Xiaobai smiled a harmless, sunny smile. If someone cherishes life and loves living, then who am I to take his life? At this moment, a large number of barges of comments were madly flooding the live broadcast room, covering up all the game footage. Fuck you. Brother, why don't you take a look at the corpses around you before you speak? My little heart is still beating. It seems that these days, thick skin is directly proportional to strength. I actually heard a kind of positive energy from chicken soup. I swear, from now on I will cherish life and love life, definitely. I'm so scared that the 9 corpses around me, which are still warm, will suddenly come back to life out of anger. Contestant 14, next time you say something like that, could you please wipe the blood off the knife first? I think contestant number 14 is truly loving. Yes, there is love. Didn't you hear the commentary? Contestant number 14's final tenderness. In the secret realm, Chen Xiaobai ignored the white soldier and turned around to start collecting points from the bracelets of the corpses. Looking at Chen Xiaobai's figure, the white soldier's tearful eyes gradually showed a strange look. Looking at the weapons beside him and the corpses scattered all around him, he thought that if he succeeded, he would get at least 10 points. The criterion for obtaining points in the hunter competition is not who kills the person, but who obtains points from the deceased's bracelet after the killing. If you include the kill streak rewards, that would be 20 points, and you can definitely achieve success. Promotion and huge wealth. For me, all of this is right in front of me. While the white soldier was hesitating, Chen Xiaobai had already obtained the points for the first corpse. At this moment, the white soldier did not hesitate. He felt a little distressed, as if someone had stolen something that belonged to him. He immediately bent down to pick up the weapon in front of him, but just as his hand touched the butt of the gun, something suddenly rolled in front of him. It's a grenade. Boom. At the moment the flames exploded, a commentary in the live broadcast room said, That's right, that's the taste. Then, a massive amount of that's right, that's the taste flooded the screen. Chapter 66, Venomous Snake Rubbing Back, Life in Danger. Suddenly, 3 exaggeratedly designed aircraft carriers floated across the screen amidst the barrage of comments. Each of them had the words 0014 marked on its hull. Suddenly, the barrage on the screen changed to, The rich are mighty. Big Boss is awesome. Kneel down to the boss. In the commentary room, Tianbao responded, Thanks to the viewer Omicron for sending the 3 aircraft carriers. The boss is so generous. Mir said with envy. 3 aircraft carriers. Each one is worth 100,000 yuan. It's only been 1 day, and our contestant number 14 has made a fortune just from the gifts. Guanyi. Wait, this ID seems familiar. Tianbao. A frequent visitor to the Black Rose North Atlantic region killer ranking. He even came to our hunter competition as a guest 2 years ago. Mir. Oh, I remember now. I didn't expect it to be him. He seemed to have first emerged from the North Atlantic Federation's hunter competition. Tianbao. Yes, he scored 206 points at that time, almost breaking the North Atlantic Division record. Mir frowned slightly. 206 points almost broke the record? Before the 14th, it's already. Guan Yi. Mir, the record in the Stars division is less than 200 points. Please don't forget about it just because contestant number 14 scored over 30 points in just half a day. Mir, well, sorry, I didn't say anything. Guan Yi. I don't know if you've noticed, although number 14 is very strong, he seems to have bad luck. He's encountered so many people in just half a day. In the conference room of the Orlan City Hotel, when NEI, with a stern look in his eyes, was about to increase the bet on Chen Xiaobai. However, upon hearing the commentator's words, he took a deep breath and turned to the middle-aged white man beside him and said, "Pause first. It would be too obvious if you increase the bet again. Let him relax his guard for a while, but don't let him rest. Make sure someone comes to harass him every 2 to 3 hours. Wait 2 days and we'll see." Yes. Within the secret realm. You achieved 2 kills in a row, points +1. You achieved a triple kill, points +1. You achieved 10 consecutive kills, points +1. Instant kill successful, your points +1. Instant kill successful, your points +1. Instant kill successful, your points +1. 10 kills are worth 10 points. 10 consecutive kills add 9 points, and all 10 kills are considered instant kills, for a total of 29 points. Adding the previous 5 points, Chen Xiaobai has now scored 34 points, and in a blink of an eye, the gap between himself and the second place has widened to double digits. Here, Chen Xiaobai was packing up his spoils. He put everyone's weapons and luggage together, and only took a few symbolically. After he left with the camera, he asked Xiaoju to come over quietly and put the rest in the storage space and take them away. The continuous use of skills caused Chen Xiaobai's Qi to consume a lot of energy, but with the spiritual energy concentration 7 times that of the earth, his Qi recovered very quickly. Moreover, with this continuous consumption and recovery, Chen Xiaobai's Qi became more and more solid. The coordinates of 3 nearby contestants reappeared on the map of the bracelet, but Chen Xiaobai did not move immediately. Instead, he sat down and gestured on the ground with a branch. Half a minute later, "Let's leave those 100 for others." Chen Xiaobai muttered something and stood up to leave. The camera flew over under the director's control and captured what Chen Xiaobai had just drawn on the ground. 4900/60 equals 6080 is equal to 4800. 80 heavy check mark. Looking at this series of numbers, the live broadcast room and barrage were all filled with ellipses, and everyone understood it immediately. Tian Bao. Because the competition ends when 30% of the contestants remain, he is calculating how many people he needs to kill every day in order to kill 70% of all the contestants in 60 days. There are a little over 7,000 contestants in total, and 70% is 4,900. Mir blinked several times before recovering from his shock. He's quite considerate. He even remembered to leave 100 spots for other contestants. Guan Yi rubbed his brow and said, "In other words, he plans to kill another 70 people today? No way, I don't think it's realistic." Mir, aren't you the 14th blow? Why are you wavering now? Guan Yi, because there's not enough time. Unless those 70 people stand in front of number 14 and let him kill them. Comment. To be honest, I think number 14 is a bit too pretentious. Don't take it seriously. Maybe they're just trying to make you laugh. Haha, I just love his arrogance. Let me tell you this. If number 14 gets over 100 kills, I'll give him an aircraft carrier for every 100 kills. The ID above is EXIN. You're welcome. Please call me Lei Feng. EXIN. Sorry, my son was using my account to post comments. Suddenly, a series of contemptuous expressions floated across the barrage. Chen Xiaobai in the secret realm was on his way at this moment, and the director took this opportunity to replay the scene of Chen Xiaobai's kill. When the screen turned back to the live broadcast, everyone discovered that Chen Xiaobai was taking a shower. Someone immediately questioned in the comments, "Is it necessary? I'll be covered in blood soon anyway." This moment will show the superiority of our members. Come on, tell those who can only look at the cavalry, what is the capital of number 14? Friendly reminder. Guess an ancient oriental beauty. Come on, how old can a 17-year-old be? I can tell by looking at the censored area. What the hell? There seems to be some problem with the signal here. Number 14's waist is all mosaic. The guy above, if you become a member you can get everything, but I personally suggest you don't do it because it's too damaging to your self-esteem. It's just that good, not even as big as mine. Leave your name, Ingcheng. If you're interested in fencing, please send me a private message. In the secret realm, Chen Xiaobai, who was taking a shower at this time, knew of course that he would be covered in blood again in an hour or two after taking a shower, but he still decided to take a shower first. Because swiping someone's neck with blood all over his body is not in line with the killer etiquette he has always adhered to. Chen Xiaobai stood in the middle of a stream and washed himself clean from head to toe, but he always felt unsatisfied, as if something was missing. Looking around, Chen Xiaobai had an idea. Ash, come here. The rattlesnake wandering along the shore swam swiftly into the stream and swam towards Chen Xiaobai. The cameras surrounding Chen Xiaobai immediately captured this scene, and the commentary and comments exploded again. Tianbao, wow, that looks like a poisonous snake. Mir, it's a venomous snake. Judging by its tail, it should be a rattlesnake. It seems that contestant number 14 didn't react. Guanyi, calm down, don't be impatient. It's just a small snake. Any ordinary person can handle it, let alone number 14. Big brother, are you going to die? No wonder Guanyi's expression was so different before and after, because at this moment Chen Xiaobai had already grabbed Ashi's thick snake body, holding the snake's head in one hand and the snake's tail in the other, and used the rattlesnake's rough scales to give himself. He started rubbing his back. Swish, swish, swish. The considerate director controlled the camera to move closer to Chen Xiaobai's back, so that the sound of the venomous snake's scales rubbing against Chen Xiaobai's back could be clearly heard by all the audience. There was a moment of silence in the live commentary room, and a large number of ellipsis characters flooded the screen again. After a while, Chen Xiaobai seemed to feel comfortable rubbing his back, so he rubbed his shoulders, chest, abdomen, thighs, crotch, calves, and feet. That ferocious-looking rattlesnake seemed like a twisted-up bath towel in his hand, and the texture was damn good. In the commentary room, which was silent for a moment, Mir rubbed his temples and said, I'm used to it. I won't be surprised by any reaction from this player next time. Tianbao, Guanyi, you Orientals. Guanyi, no, we don't. This is the personal habit of contestant number 14. Commentary. Following Su Xian, the Snake Clan has gained another powerful human. Fuck, this gives me goosebumps all over my body. I just feel my scalp tingling now. So venomous snakes are so docile? The guy above, if you don't have the ability to stab someone in the neck with a smile on your face and not change your expression, I don't recommend you try it. I'm a member. I just want to ask this contestant, when he was rubbing there, did he consider the snake's feelings? What are you thinking about? The snake might be happier than him. The one upstairs has a lot of experience. Just as these comments were flashing across the screen, a crisp sound suddenly came from the video. Pa. I saw that Chen Xiaobai had finished rubbing the rattlesnake's back. He grabbed the rattlesnake's tail and swung the entire snake's body on his back. After one, another bang. 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 Each beat was like a back massage, and Chen Xiaobai felt comfortable, but the hearts of the audience in front of the screen were beating violently with every pop sound. After a while, a huge amount of comments flashed across the screen in unison. Destroy it, sincerely. I'm tired. P.S. Rubbing your back with a poisonous snake is life-threatening and a high-risk action. Don't imitate it. Chapter 67. Is there anyone inside? Snap. Finally, he used Ashi to give himself a back pat. Then Chen Xiaobai put Ashi, who was originally so vigorous and high-spirited but now became limp as if dead, on his shoulders and walked towards the shore wearing only a pair of shorts. The sun is shining in the sky, and the flowers are smiling at me. While humming a nursery rhyme full of the flavor of the times, Chen Xiaobai lay down on the pebbled beach next to the news and arranged a nap for himself. The exhausted Ashi automatically swam to Chen Xiaobai's hand and turned back into a leather bracelet. She felt very tired now. The whole snake was exhausted by Chen Xiaobai. The scumbag next to him had just laid down for less than 2 minutes when he started snoring softly. Around Chen Xiaobai, the wolf versions of Aquan, Xiaoju and Xiaoqing loyally took on the responsibility of security. 2 people approached Chen Xiaobai along the way. The first prisoner was scared away by the grinning wolf puppy. God knows how Lung Yu, who had only awakened the demon's soul consciousness and had not transformed, managed to scare away the prisoner with his tiny body that was less than half a meter long. The second person to approach was a warrior. This warrior was well-equipped and had an infrared telescope in his hand. As a result, when he saw Chen Xiaobai lying next to the news through the telescope, he turned around and ran as if he had seen a ghost, fearing that he would run too slowly. Xiaoqing, who was flying in the sky, flew forward quickly and took the telescope back from the warrior's hand. The warrior didn't even dare to resist and wished he could throw away everything else on him. After this warrior, Chen Xiaobai fell into complete silence. The director also shifted the main camera away and only let an assistant keep an eye on it. In such a pure natural environment, Chen Xiaobai slept until 6 o'clock in the afternoon. Facing the setting sun, Chen Xiaobai opened his sleepy eyes. After pondering the rules governing the movement of celestial bodies in this secret realm for a while, he lazily packed up his things, changed into a new black warrior combat uniform, covered his face with a black military scarf, looked at the 3 coordinates on the bracelet, and revealed a harmless, sunny smile. The first person Chen Xiaobai targeted was a pair of prisoners, one male on top of another. Although Chen Xiaobai didn't know whether the 2 brothers had been having an affair before or they became friends after entering the secret realm, this did not prevent him from observing the brothers' performance up close. Turning on the shadow camouflage, Chen Xiaobai hid in the shadows of the night and stood in the grass less than 1 meter away from the 2 brothers, frowning as he watched the 2 brothers' hard work. Of course, this performance was also broadcast live to the entire network by a director with ulterior motives. However, there are very few discussions about these 2 guys among the vast amount of comments on online platforms. Guess when number 14 will make his move. Given his kind and gentle nature, I think it will be during the final sprint and when everything is going smoothly. No, don't you guys want to discuss this explosive scene? Are you focusing all your attention on number 14? I have 10T of this footage on my hard drive, but the 14th can only see it now. 10T gay? Ugh. I'd like to see him take action just before he's about to burst into flames, and then the director will give a close-up of the sprinter's face. Perfect. The guy upstairs, please, be a human being. Time passed minute by minute. After the cart pusher let out a high-pitched groan, suddenly accelerated and exerted force, and his whole body convulsed, Chen Xiaobai's hands touched the necks of the 2 prisoners at the same time. The fingernail lightly scratched the skin of the 2 people, and the snake venom rushed in. The prisoner pushing the cart slowly fell on the prisoner, who fell to the ground first. Under the bright moonlight, the 2 people slept in each other's arms in the silent mountains where only the mountain breeze and the chirping of insects could be heard. The second person Chen Xiaobai targeted was a group of 4 warriors. The 4 men were making a fire and grilling meat when Chen Xiaobai appeared in the shadows of the night around them. When he saw the meat they were grilling, Chen Xiaobai put away his dagger and took out a hacksaw, a hammer, and a skewer. A black shadow flashed in the flickering shadows of the firelight, and Chen Xiaobai's face, wearing a black scarf and revealing only 2 cold eyes, suddenly appeared behind a tall and thin warrior who was applying seasoning on meat. Even if someone deserves to die, you're being too disregardful of life by doing this. A sinister voice suddenly reached the warrior's ears, and the latter shuddered all over. Before he could react, an extremely agile warrior beside him took the first step. The warrior was chopping meat with a knife 1 second ago, and the next second he picked up the knife and stabbed it towards Chen Xiaobai. However, just as the warrior who had taken action in the dark night took a step forward, Chen Xiaobai seemed to have anticipated his move. He suddenly turned around, and a strangely warm smile appeared on his cold face. What I said just now was meant for you. Puff. A sharp iron skewer instantly pierced the warrior's throat. It was unknown what category this warrior's martial arts talent belonged to, but he obviously had no chance to show it. The warrior who had just been painted and the warrior who was sitting opposite and had already started eating were only a beat slower than the first warrior. The former turned around and put his hands on Chen Xiaobai, and a fireball was immediately formed. Feeling the scorching heat on his chest, Chen Xiaobai's eyes lit up with joy. He immediately dropped the hammer and took out the dagger. You're actually a magician. I wonder what it feels like to wipe your neck. Swish! A streak of blood spurted out, and the fireballs that had just formed on the warrior's hands suddenly went out. He retracted his hands and covered his throat in astonishment, but despite his full strength, he still couldn't stop the blood from flowing out. I'll kill you. The third warrior rushed over, shouting. His eyes glowed red, and his upper body had transformed into a beast, covered in hard scales. He looked like a supernatural warrior who had awakened the bloodline of some ferocious beast. Chen Xiaobai bent down to avoid the punch from the warrior, picked up the hammer he had just thrown on the ground, and smashed it on the warrior's head. Bang! A dull sound was heard, and the warrior was knocked to the ground by Chen Xiaobai's hammer. But he was obviously not fatally injured and was struggling to stand up. Chen Xiaobai next to him slowly squatted down beside him with a harmless smile on his face, and raised the hammer in his hand and smashed it hard. Bang! 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 After several blows, the warrior's scaly head finally deflated. Afterwards, Chen Xiaobai straightened his clothes a little, picked up the bloody hammer and dagger, and carried a hacksaw on his back, and walked towards the grass on the side. Amidst the crackling sound of wood from the burning bonfire, a childish voice suddenly rang out. Is anyone inside? If no one is, I'll go in. Chapter 68. 92 kills in a row. 100 kills in 24 hours. In the bushes, the fourth person in this group of warriors was busy going to the toilet. He was originally having some difficulty and was sweating profusely, but after seeing Chen Xiaobai raise the hammer and hit his brother's head again and again, he suddenly felt better. After the huge burst of energy, the warrior felt his legs become a little weak. Is there anyone inside? If not, I'll go in. At this moment, Chen Xiaobai's childish and innocent voice came from in front of him. In an instant, the warrior felt his legs no longer weak. Instead, it is full of power. Next, he pulled up his pants and ran as fast as he could. The whole person is agile and moves like a rabbit. Behind, Chen Xiaobai stood there dumbfounded. After a while, he covered his eyes with an uncomfortable look on his face. My eyes are really hot. Brother, can't you wipe them first? After hesitating for a long time, Chen Xiaobai still didn't chase after him. Since the other party had come to this point, he couldn't be so rude. That night, this lucky warrior became the only one who successfully escaped from Chen Xiaobai. The third person Chen Xiaobai targeted was a team of XBA warriors who intended to hunt him down. This team of 6 was quite strong and good at coordinating, but they also managed to bring out Chen Xiaobai's ferocity. In the end, 6 people died miserably, and none of them passed the instant kill certification, which means Chen Xiaobai's fourth target was a group of more than a dozen prisoners gathered together. This time, Chen Xiaobai rushed in carelessly, carrying a military axe he had seized on the road. The 5th, 6th, 7th. For the next night, Chen Xiaobai seemed to have endless energy to vent. He was either wiping someone's neck or on his way to wiping someone's neck. The second day in the secret realm, 8 o'clock in the morning. Looking at the rising sun in the east, Chen Xiaobai stretched himself, rubbed his sore limbs, and said lazily, "It's dawn, time to go to bed." He returned to the stream and took a morning bath. He asked Xiaoju to get the things from the backpack where he had hidden it yesterday, and then he chose a flat place to lie down and sleep. Chen Xiaobai was sleeping soundly here, but the commentators and the audience over there were all speechless. A day and a night passed in the secret realm, and just over 4 hours had passed since the blue star. It was exactly 12 o'clock noon, and the sun was shining brightly. However, the barrage of comments was filled with words like, "I'm a little cold, my neck is so cold," and "I always feel like there's someone behind me." In the live commentary room, the 3 commentators were silent. Soon, a report card compiled by a director appeared in front of everyone. The 3 commentators exchanged glances, and Tianbao cleared his throat and said, "All right, the director will sort out the results of contestant number 14 from last night. Let's see what kind of surprises this 10 or 17-year-old Oriental boy has brought us." "Mir, I think it's shock." "Guanyi, I'm already frightened." The moment the report card appeared, the comments on the screen changed from, "I'm a little cold," and "my neck is a little cold," to a uniform ellipsis. Tianbao trembled as he spoke. From 6 o'clock last night, when contestant number 14 finished her nap, to 8 o'clock this morning. In those 14 hours, over 90 contestants, to be exact, 92 contestants, were killed by number 14. Mir adjusted his glasses, which had slipped down a little from sweat, and said, "On average, we solve one every 10 minutes. Guanyi, we also have to take into account the time spent on the journey." Tianbao continued. Among the 92 contestants who perished, 64 achieved instant kills, and the remaining 92 achieved consecutive kills. Before this, the longest kill streak in the Star Federation Hunter Elite Tournament was 23 consecutive kills. This year's 14th contestant directly broke the record to 4 times the original record. Mir. And in our observation records, we found something very interesting. That is, contestant number 14 particularly likes to wipe people's necks. Guanyi. Indeed, especially when facing a warrior with special skills, contestant number 14 will reveal a look of what we call intoxication after wiping the person's neck. Tianbao, we've been discussing whether anyone would achieve the remarkable feat of killing 100 people in the Hunter Elite Tournament, but we never expected. Mir nodded and said, counting his record before taking a nap yesterday, he has indeed completed the record of killing 100 people. Guanyi. And it was completed within 24 hours. Perhaps we should change our assumption about the 100-man slaying. 92 kills, 92 points. All completed the killing streak. 91 points. 64 instant kills, 64 points. A total of 247 points. Plus Chen Xiaobai's original 34 points. He now has a total of 281 points, sitting first on the leaderboard. Below Chen Xiaobai, the second place only scored 11 points, which was exactly a fraction of Chen Xiaobai's score. The 3 commentators were silent for a moment. They didn't know how to describe Chen Xiaobai's performance on the first day. Only Guan Yi counted on his fingers and said, "In the 24 hours since the start of the competition, player number 14 has single-handedly eliminated 1.5% of the total number of contestants." Mir adjusted his glasses that had slipped down his nose. "You doubted before whether he could kill 80 people. Guan Yi, I admit, as a 14-blow player, I still lack a bit of confidence." The three commentators were completely confused at this point and were basically just chatting awkwardly. There were obviously a lot of people watching the game in the live broadcast room, but there were not many comments. Only a few viewers who had just entered the live broadcast room occasionally said, "Didn't the competition just start? How come the champion results are already announced? What's going on? I just went to class all morning, and the competition is already over? The transcript is even out. This year's championship result is not good. Not to mention breaking the record. It's not even half of the previous record. Everyone upstairs, this is the results list for contestant number 14 from just one day of competition." Yeah, I believe it. When I participated in this competition, it took me an hour to complete this result. This guy took a whole day? He's such a wimp. The one above, I'll leave you a name, ID, Swordsman Hao Yingjian. A few minutes later, the few comments questioning Chen Xiaobai's performance disappeared, and a few similar comments appeared in the sea of ellipsis. "I'm a little cold, and my neck is a little cold." Of course, there is still a steady stream of new visitors, but many of them come here because of its reputation. Chen Xiaobai's battle record had spread throughout the entire Blue Star while he was still sleeping. Underground killers, professional agents, and top warriors from all over the world were shocked. Chapter 69. Is there still a ghost in this place? The Star Federation's Hunter Elite competition had just been aired for half a day, and contestant number 14 Chen Xiaobai's amazing record of completing 92 consecutive kills and killing 100 people swept the entire Blue Star's public opinion network like a hurricane. Chen Xiaobai's personal information was immediately placed on the desks of the heads of major federal secret agencies, and the major chaebol of the Star Federation contacted the Sun Group as soon as possible. Among them, Locke Group, Thor Group, and General Group, which have close ties with the Star Federation military, directly expressed to the Sun Group that they want to sign Chen Xiaobai as a warrior under their group. Oran City Hotel. Ravel Zhou had never been so conflicted. As a core figure of the Sun Group, Wen Nei naturally cannot stay here all day. When Wen Nei left in the morning, he temporarily handed the matters here to Qiao to handle. Now Qiao looked at Chen Xiaobai's brilliant record and didn't know how to report this matter to Wen Nei. A few minutes later, Qiao took a deep breath and called Wen Nei, but the line was busy. Soon, Wen Nei called and Qiao answered the call immediately. "I know what happened in the secret realm. Don't pay attention to what the other groups say. Even if they want someone, they have to wait until the competition is over. Don't do anything for the next 2 days. Everyone is paying attention. Wait until the safe zone opens, and then think of a solution. In the meantime, clear his coordinates from other people's wristbands, and assign him coordinates that are as far away as possible. Let the storm pass first." Qiao nodded solemnly and said, "Yes." On the highway outside Oran, in a fast-moving Bentley, Wen Nei rubbed his temples irritably. He is going to the headquarters now, and Wen Nei already knows the purpose of going to the headquarters. The current chairman of the board of directors of Sun Group, who is also Wen Nei's uncle, wants to see him. Wen Nei knew without a doubt that the Sun Group had also developed a strong interest in contestant number 14 in this secret realm when they came to him at this critical juncture. Even though everyone in the Sun Group already knew that it was Chen Xiaobai, number 14, who killed the speaker of a local city under their control, so what? Wen Nei is sure that as long as number 14 Chen Xiaobai is willing to join the Sun Group, his uncle will offer his wife to him with both hands, and the wife will be clean and well-medicated. If the other party needs it, he can even give him a daughter. Because you can find another wife and have another daughter, but if you miss the opportunity to become a top warrior who can break the hunter competition record in just one day, you will never have it again. Wen Nei just felt a headache. The order he had received before was from his own uncle himself. Those who damage the interests of the group must pay a heavy price. Red Dragon Federation, Tianhai Airport. Several capable young men and women got out of a black business car. A middle-aged man with a dignified face said to them, "Everyone, Lin Zhe is already prepared over there. The target has a special identity, and the stars will not let him leave the country. A few years ago, I tried several times but failed. Eventually, they discovered me, and I had no choice but to flee. This time, you're going to sneak your target across the stars. Be careful," the leader of the team said with a smile. "Don't worry, leader. I'm familiar with that place, and I promise to bring the person back to you safely." The middle-aged man smiled bitterly. "Don't be so giggly, kid. You've done a lot of good things over there before. Don't let your enemies recognize you and drag everyone down. The man chewed gum and made an okay sign to the middle-aged man, then led everyone into the airport. On the way, he picked up his phone and sent a voice message. Wang Xian, this is Lindsay. I'll be on the plane in an hour, direct flight, landing in 15 hours. The Star Federation, within the territory of Tailami. It was another evening. Chen Xiaobai opened his sleepy eyes and stretched very comfortably. He slept very comfortably from dawn to dusk, and he had a dream in the middle of it. In the dream, a woman appeared. She gave people a sinister feeling and kept staring at Chen Xiaobai. For ordinary people, this is a nightmare, but Chen Xiaobai didn't take it to heart at all. Yesterday, I killed almost a dozen women by the throat, so it's normal to have this kind of dream at night. If I sleep longer, this nightmare might turn into a wet dream. Chen Xiaobai was picking up some compressed biscuits from his bag while muttering to himself. It's really a happy life to be able to play happily every day as soon as I open my eyes. Chen Xiaobai doesn't have high requirements for food. If he can wipe people's necks every day, he would have no problem eating compressed biscuits for the rest of his life. Meow. Xiaoju beside him let out a soft cry and came to Chen Xiaobai with a palm-sized fish in his mouth. Chen Xiaobai waved his hand. No, it's just a waste of time. Just eat it yourself. We have to get back to work later. After hearing this, Xiaoju swallowed the fish in 2 or 3 gulps, ran forward, and stretched out his claws to scratch Chen Xiaobai's boots. After eating 2 packs of compressed biscuits, a bag of braised duck legs, a small bag of nuts, and a nutritional supplement, the sleepy eyes on Chen Xiaobai's face disappeared, replaced by his signature harmless smile. However, this smile was extremely inconsistent with the axe in his hand, which was covered in black and red blood. After stretching his body on the spot, Chen Xiaobai opened the map on the bracelet. Seeing the several targets displayed on the screen when he swiped his hand, Chen Xiaobai frowned slightly. It seems like I went too far last night, and the authorities don't want me to do that anymore. Chen Xiaobai looked up and saw Xiaoqing flying above his head. Xiaoqing, today I'm relying on you to take me out for fun. Pick a place with more people. Don't take me with you if you only have 2 people. It's boring. Call out. The little green bird in the sky let out a clear chirp and disappeared into the horizon in the blink of an eye. Xiaoqing went to look for the target. Chen Xiaobai sat on a rock and played with the cat, and there was a dog lying in the grass. Suddenly, Chen Xiaobai, who was holding the little orange cat's paw, turned his head abruptly and looked at the forest behind him. He was sure that there was absolutely no one in the forest within at least 1 kilometer away from him. However, Chen Xiaobai had a feeling that he was being spied on. It was as if something was hiding in the dark and spying on me. Chen Xiaobai had an idea, and while he was still teasing Xiaoju, the wolf version of Aquan lying in the grass quietly stood up and quietly moved towards the forest. However, as soon as the wolfhound moved, Chen Xiaobai frowned because the feeling disappeared. The other party obviously noticed the wolf version of Aquan's actions, so he left. Chen Xiaobai turned his head and looked at the forest that had just made him confused. At this moment, Xiaoqing in the sky happened to fly back. Chen Xiaobai moved his mind, and Xiaoqing flew towards the forest again. After circling in the sky, Chen Xiaobai received a message from Xiaoqing in his consciousness. Nothing abnormal was found. Chen Xiaobai placed Xiaoju on his shoulders, picked up his bag, and walked towards the forest with the axe covered in blood. I just don't believe that I can see ghosts in this place. After entering the forest, Chen Xiaobai looked around and found that there was indeed no one here. He continued walking deeper into the forest, but still found nothing. About half an hour later, Chen Xiaobai returned to the original place and let Xiaoju and Leng Yue, a pair of cat and dog enemies, play with each other, while he lay there and turned on the shadow disguise. The stream ahead was gurgling, and gusts of mountain wind were howling in the forest. Chen Xiaobai, who had activated his shadow disguise, transformed into a shadow and hid in place, his eyes fixed on the forest he had just visited. About half an hour later, whoosh. Chen Xiaobai suddenly disappeared from his original position, and the next moment he appeared in the shadow of a tree dozens of meters away. With a flash of his figure, Chen Xiaobai disappeared again. The shadow flickering and speed-running ability of the shadow disguise were brought to the extreme by Chen Xiaobai. In just a few seconds, Chen Xiaobai appeared at the end of the forest that had made him suspicious. Ding! A demon spirit, ghost female, has been detected nearby. Suitable for a birth carrier, qualification B+. Please pay attention, host. Ding! A demon spirit, Star Moon Nine-Tailed Fox, has been detected nearby. Suitable for birth carrier, aptitude S. Please pay attention, host. Chen Xiaobai was speechless. Ghostly female demon. Star Moon Nine-Tailed Fox. Female ghost plus fox demon. I just don't believe that I can see ghosts in this place. Holy shit. There really is one. And it's doubled. Chapter 70. Star Moon Nine-Tailed Fox. Ghost Female Demon. 10,000 Hell Soul Killing. Ghost Female Sha. Her true form is a ghost soldier's fighting spirit refined by the demon god Chiyu. She absorbed countless ghosts on the battlefield and became Sha. During the Battle of Mountains and Seas, she attempted to assassinate the human emperor, but was killed by the human emperor with the Xianyuan sword. Skills: Psychic Devouring, Invisible Spirit, Ghost Nightmare, 10,000 Hell Soul Kill. Realm: 9-star Spiritual Martial Realm. Current Birth Carrier Qualification Test: B+, Expected Birth Success Rate, 1%, Predicted Strength After Successful Birth, 1-star Spiritual Martial Realm. The host can obtain the skill Psychic Devouring. Increase the speed of spiritual energy absorption and devour the spiritual energy released when spiritual energy creatures die. Reminder to the host: the current state of the carrier of Ghost Lady's birth is abnormal, and it is difficult for her to be born successfully. Star Moon Nine-Tailed Fox, originally a fox demon in the tomb of Emperor Xianyuan. It was enlightened by Nuwa and experienced the battle of conferred gods, the battle of demons and gods, and the battle of the fall of the gods. The art of enchantment it had learned was already perfected. Skill: Starry Sky Charm. Realm: No realm. Current Birth Carrier Qualification Test: S. Expected Birth Success Rate, 12%, Post-Birth Strength Prediction, Unknown. The host can obtain the skill Starry Sky Charm, an indiscriminate mental attack below the spiritual martial realm, with multiple skill casting methods such as creating illusions, erasing memories, mental induction, deep hypnosis, and copying other types of mental attack skills. The current Starry Sky Charm can copy skills: Demonic Shout, Ghost Nightmare, 10,000 Hell Soul Kill. Reminder to the host: Star Moon Nine-Tailed Fox is a special female demon who has been reincarnated and carries a small amount of memories from her past life. Note: these memories will not affect the demon's loyalty to the host. Seeing the two demon spirit information suddenly appearing in his mind, Chen Xiaobai's heart was greatly moved. There is no need to explain how incredible the Phantom Lady's spiritual energy absorption is, and the Star Moon Nine-Tailed Fox's skills. Although there is only one skill, but this one skill basically includes all mental attack capabilities. Not to mention that it can also copy other mental attack skills. The only pity is that the success rate of this landing is not really high. At this moment, Chen Xiaobai suddenly appeared in the middle of the forest and only felt gusts of cold wind around him. It was not the kind of coldness brought by the mountain wind blowing on his body at night, but a kind of coldness that penetrated deep into his bones. This should be the work of the ghost woman's birth vehicle, but Chen Xiaobai vaguely felt that the gloomy wind in the forest did not seem to have any ill will towards him. At this moment, Chen Xiaobai thought of his good guy card. No, it was his psychic affinity talent. Next, Chen Xiaobai ignored the cold wind blowing around him. He immediately locked onto the white figure hiding behind a rock in front of him. It is a nine-tailed fox that looks fairy-like, otherworldly, and agile. The tip of each of the 9 tails of this nine-tailed fox has a strange fiery red color, which seems to add a bit of enchanting beauty to it. The nine-tailed fox also reacted extremely quickly, turning around and running away the first time Chen Xiaobai looked at it. Chen Xiaobai was not in a hurry. He knew that because of his talent, as long as he got within a certain range of the nine-tailed fox, it would throw itself into his arms and let him do whatever he wanted. Sure enough, when Chen Xiaobai's figure approached the nine-tailed fox to within about 100 meters, the nine-tailed fox, which had been running forward with its head down, began to look back at Chen Xiaobai. As Chen Xiaobai got closer, the nine-tailed fox ran slower and slower, and finally even started shaking its 9 tails to greet Chen Xiaobai. Chen Xiaobai chased the nine-tailed fox for several kilometers. Finally, the nine-tailed fox stopped running forward, but turned around and ran back to Chen Xiaobai, constantly raising its upper body and waving its little paws towards Chen Xiaobai. Chen Xiaobai held the nine-tailed fox in his arms and gently stroked its white and soft fur. The little fox narrowed its eyes and showed an extremely comfortable expression. At this moment, Chen Xiaobai discovered that the Star Moon nine-tailed fox's rebirth success rate had become 25%. With a 1 in 4 probability, Chen Xiaobai decided to give it a try. A Star Moon nine-tailed fox is born. Suddenly, a golden light shone on the little fox. The little fox, who was originally lying in Chen Xiaobai's arms lazily and didn't want to move, now felt even more drowsy and wanted to sleep. Only Chen Xiaobai could see the golden light shining on the little fox. The audience in front of the screen could not see it. But this does not stop the audience from discussing it again and flooding the screen with comments. In the commentary room, Mir said, "Oh my God, do you dare to imagine that the hands that are gently caressing that fox right now are the same hands that contestant number 14 used to chop people with an axe? Tianbao, what do you call this? The loving side of a cold-blooded killer." Guanyi. Actually, if you think about it carefully, it's understandable. People are multifaceted. No matter how cold he appears, he always has a gentle and kind side, right? Mir. It's just that contestant 14's gentle and kind side only shows up when he's with animals. Guanyi. You're talking nonsense, aren't you? He's not even related to you. Why should he be so gentle and kind to you? A fox can pet him, can you? Mir adjusted his glasses on the bridge of his nose, thought seriously, and said, "If he is willing to be gentle with me, I might dash." Guanyi. It's too disgusting to continue this topic. Brother Bao, please take control of the situation. Tianbao. Okay, let's cut to the commercial. This program is specially sponsored by Tomato Novel. Excellent work, starting with a cruiser, author Yuan Huishao. Within the secret realm, watching the golden light that originally shone on the nine-tailed fox quickly dissipate, Chen Xiaobai curled his lips. The golden light dissipated too quickly, which was not right. Really? Ding. Sorry, the star moon nine-tailed fox failed to be born this time. The Banshee who failed to be born will enter a dormant state to store spiritual energy. Based on the richness of the spiritual energy in the host's current environment, this star moon nine-tailed fox will be able to be born again in 50 days. Chen Xiaobai still stroked the little fox in his arms very gently, but this time, his fingers kept wanting to touch the little fox's neck. The star moon nine-tailed fox failed to be born. Chen Xiaobai turned his head and looked around. The feeling of the cold wind was still there, and the information about the ghost woman in the system prompt did not disappear, which proved that the ghost thing was still around him. But Chen Xiaobai just couldn't find where she was, and this feeling made Chen Xiaobai a little annoyed. Woo! Suddenly, the nine-tailed fox in Chen Xiaobai's arms let out a slight cry, and then Chen Xiaobai saw a shadow appear not far in front of him. The shadow floated in the air, and under the moonlight, a feminine face could be vaguely seen. This face is exactly the same as the one that appeared in Chen Xiaobai's dream before. Chen Xiaobai immediately thought of the two skills of the Ghost Lady, Ghost Nightmare and 10,000 Hell Soul Kill. Ghost Nightmare, silently invade the opponent's dream, creating various negative emotions for the opponent, or silently kill the opponent and sleep. 10,000 Hell Soul Killer. The Ghost Lady can leave a soul mark on any living creature she meets at will, no matter when and where, as long as the soul mark is there. When the Ghost Lady activates the mark, at the very least, it will disturb the mind. At the worst, it will directly wipe out the soul. A soul mark is a prison cage, imprisoning all prey targeted by the Ghost Lady. Ghost Lady, 10,000 Hell Soul Killer. If the system can determine that it is the carrier of the ghost female demon's birth, then there must be some special similarities between this carrier and the ghost female demon Banshee's body. Could it be that this shadow also has the ability to invade other people's dreams? As Chen Xiaobai was thinking, the little fox in his arms let out another soft cry. Woo! Next, Chen Xiaobai was shocked to find that the ghost woman's reincarnation success rate had increased from 1% to 99%. Chapter 71. Shake it up, like thunder and tiger. Chen Xiaobai was stunned at first, and the next moment he immediately realized where the problem lay. The spiritual energy in this secret realm is 7 times richer than that of Blue Star. This has led to many creatures in the secret realm evolving special abilities. For example, this ghost figure that was identified by the system as the Ghost Lady, her evolved special ability is the ability to enter other people's dreams. The nine-tailed fox in his arms was identified by the system as the birth carrier of the Star Moon nine-tailed fox, so her special ability was charm. And the vehicle through which this ghostly female demon was born might be bewitched by this nine-tailed fox. The previous 1% success rate of rebirth was because the nine-tailed fox, which controlled the ghost with its charm skill, was still wary of him. Now the nine-tailed fox has bowed down to his power, and the ghost under its control has become a naked lamb that he can do whatever he wants with. Chen Xiaobai stood there and blinked, and consciously moved his hand away from the little fox's neck. Judging from this, wouldn't it be a sure win for me to hook up with all kinds of little beasts in this secret place? So, an evil plan gradually emerged in Chen Xiaobai's mind. The birth of the ghost goddess. A golden light enveloped the ghost figure in front of Chen Xiaobai. After about 20 minutes, the golden light gradually dissipated. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully giving birth to the ghostly lady. The host has obtained the skill, Psychic Devouring. At this moment, Chen Xiaobai suddenly felt the qi si in his body moving. The qi si, which was originally like a pool of still water, gradually turned into a whirlpool, continuously absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy. Chen Xiaobai closed his eyes and savored the experience. He felt the pores of his body open up, madly absorbing the spiritual energy in the air. That kind of hearty feeling. Suddenly, Chen Xiaobai opened his eyes abruptly and waved his hand forward. Crash! Chen Xiaobai, who could only produce a ball of fire on his arm before, now created a flame as tall as a person out of thin air. As his mind moved, the fiery red flame as tall as a person gradually compressed, and finally formed a ball of deep red blazing fire that was jumping in the palm of his palm. Seeing this scene, the barrage of comments in the live broadcast room exploded again and again. Is this a breakthrough on the spot? Okay, just give out the awards. No one else needs to play. Number 14. I'm not targeting any particular contestant in this competition. Besides myself, I'm talking about all of you. It's all garbage. The two crosstalk performers upstairs work very well together. Yes, Chen Xiaobai had indeed made a breakthrough, moving from the body refining realm to the qi condensation realm, but no one would believe that he was just a beginner in the qi condensation realm. After entering the qi condensation realm, Chen Xiaobai discovered that his qi si suddenly expanded, spreading from the original dantian area to his entire body. As long as you have a thought, you can gather spiritual energy in any part of your body. Chen Xiaobai had a sudden idea and tried it, and it actually worked. He turned the camera over his back and swung it vigorously, with a force as powerful as thunder and the wind. Chen Xiaobai murmured to himself, no wonder so many young ladies like to marry warriors. Tsk. Barrage, what is he doing? Look at that. It's like when I first entered the qi condensation realm, I was full of curiosity about the effect of spiritual energy on my body. The guy above, do you think the person who broke the record of the Star Federation Hunter Elite competition in one day is only at the qi condensation realm? If number 14 is really only at the qi condensation stage, I'll eat X on live stream. Eat X +1 live. +2. Bah, the guy upstairs is so shameless, coming here to eat and drink for free again. Live commentary room. Guanyi cleared his throat awkwardly and said, Excuse me, we have just received information about contestant number 14 from the Los Angeles Education Bureau. The information shows that contestant number 14 was only an entry-level warrior in the refining, body, and realm before entering the secret realm. Of course, we are verifying this with the Los Angeles Education Department, because we did see contestant number 14 using his special abilities to attack during the live broadcast. Tianbao, okay. The director told us that the Los Angeles Education Bureau has already given an accurate reply. Contestant number 14 was indeed only an entry-level warrior at the body refining realm before entering the secret realm. Furthermore, his martial arts talent wasn't based on actual combat, but rather on a psychic affinity talent that was more akin to a supportive one. Furthermore, he was the first warrior discovered to possess this talent. As for the special abilities that contestant number 14 used in the secret realm, we can only believe that they were some kind of technological means or special skills, such as magic. Maybe it's a special ability born from this martial arts talent? Or maybe it's Eastern martial arts, Guanyi. Guanyi immediately changed the subject and said, we just saw number 14 break through on the spot, so his current realm is the qi condensation realm. Those friends who mentioned in the comments that they wanted to do a live broadcast. There was a moment of calm in the barrage, and after a moment, a massive amount of barrage swept in. The commentators tried their best to watch the live broadcasts just now. Well, number 14 must be at the qi condensation realm, absolutely. I believe it. Doghead. So terrifying. If he is really only at the qi condensation realm, then what kind of strength will he have when he reaches the human martial realm, the earth martial realm, or the heaven martial realm? I've already booked my flight, and am going to the east to learn martial arts. Come, here are the IDs of those freeloaders. Within the secret realm, the successfully born ghost fell into a deep sleep. About 20 minutes later, the ghost woke up from its sleep. Feeling the extra consciousness connected to himself in his mind, Chen Xiaobai said to the ghost, from now on, you can be called Ghost. Thank you. The black mist-like ghost bowed to Chen Xiaobai in a very humane manner. As a psychic creature, the ghost was the only one among all the Banshees born to Chen Xiaobai who possessed high combat power without awakening the consciousness of the demon soul. Influenced by Chen Xiaobai's talent and birth effect, the ghost was very friendly to Chen Xiaobai even without awakening the demon soul consciousness, and no longer needed the nine-tailed fox to use charm to control him. Next, Chen Xiaobai's hunting plan expanded from only targeting humans to both humans and animals. That night, the competition area with Chen Xiaobai as the core was once again in a bloody storm. Xiaoqing was looking for targets for Chen Xiaobai in the sky. The first person Chen Xiaobai targeted was a team of Special Forces soldiers who had just completed an annihilation battle with their hot weapons. In the dark night, the sound of weapons in the hands of this team of soldiers is simply a natural positioning coordinate. Chapter 72, Blood Axe Chopping Monsters. The night of slaughter begins again. Chen Xiaobai, who had just broken through, had greatly improved in all aspects of his physical qualities. He suddenly rushed out from the dark jungle, using shadow disguise to make him look more like a ghost than a ghost. Swish, swish, swish. The 6 Special Forces soldiers who were just showing off their power in front of the wailing prisoners had all had bloody holes cut in the back of their necks by Chen Xiaobai within 30 seconds. Chen Xiaobai held the 2 daggers in his hands. At this moment, he had a feeling that his current body had reached the peak state of his previous life. I'm only at the qi condensation stage, but I've already reached the peak physical condition of my previous life's spiritual energy-poor world. What will happen if I reach the human martial stage? I'm so excited. After quickly picking up the points of 6 Special Forces soldiers, Chen Xiaobai couldn't wait to start looking for the next target. This time, Chen Xiaobai asked Xiaoqing to find a group of warriors for him. 20 minutes later, the 2 Tianwu realm warriors who were working together as a team were killed in the neck by Chen Xiaobai. Of course, the use of skills such as Moonlight Flash Attack and Poisonous Blood is indispensable in this process. Feeling the vitality of these 2 Tianwu realm warriors gradually fading from their bodies, Chen Xiaobai found that the spiritual energy he had consumed in the previous fight was instantly replenished, and it had even increased a little more than before. Suddenly, a hint of intense excitement appeared on Chen Xiaobai's face. He looked up at Xiaoqing in the sky and shouted, "Come again." Half an hour later, one of the 3 warrior criminals had 5 bloody grooves on his back, slashed by Chen Xiaobai's cat demon claws. One had a dagger stabbed in the throat, and one tripped to the ground and had his skin gently scratched by Chen Xiaobai's nails. Come again. 35 minutes later, a group of serious criminals met a polite little boy who greeted them with a smile. One of the prisoners had a bad habit that he had picked up in prison and was about to pull Chen Xiaobai into the bushes. 10 seconds later, a shrill scream came from the bushes, but to everyone's surprise, the scream sounded somewhat familiar. Come again. 28 minutes later, the 2 female warriors, who were desperately fighting, suddenly noticed a dark-haired boy with a warm smile beside them. The 2 female warriors openly discussed who would take the boy's points. A minute later, the black-haired boy left. The 2 female warriors each had a black wound on their necks. Their bodies turned black and smelled at an incredible speed. Come again. 40 minutes later, Chen Xiaobai, carrying a military axe, appeared outside the largest group of people in the entire competition venue. There were 70 people in this group, the largest of whom were warriors who had committed crimes, led by several warriors with serious criminal charges, and a small number of XBA warriors and Special Forces soldiers joined them. Unlike the previous times, this time Chen Xiaobai rushed in for the first time and took away more than 20 lives, but was forced back by several warriors. However, this did not affect the situation at all. 2 hours later, Chen Xiaobai calmly left the camp of this group, leaving behind 71 corpses. One of them joined in after Chen Xiaobai was beaten back for the first time. The military axe and dagger in his hands were all stained with thick blood plasma, and his body was also covered in black and red. However, Chen Xiaobai looked up at Xiaoqing in the sky as if he was tireless and said, "Come again." This time, Xiaoqing and Chen Xiaobai caught a strange beast in the secret realm. It looked like a tiger from Blue Star, but it had no hair and instead had scales like a crocodile. This strange beast also meets the system's judgment of a birth carrier, but it is not a spiritual beast, but just a wild beast in a secret realm, and its birth failed. Looking at the strange beast that was only showing fear because of his murderous aura, Chen Xiaobai raised the military axe in his hand and chopped it down without any hesitation. This time, Chen Xiaobai did not use any of his special abilities and also rejected the request for help from all the female demons under his command. He only relied on the physical fitness of the qi condensation realm, the military axe in his hand, and the killer experience accumulated in his previous life to fight with this ferocious secret beast for a full hour. When the strange beast finally fell down with a loud bang, all the clothes on Chen Xiaobai's body had turned into tattered strips. He stood in front of the fallen monster, holding a military axe that he had chopped several notches into. On his tender face of 17, he still wore that harmless, warm, and sunny smile. At this point in the night, It was only 2 o'clock in the morning. There were not many people posting in the barrage of comments in the live broadcast room. There were only a few ellipsis marks and the occasional phrases like, "It's so terrifying. I always feel like he will come to kill me in the next second. I actually feel like killing people is easier than killing chickens. And my God, this is still a human being." Basically, everyone was completely shocked by the killing performance presented by Chen Xiaobai. It was time for the commentators to change shifts. Even though the 3 new commentators were mentally prepared, they were still shocked beyond words. One of the female commentators vomited in front of the camera on the spot. In the secret realm, Chen Xiaobai returned to the stream, took a leisurely bath, found a set of clothes that he could wear from the countless backpacks he had seized, changed into a new military axe, and walked back into the depths of the mountains and forests amid the gasps of countless spectators. This time, it took him an hour to find new prey because the targets within an hour's walking distance were no longer alive. From then on until 8 o'clock in the morning, Chen Xiaobai personally killed 24 contestants, 19 of whom were warriors. In the middle of the process, he showed mercy again and let go of 2 special forces soldiers who were kneeling on the ground, crying and begging for mercy. Because the focus in the second half of the night was on taking care of warriors, and with the blessing of the ghost skill of spiritual energy devouring, Chen Xiaobai returned to the stream to take a bath facing the rising sun. He broke through again. Chen Xiaobai no longer remembered how many warriors he had killed or how much spiritual energy he had absorbed that night, but at this moment, he had truly broken through. Suddenly, the spiritual energy flowing throughout the body returned to the dantian, and the original liquid spiritual energy became thick like slurry. Although it did not feel as lively as the liquid, whenever Chen Xiaobai had a thought, the qi in the dantian could appear anywhere in his body at any time. Chen Xiaobai found an aura tester from his huge amount of spoils and poured a bit of his own aura into it. Drop. The result of your spiritual energy test is human martial realm, 3 stars. Well, not only a breakthrough, but a breakthrough beyond the level. At this moment, Chen Xiaobai, who had been fighting all night, looked around and suddenly felt that he was not tired at all. Chapter 73 I, Chen Xiaobai, am not cheating. In the live commentary room, the 3 previous commentators have taken a break, and the 3 new commentators are 2 men and 1 woman. When the controller Wang Xiaoxiao saw Chen Xiaobai's performance for another night being played out, his mouth twitched several times. After Chen Xiaobai scored 92 kills and 247 points on the first night, he was even more exaggerated on the second night. 133 kills, the highest kill streak certification, reached 109 kills, and 106 completed instant kill judgments. A total of 347 points were earned. Adding the previous 281 points, the total is 628 points. At this time, the second place on the list only had 19 points. According to the Star Federation's past competitions, scoring 19 points on the second day of competition was already a rare achievement, but compared to Chen Xiaobai's record, Wang Xiaoxiao, we originally thought that the opening performance given by contestant number 14 in the morning, on the first night in the secret realm, was already quite shocking. However, we didn't expect that on the second night of this competition, contestant number 14 would give us an even more explosive performance. Wang Xiaoxiao's partner, Short Hair, said, "Oh my God, wait a minute, let me check with the backstage. This record is too exaggerated. It's only been 2 days in the secret realm." The female commentator, Pencil Sister, looked visibly pale. She said uncomfortably, "Originally, the boss wanted me to play in the early stages of the match so I could get used to it first, so I wouldn't be too overwhelmed by the bloody competition later on." Short Hair, "Okay, everyone, the director told us that contestant number 14 will be suspended from the competition. An official staff member from the program team will be on site to check on contestant 14's physical condition and equipment." Pencil Sister, What does this mean? Are you suspecting contestant number 14 of cheating? We all saw it clearly. Wang Xiaoxiao, "Yes, I can see it clearly, but I think the production team did this to give everyone an explanation. After all, this record is too exaggerated." Short Hair, "Yes, we have many true martial realm contestants in the arena now, but even those true martial realm contestants wouldn't have such exaggerated results in the early stages." Wang Xiaoxiao laughed and said, "Judging from the performance of contestant number 14, this doesn't look like a high school student who just broke through from the body refining realm to the qi condensation realm. This is clearly a killing machine." Short Hair, "And the people he killed weren't just ordinary people. They were all qualified to be selected to participate in the Hunter Elite competition." Pencil Sister, "Actually, it's good to check it out, so that the audience can be assured." Commentary, "Is this funny? Cheating? So many people are watching. Are they treating us like muggles? Who knows? Look at number 14. He's been killing all night, and he doesn't look tired at all. I'd like to see what kind of cheating methods could create a killer like this. If cheating is found, I'll thank the production team. Producer, sorry, the strong people I can't understand are all cheaters. I think it's necessary to check. There's clearly something wrong with number 14. The guy above, is it difficult to admit that others are better than you? No problem on the 14th. I'll eat X live. Hey buddy, you haven't eaten what you owed yesterday. In the secret realm, Chen Xiaobai, who was eating breakfast, suddenly felt a slight vibration on his bracelet. He looked down and saw an official message coming. Chen Xiaobai frowned slightly. Damn, you think I'm a cheater? Although this is true, but can you find out? The message showed that from now on, the function of Chen Xiaobai's bracelet was suspended, and he was asked to stay where he was and wait for the inspectors from the program team. Chen Xiaobai has always prided himself on being a good boy who abides by the rules and is obedient and well-behaved. He sat obediently on a huge rock by the stream and waited. The program crew arrived quickly. In less than half an hour, 2 helicopters landed in an open area near Chen Xiaobai. A team of Special Forces soldiers escorted several medical staff in white coats and carried some equipment. However, looking at Chen Xiaobai sitting on the stone in front, the group's pace of progress became slower and slower. The team was led by 2 people, a man and a woman. The man turned to look at the captain of the Special Forces team next to him and asked, "Are you sure you've greeted him, right?" The weather in the secret realm was obviously very cool, but for some reason, the captain's face was covered in sweat, and even his special combat uniform was soaked. The captain said solemnly, "I have indeed given him a heads up, but whether he listens or not is another matter. After all, this kind of person has an unpredictable personality." The captain's words immediately stopped the team, which was already moving slower and slower. Everyone looked at each other, at a loss as to what to do next. Chen Xiaobai saw this and thought that these people were waiting for him to come over, so he jumped off the rock without saying a word. "Captain, he is coming towards us. Should we shoot?" A Special Forces soldier raised the muzzle of the rifle in his hand and asked his captain in a panic. Bang! The next moment, the captain of the soldiers snatched the rifle from his hand and slapped him on the forehead without mercy. "You idiot, if you want to die, don't take me with you." After saying that, the captain looked at all his soldiers and whispered, "Everyone, look carefully at your weapons. Anyone who dares to show them, I'll break them." As soon as the captain said this, all the soldiers immediately put away their weapons. Then, the captain stepped forward and gently called out to Chen Xiaobai, who had just come down from the rock and was packing his bags. "Hey contestant number 14, we're here for an inspection. Don't worry, it's just a routine check, and we'll be over soon." Hearing a strong man speaking so gently, Chen Xiaobai got goosebumps all over his body. He made an okay gesture to everyone from a distance and came over with his luggage. As soon as Chen Xiaobai moved, everyone here almost instinctively took a step back. Then everyone finally managed to stabilize their position. When Chen Xiaobai approached and looked at his young and innocent face of just 17 years old, the woman in the team, the man and woman leading the team, couldn't help but ask, "Excuse me, are you sure you are number 14? The number 14 who scored over 600 points in just 2 days." Chen Xiaobai showed everyone his signature warm smile. "Yes, it's me. What do you want to check?" Everyone here swallowed silently, and the man in the lead said, "Contestant 14, please hand over all the weapons and equipment you've used over the past 2 days to me. I'll return them to you shortly." "No problem." Chen Xiaobai took out 2 daggers, a back-toothed saber, and 2 folding military axes one by one. The first few pieces of equipment were nothing special, but when the last military axe full of gaps appeared in front of everyone, a Special Forces soldier said in shock, This is an alloy military axe." Chen Xiaobai said casually, "There's nothing I can do. The hide of the strange beast I encountered last night was quite thick. By the way, what was the name of that beast?" "It was similar to a tiger, but without hair and covered in scales." The captain, who had been silent all the time, rubbed his forehead and said, "That's called a crocodile tiger beast. It's much more powerful than the tigers on Blue Star." Chen Xiaobai nodded. "Yes, that's it." The axe hit the scales of that thing, sparks flew everywhere, and after a few hits, there were gaps all over it. The captain secretly glanced at Chen Xiaobai's body, which was uninjured. He then turned around quietly, made the sign of the cross on his chest, and whispered, "Amen." Chapter 74. Chen Xiaobai, am not cheating too. The team was led by a man and a woman. The man, along with the staff behind him, checked Chen Xiaobai's weapons one by one. The woman approached Chen Xiaobai and said very gently, Contestant 14, I'm going to draw a little blood from you. It will be a little painful, but please don't mind. Chen Xiaobai didn't react much and just nodded, but the barrage in the live broadcast room exploded at this moment. Well, telling a tough guy who fought crocodile tiger beast with an axe and killed over 200 hunter contestants in 2 days, drawing blood will hurt a little. That's very challenging, really humanitarian. Girl, it's no use being so gentle. To tell you the truth, there were 2 people who were much prettier than you last night, and they didn't survive even a second in the hands of number 14. Are you guys checking for cheats? Is your service attitude so good? WTF? Ha ha ha. I'm dying of laughter. I'm just waiting to see how these people will react if something unexpected happens. I remember last year, someone suspected of cheating was pinned to the ground and had water poured into their mouth in order to get a urine test. It seems the production team's conscience and service spirit have really improved a lot over the past year. Chen Xiaobai rolled up his sleeves and let the gentle female doctor draw 3 small tubes of blood. Afterwards, the female doctor handed him a urine cup and said, "Please take some more urine." Taking the urine cup, Chen Xiaobai casually asked, "Should I get it myself?" The female doctor was stunned. She looked down and saw the alloy military axe covered with coagulated plasma and gaps. She then looked around at the Special Forces soldiers who seemed to have seen and heard nothing. Finally, she said to Chen Xiaobai very gently, "If you need it, I can help you." Chen Xiaobai blinked and thought, "Forget it. It's better to rely on yourself for this kind of thing. It's not good to trouble the doctor for everything." As a result, the barrage of comments went crazy again. Everyone, has the service attitude of doctors in our Star Federation also undergone a qualitative leap overnight? My roommate has a terminal illness and wants to experience this kind of medical care before he dies. Can we get a male doctor upstairs to serve you? Didn't you notice the look in that beautiful doctor's eyes? She clearly said that because she saw the axe covered in blood. When Chen Xiaobai walked aside with the urine cup, the female doctor gently instructed, 14, remember to collect the midstream urine. Comment. If there was such a beautiful female doctor who spoke to me so gently, I would never leave her alone to collect urine. Of course you don't want to. The question is whether others are willing to do so. Upstairs, the reality of the world. What is number 14 doing there, twisting her waist? What the hell? Whose faucet burst? It splashed so hard, he must have gotten it on his hands. Don't ask me how I know, I'm hiding. The ID above is Wuxa's Oni-chan. You're welcome, my name is Lei Feng. Fuck, that's not me. In the secret realm, Chen Xiaobai finished his business. He carefully brought back the urine cup. The female doctor carefully used a medical rubber-tip dropper to suck out a tube of liquid, and then signaled Chen Xiaobai to throw the unused part into the garbage bag carried by the group. After finishing all this, the female doctor smiled and said to Chen Xiaobai, "Thank you very much for your cooperation. My work here is finished." As she spoke, the female doctor extended her hand completely out of habit, and Chen Xiaobai also shook hands with the female doctor in a friendly manner completely out of politeness. Instantly, the female doctor's face changed slightly. Why are his hands so wet? Chen Xiaobai immediately spat out 2 words, "Wash it." The female doctor had a strange smile on her face. It's okay, the medical staff don't care about this. Commentary. He's washing his dick. Did you see him bend over just now? I give a thumbs up to the beautiful doctor's mental strength. We the stars have such a sound. Do the red dragons have it? Do they? I'm so touched, woo-woo. Stop bragging. The director even gave a close-up. Didn't you see the female doctor's hands were trembling slightly? The female doctor finished, and it was the man's turn. He looked at Chen Xiaobai's hand awkwardly, as if he was worried that Chen Xiaobai would reach out to him. He took the initiative to speak first. Contestant 14, there's no need for the formalities of shaking hands. I just need to ask you a few simple questions. Before I do this, I must warn you that if you give me an untrue answer, I will take you to court, and you will most likely spend the rest of your life in prison. Although Chen Xiaobai was somewhat moved by the man's words, he did not like the man's tone. But even so, Chen Xiaobai, who always prided himself on being a good kid, nodded very obediently. Okay, ask. The man seemed very satisfied with Chen Xiaobai's cooperation. The slight fear he had felt when he first saw Chen Xiaobai also faded a little. He took a deep breath and asked in an official tone, like an interrogator. Number 14, we have noticed that you can always quickly find a large group near you. How do you explain this problem? Chen Xiaobai looked up at the sky and saw Xiaoqing flapping its wings and flying towards him. Everyone looked at the wind spirit bird with a green halo flowing all over its body. Chen Xiaobai explained, my innate spiritual energy is affinity. These animals with spiritual energy in their bodies are willing to help me. The man intensified his questioning tone. These? Yes. What else? There's also a little orange cat, 2 Alaskan Malamutes, and a fox. The man was getting impatient, his voice filled with anger. Anything else? Swish, swish. There was a sound of something vibrating rapidly. Chen Xiaobai blinked innocently and said, "And that thing lying on your feet now." The man was startled at first, then looked down, buzz. At this moment he felt all the hairs on his body stand up. A dark gray rattlesnake had swam to the man's feet at some point, and half of its body had wrapped around his leather shoes. In an instant, everyone around the man gasped, and within a second or two, they all kept a distance of at least 5 meters from the man. Several staff members who were testing weapons over there even jumped away with their equipment. What a dedicated bunch. Beads of sweat formed between the man's brows, and the anger in his words instantly vanished. Okay, number 10, 14, I understand. Could you please put away your magical powers for the first time? Chen Xiaobai smiled a bright and innocent smile, like a kid next door who walks his dog without a leash. It's okay, it won't bite. And look, I'm on a leash. As he spoke, Chen Xiaobai raised his finger and shook it in front of the man. Wow, it's indeed tied with a rope. A strand of hair followed Chen Xiaobai's fingers down and wrapped around the rattlesnake's tail. Suddenly, the man said in a tone that was almost crying, Okay, number 14, we know you must be innocent. Now, can you? Chen Xiaobai blinked his childish eyes and asked, Are you done asking? The man nodded his head like a chicken pecking at rice. I'm done asking questions. Chen Xiaobai frowned. That's not right. Aren't you curious about where the long hair on my hand came from? After Chen Xiaobai said this, the man seemed to suddenly notice this problem. How could a little boy have such long hair? At this moment, Chen Xiaobai revealed a very innocent smile. He turned his head and motioned the man to look aside. That sister gave it to me. The man turned his head, and everyone on the side also turned their heads to look over. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The female doctor and the 2 female nurses she brought with her fainted on the spot, and the other special forces soldiers and staff all felt a suffocating feeling, as if their hearts had stopped. The man turned around, trembling all over, and looked at Chen Xiaobai, and said with a solemn oath, Don't worry, number 14, I will fight to the death to protect your innocence. The person standing over there was none other than a ghost. The ghost can freely imitate the appearance of any dead person whose spiritual energy she has absorbed. At this moment, what she showed to everyone was the image of a female warrior buried in the sea. In other words, she was a female water ghost. Chen Xiaobai asked the man with a childlike innocence, So, I'm not cheating? The man said categorically, No, absolutely not. Whoever said you have it, I'm going to be angry with you. Okay. Chen Xiaobai turned around and looked at the camera that had been following him. He cleared his throat and said, You heard it all. I'm number 14. I'm not cheating. Chapter 75. Inspection Results, Barrage of Comments. Watching Chen Xiaobai's righteous and upright speech, the live broadcast platform once again launched a barrage of comments. Well, we all know you didn't cheat. So can you tell us what you threw at the male inspector's feet? Blind guess, it's daddy. Fuck you, just throw one to me. Maybe it's a pet. Didn't you hear number 14 say it doesn't bite and is on a leash? If it was a pet, why didn't the director give it a shot? I'm just curious now, what did these people see when they turned around just now? In the commentary room, Wang Xiaoxiao said with a somewhat embarrassed look on his face, Dear viewers, our director has edited the complete footage of number 14 undergoing the on-site inspection. Because the relevant images are likely to cause psychological discomfort to some viewers, non-member viewers will only be able to see the edited footage. Short hair continued, but it doesn't matter. You probably understand. We would like to remind everyone here that treating public officials in this way is absolutely unacceptable. Pencil sister. As for what they saw in the end, I'm sorry, because the director said that the camera didn't capture the relevant footage in the end. After the 3 commentators finished speaking, a cropped video clip was played separately. In the picture, we can see that the male inspector is interrogating Chen Xiaobai, and a dark gray rattlesnake is quietly swimming by his feet. The rattlesnake that non-members see is a cartoon version, pink and tender, and looks quite cute. Barrage. Good boy. I'm going to get a membership right now. I finally understand why this brother looks like he's seen a ghost. It's chilling. Does this count as threatening the inspectors? No. How can walking a reptile be considered threatening the inspectors? Doghead. In the secret realm, Chen Xiaobai moved his mind, and Ashi swam down from the man's leather shoes. The man suddenly looked like he had just survived a disaster. He glanced at the IPD in his hand. He clearly had a few more questions to ask, but he said directly, "Number 14, this is the final test of your martial arts realm, muscle density, and the fluctuations of your spiritual energy over the past 2 days. That's it." The man then signaled to his assistant, who came forward with a latest model of warrior comprehensive quality tester. Chen Xiaobai held the tester and gathered the spiritual energy in his body into his right hand. A few minutes later, the male inspector looked at the camera and said, "Everyone, the test result of number 14 is 3 stars in the human martial realm. I have sent the results of the physical fitness test and the spiritual energy fluctuation results to the director." The inspector then looked at his companions who had been inspecting Chen Xiaobai's weapon. They summarized their findings, and one of them stepped forward and spoke to the camera. No abnormalities were found in the weapon used by contestant number 14. Not even the normal amount of spiritual energy remained. After hearing the report results, large numbers of ellipses appeared on the screen again. The main commentator, Wang Xiaoxiao, explained to everyone, "There's not even a normal amount of spiritual energy remaining. This means that in the past 2 days in the secret realm, contestant number 14 has basically not infused any spiritual energy into his weapon." Short hair, but the vast majority of the contestants number 14 has taken down in the past 2 days were killed by his sabers, daggers, and military axes. Considering this situation, this could be a very subversive investigation result. Pencil sister. Yes, that is to say, of the more than 200 contestants who died at the hands of number 14 in the past 2 days, the vast majority were killed by number 14 using normal methods. As if realizing the mistake in her words, Pencil Sister immediately corrected herself. Of course, the normal people here don't refer to just anyone. They refer to ordinary non-martial artists who don't need to have martial arts talent, but can achieve it through training. Short hair. This survey result may not mean much to us, but I believe the military leaders should be getting restless at this moment, because the results of the 14th survey clearly tell us that as long as I have a knife in my hand, I don't need spiritual energy, and killing warriors like you is as easy as killing chickens. Wang Xiaoxiao. Ahem, Brother Mao, I've gotten through it. Okay, we've received the physical fitness and spiritual energy fluctuations sent by the inspectors ahead. Please wait a moment. Pencil sister. After all, it is a cross-based transmission, so the speed is a bit slow. Please understand. The next 2 pictures appeared on the screen, and for a moment, the screen was filled with comments like question mark. Because Chen Xiaobai's physical condition is no different from that of an ordinary human martial artist. Because he just broke through, his physical condition is even worse than that of an ordinary human martial artist. As for the detection chart of spiritual energy fluctuations, it was even more exaggerated. The previous test results showed that Chen Xiaobai did not use much spiritual energy when using weapons. However, the fluctuation of his spiritual energy showed that in the past 2 days in the secret realm, Chen Xiaobai's spiritual energy had been consumed, and it was consumed very rapidly. There were 2 big fluctuations in the middle, which meant 2 breakthroughs and promotions. The 3 commentators were at a loss for words as to how to interpret this aura fluctuation chart. At this moment, the backstage director spoke to the 3 commentators through their headsets. "We've already called in a professional martial arts consultant. Just a quick commercial to delay the conversation." Wang Xiaoxiao. Okay, everyone, please take a break, or watch the warriors' first-person perspectives through the subchannel. We'll insert a commercial here first. At the same time, the comments on the live streaming platform exploded. See, I told you there was something wrong with number 14. Now the production team doesn't know how to continue. It seems there is indeed a problem. On the one hand, they say they haven't used Reiki, but the test results show that they have been using Reiki. According to a woman's sixth sense, there is definitely something wrong with this number 14. There is no way in the world there can be such a strong man, because men are not worthy. Someone with the ID, Omicron, who had previously sent an aircraft carrier to Chen Xiaobai said, "Haha, a bunch of idiots, is this a problem?" Number 14's high spiritual energy consumption is because he's constantly moving except when sleeping. He's always using displacement skills, but he doesn't use martial arts when killing people. Do you understand, idiots? Hey, the person above seems to know a lot. I wonder what realm you are in. Have you reached the chi condensation realm? Brother upstairs, I mourn for you and suggest you move now, immediately. Haha, little brother Omik, it seems someone is questioning your ability. Do you want me to help you? Friend number 14 has no problem. If you don't understand, please don't say anything nonsense. May you be blessed with infinite blessings. Fuck. The 2 people upstairs. The first one is Mo Ranhan, rumored to be the official gold medal killer of Black Rose. The second one is a Taoist priest who is indifferent to the mundane world and is called Red Dragon. He carries a sword on his back all day. Do I need to explain this kind of person any further? Upstairs, how do you know so much? You. Starsea mechanic. No need to guess. The one secretly building the sixth helicarrier for the stars wasn't me. I was playing games. Holy crap. This is already the sixth helicarrier in the stars. Didn't they say there were only 2 in total? At this moment, amidst the white barrage, a red official message appeared. Official notice. User, Shanghai Mechanic, has been permanently banned for spreading false information. Chapter 76 Assassin's Instinct. He starts again. In the end, the warrior consultant invited by the program team gave an answer similar to that of Omicron, which put an end to the matter. Number 14 did not use any improper means to participate in the competition. In the commentary room, Wang Xiaoxiao said, "So, to sum up, we've come to a conclusion. Contestant number 14 was able to kill over 200 competitors in 2 days in the secret realm because of his psychic affinity, his strange agility and martial arts skills, and his exceptional, I don't know how to describe his, killing technique." Shorthair smiled bitterly and said, "I don't know either. Is it called assassin's instinct?" Pencil sister. He really did act as if killing was completely his instinct. I'm now very curious about the past experiences of this contestant number 14. Shorthair. There's nothing to be curious about. We have all his information. He was just an ordinary high school student in Los Angeles. He was just recently put on the arrest list of the Los Angeles prosecutor's office, but the arrest warrant was quickly dropped. Wang Xiaoxiao. The director also got some behind-the-scenes information. It seems that contestant number 14 was once imprisoned in Los Angeles Central Prison. It was said that there was quite a big scene at the time, but he was released very quickly. Shorthair. By the way, if there are friends in Los Angeles in the barrage who know relevant information, please tell us. Commentary. Everyone seems to have forgotten that the 14th broke through twice in 2 days. I haven't forgotten, but compared to everything else that happened to number 14, 2 breakthroughs in 2 days at 7 times the spiritual energy concentration isn't that shocking. I'm from Los Angeles. Let me tell you what happened there recently. A deputy general manager of a top 100 group died there recently. Her son went to the same school as number 14. 2 level 3 security inspectors also died. One of them investigated number 14, and the other was the warden of the prison where number 14 was imprisoned. Xiao Kelluo, the head of the Los Angeles Public Security Department and a direct descendant of the Shisen Group, also went with them. This man led the team to arrest number 14 after he was released from prison. He suffered the most, with not even a trace of his body left. There's no one left at the Los Angeles XBA branch. It said they were wiped out by number 14. I went to see it myself, and it's true. I moved all the computers back into the branch, and there's no one there to take care of them. Besides that, there's also... there's more. Bro, are you writing a novel here? Upstairs, GKD, I want to see. And there's also the current speaker of the Los Angeles City Council, Karina, a political star from the Sun Group, one of the top 10 Chinese middle-class groups in the Federation and the organizer of this Hunter Elite tournament. At this moment, another red official message suddenly appeared. Official notice. User, Ice Spirit Cold Shadow, has been permanently banned for spreading false information. In the live commentary room, the 3 commentators quickly provided cover. Wang Xiaoxiao said, "Since this person has been banned, I'm sure everyone knows whether the story is true or not." Shorthair. Of course he has to. Otherwise, why would the authorities ban him? Look at all the people who said they were eating X during live streaming, but the authorities didn't ban them, right? Pencil Sister looked a little embarrassed. Brother Mao. Shorthair spread his hands and said, "What I mean is that those people in front are really eating." Wang Xiaoxiao. Okay, let's insert a commercial. A minute later, the commercial came back and everyone noticed that one person was missing from the live broadcast room. Both the person and the chair were gone, leaving only Wang Xiaoxiao and Pencil Sister. Wang Xiaoxiao. Brother Mao is feeling a little unwell, so the next game will be explained by me and Pencil. In the secret realm, the female doctor who had fainted from fright was awakened by Chen Xiaobai by pouring a basin of ice-cold water on her. Someone suggested artificial respiration, but Chen Xiaobai went up and took a basin of stream water he had gotten from somewhere and brought it back, shouting, "Get out of the way. I'm an expert at this." Crash. Just pour a basin of water and the effect will be seen immediately. Afterwards, Chen Xiaobai smiled as he escorted everyone to the plane. However, everyone felt something was amiss because this 17-year-old Oriental teenager kept glancing down their necks. Everyone boarded the helicopter. The female doctor who had been so kindly entertained by Chen Xiaobai waved goodbye to him. 14. Have a good race. Chen Xiaobai gave the doctor a smile full of innocence and childishness. Have a safe journey, beautiful sister. I am very happy. Looking at Chen Xiaobai's innocent face, the female doctor in the helicopter couldn't understand why such a cute child could kill someone. At this time, the female doctor did not notice at all that the male examiner was staring at her feet with an autistic look on his face. The helicopter slowly took off, and the well-behaved and cute Chen Xiaobai waved goodbye to everyone. Suddenly, he turned his head and looked at the forest on the side, with the smile on his face still intact. Then, the female doctor in the helicopter was shocked to find that Chen Xiaobai, who was still obedient and lovely in her eyes a second ago, ran out with a military axe in his hand the next second, and he was holding the one with blood and a gap on it. When the female doctor saw a streak of blood flying in the jungle, she fainted again. Comment. Well, number 14 is indeed quite happy, but the others don't seem to be so happy. He's already happy enough. How much more do you want him to be happy? Are you going to do it yourself? I don't know how cool it is to kill more than 200 people in 2 days. I want to try it too. The ID above is Bomu Tu Yao. I have contacted 911. Within the secret realm, Chen Xiaobai was pleasantly surprised to find that because of the noise caused by the 2 helicopters, there were suddenly more people around him who had been almost killed by him. For example, the prisoner in front of him was obviously quite capable. He actually got a set of special forces soldier equipment and even dared to point a gun at himself. The more he faced such an opponent, the more excited Chen Xiaobai became. He was so excited that the military axe in his hand, which was originally intended to chop the neck, ended up chopping the crotch instead, splitting the man and his balls in half. What the female doctor just saw in the sky was the scene of Chen Zhao's body being cut into pieces by the bloody axe. After finishing this one, Chen Xiaobai went back to pack his things. Amidst the barrage of comments on the screen such as, "He started again, here it comes," and "It's still a familiar feeling," he went straight to the next one without stopping. Chen Xiaobai, who had broken through to the human martial realm, acted even more decisively. The contestants who appeared nearby thought it was an airdrop when they heard the sound of the helicopter and wanted to take advantage of it. As a result, more than 20 people came, and they were all killed by Chen Xiaobai within half an hour, leaving only the last one. This one was obviously a bit cowardly. He lay motionless in the grass, his entire body covered with camouflage such as grass leaves, his eyes staring straight ahead. Just now, 2 helicopters took off from there. The man was so patient that even a dark gray rattlesnake swimming by his side couldn't make him move. After a while, a childish voice sounded in the man's ear. "Big brother, what are you looking at?" Chapter 77 Chen Xiaobai. It feels so dangerous. I lost it. The man who was lying motionless in the grass suddenly trembled all over. He turned his head and saw Chen Xiaobai's well-behaved, innocent and young face. "Call." The man let out a long sigh. "You scared me to death, little brat." The next moment, the man saw the blood-dripping military axe in Chen Xiaobai's hand. His expression suddenly tightened. "Why are you holding this thing?" Chen Xiaobai blinked and said innocently, "Self-defense." The man glared and said, "The best way to defend yourself is to stay away from people when you see them. Look at your physique. You're just a teenager. Your hair hasn't even grown out yet. Do you think people will be afraid of you just because you picked up a bloody axe? You're so young. Don't be such a fool, little brat. You should cherish your life, okay? Hurry up and find a place to hide. There's a ruthless person nearby." Chen Xiaobai felt that the idiot in front of him might have misunderstood him, but his words, "cherish your life," made Chen Xiaobai decide to put down the bloody axe in his hand for the time being. After all, he is kind-hearted and never kills innocent people. After looking around, Chen Xiaobai lay down next to the man and asked, "Where is the ruthless man?" The man said seriously, "Kid, let me tell you, when I first came here, there were at least 10 to 20 people around here, but now, I feel like most of them are gone." Chen Xiaobai wiped the blood stains on the axe in his hand with fallen leaves and asked, "Gone? Where did he go?" The man looked at Chen Xiaobai with disdain and asked, "Those who can enter this competition are all talented, the elite among the elite. How did you get in?" Chen Xiaobai said innocently, "I'm a high school student from Luoqing who participated in the secret realm trial this year." The man's face showed an expression of no wonder. He put on an air of great experience and said, "When I said gone, I meant they might be dead. Dead, understand? Killed." Chen Xiaobai opened his eyes wide and acted terrified. "Is this so scary? It feels so dangerous." The man curled his lips. "Do you think you can pick up this bloody axe anywhere?" Chen Xiaobai was a little confused for a moment. When did he say that he picked up the axe? Seeing Chen Xiaobai's expression, the man showed a hint of sympathy on his face. "What? Are you scared, silly? It's okay, little brother, just follow me. I can't say anything else, but if you're lucky, I can take you to the end of the game. There's a 30% chance of survival. The chances are great." Chen Xiaobai blinked. What if I'm unlucky? Bad luck. The man smiled self-deprecatingly. Actually, being buried here isn't bad at all. I just hope I die in less pain. In the commentary room, Wang Xiaoxiao said, Alas, I cannot see the true face of Mount Lu because I am already in it. Pencil sister, teacher Xiao Xiao is very good at reciting poems, just like our contestant number 14, who is very good at pretending. Wang Xiaoxiao, I think number 14 will be able to make a name for himself in Hollywood. Pencil sister, I agree. Look, 2 days have already passed in the secret realm, and basically 80% of our director's main shots have been given to number 14. Wang Xiaoxiao smiled helplessly and said, At this stage at the beginning of the game, compared to his side, there really isn't much to see on the other side. Barrage, this scene seems familiar. Number 14, I advise you to be kind. Lewis's first 7 days haven't passed yet. This guy is incredible. Guess how long number 14 will let him live. Fools often have good fortune. Maybe this fool can turn a disaster into a blessing. The central underground military base of the Star Federation, the Combat Command Center. A general of the Star Army with half-silver hair and wearing a neat uniform stood in front of the big screen in the command center with several adjutants. Looking at the densely packed personnel information sliding across the large screen, the admiral asked, 2 days have passed in the secret realm. What is the status of all the test targets? An adjutant stepped forward with an IPD, ran his finger across it, and reported, General, a total of 406 test subjects were released into the competition this time. In the past 2 days in the secret realm, 25 have died, 6 have shown signs of awakening abilities, and the others have not yet shown any abnormalities. The general's brows knitted together. 25 dead in just 2 days? How could so many people die? The adjutant said with some embarrassment. General, 23 of these 25 experimental subjects were killed, and 22 of them died at the hands of the same person. A strange light suddenly flashed in the admiral's eyes. He turned to look at the adjutant and shouted angrily, Do you know what this means? You didn't even take the initiative to report to me, and you're waiting for me to ask? The adjutant hurriedly said, General, things are not what you think. Our secret experiment has not been leaked. As he spoke, the adjutant hurriedly pulled up a character file from the IPD and handed it to the admiral in front of him. This is the information of the person who did it. He's also an old acquaintance. The admiral took the IPD and took a look at it. A smile actually appeared on his face, which was intimidating without being angry. It's him. After so many years, the kid has grown up and become more capable. The adjutant said cautiously, because it's our army's turn to select a candidate this year. Organizations including Raytheon, General Motors, XPA, the CIA, and the Royal Palace Secret Service have called recently, expressing their interest in this child and asking if the Army has made the final selection. The Air Force and Navy are. What is it? The Air Force and Navy informed us that they wanted this person and would return the quota to us next year or the year after. There was an obvious trace of anger in the Admiral's eyes. Among the 3 major military branches of the Star Army, the Navy has the highest status, the Air Force is second, and the Army is last. Usually, the Army has suffered a lot of bullying from the Navy and Air Force. However, this time the Army general smiled and said, Predetermined? Qianxing is a free and independent federation. Everyone competes openly. Whoever gets it first gets it. Reply to all parties. Just keep him in the stars. Let this child go wherever he wants. Live commentary room. Because there are often no intense battles in the early stages of the Hunter Elite Tournament, the commentary is generally quite relaxed. Chen Xiaobai's performance 2 days ago was purely accidental. At this time, Chen Xiaobai had cleared all the targets near him and was lying in the grass discussing life with the last man. In the commentary live broadcast room, Wang Xiaoxiao was also chatting with Pencil Sister. The comments on the online platform gradually became sparse. Suddenly, a rumbling sound was heard in the live broadcast screen, and 3 cartoon-style spaceships with exaggerated shapes and the words 0014 on them flew over the screen one after another. Wang Xiaoxiao and Pencil Sister's expressions were both cheered up. Wang Xiaoxiao said excitedly, Thank you to the Star Army for sending 3 spaceships to contestant number 14. Pencil Sister said excitedly, It's actually a spaceship. I don't think I've seen one in the past 2 years. Wang Xiaoxiao cupped his hands and said, Army Dad is so generous. He gave away 3 gifts worth 1 million each. The comments, which had thinned out due to Chen Xiaobai's pause in killing, exploded once again. Spaceship. Oh my god. 1 million each. This is the Federal Army coming out to grab people early. If I were number 14, I would definitely follow that idiot and hide all the way. I think this is the beginning of what may be a reign of spacecraft. As soon as this barrage of comments floated to the center of the screen, 3 more spaceships flew out. Wang Xiao, thank you to the Star Navy for sending 5 spaceships to contestant number 14. Pencil Sister, wow. And thanks to Raytheon Group and General Group for sending 3 spaceships each to contestant number 14. Wang Xiao, thank you Black Rose for sending 3 spaceships to contestant number 14. Pencil Sister, thank you to the Lawn Palace Special Service for sending 2 spaceships to contestant number 14. Barrage, Lawn Palace Special Service? That's it. When did the chief speaker become so poor? The people upstairs are young, right? The Lawn Palace Secret Service is just trying to show goodwill. Do they dare to recruit someone like number 14? Otherwise, if number 14 gets upset, the Federation will prepare a state funeral. At this moment, it's tens of millions, right? Tens of millions is just a drop in the bucket. Look at number 14's 600 points. Except for the prisoner, all other contestants who score more than 10 points will get 100,000 points. If number 14 is a prisoner, it would be even more terrifying. 1 point would be 1 million. It's too early to say that. The game has just begun. He needs to get out alive to convert his points into cash. I hope number 14 makes it out alive. I just want to see the Chable bosses looking at me in pain while having to maintain their composure and put on a smile. What are these Xiaobai fantasies about? Are the Sun Group fools? Will they let number 14 get out alive? How naive. The one above, your number is gone. Official announcement. User, Biming Feishua, has been permanently banned for spreading false information. Chapter 78 Chen Xiaobai. It's so scary, I'm scared to death. Brother, let me tell you, you just met me. I'm a good person and I don't have any intention of harming anyone. Listening to the man lying next to him say this, Chen Xiaobai's eyes lit up. Coincidentally, I am also a good person. The man glanced at Chen Xiaobai's young and immature face and the bloody military axe in his hand, and said jokingly, Brother, I can see it at a glance. You look scary with an axe, but it can't cover up the smell of a green egg on you. Chen Xiaobai nodded. Yes, you are right. Man, I'm a good person just like you, without any bad intentions. How about you, brother? Come with me. At least we can team up as a team and have someone to look after us. Chen Xiaobai didn't hesitate at all and nodded immediately. No problem. Anyway, the surrounding area has been cleared by him. The coordinates of other hunters shown on the bracelet are too far away. It is better to follow the person in front of him for a while, because one person can only see the coordinates of 3 hunters through his or her bracelet, while for 2 people, it is 6. The bracelets of the dead hunters cannot be used as trophies except for providing points. Otherwise, Chen Xiaobai would be able to kill his way through this secret realm with more than 200 bracelets. Chen Xiaobai said with a smile on his face, My name is Chen Xiaobai. What's your name, big brother? Where are we going next? The man continued to lie motionless on the ground and whispered, Chen Xiaobai, your name is as cute and innocent as you are. Just call me a Biao. I really don't know why the Federation threw you little brats into the hunting ground. Let's wait a little longer. I have a feeling that the ruthless man is around us. Once I confirm it's safe, we'll leave. After saying that, a Biao turned around and gestured to Chen Xiaobai. Open the map on your bracelet. Let's first identify the 6 identifiable targets around us. A Biao's words hit the mark exactly as Chen Xiaobai wanted. The 2 of them immediately compared their electronic maps. A Biao frowned and said, Good fellow, the nearest enemy shown on your map is 7 kilometers away. Chen Xiaobai looked at the coordinates of the 3 hunters on a Biao's bracelet, all of which were within 5 kilometers, and cursed the entire family of the technical staff in the background in his heart. Ever since he dealt with the 20 or so hunters attracted by the helicopter this morning, Chen Xiaobai discovered that there was a problem with his bracelet. There were so many people scattered around him, but the nearest target given on his bracelet was actually several kilometers away. Chen Xiaobai understood at that time that he was being targeted by the program crew. Is that so? Didn't I just kill more than 200 people in 2 days and act a little too extreme? Was it necessary to resort to such dirty and vulgar means? Although he had Xiaoqing scouting in the sky, the trees in this mountain forest were dense. If it was a team of many people, Xiaoqing could easily find it, but if it was just 1 or 2 people, it would be troublesome. Besides, how could there be so many multi-person teams? At this time, through a Biao's words, all the viewers in the barrage also understood what happened. Ha! I'm dying of laughter. Is the production team afraid that number 14's performance will explode, so they're proactively limiting his traffic? Just stay calm. This is just basic stuff from the production team. 666. Am I the only one who noticed that this idiot was going with number 14? There really are old people who hang themselves, because they think their life is too long. Now we just have to wait and see what coordinates this idiot's bracelet will show when the coordinates are refreshed next time. Tila Town, the residence of this year's Hunter program team. The staff member responsible for monitoring the comments immediately said to the program director, a middle-aged white man, "Boss, the audience seems to have noticed that we're manipulating the contestants' coordinate display." The technician responsible for controlling the wristband's coordinate display also turned around with a look of helplessness. However, the program director simply adjusted his glasses calmly and said, "The Hunter competition has been held for several years. Do you think the audience is stupid? It's no secret that we control the contestants' coordinate display." Technician, so what do we do now? Person in charge, when will the next coordinate refresh be? There's still 1 hour and 12 minutes left in the secret realm. The person in charge pondered for a moment and said, "The next time the coordinates are refreshed, assign coordinates within the normal distance to bracelets number 14 and 792. But for all contestants near these two who might encounter each other, display the coordinates of the contestant heading in the opposite direction of contestants 14 and 792. The technician nodded. "I see, boss. We're just guiding the other players to avoid these two people. Do we always do this?" Person in charge, wait for the call from the boss. The boss went to the headquarters for a meeting. "I think there will be a result soon." Okay. In the secret realm, a Biao lay there carefully and observed for a long time. Just when Chen Xiaobai picked up the axe and stood behind him, he finally got up from where he was. "Xiaobai, let's just follow the one closest to us among the 6 coordinates." Chen Xiaobai didn't expect a Biao to make such a suggestion. He always thought that this guy would suggest avoiding the 6 coordinates where there were obviously people. A Biao pretended to be profound and said, "First, enemies in the open are always easier to deal with than those in the dark. We know this man's coordinates, so we can detect any movement he makes immediately. Secondly, we advance quietly following these coordinates, while he leads the way. As long as he's safe, we probably won't encounter any formidable opponents, unless someone heads straight for our coordinates. However, the probability of this happening in this early stage of the match is extremely low." Listening to a Biao's analysis, Chen Xiaobai blinked. He didn't expect that there were actually people using their brains to play in this Hunter competition. Only, it's so complicated. How can it be as simple and quick as just hitting someone in the neck? At this time, a Biao took out a pack of compressed biscuits from his backpack and gestured to Chen Xiaobai. "Come, replenish your energy." Chen Xiaobai politely declined and took out sausages, braised eggs, duck legs, energy bars and other things from his backpack, tore them apart, and ate them with relish. Looking at Chen Xiaobai's sumptuous lunch, a Biao choked and quickly drank some water before coming over. He said in disbelief, "Brother, are you here for a vacation?" Chen Xiaobai bit the duck leg while handing 2 sausages to a Biao, sobbing, "Eat, eat. I have plenty of food." Well, Chen Xiaobai has a lot of stuff. The storage spaces of several Banshees are filled with the spoils of more than 200 contestants. Without considering the safety zone, he could survive until the end of the 60-day competition with these foods. A Biao looked at the sausage handed to him by Chen Xiaobai and swallowed his saliva. In the end, he waved his hand and did not take it. After they finished eating, they set off. What surprised Chen Xiaobai was that a Biao's leg strength was not weak at all. The two of them quickly caught up with the contestant closest to them, as shown on a Biao's bracelet. According to a Biao's plan, they kept a distance of about 1 kilometer from the man. The man moved slowly forward, and they followed quietly behind him. But a Biao didn't expect that when Chen Xiaobai went to urinate, the man's coordinates disappeared. It was not yet the hourly coordinate refresh time, and the disappearance of the coordinates could only mean one thing. That person had been killed. Hiss! A Biao gasped and immediately hid in the bushes by the roadside. Not until Chen Xiaobai came back soon did he grab Chen Xiaobai and said nervously, "Xiaobai, there are powerful enemies nearby. The coordinate we were tracking just now has been destroyed." Really? Chen Xiaobai secretly wiped the blood stains on his clothes and asked with some fear, "What should we do then?" A Biao waved to Chen Xiaobai and said solemnly, "We were so close to that person, but he was killed without making any sound. This shows that the person who did it is very powerful. Now, let's get out of here as fast as possible. Go." Chen Xiaobai nodded in panic. "Okay, let's go? Oh my god, this is too scary. I'm scared to death." Chapter 79, Let Her Go, Come to Me. The two men reached a consensus, and Chen Xiaobai and a Biao turned around and chased towards another coordinate in the forest. But halfway through the run, the coordinates were refreshed, and the target they had chosen was gone, replaced by the coordinates of 3 new hunters. A Biao suggested changing the target to follow, and Chen Xiaobai had no objection, but he went to pee again. Next, It continued until the sun set and the sky gradually darkened. In the past half day, they have changed 6 tracking targets. Only the first one disappears when the bracelet automatically refreshes, and the others disappear during non-coordinate refresh times. Biao sat on a rock, panting. He was breathing heavily and was a little doubtful about his life today. This was the first time he felt so tired in the past 2 days. What surprised Biao was that there was nothing unusual about the boy next to him, except that he urinated a little too much. Look, he went to pee again. Moreover, this kid's urine seems to be unlucky. Every time he urinates, the target he chooses to track will be killed. Also, why does this guy run so far every time he pee? Could it be that he has some hidden illness? Or a hiss? Suddenly, Biao took a breath of cold air, and he suddenly thought of a very terrifying possibility. This kid has been acting like a villain since he saw me, holding an axe. Later, he kept pestering me, but he was still so shy that he wouldn't let me see him relieve himself. Isn't this a typical scene where a girl disguises herself as a boy to protect herself? At this moment, Biao felt that he had already grasped Chen Xiaobai's most unspeakable secret. Think about Chen Xiaobai's cute and tender face. If it was a girl, plop, plop. Biao felt his heart beating faster. When Chen Xiaobai came back, he found Biao staring at him suspiciously. Chen Xiaobai blinked innocently. Could it be that he was discovered? He smiled awkwardly and said, "Brother Biao, what's wrong?" As he spoke, Chen Xiaobai looked down at his body, and there were no obvious blood stains. Biao stood up, walked around Chen Xiaobai, and asked, "Xiaobai, why did you run so far just to pee? And why did you take so long to come back?" Chen Xiaobai, who was not good at speaking, hesitated and didn't say much. Suddenly, the suspicion on Biao's face became more intense, and he even had a weird smile. "You won't tell me, right?" "Hee hee, I understand. Xiaobai, don't worry, brother will definitely take good care of you. Let's go. It's getting dark. Let's walk further and find a suitable place to spend the night." Chen Xiaobai frowned and looked at the man in front of him. Why did this man suddenly speak in a gay tone? Not long after they walked, they suddenly stopped at the same time, and their voices came out at the same time. "Xiaobai, run." "Brother Biao, I want to pee." Biao yelled, "Fuck you. Run." As he said that, Biao grabbed Chen Xiaobai and ran forward. Chen Xiaobai turned his head to look at the forest behind him, feeling the strength of Biao in his hand, and felt a little regretful. Otherwise, should he let this one go for now? However, although Chen Xiaobai thought so, the figure that appeared from the forest behind him clearly did not appreciate it. It was unknown whose coordinates appeared on the hunter's bracelet, Biao or Chen Xiaobai, but he was chasing after them both. Seeing this scene, the live broadcast platform was flooded with colorful comments. "I'm shocked. Are there so many people who don't care about their lives these days? Chase, damn it. Before, it was always number 14 who chased others. Now let him experience it too. The one chasing number 14 is number 0517. I guess this is the pinnacle of this guy's life." Watching the bronze warriors chase the king with a smile. In the secret realm, Biao and Chen Xiaobai were running in front, and the man was chasing them from behind, which lasted for several minutes. Chen Xiaobai couldn't stand it anymore. In his 2 lifetimes, when had he ever suffered such humiliation? After taking a look at the terrain ahead, Chen Xiaobai deliberately tripped over and said, "Ouch." Biao felt his hand slip, and when he turned around, he saw Chen Xiaobai lying on the ground. He saw crystal-clear tears hanging in the corners of Chen Xiaobai's eyes, and he waved to him and said, "Brother Biao, go away, don't worry about me." Biao saw at a glance that Chen Xiaobai had tripped on purpose. Suddenly, he felt as if he was struck by lightning. How could I let down a girl who risked her life to give me a chance to escape? Seeing that the hunter behind was catching up, Biao resolutely opened his arms and stood in front of Chen Xiaobai, blocking him and the pursuing hunter. "Let her go. Come at me." Chen Xiaobai. "Barrage, fuck you, I'm so touched. Well, I don't know what to say. If I were number 14, I would dedicate my life to brother Biao, regardless of his worldly opinions. The guy upstairs, I'm afraid you just like this, right? The person above you can contact me, ID, brother Emohan. The ID above, the strongest castration system. I'm brother Emohan. I'm not good at that. Thank you." The hunter chasing behind gradually walked out from the shadows of the night. He wore an iron mask on his face, an iron glove on his right hand, and a retro warrior combat uniform. He looked majestic. I never thought I could gain 2 points at once. The man's voice was extremely unpleasant, like the quacking of a drake. Chen Xiaobai labeled this person as a pretender in his mind. Biao quietly kicked Chen Xiaobai with his foot, signaling him to run away quickly. He said to the man, He is a high school student who came in for the trial. You know that high school students don't get points. You came to kill me, so let him go. Chen Xiaobai sniffed. He was actually being protected by someone. He looked up at the night sky. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Ha ha ha. My friend, you are so naive. In this hunting ground, there are not many players as naive as you. As he was speaking, the man moved. Bang. A dull sound was heard. Puff. Chen Xiaobai saw a biao flying over his head with a stream of blood spurting out of his mouth. Yes, at this time Chen Xiaobai was still lying on the ground thinking about life. Chen Xiaobai couldn't bear to look at a biao's miserable appearance. He didn't understand what qualifications a biao had to enter this hunter arena. He looked so ordinary. The pretentious guy behind him knocked a biao out with one punch. He flexed his fist without even looking at Chen Xiaobai. In his eyes, this little high school kid who tripped while running away was nothing to be afraid of. Then, the next moment, the man suddenly felt a cold light flash in his eyes, and then his feet suddenly hurt. He looked down and saw that a sharp dagger had pierced through his instep at some point, with the blade reaching all the way to the handle, nailing his foot to the ground. Chapter 80. Show your weapons and compete. A shrill scream echoed throughout the forest and then suddenly stopped. Because Ah Biao, who had just been knocked away by this man, rushed up with a stone in his hand and hit the man on the head. Bang! The stone broke, and the man's head broke too. Damn it! You think you can scare me just by yelling? Ah Biao wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and cursed, not noticing the dagger stuck in the man's foot. Next, perhaps because of excessive exertion or excessive blood loss, Ah Biao sat down against a huge rock, feeling dizzy. Chen Xiaobai took the opportunity to secretly put away the dagger. He first looked at Ah Biao, and after confirming that he would not die, he put him aside. While the life information of the person whose head was smashed by Ah Biao had not disappeared and the bracelet was still usable, he checked the 3 targets on his bracelet, then looked at the 3 targets on Ah Biao's bracelet, and finally looked at the 3 targets on his own bracelet. Because of the deliberate manipulation by the technical staff of the program crew, Chen Xiaobai found that it was no longer realistic for him to meet people as easily as he did in the previous 2 days, so he could only rely on this method. I have work to do again, happy. After confirming 9 targets at once, Chen Xiaobai jumped and disappeared into the forest under the night sky. He went out 9 times and returned 13 times, heading for 9 targets, but he still met some unlucky passers-by on the way. Chen Xiaobai's first wave of neck-wiping operations was completed in excess. Then, through these 13 groups, Chen Xiaobai once again expanded his target range and started the second round of severing necks, followed by the third round. There are more goals in one round than another. That night, Chen Xiaobai was happily wiping people's necks, Ah Biao was sleeping, and the stupid planners in the program team had almost lost all their hair. Seeing the points behind the number 0014 rising all the way, the dog planners came up with all kinds of tricks. First, they displayed Chen Xiaobai's coordinates on the wristbands of several powerful contestants among this year's contestants. But these people are often very shady and will never take the initiative to provoke enemies in the early stage. Of course, there are also those who kill anyone they meet. But when they see Chen Xiaobai's location shown on the coordinates, these people can't wait to rush to the program team and kill the stupid planners. So this plan didn't work. Originally, due to the instruction of the program director, the coordinates of other people obtained by the hunters near Chen Xiaobai were already far away, and then the dog planners set the distance even farther. However, this plan would not take effect until after dawn. Except for Chen Xiaobai, most people would sleep carefully to ensure their physical strength after dark. This meant that those stupid planners could only watch Chen Xiaobai happily slicing people's necks along the way. In the blink of an eye, another night passed. Although this night's results were not as impressive as the previous night, they were still better than the first night. After wiping off the neck of the 100th target, Chen Xiaobai let out a long breath and said leisurely, "Perfect job." Next, Chen Xiaobai went back to find his brother A Biao very happily. To be honest, brother A Biao made an indispensable contribution to the great harvest tonight. Returning to the stone where A Biao was sleeping, Chen Xiaobai checked A Biao's physical condition again, and coincidentally, A Biao woke up at this time. When he opened his eyes, he saw Chen Xiaobai staring at him with a look of concern. A Biao's dry heart suddenly seemed to be moistened by the spring breeze and dew. Looking at the trace of fatigue in the corner of Chen Xiaobai's eyes, A Biao instantly understood. "Xiaobai, you didn't sleep all night?" Chen Xiaobai didn't expect that the first question A Biao asked when he woke up was this. He nodded subconsciously and said, "Yeah, I didn't sleep all night. How did you know?" In an instant, A Biao's eyes became moist. Then, the relationship between the two suddenly became much more subtle. Biao's body gradually recovered. After seeing the sun coming out, Chen Xiaobai found a flat place and began to sleep. She hid quietly in the grass beside him to keep him awake. In the forest on one side, Xiaoju, Leng Yue, and the fox that failed to successfully give birth to a demon spirit were all there. At around 4 or 5 in the afternoon, Chen Xiaobai woke up. I stretched myself and felt the mountain breeze. It was such a pleasant day. Suddenly, he smelled the aroma of meat. Chen Xiaobai turned around and saw a Biao grilling meat. Seeing Chen Xiaobai wake up, a Biao immediately said, "Xiaobai, come and eat quickly. We will leave immediately after eating. I don't know how many people nearby are staring at us if we light a fire." Having not had a hot meal for 3 days, Chen Xiaobai simply washed himself with mineral water and came forward. Several demon spirits helped him pack the backpacks of hundreds of people, so the water used for washing could not be considered a waste at all. But this scene was seen by a Biao. It's a girl after all. What decent man would waste water like this in such a situation? While thinking in his mind, a Biao kept turning over the 2 hairs on the rack. The hairs had been roasted until golden brown and juicy, and sprinkled with chili peppers, cumin, and other seasonings. "Let me taste it first to see if it's done." As he spoke, a Biao took out a dagger that looked extremely sharp and cut a few slices of meat from each of the 2 roasted rabbits in front of Chen Xiaobai. He then gestured to Chen Xiaobai, "It's ready to eat. Take your pick." Chen Xiaobai and a Biao nodded in thanks. "Thank you, brother A Biao." He knew that a Biao's action just now was to tell him that the 2 roasted rabbits were not poisoned. In this hunting ground, it is necessary to be on guard against others, just like when the 2 people first met each other and did not eat the food given by each other. A Biao waved his hand and said proudly, "Thank you for nothing. Eat quickly." Chen Xiaobai smiled, picked up a roasted rabbit, and put it to his nose to smell it. "It smells so good." After eating the roasted rabbit, the 2 men put out the campfire and continued walking in the mountains under the cover of night. Thanks to the concerted efforts of the program team's dog planners, there were indeed not many hunters appearing near Chen Xiaobai and a Biao. However, they still encountered some on the road, so Chen Xiaobai once again became the girl with frequent urination in a Biao's eyes. When Chen Xiaobai came back from his 4th peeing session, a Biao couldn't help himself and asked, "Xiaobai, how long are you going to keep this secret from me?" Chen Xiaobai, what? A Biao looked at Chen Xiaobai very seriously and said, "You think you've concealed it well, but in fact I've already discovered it." Chen Xiaobai was stunned. Well, it seems that his acting skills are really not good and he has been seen through again. Helpless, Chen Xiaobai nodded and said, "Okay, since you have seen through me, I don't need to pretend anymore." A Biao had a smug smile on his face. "I know there's something wrong with you when I see you running so far to pee." Chen Xiaobai said lazily, "There's nothing I can do. I'm afraid you'll feel inferior. After all, I'm so strong." In an instant, a Biao was like a cat with its fur standing on end. "Who are you calling inferior? Let me tell you, I'm very strong." Chen Xiaobai blurted out innocently, "How about showing off your weapons and having a competition?" In an instant, a Biao was shocked. Are little girls nowadays so open-minded? Is this the competition? A Biao immediately took the lead. "Come." Next, just as Chen Xiaobai was about to reach for the dagger on his lower back, a Biao opposite him took off his pants. Well, although a Biao took off his pants a little slower than Chen Xiaobai touched the dagger, it was still as smooth as flowing water. At this moment, Chen Xiaobai was a little confused in the night wind. He felt that a Biao might have misunderstood something. But the next second Chen Xiaobai figured it out. What the hell? Is it better to show your feelings than this? Who am I afraid of? Compare. Therefore, the footage here is blurred. 1 second passed, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, 10 seconds. Half a minute passed. Looking at Chen Xiaobai's smug, complacent look, twisting waist and showing off his arrogance, a Biao was first struck by lightning, and then completely became autistic. "I thought I had met true love, but I didn't expect that the person would take out something twice as big as mine. Destroy it, quickly, I'm tired." Chapter 81. It's okay as long as it works, size doesn't matter. In the secret realm, the city ruins under the night sky. The skyscrapers that once towered into the sky are now reduced to simple steel frames. The large-scale collapsed buildings and large pieces of broken concrete and stones make the entire city look desolate in the night. In the corners of the ruins of this past civilization, human figures flashed by from time to time, and occasionally 1 or 2 miserable roars would be heard. In an abandoned residential building, a disheveled man was hiding in a corner and shivering. Soon, the man heard the sound of leather boots stepping on the ground. The person who came seemed to be making this noise on purpose. Hearing the sound, the man hiding in the corner trembled even more violently. "Duh, duh, duh. The footsteps became louder and clearer. Finally, a blond boy who looked very thin but had a very healthy complexion appeared. Behind the blond boy was a tall soldier. Although the soldier was strong, he made no sound while walking. Instead, the skinny-looking blond boy stomped his leather boots hard, making a crackling sound. The boy had a smile that was both excited and fearful on his face. He gripped the rifle tightly in his hand and found the man hiding in the corner. Looking at the man trembling all over and curled up in the corner, the blond boy's eyes showed a trace of contempt. Bang! He shot the wall next to the man. Suddenly, the already terrified man became even more frightened. He put his hands on his head and huddled up as hard as he could. Please, don't kill me. Please. Seeing this much older man begging for mercy, the blond boy showed no mercy. Instead, he became even more excited. No matter how advanced the simulation game is, it can't be as exciting as this. Bang! The boy fired another shot at the floor in front of the man. This time, the man's whole body shook violently. The boy seemed to be addicted. The soldier behind him stepped forward and said, "Tony, kill your prey as soon as possible, otherwise something bad will happen." The boy named Tony turned to the soldier and shouted angrily, "I warned you not to use Oriental words when talking to me. Also, I don't need you to teach me how to deal with my prey." Then the boy tightened his grip on the rifle and walked up to the man step by step. "Hey, man, stand up like a man. Look at what you look like now." "Really? Our Harry is even more energetic than you. Do you know who Harry is? He's a derby sheepdog." Ha ha ha. The boy seemed to enjoy the pleasure of torturing his prey. He kept mocking the man in front of him and occasionally fired a shot at the man. Suddenly, the man who had been shaking ceased to move. The boy did not notice this detail, but the soldier next to him did. "Tony, back off." The soldier immediately reminded the boy to be careful. Although the boy was arrogant, he was not stupid. He heard the seriousness in the soldier's voice and immediately stepped back to stand behind the soldier's broad figure. The soldier said to the man, "Hey, I'll count to 3. Please stand up. If you don't, I will shoot you. 1, 2. Bang. Instead of counting to 3, the soldier shot the man in the abdomen. "How dare you shoot my prey without permission?" The boy hiding behind the soldier was unhappy, and he yelled at the soldier angrily. The soldier ignored the unreasonable boy beside him. He found that the man in front of him was very abnormal. "I clearly shot him, but the man didn't react at all, as if the shot had hit someone else." The soldier immediately said, "Tony, let's retreat now and meet up with the others. You go first now." "No." The boy flatly refused. "This is my prey. I'm going to finish him off myself." The boy walked forward with a rifle and fired a burst of shots at the man lying motionless on the ground. However, the boy only hit the man with the first shot, and the bullets almost flew into the sky because he couldn't control the recoil of the subsequent shots. "Oh my God!" The boy exclaimed in amazement as he looked at the bullet hole he had left on the man's body. Of course, he was not exclaiming at the power of firearms. He saw that the blood flowing from the man's body had turned dark green. "Tony, come back." The soldier also noticed this scene. He pulled the boy up and walked out. There were several special forces soldiers outside the ruins. After everyone gathered, the soldier who brought the boy out ordered everyone, "Group 1, follow me in. There's something strange about that person inside." Before the soldier could finish his words, he saw his companions in front of him looking behind them in astonishment. He turned around and found that the man who had been shivering in the corner had come out, but now this man could no longer be called a human being. His entire body was covered in hard leather like that of some reptile, and his eyes were dark yellow, no longer bearing any trace of human pupil color. Roar! A shrill beast roar was heard, followed by a burst of fierce gunfire. The central underground military base of the Star Federation, the Combat Command Center. Report. A test subject has awakened. Participant number 3166. The Hunter program signal source near the experimental subject has been cut off. All video transmissions near the experimental subject have been taken over. Keep monitoring. I'll go notify the general. Soon, the half-white-haired army general strode over and said from a distance, "Report the experimental subject's information." This experimental subject is a non-warrior with an average physique. He was injected with the crocodile dragon gene, an artificial sea of chi, and the god's chosen gene. Preliminary assessment, awakened due to severe emotional fluctuations. How's your combat effectiveness? This experimental subject is still in its initial stages of awakening and has already wiped out a squad of Hake Group mercenaries armed with firearms. Among the casualties were direct descendants of the Hake family. The general's face showed no abnormality. They are not from the top 10 Zhongyang groups, nor are they from the 3 major families. Don't pay any attention to them. Yes, We also detected that the experimental subject was injured, but his vital energy is stabilizing. This must be the effect of the chosen one's genes. General, it seems the other test subject is also showing signs of awakening. Chen Xiaobai, who had lived 2 lives and slashed countless people's throats, showed an extremely rare look of guilt on his face at this moment. He didn't expect that he would bring such a huge psychological shadow to others. Look, a Biao, who originally had a passionate look on his face, was suddenly struck by lightning. He stood there in a daze, unable to speak for a long time, with a look of despair. The conscience in his heart made Chen Xiaobai, who had just won a great victory in the competition, feel a strong sense of self-blame. How can you bully the small and the weak like this? Chen Xiaobai quickly put away his hideous giant thing that could destroy the self-esteem of his same sex and torture the body and soul of the opposite sex. He showed a shy and reserved sunny smile on his face and said, "Hey, brother A Biao, don't take it to heart. As long as this thing exists and can be used, the size is not important, it doesn't matter." The corners of a Biao's mouth twitched, and he still looked dazed. Chen Xiaobai frowned slightly. When had he, Chen Xiaobai, ever owed anyone anything in his life? Whether in the previous life or this life, what Chen Xiaobai least wants to see is others suffering because of him. So he wiped the necks of those who had suffered because of him. Why does Chen Xiaobai prefer to cut the neck rather than stab the heart? Because stabbing the heart will make people feel painful, although cutting the neck will also hurt. But compared to stabbing the heart, as long as Chen Xiaobai is quick enough, the pain of cutting the neck will be much lighter and last much shorter. Often, people whose necks are cut will only feel a slight chill of pain when they are about to lose consciousness. It is precisely because of this that Chen Xiaobai always thinks that he is a good person. At this moment, Chen Xiaobai's gaze involuntarily fell on a Biao's neck. "Brother A Biao, if you feel pain, how about I help you?" Hearing Chen Xiaobai's words, a Biao, who had been in a daze for a long time, suddenly twitched his face. Then he glanced at Chen Xiaobai's crotch, and a look of disgust appeared on his face. He hurriedly put on his pants and said in a lost voice, "No need." All right. The competition between Chen Xiaobai and a Biao was broadcast live in all directions and without blind spots by the flying camera behind them. At this time, on the online live broadcast platform, members were posting ellipsis marks in the form of, while non-members had a screen full of question marks mixed with ellipsis marks. Although the image that non-members see is that of cavalry, commonly known as a rima, the size of the mosaic area of the 2 people on the image is still large enough to give people a glimpse of the clues. Amidst the screen full of ellipsis and question marks, a few talented commentators emerged. "Brothers, stop scrolling. At least you're still separated by a screen. Think about the buddy facing number 14. A lifetime of shadows. This is the most direct humiliation for a man. May this brother live in peace for the rest of his life. No way. This is so big. This is a shadow. This is it. The one above. I feel like I'd be doing a disservice to your talent if I didn't reveal your ID. I'm secretly in love with Ian. The sound is really good." Chapter 82 Broken Things. Thanks to the unremitting efforts of a group of dogs and the program crew, Chen Xiaobai finally had nothing to do on the 4th night in the secret realm. It's not that there isn't any, but the scattered ones are completely uninteresting to Chen Xiaobai. Chen Xiaobai plans to take a short rest tonight and start working in another area tomorrow. Late at night, a Biao was lying on the side sleeping, and Chen Xiaobai found that the blue signal light in his camera turned red. According to the competition rules, a red signal means that you will not be broadcast live by the program team for at least the next hour, and even the director team will not view the footage captured by the red signal camera. During this period, hunters have the opportunity to do things they want to do but don't want others to know. According to the original production team, this was to fully respect the privacy of every hunter contestant and give each contestant some private time. At this time, Chen Xiaobai was using this private time to sit in front of the campfire, gently stroking the Han sword he bought. With the spiritual energy 7 times richer, Chen Xiaobai could feel a faint spiritual aura flowing in the sword. This Han sword is of S-level quality. If it is placed in this secret realm, which is 7 times the size of Blue Star, it is estimated that it will not take many years for the Han sword to produce its own spirit. This is a weapon spirit from the holy martial realm. Even a carrier with S-level qualifications still cannot be born perfectly, and the realm must be lowered. Chen Xiaobai silently made up his mind that he would never give birth to this Han sword unless the qualification of this sword was upgraded to S+. Meow. Just as Chen Xiaobai was carefully observing the sword in his hand, a cheerful chirping sound came from the grass. Chen Xiaobai turned his head and saw Xiaoju lying lazily in the grass, his two cat eyes slightly narrowed, looking very comfortable. Ding! Alert the host. The fiery claw 9-life cat demon has broken through to the 4-star heavenly martial realm. It turned out to be a breakthrough. Xiaoju has been at the 3-star Tianwu realm since birth. Unexpectedly, he broke through a small realm on the 4th day of entering the secret realm. Chen Xiaobai put the Han sword aside, and Ash, who was hiding in the bushes nearby, quietly put it away. As soon as he thought about it, Xiaoju jumped into his arms. After finishing playing with the sword, Chen Xiaobai started playing with the cat again. Soon, Chen Xiaobai stopped moving his hands, and Xiaoju ran away swiftly, disappearing into the grass on the side. A Biao, who had been snoring evenly just now, stopped snoring. A Biao was lying opposite the campfire with his back to Chen Xiaobai. Chen Xiaobai could tell from his breathing that he had woken up. Chen Xiaobai picked up a few branches and threw them into the fire, pretending nothing had happened. Crackling. The branches that had just been thrown into the fire crackled, and the night wind made the flames dance. Chen Xiaobai heard a Biao's voice. Xiaobai, did you hear the sound of something breaking? Suddenly, a chill appeared in Chen Xiaobai's eyes. He sat there without moving, but Ashi behind him had quietly swam over. Beside the campfire, there were gusts of cold wind blowing, and ghosts were looming. In the grass, Xiaoju's cat claws stretched out sharp blades. Leng Yue, who had been hiding well, opened her mouth to reveal a few dog teeth that looked a little cute, but as long as she needed, these dog teeth could turn into sharp wolf teeth at any time. A Biao's sentence just now was very short, but for Chen Xiaobai, even if it was only one word, he could hear the change in the speaker's voice. Chen Xiaobai's signature smile appeared on his face, and his fingers began to flick gently and rhythmically. Is something broken? I didn't hear anything. Of course you can't hear. Because it's my heart that's broken. A Biao turned around, and Chen Xiaobai saw that his entire face had become extremely dark, with a layer of light hair growing on it. The square face with somewhat simple features before now had a pointed chin and monkey cheeks. What made people feel the coldest was a Biao's eyes. A Biao is a white man. Originally, his eyes were the same light blue as the sky, but now they are filled with a creepy scarlet. And from this blood-red color, Chen Xiaobai seemed to see endless sorrow. Chen Xiaobai sighed slightly. He didn't know what a Biao was sad about, nor did he know why a Biao had such a change. He was not interested. He stood up and took a step back. After thinking for a while, Chen Xiaobai took another step back. These 2 steps were the chance for a Biao to survive. As long as a Biao doesn't cross these 2 steps, everything will be fine. Xiaobai, I'm so sad. However, what surprised Chen Xiaobai was that although a Biao's body had undergone such obvious changes, he was still standing there, with no intention of moving at all. I feel like all the blood in my body is burning. I'm so thirsty. Gradually, the changes on a Biao's face spread to his entire body. His body, arms, and arms quickly shriveled and turned black, like the burnt branches in the fire in front of Chen Xiaobai. Suddenly, a shrill roar burst out from a Biao's mouth. I'm so thirsty, so thirsty. I want a drink. At this time, Chen Xiaobai turned his head and glanced at the jungle on the side. He sensed someone coming over there. Swish! Suddenly, Chen Xiaobai felt a gust of wind blowing in front of him, and a Biao's skinny, dark figure pounced out in an instant. Chen Xiaobai's eyes flickered slightly. He had just noticed the movement over there, but A Biao also sensed it instantly. A Biao's figure rushed into the jungle over there like a whirlwind in the dark night, and at the same time, he roared incomparably. I want to drink blood. Da-da-da-da-da. After a while, a burst of fierce gunfire was heard in the jungle, followed by a scream that sounded very unfamiliar to Chen Xiaobai. Chen Xiaobai didn't even look over there. He sat back in his original seat and added a few dry branches to the fire in front of him. A few minutes later, a Biao came slowly and staggeringly from the jungle. His limbs, which were originally like burnt branches, had returned to the appearance of normal human limbs. Although his face was still sharp and thin, at least he still looked like a human, unlike before, who looked neither human nor ghost. There were several bloody holes on a Biao's body, probably from gunshot wounds, but no blood was flowing out. When he came back, he was holding a few branches in his arms. He put them on the campfire and lay back in his seat. After a while, he started snoring. At daybreak, a Biao woke up, and the cameras of both him and Chen Xiaobai were still in red signal status. After waking up, a Biao stared at his hands in horror and kept looking at his face in a mirror. Chen Xiaobai, who was sitting opposite him, put out the bonfire, washed up and started eating breakfast as if nothing had happened last night. After looking in the mirror, a Biao sat on the ground in a daze, looking even more dejected than when he lost the competition with Chen Xiaobai yesterday. Soon, Chen Xiaobai, who had finished breakfast, stood in front of Biao. He said calmly, "Brother Biao, thank you for taking care of me these past 2 days. Now, let's go our separate ways. I wish you good luck." Biao sat on the ground without saying a word. After a while, Biao, who was in a trance, thought that Chen Xiaobai had left. He suddenly opened his mouth and shouted, but when he raised his head, he saw that Chen Xiaobai was still standing in front of him. This oriental teenager was holding a dagger and looking at him with a smile. "Brother Biao, you're welcome. If you need any help, just let me know. We're all friends after all, so this is nothing to worry about." Biao smiled and asked, "Did you guess what I was thinking?" Chen Xiaobai nodded. "After spending the past 2 days with you, I've gotten to know you better. Not just you. If I were you, I would make the same choice. But before that, I'd first take revenge and settle grievances." Biao hesitated a little. How I looked last night?" he asked with hesitation, but Chen Xiaobai answered simply, "It looks like a malnourished humanoid bat. I have never seen such an ugly animal in my life." Biao's face showed a hint of despair. He buried his head deeply in his arms and choked out a sob. "Ever since the Chuanqing military took me from prison for genetic modification experiments, the moment I lay on the operating table under anesthesia, I knew that my life was doomed to fail." Chen Xiaobai hesitated and said, "In fact, even if you were not arrested by the military, your life would not necessarily be bright." "Biao." Chen Xiaobai sniffed and changed the subject. "Have you ever thought about retaliating against those who have committed violence against you?" Biao burst into tears and said, "My mother is a religious person. She taught me to be a good person and not to hurt others." "Can good people go to jail?" Chen Xiaobai almost blurted it out, but the next moment he seemed to have thought of something, lowered his head, and said awkwardly, "Well, good people can indeed go to jail, and they may go to jail many times." Chapter 83, Special Spirit. Dracula's Spear. Biao didn't pay attention to what Chen Xiaobai said. When he noticed the changes in his body, he fell into extreme sadness again. Black lines began to appear on his face bit by bit, and scarlet spots appeared in his eyes. This time Chen Xiaobai did not avoid it. He walked up and sat next to Biao, putting his hand on Biao's shoulder. "Brother Biao, we know each other. I can help you deliver a suicide note for free. If you have any other needs, I'm sorry, but I will charge a fee." The rational look in Biao's pupils gradually disappeared, and his voice gradually became low and hoarse. "The suicide note has been written long ago. It's in my backpack." Chen Xiaobai nodded. "Anything else to say?" "I was framed and sent to prison. I'm afraid of pain." Chen Xiaobai hugged Biao tighter and said, "Brother Biao, I will help you deliver the suicide note to your family. As for the person who framed you, if your family offers a suitable price, I will also help you deal with it. Since we're companions, I'll give you a discount. Also, don't worry, I'm very gentle and won't hurt you." The changes on Biao's face began to spread throughout his body, and the last trace of rationality in his eyes gradually disappeared. He said, thank you, with difficulty, then handed the dagger he carried with him to Chen Xiaobai. "For you. This dagger is pitch black and is 40 centimeters long, twice the length of an ordinary dagger. Perhaps it would be more appropriate to call it a dagger." Biao had used this dagger to cut rabbit meat for Chen Xiaobai before. Chen Xiaobai took the dagger and said with a smile, "You're welcome." After saying that, the two of them were silent for a while. When Biao's eyes were completely occupied by the strange red light, Chen Xiaobai's fingers gently stroked his throat. A bright red wound appeared, but the blood spurting out of it was thick, dark green. As the dark green blood gushed out, Biao's mutating body stopped changing, but it was impossible to completely change back to his original appearance. Chen Xiaobai sat next to Biao's body, packed his bag, and found the suicide notes he had written long ago. There were 2 suicide notes in total, one for his lawyer and the other for his mother. After collecting the 2 suicide notes and Biao's belongings, Chen Xiaobai walked aside with the camera. Outside the camera's shooting range, Xiaoju transformed and collected Biao's belongings, and then found an engineer's shovel from the spoils that Chen Xiaobai had seized in the past few days. Chen Xiaobai, a professional killer in 2 lifetimes who always killed but did not bury the dead, buried someone for the first time this time. In the end, he used Biao's dagger to carve a simple tombstone for him. Looking at the grave mound in front of him and the cursive tombstone he had carved, Chen Xiaobai was once again moved by himself. Damn it, I'm still too kind. Before leaving, Chen Xiaobai stroked Biao's black dagger and said to his grave, "If possible, I will use this dagger of yours to bring the head of your enemy to see you." After saying this, he was afraid that Biao lying inside would misunderstand, so he quickly added, "It's only possible, not certain." If I didn't do it, it must be because your family's offer was unreasonable. You should find someone else to talk to, but don't find me. After all, I am a principled person. I only kill one person once. Finally, he took a look at the tombstone, bowed slightly to the deceased, put away the dagger, and strode away. However, just as his hand left the dagger, a system notification sounded in his mind. Ding. Detected a birth carrier compatible with the special spirit weapon, Spear of Dracula. The carrier's qualifications are unclassified, and the birth success rate is 100%. Do you want to be born? Spear of Dracula, an ancient sacred weapon of the blood spirit clan, capable of nourishing itself by sucking the blood of living creatures. Skills: blood nourishment, Dracula contract, blood servant, blood sacrifice creature. Realm: no realm. Reminder to the host. Because of the blood-nourishing characteristics of the Spear of Dracula skill, Spear of Dracula does not have any realm. The more abundant the nourishing blood, the stronger the power of Spear of Dracula will be. Reminder to the host. All skills of Spear of Dracula need to be used in conjunction with the birth carrier. Suddenly hearing the system's prompt, Chen Xiaobai stared at the black dagger in his hand. He realized that if he looked closely, the dagger really looked like the head of a spear. Chen Xiaobai knew that this dagger had been in his hand for quite some time, and it was only now that the system determined it to be the carrier of birth. This must have been because his Kato Eagle's golden hands had played a role during this period. Turning his head and looking at a Biao's grave, Chen Xiaobai sighed. This time he turned around and bowed solemnly. Birth. A golden light shone on the black dagger in Chen Xiaobai's hand and took a long time to dissipate. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully giving birth to the Spear of Dracula. At this moment, Chen Xiaobai felt completely different when holding the black dagger again. The Spear of Dracula has 4 skills, among which the Dracula contract refers to the master-servant contract signed between Chen Xiaobai himself as the owner of the Spear of Dracula and the Spear of Dracula. The nourishing effect of the blood of the Spear of Dracula will simultaneously have a nourishing effect on Chen Xiaobai's body. Blood nourishment can absorb the blood of creatures to nourish Spear of Dracula and form blood spirit power. It can not only strengthen the body in daily life, but also when Chen Xiaobai is injured, he can use this skill to recover from physical injuries. When the blood spirit power is weak, it can only recover from minor injuries. Sufficient blood spirit power can regenerate broken limbs and even reshape the body. Blood spirit servants mean that Chen Xiaobai can use the Spear of Dracula to control other people with the power of blood spirit to become his own servants. As for the last blood sacrifice creatures, it is a formation that can sacrifice all lives in the formation area to strengthen Chen Xiaobai's own blood spirit power. However, if one wants to use this blood sacrifice creature, one must first have a huge amount of blood spiritual power as the basis for setting up the formation. The stronger the blood spiritual power one possesses, the more powerful the blood sacrificed creature formation will be. Because he is a spirit weapon, Chen Xiaobai can master all the skills. After learning about several skills of the Spear of Dracula, Chen Xiaobai sighed silently in his heart. Damn, this debt of favor is too big. Chen Xiaobai knew that the stupid planners of the program team were targeting him, so he did not stay in the forest, but went straight to the dilapidated road outside the forest. Want to stop me from hunting? Humph. Since there is no one around here, I can just move to another area. As for the dog planners using coordinates to lure other hunters away from them, it will take another 2 or 3 days for the effect to appear. These 2 or 3 days are enough for Chen Xiaobai to do something big. Chen Xiaobai used his flying skills to fly quickly, and his figure passed through the mountains and forest quickly. That night he arrived at the foot of the mountain. If it weren't for taking care of the fox that failed to give birth, Chen Xiaobai could have come down the mountain earlier. Along the way, there were inevitably a few unlucky souls who became the dead souls under Chen Xiaobai's hands. Under the dual skills of Ghost Shadow and Dracula's Spear, one absorbing the spiritual energy of the dead to strengthen the Qi, and the other absorbing the flesh and blood of the dead to strengthen the body, Chen Xiaobai, who came down the mountain this time, was actually stronger in both body and Qi than before he went down the mountain. Looking at the dilapidated road in front of him and the hills and plains on both sides of the road, Chen Xiaobai looked up, and the little green bird in the sky immediately let out a sharp cry. The next second, Chen Xiaobai disappeared into the hills on the east side of the road. Chapter 84 Extreme Killing. Challenge the audience's psychological endurance limit. Just as Chen Xiaobai was leaping through the hills, the red signal light of the camera flying behind him turned back to green. The live broadcast screen resumed, and at this moment Chen Xiaobai encountered the first prey he caught tonight. A warrior had just ambushed a team of special forces soldiers who were cleaning up the battlefield. Chen Xiaobai suddenly rushed out from the shadow behind him. The warrior reacted quickly. He turned around and waved his hand. Dozens of ice cones suddenly formed and stabbed towards Chen Xiaobai. Chen Xiaobai waved his hand while running, and his fiery claws appeared. A curtain of flames emerged and melted the ice cones in front of him. The warrior heaved a sigh of relief upon seeing this scene. Since the opponent was a supernatural warrior, he wouldn't necessarily be at a disadvantage in close combat. But the next moment he saw a black light rapidly expanding in his sight. Puff! The sound of a sharp blade piercing flesh was heard, and the black dagger in Chen Xiaobai's hand instantly pierced the warrior's throat. However, the strange thing is that there is not a trace of blood on the black dagger from front to back. The warrior's body shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye, and finally became a mummy that was blown away by the night wind. When this killing scene appeared on various live broadcast platforms on Blue Star, the barrage of comments once again flooded the screen. Oh my god, what happened to number 14 in this day? He seems to have become stronger again. It seems that number 14 has acquired a very powerful weapon. As soon as I came in, I saw Chong Wei beating Lai Fu. Yeah, it's still number 14, and it still has the same flavor. While endless barrages of comments were filling the screen, various gifs also flew by quickly. Wang Xiaoxiao and Pencil Sister reported one after another in a loop. Even though he was a professional anchor with clear and powerful speech, Wang Xiaoxiao only regretted that he was not born with a mouth. Next, from the moment Chen Xiaobai's live broadcast was restored until the dawn of the next day in the secret realm, the Blue Star audience spent another hour and a half that was extremely uncomfortable but very desirable and enjoyable. At dawn, Chen Xiaobai stood on a hillside and looked around. His efficiency this night was much higher than the previous few nights. Because of the nourishing effect of blood, he no longer knew what hunger and fatigue were. The two bug skills of ghostly psychic devouring and Dracula's spear blood nourishment made Chen Xiaobai seem like a perpetual motion machine. That night, Chen Xiaobai killed 198 people in this wilderness. Just when all the audience thought that Chen Xiaobai was going to work from sunrise to sunset like before, Chen Xiaobai didn't even eat and rushed forward again with his incredible speed. At this time, only 5 days had passed since Chen Xiaobai entered the secret realm. Although the program team's dog planners used various means to disperse other hunters around Chen Xiaobai, they could not stop Chen Xiaobai from sniping people's necks with amazing efficiency. During the day of the 6th day, Chen Xiaobai even staged a spectacular scene for all the audience where he surrounded and killed 100 people alone. On this day, Chen Xiaobai did not just go up and slash the target's neck after receiving Xiaoqing's report as he did before. This boy, who was dubbed the Grim Reaper by the audience just 5 days into the competition, played a strategic game. Chen Xiaobai stood in the wilderness between the mountains and the ruins of the city and drew a circle on the map. Then, relying on his powerful body skills and Xiaoqing, who was like a satellite in the sky, he only killed the hunters who escaped from this circle. If he encountered a single hunter, he would kill them directly. If he encountered more than 2 people, Chen Xiaobai would only kill one of them and let the others go. But those who were let go by Chen Xiaobai could only move in the direction pointed by the black dagger in his hand. In addition, Chen Xiaobai used bloodstained stones to arrange arrow symbols at the edge of the area he designated. Anyone who escaped in the opposite direction of the arrow would have their body thrown back near the arrow within half an hour. The only group that managed to escape from the area was a group of Los Angeles high school students. Chen Xiaobai watched from afar as the group of high school students left under the panic protection of the security guard. He just wiped the black dagger on his hand lightly and did not take any action. First, in this hunter competition, only these high school students are innocent and do not deserve to die. They are forced to participate in this competition because of their own involvement. Except for these high school students, everyone else either signed up voluntarily or was captured from prison. Excluding a few unlucky ones like a Biao, these people deserve to die in Chen Xiaobai's eyes. There is a second reason why Chen Xiaobai did not touch those high school students. According to the rules of the game, these high school students are not worth any points. As a self-proclaimed good person, Chen Xiaobai always abides by the rules of the game. Gradually, the hunters trapped in this circle by Chen Xiaobai discovered that as long as they moved to the center of this area, their lives would be safe. So, no one expected that just on the 6th day of the competition, a safe zone artificially created by Chen Xiaobai suddenly took shape in this wilderness. However, is the so-called safe zone really safe? The 7th and 8th days passed. In the wilderness area designated by Chen Xiaobai, only people entered but no one left. The people trapped in the wilderness also stopped fighting each other, which was very rare. They all knew that their lives were threatened by an oriental boy holding a black dagger. On the 9th day, a large group of people came to the wilderness, more than 100 of them. However, less than 2 hours after entering the wilderness designated by Chen Xiaobai, all of them died. Chen Xiaobai arranged their bodies into a large arrow to replace the blood-stained stones that they had previously thrown around like toys. On this day, Chen Xiaobai broke through again, and he surpassed his level again. He has now reached the 5-star human martial arts realm. At this time, Chen Xiaobai's points also exceeded 2,000 points. Counting by the number of heads, in the process of dealing with more than 100 people today, he has completed his 700th kill. In other words, more than 1/10 of the contestants in this competition were eliminated by him alone. On the 10th day, in the central area of the wilderness, the number of hunter contestants trapped by Chen Xiaobai had exceeded 300. Most of these people are prisoners. This is unavoidable because of the composition of the competition crowd, which already has a large number of prisoners. Among the others were warriors, special forces soldiers, and criminal warriors. They all entered this secret realm with a greedy heart full of desire. They all had confidence that they would be the ones to get out of this hunter competition alive and stand out. The most terrifying thing about being a human being is not the ignorance of standing still, but the arrogance of being lost. Weakness and ignorance are not obstacles to survival, but arrogance is. The three-body problem. On the evening of the 10th day, Chen Xiaobai appeared in front of these people. He held a black dagger in his hand, a lazy orange cat lay on his shoulder, and there was a hint of red in his eyes. It was not the strange red light emitted from the eyes of those military experimental subjects, but the blood-spirit energy filled with blood spirituality. Along with Chen Xiaobai appeared the blood-red fog that enveloped the entire wilderness. Blood sacrifice to living beings. Suddenly, all communication and video signals in this wilderness were cut off. The hunters trapped in the wilderness only felt that the blood in their bodies was boiling and burning, as if it was about to evaporate from their bodies. Several warriors of a slightly higher realm roared and rushed towards Chen Xiaobai, but what greeted them was the dagger in Chen Xiaobai's hand that was as black as ink, but with a hint of strange scarlet. Just like the corpses that everyone had seen in the wilderness in the past few days, the bodies of these warriors shriveled up quickly and eventually turned into mummies. When the blood mist in the wasteland rose completely, more than half of the audience who were watching this scene through the cameras outside the wasteland turned off their video screens. They already imagined what would happen next. Even with the revival of spiritual energy and the rise of martial arts, people's psychological endurance during this period was still limited. And Chen Xiaobai is challenging their limits. Chapter 85. Unparalleled Achievement. 1,000 kills, 306 kills in a row. Roar. Suddenly, a ferocious roar rose from the blood mist in the wasteland. All the audience stared at the upper right corner of the screen in a daze, unable to speak. That was the number of contestants. Just in that second, the original number of 6,273 instantly decreased by more than 300. At this moment, the program crew service was slightly stuck, not because of the instant loss of 300 people, but because of the instant kill and continuous kill calculations of more than 300 people at the same time. In the live commentary room, the three people responsible for the commentary at this time were Tianbao, Mir, and Guanyi. Chen Xiaobai's string of performances had already made Guanyi, who called himself 14th Blow, extremely excited. With his eyes reddening, he shouted at the top of his lungs, "Oh my God! Congratulations to contestant number 14 for completing the incredible achievement of 306 consecutive kills. This is a new record for the elite hunter competition in the Star Federation and all federations around the world. Just 9 days have passed. He broke the record of 92 consecutive kills he set 9 days ago. At the same time, contestant number 14 also achieved his feat of killing 1,000 people. In the history of the Hunter League, he's the first person to do so." Tianbao and Mir looked at each other. Neither of them tried to react to Guanyi's excitement. Mir let out a long sigh, adjusted his glasses, and said, "We've always said that magicians and formation masters are very weak in hunter competitions. Today, Tianbao, I got slapped in the face by number 14 today." Guanyi said excitedly, No, you two haven't been slapped in the face. Number 14 is not a magician or a formation master. He's a comprehensive player who can stab people in the face and neck at close range, and can also set up formations and kill people in groups from a distance. Please don't label him. Thank you." Tianbao smiled bitterly and said, "Guanyi, don't get excited. Calm down. You are the commentator." Guanyi waved his hand and said, I'm not excited. Come on, the two of you. The reward from the god of wealth has arrived. Thank you, Black Rose, for giving number 14 5 spaceships. In the secret realm, in the wasteland, the blood mist rising into the sky began to dissipate, and in the middle of the blood mist, more than 300 shriveled skeletons lay quietly. Chen Xiaobai stood in the distance with his eyes closed, his blood boiling and his chi surging. He absorbed the blood and spiritual energy of more than 300 people at once, and both his flesh and blood strength and his chi were qualitatively improved. Boom. After a while, a powerful aura burst out from Chen Xiaobai, and he broke through again. Chen Xiaobai took out a spiritual energy tester and poured the spiritual energy into it. Ding. Your realm is the human martial realm, 7 stars. The third consecutive breakthrough. 10 days. From the body refining realm to the 7-star human martial realm. The 7-star human martial realm is already a high-level position in the human martial realm. When you reach this level, your innate martial arts skills will show their effects. Faintly, Chen Xiaobai seemed to be able to feel all the spiritual energy fluctuations within a radius of hundreds of meters around him. Some of these spiritual fluctuations come from animals, and some come from humans. This is the special effect brought by the psychic affinity talent. For Chen Xiaobai, this is equivalent to an aura detection radar. If the range were larger, it could even be called Chen Xiaobai's killing radar. Next, Chen Xiaobai, who had been killing for 5 consecutive days, finally sat down amid the audience's gasps of shock. He hadn't slept or eaten much in 5 days. The spiritual energy he absorbed and the nourishment from the blood made him not need to eat or rest at all. At this time, Chen Xiaobai sat down just to feel the changes in his chi and body that he had just broken through. Call. An hour later, Chen Xiaobai let out a long sigh. While collecting his spoils points, he was thinking about his next plan. Buzz. Suddenly, there was a slight vibration on the bracelet, and on it was a message prompt. Dear Hunter, 10 days have passed since the competition. Starting from 8 o'clock tonight, the electronic map on the bracelet will mark the first-level safety zone. The first-level safety zone will begin to shrink in 10 days. During this period, the entire competition venue will still be a safe zone. Please be aware. According to the rules of the competition, the first-level safety zone will directly reduce the entire hunting ground by half. So hunters are given 10 days from the public announcement to the shrinkage of the safety zone, and this time will become shorter and shorter in the future. By the time Chen Xiaobai had collected all the points, his points had exceeded 3,000, while the second place on the leaderboard had only more than 50 points. In this game, Chen Xiaobai's opponent is not someone else, but himself. He gently wiped the black dagger in his hand. After being nourished by the blood of hundreds of people, the dagger became a little longer than before, about 45 centimeters. This length made Chen Xiaobai feel a little uncomfortable, because with this length, he couldn't stab someone's neck as freely as with a dagger. Just as this thought came to Chen Xiaobai's mind, the black dagger actually shortened by 10 centimeters under Chen Xiaobai's gaze. Chen Xiaobai's mind resurfaced, and the dagger shortened another 5 centimeters. 30 centimeters. Chen Xiaobai's favorite length. Under Chen Xiaobai's control, a of this size can turn rivers and seas upside down, go straight to the dragon's lair, take care of both the upper and lower parts, and do everything. Suddenly, Chen Xiaobai turned his head and looked towards the side of the wasteland. He grinned and then disappeared from the spot in an instant like a gust of wind. As his realm improves, Chen Xiaobai becomes more adept at using his displacement skills. On the other side of the wasteland, a skinny old man was dragging a crystal ball in his hand. He seemed to be staggering, but in fact his steps were extremely steady as he walked into the wasteland. The old man held a strangely shaped staff in his hand and wore a black robe with a black and gold rose embroidered on the collar, which was the symbol of the Black Rose organization. As the largest underground information agency on Blue Star, the reputation of Black Rose is naturally known to everyone. People from all walks of life are willing to give face to the people of Black Rose. In this hunter competition, the old man has benefited a lot from the black and gold roses on his body. At this moment, he dragged the glowing red crystal ball in his hand and muttered, "Too much undead energy. Could it be that a fierce battle just happened here?" The old man hurriedly stepped into the wasteland area designated by Chen Xiaobai. Not long after he walked, his expression changed. He hurriedly put away the crystal ball, picked up his cane, turned around, and looked behind him. A sunny, handsome, well-behaved and obedient teenage Oriental boy stood behind him with an innocent and harmless smile on his face. The old man's eyes trembled rapidly, and he immediately opened his mouth to say, "I'm sorry, I strayed here and disturbed you. I'm leaving now. I'm Black Rose's security consultant. If you need any help from Black Rose, please let me know." This is what the old man wanted to say. However, when he opened his mouth, he found that he could not speak at all. The old man looked down and saw a black dagger that had pierced his neck from the side at some point. Chapter 86. I bloom in the midst of killing. Well, the old man looked at the young man in front of him in astonishment. The young man was none other than Chen Xiaobai. The old man was speechless for a moment. He felt that the blood in his body was draining away bit by bit. He used all his strength, but he could only point at the black and gold rose on his collar. Chen Xiaobai's smile remained unchanged. He spoke softly and slowly. I know you're from Black Rose. How can you be a security consultant at such an old age? Stop working so hard and take a good rest. As for Black Rose, if they want to help you, just let them come to me. After Chen Xiaobai finished speaking these 3 sentences, the old man finally understood that the other party did not take his backing seriously at all. At this point, the old man slowly closed his eyes and fell to the ground. Chen Xiaobai stepped forward and picked up the crystal ball in the old man's hand. Suddenly, a gust of cold wind rose from the ground, and a ghost figure appeared in the blind spot of the camera. Chen Xiaobai used his mind to ask the ghost, "Do you want this?" The ghost nodded slowly. As soon as the old man set foot in the wilderness contracted by Chen Xiaobai received a signal from the ghost, which was a desire to eat. Chen Xiaobai looked at the crystal ball carefully and found that there were countless densely packed black shadows wandering inside. What's in this crystal ball? Ghosts, so many ghosts. The ghost's reply came to his mind, and Chen Xiaobai no longer hesitated and threw the crystal ball directly at the ghost. The ghost's true form immediately enveloped the crystal ball, and in an instant a gust of cold wind blew over, containing a strong, evil aura that made Chen Xiaobai's face change. The gloomy wind lasted for a full hour before slowly dissipating. Ding! Your Banshee, ghost lady, has broken through and is now at the 2-star spiritual martial realm. Chen Xiaobai was slightly shocked. Over the past few days, he had absorbed the spiritual energy released from the bodies of hundreds of people when they died through the ghost's psychic energy devouring skills. He had already broken through twice, while the ghost had not broken through once. After all, Ghost Shadow is in the spiritual martial realm, the strongest realm below the saint realm. However, now this crystal ball actually allowed the ghost to break through to a new realm. You can see the volume of souls stored in it. Looking at the corpse of the old man beside him, Chen Xiaobai could tell at a glance that this was a warrior who had awakened his talent for undead magic. But the fact that he was killed so easily by himself proved that the old man was not that strong at all. Although his strength is not strong, the souls he collected are enough to allow the ghost in the spiritual martial realm to break through to a new realm. There is only one reason for this. The crystal ball stores a huge number of ordinary souls. The necromancer can only control the souls of the dead, while the ghost can absorb these souls. Therefore, the crystal ball that stores a large number of ordinary souls has far less effect on the necromancer than on the ghost. After figuring this out, Chen Xiaobai felt that he had acted too hastily just now. He should have used a hacksaw. The scene of Chen Xiaobai killing the Black Rose security consultant swiftly and efficiently was seen by the audience, and many enthusiastic viewers took the initiative to help Chen Xiaobai at the official account of Black Rose on various live broadcast platforms. Soon, 3 spaceships flew over the live broadcast screen, and there was also a message from the official Black Rose account. I accept the loss. Since you have participated in the hunter competition, you must abide by the rules of the competition. Black Rose will not retaliate against any player for personal gain. Guan Yi took the initiative to say in the live broadcast room. The official Black Rose account ignored the enthusiastic viewers who were trying to stir up trouble and sent 3 more spaceships to contestant number 14. Swish! In an instant, 2 more spaceships flew by, leaving a message. The 14th blow in the live broadcast room is right. Barrage! Within the secret realm. That night, the Level 1 safety zone was marked on the wristbands of all participating hunter contestants, essentially shrinking the entire competition area in half. Although the safe zone will not change immediately, most contestants will enter the safe zone as early as possible. Because after 10 days, the change in the safe zone is completed instantly, not by shrinking slowly bit by bit. At that time, the coordinates of hunters who did not stay in the safe zone will be made public to everyone, and they will become prey visible to all contestants, and their value points will be doubled. As time goes by, the value points will continue to double. Therefore, the longer you stay in the non-safe zone, the lower your chance of survival. After the safe zone appeared, everyone thought that Chen Xiaobai would intercept and kill the contestants entering the safe zone at the edge of the safe zone. However, in the next few days, Chen Xiaobai surprised everyone by changing his crazy killing mode of the previous few days and turning into a casual mode. In the past few days, what the audience saw most often in Chen Xiaobai's live broadcast room was the black-haired boy lying on a small hill in the wilderness, petting a fox and staring at the sunset. The audience was still able to accept it in the past 2 days, thinking that Chen Xiaobai was just taking a break. 2 days later, the comments had changed in tone, with most of them being sarcastic. That young man who once roamed the world with a sword has now fallen to the point of masturbating facing the sunset? Alas, everyone grows old, but I didn't expect the twilight years of the 14th to arrive so quickly. I haven't been here for a while. Has number 14 been replaced? Where did the previous number 14 go? A breath of fresh air in this Hunter Elite tournament. The one upstairs, Qinglu? How dare you say that? I'll show you what a bloody mudslide is in a couple of days. 2 days later, Chen Xiaobai still sat on the hillside every day, enjoying the mountain breeze, petting the fox, and watching the sunset, a picture of a peaceful and harmonious life. If it weren't for a few short-sighted hunter players who showed up in the middle, the audience would probably have thought that Chen Xiaobai was just a casual player. On the 8th day, Chen Xiaobai finally put down the fox he had been petting for 8 days, packed his bags, and walked in the direction outside the safe zone. Seeing this scene, comments immediately flooded the screen. Here it comes. It's about to begin. He's finally going to hunt down the hunters who entered the safe zone. A bloodbath is about to begin. I bloom in the midst of carnage, like a flower at dawn. In the live commentary room, Tianbao and Mir looked as if they were used to it, but Guan Yi had a frown on his face. Tianbao, okay, number 14 has moved. Let's pray for the hunters who enter the safe zone from this direction. Mir, this is also a part of the hunter competition every year. The strong ones intercept and kill the weak ones. In the past few days, many other contestants have achieved excellent interception results. Tianbao, very good. How does it compare to number 14? Mir, there's definitely no comparison. Not even a fraction of it can be compared. Tianbao noticed Guan Yi's expression and asked, Guan Yi, you seem to be thinking about something, right? When Tianbao asked this, Guan Yi immediately withdrew his thoughts and said slowly, you too. I have a guess. Number 14, he may not have even thought about entering the safe zone. He deliberately showed his coordinates to everyone, telling them, come on, I'm right here. But he never gets into the safe zone, so as the game goes on, his value points get higher and higher. At the same time, we, the audience, knew he was very good and had killed so many people, but the contestants inside didn't know that. When everyone sees the coordinates of a player worth tens or even hundreds of points, when they think about how they can get a huge fortune just by killing one person and without facing any sanctions. And these people either volunteer to participate in the hunter competition or they are serious criminals in prison. What do you think will happen next in this competition? Chapter 87 Guan Yi. I've been bragging to death, but I didn't expect that I was still naive. Every word Guan Yi said was like a heavy hammer hitting the heart of every audience member. His inference seemed absurd, but Tianbao and Mir did not refute it. On various online live streaming platforms, the massive barrage of comments that were originally flooding the screen was slightly delayed because of Guan Yi's words. Then, an even more crazy and massive amount of fancy barges came flooding in. Audiences all over the world are curious about what this young Oriental man, who has already established a fierce reputation in this competition, will do next. 2 days later, the safe zone shrank, and the entire hunter competition venue was instantly reduced by half. At the same time, all contestants received prompts on their wristbands. Dear Hunter, hello, the first level safety zone has been refreshed. Your current location is a non-safe zone. Your coordinates will be made public to all hunters. Dear Hunter number 14, you have been in the non-safe zone for 1 day. Your current value points are 2 points. The above is the information received on Chen Xiaobai's bracelet. Only 2 points, obviously not very attractive. Chen Xiaobai muttered to himself and opened the electronic map on the bracelet. Now he could see the coordinates of all the warriors outside the safe zone. Even Shaoqing in the sky was no longer needed. In addition, Chen Xiaobai noticed that the number of contestants suddenly decreased by more than 100. The competition has been going on for 20 days, and high school students in Los Angeles can take off their wristbands and apply to withdraw. When the time came, almost all the surviving Los Angeles high school students immediately applied to withdraw. Helicopters flew across the sky, picking up high school students scattered across the secret realm, while Chen Xiaobai completely ignored the fact that he could already withdraw. He looked at the densely packed coordinate light spots around him, then left. In the wasteland a few kilometers away, dozens of warriors led hundreds of prisoners to besiege a half-human, half-ghost contestant. It seemed that the contestant was also an awakened test subject of the federal military. This test subject was over 2 meters tall and looked like a giant. His body was covered with a layer of rock-like skin. He was holding a thick wooden stick in his hand, and his eyes were full of red light. There were already corpses lying on the ground at the feet of this test subject, most of whom were ordinary prisoners. Among the dozens of warriors around the test subject, except for a woman flying south with a staff, all the others had some injuries on their bodies. Under the coercion of these warriors, the ordinary prisoners could only rush forward and fight with the awakened mutant test subject. Go, go. This thing has no IQ, but it can definitely be tamed. As long as we tame this guy, combined with our strength, we can walk freely in this secret realm. Among the warriors, a sword-wielding warrior in combat uniform kept giving orders to everyone. Even though the prisoners had great reluctance on their faces, they did not dare to disobey the warrior's orders. Those who didn't listen before are now dead. The fighting here continued. Suddenly, the woman from Nanfei who was holding a staff in the warrior team turned her head and looked around. A solemn look appeared between her dark brows. Kill. Under the supervision of the warriors, the fight between the prisoners and the test subject became increasingly intense. Many warriors also joined the battlefield, and the smell of blood in the air became stronger. Suddenly, the woman flying south turned her head and looked around in astonishment. At this moment, the hairs on her body stood up. It turned out that at some point, a faint red blood mist had been floating around him. Without saying a word, the woman immediately raised her staff, Buzz. A strong halo emanated from the staff in her hand, and then several strange runes emerged from the halo. These runes seemed to be communicating with the natural laws of this world. Suddenly, with the runes as the center, a strong gust of wind spread out in all directions with the woman as the center. A sudden gust of wind blew away some of the blood mist around them, and the woman from Nanfei's hometown suddenly spoke to everyone present. Stop fighting. A blood spirit formation master is ambushing us. Hurry up and find him and kill him. The leader of the warriors nodded, and immediately several warriors lowered their heads to glance at the coordinates of other people nearby on the bracelet, and then rushed out one by one. On a small hill 1 kilometer away from these people, Chen Xiaobai frowned and stared at the Nanfei woman standing among several warriors. The spiritual power released from the staff in the woman's hand was fighting against his own blood spirit. Moreover, in front, there was another warrior rushing towards him. I wanted to let you leave without pain, but it seems I still have to go under the knife. Your kindness has been taken for granted. It's hard to be a good person these days. Muttering to himself, Chen Xiaobai took out the white jade longbow that he had hardly used recently. With 7 times the density of spiritual energy, Chen Xiaobai could feel the aura of the weapon spirit in the white jade longbow. As soon as he got the bow in his hand, the spiritual energy in the surrounding air automatically condensed towards Chen Xiaobai's hand. He drew the bow and urged the cat demon's claws to inject fire spiritual power. A red spiritual light arrow instantly formed on the string. A cold light flashed in Chen Xiaobai's eyes, and he lit the stars. Swish! As soon as he loosened his fingers, the fiery red arrow of spiritual energy flew straight out. The light arrow first pierced through the warrior who was rushing towards Chen Xiaobai, and then went straight towards the woman flying south who was under the protection of several warriors without encountering any resistance. When the spiritual light arrow formed in Chen Xiaobai's hand, the woman from Nanfei noticed him at the first moment. Be careful and defend. There are archers. As soon as the woman finished speaking, the semen shot by Chen Xiaobai flew straight towards her dark face. Boom. The fiery red spiritual light arrow, which was blessed with the power of a star, hit the target accurately and pierced through the eyebrows of the woman flying south. The pupils of the woman flying south gradually dimmed, and the breath of life in them disappeared rapidly. In the commentary room, Guan Yi excitedly slammed the table and roared, "Number 14, He/1, she this Nanfei woman. A real man should be like this. Tianbao. Mir. Barad." In the secret realm, after the death of the woman Nanfei, the bloody and evil energy in the entire area condensed again. The warriors looked at Chen Xiaobai, then looked at the test subject who was already at the end of his strength, and hesitated for a moment. Just as the leading warrior was about to give the order, everyone suddenly felt as if the blood in their bodies began to burn. 20 minutes later, Chen Xiaobai left here carrying a bloody head. Over the next day, Chen Xiaobai collected 5 heads using the same method, and then he headed north until he reached the edge of the competition area. Looking at the tens of meters high barbed wire in front of him, Chen Xiaobai placed the 5 heads at the northernmost end of the competition area, 4 at the bottom and 1 at the top. Later, Chen Xiaobai injected all the blood spirit energy he had absorbed today into these 5 heads. Crash. Suddenly, the 5 human heads turned into blood, and at the same time, a blood-red dragon rose into the sky from the northernmost end of the competition area and soared into the sky. The blood-red dragon stands between heaven and earth like a straight pillar, indestructible. This scene once again made everyone wonder, what on earth was number 14 doing? It was not until the second and third days that Chen Xiaobai erected the same blood-red dragon rising into the sky at the northeastern and easternmost corners of the competition venue, and everyone came to their senses in an instant. Number 14 set up a formation encompassing the entire competition area. In the commentary room, Guan Yi, who had looked excited before, now looked as pale as if he had been blistered. Tianbao and Mir beside him were also shocked and speechless. Tianbao said in disbelief, He wouldn't be going to use his bloody formation on. Mir's forehead was covered with sweat. Yes, that's right. He is going to set up a formation on the entire competition field. His target, it turns out, is everyone participating in this competition. Everyone. Oh my God. The most distraught of the 3 was Guan Yi, who always called himself the 14th blow. At this moment, Guan Yi seemed to have lost his soul and said weakly, I have already praised him to death, but I didn't expect that I am still young. Chapter 88 How to Lose When the Dragon Hits Your Face. On the 4th day, Chen Xiaobai placed 5 more human heads at the southeast border of the competition area, and the 4th blood dragon soared into the sky. Chen Xiaobai turned around and looked behind him. The 3 blood dragons over there and the blood dragon that had just formed beside him dominated the sky in all directions, echoing each other from afar, and making half of the sky dark red and bloody. Over the past 4 days, Chen Xiaobai has been working very hard to absorb enough blood spirit energy. On the first day, he went to ambush others. The next day, Chen Xiaobai suddenly discovered that someone had come to find him actively. At this time, his value points were 4 points. On the 3rd day, Chen Xiaobai only needed to wait there, and there would be a steady stream of people coming to donate blood and energy to him. At this time, he was worth 8 points. On the 4th day, Chen Xiaobai was worth 16 points. Basically every half hour, 1 or more people would rush out from beside him. It was on this day that Chen Xiaobai broke through again. This time he did not skip levels, but reached the 8-star human martial arts realm step by step. A few days ago, Xiaoju broke through again and reached the 5-star Tianwu realm, and Xiaoqing broke through to the 2-star Zhenwu realm. On the 5th day, Chen Xiaobai's value points reached 32 points. Puff! The black dagger instantly pierced through the neck of a warrior who had attacked him, absorbing all the blood and energy in his body. He then chose the one with the highest level of cultivation from the corpses lying nearby and cut off his head. This was the 5th head. Today's task of creating a blood dragon has been completed. Chen Xiaobai carried a bag of heads and walked towards the southern border of the competition area. As he walked, he suddenly frowned, then sighed and commanded with his mind, Ghost, come out and help. A gust of cold wind suddenly arose from the ground and disappeared in an instant. Chen Xiaobai shook his head and said, The camera is filming. You can only assist from the side. Let me take care of him myself. At the same time, the leather bracelet on Chen Xiaobai's hand, the wolf tooth necklace around his neck, and the giant bear doll on his backpack all responded. Chen Xiaobai helplessly said to the female demons, Just let the ghost come. Don't bully us too much. Afterwards, Chen Xiaobai put down what he was holding, turned around, and took a few steps to the other side. He then turned around and stared at the bushes not far in front of him. Come out. Deep in the grass, a man was crawling on the ground like a cheetah, approaching Chen Xiaobai silently little by little. This is a warrior in the Zhenwu realm, and a high-level Zhenwu, above 7 stars. It seems that he has a melee talent that is biased towards strength and agility, and his psychological quality is very good. Chen Xiaobai's shout just now did not disrupt his movement rhythm. Chen Xiaobai showed an impatient look on his face. He casually took out 2 grenades from his backpack and threw them at the grass where the man was lying without saying a word. No less than 100 Special Forces soldiers have died at the hands of Chen Xiaobai these days, so he has at least hundreds of these things. 2 grenades were thrown over, but the man in the bush didn't panic. He raised his hands and waved them, returning both grenades to Chen Xiaobai. At the same time, this man rushed towards Chen Xiaobai after the 2 grenades. It was obvious that he was not afraid of the power of the grenades at all. Instead, he wanted to use the grenades to kill Chen Xiaobai and take the opportunity to attack him. However, when the man was halfway through running, he suddenly heard a woman's whispering in his ears. The voice was eerie and didn't sound like a human voice at all. The sudden change slowed down the man's movements. At this time, Chen Xiaobai appeared in front of him with a flash of moonlight. Swish! The black dagger in Chen Xiaobai's hand emitted a cold light and went straight to the man's throat. A disdainful smile appeared on the man's face, which was full of wildness and unruliness. Next, he actually opened his mouth and bit the black dagger in Chen Xiaobai's hand. In an instant, Chen Xiaobai's eyes widened. Nima, bro, are you so arrogant? The Jinwu realm is so amazing. Looking at the extremely provocative smile on the man's face, Chen Xiaobai became angry. Spear of Dracula, make it bigger for me. Stab him. Suddenly, the black dagger in Chen Xiaobai's hand suddenly grew by 10 centimeters from its original 30 centimeters. The man's teeth, which were originally clenched tightly, were instantly pushed open by the thick and long black gun in Chen Xiaobai's hand. Chen Xiaobai's hands continued to exert strength, and within 0.5 seconds he thrust deep, one hoe to the bottom. Snap! Chen Xiaobai heard a dull sound coming from the man's mouth, as if his penis had hit the top. But why does this sound so impure? Shouldn't there be a puff sound, and then the dagger would pierce the man's throat directly? The man still had a playful smile on his face, as if he was madly mocking Chen Xiaobai's incompetence. At the same time, he bent the 5 fingers on his hand, and beast-like claws grew out from the 5 fingers, and went straight to Chen Xiaobai's heart. A warrior with beast-type talent. The man was very fast, but Chen Xiaobai's reaction was not slow either. He stepped back and pulled his penis out of the man's mouth, without mercy. The man bent his lower limbs slightly, and pounced on Chen Xiaobai like a cheetah. Seeing that the black dagger could not break the man's defense, Chen Xiaobai quickly changed to the white jade longbow. In terms of realm alone, the spirit weapon in the white jade longbow, Nirvana Explosive Spirit Bow, has a 6-star spiritual martial realm, which is the highest among all the female demons in Chen Xiaobai's hands. This time, Chen Xiaobai activated the power of the poison source in his body, and the poisonous spiritual energy formed a dark green spiritual light arrow on the bowstring in his hand. The man rushed to Chen Xiaobai and showed a smile on his face that made Chen Xiaobai extremely uncomfortable. He even opened his mouth and gestured to Chen Xiaobai. Come on, shoot here. Chen Xiaobai pulled the bowstring to its full length and suddenly shouted, Hold it in my mouth. Swish! A dark green spiritual arrow flew out, bringing with it a dark green glow and instantly disappeared into the man's throat. Chen Xiaobai felt the lingering effect of the spiritual energy surging in his body and breathed lightly. The Lingwu realm's Silence Explosive Spirit Bow was 2 realms higher than his Jinwu realm, and the Xuanwu realm's Poisonous Spiritual Energy was 1 realm higher than his. How could I lose with this dragon on my face? Gulp. The man swallowed hard, and Chen Xiaobai's face changed slightly. Oh my god, this is impossible. It wasn't until the man's skin began to ulcerate and turn black that Chen Xiaobai finally breathed a sigh of relief. Bang! The man fell limply to the ground. Chen Xiaobai immediately stepped forward with a black dagger, bent down, pried open the man's teeth, and stabbed him hard. Well, suddenly, Chen Xiaobai felt a surge of blood spirit energy rushing towards him, and he felt relaxed all over. After a while, the man's body turned into a mummy. Chen Xiaobai felt the blood spirit energy growing in his body. He had never expected that the blood spirit energy contributed by this warrior in the true martial realm would be enough for him to cast a blood dragon. Double work completed today. While Chen Xiaobai was fighting against the beast-type warrior, the Hunter program team had a temporary office. From the representative of Sun Group and Wenlei's assistant Zhou to the program team leader, director, and all the dog planners gathered together. Everyone held a meeting to discuss the issue, and the focus of the discussion was whether or not to use special measures to prevent Chen Xiaobai's very likely violent behavior. There are only 2 answers, either stop it or let it go. Naturally, these people couldn't make the final decision, so in the end, Xiao and Wenlei made a phone call. However, what came from the other end of the line was Wenlei's helpless voice. Xiao, we are also discussing this matter with the federal parliament. They need us to stop number 14's behavior. For the sake of our group's own interests, we really can't let number 14 continue to act so arrogantly. However, we need to buy some time with the Council of State to get them to agree to our demands, so as to gain the greatest possible advantage for the group. Xiao understood the meaning behind the words. After a moment of contemplation, he said, Master, judging by number 14's performance over the past few days, he should be trying to create a blood dragon in each of the 8 directions of the competition area: southeast, northwest, northeast, southeast, southwest, and northwest. So it looks like you still have 3 days left. Converted to Blue Star time, that means you still have 12 hours. Well, I'll give you instructions within 8 hours. Yes. Chapter 89. A hero's true colors revealed in a troubled sea. In fact, within the first hour after Qiao and Wen Nei ended their call, that is, just 6 hours had passed in the secret realm, Chen Xiaobai already had the heads of 3 Jinwu realm hunters in his hands. On the 5th day after the first-level security zone was refreshed, those powerful warriors who had been lurking before began to show their claws. Most of these people hunt other hunters in non-safe areas at the border of safe areas. With the help of the bracelet positioning and Shaoqing in the sky, it was not difficult for Chen Xiaobai to find a few hunters in the Jinwu realm. The audience watching the game through the live broadcast did not notice anything unusual. They just saw that Chen Xiaobai seemed to be more diligent today than in the previous few days, and the opponent he chose in the end was also stronger. After Chen Xiaobai placed a soaring blood dragon at the southernmost part of the competition area, he quickly rushed to the southwest of the competition area to place a second blood dragon, then to the west, northwest. When Chen Xiaobai left the southwest and headed due west, the panicked Qiao immediately contacted Wen Nei, but the call didn't go through. By the time the call was connected, Chen Xiaobai had already left the west and headed northwest. At this time, 7 blood dragons were dancing wildly above the entire hunter competition venue. Wen Nei, who was chatting with the representative of the federal parliament, was stunned when he received a call from Zhou. Of course, he was not concerned about the lives of thousands of people in the secret realm. He was concerned about the bounty that the Sun Group had to pay. Just as Wen Nei was stunned, another phone call came. Seeing the incoming call number, Wen Nei immediately calmed down, stood up, and answered the call solemnly. "Uncle." A somewhat aged but energetic voice came from the other end of the line. "Wen Nei, there's no need to talk to the Council of State. We at the Sun Group don't want to offend number 14. We'll do whatever needs to be done." Wen Nei carefully reminded the person on the other end of the phone. "Uncle, if he really succeeds, the bounty is conservatively estimated to be 2 billion. 2 billion is 2 billion. Just consider it a friendship. Don't do anything weird to me. Just do what I say." Wen Nei rubbed his aching temple and said helplessly into the phone, "Uncle, this number 14 is the one who killed Karina." There was silence on the other end of the line for a few seconds before a voice came through. "Who's Karina?" Wen Nei sighed and said, "Los Angeles Council Speaker, a political star who has risen to prominence in the last 2 years within our group. Rumor has it that 2 years ago, the week before she became council speaker, she visited your villa and played billiards with you for a week." Ahem. A light cough echoed from the other end of the line. "That girl. Now I remember. So, you linked those kids from Los Angeles with this hunter competition just to deal with number 14? In other words, you've already offended him." Wen Nei rolled his eyes and pretended to be weak and said, "Yes, uncle, I have realized my mistake. I have provoked a powerful enemy for my family." The author deliberately emphasized the word strong enemy in the text. He wanted to use provocation to arouse the hostility of the person on the other end of the conversation towards Chen Xiaobai. However, his trick was immediately seen through by the person on the other end of the phone. "You don't have to pretend to be pitiful with me, and you don't have to deliberately mention any powerful enemies in front of me. You're almost there if you want to provoke me." Wen Nei said awkwardly, "Uncle, Shut up. Let me ask you, is there any possibility of easing the relationship with the other party?" Wen Nei hesitated for a moment before slowly saying, "Uncle, even if things have eased, an offense has still been committed. Our relationship with him is not as good as those other groups that have come to curry favor with him right away." "Well, your statement is much smarter than the one above. Since you've decided to do it, just do it quickly. I'll let Taryn help you." Wen Nei felt relieved. "Thank you, uncle." 10 minutes later, a competition notice was sent to the wristbands of all contestants. In the live commentary room, the 3 commentators who had just received the notification were all stunned. Tianbao said, "Dear viewers, we just received news. In view of the emergence of a superstar player in this Hunter Elite tournament, our contestant number 14, in order to ensure the viewing experience of the competition, therefore, after extensively soliciting audience feedback and consulting with the broadcasting team, the event organizer, Sun City Group, has decided to temporarily change the rules." Mir continued, "That's right. The news we've received now is that all contestants' wristbands will have communication functions enabled, and contestant 14's personal coordinates will be permanently disclosed to all contestants. At the same time, contestant 14's personal score will be increased to 100 points. It was Guan Ye's turn to speak next, but Tianbao and Mir saw that Guan Yi was staring blankly with disappointment on his face, so Tianbao spoke for him. Besides that, the production team will inform all the contestants of the situation they are facing. There is no doubt that the upcoming competition will be even more exciting and intense. While Tianbao was speaking, Meyer quietly nudged Guanya, who immediately came to his senses. After Tianbao finished speaking, Meyer asked, Guanya, I wonder what you, the 14th blow, think about this matter? Guanyi hesitated for a moment, then smiled and said, I completely respect the decision of the program organizers. After all, the rules you set are meant to be broken. At the same time, I also believe that even in the face of such difficulties, number 14 will live up to everyone's expectations. We in the East have a saying that goes, only in times of adversity can a hero's true character be revealed. From my personal perspective, Tianbao, okay, now we have a commercial break. Dear viewers, please take a short break and we'll be right back. This commercial is very short, lasting only 30 seconds. Unlike before, there were still 3 people in the commentary room after the commercial ended, Tianbao, Mir, and Wang Xiaoxiao. There was nothing unusual on the faces of the 3 of them, as if they had been cooperating in the commentary all along. At the same time, comments on major online live streaming platforms exploded. Did you see that? This is the power of capital. I just want to ask, what opinions did Sun City Group widely solicit from the audience? What the hell are they soliciting opinions for? I'm afraid they're soliciting the opinions of all the employees of Sun Group, right? What's the meaning of rules when they're broken? Am I the only one who thinks this is the Sun Group trying to make number 14 a national idol? The above person, your imagination is really amazing. I feel it would be a shame if I didn't give you your ID. Yun Huixiao's books are super good. The guy above, if number 14 really becomes a national idol, I think you need to come back and apologize. Los Angeles, Fenglong High School Library. Because his action of mobilizing parents to blockade the Education Bureau had a huge negative impact, Meng Huixiao was dismissed from his teaching position. Fenglong High School did not fire her, but instead asked her to work as an administrator in the library. At this time, Meng Huixiao was watching the Hunter competition news playing on her computer. She clenched her fists. Next to her computer was a thick book with 4 vigorous and powerful Oriental Chinese characters on the cover. Red Wave. Chapter 90. Blood Dragons Compete for Glory. Everyone must die. The bracelet's faction communication function has been activated. Contestant number 14 and the neutral spirit beast from the secret realm are in the Hunter faction. The other hunters from Blue Star are in the Hunter faction. People in the same camp can communicate via voice through the bracelets. Since the Hunter camp has so many people, we have set up groups of 100 people. Group members can contact each other, and group leaders can contact other Hunter group leaders. Warning to all Hunters. Please kill Hunter 14, highlighted in red on the map, as soon as possible. Otherwise, you will most likely perish in this secret realm. The Hunter is a blood spirit formation master. Hunt him down as soon as possible. Hunt him down as soon as possible. Hunt him down as soon as possible. Otherwise, you will be buried here forever. Looking at the messages that appeared one after another on the bracelet, the Hunters finally understood what was going on with the blood-red dragon that rose from the edge of the competition area in the past few days. In an instant, almost all the Hunters' eyes were fixed on Chen Xiaobai's coordinates, which had been highlighted. At this moment, Chen Xiaobai looked at the information on the bracelet, and a sunny smile unique to a 17-year-old boy appeared on his face. They actually had the audacity to say that the neutral spirit beasts in the secret realm are on the same side as me. This production team is as shameless as I am. The reaction is not slow, but it's still too late. Hunter, I like this title. As he spoke, in front of Chen Xiaobai, in the northwestern corner of the entire competition venue, 5 bloody heads had already taken shape. Wow. When a strong blood spirit energy surged out from Chen Xiaobai, the 5 heads instantly turned into a pool of blood, and then a ferocious blood-red dragon soared into the sky. Suddenly, 8 blood dragons responded from 8 different directions across the entire competition venue, and the entire sky and earth were filled with scarlet blood. Chen Xiaobai looked up at the strange phenomenon between heaven and earth, then turned back and smiled at the camera behind him. The hunting game is about to begin. Crash. There was a sound of flapping wings, and Xiaoqing fell from the sky. In the secret realm with 7 times the density of spiritual energy, Xiaoqing's body is much larger than when he was on Blue Star. There is a green halo flowing on the surface of his feathers, and there are gusts of breeze surrounding him. Chen Xiaobai rode on Xiaoqing, and the latter flapped its wings, and immediately the man and the bird flew into the sky. Chen Xiaobai's coordinates were already being noticed by most people. When he moved, many people followed him, but these people obviously could not keep up with Xiaoqing's speed. At 6 o'clock in the afternoon of the next day, Chen Xiaobai landed in the center of the safe zone. As soon as he landed on the ground, it was like poking a hornet's nest with a honey-covered cane. There were already many people in the safe zone, and as a result, many people surrounded him. Chen Xiaobai reached out and threw the leather bracelet, wolf tooth necklace, and teddy bear mini doll out of the camera's range. He said in a cold voice, "Go, drive everyone out of the safe zone." A dark green light flashed, and Ashi took the lead in transforming. This time, what came out of her scarlet lips was not a snake's tongue, but a rosy human tongue. "Master, are you finally going to start a killing spree?" After she finished speaking, snake scales grew all over Ashi's body, and finally even her face, which was full of seductive beauty, was covered with snake scales. She opened her snake mouth and spit out bursts of black mist into the sky, which quickly drifted away in the night wind. Soon, thick black clouds floated over the competition area. Crash! Suddenly, from a corner of the safe zone, heavy rain poured down. The ultimate martial art of the poisonous demon flower snake, poisonous clouds, and rain. The hunters who were originally gathering towards Chen Xiaobai were all drenched, and then they found that the sudden heavy rain made them feel a little itchy. At first the hunters didn't take it seriously, but as the heavy rain continued, they were horrified to find that the falling rain was actually corroding their skin bit by bit. The longer you stay in the rain, the larger the area of your body that is corroded. Even using spiritual energy to form a protective shield is useless. Because Chen Xiaobai's order was to drive everyone out of the safe zone, Ash controlled the toxins in the rain and did not use too much force. Otherwise, with Ash's strength in the Xuanwu realm, at least 90% of these hunters would die after this rain. In the jungle beside Chen Xiaobai, Lung Yu, after transforming, opened her lips slightly and said, "Awo." A long wolf howl was heard from far away, and all the wild beasts and low-level spirit beasts in the competition area stopped their actions. Ouch! When the second wolf howl sounded, the beasts' eyes glowed red and they kept baring their teeth, while the low-level spirit beasts became more and more anxious. Ouch! As the last wolf howl sounded, wild beasts and spiritual beasts formed a tide and rushed around rapidly. They all had a common target of attack: humans. The ultimate martial art of the Moon Shadow Silver Spirit Wolf, the Calamity Wolf Destroy. A poisonous rain brought by ASE forced many people to retreat, and the beast tide brought by Lung Yu forced many people to retreat again. In this poisonous rain and beast tide, there was a tall one-wave woman with a thin waist waving a huge bear claw. Any hunter who ran slowly would have his head smashed by her claw. Occasionally, if she encounters someone who looks good, this terrifying woman will open her mouth, revealing a few sharp bare teeth, and turn that person into her meal. In the secret realm, time passed by little, and there was still half an hour until 8 o'clock. Feeling that the interference factors around him were getting fewer and fewer, Chen Xiaobai stood at the center of the safe zone, holding the black dagger in his hand and gently placing it between his throat. At that moment, the comments section was boiling with anger. Holy crap! What's going on? You can't just end it yourself. If I get ruthless, I'll even cut my own neck. Are you afraid? I feel like this one blow will cost at least thousands of lives. Brother, please be careful not to overdo it. Chen Xiaobai's dagger finally gently scratched his throat. As a line of bright red blood appeared, a drop of red blood fell on the black dagger. As soon as the blood bead appeared, the 8 ferocious blood dragons that rose from the 8 edges of the competition venue seemed to have found their target to gather at in an instant. Roar! Faintly, 8 blood dragons seemed to roar angrily, and then rushed towards the sky above Chen Xiaobai's head in the center of the safe zone. Finally, the 8 blood dragons gathered together. Chen Xiaobai raised the dagger in his hand, and his drop of blood slowly flew into the sky, past the 8 blood dragons, and finally hung in the sky like a blood-red sun. 8 dragons surround the bloody sun, creating a scene where 8 dragons compete for glory in the sun. At this time, Chen Xiaobai only felt that he was extremely weak. The drop of blood just now was the blood spirit bead condensed from all the blood spirit energy he had absorbed recently and his own original blood energy. At 8 o'clock, the second-level security zone is refreshed. With the emergence of the second-level safety zone, the points of hunters in non-safe zones doubled again. The hunters who were originally driven out of the first-level safety zone by Chen Xiaobai had the lowest points of 4. Unless they can enter the first-level safety zone, their points will become 2 points, and if they enter the second-level safety zone, their points will return to the normal 1 point. However, since Chen Xiaobai had forced these people out, how could he let them come back? Just 1 second after 8 o'clock, Chen Xiaobai opened his mouth and said weakly, "With my blood, sacrifice living beings." Roar! 8 blood dragons roared in unison, and then they flew in the sky. Suddenly, they all turned into visible blood energy that filled the sky and the earth. With the appearance of this blood energy, the remaining 5,300 plus hunters in the competition venue all felt as if the blood in their bodies was burning and boiling. Everyone must die. Chapter 91, 20 seconds. 5,300 kills. Tang Li ran towards the edge of the competition area like a madman. In the sky behind her, 8 blood-red dragons were flying up and down around a blood-red sun. A few days ago, when the first blood dragon appeared in the sky, an extremely sinister voice suddenly rang in Tang Li's ears. Run quickly. If you can climb over the soul-destroying wall before the 8 dragons rise, you will live. Otherwise, you will die. Master said, if you die, it's fine. But if you live, counting the last time, you owe Master 2 lives. At first, Tang Li didn't take the words that suddenly appeared in her ears seriously. It was not until the official notice from the program team appeared on the bracelet that she looked up at the blood dragons in the sky with horror. Although Tang Li didn't know who the number 14, announced by the program team, was, a figure appeared in her mind at this moment. The Oriental boy who broke his ribs on the second day of the competition. Afterwards, Tang Li ran all the way towards the nearest edge of the competition area. Finally, when the 8 blood dragons in the sky just gathered, Tang Li finally ran to the Absolute Spirit Wall. The Absolute Soul Wall is built with special materials produced in certain secret realms. It is a wall with a metal-like texture. Because this special material can isolate spiritual energy, it is called the Soul Isolating Wall. There is a spiritual energy vacuum zone near the Absolute Spirit Wall. Warriors in this area cannot activate spiritual energy, which is almost the same as ordinary trained people. The soul-destroying wall is 12 meters high and has strong electric currents on its surface. At the same time, there are varying numbers of armed drones defending it every 50 meters along the way. It is extremely difficult to climb over the Absolute Spirit Wall without spiritual energy under the defense of armed drones. At this time, Tang Li was breathing heavily. After her strength recovered a little, she took out the insulated combat uniform and tactical gloves from her backpack and put them on. She also took out the hook and lock tools she carried with her. She gritted her teeth, turned on her invisibility ability, and rushed towards the Absolute Spirit Wall. As Tang Li approached the Absolute Spirit Wall, her body became visible. Sensing an intrusion, several nearby armed drones quickly took off. At this time, Tang Li retreated again. After using her sniper rifle to shoot down several drones, she threw out the grappling hook and climbed over the Absolute Soul Wall under the interference of strong electric currents. Less than a minute after Tang Li climbed over the Absolute Spirit Wall, the 8 blood dragons in the sky suddenly dissipated, and the entire competition venue was filled with thick scarlet blood mist. Starting from the weakest ordinary prisoners, everyone felt the blood in their bodies boiling and burning. Suddenly, a sharp howl sounded, and somewhere in the unsafe zone, a prisoner who was hiding in a tree began to show abnormalities in his body. His flesh and blood shriveled up rapidly, and he aged rapidly. In less than 5 seconds, his body completely turned into a mummy. At the same time, the blood mist around him became thicker. Next, such scenes continued to unfold in this secret realm, starting with those with weaker strength, one by one, and no one could escape. And every time a person turns into a mummy, the blood mist in this world will become thicker. In the upper right corner of the screens of major live broadcast platforms, the number representing the number of participants in the competition is decreasing rapidly. 5368, 5103, 4761, 4,396. This number changes by as much as 4 or 500, or as little as 1 or 200 each time. But the key point is that this number changes every second. Every second. 5 seconds, 10 seconds, 20 seconds. 20 seconds later, the original number 5368 became 0068. Within 20 seconds, 5,300 mummies appeared in this secret realm. Crash. After sensing the death of the person they were filming, the ownerless metal cameras flew into the sky with flashing white signal lights. People who died in the secret realm could not be commemorated. Among the thousands of comments on various live streaming platforms, there is this ordinary and simple one. This is the last kindness this society has shown to these people. Others said, from the moment they participated in this competition, it was doomed that most people would not be able to come out alive. Either they signed up voluntarily to get promoted or get rich, or they're in prison gambling their lives for freedom. They're just unlucky and met. YYDS number 14. In the secret realm, Chen Xiaobai was moved to tears as he looked at the white light curtain that kept flashing in the sky. What a touching scene. What a pity that I can't see my own cute little camera. Chen Xiaobai muttered to himself and wanted to reach out and pat the camera flying behind him. As a result, the camera seemed to have sensed something and shook, quickly avoiding his clutches. Just now, Chen Xiaobai felt the increasingly rich blood energy between heaven and earth, and he quickly recovered from his previous weak state. During this period, Chen Xiaobai's realm soared straight up as if he had been cheated. 7-star human martial arts, 9-star human martial arts, breakthrough earth martial arts. 1 star, 4 stars, 6 stars, 7 stars, 8 stars, and finally Chen Xiaobai's strength was fixed at the 9-star earth martial realm. At this moment, a harmless smile appeared on Chen Xiaobai's face, which had just been moved to the point of tears. There are still 68 left. 8 o'clock, 10 o'clock, 12 o'clock. Chen Xiaobai walked from one place to another slowly. He was not in a hurry and just walked slowly. He came quietly and left quietly, wielding his dagger and leaving no one alive. Note 1. When the last person in the area except Chen Xiaobai was killed by him with a black dagger, all the commentators and the audience suddenly felt from the bottom of their hearts, the world filled with blood had become clean. Chen Xiaobai stood quietly beside the last corpse, watching it turn into a mummy. He closed his eyes and savored this moment. Chen Xiaobai looked inward at his own Qi and found that there was already a faint hope of a breakthrough in the Qi of the 9-star earth martial realm, but it was just a little bit short. Then, next, the spiritual beasts and wild beasts in the area suffered. The blood energy in this area continues to grow thicker. Boom. Suddenly, a burst of energy burst out from Chen Xiaobai's body, and the Qi in his body instantly changed from the original blue liquid to a dark blue water drop. There has been a qualitative leap in the Qi high. This is the sign of entering Tianwu. In the live commentary room, the 3 commentators, already incredibly shocked, were now incoherent. Tianbao stammered. He broke through again? Mir nodded numbly. It seems so, but I'm used to it. What's wrong with you? Why are you so surprised? Wang Xiao. In a full 26 days, I have advanced from the body refining realm to the heavenly martial realm. Even taking into account the 7 times higher spiritual energy density in the secret realm, this is unprecedented. Barrage, number 14 YYDS. If number 14's talent is to become stronger the more he kills, then, even through the screen, I could feel a chill running down my spine from number 14's smile. When he was in the body refining realm, he already dared to kill, and successfully killed, the speaker of a city. Now that he has reached the heavenly martial realm, I look forward to the day when he will be a guest at the Lawn Palace. Chapter 92. Killing is fun, but the crematorium is full of. After one night, all the blood mist in the secret realm was absorbed by Chen Xiaobai, and the sun once again shone on the earth. Chen Xiaobai stretched, glanced lazily at the camera flying beside him, and muttered, "Another energetic day." Buzz. The bracelet vibrated a series of times, and many messages were sent last night. Dear contestant number 14, this Hunter Elite tournament has concluded successfully. You may choose to remain in the secret realm for a maximum of 60 days, or you may apply to withdraw from the secret realm now. Dear contestant number 14, congratulations on becoming the winner of this year's Hunter Elite competition. Your ranking is first place. Dear contestant number 14, your current total points are 4,761. Congratulations. You can now exchange your points for wealth. Seeing this last one, Chen Xiaobai couldn't help but curl his lips. Humph, more than 4,000 points? To send away beggars? There are bracelets with 5,300 corpses in this secret realm waiting for you to pick up. You know, among these 5,300 corpses, the lowest score was 4. We also need to take into account the continuous kill and instant kill judgments. Continuous kills and instant kills alone can earn you more than 10,000 points. So, after solving his breakfast problem, Chen Xiaobai happily went to pick up his spoils. However, the first hour, the second hour, the third hour. It was almost noon, and Chen Xiaobai had only picked up less than 300 bracelets. Boring. That's right, compared to slitting someone's neck, Chen Xiaobai's efficiency in picking up points is much lower. He was the only contestant left, and Chen Xiaobai didn't want to reveal the secret of the Banshee's transformation in front of everyone. Nor could he get the girls under his command to help him with the work. He could convince everyone that he could control the wind bird to serve as his eyes in the sky. After all, he had a talent for psychic affinity. But he couldn't convince everyone that he could control a wind bird to pick bracelets for himself from dead bodies in different places far away. This was too smart. At 12 o'clock, After Chen Xiaobai had a big meal, he looked up at the sky above his head. When he thought about the more than 5,000 bracelets waiting for him to pick up, he felt that life had no fun at all. Looking at the camera next to him, Chen Xiaobai asked somewhat dissatisfiedly, "Hey, production team, can you give me a backdoor?" In the temporary residence of the program crew, all the staff members were keeping to themselves, and no one dared to show that they heard Chen Xiaobai's voice. After a long while, the program director took a deep breath and said with determination, "Let's calculate how much money the group will give him." A staff member raised his hand tremblingly and said, "We've already calculated it. If he picks up all the points, the final total will be 42,642 points. According to the established rules, the group will give him a prize of 4,226,420,000. The person in charge's mouth twitched repeatedly. "Didn't we calculate it would cost 2 billion before? How did it double in an instant?" The staff member lowered his head and whispered, "I never thought he could drive everyone out of the safe zone and ignore the refresh of the secondary safe zone, which would double the points of all hunters in the non-safe zone." The person in charge took another deep breath, but even so, he still felt that his brain was a little lacking in oxygen. As the days passed, the hunter competition could be said to be completely over. Tang Li, who had previously escaped from the competition area, was picked up by the program crew by helicopter, but the popularity of the competition did not decrease at all. Instead, more and more people came here to see Chen Xiaobai strolling, taking naps, picking up corpses, and watching the sunset in the secret realm every day. On the first day, Chen Xiaobai could pick up 400 or 500 bracelets. On the second day, it became 300 or 400. On the third day, it was over 300. After that, the number was fixed at 200 every day, and he would never pick up more than one. In Chen Xiaobai's words, "The corpse won't run away anyway, so we should combine work and rest." In short, after the temptation of slitting his own throat was gone, Chen Xiaobai became a very Buddhist person. In addition to his regular work of collecting corpses, he would also take out a fixed time to pet foxes and practice swordplay. As for the Han sword, Chen Xiaobai didn't care about the feelings of the Federal Mechanical Army and the museum at all. In this way, more than 20 days passed. On the 52nd day after Chen Xiaobai entered the secret realm, he finally collected all his points. The total was 42,571 points, a little less than what the program team calculated. Along with the rare gadgets, weapons, and equipment from more than 5,000 people, of course, he didn't need to face the camera for this action. He asked the girls under him to do it secretly. When the last bracelet was picked up, Chen Xiaobai let out a long sigh. He turned around, looked at the sunset behind him, and pressed the bottom button of the bracelet. At the same time, a golden light shone on the fox beside him that he often stroked back and forth. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The Star Moon Nine-Tailed Fox was born successfully. Host obtains the Starry Sky Charm skill. Starry Sky Charm, an indiscriminate mental attack below the spiritual martial realm, with multiple skill casting methods such as creating illusions, erasing memories, mental induction, deep hypnosis, and copying other types of mental attack skills. The current Starry Sky Charm can copy skills, Demonic Shout, Ghost Nightmare, 10,000 Hell Soul Kill. Naturally, other people didn't know what was happening in Chen Xiaobai's mind. As they watched Chen Xiaobai standing in the sunset and preparing to leave, endless barrages of comments appeared on the live broadcast platform, and netizens began to feel sad. "I am a little fish. Number 14, I will miss you." It was Fuxing. "What's the matter? How about letting him come find you?" Wang Yuebe. Holding the sun and moon in his hands and picking the stars, there is no other person like him in the world. The last whisper. "The person upstairs just came back to your world, not died, okay?" Little Turtle 93. When you say that, I suddenly feel so scared. A little wolf cub, a woo. About half an hour later, a helicopter landed in front of Chen Xiaobai. The 17-year-old Oriental boy had a warm and energetic smile on his face, but the other people on the helicopter were sweating profusely, as if they were seriously ill. More than 2 hours later, the helicopter returned to Blue Star through the space crack channel and landed outside the entrance to the secret realm. At this time, Tila Town was already crowded with reporters from all over the world, warriors, enthusiastic fans holding all kinds of fancy signs, and representatives of various factions. Chapter 93. You are the hero of all mankind. Chen Xiaobai, wearing sunglasses and a mask, had just stepped off the helicopter when a thunderous roar erupted from the perimeter of the airport, which was surrounded by barbed wire. Death God number 14. Hunter number 14. Sure, see Chen, I want to give birth to a baby for you. Facing these fanatical fans, Chen Xiaobai showed a shy smile on his face behind the mask. He waved to the people around him and walked forward under the guidance of the staff. From the helipad to the central square of Tila town, Chen Xiaobai was like a star walking on the red carpet. Even Chen Xiaobai himself did not expect that everyone liked to see him smearing people's necks so much. In the central square, a temporary podium has been built. The podium looked unusually empty. After all, it was originally intended to be used to award 3,000 people. There were 5 people sitting in the ceremonial seats on the podium. They were a representative of the Star Federation military, a representative of the Warrior Management Bureau, a representative of the organizer of this Hunter Elite competition, Wen Nei himself, a representative of the Orange City Local Council, to which Tila Town belonged, and a representative of the Los Angeles City Education Bureau. There is also a host next to the concierge seat. At this time, each of the 5 representatives, including Wen Nei, had a warm smile on their faces, but Wen Nei's smile looked a little awkward no matter how you looked at it. Not long after, Chen Xiaobai was surrounded by security soldiers and walked towards the square like a star among many crazy fans. The moment Chen Xiaobai's figure appeared, the bodyguards, security forces, and XBA warriors around the square took a deep breath, as if they were facing a formidable enemy. The host picked up the microphone and announced loudly, "Well, everyone who has come from afar, let us warmly welcome the hero of this year's Star Federation Hunter Elite Tournament. Number 14, Chen Xiaobai." There was another round of thunderous cheers from the crowd. In the sky, drones from media outlets around the world circled above Chen Xiaobai's head. Cameramen standing on ladders on both sides kept their cameras fixed on Chen Xiaobai, afraid of missing even a second. When Chen Xiaobai stepped onto the podium, 4 of the 5 representatives opposite him stood up involuntarily and nodded to Chen Xiaobai, with slight tremors all over their bodies. The only one who did not stand up was Wen Nei, the son of the Sun Group. The other representatives had not expected that Wen Nei could remain so calm in the face of this killing god who had just slaughtered thousands of people in the secret realm with a wave of his hand. All of a sudden, everyone's impression of Wen Nei changed drastically. A young man from a big family is just different. Until Wen Nei said in a voice that only a few people on the stage could hear, "Someone please pull me up, my legs are a little weak, and I can't stand up." Everyone. Finally, it was the representative of the Warrior Management Bureau who was closest to Wen Nei who stepped forward to help him. According to the originally planned process, after the competition, all the winning hunters will listen to the speeches of the 5 representatives above and then receive their awards. At this time, Chen Xiaobai was standing opposite the 5 representatives. He turned his head and looked behind him. This glance scared all the representatives on the stage. Everyone understood the meaning of Chen Xiaobai's gesture. "Where's my chair?" According to competition conventions, the hunter contestants who receive awards must stand at this time. But who dares to let Chen Xiaobai stand at this juncture? Even the military representative and Wen Nei from the Sun Group were unwilling to become enemies with Chen Xiaobai face to face at this distance. Immediately, several representatives turned to look at the host. Under their intimidating gazes, the host could only suppress an extremely awkward smile and said to Chen Xiaobai, "Contestant number 14, I may need you to stand for a while during this session." Chen Xiao frowned slightly behind his sunglasses and asked in a cold voice, "What do you mean?" The host wiped the sweat from his brow with one hand, and with the other hand behind his back, frantically gestured to the stagehands below. He hurriedly and cautiously said, "What I mean is that the chair will be here soon. This is our staff's negligence. Please wait a moment." Less than a minute later, a sweaty staff member came up behind Chen Xiaobai with a chair and apologized repeatedly. "I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. It was our negligence. Please don't mind." Chen Xiaobai waved his hand casually, put his backpack at his feet, and sat down on the chair with his legs crossed. He raised his hand slightly, but there was nothing at his hand. Suddenly, Chen Xiaobai frowned again. At this moment, an exquisite oriental teacup was placed next to Chen Xiaobai. It was the stagehand who had just brought up the chair. He smiled and said, "Contestant number 14, please have some tea. I'll be serving you West Lake Longjing tea from Red Dragon." Chen Xiaobai finally nodded in satisfaction, took the teacup, opened the lid, and sniffed it gently. Then he looked at the 5 people opposite him proudly and said nonchalantly, "Tell me your family names one by one." The scene on the podium left the other spectators in the square stunned. Looking back at the Hunter Competition Award ceremony over the years, when did the status of the guests and Hunter contestants undergo such a reversal? In the crowd, a young man with an oriental appearance said with admiration, "Tisk tiske." If he took off his sunglasses and mask, changed into a Feiyu suit, and paired it with an embroidered spring sword, this kid would be as impressive as the beauty at the Dragon Gate Inn. The other person next to him said, "Well, I heard it. Wang Xian, you were just mocking the little guy for not being a man. Don't worry, I will help you get this message across." "Fuck, Lindsay, you are a beast, but I believe you won't do that. Of course I don't want to see you die. Do you think he can beat me? I don't know if he can beat you, but I know he can definitely kill you." On the podium, as soon as Chen Xiaobai said that, the 5 representatives all looked at each other in surprise. There was no such process during the rehearsal. The quick-witted host immediately said, "Okay, let me introduce everyone who's here today." Haha, just kidding. Let the guests handle this themselves. The host was halfway through his words when he suddenly felt a chill from behind Chen Xiaobai's sunglasses, and he immediately changed his words. Next, the Los Angeles County Education Bureau representative at the edge spoke first. "Hello, contestant number 14. I am a representative of the Los Angeles County Education Bureau." Then came the representatives from the Orange City Council, followed by the representatives from the Ministry of Culture, the Military Affairs Bureau, and the military. After everyone finished speaking, Chen Xiaobai nodded and said, "Everyone, please take a seat." Among the 5 people above, when Ni breathed a sigh of relief and was about to sit down, but he found that the 4 people around him did not move. He immediately stood up again with his, but already touching the edge of the chair. This time, the representative of the Star Federation Army spoke first. "Contestant 14, I personally admire you very much. Although I am here on behalf of the Star Federation Army, I still feel that you are worthy of me and every soldier in the Star Federation to stand up and speak to you." The Martial Arts Administration representative said, "Contestant number 14, everyone at the Chuanqing Martial Arts Administration thinks the same." A representative from the Los Angeles County Education Department stated, "Number 14, the Los Angeles County Education Department is deeply grateful for the honor you have brought to the Los Angeles education community. Although you are Asian, you are also a hero of Los Angeles. It is only fitting that I stand before a hero." When Nei, who had almost sat down, turned to look at the silent representative of the Orange City Council. He wanted to see from what angle this guy was going to flatter him. The representative from Orange City was an elderly, somewhat stocky white man. He then grinned and said, "Contestant 14, you've accomplished such a heroic feat in the secret realm of Oran. The Orange City Council is deeply honored. The people of Oran have always considered you a hero." In the text. Finally, it was Wen Nai's turn. Cough, cough. Wen Nei cleared his throat and said, "Contestant 14, the Sun Group feels that the emergence of outstanding talents like you among human warriors is a blessing to the entire world and all of humanity. You are a hero to all of humanity. Therefore, the Sun Group feels it is necessary to stand while speaking to you." Audience on the sidelines. Brother Wen Nei, the scene where your butt just skimmed against the seat was really beautiful. Chapter 94 Master, don't move. You will die if you move. Chen Xiaobai slowly took off his mask, with a particularly sunny smile on his young and tender face. He looked at the nameplate on the table in front of Wen Nei and asked, "Mr. Wen Nei, when will my reward be credited to my account?" "Please rest assured, the funds will be credited within 7 working days." Wen Nei glanced at the host after he finished speaking, and the host immediately said, "Okay, now please invite our staff to come on stage, take the bracelet symbolizing warrior honor from contestant number 14, and announce his achievements in this Hunter Elite competition to everyone present." Several staff members immediately came onto the stage, and Chen Xiaobai took off the bracelet and handed it to them. A staff member took the wristband and scanned it at Chen Xiaobai, and suddenly a series of numbers appeared on the big screen behind the podium. 0000. As the host shouted, "Scoring begins," the numbers on the big screen began to grow rapidly. Finally, the number on the big screen stopped at 42571 and no longer changed. The host glanced at Wen Nei with some concern. Seeing Wen Nei's smile and no complaints, he said passionately, "Friends here, let's congratulate contestant number 14. After deducting 10 basic points, he will receive a massive bounty of 4.2561 billion provided by the Sun Group." There was another round of deafening exclamations and cheers at the award ceremony. Although the person who took the money was Chen Xiaobai and had nothing to do with these people were still very happy to see the Sun Group, one of the top 10 financial tycoons in the Federation, spending money. The host asked Chen Xiaobai, "Contestant number 14, you suddenly received such a huge sum of money. Do you have anything to say?" Chen Xiaobai took the microphone, stood up, and said to the huge crowd at the award ceremony, "I'm actually quite surprised to receive such a large award, because I've always been a good kid." As soon as Chen Xiaobai uttered the first sentence, the awards ceremony venue, which was originally bustling with noise, suddenly became quiet. 99% of people wonder if there is something wrong with their hearing. Chen Xiaobai continued. Actually, I'm not interested in money at all. Of the 4.2 billion, I'm more interested in the 10 basic points, because that's what will allow me to successfully enter a university that offers martial arts courses. In addition to the bounty of more than 4 billion, according to the rules of the competition, Chen Xiaobai can choose to study in any university in the Star Federation and receive a full scholarship. At this moment, the host's mouth twitched and his mind twitched, and he actually asked, I wonder which university would have the honor to accept a talented warrior like you? How could an innocent and kind-hearted 17-year-old boy mind being interrupted when he was speaking? He smiled and said, I haven't decided yet, but if I make a decision one day, I will let everyone know before the official registration for the college entrance examination. Instantly, whether it was the audience in the audience or the online live broadcast barrage, quite a lot of people were posting the same content. Thank you for your great kindness. Because of the innovative measure of the Los Angeles College Entrance Examination Secret Realm trial this year, many high school students and parents are worried about whether all high schools in the Federation will conduct such secret realm trials in the future. Therefore, almost the vast majority of high school students and parents in the Star Federation are watching this live broadcast. There is no doubt that these parents were suddenly troubled by what Chen Xiaobai said just now. Finally, Chen Xiaobai ended with the words, I'm looking forward to becoming classmates with you all in college. The commentary then responded with, sorry, we're not looking forward to it at all. Number 14. Come to our school. You must come to our school. I've already graduated anyway, ha ha ha. Number 14. I invite you to stay at my stepfather's house. I have a friend who said his girlfriend particularly likes Death God. Number 14. As for the scene, it was much quieter because no one dared to say this openly. Chen Xiaobai finished his speech and returned the microphone to the host. He turned around to look at Wen Nei and said with a smile, Mr. Wen Nei, 7 days, please don't keep me waiting. Wen Nei smiled and responded, No. Chen Xiaobai politely waved goodbye to the 5 guests in the audience, and under the guidance of the staff, he got on the car that would take him back to Los Angeles. Amid the reluctant farewell looks of the audience, the minibus carrying Chen Xiaobai slowly left the central square and drove onto the highway. This is a minibus, and the driver is a black man who is nearly 50 years old. In addition to Chen Xiaobai, there was also a white man and a Nanyang person in the car. As soon as he got in the car, Chen Xiaobai put on his signature innocent smile. The minibus left Tila Town and headed towards the inner-city highway. On the way, Chen Xiaobai sat in the back half of the carriage and fell into a deep sleep. The car drove for 3 hours, and it was already dark. It took a long time to see a passing car on the deserted inner-city highway. Unconsciously, black drivers are looking at the rearview mirror more and more frequently. Squeak. Suddenly, there was a sound of tires rubbing against the road surface. The black driver reached out to unbuckle his seatbelt, but at this moment, a young man's hand suddenly appeared and tightly grasped his seatbelt switch. Chen Xiaobai's childish face looked at the black driver with an innocent smile and asked, Master, do you want to jump out of the car? Unfortunately, it's too late. The black man was startled. He had no idea when the young man came to his side. You too, why don't you do it? Suddenly, a loud shout came from the black man's mouth, but the minibus parked on the road was as silent as death. The only sounds were the black driver's fearful breathing and the sound of some liquid dripping from the rear compartment. The black master felt the strength in Chen Xiaobai's hand. Although the hand was not big and very young, the strength it conveyed was like a mountain, pressing him so hard that he couldn't move at all. Suddenly, the black master felt his hand lighten as the boy's hand left him. At the same time, a voice rang in his ear, Master, don't move. If you move, you will die. The black driver turned around and saw a girl with cat ears beside the boy. The girl's claws were as sharp as knives. She raised her hand and slashed at the roof of the minibus. Sizzle! There was a sharp sound of metal tearing, and then the girl quickly removed a piece of the roof of the minibus. Boom! At this moment, a sound like rolling thunder came faintly from the distant sky, accompanied by a violent sound of breaking through the air. Chen Xiaobai looked at the black master in front of him, the smile on his face not diminishing at all. Let me guess, judging by the sound, it should be a Hellfire anti-tank missile, right? At this point, Chen Xiaobai twitched his lips slightly and said, I'm just an ordinary high school student. What bad intentions could I have? Is it worth using a tank-killing weapon to attack me? After saying this, Chen Xiaobai appeared on the roof of the car, holding his white jade longbow in his hand. The shadow of a missile could already be seen in the distant night sky, but Chen Xiaobai hesitated for a moment and threw the longbow back to Xiaoju. Change to the black one that's thick and hard. Meow. Xiaoju understood, licked her lips lightly with her seductive tongue, and threw the barret into Chen Xiaobai's hands. Next, Chen Xiaobai knelt on one knee on the roof of the car, pulled the bolt, aimed, and pulled the trigger. A flash of fire suddenly spurted out from the muzzle of the Barrett rifle, and bang. Boom. The Hellfire anti-tank missile that had flown to a distance of only a few hundred meters from Chen Xiaobai exploded. A gorgeous red cloud exploded in the night. From receiving the gun to detonating the Hellfire missile, Chen Xiaobai took less than 2 seconds, and he did not use any martial arts. Chapter 95. Aura Dispersal Instrument. How can I let you spend so much money? Chen Xiaobai detonated the flying anti-tank missile with one shot, and the outlines of 2 armed helicopters gradually appeared in the night sky ahead. At the same time, the fierce hum of locomotives sounded from the wastelands on both sides of the road. Chen Xiaobai tilted his head slightly to glance at both sides of the road, then turned back to look at the helicopter in the night sky ahead. A flash of white light suddenly flashed across his smiling face, and then he said, "Buzz." In the night sky in front of Chen Xiaobai, several kilometers away, the pilots of the 2 armed helicopters were suddenly stunned at the same time, and then their eyes became unfocused. Then, a faint silver halo appeared in each of their eyes. At the same time, in the convoys rushing out from both sides of the road, a man carrying a staff on his back and with mechanical limbs below his head suddenly felt dazed for a moment, and then returned to normal. Standing on the roof of the minibus, Chen Xiaobai's smile grew brighter. He said calmly, "The target is in the convoys that appeared on both sides of the road. Kill them. Receive." The pilots of the 2 armed helicopters turned the joysticks at the same time, turning left and right and flying towards the 2 sides of the road. Next, Chen Xiaobai sat on the roof of the minibus, kicking his legs leisurely, waiting to watch the show. Buzz. The roar of motorcycles was rapidly approaching, and more than 10 off-road vehicles rushed out from the wilderness on both sides of the road. Some of them had been specially modified and had heavy machine guns mounted on the roof. The convoy rushing over here obviously had no intention of leaving anyone alive. When they were still a few hundred meters away from the road, the people over there got out of the car and started hanging ammunition belts on the heavy machine guns. In response to this, the white light flashing in Chen Xiaobai's eyes suddenly jumped. Swish, 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 swish. A series of violent sounds of breaking through the air came again, and the 2 armed helicopters each fired several rockets, flying towards the convoys on both sides of the road. Seeing the helicopter in the sky suddenly opening fire towards them, the 2 convoys were obviously a little panicked. One of the off-road vehicles suddenly turned and threw a person in the car out of the window. Chen Xiaobai curled his lips and said, "You deserve it for not wearing a seat belt." Boom, boom, boom. The rockets fired from the armed helicopters caused a series of explosions in the convoy. The convoy that was so majestic and proud just a second ago was instantly filled with flames. Rumble. The armed helicopter in the sky flew over the convoy with a roar, then turned around and flew back. This time, the armed helicopter opened its aircraft cannon, and suddenly bursts of fierce fire rain fell from the sky. Bang, 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 bang. Suddenly, the machine gun of one of the armed helicopters stopped firing halfway, and the propeller slowly stopped turning, but the entire helicopter just stopped in midair. Swish. Boom. A swift fireball suddenly rose from the ground and accurately hit the attack helicopter, detonating it. Chen Xiaobai looked at the direction where the fireball rose with interest. There was a thin-looking white man holding a staff in one hand and a device similar to a remote control in the other. Holding a staff and being able to shoot fireballs, he undoubtedly has a talent for magic. Such warriors are often physically fragile. Chen Xiaobai raised the Barrett, aimed at the man, and fired. Bang! The Barrett gun fired, but the scene that Chen Xiaobai imagined the man's head exploding did not happen. Because the man was standing in front of him with his 5 fingers spread out, with his index finger and middle finger firmly holding a sniper bullet. Chen Xiaobai narrowed his eyes slightly. I have an idea of using mechanical limbs to make up for my lack of martial arts talent. Swish. Boom. The man swung his staff and sent out a fireball that shot down another helicopter in the sky. Then, an electronically synthesized voice came to Chen Xiaobai. Kid, your game is over. After the man finished speaking, he pressed the remote control in his hand. Woo! Suddenly, the sound of some strange device operating was heard all around. From that moment on, Chen Xiaobai felt that the spiritual energy in the air around him was rapidly disappearing. Someone has installed an aura-dispelling device nearby. Chen Xiaobai was stunned for a moment. This kind of equipment is not cheap. It is charged based on the dual standards of time and area. Rumor has it that a civilian aura-dispersing device covering 100 square meters would cost more than 100,000 yuan if it were turned on for 1 second. If it is for military use, it will be even more expensive. And now these people are trying to snipe me. So obviously the area covered by the spiritual energy will not be too small. This is quite a big deal. On the opposite side, several strong men who had survived the previous attack by helicopters hid behind vehicles with weapons in hand. The man who had just swung his staff to send out fireballs to shoot down 2 helicopter gunships strode forward. The man came to stand not far from Chen Xiaobai, with an unusually pretentious smile of victory on his face, and said, "Kid, my name is Tai Lun, and I accepted money from others to take your life. I know your martial arts are powerful, but the spiritual energy in this area is very thin now, and your martial arts are basically useless. I know that your killing skills are very powerful, but I'm sorry, I don't think your skilled killing skills can defeat my mechanical limbs." As he spoke, he raised his right hand, loosened his index and middle fingers, and the sniper bullet sandwiched between them fell to the road below with a clang. Chen Xiaobai leaned on the sniper rifle in his hand and asked, "The cost of dispelling the spiritual energy is quite expensive, right?" Tai Lun smiled and said, "The military version covers about 500 meters of this section of road, with a total area of nearly 5,000 square meters. In total, it's around 7 to 8 million per second. But don't worry, my boss is very rich, and he's not going to kill you for money. We're all dying anyway, so I'm not afraid of you hearing about it. My boss still owes you over 4 billion. Don't worry, I'll burn this money for you according to your Eastern tradition." Looking at Tai Lun's smug face, Chen Xiaobai muttered, "What a waste. What a waste. How could I let you spend so much money? In that case, I can only help you save time." As he spoke, Chen Xiaobai quickly hid on the other side of the minibus and shouted, "Get started." Da-da-da-da-da. In an instant, gunfire rang out behind Terran, and these people were firing at only one target, not Chen Xiaobai, but Terran. If Terran looked closely at these people at this moment, he would be able to see a faint silver halo in their eyes. Starry Sky Charm is a spiritual attack martial art. Once the charm is successful, the mental state of the attacked person will become abnormal. The source of the force for this effect is the brain of the attacked person, and no spiritual energy is required. Just now, when Chen Xiaobai seduced the pilots of the 2 attack helicopters, he also seduced all of these people at the same time. Of course, he also tried to charm Terran. The Starry Sky Charm skill is said to be indiscriminate against warriors below the spiritual martial realm, but it has requirements for the attack distance. Terran himself has reached the true martial realm in terms of strength, so if one wants to charm a warrior like this, he must do so at close range. Although the spiritual energy in this area is thin at this time, it is not absent. The concentration of this spiritual energy is not enough to use martial arts, but it is more than enough for Chen Xiaobai to convey a thought to those who are charmed by him. So, after Chen Xiaobai gave the order, Terran was instantly attacked by fierce gunfire. His metal limbs were riddled with bullet holes of all sizes all over within a few seconds. Although this crater was not fatal to Terran, it made him think of a very scary thing. Sure enough, when Terran turned his head, he saw a mercenary soldier who was in the same car with him running towards a small mound on the side. There's a spirit-dispelling device buried there. At this moment, Terran felt cold all over. Who was he facing? It's Hunter number 14. The thug who killed more than 6,000 people in the Hunter Elite Tournament without blinking an eye. Once the spiritual energy is restored, will there still be a way for me to survive? Chapter 96. Children who love to laugh will never go astray. At that moment, Terran quickly swung his staff to attack the mercenary soldier, but he swung it several times awkwardly and only produced a few sparks. Only then did Terran remember in confusion that his spiritual energy had been dispelled. He stretched out his right hand, and the sound of a machine running was heard. The Tyranid mechanical arm changed, and the original right hand turned into a laser gun flashing blue light. But the blue light on his laser gun flashed for only a few times before he fired a shot. At this moment, a gentle voice sounded in his ears. "You really don't take me seriously." As soon as the words fell, swish, snap, a sharp black dagger instantly chopped off Terran's deformed mechanical arm. Sparks flew, and the sound of broken metal was heard. Chen Xiaobai and Terran each retreated. Chen Xiaobai looked at the black dagger in his hand in surprise, and then looked at Terran's mechanical arm. This knife did not cut off his mechanical arm, but only cut off half of it. And from the looks of it, that laser gun seems to still be usable. Terran looked at his mechanical arm in horror, and he didn't dare to engage in such close combat with Chen Xiaobai. As a warrior, Terran knew about Chen Xiaobai's performance in the Hunter Elite competition. His various killing methods made him shudder. Besides, there's a damn grandson over there trying to dig out his life. That's right, in Terran's eyes, the spiritual energy dispersing device is his lifeblood. Terran strode away, and as he ran, he controlled the mechanical limbs of his legs to begin to deform. After running a few steps, every time he took a step, a faint blue flame would appear on his calves. This jet-like propulsion method greatly accelerated Terran's speed, and he widened the distance between himself and Chen Xiaobai in just a few steps. Chen Xiaobai watched him run calmly from behind, and slowly followed him with a Barrett sniper rifle. As they walked, Chen Xiaobai kept giving orders to the mercenaries he had charmed. Group A will be on the left wing of the highway, and Group B will be on the right wing. We will make a circuitous move and outflank them. We are not in a rush to annihilate them. You can fire freely during this process, but you are not allowed to lead the charge. Suddenly, more than a dozen people came running out from both sides of the road, all holding weapons in their hands. They ran towards the side and rear of Tyran, raising their hands to shoot Tyran from time to time. Terran, who was distancing himself from Chen Xiaobai in front, suddenly emitted a blue laser beam from the laser gun in his hand, and this laser beam accurately hit the mercenary who was digging at his vitals. The mercenary soldier froze in place instantly, with a thick layer of frost covering his body. Seeing this, Terran breathed a sigh of relief, but he did not dare to slow down at all. He rushed straight to the burial place of the spiritual energy dispersing device, looking at the enemy that was surrounding him as if facing a great enemy. Snap! Chen Xiaobai pulled the bolt of his rifle and surrounded Tailuan with a dozen of his men. He said to Tailuan with a warm expression, "Oh, the ambush has turned into a tower defense. TSK, this is fun." Without saying a word, Terran raised his laser gun and shot Chen Xiaobai. However, just as he raised his hand, Chen Xiaobai's hand touched his lower back as fast as lightning, and swish. Swish. A cold light flashed like lightning, and a sharp flying knife spun and hit Terran's throat steadily. Although he has lost his spiritual energy, Chen Zhao's physical fitness in the daytime martial arts realm is still there. With his strong physical fitness and rich killing skills, Chen Xiaobai is now much stronger than the killer in his previous life, who was able to put a knife on the neck of the United States Secretary of State. The speed of his knife attack was so fast that it was almost impossible for the human eye to catch it. The flying knife was so powerful that it instantly cut through the skin at Tyran's throat, revealing the mechanical structure inside. Although this attack failed to cause fatal injuries to Tyran, the huge force and inertia from the flying knife made Tyran take several steps back. The laser gun in his hand also shot straight into the sky. Chen Xiaobai approached Tailuan with an increasingly thick smile on his face and said softly, "Hey, you think I can't beat your mechanical limbs? Your conclusion is theoretically valid, but you are missing a premise. That's your brain. Your brain is still human, and your mechanical body still has human reactions. And any human reaction will show weakness in my eyes." Every time Chen Xiaobai took a step forward, Tailuan took 2 trembling steps back. He asked tremblingly, Then what is your weakness?" Chen Xiaobai held up the Barrett in his hand and aimed at Terran from a distance of several hundred meters. He said quietly, "My weakness? My weakness is that every time I want to kill someone, I can't help but feel happy and want to laugh. This is my weakness. I've always wanted to change it, but I haven't been able to change it. Later, I simply stopped changing it. After all, any child who loves to laugh will not learn bad things." Tyran. At this moment, looking at the smile on Chen Xiaobai's face, Terran felt that he was extremely familiar with this smile. It should be said that all the warriors in the Star Federation are familiar with it recently. Of course, the most familiar ones are the more than 1,000 contestants in the Tila secret territory who were dealt with face-to-face by Chen Xiaobai. The more than 5,000 people who were finally sent away by Chen Xiaobai with the blood sacrifice of living beings may not be so familiar. At this moment, Terran actually felt that those 5,000 people were so lucky. Bang! The Barrett in Chen Xiaobai's hand fired, and Terran was unable to catch the shot. He could have caught it, but his psychological defenses were broken by Chen Xiaobai's trash talk, and he was completely thrown into disarray. As a professional killer, Chen Xiaobai's oral skills are no worse than his martial arts skills. Bang! There is no doubt that the destructive power of the Barrett at close range was such that even Tyran's mechanical body, made of unknown material, was torn into a hole the size of a bowl. The huge momentum of the Barrett bullet carried Tyran back a long distance. Chen Xiaobai looked at him with a hint of disappointment in his eyes. In fact, if Terran was a little stronger, or had less psychological trauma, it would not be so easy for me to deal with him without spiritual energy. He thought he had met an equally matched opponent, but after just 2 moves, the opponent was already dying and completely defeated. At this moment, Chen Xiaobai could only sigh in his heart, the loneliness of the masters. Bang! 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 Chen Xiaobai fired 3 shots from the Barrett, sending another lost lamb to heaven. Afterwards, he found the very expensive spiritual energy dispersing device and wanted to kill it with a grenade, but Chen Xiaobai suddenly had an idea. He looked at the remaining energy of the spiritual energy dispersing device and found that it was more than 80%, so he turned off the switch and put it away. Chen Xiaobai turned and walked towards the minibus he was riding in. As soon as he left, the dozen or so mercenary soldiers who were standing there all fell to the ground. Each of them was bleeding from all 7 orifices, and their lives disappeared in an instant. When Chen Xiaobai walked to the front of the minibus, he saw that the black driver was still there. This time Chen Xiaobai really acted like a good guy. He really didn't kill the black man. The main thing is that if you kill them you have to drive yourself, and the Banshees have a limited awakening time, which is quite annoying. Master, we are not going to Los Angeles. Let's go to Canada. The black uncle who had just witnessed Chen Xiaobai do a good deed silently looked at the Sun Group pass on his car and sighed slowly. Sun City Group's headquarters is in California City. Chapter 97. Forget it. Let's leave him in the stars. Not long after the minibus Chen Xiaobai was riding and left, a commercial vehicle drove up from behind. There were 2 people in the car. The driver, Chen Xiaobai, was the Oriental man who appeared in front of the Los Angeles Museum before. The man sitting in the passenger seat was also an Oriental. He had a cigar in his mouth and squinted his eyes at the field where Chen Xiaobai had just fought. What do you think, Wang Xian? I told you, he can kill you. The driver refused to admit defeat and immediately shot back. You mean he can't kill you? The latter said without hesitation. Of course, no problem. This time our superiors have given us a difficult problem. Still following? Follow us. Those guys in the Star Secret Service have sharp noses. They've probably spotted us. Let's take another route, change cars in the nearest city, and then go straight to Canada City. 3 days later, the minibus with the sunroof that Chen Xiaobai was riding in drove into Canada. Chen Xiaobai did not hide his tracks at all. He asked the black driver to take him to the Sun Hotel in California and booked a suite. That's right, the Sun Hotel is a subsidiary of the Sun Group. On the night Chen Xiaobai arrived in California, the black driver was secretly taken into the luxurious manor of the chairman of the Sun Group, which covers an area of 20 square kilometers. It was the first time for the black master to enter such a luxurious manor, but he did not dare to look up. He just lowered his head and followed the guide in front of him. After a careful inspection, he got on a sightseeing electric car. The electric car drove for about 10 minutes, passing several single-family villas, artificial lakes, and artificial rockery, and met many servants. The black master did not look at the villas and the scenery. His eyes were only on the servants. He knew that these servants were paid very well. The electric car finally stopped not far from a pond. The black driver saw that it seemed that a dinner was being prepared here. Several young men and women were sitting around a long dining table, with a group of servants busying around. The black driver saw Mr. Joe, who hired him to drive, in the busy crowd. However, compared to his arrogant look that day, Joe now looked very cautious, just like himself. The guide brought the black master to the edge of the pond. An elderly man with white hair stood in front. He kept taking out fresh pieces of meat from a cart behind him and throwing them into the pond in front of him. Every time he dropped a piece of meat, a ferocious roar of an animal would be heard in the pond, and waves of water would surge. The black master couldn't suppress his curiosity and took a look into the pond. Hiss! In an instant, the black master felt all the hair on his body stand up, and the pond was filled with ferocious two-headed crocodiles. This kind of crocodile does not exist on the blue planet. It is only found in a certain secret realm. It is extremely ferocious, but now it is being kept in a pond as a pet. At this moment, the black master lowered his head even deeper. Call one eye over. At this time, the old man who was throwing meat into the pond to feed the crocodile spoke. A man standing behind him, wearing a neat suit and a black mask, looked back. The 2 bodyguards beside him left and went to the dining table to call one NEI. The old man, Wen NEI, and the black master were standing by the pond. Although Wen Nei's status was higher than the black master, he was as respectful as the black master at this moment and didn't even dare to look at the old man. The old man didn't rush to speak until he had thrown all the meat from the cart behind him into the pond. Then he turned to look at the black master and asked, I'm really curious. Why are all the people dead, but you are the only one alive? A trace of fear appeared on the black master's face, and he said tremblingly, Then, that Oriental kid asked me to deliver something to Mr. Chiao. When NEI frowned and asked, Are you sure it's for Chiao? The black master nodded and said, Sure, the kid asked me to give it to my boss. When NEI stopped talking, the old man said, Where's the thing? Take it out and let's see it. The black master reached into his arms. At this time, the man in a suit wearing a black mask stepped forward staring at the Black Master with eyes like lightning. The Black Master seemed extremely nervous. His hands were shaking violently. He finally took something out of the inside pocket of his clothes, handed it to him with both hands, and said, "This is it." The man in the suit stepped forward, took the thing, and looked at it. It was a black card with a red cat's paw plum blossom pattern printed on it. The man in the suit checked it and placed the card in front of the old man with both hands. The old man didn't reach out to take it. He just looked at it coldly. Finally, a smile appeared on his face. "What is this? A death notice?" The man in the suit, whose mouth was covered by a black mask, moved slightly, and his voice was a little hoarse. "Boss, don't underestimate him. So far, this guy has never failed. Anyone who receives this card." The old man chuckled again. He stretched out his hand, and the servant who had been standing next to him immediately handed him an exquisite silver cane. The old man leaned on his cane and looked up at the sunset sky. He said to himself, "I'm 69 years old this year. I've been in charge of Sun Group for nearly 40 years. What kind of storms have I not encountered? But I never thought I would receive death threats from a 17-year-old boy." As he spoke, the old man glanced at the Black Master and waved his cane. "My pets haven't eaten human flesh yet. Throw him down." The man in the suit waved his hand, and two bodyguards stepped forward immediately, grabbed the Black Master, who was already pale with fear, and were about to throw him into the pond. Suddenly, when Nay's phone rang, it was a text message with only one sentence. "That driver has been my driver for 3 days. Even if he hasn't done anything, he has worked hard. If anything happens to him, I will bury you with him tonight," etc. When NEI immediately stopped the two bodyguards and showed his phone to the old man. The old man just glanced at the text message on his phone and asked when NEI, "What? Are you scared?" When NEI gave a somewhat stiff smile. "Uncle, of course I'm not afraid. But if this kid really comes to your house tonight, and word gets out that you're being sought out by a kid, it's bound to sound awkward. Why not save the driver's life first and keep the kid safe? He's staying at the group's hotel anyway. Let's send someone to clean up the source of this trouble tonight, and then." The next words in the text did not make it clear, but the look he gave the Black Master said it all. At this time, the Black Master was so frightened by the scene that he couldn't speak. His whole body was shaking violently, and he couldn't even say a few words to beg for mercy. The old man smiled lightly, without saying anything, and just nodded and said, "Okay." The old man turned to look at the uniformed man wearing a black mask and tapped his cane on the uniformed man's straight suit. "You go there yourself tonight." A fierce look flashed in the suit man's eyes. "Yes." The old man looked at the Black Master and smiled gently. "Then I'll trouble you to condescend to stay in my house for one more night." The Black Master's head was covered in sweat. His two bodyguards held him down, but he staggered and fell to the ground, unable to stand up for a long time. That night, in the Manor parking lot, the man in the suit walked towards his car with his bag on his back. It was the time when the bodyguards in the Manor were changing shifts. He met the person in charge of the monitoring room, a black man who looked somewhat gentle. As soon as the black man saw the man in the suit, he waved to him, and the man in the suit nodded. The two cars happened to be parked next to each other. When the person in charge of the monitoring room opened the car door, he casually asked the man in the suit, "Although I shouldn't ask, I still want to gossip about the boss's private affairs. Why did the boss invite that kid to his house today?" The man in the suit replied absent-mindedly, "What kid? He's already quite old and will die soon." "Well, I didn't expect the boss to be so strong. Look how scared he was today." At this point, the person in charge of the monitoring room had already started the car and drove away. Then the man in the suit slightly adjusted his mask and drove away. At the same time, in another hotel room in California City, the room was clearly full of people, but it was completely silent, as still as death. Only the sound of a few people's rapidly beating heart could be heard faintly. The TV in front of these people was playing surveillance footage from the Sun family manor. Of course, they had used unconventional means to access the manor's surveillance system. In the picture, from the beginning of entering the manor, undergoing inspection, riding the battery car, to the final conversation with Wen's uncle and nephew by the pond, the person who participated in all this was not the Black Master, but Chen Xiaobai himself. Yes, Chen Xiaobai used the charm of the starry sky to control everyone who met him in the manor, making everyone think that he was the black driver. Because he was led into the manor, even if the secret sentries hidden in the distance and the bodyguards in the monitoring room discovered that it was Chen Xiaobai and not the Black Master who was brought into the manor, they would only be curious and would not do anything. They didn't even dare to ask their boss why he brought home a young man who had just won the title of God of Killing in the Hunter Elite competition. They were afraid that he would be thrown into the pond to feed the crocodiles. After figuring this out, Lin Zhe and Wang Xian, the leaders of the group, felt cold sweat running down their bodies when they saw the smiling face of Chen Xiaobai in the picture, and a chill ran from the soles of their feet to the top of their heads. Everyone looked at the crazy smile on Chen Xiaobai's face as he was almost thrown into the pond to feed the crocodiles at the last moment, and the Red Dragon Special Forces warriors trembled all over. This person seems a little too scary. At this moment, everyone in the room remained silent for several minutes. Finally, Lindsay turned his head and looked at Wang Xian and said, "Why don't we just forget it and leave this child in Chuanqing?" Chapter 98, I Never Kill Innocent People. The night passed quickly. The next morning, the servants in Sun Manor started their work early. Some people watered the flowers and plants, some mowed the lawn, some prepared breakfast for the owner of the manor, and some went to the pond to feed the crocodiles on behalf of the owner. There were two servants, a man and a woman. The man was pushing a cart filled with fresh beef. The woman, wearing gloves, glanced at the beef beside her with a look of regret, then turned to look into the pond. The pond looked calm at this moment, but the maid knew that as long as she blew the whistle in her hand, the pond would immediately reveal its hideous scene. "Call out." A whistle sounded, and the pond remained peaceful. The maid looked into the pond in surprise and blew the whistle a second time. Swoosh. There was still no movement in the pond. Suddenly, the maid and the butler looked at each other, and their expressions were a little solemn. An hour later, the water in the pond was drained. The owner of the manor, the chairman of the Star Federation Sun Group, was sitting by the pond and watching the old man yesterday. He watched with his own eyes as the water in the pond was pumped out bit by bit, and also watched with his own eyes as the first two-headed crocodile's body appeared, then the second and the third. The tails of every 5 two-headed crocodiles were tied together in a knot in an extremely cruel way. All the two-headed crocodiles suffered severe injuries to their heads, and judging from the wounds, they were probably caused by an axe. Among the dozens of two-headed crocodile corpses, there was also a human corpse. It was none other than the man in a suit who was specifically sent out by the old man yesterday. The wound on the man in the suit was on his throat, just a shallow blood mark. Compared to the treatment suffered by those two-headed crocodiles, the treatment encountered by the man in the suit can be described as mild. By the pond, the old man was standing with his nephews and younger generations behind him. There was no expression on the old man's face at this time, but the younger generations behind him were terrified. They all grew up in luxury, and usually they are the only ones who use bloody means to deal with others. When will it be their turn to be intimidated like this? The most important thing is that this happened in his own home. This is a declaration of war. After a long while, the old man uttered these words. That night, an explosion occurred at the Sun Hotel in California, and an executive suite was completely destroyed. According to the information from the front desk, the person staying in that room was the 17-year-old Oriental boy, the star player who had just finished participating in the hunter competition. Upon hearing this news suddenly, countless 14 fans across the Star Federation mourned and shed tears, and some pointed the finger at the Sun Group, but it was obvious that these people were suppressed before they could even make a wave. On the morning of the third day, it was breakfast time at Sun Manor. As the top family in the entire Star Federation, the Sun family has strict family rules. For example, every morning the younger generations have to get up early to greet the elders, and then have breakfast together as a family. But today, the old man sitting in the main seat in the restaurant was obviously a little uneasy. Every time he drank a mouthful of porridge, he would look up at the people below him, especially his 3 sons and a nephew, who were the ones who would inherit his family business in the future. After the meal, everyone stood up and said goodbye to the old man. The old man nodded and sat by the window of the restaurant, staring at the sky in a daze. The old man knew that last night's attack had yielded nothing. The other party's revenge may come at any time. Thinking about it, the old man touched his shirt pocket and took out a card. Dark red cat's paw plum blossom print, black card face. The old man found this thing next to his pillow this morning. Boom. Suddenly, a loud explosion was heard from the direction of the Sun Manor parking lot. The old man was startled by the sound and immediately shouted to the servant outside the door, "Go and see what's going on." Not long after the servant ran away, a phone call came to the old man. "Hello." The person on the other end of the line was the bodyguard of the old man's youngest son. The voice on the other end sounded hurried and panicked. "Boss, it's Master Carlo's car." The old man hurriedly asked, "How is Carlo?" "Master Carlo is fine, just a little scared. We just walked to the parking lot, and then it exploded." "Call." The old man breathed a sigh of relief. He hung up the phone and called 1NEI. As soon as the call was connected, the old man said cautiously, "Bring that black man here. We need to have a good talk with him." The Black Master was once again brought to the old man by the bodyguard. This time, the two sides met in the reception room of Sun Manor. As soon as the two sides met, the old man immediately said, "We are seeking peace. You contact that person. He can make any demands." The Black Master looked at the old man, then walked straight to the old man and sat down opposite him, staring at him without saying a word. The old man frowned at first, then suddenly realized something. He lowered his head and pondered for a moment. He took out the plum blossom cat paw print card on his body and said, "If he can let my descendants go, then he can take my broken body if he wants." After a brief silence, the Black Master finally spoke. "Any drinks?" These 4 words confused the old man for a moment. He then picked up the phone and dialed the number while asking the Black Master, "What would you like to drink?" "Coke, Pepsi, sugar-free, preferably canned, iced." "Oh, and with a straw. I remind you, I don't want to see people holding straws with their hands." The old man nodded excitedly and said, Okay, no problem. Please wait a moment." Within 5 minutes of his call going through, a maid came over with a tray filled with ice-cold cans of Diet Pepsi and plastic-sealed disposable straws. The drink arrived, and the black chef opened it, inserted the straw, drank it in one gulp, and let out a long breath. At this moment, the old man was shocked to find that the Black Master in front of him was changing little by little, and finally turned into the appearance of Chen Xiaobai himself. The old man rubbed his eyes in disbelief. "What are you doing?" "Snoring." Chen Xiaobai took a sip of Coke and said lightly, "A little spiritual martial arts skill, not worth mentioning." The old man looked at Chen Xiaobai, his face suddenly covered with cold sweat. "I'm very sorry that we offended you. Now you see." Chen Xiaobai blinked and said very simply, "Don't be afraid. I'm a gentle person and I never kill innocent people." When the old man heard Chen Xiaobai's words, a look of joy first appeared on his face, but then he was immediately filled with sadness. "Then, am I innocent?" "Snoring." Chen Xiaobai did not answer. While drinking Coke, he glanced at the cat's paw plum blossom print card in the old man's hand. Chapter 99. Dressed in white. She looks like a fairy in a painting. The old man lowered his head, as if he understood what Chen Xiaobai meant. At this moment, Chen Xiaobai asked the old man a question that puzzled him. "Do you know why I always think I am a good person?" The old man shook his head slowly. "Snoring." Chen Xiaobai wore a very innocent smile on his face. He took a sip of Coke and said slowly, "Because of people like you." He lowered his body slightly, moved closer to the old man, and continued. "First, you'll launch a surprise attack on my hotel room. If that fails, you'll try secondhand. First, you'll try to stabilize me through negotiations. In reality, you've already sent people to Los Angeles to capture those close to me, even though they have no blood relationship with me. This is just the overt tactic. Secretly, you contacted the federal XBA agency and hired Black Rose's top assassin at great expense. You even planted bombs under the beds of every member of your family, including your own bedroom, so that when I attack your family, you can take me away with you. Grandpa, if we talk about ruthless people, you are the most ruthless." Chen Xiaobai said these words word by word with a smile on his face. The old man opposite him had a pale face, because every word Chen Xiaobai said was true. When he looked at Chen Xiaobai again, his lips trembled constantly. You can read minds?" Apart from this reason, the old man could not think of any other reason, because there was no one else in the world except him who could understand the above things so clearly. "Snoring." "Oh." Chen Xiaobai took another sip of Coke, exhaled a long breath, leaned back on the sofa, and said lazily, "Grandpa, I'm a kind person. How you want to die is up to you." Chen Xiaobai's words were light, but when they reached the old man's ears, they seemed to be of great weight. I beg you. I'm already this old. I can give you a lot of money, a lot of money." Chen Xiaobai simply changed to a more comfortable sitting position, pretended to glance at his non-existent watch, and said as if he was really checking the time, "Grandpa, I'll give you 5 minutes to think about this. If you don't make a choice after 5 minutes, I'll help you." After saying that, Chen Xiaobai closed his eyes and began to doze off. Looking at Chen Xiaobai, who closed his eyes, the old man's eyes burned with a strong desire to survive. Bang! Suddenly, the door of the reception room was pushed open, and a white man rushed in with a group of bodyguards holding weapons. "Father!" The leading white man shouted loudly, then raised his gun and pointed it at Chen Xiaobai. But at this moment, a sudden cry came from under his feet. Meow. Swish. A cold light flashed, and in the blink of an eye, the white man holding the pistol's entire right hand slipped from his wrist. "Ah!" The man screamed, and he saw a girl with cat ears standing in front of him. The transformed Xiaoju stared at the white man as he rushed into the group of bodyguards, with his cat claws in his hands as sharp as blades. Swish, swish, swish. After a flash of cold light, Xiaoju slowly pulled out her sharp claw blade from the chest of the last standing bodyguard. There were already people lying on the ground at her feet, with blood and broken limbs all over the ground. Finally, Xiaoju looked outside the reception room, where 3 warriors were standing. The old man sitting opposite Chen Xiaobai first looked at the white man lying on the ground with heartache, then glanced at the 3 warriors outside out of the corner of his eye. These 3 people are most likely his last hope of survival. A gust of cold wind suddenly blew through the reception room, and then the old man saw a scene that almost made his heart stop. Next to the 3 warriors outside, a pale-faced woman suddenly appeared, floating in the air. Afterwards, the old man saw 2 of the 3 warriors fall to the ground instantly, and the other one suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and rolled on the ground holding his head. Seeing his last hope shattered, the old man was silent for a while. Finally, he looked at Chen Xiaobai and said through gritted teeth, "You said not to kill innocent people." Chen Xiaobai nodded. "Yeah." The old man picked up the phone and said to the inside, "Call Wen Ni to the living room." A panicked voice came from the phone. "Boss, Master Wen Ni, I just came out of the monitoring room and drove out in a hurry." The old man heard this and took one last look at Chen Xiaobai, then at the white man lying on the ground. He said into the phone, "Tell the eldest and 3rd brother to leave the stars." This day was just an ordinary day for the servants in the manor. But as all the crocodiles raised by the boss died in the morning, and soon thereafter a loud explosion was heard from the parking lot, and then the young boss when Ni drove out of the manor like a madman, all the servants realized that something big might be happening in the manor. The servants who were busy at their respective posts would turn around and look at the main building of the manor from time to time, but until noon, except for a black man coming out of the main building halfway, there was no movement in the main building. It was not until lunchtime that the manor's steward discovered the old man sleeping in the living room. However, no matter how he called, the old man would not wake up. California City, or the Sun Hotel. After last night's explosion, there were basically no people staying at the Sun Hotel, but Chen Xiaobai still chose to stay there. In his words, "The rent is cheap at this time, so you should spend money and save money." In the hotel room, Chen Xiaobai stared at the girl in front of him for 30 seconds. With her delicate eyebrows, white teeth, bright eyes, and fragrant cheeks, she was dressed in a white dress as white as snow, and her peerless beauty was like a fairy in a painting. Do you remember what Chen Xiaobai said when he first met Xiaoju? "It starts from 3 years, it's worth it." If it happened to this person, he would be sentenced to life imprisonment at least, which is totally worth it. The girl nodded slightly. Her face flushed as she said in a sweet voice, "I am Kaijeksu, your servant, greeting the master." Chen Xiaobai frowned and said, "Chaoga Shui?" Chaoga seems to be a place name. The girl slowly knelt in front of Chen Xiaobai and said softly, "Yes, in my previous life, I loved watching the snow in Chaoga the most, hence the name Chaoga Snow. Thank you, master, for summoning me out and giving me a new life." Chen Xiaobai blinked, sat on the sofa, and secretly called out to a tool he had almost forgotten, "A ling. My mind is empty, without any sound." A ling. Snoring. This time Chen Xiaobai heard a snoring sound, and he got angry. A ling. The dog host is causing trouble again. When Chen Xiaobai heard a ling calling him in her clear voice, his face instantly turned gloomy. "A ling, it should be working hours now, right? You're actually sleeping." Yeah, what's wrong?" Chen Xiaobai. "Who did you call the dog host just now?" "It must be you, who else could it be?" Chen Xiaobai. What do you mean? You want to uninstall the system again? You can uninstall it this time. Are you sure you want to uninstall it?" After a moment of silence, Chen Xiaobai. "I haven't heard your voice for so many days. I miss you a little bit." "What the hell? What's wrong?" You. Chen Xiaobai, me? You actually summoned Sister Shui, my old swan." Chen Xiaobai said disdainfully. "Why? Is this rare?" You actually made Sister Shui kneel on the ground. "You scumbag. I'm going to do something even more scumbag in a minute. Do you want to see it?" Man, this Kaijeksu seems to have a higher IQ than other demon spirits. Of course. In fact, Sister Shui can no longer be called a demon spirit. She is closer to a fairy spirit. Apart from me, a ling, Sister Shui is the most beautiful girl in all the big and small Zhodian worlds. I never thought that the star moon nine-tailed fox, coveted by countless people, would actually fall into the hands of my host. Chen Xiaobai asked curiously, "Why? Is it difficult to give birth to a star moon nine-tailed fox?" After a moment of silence, Aling silently explained to Chen Xiaobai, "What do you mean by giving birth to a star moon nine-tailed fox? All the demon spirits in the system are unique." "Okay." Chen Xiaobai frowned and said, "Didn't you say that I still have many seniors?" "Yeah, those old perverts all wanted Sister Shui, but they couldn't get her. I didn't expect that a little pervert like you would get her. Chen Xiaobai asked. How can you say I succeeded? Well, let me explain it this way to you, stupid host. When the system determines whether the birth carrier meets the requirements, it is actually communicating with all the demon spirits. For example, Sister Shue's birth carrier is a fox. Only when Sister Shue recognizes the host will the system determine the fox the host encounters as the birth carrier. If Sister Shue doesn't approve, another demon spirit of the same kind will approve the host, and the judgment will be successful. I never thought Sister Shue was so beautiful, but her taste is really a bit poor. Chapter 100. The Game of Darkness Under the Lamp is really exciting. In the blink of an eye, another 3 days passed. During these 3 days, Chen Xiaobai also received a sum of money, a total of 1.4 billion yuan. Chen Xiaobai was confused for a long time. Finally, he called the bank to inquire and found out that this was the share of the gift he received from participating in the Hunter Elite competition. By the 4th day, 7 days had passed since Chen Xiaobai came out of the Tila's secret realm. After sitting on the bed and stretching, Chen Xiaobai got up and had breakfast at the hotel, then prepared to go out to work. With a woman by his side, he naturally could no longer be as casual as before. This time, Chen Xiaobai changed into a neat and expensive suit. Although Chen Xiaobai himself was not very old, as a warrior, his skeleton was quite perfect and could support this suit. Chen Xiaobai took some free time out of his busy schedule a few days ago and went shopping with Chao Guxue to buy the suit, along with leather shoes, ties, and other new clothes for the girls. Kaijeksu wiped the dust off Chen Xiaobai's leather shoes bit by bit and finally tied Chen Xiaobai's tie. She took a step back and stared at Chen Xiaobai lovingly, her face slightly red. Master, you are so handsome. Chen Xiaobai completely ignored Chao Guxue's words of admiration. He simply stretched his limbs, making sure that this suit, which cost hundreds of thousands of yuan, wouldn't affect his ability to carry an axe or touch a dagger. Finally, holding the fire axe that they had specially taken from the hotel fire escape 2 days ago, Chen Xiaobai and Chao Guxue went out together. Walking to an empty corner, a white light emanated from Chao Guxue's body, and she transformed into a ring with an exquisite fox head carved on it, which she wore on the ring finger of Chen Xiaobai's right hand. Half an hour later, Chen Xiaobai arrived outside the Sun Group building. Chen Xiaobai didn't know where Wen Nei had gone these days, but he knew that someone in the building must know. It was rush hour, and Chen Xiaobai, wearing a fancy suit and carrying a fire axe, stood out in the crowd. But Chen Xiaobai didn't mind it at all. He stood outside the Sun Group with an axe on his shoulder, looking up for a long time. Achilles. After a sneeze and 2 sniffs, Chen Xiaobai carried an axe and entered the Sun Group's office building. Hello, sir, who are you? As soon as Chen Xiaobai entered the door, 2 security guards came up and looked at him as if they were facing a great enemy and asked. Chen Xiaobai smiled and said, Hello, I'm here to help the chairman fix the toilet. The 2 security guards looked at each other, then took a look at the expensive suit Chen Xiaobai was wearing. To be a security guard at Sun Group, one must have good eyesight. Repairing a toilet in this suit? You must be kidding. Sir, do you have an appointment to fix the toilet? Chen Xiaobai nodded and said, Yes. As he spoke, a white light flashed in his eyes, and the 2 security guards were stunned. One of them immediately turned around and led the way. Sir, please follow me. The elevator to the young chairman's office is this way. Chen Xiaobai did not follow him forward because he had already found some clues from the security guard's memory. At this moment, Chen Xiaobai's signature sunny smile appeared on his face. No, there's no way a skilled worker like me can use the elevator reserved for the chairman. I'll just take the staff elevator. The security guard was stunned for a moment, and Chen Xiaobai's eyes flashed white again. Another security guard nodded and said, Okay, no problem. Come with me. Chen Xiaobai carried a fire axe and followed the security guard forward. Before leaving, Chen Xiaobai turned around and glanced at a woman sitting in the corner of the hall. After Chen Xiaobai left with the security guard, the woman immediately picked up her phone and sent a voice message. Boss, he's gone upstairs in the chairman's exclusive elevator. Unless you look closely, no one would notice that there was a faint silver halo dancing in the woman's pair of light blue pupils. Because it was rush hour, there was a long line in front of the employee elevator door. The security guard led Chen Xiaobai to the front to cut in line, but Chen Xiaobai consciously stood at the end of the line. He smiled and said to the security guard, It's okay, I'm not in a hurry. The Sun Group employees queuing on the side all glanced at an oriental boy wearing an expensive suit and carrying a fire axe, and Chen Xiaobai responded to them one by one with a kind smile. Suddenly, everyone felt that although this young man was holding an axe, he gave people a very comfortable feeling, like a spring breeze. After waiting for almost half an hour, Chen Xiaobai finally got on an elevator with a group of more than 10 people. Chen Xiaobai was the last one to enter the elevator. He politely let everyone in first, then stood near the door, holding the axe with both hands. The elevator doors closed and began to rise. 10 floors, 20 floors, 30 floors. After the 30th floor, some people got off the elevator and some got in. When they reached the 56th floor, Chen Xiaobai followed a man and a woman out of the elevator cabin. Several Sun Group employees who were waiting outside hurriedly passed by Chen Xiaobai and got on the elevator. Chen Xiaobai stood outside the elevator door with his back to it and did not leave. The elevator door closed little by little, and suddenly bang. At the moment when the elevator door was about to close, a hand blocked the middle and the elevator door, which was about to close, opened again. Chen Xiaobai smiled as he looked at Wen Nei, who was hiding among the crowd, legs bent, head bowed, and trembling all over, and said, "Chairman Wen Nei, playing a game like Under the Light, Darkness is really exciting." After Chen Xiaobai finished speaking, the people in the elevator automatically moved away. He raised the fire axe with both hands and chopped it down fiercely. Pump! A burst of blood splattered everywhere, splashing all over everyone in the elevator. However, these people stood there motionless as if nothing had happened, with only a silver halo flickering in each of their eyes. Chapter 101. Please go slower so I can take a closer look. Chen Xiaobai's axe did not take Wen Nei's life. After all, his primary goal is to get back his own money. Chen Xiaobai dragged Wen Nei, who had a bloody gash on his thigh, into an empty office like a dead dog and threw him in, then pulled a chair over and sat in front of him. "Young chairman, it's already the 8th day. Where's my money?" Wen Nei hugged his legs and cried out in pain, whispering, "I've been a little busy at the company recently. Please give me some more time." A faint silver light flashed in Chen Xiaobai's eyes, and he suddenly knew clearly what good things Wen Nei had done in the past few days. Wen Nei has indeed been a bit busy these days. It can be said that I work almost nonstop, eating and sleeping in the group building, and only sleeping 4 hours a day on average. The chairman of Sun Group passed away. His 2 sons and their families did not even take care of the old man's funeral and went abroad with their families that night. But unfortunately, these 2 people underestimated the wolf ambitions of others, such as the chairman of Wen Nei in front of Chen Xiaobai. In this critical period of the struggle for power, Wen Nei must of course fight hard. He first arranged the funeral for the deceased chairman of the Sun Group, and then sent people from the group to capture his 2 cousins who had escaped from the stars under the pretext of investigating the cause of the chairman's death. When the boss came back, he was killed at the airport as soon as he landed by the killers secretly hired by Wen Nei. Wen Nei, it did not touch the 3rd brother, because he was only the nephew of the late chairman of Sun Group. He needed the 3rd brother to be his puppet to help him complete the transition of power. Chen Xiaobai also discovered some interesting information about the 3rd brother from the memories in the text. In fact, the idea in the article is very simple. The most dangerous place is often the safest. As long as Chen Xiaobai doesn't find me, I will be safe. So he took a lot of early warning measures on the 1st floor of the building, but he didn't expect that Chen Xiaobai's cheat had even entered other people's minds. At the same time, Chen Xiaobai also discovered that when Nei had asked the group's finance department to transfer the more than 4 billion yuan to a private account of Wen Nei himself. Because he needed a lot of money to take the position of chairman of Sun Group, it would be easy to leave evidence if he paid from his own account. So Wen Nei set his sights on the more than 4 billion yuan that was originally supposed to be paid to Chen Xiaobai. Originally, this transfer should not have been so easy, but because Wen Nei was the only one left in the entire Sun Group senior management, the finance department did not dare to offend him, so the matter was settled. After understanding the whole incident, Chen Xiaobai's eyes fell on Wen Nei's neck. Please, don't kill me. Once I take control of the entire Sun Group, I'll double what you give me. I'll give you 8 billion. Chen Xiaobai was not at all tempted by the 8 billion mentioned in the article. Money was really just a number to him. But at this time Chen Xiao rolled his eyes. He found that there was a more interesting way to play this game. Chen Xiaobai slashed the axe in his hand across Wen Nei's ankle and said with a smile, "From now on, I'll give you half an hour to find a way to call your living cousin over. Remember, no coercion is allowed. If your cousin doesn't show up in half an hour, I'll remove one of your fingers for every 10 minutes that pass, starting with your feet." Wen Nei nodded hurriedly. He still had the means to find some excuse to trick the 3rd brother over. But then Chen Xiaobai added, "Tell your cousin what I said above." Wen Nei's face instantly drooped, and he cried, "Aren't you trying to kill me? He's already escaped, and I found someone to help catch him back. He hates me now." Chen Xiaobai glanced at the non-existent watch on his wrist, and the smile on his face became even brighter. It's 9:32 in the morning now. You still have 29 minutes and 40 seconds. In the text, By the time Wen Nei's cousin arrived at Sun Group, the sun had already set, and it was the next day's sun. When Chen Xiaobai saw Wen Nei still alive in the office, he clearly felt the genuine disappointment on the face of his cousin Wen Nei. Chen Xiaobai turned around and said to Wen Nei, "It can be seen that he really hates you." Wen Nei looked at Chen Xiaobai with a sad face, not daring to speak. Chen Xiaobai pretended to think. "How much do you owe me now?" The text reads, 10 toes, 2 feet, 2 thighs and calves, 1 penis, 10 fingers, 2 hands, 2 arms, 2 kidneys, a section of large intestine and small intestine, a set of liver, lungs, spleen, pancreas, and a heart. Chen Xiaobai. Wen Nei's cousin. Chen Xiaobai. Is that already this much? Wen Nei's cousin. 1 finger every 10 minutes. It shouldn't be this little. Wen Nei turned around and glared at his cousin, cursing, "Different parts have different prices. You idiot. 1 heart can buy you 3 hours. Wen Nei's cousin. Number 14, I need to go to the bathroom. Can you just pretend I haven't been here yet? Wen Nei, me." At this time, Chen Xiaobai pointed to the sofa beside him, and Wen Nei's cousin sat down with an obvious look of loss on his face. Chen Xiaobai, I killed your father and one of your brothers, and now I'm very likely to kill your cousin. Will you bear this grudge? When Chen Xiaobai asked this question, the silver light in his eyes began to flicker again. At the same time, Wen Nei's face showed an expression of watching a good show. In the past 2 days, Wen Nei had guessed that Chen Xiaobai had the ability to see through people's hearts. Tell lies in front of him. Wait for death. I don't hold grudges. When his cousin said this, the sneer on Wen Nei's face was already beyond words. But when he saw Chen Xiaobai's thoughtful expression, he suddenly felt something was wrong. Something's wrong. This is not the expression he should have when killing someone. Where's the smile? Why don't you give my damn cousin a smile? Wen Nei was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, while Chen Xiaobai asked, "Why? They are all your relatives. Aren't you heartbroken?" My cousin took a look at the text, and a disdainful smile appeared on his face. He then took out a document from his pocket, a DNA test report. My mother died a long time ago. As for my father, the one you killed was not my father. This time, it was Chen Xiaobai's turn to show disappointment on his face. How could this kid be so honest? Can't you just lie to yourself? That's right. From the memories of Wen Nei and his cousin, Chen Xiaobai already knew a little bit about the Sun family. Well, it should be said that it was a very common scandal in large families. As for how Wen Nei knew this, it was because the cousin was not actually Wen Nei's cousin, but Wen Nei's brother. To be precise, the chairman of the Sun Group, the old man who was killed by Chen Xiaobai a few days ago, was cheated on by his own brother. Chen Xiaobai asked again, "I killed your uncle, and I'm about to kill your own brother. Don't you feel sad? Cousin, it hurts so much, so please be a little slower so I can look at my brother more." Chen Xiaobai. In the text, Chen Xiaobai knew that his cousin was sincere in what he said, but now he didn't want to kill Wen Nei anymore. When Chen Xiaobai came out of the Sun Group, he had an indescribable look of disappointment on his face. Damn it, when will I ever change this bad habit of being so soft-hearted? Late that night, Sun City Group issued a statement regarding personnel changes. When Nei was promoted to CEO of the group, and Hayes, the youngest son of the late chairman, succeeded him as chairman of the group. Immediately afterwards, Hayes personally issued a statement, saying that due to his lack of ability, he would hand over all matters of the group to the group's CEO Wen Nei, and he would only retain limited power to appoint and dismiss personnel. To put it simply, Wen Nei is now the head of all workers in the Sun Group, and his cousin Hayes is the boss. However, Hayes said that as the boss, he does not take charge of things, and all matters are handled by the head of the workers, but he reserves the power to dismiss the head of the workers. At this moment, the head of the Sun Group worker, Nei, was lying in the most spacious office of the Sun building with a look of relief on his face. He looked at the broken parts of his body and muttered, fortunately, even if I owe debts and work like a dog for others, at least I am above 10,000 people and below 1 person. The 1 person in under 1 person in the text does not refer to the brother who is also under the control of others like himself. From that day on, when Nei and Hayes both understood that the real person behind the scenes of Sun Group had become an Oriental boy who was only 17 years old. At the same time, both of them broke out in cold sweats. Neither of them was stupid. Both of them knew that they were able to survive today because they each truly hated the other. It would be most beneficial for one person to have two people who are legitimate but can check and balance each other to jointly manage a group for him. Otherwise, Chapter 102 Target. Star Bank Headquarters Vault. The next morning, Chen Xiaobai opened his sleepy eyes. She went to take a shower listlessly, and a bear-like dog on the ground was trying to follow her, but Chen Xiaobai walked into the bathroom, turned around, and kicked her out. Go away, learn moderation. There are already two inside. When it was time to eat breakfast, Chen Xiaobai insisted on going to the restaurant despite everyone's objections. Otherwise, the energy replenished in his body would not be consumed quickly enough. In the hotel restaurant, Chen Xiaobai's voracious eating scared many people. They were all curious about how hungry this black-haired Oriental boy was. But when they looked at the 6 girls with different styles sitting at the same table with the boy, everyone lowered their heads. While eating, Chen Xiaobai received a message on his mobile phone that the money had arrived. 8 billion. See, this is the efficiency of a large group. What they said before about the funds arriving in 7 days was totally fooling fools. Chen Xiaobai thought about it and decided to transfer all his money to his Ruishi Federation's international account, because he didn't know when he might be on the Star Federation's wanted list, and his account would be frozen at that time. Counting the previous 1.4 billion and the nearly 200 million accumulated by Chen Xiaobai in Los Angeles, the total assets of nearly 10 billion are not much for Chen Xiaobai, but he can't let it go to waste. However, when Chen Xiaobai used his phone to transfer money, the damn bank app reminded him that he could only transfer a maximum of 500,000 yuan at a time. The daily limit was also 500,000 yuan. When the hell will this be transferred to? So, after dinner, Chen Xiaobai decisively headed to the nearest Star Bank. When they arrived at the bank teller was so frightened when she heard that Chen Xiaobai wanted to transfer more than 9 billion yuan that she immediately contacted the branch manager. The white female manager with big golden wavy hair and a pair of extremely powerful weapons on her body was in the VIP reception room. However, Chen Xiaobai, who had already seen the fairy Xiaoxiued descend to the earth, how could he be attracted by such a coquettish and slutty woman? In the end, Chen Xiaobai left the bank contentedly in the face of Dabalang's distraught eyes. According to the manager of Big Wave, the formalities have been completed and the funds can be transferred out within 3 days. During these 3 days, Chen Xiaobai deliberately restrained himself and only allowed 3 Banshees to come out at most at night and 2 in the morning. Yes, there is a Banshee on rest day every day. In Chen Xiaobai's words, this is called being considerate of subordinates. 3 days passed. On the morning of the 4th day, Chen Xiaobai looked at the more than 9 billion yuan still in Xingqi Bank on his mobile phone and frowned in thought. From the early morning of this day, Wen Nei's heart was beating rapidly, thump, thump, because he had just arrived at his office that morning when he received a call from that person, and the question that person asked was very strange. He actually asked him, could there be 10 billion in cash in the vault of Star Bank's headquarters in California? I really don't know the answer to this question. Who the hell knows how much cash is in Xingqi Bank? But what is certain in the article is that the total amount of cash and gold in the vault of Star Bank's California headquarters must be more than 10 billion. After receiving the reply in the text, the person hung up the phone. At noon, when NEI received another call from that person, asking him to prepare 100 efficient financial personnel, 50 security personnel, and enough cars, and to listen to his arrangements in the evening. Considering the phone call this morning, at this moment, when NEI had no idea what the man on the other end of the line was going to do. Their target is the vault at Star Bank's headquarters in California City. Thinking of this, when NEI immediately trembled and said to the phone, if you are short of money, the group can support you. But all that came back was 4 simple and straightforward words, I'm not short of money. That night, in the vault of Star Bank's headquarters in California, boom, a violent explosion sounded suddenly and unexpectedly. The half-meter-thick metal door of the vault of the Xingqi Bank's headquarters in Jiaqing, which was explosion-proof, fireproof, waterproof, pry-proof and pride-proof, was completely destroyed by Chen Xiaobai's fire spirit arrow with the power of sun shooting and spiritual explosion. The security personnel who rushed out were greeted by a she who had been lying in ambush. They suddenly felt a pain in their bodies and fell to the ground, unable to move. This time, Chen Xiaobai specifically instructed that ordinary people should not be harmed. Because they are just trying to make a living, it's not easy. Therefore, Ash only paralyzed the security guards and did not kill them. Including the 2 warriors on night duty, they were only controlled by Xiaoxiu's charm and their lives were not harmed. The first second the vault door was attacked, the California Sheriff's Department and the XPA troops received an alarm, but surprisingly, neither department took action immediately, but took a full half hour to respond. Because this is California, the city where the Sun City Group is headquartered. When NEI just made 2 phone calls and hinted a little, and the heads of the Public Security Bureau and XBA knew how to handle it. Inside the headquarters vault, following the first explosion, 2 more violent explosions were heard. At this point, the vault of Star Bank's California headquarters was completely open to Chen Xiaobai. Boxes of sorted banknotes and gold were neatly arranged. Chen Xiaobai didn't even look at these things. Swish, 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 swish. A series of rapid break sounds were heard outside the vault, and one by one, the financial staff and security personnel of the Sun Group got out of the car and entered the bank vault in an orderly manner. There was a faint silver light in the eyes of all the financial staff and security personnel. All the surveillance cameras in the bank have been broken. The financial staff quickly began to count how much money was in a box of deposits, what the current gold price was, and how much money and gold needed to be moved away. The security personnel then loaded the counted money and gold into the car. Chen Xiaobai specifically instructed, "We only want 9.6 billion, not a cent more." Finally, a financial director in charge asked Chen Xiaobai, "Boss, do you need to calculate the interest?" Chen Xiaobai waved his hand and said, "What's the interest? We are just here to get back the money that belongs to us, not to lend it to others." "Boss, that's over 9 billion. Even if you factor in the interest on your current account, it's over 100,000 a day. You're really losing money." Chen Xiaobai sighed and said, "There's nothing I can do. Since I chose to be a good person, it's only natural that I should suffer a little." "Boss, you are such a good person." "Well, you're right." Half an hour later, the sound of sirens from the Public Security Bureau could be heard faintly, and Chen Xiaobai and his team from the vault had already driven out of the city of Canada with the loaded banknotes and gold. Early morning, on the outskirts of the city, Chen Xiaobai met with the people from Black Rose who had been contacted long ago. In front of Chen Xiaobai, the other party transferred 8 billion to Chen Xiaobai's Ruishi Federation International account through a private overseas bank, and then accepted Chen Xiaobai's spoils. The 1.6 billion deducted was the handling fee. However, Chen Xiaobai didn't feel bad at all, because someone would bear the handling fee for him. You know, if the bank vault is robbed, that is the bank's business, but they still have to honor the customer's deposits. And Chen Xiaobai's money in Xingqi bank account was not lost a penny. Chapter 103, he planned all this. Starting late that night, martial law was imposed within a 1-kilometer radius of the vault at the Star Flag Bank headquarters in California. The Public Security Bureau tracked the movements of the bank robbery convoy through the city's cameras. However, when a large number of security forces arrived, everyone in the convoy looked confused. After polygraph tests, these people were found to have no idea what they had done in the past. As things developed to this point, the main unit responsible for investigating the case was changed from the Public Security Bureau to XBA. The warriors at the XBA in Canada City were extremely cautious, fearing being caught by the media doing their job poorly, and also fearing overworking themselves and finding out something. As for the true course of events, almost everyone in the upper circles of the city of California knew that Star Flag Bank had offended the young Oriental man who had just killed almost everyone in the Hunter Elite tournament. Considering what happened to Los Angeles XBA, the Warriors of Canada XBA were walking on thin ice at this moment. The next morning, Chen Xiaobai appeared in front of the Star Bank's headquarters in Canada. This place is only across the street from the central vault of Star Bank in Jiaqing. The vault is on the other side of the street, and the bank is on this side. Even if the vault across the street was robbed, the bank here would still operate as usual. Because of the martial law, the head office, which should have been the busiest, actually had few people. Chen Xiaobai had to go through 3 inspections along the way before he could successfully get here. He is here to do charity today. I'm very sad to hear that your bank has encountered some bad things. I have a sum of money in your bank account, and I'm willing to donate most of it to you, hoping to make up for some of your losses. Chen Xiaobai spoke to the head office manager on duty today with a heartbroken look on his face. The head office manager smiled with great emotion and said, "Really? Thank you so much." Next, under the personal reception of the head office manager, Chen Xiaobai donated 8 billion yuan from his own Star Flag Bank account to the Star Flag Bank in California City, and the remaining 1.6 billion yuan was transferred to the account of another person specially introduced by the head office manager. In less than a minute, 1.5 billion yuan appeared in Chen Xiaobai's Ruishi Federation International account. The middleman always charges some price difference. Compared with the broker of Black Rose last night, the middleman introduced by people in the industry can be said to be very conscientious. Chen Xiaobai is not a stingy person. Since others provide services, it is only right for him to pay some of the fees. As for donating 8 billion yuan to the bank, this is Chen Xiaobai's code of conduct. No one should think of stealing your things, but if it's not yours, Chen Xiaobai generally won't be so shameless as to reach out for it. If he really wants something, he will just cover his face and try to steal it. But the 8 billion yuan was obviously not tempting enough for Chen Xiaobai to break his bottom line. Of course, the head office manager knew that Chen Xiaobai was closely related to the vault incident last night. Firstly, Chen Xiaobai was now a celebrity, and secondly, the balance in Chen Xiaobai's account was equivalent to the total value of the cash and gold robbed from the vault last night. But the reality is that when Chen Xiaobai could provide him with profitable benefits, he had completely forgotten about the vault incident last night. After the matter was settled, Chen Xiaobai just came out of Star Flag Bank and saw an Oriental man standing in front of him. Chen Xiaobai had seen this person before in front of the Los Angeles Museum. At that time, Chen Xiaobai thought he was from XBA, but now it seems that he is not the same. The man smiled and said to Chen Xiaobai, "Hello, my name is Wang Xian. I'd like to chat with you. Is that convenient?" "Inconvenient." Chen Xiaobai replied with 3 simple words and left. The man was somewhat unwilling and followed Chen Xiaobai and said, "It was your guardian, Su Wentian, who asked me to come find you." Chen Xiaobai looked up at the sky, calculated silently in his mind, turned to Wang Xian and said, "In 3 months, he will no longer be my guardian." Wang Xian pointed at the Star Flag Bank behind him. "I didn't want to talk to you now. I wanted to wait until after your birthday. But the problem is, you've made a big move this time. Raiding a bank vault is completely different from killing thousands of people in a hunter competition. The hunter games are just a show for the celebrities and the crowd to have fun. They wouldn't even blink an eye if you killed thousands or tens of thousands of people. But if you raid the bank vault, it will make those people feel that you might be a danger to them, because those people don't want to see someone who can break the rules they set." Chen Xiaobai heard a hint of concern in Wang Xian's tone and asked, "Uncle Du and Sister Xiaohong are also your people, right?" Wang Xian was stunned for a moment, then denied it. "Who?" Chen Xiaobai shook his head and continued walking forward. "Go back. I will leave when the time comes." Wang Xian frowned. "What are you insisting on?" Chen Xiaobai pointed at his hair, then at the ground beneath his feet, and said without turning his head, "What do you think? Since you didn't tell me about this, I can only figure it out on my own." Hearing Chen Xiaobai's words, Wang Xian felt as if he had received an electric shock. He quickly stepped forward to block Chen Xiaobai and said solemnly, "Don't investigate this matter. It's meaningless." As soon as Wang Xian finished saying this, suddenly, a silver halo flashed in Chen Xiaobai's eyes, and then the same silver halo appeared in Wang Xian's eyes. For a moment, Chen Xiaobai stood there and closed his eyes. In his mind, he saw Wang Xian's past like a movie. Wang Xian, you're under a mental attack. Wang Xian, wake up." Wang Xian had a pocket headset hidden in his ear. At this moment, an anxious voice came from the headset, but Wang Xian still stood there in a daze, with a silver halo jumping in his eyes. Da-da-da. The sound of hurried footsteps came from the side of the street. When Lin Zhe appeared with a man and a woman, Chen Xiaobai had already left, leaving only Wang Xian standing there in a daze. "Look at Wang Xian, I'm going to chase that kid." Lin Zhe raised his hand casually, and suddenly a picture appeared in his mind, which was exactly what happened on this street in the past few minutes. Then Lin Zhe determined a direction and rushed out. The man and woman who stayed behind were responsible for guarding the surroundings. The woman's hand, with a flash of white light, pressed on Wang Xian's forehead. Gradually, Wang Xian's thoughts gradually returned, and he murmured, all of this, was all planned by him. On the other side, Lin Zhe quickly followed the scene in his mind, and suddenly he stopped at a street fork. Lin Zhe turned his head and looked at a coffee shop on the street. There, Chen Xiaobai was sitting by the window staring at him. Chapter 10 For I can't believe my sister-in-law's voice is so appealing. Lin Zhe let out a long sigh, walked into the coffee shop, and sat down opposite Chen Xiaobai. But as soon as he sat down, he found his eyes blurry. Chen Xiaobai in front of him disappeared, and instead, he felt a cold touch on his neck. "I've learned something interesting from your companion's mind. Now, please answer my questions, or you will die." Lin Zhe's breathing became slightly faster. "Why don't you treat me the same way you treated Wang Xian? I've already used it. I know you're a cyborg, but there are some things I still want you to talk about." "Lin Zhe, since you've already seen my memories, you should also know that the thing you want to know has been locked. I don't even remember it myself, so how can I answer you?" Chen Xiaobai's voice sounded unusually calm. "Don't worry about this, it's fine. First question, why did Su Wentian suddenly escape from the stars 6 years ago?" Lin Zhe laughed. "What do you mean by escaping from the stars? He's returning home in glory, back to his motherland." A ripple appeared in Chen Xiaobai's calm eyes. "Then why didn't he take me with him?" "Because the road was unsafe. He went back through a human smuggler." You were so young at the time. It would have been a better choice for you to stay in the stars and live an ordinary life. Chen Xiaobai continued to ask, when I graduated from junior high school, the school organized a trip abroad for all the graduates. Everyone's visa was approved, but mine wasn't. Lindsay nodded. Yes, it is related to your life experience. The stars will not let you leave, but I really don't know your background. This is also the part of my memory that is locked. Your ability seems very special. Yes, my ability is indeed rare, but I have seen even rarer ones. For example, that fat guy with glasses you remember? His ability is to make his fantasies manifest in the real world. It's incredible. Lindsay smiled bitterly. That fat guy's ability is amazing, but his success rate is too low. He hasn't succeeded once since he was born. He's no different from an ordinary person. At this moment, Lindsay felt the blade on his neck leave. Just these few questions? Nothing else. Chen Xiaobai looked Lindsay up and down, curled his lips, and said, when you were 25, you were causing trouble in the stars, and your original body was destroyed. Now, including the time you became a cyborg, you are almost 40, right? Since you're all reborn, don't insist on your pathetic virginity. It's okay to spend some money. It's not shameful. Lindsay, you're so quick to change topics. Chen Xiaobai, goodbye 40-year-old cyborg virgin uncle. Lindsay, hey, I'm a cyborg. I'm always 25. Hey, don't go. I want to discuss taking you away. Chen Xiaobai had already reached the entrance of the coffee shop. He looked at Lindsay and said, tell Uncle Sue that when it's time to leave, I will leave naturally. After saying that, Chen Xiaobai disappeared outside the coffee shop. After walking a long way, Chen Xiaobai took out his cell phone and called Wen Nei, who answered immediately. A very respectful voice came from the other end. Your orders. Chen Xiaobai's signature sunny smile appeared on his face. Sun Group's core technology is energy technology, right? So they must have done some research on bioenergy. On the phone, yes, but bioenergy is not market-oriented. Most of it is developed in cooperation with the Star Army. Chen Xiaobai's smile brightened. Okay, that's exactly the information I want. Find a way to get all the bioenergy test subjects of the Chuanxing Army between 15 and 20 years ago and send it to me as soon as possible. As long as it's not a problem from the last 5 years, it's not a big deal. Do you have any specific requirements? I'll help you screen them and send them to you. Oriental, around 30 years old, husband and wife. There was a sudden silence on the other end of the phone. Chen Xiaobai, what's wrong? In the CEO's office of Sun Group, when Nei, who was talking to Chen Xiaobai on the phone, suddenly thought of a very terrifying question and was a little distracted for a moment. Hearing Chen Xiaobai's question, when Nei hurriedly said, it's okay, I'll help you right away. After hanging up the phone, when Nei first sent a message to the head of the branch responsible for bioenergy, and then took out a piece of white paper. On this blank paper, when Nei first wrote the word Los Angeles. Then, based on the information he had received, he wrote down the names of people one by one. Xiao Rui, Henry, Jin Shangji, Krina. Then, when Nei wrote his own name, followed by the Sun Group, and then, with trembling hands, he wrote the 4 words Star Army. Looking at the series of names he had written, when Nei felt a chill on his spine. He shivered and muttered to himself. Everything that happened was actually part of his plan. First, attack the Maple Blue Group to attract Karina's attention. Then, kill Karina and anger the Sun Group. Then, through the Sun Group's bioenergy research and development project, we can get hold of the Star Army's biological experiment plan. His ultimate goal is actually, as when Nei spoke, his eyes were fixed on the 4 words Star Army he had written, his eyes filled with horror and disbelief. Before Chen Xiaobai received a response to his request for information from Wen Nei, a mysterious phone call came from the Sun Group to the Chuanxing Army Intelligence Agency. At the same time, Wang Xian, who had regained consciousness, hurriedly called Su Wentian on the other side of the ocean. It was late at night at Red Dragon. Su Wentian, who had been sleeping, immediately called Chen Xiaobai. Sorry, the person you dialed is busy. Please try again later. In recent days, this is the voice Su Wentian got every time he called Chen Xiaobai. Su Wentian knew very well that the little bastard had blocked him. What a little bastard. Just like his father. What a jerk. I don't care about him anymore. After cursing himself twice, Su Wentian became more and more angry. He pulled his wife next to him and vented his anger. The beautiful woman who was sleeping was suddenly startled. How could she not see that old Su was very angry? After a fierce attack, Su Wentian suddenly stopped mid-strike, cursing and picking up the phone to call Wang Xian. Fuck you. I owed this family of 3 in my past life. Wang Xian, you and Lindsay stay in Chuanxing and keep an eye on that little bastard. Let's see if that little jerk can free Chen by himself. There was a moment of silence on the phone, and Su Wentian cursed. Breathing? Did that young asshole kill you? Wang Xian on the phone hurriedly said. Yes, I heard you. I promised to complete the task. Beep. After the call was hung up, Su Wentian on the other side of the ocean continued to complete his half-started great cause, while Wang Xian, who was far away among the stars, took out a photo from his mobile phone. Above is a photo of him and Su Wentian's family when they were having dinner at Su Wentian's home. Beside Wang Xian, Lindsay touched his neck and glanced at him. What are you doing? Are you interested in my sister-in-law? Wang Xian smacked his lips in satisfaction. Lindsay, I can't believe, at that age, your sister-in-law still has such an attractive voice. Chapter 105 Human High-Quality Men. Another day passed. This morning, Yu Ying was the one making soy milk. Xiaobai had made a schedule for their rotation. After taking a shower and having breakfast, Chen Xiaobai went to the front desk to check out. After compensating the hotel with a few bed sheets, Chen Xiaobai left with his head held high, facing the waitress's strange gaze. The car sent by Wen Nei to take him to the airport had arrived, but Chen Xiaobai did not get in the car directly. Instead, he sat in the hotel lobby for a while. At 10 o'clock, a heroic white girl in camouflage combat uniform appeared in the hall. She came to stand beside Chen Xiaobai and bowed slightly. I have already dealt with everything on my side. The person who came was Tang Li, who was also the ghost sniper that Chen Xiaobai defeated in the Hunter Elite competition. Chen Xiaobai took out a letter, a photo, and a backpack and handed them to her, saying, Go to the ISA Federation. There is a specific address and recipient on the letter. Deliver the items there. Also, as he spoke, Chen Xiaobai pointed at the woman in the photo and said, Do her, and her current man, and his entire family. After you're done, tell the recipient that his son passed away without pain, and that the person who framed his son has paid the price. Finally, Chen Xiaobai placed his hands on Tang Li's shoulders and said softly, This order is not difficult. I'll give you 2 million as a reward, but if you can't do such a simple thing, Chen Xiaobai leaned close to Tang Li's ear and whispered like a lover, Then don't live and waste your talent and life. I will send you away. Tang Li's whole body suddenly felt cold, and she nodded hurriedly. Yes. The task that Chen Xiaobai gave to Tang Li was to deliver a suicide note to a Biao on his behalf, and to deal with the 2 people who framed a Biao and put him in jail, namely a Biao's wife and her adulterer. After watching Tang Li leave, Chen Xiaobai got on the business car sent by Sun Group. The driver was an Oriental man who looked to be in his 20s. His looks were not as good as Chen Xiaobai's, but still acceptable. He had a headset on his ear. What Chen Xiaobai found hard to accept was that this person had greasy hair and powdered face, and even wore lipstick. Therefore, the 2 of them didn't talk along the way. When Chen Xiaobai arrived at the airport and just got off the car, he received a call from an unfamiliar number. A woman's voice came from the phone. Boss, I've settled down now. If you need anything, you can contact me anytime. Chen Xiaobai suddenly felt a chill. He found it hard to imagine a black man using a voice changer to talk to him in a woman's voice. The person who called was He Diao, the Chuanqing XBA network technician who turned against the team in pursuit of freedom. Chen Xiaobai suppressed his discomfort and said, You will only make me regret not killing you. Boss, don't be so stupid, I'm wanted by everyone right now. Boss, feel free to say whatever you want to say now. This line is encrypted. You can trust my skills. Chen Xiaobai curled his lips. He looked down at the goosebumps on his arms and asked directly, Are you so powerful? Then can you hack into the intelligence network of the Star Army? There was a sudden silence on the other end of the line. Boss, is this the level of opponent we're going to start with? Don't talk nonsense. Cannot. Why are you so bad? Are you unable to or unwilling to do so? I'll pay more. I really can't. It's not a matter of money, but I can help you find someone who can. Chen Xiaobai thought for a moment and said, How about this? Hack into the Sun Group's bioenergy project database. Find the IP addresses of all emails sent to and from the Sun Group over the past 20 years, and then locate the IP addresses and give them to me. There was another silence on the phone. Even with the voice changer turned on, Chen Xiaobai could hear the guilty conscience and lack of confidence in the voice. Boss, you really want to compete with the Star Army, right? Chen Xiaobai, if you keep talking nonsense, I'll kill you. Boss, as long as you're willing to pay, I can find someone to help you with this. After all, I'm just an ordinary XBA technician, and I'm still on the run. How long will it take? I will be able to get in touch with that person soon, but I can't say when he will reply to me. I can give you an answer right now. I did it. Suddenly, a person's voice suddenly appeared in the conversation between Chen Xiaobai and He Diao. The voice was completely machine-synthesized, and no physiological characteristics could be heard. Chen Xiaobai blinked, his face expressionless. Is this what you call an encrypted line? There was a hint of panic in He Jiao's voice. Boss. Aye. Synthesized voice? Don't worry, 14th. I've double encrypted this line. I'm your biggest fan. You can trust me, and you can trust my technology. A sunny and innocent smile appeared on Chen Xiaobai's face. Sir, there is a very cute thing above your seat. I think you will like it. After saying that, Chen Xiaobai turned his head to look at the Sun Group commercial vehicle that had not yet left, and his eyes fell on the Oriental man driving the car. At this moment, the Oriental driver sitting in the driving seat shuddered visibly, and then he immediately turned his head to look above the seat behind him. I saw a dark gray rattlesnake coiled on top of the seat, its tongue flicking in and out of its mouth, its cloudy and yellow eyes staring straight at me. Chen Xiaobai walked to the passenger door and asked with a warm smile, "Thank you for driving me there yourself." The Oriental man in the driver's seat tried his best to keep himself away from the rattlesnake coiled on the seat, but because of the seat belt, he could only barely keep a small distance. The man wanted to unbuckle his seat belt, but his hands were shaking so much that he tried several times, and in his panic, he couldn't find the buckle. Chen Xiaobai laughed and said, "Oh, with your mental state, you don't look like a high-quality human being who is secretly wanted by the 5 major military branches of the Star Army, Navy, Army, Air Force, XBA, and Mechanical Army." The man was obviously extremely nervous. His small eyes on his fair face kept turning to signal Chen Xiaobai. "Look, there's a snake. There's a snake. It's right in front of me." Faced with this person's extremely exaggerated insinuation, Chen Xiaobai looked confused. "Huh? Why aren't you talking? Why are your eyes darting around? Are you sick?" Finally, the man uttered 2 words in a trembling voice. "Fuck." Crash. As soon as the man finished speaking, the rattlesnake coiled on top of the seat behind him moved its body and fell into his arms. Chapter 106 Black Rose. Senior Security Consultant. Hiss. Chen Xiaobai heard a gasp from inside the car, and the next moment, he discovered the man's breathing was actually weakening rapidly. Have those working in technology become so weak these days? Chen Xiaobai muttered to himself, stretched out his hand, and Ashi quickly slipped into Chen Xiaobai's sleeve and turned into a leather bracelet. After Ashi left, the man's breathing slowly recovered. Chen Xiaobai jokingly said, "Look at you. You are a warrior in the human martial realm after all, but you were scared like this by a snake." The man gasped for breath, pounded his chest, and said slowly, "How did you know?" As the man spoke, the mechanical synthesized sound from Chen Xiaobai's phone also rang out. At the same time, Black Eagle's panicked voice came. "Boss, he arranged all this. I was forced." Chen Xiaobai didn't listen to He Jiao's further nagging and hung up the phone directly. When leaving the hotel, Chen Xiaobai had already checked the driver's memory. With this person, he really no longer needed Black Eagle. Chen Xiaobai leaned against the passenger window and smiled. "Not only do I know you're a warrior, I also know you have some unique little quirks, Mr. Wang Yuanan." The man curled his lips and said, "Knowing my name is nothing. There are thousands of people working in the underground network security industry. It's rare for someone not to know my name." Chen Xiaobai looked up at the sky and muttered to himself, "I'm obviously a normal person, but I like to finger my own anus in the shower. I'm obviously a person with mild misophobia, but I like to smell my own underwear and smelly socks. I'm obviously—" Stop! A sudden roar erupted from inside the car. Chen Xiaobai lowered his head. The man named Wang Yuanan's facial muscles twitched violently. "Is this how you treat your fans?" Chen Xiaobai, huh? "I'm telling you about some of Black Eagle's little quirks. Why are you so excited?" Wang Yuanan let out a long sigh. "Yes, that's his hobby. Boss, the airport security checkpoint is over there. Go quickly. I'm satisfied just meeting you today. My flight leaves Chongqing this afternoon. I'll help you with whatever you need." Chen Xiaobai looked at Wang Yuanan with a smile on his face. He had checked Wang Yuanan's memory and found that he was indeed an avid fan of his. He received 1.4 billion in tips from participating in the Hunter Elite Tournament, of which Wang Yuanan alone gave 300 million. However, even so, Chen Xiaobai still needs to take some precautions. Suddenly, Wang Yuanan felt a sudden gust of cold wind blowing in the car. Then Chen Xiaobai waved at him and said, "Thank you for the gift. I'll wait for your news." Wang Yuanan sneezed first, then said with a smile, "A few 100 million is nothing. I'll give it to you again when you start live streaming again." Chen Xiaobai smiled and waved goodbye to him. Before leaving, he said one last thing. "I am quite interested in your Wang Yue family and your brother." Wang Yuanan's lips twitched slightly. "I actually hope you'll never meet." Just now, Chen Xiaobai let the ghost leave a soul mark on Wang Yuanan. This soul mark alone would not have any effect on Wang Yuanan. But with this thing, no matter where Wang Yuanan is, as long as Chen Xiaobai is willing, the ghost can take Wang Yuanan's life at any time. 2 hours later, the plane landed at Los Angeles Airport. As soon as I landed, Jin Shangji called. Jin Shangji called Chen Xiaobai many times these days, but Chen Xiaobai didn't answer any of them. He could probably guess what was going on. As expected, this time Chen Xiaobai answered the phone, and Jin Shangji on the other end told him that people from the Star Army, Navy, XBA, Black Rose, Thor Group, General Group, and Los Angeles Education Bureau were all looking for him. This is not a revenge-seeking event. Except for the Los Angeles Education Bureau, everyone else came to recruit Chen Xiaobai, and the Los Angeles Education Bureau contacted Chen Xiaobai to discuss his college admission. In the end, Chen Xiaobai only asked Jin Shangji to help him contact Black Rose and the Los Angeles Education Bureau, and refused to meet anyone else. Because Chen Xiaobai's own small apartment was demolished, he also stayed in a hotel when he returned to Los Angeles. The Black Rose people were very fast. Just as Chen Xiaobai checked in, their people checked in at the same hotel within 20 minutes. Black Rose itself is the largest underground intelligence intermediary organization on Blue Star, and this little information is nothing to them. That night, in the hotel conference room, Chen Xiaobai met the Black Rose person in charge who was responsible for contacting him this time, a middle-aged white man. Hello, Mr. Chen. My name is Gaia. I'm the organization's director in the Star region. I'm here to discuss some cooperation matters with you. Chen Xiaobai's mouth curled up slightly. How do we cooperate? Gaia pushed a contract in front of Chen Xiaobai and said respectfully, Mr. Chen, Black Rose sincerely invites you to join the Black Rose organization and become its security consultant. The organization will reward you with 1 point of dry stock and the authority to be a senior security consultant for the Black Rose website. Chen Xiaobai narrowed his eyes calmly. Several bottles of his favorite sugar-free cola were already placed on the conference table, placed in ice cubes with straws next to them. Although the dividend of Black Rose's 1 point dry stock is only 1 point, the dividend in a year is definitely a very considerable figure. Because Black Rose is engaged in a world-class information monopoly, and information intermediaries in the underground industry are already making huge profits, not to mention Black Rose who has monopolized the entire industry. Watching Chen Xiaobai lower his head in deep thought, Gaia whispered, Mr. Chen, the Black Rose senior security consultant's identity and authority are already the highest level of authority below the organization's senior executives. With this, 99% of Black Rose's content will be open to you, and the entire world will have no secrets in front of you. Gaia only introduced the role of a senior security consultant without mentioning the shares. He obviously understood that for someone like Chen Xiaobai, money was just a number. The smile on Chen Xiaobai's lips became even wider, and seeing the smile on Chen Xiaobai's face, Gaia inexplicably felt a chill on his back. At this time, Chen Xiaobai asked Gaia, what are the responsibilities of a security consultant? Gaia forced a gentle smile and said, to be frank, the Black Rose security consultant's duty is to pursue debts and seek revenge. Because there will always be dishonest and dangerous clients who cause casualties or property losses to the organization. It's at these times that the security consultant is needed to step in and protect the organization's interests. Of course, don't worry. Senior security consultants don't have many missions a year. After all, those who dare to offend the organization are mostly newcomers. Anyone with some ability knows the power of the organization and won't act recklessly. Those petty thieves can be dealt with by junior and mid-level security consultants. Chen Xiaobai tapped the table lightly with his fingers. How many senior security consultants do you have now? Gaia. If you're not counting me, there are 13 in total. You're the 14th, the same number you had in the hunter competition. What a coincidence. Chen Xiaobai's eyes lit up. How many of these 14 people are in the stars? Looking at Chen Xiaobai's expression, Gaia suddenly realized something was wrong. He asked with an awkward smile, Mr. Chen, what is this? The smile on Chen Xiaobai's face was sunny and innocent, but the words he said made Gaia feel as if she had fallen into an ice cellar. You're just a regional leader, yet you dare to come to see me with the same treatment as a beggar? So, you came here today, and you don't plan to leave alive, right? Chapter 107 Black Rose, Detong. As soon as Chen Xiaobai finished speaking, the two bodyguards standing behind Gaia stepped forward, their hands hanging naturally, as if they were ready to take action. Gaia's expression froze, until he caught a glimpse of the two warrior bodyguards beside him from the corner of his eye, and then he felt a little relieved. Gaia immediately smiled and said, Mr. Chen, if you are not satisfied with our compensation, we can still discuss it. Ding. A gleaming dagger stabbed into the conference table between them with a dull thud. Chen Xiaobai's smiling face shone with a cold, murderous glint in his eyes. Mr. Gaia, if there are things you can't make the decision on, then I think you should bring in someone with more weight. A drop of cold sweat dripped down Gaia's forehead. Mr. Chen, our superiors basically don't handle any affairs. All the major matters of Black Rose are handled by us. If he doesn't care about anything, let him step down and let someone else take over. Don't just sit there and do nothing. Chen Xiaobai interrupted Gaia directly. Gaia swallowed helplessly, thinking about the great achievements that the person opposite him had done. Suddenly, an extremely terrifying thought came to his mind. If he didn't handle the situation properly today, Black Rose might really face a disaster. At this moment, Gaia's thoughts were spinning rapidly. When he looked up and saw Chen Xiaobai's eyes again, and recalled what Chen Xiaobai had said before, Gaia secretly made a decision in his heart. Mr. Chen, there's something I wanted to tell you later, but now I'll just tell you straight away. Actually, before I came to see you today, I went to meet the chairman of the Los Angeles Star Flag Bank this morning. After a few minutes, Gaia finished speaking. He originally thought that after he provided such information, Chen Xiaobai's attitude would change to some extent, but the facts disappointed him. He did not see any obvious emotional changes on Chen Xiaobai's face. Chen Xiaobai, Mr. Gaia, thank you. The information you provided will allow you to leave here alive today. If I hadn't agreed to let you become Black Rose's security consultant today, would there be a massive bounty worth 500 million on Black Rose's bounty list after you left this door? Gaia said somewhat awkwardly. Mr. Chen, even if you agree, this will still happen. But don't worry. The organization will settle with Star Flag Bank on your behalf. Chen Xiaobai's fingers lightly brushed across the blade of the dagger stuck in front of him on the table. He said calmly, there's no need for reconciliation. I've never disliked violence. I already expressed my sincerity to them in Jiaqing. Obviously, they didn't appreciate it. As a victim, I naturally won't sit idly by and wait for death. Gaia's mouth twitched. Who was the victim? At this time, Gaia's cell phone rang. Gaia didn't want to answer it, but when he saw the caller ID, he made an apologetic gesture to Chen Xiaobai and answered it immediately. Hello, Lord Ditong. Okay, please wait a moment. After Gaia said a few words, he pushed the phone to the middle of the table in front of him and turned on the speakerphone. Hello, number 14? A young woman's voice came from the phone. Chen Xiaobai, yeah. Puff. A chuckle came from the phone, followed by, you're really aloof. No wonder you have so many fans. Okay, I won't waste your precious time. Let me make it short. You can call me Ditang. I'm one of the representatives of the Black Rose Round Table. As the 14th Senior Security Consultant for Organizational Development, it's reasonable for me to come and see you in person. However, I have a small incident here, so I'm sorry to have neglected you. Chen Xiaobai. Everyone is very busy, so forget the polite words and just give me the quote. My work is good and a bit big, so the fee is high. Please bear with it. After a moment of silence on the other end of the line, the woman's voice came back. Ahem, the 1-point dry share will become 3 points. I'll give you an additional 2 points of personal compensation privately. That means you'll get 5% of the group's dividends every year. In the entire group, no more than 10 people will get a higher dividend than you. At the same time, I promise you that I will only entrust you with 1 mission per year at most. I will give you management authority at the level of a senior executive of the group, allowing you to command all junior and mid-level security consultants, hired warriors, and soldiers of the group. Chen Xiaobai said slowly, not bad. But I have to make it clear in advance that I won't work for you for nothing before I receive my first year's dividend. You really don't want to suffer any loss at all. No problem. Do you need to sign a contract? Chen Xiaobai shook his head and said, no need. What's the big deal if I sign it? If you breach the contract, I can still sue you in court. Okay, I'll have someone upgrade your Black Rose account permissions later and assign you a personal assistant. If you have any needs, just tell the assistant directly. Mr. Chen, I hope you can understand that there are 5 people in the Black Rose Round Table, and the benefits I give you are entirely based on my personal affirmation of you. Chen Xiaobai smiled. I understand. I just like hanging out with people like you who play tricks, because no matter which of you I kill, I won't feel like a bad person. Haha. Mr. Chen, you're joking. I haven't finished what I said above. I will keep your identity completely confidential. Even if you use the group's resources, you will act in my name. So after that, Chen Xiaobai, if other Black Rose Round Table representatives come to me later, I can promise them 2 rewards, right? It's easier to talk to smart people, Mr. Chen. If they offer a high price, just tell me, and I'll match it any time. Then you might as well match it now. The person on the other end of the phone asked doubtfully, are you short of money? No way. Chen Xiaobai narrowed his eyes slightly. I don't want money. I want the black rose you placed in the Vatican at the Vatican Center. The woman on the other end of the line visibly hesitated. What do you want that for? It's none of your business. Can this thing buy your loyalty to me? No, but I can save your life in exchange, or help you get rid of the other 4 round table representatives. Do you keep your word? Keep your word. Give me some time, 7 days at most. I don't want you to save my life. I choose the latter. As you wish. Before I hang up, I'll give you a welcome gift. How much do you think those 3 people are worth? After we're done, tell me through a private message on the website, and I'll double it. The call was hung up at this point, and Gaia, who was sitting opposite Chen Xiaobai, and the 2 bodyguards behind him had turned pale. In fact, their expressions began to change when they heard that Di Tang wanted to hide Chen Xiaobai's identity. Chen Xiaobai smiled and looked at the 3 people opposite him. Don't worry, it won't hurt. 20 seconds later, Chen Xiaobai logged onto the Black Rose website with his phone. An unread message popped up. The sender's name was written in traditional Chinese characters for Di Tang and contained only a question mark. Chen Xiaobai wiped the blood off his hands, sent a photo, and added a note. I think the 3 of them are worth 1 of you. Di Tang replied quickly. Am I that cheap? Chen Xiaobai. You asked me to set the price. Don't go back on your word, or I'll be angry. Di Tang. Okay, if you want it, I'll give it to you when we meet. Chen Xiaobai. Where's the double you promised? Di Tang. Add another Tangdi. Chapter 108. Take a deep breath of the sea. When the spiritual energy of Blue Star had just revived and the Black Rose organization was just being established, a mysterious woman once obtained a strange black rose from a secret place. After the rose was taken out of the secret realm, the entire secret world suddenly began to collapse and was finally destroyed. The mysterious woman who got the black rose was originally a warrior with magical talent. Since then, she suddenly became proficient in illusion, and her strength skyrocketed overnight. Her powerful strength and dual martial arts skills eventually allowed her to establish the largest underground intelligence intermediary organization, Black Rose, on Blue Star. From then on, this mysterious woman was called Black Rose. Later, the Black Rose disappeared mysteriously, leaving only the Black Rose flower. However, no one could discover the mystery of the Black Rose flower, and no one could gain any substantial benefit from it. Over time, the Black Rose was sent to the Vatican of the Vatican Federation by the descendants of the Black Rose and enshrined there. Every year, the executives of the Black Rose would go to worship it. In the first few years, the people of Black Rose strictly adhered to this custom passed down from their ancestors. In recent years, most of the Black Rose executives have begun to practice remote, cloud worship, and few people go to the Vatican Federation to worship in person. Many people on Blue Star know about the Black Rose. It's no secret. Chen Xiaobai can be sure that based on the several cases of demon souls that have been born so far, the Black Rose is definitely a very qualified birth carrier. The reason why Chen Xiaobai was willing to accept the olive branch thrown by Di Tang was, firstly, that he needed the information channel of Black Rose, and secondly, this Black Rose. After dealing with Gaia and his 2 bodyguards, Chen Xiaobai asked the Fenglong Group's special people who handled dirty work to come and clean up the mess. Then he went back to his room and took a nap. As the sun set, Chen Xiaobai took a rare solo bath. In his words, this was a ritual before work. In the evening, Chen Xiaobai strolled leisurely on the streets of Los Angeles with a can of sugar-free cola in his hand. The hotel he stayed in was close to the West Coast, and nearby were either villa areas or high-end apartments. After wandering around for more than half an hour, Chen Xiaobai turned into an apartment building. 57th floor. The huge floor-to-ceiling window allows you to see the sea view and the stars in the sky at night. At this moment, in front of this floor-to-ceiling window, the 2 men are more nervous than each other. You're going to kill me. Can you blame me for this? I was also forced to do this. Stop talking nonsense. Where are your people? Wait, it's coming tonight. It's coming tonight. The 2 men, one is the chairman of Star Flag Bank in Los Angeles, and the other is a special commissioner who just arrived in Los Angeles today from the Star Flag Bank's Western Regional Headquarters. An hour ago, the 2 received a photo. It was Gaia, who had discussed with them during the day and issued a 500 million yuan reward for the hunting down of Chen Xiaobai. Gaia's facial expression in the photo is very peaceful, but her neck looks a bit horrible. After receiving the photo, the 2 men became restless. One of them was wrapped in a blanket and stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, as if he was expecting something, or as if he was avoiding something. This Black Rose guy is so unreliable. Damn it, he's the head of a region after all, and he was killed so easily. So, according to you, the chairman of Sun Group, the former speaker of Los Angeles City, and the vault of your star flag bank are all unreliable. What do you mean we're in the same bed now? If you can't pronounce it well, don't speak Oriental words. That's a fucking boat. That's what I mean. Now we're in the same bed. Hiss, Chris, do you feel a little cold? Chris will never answer this one, ta? There was a sound of liquid dripping, and the man saw a little red liquid on the floor. His body began to tremble, and he used all his strength to curl up in the quilt as much as possible with his head down. Crash! A strong and powerful hand pulled the quilt off the man. The man was suddenly frightened and stood up and ran to the balcony. It's death anyway, but jumping off a building at least means dying at your own hands. But just as he took a step, his eyes blurred, and he saw a wall suddenly appeared in front of him. Bang! It wasn't until he hit the wall that he realized that the person was a very strong and sturdy man. As if surprised by the man's physique, the special representative from Star Flag Bank who had come all the way from afar asked in astonishment, You're not number 14? The burly man said coldly, I'll make you die knowingly. I'm from the military, and all branches of the military are trying to win him over. And you, the Star Flag Bank, are actually offering a 500 million reward for his life. Very good. The special commissioner of the Star Flag cried, I'm just an official. Don't worry, the one above you can't escape. After the burly man finished speaking, he turned around and looked into the hall. A 17-year-old Oriental boy sat down on the sofa. He put down the Coke in his hand, took out a small bag of melon seeds, and started eating them. While eating melon seeds, Chen Xiaobai said to the burly man, I need this man to bring me something. I'm giving you two choices. First, let him go and jump off this building. I won't kill you. Second, you can do whatever you want with this person, but you must first think of your own last words. The special commissioner looked at Chen Xiaobai with deep gratitude in his eyes. Thank you. Thank you. Chen Xiaobai carefully put away the melon seed shell in his mouth and said nonchalantly, No need to thank me. I'm a good person, unlike him who kills people at every turn. The burly man took one last look at Chen Xiaobai, and without saying a word, he turned around, strode forward, and jumped out from the balcony on the 57th floor where he could overlook the endless sea view. Seeing the burly man who was about to kill him leap up gracefully, the special envoy almost knelt before Chen Xiaobai. Thank you so much for saving my life. Chen Xiaobai ate 2 more melon seeds, then pulled out a card with a blood-red cat's paw plum blossom print from his chest pocket and placed it in the special envoy's hand. He whispered, Give this to the person who thinks I'm only worth 500 million. I'll visit him in person. The man was about to refuse with a sad face, but at this moment, a silver light flashed in Chen Xiaobai's eyes, and a silver halo also flashed in the man's eyes, and he slowly nodded. After wrapping the melon seed shell in a tissue and putting it in his pocket, Chen Xiaobai picked up his Coke and left humming a little tune. Just as he went downstairs, he received a text message from Ditong. The goods have been shipped. They are being transported by air. They need to transfer on the way. It is expected to arrive in Chuanxing in 5 days. Chen Xiaobai replied, So fast? Really efficient. I don't know why you would like something that is just lying there and no one wants it. After all, I am considered a member of the Black Rose family. Naturally, I must admire and cherish the things left behind by my predecessors. Black Rose was founded by my mother. I am Black Rose's daughter, and I am also a legacy left by my ancestors. So, when will you pay your respects to me? You want me to take a deep breath of your ocean scent? Don't worry. I'll take good care of you when the time comes. Be careful, or I'll give you a dumbfounded look. I prefer to play 2 for 1. You're so wild. You're so flirty. Do you miss Chow? Dead look. Chapter 109 Birth. A new companion, the enchanting flower demon. Chen Xiaobai's life was quite boring and tedious for the next 2 days. He basically visited all the large pet and plant stores in Los Angeles, but the damn prompt sound in his mind just didn't appear. Yes, Chen Xiaobai can buy a few pets and start petting them with his golden hands, but there are already several female demons with different styles around me, so it's obviously not appropriate to play with those random people. Besides, Chen Xiaobai is so busy every day. In addition to checking the Banshees' work, he has to spend 3 hours every day to practice his Han sword, so Chen Xiaobai must want to find something ready-made now. But there are exceptions to everything, such as the one in front of Chen Xiaobai, a very beautiful little canary. This is a pet shop located in an extremely remote corner in the northern part of Los Angeles. There are not many pets for sale inside. Chen Xiaobai took a liking to this little canary at first sight. The golden feathers look smooth and shiny, the pointed beak, the black eyes. According to his experience, the born Banshee and the carrier will have certain similarities in character, so I wonder what type of Banshee will be born from this canary. In the pet shop, the owner was a young white lady. When she saw Chen Xiaobai staring at the canary as soon as he entered the door, her brows immediately lit up with joy. The owner stood behind Chen Xiaobai without saying a word, looking like he was ready to be ordered around at any time. Chen Xiaobai looked at it for a while and asked, "Boss, your bird is small and delicate. Does it have any hidden disease? You have a good eye?" The original owner of this canary was a nobleman from the North Atlantic Federation. The shop owner was interrupted by Chen Xiaobai before she could finish her words. "How much?" 20,000. He just took out his mobile phone to transfer the money. From beginning to end, Chen Xiaobai didn't even look at the shop owner, which made the shop owner feel very disappointed. "When I went out, I was alone, and when I came back, I had a bird." From this day on, Chen Xiaobai's boring and tedious life had one more element: bird touching. However, Chen Xiaobai touched the bird for 2 days, but this delicate golden bird did not make any movement except for a few crisp calls. In the past 2 days, Wang Yuanan and Wan Nei each sent him a piece of information, all of which were related to the test subjects of the bioenergy cooperative research and development between the Star Army and the Sun Group. Chen Xiaobai compared the messages sent by the two people and locked onto the 3 secret experimental bases of the Star Army. That afternoon, a call came from the logistics department, and Chen Xiaobai asked someone to deliver the package directly to the hotel room. He signed for the package while petting the bird. The moment he touched the package, the long-lost system prompt sounded in his mind. Detected the carrier for the demon soul, ghostly flower demon, to be born. The carrier qualification is A+. Do you want to give birth? Mysterious flower demon. Its original form was an ordinary rose in the chaotic period. Later, the gods split the heaven and earth, and all things revived. However, the gods also died, and their blood flowed into the earth. The first thing to be nourished by it was this rose. Thousands of years later, the rose flower came to life and became a mysterious flower demon. Skills: deceitful illusion, illusion empowerment, natural charm, divine blood psionic power. Realm: 7-star holy martial realm. Current birth carrier qualification test: A+, expected birth success rate, 62%, predicted strength after successful birth, 9-star spiritual martial realm. The host can learn skills: illusion empowerment. Illusion empowerment: the illusion created by deceptive illusion can be charged with spiritual energy, giving it a certain strength. Reminder to the host: Ghostly Flower Fairy's skill deceitful illusion is a spiritual martial art, and the host can copy and release it through Starry Sky Charm. Reminder to the host: Ghostly Flower Fairy's skill natural charm is a spiritual martial art, and the host can copy and release it through Starry Sky Charm. Reminder to the host: Ghostly Flower Fairy's skill deceitful illusion is a spiritual martial art, similar to this Starry Sky Charm. The host has already mastered, but also different. Specifically, the illusion effect of Starry Sky Charm is to attack the opponent's mental center, causing it to produce visual illusions. The illusion effect of deceitful illusion is to create a real illusion. It does not need to attack anyone's mental center and can confuse everyone who sees the illusion. The illusion has no entity and only has psychic attack capabilities, not physical attack capabilities. When the host needs it, the illusion and the host's real body can switch positions at any time. The effect will be better when using deceitful illusion with illusion empowerment. Natural charm. The enchanting flower demon is the first plant demon in the world to cultivate a spiritual body. She has an extraordinary affinity for all plants and can control all plants in the world that are weaker than herself. Divine blood spiritual power. The enchanting flower demon nourished by the blood of the gods can increase the richness of the spiritual energy nearby. This skill is a passive skill that is permanently effective and does not require awakening the demon's soul. After reading the series of introductions, Chen Xiaobai didn't bother to touch his bird anymore and immediately said in his heart, "Birth." A golden light enveloped the package box in his hand, and only then did Chen Xiaobai realize that he had not even opened the package yet. He returned to his room, locked the door, and quickly unwrapped the package, only to see an exceptionally beautiful black rose. The golden light fell on the petals, making the entire black rose appear a black-gold color. If you smell it carefully, you can still smell a faint floral fragrance. The golden light lasted for more than half an hour. Seeing how long the golden light lasted, Chen Xiaobai knew that the birth was successful. Soon, the golden light dissipated. Congratulations, host. The ghostly flower demon was born successfully. Suddenly, a touch of purple light flowed on the black rose, and the black rose disappeared and was replaced by an oriental classical girl with a figure between Xiaoju and Yueying. a face as holy and cold as Lungyua, but with a feeling of enchanting and wild beauty like ash. Thank you, Master, for summoning me. Thank you, Master, for giving me a new life. The girl knelt in front of Chen Xiaobai, turned her head to the side, closed her eyes, and gently rested her head on the knees of Chen Xiaobai, who was sitting in front of her. Suddenly, Chen Xiaobai felt a thought coming from his ring finger. It was Xiaoxue. Chen Xiaobai said awkwardly. She just arrived, and she's already joining the schedule. Chapter 110. The sea breeze is a bit strong tonight. In the end, Chen Xiaobai still did not let Xiaoxue add the newly arrived Rose Girl to the duty list. Xiaoxue, you're being too beastly. I just got here. How can you be so impatient? After scolding Xiaoxue, Chen Xiaobai decided to cultivate his relationship with this Rose Girl first. So, 2 hours later, Xiang Wei was on Xiaoxue's duty list. As a professional killer, it only takes 2 hours to develop feelings, unlike those ordinary people. That night, a spring breeze blew across the shore, and a few fallen petals stained the bed. So when Chen Xiaobai checked out the next day, he had to pay the hotel with another bedsheet as compensation. Standing in the hotel lobby, Chen Xiaobai simply ignored the envious look of the front desk clerk. He was only focused on feeling the changes in the spiritual energy around him. This feeling was not obvious yesterday when Rose was born successfully, but now Chen Xiaobai can clearly feel that the spiritual energy around him has become more intense. The spiritual energy is almost 3 times richer than the normal level on Blue Star. This is thanks to Rose's passive skill, Divine Blood Power. The direct effect of this spiritual energy gain is a suitable carrier for the birth of the demon soul, Yuntai Fan Yink, has been detected. The carrier's qualification is D+. Will it be born? Not born. Being born with D-level talent means dropping 3 levels in a row. Chen Xiaobai would rather play with birds for a few more days. After completing the formalities, Chen Xiaobai got on the business car that was already waiting outside the lobby and went to the airport. Chen Xiaobai has 2 destinations on this trip. One is Jincheng, which is the western regional headquarters of Xingqi Bank. The other is North Lake City, located near the 5 Great Lakes in the north of the Star Federation and bordering the Maple Leaf Federation. Beihu City used to be the industrial center of the stars, but it fell into decline many years ago. Chen Xiaobai learned from the information he obtained from Wen Nei and Wang Yuanan that there was a secret experimental base of the Stars Army in the mountains on the outskirts of Beihu City. It takes 3 hours to fly from Los Angeles to Jincheng. Chen Xiaobai bought a ticket for 11 o'clock, but he only went to the airport and did not board the flight. Chen Xiaobai knew very well that in the Star Federation, the chaebol bosses had more than just omnipotent powers. The moment Chen Xiaobai himself appeared in the camera of Los Angeles Airport, in the president's office at the headquarters of Jincheng Xingqi Bank, far away, the old man, who was fidgeting restlessly while holding a dark red card with a cat's paw print and plum blossom pattern, suddenly received a call. They've left. Go ahead. Don't resist. Go directly to the safe spot prepared in advance. Yes. The old man first breathed a sigh of relief, then picked up his clothes, pulled the suitcase that had been prepared long ago, and hurried out of the office. An hour later, Los Angeles. A silver Mercedes provided by Black Rose drove out of the Los Angeles airport. The driver was an Oriental girl who looked like a fairy on Earth. There was no one else in the car. Another hour and a half later, an ordinary car drove out of the airport, and half a day later, the car drove onto Highway 1 in Los Angeles. At the last intersection before leaving the city, Chen Xiaobai, who was driving with a mask on, saw the speeches of the candidates for the next speaker of the Los Angeles City Council being played on the large LED screen at the intersection. Coincidentally, the person giving the speech at that time was very familiar to him. It was his homeroom teacher, Meng Huiqiu. A week later, late at night. Old bastard, I swear, when I catch you, I will serve you well. Late at night, on a remote beach on the west coast of Qianxing, Chen Xiaobai sat alone on the beach, talking to himself in the biting sea breeze and venting his resentment. He could never have imagined that the president of the eastern region of Star Flag Bank actually hid in the Maple Leaf Federation. This is the information that Chen Xiaobai bought from Black Rose for 2 million. This is the price after discount. Chen Xiaobai knew that he could not leave the stars through normal channels. He had applied for visas and passports several times before, but the Federation had not approved them. Apparently, someone told the old bastard the news. At 1 o'clock in the morning, a speedboat painted with special paint appeared on the beach. A man stood on the speedboat, holding a flashlight and circling it clockwise twice and counterclockwise 3 times. Chen Xiaobai picked up the flashlight and responded to the other party, and the speedboat approached the shore. Chen Xiaobai put on a mask, threw a bag of money over, and stepped onto the boat. The masked black man opened the bag and confirmed the amount of cash. He then said to Chen Xiaobai, 5 nautical miles away, you'll encounter the Coast Guard. When you do, just raise your hands and surrender and follow their instructions. Chen Xiaobai nodded and pointed to the mask on his face. The man lifted the backpack in his hand and said, you gave so much, each of them can get double. Don't worry, they don't want to see who you are even more than you do. After all, if they see you, you won't choose their team again in the future. Chen Xiaobai sat at the stern of the speedboat without saying a word. The black man steered the speedboat and headed towards the depths of the vast ocean in the darkness. On the way, the black man would look back at Chen Xiaobai almost every few seconds, and then touch his lower back. About 3 nautical miles from the shore, the speedboat suddenly stopped. The black man took out a pistol from his waist and walked to the stern, looking at Chen Xiaobai, and said coldly, Boss, the sea breeze is a bit strong tonight. Chen Xiaobai nodded and said, I understand. Add money, but you have to wait until I get ashore, right? How can I give you money now? At this time, the black man took out a satellite phone and said, you can transfer money by phone. No problem. Chen Xiaobai stood up and took the satellite phone from the man, while grabbing the man's wrist and throwing him sideways over his shoulder. Bang! The man was thrown heavily onto the floor of the speedboat cabin by Chen Xiaobai. The night breeze was howling, and the waves on the sea were getting higher and higher. Before the man could react to what was happening, he saw that Chen Xiaobai seemed to be smiling on his face with a mask on. The smile on his face did not hinder Chen Xiaobai's movements. The man took out his gun to fight back, and swish. A cold light flashed, and the dagger in Chen Xiaobai's hand cut off the man's wrist. Screams came from the speedboat on the sea at night, but Chen Xiaobai ignored it and quickly tied the man's hands and feet tightly. Finally, the dagger was placed against the man's neck. Chen Xiaobai asked with a smile, the coordinates of the ship and the time. Don't even think about it. Okay. A silver halo flashed in Chen Xiaobai's eyes. He smiled and nodded, then grabbed the backpack containing the money and tied it to the man. I'm a man of integrity. Although your service was not up to par, I will still pay you. You can spend it slowly downstairs. After saying that, Chen Xiaobai raised his hand and threw the man into the vast ocean. Plop! The water splashed high. Chen Xiaobai stepped forward to operate the speedboat and disappeared on the sea under the night in a blink of an eye. At the same time, in Maple Leaf Federation, Vancouver, in a luxurious apartment, the president of the East District of Star Flag Bank, who had just escaped from the stars a few days ago, is enjoying the dual services of one black and one white. Afterwards, the president smugly muttered to himself, Humph, you're sending me a death warrant? You want to kill me? Just that, brat. So what if he set up a fake flight? And he even secretly got a Mercedes-Benz to drive. Can you drive it all the way to Maple Leaf? Do you really think I've lived these past few decades in vain? Humph. Boss is wise. The boss is awesome. 2 little sluts. Chapter 111 The Sea Shining with Golden Light. Stars, Federal Capital, Xingyu Building. As the headquarters of the Star Federation Defense Agency, the Xingyu Building is brightly lit even at night. At this time, Chen Xiaobai was driving a speedboat freely in the sea under the night sky, and in a secret office in the Xingyu Building, 2 people in black uniforms and 3 generals in army uniforms were all looking at the big screen at the end of the office. No one spoke. On the big screen was a satellite view of the northwest coast of the Star Federation. At this moment, on that map, everyone's eyes fell on a fast-moving point of light. The most senior of the 3 army generals, who sat in the middle, asked thoughtfully to the 2 across from him, I never thought the Secret Service would have been keeping an eye on him for over a decade. One of the 2 men in black uniforms said with a forced smile, General Claire, over the past decade or so, our Secret Service and the Red Dragon's Dragon Scale Army have secretly fought no less than 100 times. General Claire, 100 times, no less than 100 times. The Army General raised his eyebrows and said disapprovingly, Mr. Night Owl, in my opinion, it is Commander Taylor of your Secret Service who is too vindictive. Why bother? The Secret Service agent, codenamed Night Owl, gestured to Claire on the large screen. But, General, you see, the very thing our commander feared has finally happened. Claire turned to look at an army general beside her and asked, Arms, what do you mean? Arms was the army general who had noticed Chen Xiaobai during the previous Hunter Elite tournament. Arms frowned and thought for a moment, then said, Claire, I think we've been too indulgent with this child. Plus, his strength is improving so rapidly now. If this continues for a long time, I'm afraid. The Night Owl from the Secret Service across the street warned, Generals, if you don't take action tonight, there will be no future. Once he escapes from the stars, what else can you do to him? Another army general, Hardison, who had remained silent, frowned and asked, "I have a question. Although this kid has been involved in a lot of trouble, at least he doesn't seem to have any intention of leaving the stars. Even the Red Dragon's dragon scale army secretly approached him a few days ago and couldn't persuade him. Why did he suddenly leave these days?" And he went along the west coast. Could it be that he wanted to sneak across the Pacific Ocean and return to Red Dragon? Night Owl shrugged. The Chancellor didn't give too many instructions on this matter. After all, there are historical factors involved. The Chancellor felt it would be more appropriate to leave it to you three generals with more experience. The three army generals all showed disdain in their eyes. Claire said, "Yes, this is the Lawn Palace's style of doing things." Night Owl ignored the sarcasm in Claire's words and continued. "But the Speaker General means that if you decide to take action, you must kill with one strike." Claire, it's been a while since the stars have tested nuclear weapons. What's up? Does the Chancellor want to see some fireworks? Night Owl, I heard that Raytheon recently developed a small, radiation-free nuclear missile for nearshore defense. Didn't the Army's request for procurement funds get approved? Claire, yes, we only have a trial batch right now. Night Owl, if you don't show the politicians in the Blue Palace your power, and they don't help, then the senior members of Congress will naturally not buy into it. How can your National Defense Agency possibly approve this funding? Claire, that's a nuclear weapon. Even a small one is still a nuclear weapon. Using it against a child? That's not good. Night Owl laughed. Ordinary missiles might not be effective. Besides, this kid has the lives of thousands of Federation citizens on his hands. Claire, well, now that you mention it, I think that for the sake of the Federation and the citizens of the stars, we have no choice but to let this child down. But it seems that the Federation Navy, Air Force, and major groups have recently expressed interest in recruiting this child. In fact, before, our Army also wanted to let this child wear the Army uniform. That's because they don't know the boy's background. If the boy hadn't run away, I'd also like to see him in a Confederate uniform. General Claire is just a child, without a father or mother, and no one cares about him. We'll take action once he leaves the territorial waters. There's no one within a 50-mile radius of the shore where he's currently located. There are some ships nearby, but they're not a problem. The local Council of State and the Public Security Bureau will step in to resolve any subsequent issues. Claire frowned, obviously still a little hesitant. Seeing this, Night Owl hesitated for a moment and whispered, "General Claire, we have sufficient evidence to show that this child has discovered the secret of his life experience. He's already started investigating your joint project with the Sun Group, and he's been contacted by Mochizuki Nan, one of the world's top 3 hackers. Although we haven't gotten the details of their contact yet, think about it. Why would this kid be looking for such a talented hacker? Could it be to watch a pornographic movie in the Sakura Federation? This is also something the Chief Speaker will discuss with you later. The Star Army's biological test subject project must absolutely not be made public. Otherwise, the stars will become the public enemy of all Blue Star humans." Upon hearing what Night Owl said, Claire, Arms, and Hardison all showed surprise on their faces. They looked at each other, and finally, Claire nodded solemnly. A transaction between Lawn Palace and Xingyu Building was quietly formed. 2 hours later, in the early morning, on the coast of the Western Territorial Sea of the Star Federation, close to the high seas, Chen Xiaobai, who was completely unaware that his actions had caused the federal top brass to have murderous intentions, was sitting on the edge of the speedboat, soaking his feet in the sea and feeling the sea breeze. Behind him, Xiaoju and Yueying, who had not yet transformed, were slapping and pinching each other in the speedboat, while Xiaoqing spread his wings and flew freely in the night sky above his head. According to the memory of the Black Man, an ocean-going fishing vessel will leave here and head north to the Maple Leaf Federation in an hour. The original plan was for Chen Xiaobai to be captured by the Coast Guard on a speedboat, and then use a special channel through the Coast Guard to board the ship bound for the Maple Leaf Federation. But because the Black Man did not follow the rules, Chen Xiaobai had to find a way to get on the boat by himself. However, to Chen Xiaobai's surprise, he did not encounter the coast patrol. At night, the sea breeze was fierce, the waves were higher than the last, the stars were bright, and there were ripples on the sea in the distance. Gradually, Chen Xiaobai suddenly discovered that the waves in the distance became increasingly dense. At first he thought it was the reflection of the stars in the sky, but later, dark clouds floated over the sky, and the stars on the sea in the distance were still shining brightly. Chen Xiaobai, who was already bored, immediately started the speedboat and headed towards the sparkling sea. The sea seemed not far from Chen Xiaobai, but when he got close to it, it took him a long time to reach the sea where the surface of the water was shining with golden light. Chapter 112 Golden Whale. When the speedboat arrived near the sea area, Chen Xiaobai lay on the side of the speedboat, and carefully observed the sea water. There was a faint golden light floating in the sea water, but even so, Chen Xiaobai could tell that the color of the sea water was much darker than that of the surrounding sea areas. Looking up at the night sky, the dark clouds have drifted away, and the golden halo in the sea water has become brighter and brighter. As time went by, the color of the sea water became darker and darker, and the waves in the nearby sea area became noticeably more violent. At this moment, Chen Xiaobai suddenly thought of a possibility. Without saying a word, he drove the speedboat in the direction he came from. Crash! Just as Chen Xiaobai drove the speedboat not far away, huge waves rose into the sky in the sea area where he had just stayed. A huge whale with a faint golden glow all over its body emerged from the water, and a thick column of water spurted out from the blowhole on its back, rushing straight into the night sky. Good guy, let me find where your neck is. Chen Xiaobai stopped the speedboat, and with a thought, Xiaoju behind him transformed, holding his black dagger in both hands. Master Meow. At this moment, Chen Xiaobai's eyes were red. He had never wiped the neck of this thing in his life. He took the dagger and rubbed Xiaoju's hair with one hand. The next moment, Chen Xiaobai's figure disappeared from the spot. The shadow disguise and the black wind speed in the dark night were like a miracle. He appeared above the front of the whale, shining with golden light in a flash. Looking at the golden whale in front of him that was 200 meters long, Chen Xiaobai clenched the black dagger in both hands, and spiritual energy continued to flow into his hands. And then the dagger changed. The black dagger, which was originally only 30 centimeters long, continued to extend, and eventually became more than 1 meter long, and turned into a black long sword. There was a hint of bloodthirsty red light on the black sword. Chen Xiaobai's figure flashed again, and his feet had already stepped on the back of the golden whale. The waves of water gushing out from the whale's blowhole on its back fell like rain, but why would Chen Xiaobai care about this when he was just one step away from scoring? Now he just wants to feel the piercing pleasure brought by the hard object in his hand. Just then, a sudden voice sounded in Chen Xiaobai's mind. A suitable carrier for the demon spirit, earth-devouring sky whale, has been detected. The carrier's qualification is S+. Will it be born? Puff. Chen Xiaobai almost vomited blood on the spot. The black sword he was holding was shining coldly just a second ago, like a god of war about to drink blood, but the next second it drooped limply on the back of the whale at Chen Xiaobai's feet. At the same time, the sharp sword body that was more than 1 meter long quickly shrank and returned to its previous size of 30 centimeters. Chen Xiaobai, who was almost injured from suffocation, looked at the system's introduction to the demon's soul with anger. Earth-devouring sky-swallowing whale, a strange deep-sea beast from ancient times, it possesses the extremely rare bloodline of the black tortoise. It spends most of its life sleeping, and even when awake, it rarely eats. However, it is rumored that once this beast eats, it feeds on the heaven and earth. There are historical records that there is another world in the belly of the earth-devouring sky-swallowing whale. Skills, a different world, the bloodline of the mythical beast, Xuanwu, devouring the world. Qiankuan alien world, create an independent space through spiritual energy. As spiritual energy continues to flow in, the space will become larger and larger. Bloodline of the mythical beast, Xuanwu. This Xuanwu is not the Xuanwu in the host world. This Xuanwu refers to the ancient mythical beast Xuanwu. Characteristics of Xuanwu bloodline. Extremely strong defense. Sleep can recover from injuries and enhance strength. Devouring heaven and earth. This is the rumored ultimate skill of earth-devouring sky whale, but no one has ever seen her use it, so the system has no introduction to this skill. Realm, immortal martial realm. Current birth carrier qualification test. S+, expected birth success rate, 49%, predicted strength after successful birth, immortal martial realm. The host can learn skills, Qiankuan alien world, black tortoise bloodline, devouring heaven and earth. Reminder to the host. Because earth-devouring sky whale is a demonic spirit in the immortal martial realm, the host can learn more than one skill. Reminder to the host. The earth-devouring sky whale has a docile personality. Although it is in the immortal martial realm, it can be reborn smoothly. It will not produce side effects like the myriad tribulations Xianyuan sword spirit. The host must seize the opportunity. After reading this series of introductions, Chen Xiaobai seemed to have become a different person in an instant. How could he have the mind to touch someone's neck? Birth. A golden light that only Chen Xiaobai could see appeared in the dark sea, covering the giant whale under Chen Xiaobai. The golden light dissipated very quickly, and it was gone in less than 5 minutes. Chen Xiaobai's face instantly fell. From the speed of the golden light, He knew that this birth was going to be a complete mess again. But suddenly, he felt a surge of heat in his body, and at the same time, a prompt sounded in his mind. Congratulations, host. The birth of Earth-devouring sky whale is successful. The corresponding skills have been learned. The birth time will be adjusted to varying degrees depending on the qualifications of the birth carrier and the degree of compatibility between the carrier and the original Banshee. Chen Xiaobai was stunned for a moment. Happiness came too suddenly. He then squatted down in his heart and gently patted the giant whale under his feet, splashing. At this moment, a stream of water spurted out from the blowhole on the giant whale's back and headed straight for Chen Xiaobai, soaking him like a drowned chicken. Chen Xiaobai wiped the water stains on his face and said with a smile, "You have quite a lot of water." Then, he moved his mind, and suddenly a trace of spiritual energy in his body disappeared. At the same time, Chen Xiaobai discovered that a special sensing space had appeared around him. This sensing space was only as big as a water cup, but as Chen Xiaobai continued to inject spiritual energy, the sensing space eventually reached an area of nearly 1,000 square meters, the size of a warehouse. This is equivalent to a portable storage space. 10 square meters is more than enough for Chen Xiaobai now. He jumped from the giant whale back to his speedboat and threw all the miscellaneous things he had left with the Banshees into it. Finally, he even turned the Banshees into objects and threw them in. A wave came and almost overturned the speedboat under Chen Xiaobai. The huge whale suddenly disappeared from the sea and turned into a naked girl standing in front of Chen Xiaobai. The girl has a chubby face and isn't as tall as Xiaoxue and Linyue. She's a cute lowly type, but her bust is no less than shadows. At this time, the girl looked like she was still sleepy, and she said to Chen Xiaobai in a daze, "Master, I want to sleep." "Okay, from today on, your name will be, well, just call me Lowly Transform." The naked, superdimensional Lowly turned into a cute whale emblem in a faint light. Chen Xiaobai took it and put it into his storage space. He didn't have time to communicate with the new Lowly, because in the distant sea, a large fishing boat was heading towards where he had just come from. Without disturbing anyone, Chen Xiaobai quietly boarded the fishing boat. Inside the fishing boat's cab, two exhausted-looking South Mo Federation members chatted casually. Didn't they say there was a big customer coming over here? Maybe he changed his mind at the last minute, or maybe it was done by a middleman. I just saw a speedboat over there. I wonder if it is. Are you hallucinating? I didn't even see it. Okay, if there's no one, then let's head straight to the high seas. Well, pay attention. There are a few pretty girls on the boat today. I'll go and help you. Well, go ahead. Come over and take my place later. Chapter 113 Nuclear Explosion. I'm familiar with this scene. Chen Xiaobai hid in a shadowy corner of the boat, watching the Nanmo man come out of the cab. This is a fishing boat. There are only 2 or 3 people sleeping in the cabin, but there are more than a dozen people hiding under the deck of the boat. Although the Stars and Maple Leaf Federations share a border, the smuggling fishing boat cannot directly sail from the Stars' waters into the Maple Leaf Federation's waters, as it would be caught by the Maple Leaf's Coast Guard. Therefore, it can only bypass them via the high seas. The Nanmo man came out of the cabin and opened a deck with a sly smile on his face, revealing a passage leading to the bottom of the ship. Soon, the Nanmo people dragged out a Nanmo woman with a haggard face. Although the woman was a little reluctant, she did not resist at all. Basically, those who can get on this boat are not good people, and most of them are not on this boat for the first time. These people knew what they would encounter on the ship. Soon, the sound of hum could be heard from the cabin. The woman's voice was high-pitched and contained a hint of dissatisfaction, but this dissatisfaction was not the kind that represented a will to resist. Accompanied by the soft music in the cabin, the fishing boat gradually sailed out of the territorial waters of the Star Federation. On the west coast of the Stars, a nearshore missile defense base. The combat command room was completely silent, with only the sound of keyboard tapping. Emission. Following the order from the duty officer, a Tomahawk land-based missile launcher that had been prepared in the base immediately began to operate. The bomb bay was raised, and whoosh. White mist surged out, and a Tomahawk cruise missile equipped with a new type of clean-energy nuclear warhead roared into the sky. The missile's tail was dragging a thick flame as it quickly streaked across the night sky, heading straight for the stowaway fishing boat on the sea. On the fishing boat, Chen Xiaobai, who was hiding in the shadow of the deck, suddenly heard a strange noise in his ears. His heart beat faster instinctively, and all the hairs on his body stood up. Swish! The noise in the sky was getting louder and louder. Chen Xiaobai turned his head and saw a gorgeous flame coming towards him rapidly. Damn, are the Stars using missiles to combat illegal immigration now? Looking at the missile flying towards him in the sky, A long-lost smile appeared on Chen Xiaobai's face. He recalled an operation he had undergone when he was only a few months old. Everyone thought that Chen Xiaobai didn't remember the operation, but he knew it clearly in his mind. Even though he was given anesthesia, Chen Xiaobai still guessed what happened based on what happened before and after the operation. It's just that Chen Xiaobai had never been sure before, but now, he finally understands that his guess was correct. During that operation, someone installed some kind of positioning device powered by bioenergy in his body. Humph. Chen Xiaobai chuckled and raised his arms slightly. Meow. Xiaoju jumped into his arms. Of course, Chen Xiaobai was not naive enough to think that this was just an ordinary missile used by the Chuanqing military to combat illegal immigration. Xiaoju, I'm sorry. Snap. At this moment, a series of system prompts sounded in Chen Xiaobai's mind. The death of the fiery claw 9-life cat demon has been detected. Its skill 9-life reincarnation is automatically activated. The fiery claw 9-life cat demon has successfully reincarnated. From now on, it will enter a deep sleep for 7 days. Because the fiery claw 9-life cat demon has been reborn for the second time, the host can learn one more of its martial arts. Congratulations to the host for learning the second skill of the fiery claw 9-life cat demon, 9-life reincarnation. It sounds slow, but in fact it happened in just a moment. Then boom. Buzz. The deafening explosion caused everyone to suffer from temporary deafness and tinnitus. The missile flying in the night sky did not wait until it hit the ship before exploding, but instead exploded with magnificent flames hundreds of meters away from the fishing boat. Watching the fierce flames burst out at that moment, Chen Xiaobai gently pinched the lifeless Xiaoju's neck and muttered to himself, I'm familiar with this scene. In my previous life, I was 20 when I ate a nuclear bomb. In this life, I'm 17. I'm definitely someone who's going to do great things. After saying that, Chen Xiaobai put Xiaoju's body into the storage space. After confirming that he had nothing important on him, he raised his head and opened his arms, as if welcoming some kind of sacred baptism. He did not activate the Xuanwu bloodline to resist this sudden crisis. In the end, the heat wave of the nuclear explosion that swept from the sky mercilessly swallowed Chen Xiaobai, and the fishing boat under him was reduced to ashes. The heat wave of the nuclear explosion generated by the small nuclear warhead extended nearly 30 kilometers, and even the missile defense base on the shore of the stars was hit by the violent shock wave. Inside the command center, the central hall where nearly 100 people were working fell into a dead silence. Everyone lowered their heads, and many had red eyes. Just now, they launched a nuclear attack on a fishing boat in their own federal territorial waters. Even if it was a stowaway boat, even if the people on board were most likely guilty. The officer on duty stared at the sudden explosion of fireballs on the big screen for a moment, then adjusted his headset, cleared his throat, and said, Report. West Coast Missile Defense Center No. 6. Mission accomplished. Xingyu Building. Claire and Night Owl looked at the images on the screen and the report from the officer on duty at the Coastal Missile Defense Center, then stood up and shook hands. Night Owl. Thank you, General. The trouble is solved. Claire's face was filled with the proud smile of a winner. Actually, I've always felt that the Federation's vigorous development and support for the development of warriors was a wrong choice. Look, what kind of warrior can withstand such an attack? Yi Xiao smiled without saying anything, left a word goodbye, and left with his assistant behind him. Star Federation Television. A reporter with wavy blonde hair held up a microphone and said, Just an hour ago, a coastal missile unit under the command of the Xingyu Building conducted a test explosion of a new clean energy nuclear missile. The test explosion was very successful, and no casualties have been reported so far. On the second day after the nuclear explosion, Lin Zhe, Wang Xin and his team, wearing protective clothing, arrived at the sea area in a speedboat. Even though the Star Federation announced that the small nuclear missile tested in this test would not produce radiation, Lin Zhe and his team still had to be cautious. When he arrived at that sea area, Lin Zhe used his special ability and saw what happened there last night. Suddenly, tears welled up in Lin Zhe's eyes, and he choked and said, It's over, it's over. On that day, a group of Dragon-scale army agents left the stars sadly. Maple Leaf Federation, Vancouver, in a luxurious apartment. The president of Star Bank's Eastern region, who was enjoying all the benefits here, received a call early in the morning. The content of the call was simple. You are safe. A strong look of pride appeared on the face of the old man, who was nearly 60 years old. Even though this moment was just as he expected, he still breathed a sigh of relief. I'm really getting old because I was scared like this by a little punk. 7 days later, late at night, in the sea area where the small nuclear missile was tested, Suddenly, a lot of black powder-like things appeared in the originally blue sea. Gradually, the black powder gathered more and more, and finally it turned into a human body. Then a faint wisp of white mist flew in the air and gradually merged into the black human body. These black powders and white mists are the remains of Chen Xiaobai's body that was turned into powder and evaporated by high temperature in the nuclear explosion. As the mist merged, the black human body gradually became fuller. At this moment, a stream of fiery red light suddenly released from the human body. Suddenly, the black human body became more solid, and the black residues on the limbs began to fall off bit by bit, revealing the flesh and blood inside that was as new as a baby's skin. He still had the same physical appearance as a 17-year-old, but his skin color looked much better. As his body recovered, Chen Xiaobai's consciousness gradually revived. He was able to open his eyes and see his body gradually regaining its new lease of life, but he was unable to move for the time being. At this moment, a sunny smile appeared on Chen Xiaobai's lips. However, he couldn't laugh anymore the next second. Chen Xiaobai saw that on the sea not far away, a sickle-like fish fin was floating on the sea surface and swimming towards him rapidly. Chen Xiaobai. My old swan, no way. Crash. There was a splash of water, and Chen Xiaobai saw a bloody shark mouth appear in front of him. Snap. This was the voice he had heard countless times, but now it was the first time he heard it from himself. Chapter 114, The Boy Walking Out of the Waves. Another 7 days passed. Late at night, on the endless beach, the waves kept hitting the sand and gravel on the shore, and a naked boy walked out from the waves carelessly. The boy breathed in the air in big gulps. It had been half a month since he had experienced the pleasure of breathing fresh air. The boy was none other than Chen Xiaobai. While breathing in the fresh air, Chen Xiaobai also stood on the beach and did a set of radio gymnastics, feeling the call of the times. When Chen Xiaobai calmed down after jumping around, he suddenly felt a shudder all over his body as if he had been electrocuted. Chen Xiaobai turned around and saw two trembling girls hugging each other nervously on the shore, looking at him with the eyes of a person who was mentally abnormal. Why? Chen Xiaobai sighed. He had just been reborn and was not proficient in controlling the qi in his body, so he swam more than 10 miles in the sea before returning to the shore. After running in the water for half a day, Chen Xiaobai's perception abilities were extremely dull, so he didn't notice that there were other people on the shore at the first time. Now that his body functions and perception have recovered, he has discovered it, but embarrassment has also occurred. However, Chen Xiaobai did not feel embarrassed. He just felt that his behavior was a bit impolite. Chen Xiaobai showed the two girls a very sunny smile and waved to greet them. Hi, hello. The two girls glanced at Chen Xiaobai at the same time, and in tacit understanding, they didn't say anything, but hugged each other tighter. Elsa, this is a man. He's different from the ones in the movies. Maybe everything in the movie has been censored. Oh my god, doesn't he feel like it's in the way? Chen Xiaobai looked at the two girls opposite him, chattering and ignoring him. He was not in a hurry. After all, they were already being seen, so he might as well take the loss. It's not that Chen Xiaobai has any bad habits, but that Chen Xiaobai has no clothes to wear at this moment. Etc. Chen Xiaobai suddenly thought that the spoils of the thousands of people he had taken from the Hunter Elite competition were all in his storage space. There seemed to be a lot of spare clothes washed by the warriors and soldiers inside. But why don't I want to take it out and put it on? Looking at the two girls opposite, Chen Xiaobai understood how rude it is to put on clothes in front of other girls. It seems that my own sense of shame won't allow me to. So, Chen Xiaobai changed his look to make something more conspicuous. At the same time, he said to the two girls again, Ladies, could you please step aside for a moment? Let me put on my clothes. Two girls. Elsa, this person seems a bit shameless. Be more confident and take away the What about us? Stare at him, glare at him. I don't believe this Oriental kid has no shame. Okay. A few minutes passed. Oh, Elsa, God, I feel hot. It seems like I've met my match today. How can this person be so shameless? Elsa, my brain clearly doesn't want to see this, but I can't move my eyes away or close them. What's going on? Then take down your hands that are spread so tightly that they can't be separated any further and admire them openly. He's finally getting dressed. My mood suddenly gets depressed. Chen Xiao put on his clothes smoothly. He felt that the two girls seemed to be a little crazy. What kind of girl ran to the beach in the middle of the night to hug each other and stared at me? And he didn't even blink. Speaking of which, Chen Xiaobai himself couldn't bear to look at this reborn body, so he let the two girls see it all. How unfair it was to Xiao Xue and the others. After getting dressed, Chen Xiaobai looked at the two girls with some sympathy. What a good age, but it's a pity that they have problems with their brains. After saying that, Chen Xiaobai disappeared from the spot in a flash. The two girls were left staring at each other. Elsa, who did he say was mentally ill? People who come out of mental hospitals like to talk like doctors. Don't pay any attention to them. Oh, Chen Xiaobai spent the next few days on the road. Chen Xiaobai had been reborn twice in the sea before. The first rebirth allowed him to break through to the Jinwu realm, and the second rebirth directly raised Chen Xiaobai's realm to the 9-star Jinwu realm. The reborn Xiaoju also broke through to the 6-star Jinwu realm, which was a whole level higher. While on the journey, Chen Xiaobai also tried the lowlies devouring the world skill, but it had no effect except making his head ache. 5 days later, Beihu City. In the mountains outside the city, Chen Xiaobai stood on the top of a mountain, turned on the shadow camouflage, and looked at the secret military base below. As for why he didn't go find the president of the eastern region of Star Flag Bank. Now everyone in the world thinks that Chen Xiaobai is dead. This is a good opportunity for him to backstab the Star military. As for that person, it doesn't matter when you go to find him. It's just a piece of cake. Throughout the day, Chen Xiaobai observed this secret base from different angles. He didn't leave at night. In this way, Chen Xiaobai continued to observe the base for 3 days and 3 nights without distinguishing between day and night. On the 4th day, Chen Xiaobai finally returned to the hotel room he had booked in Beihu City. Chapter 115, Prologue to the Killing. After a night, Chen Xiaobai slept for most of the day and only opened his eyes at sunset. No one made soy milk this time because everyone was very tired. Chen Xiaobai walked to the floor-to-ceiling window of the hotel and stretched towards the sunset. After washing up, Chen Xiaobai changed into a black combat uniform and sat quietly on the sofa in the hotel. When the last ray of light from the setting sun completely disappeared on the distant horizon outside the floor-to-ceiling window, Chen Xiaobai began tonight's operation. For many people, this night is destined to be a sleepless night. The Star Federation is famous for its freedom in the world. In this free world, public security will definitely not be very good. In the Star Federation, where public security is not very good, Beihu City, which is not far from the Maple Leaf Federation, is notoriously chaotic. As soon as Chen Xiaobai walked out of the hotel, he felt at least several eyes staring at him in secret. Taking a deep breath, Chen Xiaobai showed an intoxicated expression on his face. The desire for killing had been buried in his heart for many days. The 10 fingers on Chen Xiaobai's hands began to move slightly in a rhythmic pattern, and the whole person was like a piano master playing piano music in a concert hall, except that the piano piece he played was called Prelude to Killing. Wearing a hat and a mask, Chen Xiaobai walked on the main road in the northern district of Beihu City. Even though it is a main road in a city, there are few pedestrians at night, but there are many drunkards, homeless people, and drug addicts sleeping on the roadside. 3 sneaky black men followed Chen Xiaobai from a distance. They followed Chen Xiaobai all the way here from the hotel. There were fewer and fewer people around, and in front of them was an alley without street lights, which was perfect for robbery. Seeing this, one of the 3 black men pulled out a pistol, and the other 2 approached quickly with daggers. "Hey, boy!" The black man with the pistol shouted, and Chen Xiaobai immediately turned into the dark alley at the corner. The 3 black men didn't expect that Chen Xiaobai would actually cooperate actively, so they immediately ran to catch up with him. Phew! As a result, as soon as the 3 of them entered, they heard the sound of a sharp blade piercing flesh at the same time. The one who ran the fastest only felt a chill on his neck. When the intense, stinging sensation hit him, the black man found it difficult to breathe, and his vision began to blur. Then, before his eyes appeared the face of an Oriental boy with an innocent smile. This was the last image he saw in his life. This Oriental boy's smile is so sunny. At this time, Chen Xiaobai had taken off his hat and mask. This was his professional ritual. When seeing people off, he had to maintain his demeanor. The other 2 black men suddenly screamed, and the black man holding the gun raised his hand and was about to shoot Chen Xiaobai. However, at this close distance, the dagger in Chen Xiaobai's hand was obviously faster than the speed at which he raised the gun. Swish! Bang! The black man holding the gun only felt a sudden lightness on his wrist, and then he felt a chill. He looked down and saw that his right hand holding the gun had fallen to the ground, leaving only his arm still firmly raised. At this moment, the pain in his nerve endings had not yet arrived, but the black man had already imagined what kind of pain he would suffer next, so he looked at Chen Xiaobai and said, "Please." Phew! Chen Xiaobai decisively stabbed his throat with a knife and said in a harmless voice, "I know what you want from me. You're welcome." The black man stood there for a second or two, then slowly fell to the ground. Chen Xiaobai turned his head and looked at the last black man. He found that his pants were wet. Chen Xiaobai stepped forward and said with a smile, "I need to buy some things. You'd better take me there, because it depends on whether you can see the sun tomorrow morning. The black man nodded vigorously, trembling. The black man brought Chen Xiaobai to an underground market in Behu City where all kinds of evil spirits gathered. Even with a mask on, one could still recognize his young face, oriental features, and the backpack he carried with him. When Chen Xiaobai appeared in the underground market of Behu City, countless eyes were instantly focused on him. At first, everyone who saw Chen Xiaobai thought that a little white sheep had come today. A gangster came up with a silver revolver and reached out to touch Chen Xiaobai's backpack. But Chen Xiaobai pressed a dagger into his head. From the moment the gangster stepped forward to the moment Chen Xiaobai wiped his hands with his clothes and left with a smile, the whole process took less than 10 seconds. The crowd that had been staring at Chen Xiaobai with shining eyes suddenly became quiet. There are 6 largest forces in the underground market of Behu City. A few minutes later, the black man brought Chen Xiaobai to the base where one of the forces shipped goods. In less than 5 minutes, Chen Xiaobai came out. Everything was the same as when he entered, except for the mask on his face. Chen Xiaobai left here and went to the next base of the force under the guidance of a black man who smelled of urine. After he left, a brave man on the street entered the stronghold to see what was happening. However, the man was stunned for a second, then immediately bent down, held onto the wall, and vomited. At this time, gunshots were heard from the base where the second force was stationed. When everyone gathered around, the black man who smelled of urine came out with trembling legs and a pale face. The oriental boy behind him changed his mask again, and there were beads of blood on the black dagger in his hand. Soon after, the sound of machine gun fire was heard from the base of the third force. A loud explosion was heard in the 4th faction stronghold. The 5th faction stronghold, a 3-story building, was reduced to ruins in a violent explosion. 6th, when Chen Xiaobai arrived at the door, the people inside had already run away. It was not just this underground stronghold. The entire underground market in Behu City was in chaos as if it had been haunted, with all kinds of tattooed men running away in a hurry everywhere. Chen Xiaobai looked at the black man behind him with a numb expression and said with a smile, "Actually, the 3rd stronghold has given me enough, but I just want to see what the other strongholds behind it have. Thank you for today." "No, you're welcome." Chen Xiaobai smiled and waved to him. "See you later?" The black man looked at Chen Xiaobai with a wronged expression, as if he wanted to say something but didn't dare to. Chen Xiaobai smiled. He gently patted the black man's shoulder and earnestly advised him, "Cherish your life, be a good person, and be a good person who is useful to society." After saying that, he strode away. Half an hour later, at the south entrance of Behu City, an off-road vehicle drove over from the southern ring road. Chen Xiaobai stood on the roof of a building, staring at the off-road vehicle with a calm expression. This off-road vehicle was driven out from a secret base in the suburbs. Chapter 116. Good luck, Sergeant Wall. The driver of the SUV was a black non-commissioned officer. He drove to an intersection and stopped to wait for the red light. Suddenly, the black sergeant felt dazed. He shook his head vigorously and felt a little better. The red light turns green and the car goes. 20 minutes later, the car stopped in the basement of an apartment building in Behu City, and the black non-commissioned officer turned off the engine and went upstairs. 5 minutes later, a light came on in a room upstairs, and the SUV in the basement was driven out again. The car just left the basement, but turned back. The driver was none other than Chen Xiaobai. As for why he turned back, it was because he thought of something he had overlooked. Wall sat on the sofa in his home, feeling a little tired, watching the pornographic late-night show on TV boredly. As he watched, Wall's hand involuntarily touched his loose crotch, but no matter how hard he tried, that thing didn't react at all. This is Wall's deepest secret and also his shame as a man. As a special operations officer at the secret base of the Star Federation, Wall is very powerful personally, and he is also a young warrior in the Tianwu realm. However, his combat effectiveness in some aspects is infinitely close to zero. Suddenly, a faint silver light appeared in Wall's eyes. At the same time, a hand pinched Nig's head. Chen Xiaobai started from Wall's head with a serious look on his face, and then pinched Wall's whole body little by little. While pinching, he carefully felt the changes in Wall's body muscles. From head to toe, from toe to head, and then from head to toe. This was repeated several times. Finally, Chen Xiaobai's fingers stopped at Wall's shoulder. Swish! A splash of blood splattered, and Chen Xiaobai didn't hesitate and cut a gash on Wall's shoulder with a knife. Wall, who was sitting on the sofa, did not react at all except that the silver light in his eyes flickered more violently. The tip of the knife entered the body and cut gently. When it came out again, there was an electronic device the size of a fingernail on the blade. A faint red light was still flashing on the electronic instrument. Looking at it, Chen Xiaobai turned his head to look at Wall. He had seen Wall's memories before, but did not see any memories related to this thing. Chen Xiaobai had also seen this kind of memory-blocking situation in Lin Zhe. Chen Xiaobai knew that Wall was a cyborg, and so was Lin Zhe, but there was still a big difference between the two. Chen Xiaobai knew that Lin Zhe was normal in some ways. He had seen some embarrassing memories of Lin Zhe and his girlfriend in Lin Zhe's memories. Of course, he also knew that the wall in front of him was a little abnormal. Why? Shaking his head helplessly, Chen Xiaobai suddenly felt a trace of pity for the black non-commissioned officer in front of him. I'm afraid this can't even be called a modified human. It can only be called a modified robot. As for the thing in his hand, it is undoubtedly a positioning instrument. Before Chen Xiaobai experienced his first death in a nuclear explosion in this life, he also had this thing in his body. Chen Xiaobai had looked for this thing on himself more than once before, but he couldn't find it. Thinking about the operation he had undergone at that time, Chen Xiaobai vaguely understood that the positioning device in his body should have been buried in his brain. Although burying a locator in the brain is concealed, this operation is too complicated and obviously not suitable for large-scale use in the military. So a cyborg like Wall can only bury his head roughly at the shoulder and block the related memories. 10 minutes later, Chen Xiaobai drove away again in Wall's car. When the car left the city and entered the mountain road, Chen Xiaobai's figure in the car blurred and turned into the appearance of Wall. Rose's skill, deceitful illusion. When Chen Xiaobai entered within 3 kilometers of the secret base, a drone flew over him. Sergeant Wall, I'm Operator 046 from the Base Communications Department. You're off duty now. May I ask why you've returned to the base? A woman's voice was heard asking questions from the drone. Obviously, the drone had determined that Chen Xiaobai was Wall through satellite monitoring and the locator he carried on his body. If Chen Xiaobai didn't carry the locator inside Wall's body, he would be exposed instantly at this moment. Wall smiled slightly, revealing his large white teeth. I left my IPD in the base dormitory. There's something in there that I can't sleep without looking at, so I came back to get it. Okay, Sergeant Wall, according to base regulations, you are not authorized to enter the base at this time. You can only wait in the camp outside the base for the colleagues on duty to bring it to you. Please reply to me that you are aware of this matter. Yes, I know. Thank you very much for your cooperation. Goodbye, Sergeant Wall, and good luck. After saying that, the drone took off. A few minutes later, Chen Xiaobai could see the gate of the secret base camp from afar. During this period, Wall could only enter the outer camp area, but could not enter the main base within the camp. He drove to the gate, verified his credentials with the guard, and was allowed in. Chen Xiaobai knew from Wall's memory that the defense of this gate was actually just a show for people who happened to come here, and the Real Defense Force was in the inner base. After parking the car in the camp parking lot, Chen Xiaobai contacted Xiaobai with his mind. His star charm skill has a limited range. Even though he has reached the 9-star true martial realm, it cannot support him in controlling others from dozens of kilometers away. If he controls Wall to return to the base, the security monitoring at the gate of the secret base will discover abnormalities, so he can only leave Xiaobai with Wall temporarily. After receiving Chen Xiaobai's order, Xiaobai turned to look at Wall beside her. A silver light flashed in Wall's eyes, and he picked up his mobile phone and dialed a number. A few minutes later, a muscular white soldier ran out of the secret base camp with an IPD in his hand. Wall got out of the car and greeted the soldier cordially. Hi Langley. My friend. The white soldier named Langley said somewhat dissatisfiedly. Captain, you're being too much. It's just a 3-day holiday. Can't you just be patient? Wall smiled apologetically, took the IPD, and said, This is intolerable. Thanks, friend. Langley frowned and was about to say something else, but suddenly, a silver light flashed in his eyes, and then he stood there obediently. Then, Langley sat in the car and chatted enthusiastically with Wall for a while, and finally got out and left. Wall started the car and left the camp. Less than a minute after Wall's car left the camp gate, a convoy suddenly rushed out of the camp, and at the same time a group of armed drones flew out from the sky. Just now, the base monitoring room sounded an alarm, and an unidentified person wearing sunglasses and a mask drove Sergeant Wall's car away from the outer camp. In less than half an hour, these people found Sergeant Wall's car on the side of a mountain road several kilometers away, but did not find the unidentified person who was driving the car before. At the same time, these people also found the white soldier Langley who was sleeping in the trunk of the car. The soldiers in the convoy reported the incident to the base monitoring department, and the entire monitoring department suddenly fell silent. Langley in Wall's trunk. Who was that Langley who had returned to the base from the parking lot earlier? Chapter 117, Killing Prologue, Infiltration. The real Langley had been knocked down in the trunk of Chen Xiaobai's car. The Langley who got out of Niger's car was naturally an illusion created by Chen Xiaobai. By the time the monitoring department received the news and started looking for the Langley who had entered the base, where could they still find the phantom Langley? Chen Xiaobai had used a trick to switch the positions of his body in the car with Langley in the base and activated shadow camouflage, hiding in the shadows inside the base while the base soldiers were dispatched. By the time the soldiers in the base found the Niger car parked on the side of the road, the illusion had dissipated, and there was nothing in the car except Langley in the trunk. Something's happening. In the dead silence of the surveillance room, a sudden voice suddenly broke the silence. A surveillance officer finally discovered the abnormality on the surveillance screen. Immediately afterwards, a surveillance image was enlarged and displayed on the big screen. The person in charge on duty looked over and saw a man in black combat uniform, a baseball cap, sunglasses, and a dark mask appearing in the base in a careless manner. Damn it! How did he get in? Quickly notify the guards. The duty officer gave the order, and the nearby communicator immediately called into the headset. Guards, an unusual target has been detected entering Area B6. Coordinates have been sent. Intercept immediately. In addition, a technician called up several nearby surveillance cameras, and everyone in the surveillance area almost dropped their jaws to the ground. Because that person didn't use any abnormal means at all. The camp just sounded an alarm, and a convoy of vehicles set out from the garage in the base, and that person was standing outside the garage. After the convoy left, the man walked into the garage under the watchful eyes of the garage guard, and then entered the base through the garage. There were several gates here, which were either opened by the guards on duty themselves or with the help of patrolling soldiers. Anyway, no one from the guards on duty or patrolling soldiers reported anything unusual. Inside the monitoring office, a staff member slowly asked, "Could it be that the higher-ups sent someone to inspect?" The officer on duty refuted, "How is that possible? We're a secret military base. We don't need to put on a show for outsiders. Are our superiors coming to inspect us? Why are we using living people for experiments?" Everyone in the monitoring office fell silent. At this moment, the monitoring screen showed a team of guards who had just received the notice and had already run to the designated location with guns and live ammunition. Next, everyone in the monitoring room gasped. The guards on the surveillance camera all raised their right hands to the man and said respectfully, "General." Looking at that man's figure, the officer on duty at the monitoring department could be sure that he was not anyone in the Star Federation who could be called a general. Activate the second-level alarm. Lock all gates in the core area, and no one is allowed to open them. Report this situation to General Arms immediately. Order the robot soldiers and drones to proceed. Following the order from the chief officer, alarms suddenly sounded throughout the military base. Soon, a team of armed drones flew through the emergency passage inside the base and blocked the mysterious man who broke into the base. From the surveillance footage, the mysterious man was guarded by a team of guards who had just arrived. The armed drones were in a defensive formation in front of these people, and the heavy machine guns mounted at the bottom were obviously ready to shoot. Inside the monitoring area, the officer on duty gritted his teeth and ordered, "Drone, shoot." "Sir, no shooting." Suddenly, a technical soldier in the monitoring department picked up the phone in front of him and shouted loudly to the chief officer. Facing the chief officer's angry gaze, the soldier said, "Sir, the security department called and said that our network was hacked. The video footage we are seeing now may be fake. The security department is investigating now, but it will take time." Suddenly, the entire monitoring office fell into silence again. Everyone looked at each other, and finally turned to look at the chief officer with a sullen face. The chief officer leaned his hands on the table in front of him, staring at the surveillance screen in front of him without saying a word. After just 2 or 3 seconds, he picked up the phone in front of him and dialed a number. The call is connected. "Hello, security? What's the status of our network?" "Everything is normal. There are no accidents. What's wrong?" "Someone has hacked into the phone line and called the surveillance department pretending to be you. Check the other party's background." "Okay, wait a moment." In an ordinary house in the North Atlantic Federation, Wang Yuan looked at the signal fluctuations on the screen in front of him and laughed. It was discovered so quickly, quite impressive. Beside him, Black Eagle stared at the screen on the computer, speechless with horror. "Boss, you really attacked the network over there?" Wang Yuan smiled helplessly. "I say, can you use your brain a little? This is the Star Army's network. How can it be so easily attacked? If I had really done that, I'm afraid the missiles would have hit us by now. I just slightly interfered with their communication network and made a fake phone call." Behu Secret Military Base, Monitoring Department. The officer who had just finished the call immediately said into the headset after hanging up, "Everyone of Group 74, get out of the way. Drones fire." Group 74 was the group of guards who had received a notice from the monitoring department to go to B6 for inspection. Upon hearing the order from the monitoring department, all the soldiers in Group 74 stood against the wall, and several drones opened heavy machine guns and greeted the stranger who broke into the base. Boom, 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 boom. However, what happened next once again silenced the entire surveillance area. The bullet fired from the heavy machine gun actually penetrated the stranger's body directly without bringing out any blood. The stranger in the surveillance footage gradually dissipated into a shadow, which was also an illusion. In an instant, the chief officer of the monitoring department felt his scalp tingling and a cold wind blowing behind him. Soon, the phone next to the chief officer rang. "John, what happened?" The person who called was General Arms. The officer on duty, named John, wiped the sweat from his brow and told the whole story that had just happened on his side. After a brief silence on the other end of the phone, Arms said, "I'll be there in 2 hours with an elite team of warriors and mechanical soldiers. The secrets of the core area must not be leaked." "Don't worry, General." After hanging up the phone, John looked up at the split-screen surveillance footage on the big screen. He wanted to find some clues, but after looking for a long time, he didn't find anything unusual. Suddenly, John's right eyelid twitched violently, and his heartbeat accelerated suddenly. John saw that Group 74, which had just retreated from Area B6, was coming towards him. "Where is Group 74 going?" "Notify the other security teams to stop them. Remove the door-opening privileges of all guards in Group 74. Don't let them get near the surveillance. Don't let them get near the surveillance." John roared at the top of his lungs, and in an instant the entire base became busy. Countless soldiers armed with live ammunition and armed drones surrounded Group 74 at the fastest speed. Time passed little by little, and everyone in the monitoring office was extremely nervously watching the progress of the 74 groups of guards on various monitoring screens. Finally, less than 1 kilometer away from the monitoring point, a group of armed drones and 2 teams of soldiers stopped Group 74. Suddenly, everyone in the monitoring office breathed a sigh of relief. Bang! However, at this moment, the door of the monitoring office suddenly made a loud bang. Then swish. The metal door panel of the monitoring office flew into the office backwards after making a loud metal deformation sound and slammed into the wall opposite the office. This monitoring office is called an office, but it is actually an office hall. It is nearly 500 square meters in size and more than 60 meters wide. What kind of force could have deformed a metal door weighing hundreds of kilograms, sending it flying 60 meters and embedding itself in the wall? Everyone in the monitoring area suddenly felt a chill in their chest. They all held their breath and looked towards the gate where smoke and dust were flying. A 17-year-old Oriental boy walked in slowly with a smile on his face, holding a black dagger in his hand. Chapter 118. Prologue to the Killing, Infiltration 2. "Hi, hello." Chen Xiaobai smiled kindly and waved to everyone in the monitoring room, as if he was greeting a friend. However, when John, who was sitting opposite him, saw Chen Xiaobai's childish face, he felt as if he had seen a ghost in broad daylight. "Why are you still?" As a senior general in a densely populated base of the Star Federation, John certainly has his own information channels for major events happening in the Federation. John must have heard about the nuclear missile incident that occurred on the West Coast a few days ago, and as for Chen Xiaobai, a star player who had participated in the Hunter Elite Tournament, John recognized him at a glance. Chen Xiaobai asked with a leisurely smile, "You want to ask me why I'm still alive? Is that right?" John swallowed without saying anything. He looked at the metal door panel that was deeply embedded in the wall and had been severely deformed, and silently estimated Chen Xiaobai's strength in his heart. Chen Xiaobai, who is at the Tianwu realm, has already asked the federal military to use nuclear weapons to deal with him. Now looking at this masterpiece, I'm afraid he has already started at the Jinwu realm. Thinking of this, John put his hands behind his back and quietly gestured to the person behind him. John's little trick naturally could not be hidden from Chen Xiaobai's eyes, but Chen Xiaobai turned a blind eye to it. Chen Xiaobai's eyes swept over everyone in the surveillance area one by one. He muttered to himself, "There are a lot of people, but it's okay, it's okay." Next, a breathtakingly bright silver light suddenly burst out from Chen Xiaobai's eyes. In an instant, a silver halo appeared in the eyes of everyone in the monitoring area. A few minutes later, Chen Xiaobai fell asleep on the floor of the surveillance area. He had consumed a lot of mental energy tonight, so he had to hurry to recover. During the time when Chen Xiaobai was sleeping, John, with a silver halo in his eyes, calmly presided over various affairs in the base, and gradually the base returned to its original order. An hour and a half later, rumble. Several military helicopters flew in from a distance, and landed on the helipad behind the base. John, the chief officer on duty at the base tonight, brought several senior non-commissioned officers to the tarmac to greet the arrival of General Arms. As soon as the two sides met, Arms immediately asked, "What's the situation?" John saluted and replied, "General, the enemy attempted to use illusions to create chaos in our base, but we have discovered it. The warriors in the base are now tracking down the source of the illusion." "Arms, what about the core area?" "John, everything is fine." After hearing what John said, Arms breathed a sigh of relief and nodded. He waved behind him, and a white girl with silver hair came forward. Arms introduced John. "This is Fianni, a psychic warrior with supernatural powers. She's at the 9-star true martial realm. She's very likely to become the first civilian warrior in the stars, or even the world, to break through to the Xuanwu realm. We've hired her at a high price. Show her tonight's surveillance footage and get her opinion." John glanced at Fian and found that she was looking at him with an extremely interested look. At this moment, John suddenly asked, "General, is the strongest martial artist among the common people at the true martial realm? What about us officials?" Arms was about to say something, but he suddenly frowned and looked at John with a suspicious look. At this moment, John immediately stood at attention and shouted, "General, I was wrong. I shouldn't have asked about military secrets. Well, be careful next time. Lead the way." Arms gave John a meaningful instruction and then walked into the base under the protection of a group of people behind him. This time, Arms was followed by about 30 or 40 Special Forces soldiers and 8 warriors, among whom the lowest warrior was at the 5-star Xuanwu realm. Special Forces soldiers stayed on the tarmac, while warriors and a team of base soldiers escorted Arms into the base. Afterwards, Arms and his group entered a high-security elevator and descended all the way to the underground of the base. John took Fian to the surveillance area. As soon as the two entered the door, a girl in uniform, with a rosy face, a scale the size of a grain of rice at the corner of her eye, and a seductive beauty all over her body, came forward with a smile. After taking a look at the bare, empty doorway of the surveillance area and the impact marks on the opposite wall, Fianni, who had just entered the surveillance area, squatted in the corner with her hands holding her head without saying a word, blinking her big eyes at Ashi in front of her. "Don't kill me. I'm obedient." Deep underground in the base, the elevator door opened. 7 warriors came out behind Arms, and immediately 2 soldiers holding laser guns stood up. Behind these 2 soldiers, there were more than 100 soldiers holding laser guns. "Sorry, General, this is a top-secret military area. No one can enter without permission." Arms looked at the base soldiers behind him. One soldier stepped forward and showed his credentials, and the 2 soldiers opposite immediately made way. "This is the first checkpoint leading to the core area of the base. Anyone coming for inspection must hold an access permit from the base. There are 2 more checkpoints behind it. After the first checkpoint is Area C, the core area of the entire base, where some more routine biological experiments and biological weapons research and development experiments are carried out." Everyone got out of the elevator and took the multi-seater electric car next to it to the second checkpoint. The guards here are 8 robot soldiers. They are not simple mechanical soldiers, but those that look a bit like Terminator. 2 robot soldiers stepped forward with red flashes in their eyes. This time, Arms took the initiative and the red light in the robot's eyes enveloped Arms's face. A moment later, a voice came from the robot. "Facial verification passed. Iris verification passed. Applying for access rights to Xinyu building. Access approved. General Arms, you may bring no more than 2 people into the Class B core area." Arms casually pointed to a tall and handsome white man and the soldier who had shown his credentials at the previous checkpoint. The regulations for visiting the core area of the military base clearly stipulate that any outsider entering the core area of the base must be accompanied by base personnel. Then the red light released from the robot's eyes began to scan the faces of the white warriors and soldiers. When the red light scanned the soldiers' faces, Arms and several other warriors suddenly felt dazed, but they soon returned to normal. Visitor information has been generated and will be uploaded to the National Defense Department server at Xinyu building. Please be informed. After the robot's voice was heard, the 8 robots made way for the passage behind them. At the end of the passage was another elevator going down. Coming out of the elevator again, Amus, the white warriors, and the base soldiers entered the Class B area of the Behu base. Compared to Area C, Area B obviously has fewer rooms, but they are also more spacious, and the things placed inside are more frightening. Along the way, installing animal limbs and adding mechanical prosthetic limbs to living people can only be regarded as the most common and docile experimental tasks. Compared to these bloody ones, those that look profound give people a more creepy feeling. The White Warrior saw a man covered in protective clothing extracting blood from some unknown mysterious creature, then injecting a dark green liquid, and finally putting it into a special instrument to carefully observe the constantly changing values on the screen. Next to this laboratory, there were several people lying motionless on beds, not knowing whether they were alive or dead. One of them was being pushed by a small robot towards the laboratory of the man in protective clothing. Not long after, Ames and the other two came to an elevator again, and this time they did not encounter any guards. ARM's identity authentication does not require him to perform two authentications. One authentication is enough for him to enter Area A from Area B. Not encountering any guards doesn't mean that there are really no guards here. The White Warrior clearly felt that there was something next to the elevator secretly spying on him. The elevator fell again, and this time the descent took significantly longer than the previous two times. When the elevator door opened again, ARMS and the other two arrived at the core area of the entire Behu base, Biological Experiment Area A. Chapter 119, Killing Prologue, A-Level Biological Experiment Area. Area A is much quieter than the previous two areas. When you come out of the elevator and look around, you will see a rather spacious hall that stretches as far as the eye can see. Several areas are separated in the middle by special transparent materials. Compared with the first two areas, there are very few people in Area A, but there are an unusually large number of robots performing various auxiliary tasks. The research targets of the staff here are no longer things like blood and limbs, but the brain and nerves. ARMS led the White Warriors and base soldiers to inspect each area one by one. The staff in each area basically ignored the presence of ARMS and the other two. Sometimes the three of them accidentally made some noise, which would attract extremely angry looks from the other party. In response, ARMS quickly apologized, which was completely unlike the behavior of an army general. There is a project introduction in each area. Along the way, the three people went through several project areas, including the deep development test of the human brain, the fusion test of the human brain and the Qi, the warrior neuron enhancement test, and the interaction between martial arts talent and the human brain. Each area has more or less several or dozens of working groups. Finally, ARMS and the other two stopped at an empty work area. The project description for this area read, Human Brain Immortality Test. A huge workbench was placed in the center of the work area, on which were placed various advanced instruments and catheters. In the middle of the workbench were 5 toy doll heads placed in glass containers with the backs of their heads facing them. Each doll head is connected to several electronic tubes, and 5 monitors on the workbench display what appear to be physiological values. Around this workbench, the glass curtain wall surrounding this work area is surrounded by a circle of test benches, computers, catheters, biochemical instruments, mobile displays, etc. ARMS approached the transparent door of the work area. Suddenly, a red light appeared from underground and then disappeared in an instant. The door opened, and 3 people entered. After entering the work area, ARMS' eyes fell on the 5 toy dolls, and he couldn't take them away. The White Warrior looked at him in surprise, and suddenly, he saw an expression in ARMS' eyes that he often saw, anger, and the kind of anger that was irreconcilable, as if they were meeting an enemy. Suddenly, the White Warrior became extremely curious about those toy doll heads. How could these things cause such strong emotions in an army general? As if sensing the White Warrior's curiosity, ARMS gradually calmed down his expression and said calmly, These 5 objects contain real human brains. It's just that the person in charge of this project doesn't want to see human brains directly, so he installed these toy heads instead. The White Warrior and the base soldiers listened in silence. Amy's next words instantly changed their expressions. Let me tell you, the human brains inside these 5 toy heads are all alive. The warrior opened his eyes wide and looked at ARMS in disbelief. He pointed at the 5 toy heads, and ARMS nodded with a grim smile on his face. Then, the White Warrior strode to the opposite side and saw the faces of 5 toy doll heads. There are special crystals in the eyes of these 5 doll heads, which are connected to the inside of the doll heads through electron tubes. At this time, the White Warrior discovered that with his appearance, 2 of the 5 displays showing various values showed obvious fluctuations in values. ARMS, a grim smile on his face, slowly walked over and said, The numbers on the monitor represent their emotions. The greater the fluctuation in the numbers, the more intense the emotional fluctuations. These 2 have only been here a short time and aren't used to it yet. Those 3 have been here for over 10 years and have met a lot of people. Normal people won't cause them any emotional fluctuations anymore. As he spoke, Ems pulled over a mobile monitor and inserted a USB drive into it. Soon, the image appeared on the monitor. He was a mixed-race child of Eastern and Western descent, wandering the streets with a group of South Mo people. They walked to a deserted place and took out a white powdery substance. The white warrior looked at the monitor on the side. When the image of the mixed-race child appeared, the values on one of the 5 monitors immediately began to fluctuate, and the frequency of the fluctuation was very large. When the mixed-race child inserted the needle into his own artery, the values on the monitor fluctuated violently to the extreme. Amidst Arms's grim smile, the image of the mixed-race boy disappeared, replaced by another black boy. This boy's treatment was even worse. He was being ridden by a burly black man with a look of pain on his face. Behind this black man, there were several other black men queuing up. The value on another display changed dramatically. As if this wasn't enough, Arms pulled the monitor closer to the doll heads and said with a smile, "Just because you're a black man, you think you can overthrow the tycoon rule of the stars. Do you see? This is the benefit you bring to your precious son. Let me tell you an even crueler truth. These black people lining up to have sex with your son are the ones you once bewitched and swore to follow you and release all the black people." Ha 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 ha. As Arms laughed heartily, the values on another monitor fluctuated to an alarming degree. Then, the image of the black boy disappeared, and a 17-year-old Oriental boy appeared on the screen. The boy was none other than Chen Xiaobai, but Chen Xiaobai on the screen looked a little strange. At this moment, Chen Xiaobai on the screen was actually wearing the uniform of the Star Army. He raised his right fist under the Star Federation's flag and swore an oath to join the Star Army. The smile on Arms' face faded slightly. He walked up to the middle-aged man with the doll head and said softly, "Compared to the previous 2, your child is much luckier. He will most likely live a peaceful life among the stars." Then his son, and his son's son. The values displayed on 4 of the 5 monitors changed dramatically, but the value on the remaining 1 seemed to be fixed and did not move at all. Seeing this, Arms laughed. "I knew you were so cunning. This synthetic video definitely won't fool you. So, how about this picture below?" As Arms finished speaking, the image on the monitor shifted to a vast ocean. This picture seems to have been taken from a high altitude by a satellite. A fishing boat is sailing at night. Suddenly, a loud whistling sound is heard on the screen, followed by a violent explosion of fire. At the moment when the fire broke out, the picture is frozen and enlarged. In the light of the fire, Chen Xiaobai, with his arms open and a calm face embracing the nuclear explosion, appeared clearly on the screen. "I've come here every month over the years to show you videos of your son. You should be able to recognize him. Is this your son? I have to admit that your son is very outstanding. In some areas, his talent is even not inferior to yours. He is only 17 years old, and he killed the speaker of a city. If you give him some time. It's a pity that he is young after all, and he is a little too sharp. Therefore, rather than letting your son join the stars to stimulate you, the Federation would rather let you witness this scene. I also deeply regret this, because the Federation Army has lost an exceptionally outstanding warrior." Among the 5 monitors, the one whose value had never changed finally showed a fluctuation. Chapter 120. Don't worry, someone will accompany you. 50, 51, 52. The numbers on this monitor did change, but the speed of change was abnormally slow. In the end, the number on the screen only rose from 50 to 63 and then began to fall back. The amplitude of this fluctuation is much smaller than that on the other monitors. The number on the 4th monitor jumped from 50 to over 100. Arms looked at the display and saw the number return to over 50. His expression froze. "You really are so hard-hearted. The death of your own son has only caused such a slight emotional upheaval in you." Arms said this with strong resentment in his eyes, but the value on the display did not change at all, returning to 50 points and never moving again. Just when Arms was at a loss, suddenly, the values on the display began to change again, and they changed drastically. I saw that the original value of 50 suddenly jumped to 70, then 90, and then directly to 101. Arms turned around and stared at the monitor behind him that had just finished playing the video, as if he had seen a ghost. The mushroom cloud of the nuclear explosion on the monitor had just dissipated, and the entire video screen gradually became dim in a thick cloud. Suddenly, Arms saw a human face from the reflection of the dim screen of the monitor. That was the face of a naive 17-year-old boy, and at this moment, that face was actually smiling at him. This smile was extremely familiar to Arms. Ever since the nuclear missile was launched that day, Ames has dreamed of this smile almost every night. Buzz. In an instant, Arms felt a chill all over his body. Even my heartbeat stopped at this moment. Damn it, wasn't that kid supposed to be dead? Why is he even in the picture? Arms stood frozen in place with his whole body cold. Suddenly, he blinked hard. Something was wrong. The face of the Oriental boy was not in the video playing on the monitor, but in the reflection of the monitor screen. Arms turned around quickly and looked directly at the base soldier standing on the other side of the workbench. It was a standard white soldier. Arms stared at the soldier for several seconds, then turned his head to look at the monitor. A white soldier's face was reflected in the gray image on the monitor screen, and Arms finally breathed a sigh of relief. Arms, breathing heavily, reached out to take out a handkerchief from his jacket pocket to wipe the sweat off his face, but he frowned and took out a card from his pocket. The black background and the dark red cat's paw plum blossom print on it are particularly eye-catching. This is the death notice for number 14. The person who spoke was the white warrior next to Arms. Arms himself stood there in a daze, staring at the card in his hand in a daze. A moment later, humph, playing tricks. That kid is already dead. Before he could finish his words, Arms saw the fluctuation of the number on the monitor next to him, which was already 150. In an instant, Arms staggered. For more than 10 years, Arms has come here once a month. Except for the first few years, the values on the monitor have become more and more stable. In recent years, Arms hadn't seen the number on that monitor exceed 60. The white warrior next to Arms quickly supported him, but then Arms secretly pinched the white warrior's arm, quickly gestured kill on his arm with his finger, and signaled to the warrior with his eyes to the base soldier standing on the other side. The warrior understood. He let go of Arms and pretended to look around the experimental area, then walked behind the base soldier. Swish! In an instant, the warrior stabbed a dagger into the base soldier's neck. The base soldier wanted to struggle with an innocent look on his face, but more and more blood flowed from his neck and his consciousness gradually became blurred. Only when the base soldier completely lost his resistance did the white warrior slowly put him on the ground, crushing the soldier's communicator and headset. As soon as the warrior succeeded in his attack, Arms turned around to look at the two monitors. The face of the Oriental boy could no longer be seen on the monitor playing the video, and the value indicating emotional fluctuations also began to decline. Arms quickly walked to the fallen base soldier, looked at the soldier's face carefully, and personally reached out and pinched it. Naturally, he couldn't see anything unusual. When Arms stood up with a frown on his face, the white warrior had already taken advantage of the situation and moved a few steps, blocking the display showing the emotional fluctuations. He asked curiously, "General, why do you treat these people like this? Can't you just let them die?" Arms looked back at the 5 doll heads and said absent-mindedly, "Do you know what the most brutal way to strike a war hero from a hostile federation is?" There was a silence. Arms continued, "It's about making him watch his own children become citizens, soldiers, and even heroes of the very federation he hates the most. It would be best if he could watch helplessly as the people he once protected were stabbed to death one by his own descendants." The white warrior lowered his head with some reluctance and cursed, "This guy is so damn evil." After hearing the answer he wanted, the white warrior had nothing to hide. He first looked back, then stepped aside. Only then did Arms notice that the value on the display had returned to 150 after a brief drop. This time it was Aim's turn to lower his head helplessly. He had guessed everything. Sure enough, when he looked up again, the white warrior had disappeared, and standing in front of him was a 17-year-old Oriental boy holding a black dagger. Arms took a deep breath, his eyes filled with shock and disbelief. "How did you survive?" Chen Xiaobai smiled and said, "Thanks to you, I am blessed with a good life. I just saw you on the screen. It's just a little afterimage. Where's the real Jack?" "Who's Jack?" "The white warrior you just pretended to be. When you got off the plane, the wind was quite strong and a bit cold. Your personal bodyguard warrior was already dead by then. You actually already have this kind of power? You are in the Xuanwu realm." This time Chen Xiaobai did not answer him, because even if he answered, Arms would not believe it. Chen Xiaobai's current strength is only at the 9-star true martial realm, which is evenly matched with the white warrior he just pretended to be. But the ghost in the Lingwu realm came up and killed the other person in seconds. How do you want Chen Xiaobai to explain this to him? Finally, in Arms's unwilling eyes, Chen Xiaobai's slender fingers stroked his throat. "Don't worry, someone will accompany you." Chapter 121. Brother, you are quite comfortable here. The entire workspace fell completely silent, but the values on several monitors skyrocketed. Chen Xiaobai pulled over a chair and sat down, looking at the toy doll's head in front of him. I looked at the value on the monitor on the other side. Well, it has stabilized at 150, which indicates that the brain is in a highly stable state of abnormal excitement. After that value, there are several bar-shaped dynamic indicators of different colors, which fluctuate up and down with different amplitudes. When Chen Xiaobai just took action, he checked Aim's memory. He knew that those dynamic bar graphs represented the emotional changes in the brain. Chen Xiaobai leaned back in his chair with his legs crossed, his domineering aura fully revealed in his thick middle school style. He looked at the toy head in front of him, narrowed his eyes, and said, "Brother, you are quite comfortable here." The workspace was silent, except that the values on 4 of the monitors began to drop, while one began to rise. Chen Xiaobai took a glance and found that on the display with rising values, the bar indicator representing the emotion of anger began to soar. Blinking, Chen Xiaobai seemed to realize that his words were a bit inappropriate. After 2 seconds of silence, Chen Xiaobai lowered his posture and said, Bro, don't be so angry. Let's talk it over." After saying this, the overall emotional value on the display exceeded 170, and the anger dynamic indicator exceeded twice its initial height. Chen Xiaobai was a little confused. Why did he get angrier the more he talked? Suddenly, Chen Xiaobai had an epiphany, and he knew where the problem lay. "Dad," a powerful voice uttered, and in an instant, the value on the display exceeded 200. The anger dynamic indicator returned to 0 in a second, while the dynamic bar chart next to it, representing the touched emotion, suddenly soared. Seeing this, Chen Xiaobai nodded thoughtfully and continued, "Dad, I say you are really good. You actually dared to kick Mr. President's, but while he and his wife were having foreplay. Are you helping, or are you jealous?" The values on the display began to drop slightly, and the touched bar indicator also began to fall. Another dynamic indicator rose. Chen Xiaobai took a closer look and found that the emotion represented by the newly risen dynamic indicator was pride. The value on this monitor began to drop, but the values on several other monitors began to rise significantly, apparently frightened by Chen Xiaobai's words. Chen Xiaobai continued, "Hey, I came here this time, firstly to see you, and secondly to inform you of something, you and your wife." Catching a glimpse of the anger indicator about to shoot up, Chen Xiaobai immediately changed his tone and said, "I've squandered all the money you and my mom worked so hard to build. I've even taken away your house in Chuanxing. This time, except for the anger indicator which showed an upward trend, all indicators were stable." Obviously, in the eyes of the listeners, what Chen Xiaobai had just said was no different from nonsense and meaningless. Ahem. Chen Xiaobai cleared his throat and continued, "Come on, San. I'll take you, your parents, and my mom home." This time, the value on the display suddenly dropped by more than 30 points, even more than the first time he saw Chen Xiaobai's reflection. This means that the brain is gradually recovering from its previous state of excitement and agitation. At the same time, a new bar-shaped dynamic indicator almost breaks through the sky at a rapid speed. The emotion represented by that indicator is worry. Chen Xiaobai curled his lips and said, "Little brother, who are you looking down on?" Chen Xiaobai stood up and walked to the edge of the work area. There was a built-in ice storage next to the transparent glass wall. Standing next to the ice storage, Chen Xiaobai, who had just been so carefree, suddenly had tears in his eyes. Is this what family feels like? He opened the freezer and found a bunch of sealed toy heads inside. These are all failed experiments. Chen Xiaobai checked the labels on the sealed paper bags one by one, found a paper bag with the words Red Dragon, Yi Qianing written on it, and slowly took it out of the ice storage. Chen Xiaobai took out a small refrigerator that he had prepared long ago from his storage space and put the paper bag in it. Then he returned to the workbench with another special object that looked like a safe and carefully removed the electronic transistor on the one in the middle of the 5 toy heads. With his hands frozen, Chen Xiaobai muttered, "Old man, if I fail, don't bother me. You're just a dead bone in this grave anyway." Just as the anger dynamic indicator was about to soar again, Chen Xiaobai unplugged the last transistor connected to the toy head with a snap, and all the indicators on the display over there immediately returned to 0. Chen Xiaobai placed the toy head into the safe and connected it to the energy tube. This safe is a bioenergy box that Chen Xiaobai looted from the base based on John's memory. The bioenergy stored in it is enough for a week. To be on the safe side, Chen Xiaobai collected more than a dozen biological electric boxes and placed them in his storage space. Everything is ready. It's time to leave. Chen Xiaobai came to the elevator and pressed the button, but there was no response. This was completely within Chen Xiaobai's expectations. This level of military base surveillance could not be kept only within the base and must be synchronized with the Xingyu building. He didn't care about the minor incident at the Xingyu building, but he had just openly killed General Arms of the Star Army. He was afraid that the Rapid Reaction Force of Behu City and the XBA Warrior Army had surrounded the base. The reason why I didn't attack. Chen Xiaobai turned around and looked at the dozen or so work areas on this floor. This base contained many secrets of the Star military's biological experiments, and the Star military did not dare to resort to violence. However, just because the Chuanqing military doesn't dare to act recklessly doesn't mean Chen Xiaobai doesn't dare either. He took out his white jade longbow and was about to draw the bowstring when suddenly, Chen Xiaobai turned his head and looked to his side. In this vast space divided by transparent materials, a man was lying at the end. The man's eyes were bloodshot and his body was pitch black. He used his hands and feet to crawl towards Chen Xiaobai on the ground with extremely agile movements. Looking at the man's murderous eyes, Chen Xiaobai sniffed and said to himself, "Can't everyone be gentler and live in peace? Why do you have to fight and kill like this? My clean, pure eyes are about to see blood again." Whoosh! Boom! An arrow from the 9-star true martial realm, combined with the power of sun shooting and fire explosion, directly blasted the man into pieces. It also blasted a hole in the area where the man was, and inside, another white man crawled out, who looked almost identical to the previous man. Chen Xiaobai opened his hand and shot another arrow. Boom! As a result, the third and fourth men climbed out. Because of the holes made by the first two arrows, Chen Xiaobai saw that behind these two people, there were densely packed men lying on the ground and moving forward. And they all look exactly the same. These people kept twitching their noses as they approached Chen Xiaobai, like hunters who had smelled food. Looking at the densely packed crowd, Chen Xiaobai's face showed a look of surprise. He decisively put away his longbow, replaced it with a black dagger, and said to himself, "Looks like I can have a good time today." Chapter 122. Crowds of Creatures. Flame Blade Storm. Outside Behu Base, teams of Special Forces soldiers urgently evacuated the RD personnel in the base. John squatted on the ground with his head in his hands. He could not remember anything that had happened before. Ashi was wearing the uniform of a base staff member and mixed in the crowd, his pair of charming big eyes looking around from time to time. On a flat hill, several men who looked like military officers stood together, discussing something anxiously. "No, we absolutely cannot storm. The research results in this base are gone. With only the data backed up online, our advantage in researching biological warriors will be wiped out. The question is, even if we don't storm now, can we save it if the research succeeds? Didn't you see who's in there now? Death God number 14. What the hell is Death God 14? You guys are just making this up. Activate the Apocalypse robot. I don't believe a mortal body can withstand the powerful fusion ray. Loki, how powerful is your Apocalypse robot's powerful fusion ray compared to a nuclear missile? You can't say that. Report." As they were discussing, an adjutant stepped forward with an IPD and said, "Sir, there's a new update on the situation at the base. Give it to me." Several people gathered together, and the IPD played the surveillance footage inside the base. On the screen, the once spotless A-level experimental area was now no longer clean. Broken arms and limbs were scattered all over the ground, and dried corpses were everywhere. In this strange scene, no one could see a drop of flowing blood. Several officers were speechless for a moment. After a while, one of them hesitated and said, He seems to have become stronger again." All of a sudden, several officers turned to look at the same person. Obviously, that person was the highest ranking among the people present. The man finally came to a conclusion. "I'm afraid the warriors we brought with us are no longer his match. The supporters from above are still on the way. Let's release the one in the base first." Someone immediately spoke up. "That's the result of more than a decade of research at the Behu base, and it's still a semi-finished product. It took a lot of effort to get to this point. So it seems you have a better idea?" Faced with the cold questions from his superior, the man finally lowered his head and stopped talking. Inside the base, underground, biological experiment area A, Chen Xiaobai moved his shoulders and wrists, licked his scarlet lips with his tongue, and there were dried corpses lying on the ground in front of him. Feeling the blood spirit energy filling his body, Chen Xiaobai turned his head to look to the other side. That was the direction where these strange men had just crawled towards. Walking forward and looking at the floor with a big hole shot out by his arrow, Chen Xiaobai discovered that area A was not the bottom floor. There is another layer below. Without any hesitation, Chen Xiaobai jumped down without hesitation. Bang! As soon as he landed, Chen Xiaobai found himself in a rather empty underground space, an extremely large square. Unlike the previous layers which use transparent materials to separate multiple areas, this layer has only one area. The place where Chen Xiaobai landed was at the front end of the square. Looking around, the entire square was lined with densely packed huge glass containers that were nearly 3 meters high. In addition to the first row, the glass containers at the back were filled with dark green liquid, and there were people soaking in them. Roar. A voice without any human color sounded from beside Chen Xiaobai, followed by a rapid rustling sound. This is also a man crawling over from the ground. Chen Xiaobai didn't even turn his head to look. He stabbed the black dagger in his hand and pierced the man's neck directly. Then the man's body shrank rapidly and finally turned into a mummy lying on the ground motionless. As if sensing an incoming enemy, all of a sudden, thousands of petri dishes across the square opened from their tops. The people immersed in the dishes suddenly opened their eyes, and then one by one reached out to grab the tops of the dishes and climb out. Seeing this scene, Chen Xiaobai, who had just finished warming up, was extremely excited. He stared at the people crawling out of the petri dishes here and inadvertently waved his dagger to kill several attackers. The people who crawled out of the petri dishes were exactly the same as those Chen Xiaobai had encountered before, except that some of them had iron hook tails on their buttocks, and some of them were no longer crawling. Roar! Ouch! The first roar was the roar of the people that crawled out of the petri dish towards Chen Xiaobai. The second roar came from Chen Xiaobai, and his momentum was no weaker than the other parties. What was revealed in the eyes of each living being was indifference towards life, while what was released in Chen Xiaobai's eyes was a desire for killing. In an instant, the square was flooded by a crowd of living creatures. Boom! Suddenly, Chen Xiaobai used the cat demon claws, and a fiery red flame suddenly burned on the black dagger, and it slowly stretched out into a black long sword. Then Chen Xiaobai resolutely rushed into the surging crowd. Swish! Wow! Chen Xiaobai swung his sword in front of them, and the first few creatures turned into ashes in an instant. In fact, the body of the biological human was first turned into a mummy and then burned by high temperature, but the whole process happened in that instant, so it looked as if it was chopped into ashes by Chen Xiaobai's sword. After the first sword strike, there was suddenly no space in front of Chen Xiaobai, but immediately the biological man behind him rushed up. Chen Xiaobai stepped forward, a warm smile from the heart on his young face, and the black sword in his hand turned slightly, swish. Suddenly, several biological humans that rushed up from the side all turned into ashes and dissipated in the air. Next, Chen Xiaobai suddenly accelerated his pace and rushed forward. Chen Xiaobai is too fast. It's not just about the speed of movement, but also the speed at which he kills these creatures like a harvester. The biological humans that surrounded him from all directions tried to surround Chen Xiaobai, but these biological humans that rushed up were far less capable than Chen Xiaobai in fighting forward. Swish, swish, swish. In front, Chen Xiaobai swung out 3 swords with intense flames, and instantly all the areas within 5 meters in front of him were cleared. At this moment, Chen Xiaobai suddenly had a flash of enlightenment in his mind. The only martial art in the world that cannot be defeated is speed. Only attack, no defense. Take advantage of the opportunity and arrive first after starting later. No move is better than a move. In his previous life, Chen Xiaobai had seen in various martial arts movies, and the words that the heroes often said when they mastered profound skills suddenly appeared in Chen Xiaobai's mind. Chen Xiaobai, who was killing happily in the previous second, suddenly stopped. He closed his eyes and entered epiphany mode. This immediately gave those biological people an opportunity to take advantage of. Countless biological people of different shapes rushed towards Chen Xiaobai, and countless sharp claws and iron hooks attacked Chen Xiaobai all over his body. Swish! Ding, ding, ding. Suddenly, Chen Xiaobai opened his eyes sharply, and the next moment he swung the black sword in his hand rapidly, cutting off a circle of sharp claws and iron hooks in succession. Then Chen Xiaobai pointed his finger at his own brow, and swish. He disappeared from where he was. But it only disappeared for a second. Instead, there were 3 Chen Xiaobais facing different directions. Deceitful illusion. Afterwards, the 3 long swords in Chen Xiaobai's hands burst into flames at the same time. Recharge your spiritual energy. Next, Chen Xiaobai suddenly shouted, Flame Blade Storm. Boom. In an instant, 3 sharp sword blades wrapped in tremendous flames that shot up into the sky suddenly took shape among the crowd of creatures. Chapter 123 New Blood Spirit Creature. Mysterious Man. Swish. 3 flaming sword blades storms roared out, and the flaming sword light, like a gale, shredded everything it encountered along the way. Countless creatures and humans were turned into dust in this firestorm. When the storm disappeared at the end of the crowd of creatures, a strong wind blew, and the 3 Chen Xiaobai appeared in the same place again. In front of them, 3 vacuum zones several meters wide appeared in the dense crowd of creatures and extended to the end of the crowd. Even so, there was still no fear in the eyes of those creatures lying on the ground when they looked at Chen Xiaobai. Roar! Waves of beast-like roars came one after another. The offensive of the biological crowd did not stop because of Chen Xiaobai's sword storm. In a blink of an eye, the biological people rushing up from behind filled the vacuum zone that Chen Xiaobai had just created. As more and more biological humans appeared, more new species of biological humans appeared in the distance of this square. In addition to those that lie on the ground and have iron hooks on their buttocks, there are also those with hard scales on their bodies, mouths full of sharp fangs, and even those with wings on their backs. Boom! Facing the endless wave of biological humans, 3 flames suddenly shot up from the 3 Chen Xiaobais, but suddenly went out the next moment. The 3 Chen Xiaobais merged into one again, and a smile appeared on his face. Just now, Chen Xiaobai suddenly thought of something funny. Swish, swish, swish. Chen Xiaobai shook his wrist, and the long sword with a few cold stars cut through the heads of a circle of creatures. This time, none of the creatures in this circle turned into mummies because Chen Xiaobai did not absorb the blood and spiritual energy from them. Not only did he not absorb it, but drops of blood seeped out from his black sword and seeped into the wounds of those biological humans. The attack of the biological crowd was fierce. Chen Xiao held the black sword in his hand without stopping, allowing those groups of biological people to rush forward, but no biological person could get close to the range of Chen Xiaobai's sword. Suddenly, a strange blood-red light flashed in Chen Xiaobai's eyes. After killing several creatures with one sword, his hand stopped moving abruptly. Several biological humans who were originally lying on the ground suddenly stood up, with red halos flowing in their eyes. As the red light in Chen Xiaobai's eyes suddenly flashed, these biological humans who stood up from the ground rushed back into the biological crowd in a more manic attitude than before. Spear of Dracula's skill, Blood Servant. These creatures were quickly outnumbered and drowned in the crowd of creatures, but they fell one second and stood up again the next. And as the battle continued, these blood spirit creatures continued to absorb the blood spirit energy of the dead creatures around them, and gradually became more powerful. Chen Xiaobai stood there and watched his new brothers fighting desperately. He felt that even though his brothers were fighting on the front line, his blood spirit energy was getting stronger and stronger. In that case, an hour later, the entire underground square was in a mess, with dried corpses everywhere. The 5 surviving blood spirit creatures stood in front of Chen Xiaobai, motionless. These 5 creatures devoured many of their own kind in previous battles and obtained a huge amount of blood and spiritual energy. The smallest one among them was 3 meters tall. The first biological man was lying on the ground like the earliest biological man that appeared. The difference between him and those biological men was that he had 6 arms growing out of his 4-meter-long body. The second creature could stand, and at first glance, it looked like a human except for its body that was over 3 meters tall. However, its 2 hands had turned into iron pliers that shone with a captivating luster. Behind it, a shiny iron hook with a metallic luster swung slowly. The third creature was over 5 meters tall, with muscles that seemed about to explode, and its entire body was covered with hard scales. The fourth creature was slightly smaller, not as big as the second one, but also 3 meters tall. The key point was that he had a pair of wings on his back that looked like dragon wings when opened. The last one was over 7 meters tall as a 2-story building. When it opened its mouth, it revealed a mouthful of sharp fangs. Chen Xiaobai looked at the 5 giant creatures in front of him. A red light flashed in his eyes, and then the 5 creatures retreated one after another, and then, roar! Amidst waves of shrill beast roars, 5 blood spirit creatures fought each other. The 5 blood spirit creatures were killing each other fiercely here. Chen Xiaobai turned around and walked to the center of the underground square. Like the floors above, there is a work area separated by transparent material. Inside are 5 metal racks, which fix 5 different creatures. The 5 creatures have special physiques. The largest one is close to the size of a normal person, and the smallest one is only as big as a palm. From their characteristics, it is still possible to distinguish that the 5 creatures are spiders, scorpions, crocodiles, bats, and lizards. It seems that the biological humans outside are created based on the genes of these creatures. Among the 5 creatures, the crocodile and the lizard were male. Chen Xiaobai did not hesitate and killed each of them with a knife, quickly and neatly. Chen Xiaobai thought about it, and didn't have the desire to stroke it, so he also gave it a knife. Finally, the spider and scorpion were left. They seemed to have sensed the power of Chen Xiaobai's 3 previous sword strikes. As soon as he approached the spider, a system prompt sounded in his mind. Detected a spawning carrier that matches the demon soul, Spider Emperor of Disaster, with a qualification of B+. Do you want to proceed with the demon soul spawning? Spider King of Disaster, a creature from the abyss, Its true form is a mutated wandering spider. It was eroded by dark energy in the abyss and gradually turned into a monster. Skills: Divine Silk, 8 Evil Eyes, Abyss Spider Sea. Realm: 6-star Spiritual Martial Realm. Current Birth Carrier Qualification Test: B+, Expected Birth Success Rate, 63%, Predicted Strength After Successful Birth, 9-star Jinwu Realm. The host can obtain the skill: 8 Evil Eye. 8 Evil Eyes. The Spider King of Disaster possesses 8 Evil Eyes, representing 8 special abilities: Curse, Paralysis, Petrification, Repulsion, Corrosion, Endurance, Spider Venom, and Curse Absorption. Chen Xiaobai looked at the introduction of the Banshee that appeared in front of him, and without stopping, continued to move forward and came to the last scorpion. This scorpion is nearly half a meter long. Its entire body is pitch black with a hint of red, and it emits a jade-like luster. As Chen Xiaobai approached, the voice in his mind arrived as promised. A carrier matching the demon soul, undead scorpion, has been detected. The carrier qualification is A. Do you want to proceed with the demon soul's birth? Undead scorpion of Hades. A legendary creature. One rumor says it is a pet of Hades, extremely poisonous, while another rumor says it is the reincarnation of Hades. Skills: Hades Death Ray, Hades Eternal Life, Hades Wrath. Realm: Immortal Martial Realm. Current Birth Carrier Qualification Test: A. Expected Birth Success Rate, 41%. Predicted Strength After Successful Birth, 9-star Spiritual Martial Realm. The host can obtain the skill: Hades Death Ray. Death Ray of Hades, a ray that can curse all life. Anyone who is hit by a ray of Death Ray of Hades will be weakened and lose all strength at the very least, while at the worst, their life will quickly disappear. The Death Ray of Hades can be released repeatedly on the same target in a short period of time, and the power will be cumulative. Reminder to the host: the Hades Death Ray skill can kill immortals. Chen Xiaobai frowned. This was the second time he saw the word Zhu Xian in the system introduction. The first time was Xianyuan sword. Is it possible that there really are immortals in this world? Thinking in his mind, Chen Xiaobai said in his heart, Birth. Suddenly, 2 golden lights appeared from the underground square and enveloped the spider and scorpion. At the same time, the crisp sound of leather shoes suddenly rang out in the square outside, and a bald man slowly emerged from where Chen Xiaobai came down. This man's face is exactly the same as those biological people before, but he is not a biological person. There is no doubt that in addition to using the genes of these animals, the human body template of those biological humans is the person who is walking towards Chen Xiaobai at this time. Chapter 124. No matter how you kill me, I will only become more and more. Thank you. Chen Xiaobai could never have imagined that the man would say such a thing to him from such a distance. Flexing his wrists as he emerged from the work area, Chen Xiaobai asked with a smile, What are you thanking me for? The man smiled back at Chen Xiaobai. Thank you for letting me leave here. I have an oriental name, Daxiong. Chen Xiaobai held the black dagger in his hand, as if greeting a friend he hadn't seen in years. Who said you can leave here? I'm a kind person, and I usually give people a chance to live before I kill them. Now, if you stab yourself in the heart, I promise not to kill you. The man named Nobita raised his eyebrows. Really? Chen Xiaobai pointed to the top of his head, then pointed to the ground below. Heaven and earth can bear witness. Okay. Nobita looked around but couldn't find anything suitable. Then, clang. With a crisp sound, Chen Xiaobai threw a dagger in front of him. When Chen Xiaobai didn't have storage space, he carried countless daggers with him. Now that he has storage space, he has become a mobile armory. Thanks. Nobita thanked him again, then gracefully bent down to pick up the dagger, put it against his chest, without any hesitation, and puffed. There was a burst of blood splattering, and the dagger was buried in the hilt. But there was no trace of pain on Nobita's face. Chen Xiaobai walked forward, stared at Nobita's wound and expression for a while, and asked, Is this why those people used you as a template to create those clones? Nobita still had a smile on his face. Those are not clones, they are my offspring, but after they were born, they were injected with biological genes from other species. Chen Xiaobai curled his lips and said, Can you give birth to so many children? Kid, read more. There's a term called in vitro fertilization. Puff. Chen Xiaobai pulled out the dagger that was stuck in Daxiong's heart, and Daxiong immediately started bleeding profusely. But the blood was flowing violently, but Nobita didn't look uncomfortable at all. Chen Xiaobai, are you some kind of supernatural talent? Nobita nodded. I guess so. Have you heard of animal talents? Chen Xiaobai nodded. Nobita, ordinary people can only awaken one talent, but I am special. I have awakened 5 animal talents. They are mutant tardigrades, mutant cockroaches, mutant mosquitoes, mutant jellyfish, and mutated earthworms. Chen Xiaobai. At this moment, Chen Xiaobai stared at Nobita's face in a trance. Good God, maybe this guy can't kill him himself. Tardigrades, cockroaches, mosquitoes, jellyfish, and even a fucking earthworm. These creatures either had extremely strong vitality or extremely strong reproductive abilities, and what he had awakened were the mutant attributes of these creatures. Looking at Chen Xiaobai, who was speechless for a moment, the man took the dagger from Chen Xiaobai's hand and inserted it back into his heart to stop the bleeding. Chen Xiaobai. Man, you just said that if I do this you won't kill me. Chen Xiaobai nodded, raised his hand, and stabbed his black dagger into Nobita's neck. Feeling the endless blood spirit energy coming from the black dagger, Chen Xiaobai stared at Nobita without blinking. This Nobita, there was indeed no change at all, no sign of any vitality disappearing. Suddenly, a cold wind blew around. A ghost appeared, but then it disappeared again. The ghost used his mind to tell Chen Xiaobai that the person in front of him had no consciousness. Chen Xiaobai quickly pulled out a black dagger and stabbed it into Nobita's temple. As soon as the sharp blade pierced his skin, Chen Xiaobai felt something was wrong. The touch was different, and it felt empty inside. Nobita smiled and said, "I'm sorry to disappoint you. I don't have a brain in my head, and my body won't be destroyed. My only weakness is my brain. How could I make such a stupid mistake? Because of the mutant earthworm's talent, I can remotely control my body even when my brain is not inside." Chen Xiaobai frowned, pulled out his dagger, took 2 steps back, and observed Nobita. I saw that the wounds on Nobita's body were healing rapidly, and Chen Xiaobai felt a little tricky. Nobita still maintained a gentlemanly smile on his face. "Okay, now you're sure you can't kill me? Can we talk peacefully now?" "What?" Nobita pointed around and said, "You have destroyed this place like this. You should at least compensate me, right? The order from my superiors is that as long as you can stay here as my experimental subject, I can leave, so." An unusually bright and sunny smile appeared on Chen Xiaobai's face. "So, you want to keep me here? With your vitality, I'm afraid it won't work." Nobita raised his hands, and the smile on his face gradually became weird. "I have more than just vitality, As he said that, Nobita suddenly pounced towards Chen Xiaobai. The 10 fingers on his hands suddenly turned into 10 sharp mouthparts and stabbed towards Chen Xiaobai. Chen Xiaobai's expression remained unchanged. The black dagger in his hand suddenly grew into a long sword. In an instant, the sword light flashed continuously, swish, swish. In the blink of an eye, both of Nobita's hands fell to the ground. But, even though the 2 hands fell to the ground, they still stabbed towards Chen Xiaobai fiercely. A manhwa flashed and dodged. This time Chen Xiaobai appeared behind Nobita, swish. He swung his sword with all his might and cut Nobita's head off his shoulders. With a casual throw, Nobita's head rolled far away. Chen Xiaobai stood in place and shot 2 arrows again, chopping Nobita's 2 broken hands that were chasing him into several pieces. Next, under Chen Xiaobai's gaze, the severed hand he had chopped into several pieces gradually began to grow back. The body without a head and hands gradually grew back a head and hands. The head that had fallen to the ground and had lost its torso gradually grew a torso. Chen Xiaobai's smile grew even wider. Interesting, interesting. Boom. Suddenly, a raging fire burst out from his body. With a move of his eyes, the fire spread out instantly, covering all parts of the big bear's body that was recovering and growing. It's useless. Ordinary tardigrades can still withstand high temperatures and severe cold. My mutant tardigrade is even more gifted. I'm not afraid of extreme cold or fire at all. I once jumped into the magma at the center of the earth and didn't die." As he was speaking, 3 great heroes grew up in the blazing flames. The head that had rolled to the ground turned slightly on its new body and laughed. Kid, are you scared now? No matter how hard you try, I'll only become more numerous." Chen Xiaobai raised his eyebrows. "Oh, really?" With that, Chen Xiaobai lay down on the ground, resting his head on his arms and said, "I'm tired. Come up and move yourself. Let's see if you can kill me or not." Nobita. 3 identical strong men, 2 of them were not wearing clothes, rushed towards Chen Xiaobai with 10 sharp mouthparts raised. Chen Xiaobai, lying on the ground, silently activated his Xuanwu bloodline, preparing to welcome the upcoming tenderness. Black Tortoise bloodline, defensive skills of the immortal martial realm. An hour later, there were intermittent panting sounds all around Chen Xiaobai. The 3 Nobitas looked at each other in silence. In the past hour, the seemingly sharp mouthparts in their hands were completely unable to break Chen Xiaobai's defense. At this moment, A lazy voice came from Chen Xiaobai's mouth on the ground. Hey, little toothpick, you can't do this. As he spoke, the last ray of golden light in the work area disappeared. Half an hour ago, a golden light disappeared from the work area. At that time, a system prompt sounded in Chen Xiaobai's mind. Congratulations, host. The Spider Emperor of Disaster was born successfully. The host obtains the skill, 8. Evil Eye. This was the second golden light. As it dissipated, the system prompt sounded again in Chen Xiaobai's mind. Congratulations, host. Undead Scorpion of the Underworld was successfully born. The host obtains the skill, Hades Death Ray. Chapter 125. I thought of a fun game. The three Nobitas looked at Chen Xiaobai lying on the ground with a rogue look on his face. They were all panting, and they didn't know whether they were really tired or angry. Hey kid, don't be so proud. Who are you? Nobita looked at the two girls walking out of the work area with some surprise. The temperament of these two girls was somewhat similar to that of Ashi, and they exuded a kind of enchanting and seductive beauty from their whole bodies. One of the girls had a sweet appearance. In addition to her own arms, she also had 6 sickle-like spider arms on her back. The other girl looked a little cold and aloof, with a creepy black and red iron hook scorpion tail slowly swinging behind her. The two girls were surrounded by a black aura that covered their vital parts, but it only covered 3 vital parts. The large areas of skin exposed made the three Nobitas stunned. Seeing the physical characteristics of the two girls, Nobita thought they were secret experimental subjects of the base. Thinking of this, Nobita felt even more excited. As long as he wants, there is no creature in this base, no matter its gender, species, life, or death, he can sleep with it. Immediately, the three Nobitas each put away their sharp mouth parts. The one wearing clothes straightened his tie, and the two naked ones protected something ugly on their bodies with their hands. They bowed politely and said, "Ladies, this is a bit dangerous. Please step aside." Chen Xiaobai curled his lips. These white people are just like that. They are so anxious that they want to take off their pants and get on the bed, but they still have to pretend to be righteous on the surface. The two girls opposite smiled slightly. The girl with the 6-clawed sickle on her back stepped back slightly, and the other girl raised a finger. A scarlet halo gathered on the girl's fingers, gradually forming a ball of red light. Seeing this, Nobita's smile widened. He even cleared his throat and said rather proudly, "Beautiful lady, are you going to attack me? It would be my honor. Call out." A scarlet light instantly pierced through the chest of a naked Nobita, who still had a smile on his face. The next second, the smile on Nobita's face disappeared. He frowned and looked at his body, but found nothing abnormal except some pain. The red light on the girl's hand did not disappear. She looked at Nobita with a playful look. "Do you feel a little pain and tired?" Nobita, who was hit by the red light, didn't say anything, but the other two Nobitas looked like they were enjoying the show. "Beautiful lady, how about we make a bet? If you can kill my companion, I will let you and the child go. If not, how about you dine with me tonight?" The eyes of the dressed Nobita flashed with a wolfish light. The girl opposite him curled her lips and said in a clear and cold voice, "Okay, I hope you can get what you want. Call out." In a blink of an eye, the second red light penetrated the body of the naked Nobita. At this moment, Nobita's body began to tremble slightly, and he felt that all the strength in his body was rapidly draining away. Call out. When the third red light hit, Nobita began to age rapidly. But at the same time, his own super self-healing ability also came into play. The aging parts of his body quickly regained their new life, and the state of his entire body was constantly repeating aging and rebirth. Call out. The fourth red light hit. Nobita's physical aging took over, and in just a few seconds, he turned into an old man in his twilight years. However, the other two Nobitas still didn't show any panic on their faces. Chen Xiaobai, who was sitting on the side, suddenly laughed, and his laughter was extremely happy. After 2 lives, he could be said to have met his match, but this opponent was really a bit disgusting. Call out. The fifth red light penetrated the center of the Nobita's eyebrows. By this point, Nobita's body had completely aged, his flesh and blood had degenerated and disappeared. He curled up on the ground, not moving at all, but he still didn't die. The red light emitted from the girl's hand is the death light of Hades. According to the system description, below the Tianwu realm, 1 death ray can solve the problem. The Jinwu realm requires 2 to 3. The Xuanwu realm requires 5. 7 death rays can eliminate all spiritual warriors in the world. 10 death rays can destroy saints. 12 death rays can kill immortals, and 14 death rays can kill gods. This skill looks powerful, but in Chen Xiaobai's eyes it is not very practical. After all, he is already in the divine martial realm. Can he still stand there and let you hit him with 14 deadly rays? To put it bluntly, this is a skill used to show off and bully weak opponents, or to torture them after you have already controlled them. On the side, Chen Xiaobai was watching as if nothing had happened. Seeing that the 5 deadly rays still failed to kill Nobita, the look in his eyes as he looked at Nobita gradually changed. The girl with red light on her hand was about to continue, but Chen Xiaobai waved his hand. Slowly walking back to the 2 Nobitas, Chen Xiaobai asked with a smile, I have a question. Why are you so powerful, but your descendants don't have your ability? Nobita, wearing clothes, looked arrogant. The Lion King's cubs are not guaranteed to become Lion Kings. Chen Xiaobai nodded. He stood beside Nobita and whispered, I've thought of a fun game. I wonder what would happen if your offspring ate you. Also, do you think your brain is hidden very secretly? Xingyu Building D7, Basement 3, is permanently guarded by 3 Special Forces teams of warriors, 2 XBA Special Service teams, and one of the 12 Xingyu Spirit Guards is always in charge. These things were not learned by Chen Xiaobai from Nobita's mind. Nobita has no brain tissue and cannot use mental attack skills. These are what Chen Xiaobai learned from Arm's memory, and there are also many other very interesting military secrets. At this moment, as Chen Xiaobai finished speaking, the smiles on the faces of the 2 standing Nobitas disappeared in an instant. Bang! Suddenly, a loud noise came from behind, and a huge monster covered in blood stood behind them. The head of a giant crocodile, covered in hard crocodile skin, with broad bat wings on its back, 2 huge and sharp claws under its ribs, a mouth full of sharp fangs, a body length of over 10 meters, and a height of over 6 meters. This is a bloody dragon. The blood spirit servants that were previously controlled by Chen Xiaobai have decided the winner. The one that finally won the game absorbed the blood spirit energy of other blood spirit servants and became what it is now. Thinking of what Chen Xiaobai had just said, at this moment, Nobita, who always maintained a gentlemanly demeanor, completely changed his expression. Seeing this, Chen Xiaobai's signature sunny smile appeared on his face again. Looking at the blood-red dragon, Chen Xiaobai took one last look at Daxiong and whispered, Eat him. Roar. Chapter 126 The mushroom cloud exploded. 1 arrow for my father, 1 arrow for my mother. Seeing the huge monster approaching them, the 2 Nobitas tried to run away, and the other one, who was lying on the ground and looked very old, also wanted to run. Chen Xiaobai glanced at the 2 girls behind him and said, From now on, you 2 will be called Zhu Lian and Ming Wan. Now, capture these 3 immortal creatures. Yes. Suddenly, the 2 girls standing opposite Nobita suddenly moved. Swish. Phew. A black and red scorpion tail suddenly swung over, like a black whirlwind that instantly pierced through the chest and abdomen of the clothed Nobita. Bang. The scorpion's tail then swung violently in the air, slamming Nobita to the ground. On the other side, Julian bent her legs slightly and jumped high as if she was weightless. When she landed, she bent her waist and 3 pairs of sickle-like spider arms stretched forward behind her, cutting the other Nobita into several pieces with a few slashes like lightning. As for the other one who had been hit by the Hades death ray, he really wanted to run, but he couldn't and was still lying on the ground. Whether it was Nobita whose chest and abdomen were pierced by the scorpion's tail or Nobita who suffered the pain of being cut, the injuries on both of them were recovering rapidly. The former's wounds were gradually healing, and the latter's several parts of the body began to grow separately, and it seemed that several new Nobitas were about to be formed. Chen Xiaobai was not in a hurry about this. Instead, he took out a bottle of sugar-free cola and sipped it carefully. The blood-red dragon stretched out its giant claws and advanced with earth-shaking momentum. It opened its mouth and swallowed up Nobita, who had been struck by the death ray of the Hades god several times, first, and then the one that had been cut into pieces. Finally, when he wanted to eat the dressed Nobita, the Nobita roared, and then, in an instant, Nobita collapsed like a human-shaped gravel. And when the gravel fell to the ground, it became covered with cockroaches. Seeing that the cockroaches were about to overflow, a smile appeared on Zhu Lian's sweet face. She raised her hands and swished. Divine silk. Countless dense spider webs shot out from Zhu Lian's hands at a rapid speed, forming an airtight spider web that wrapped all the cockroaches inside. Finally, Zhu Lian manipulated the spider silk to form a spider ball that was wrapped with countless cockroaches, thrown into the bloody dragon's mouth. Baji. As the sound of fangs biting a small life into pieces rang out, tiny drops of blood continued to spurt out from the blood-red dragon's mouth. After the blood-colored dragon finished eating, Chen Xiaobai stared at it for a while and found that the blood-colored dragon was actually growing bigger quietly. Looking at the blood-colored dragon's belly that kept expanding and then slowly shrinking back, Chen Xiaobai couldn't help but swallow his saliva. This child's vitality was really tenacious. After eating the 3 Nobitas, this blood-colored dragon probably won't need to eat anymore. Because there are 3 people in his stomach who were digested and then immediately started growing again. Isn't this a perpetual motion machine? Suddenly, Chen Xiaobai became a little worried again. Would countless Nobitas emerge from the dragon's feces? Thinking about that scene, wow, it's really exciting. Chen Xiaobai never worries about things that haven't happened. If Nobita really crawls out of the cesspool one day, the worst that can happen is that he will have to trouble the blood-colored dragon to eat him again. With a thought, Chen Xiaobai said to the blood-red dragon, "From now on, you will be called Dalong. Remember, your father is called Daxiong, and he is a hero." The blood-colored dragon shook its huge head and nodded slowly, then turned into a faint blood spirit aura that surrounded Chen Xiaobai. After finishing all this, Chen Xiaobai looked up at the top of his head. "I wanted to be more civilized and take the elevator out, but since you won't let me take the elevator, I'm sorry." As he spoke, Chen Xiaobai raised the white jade longbow in his hand, and suddenly a rich fiery red arrow suddenly took shape. Back when he was still in the body refining realm, he was able to use the white jade longbow and the spirit explosion skill to blow up an armed helicopter. Now he is in the 9-star, true martial realm. The fiery red arrow became more and more dazzling, and finally, like a sun, it illuminated everything around it underground in this secret base. Meanwhile, the investigation continues. Several generals in charge were lost in thought as they watched the scene that had just taken place underground. Suddenly, someone beside them shouted, "Report! An unknown energy source has been discovered within the base." Before the generals could say anything, Chen Xiaobai on the ground suddenly released the bowstring in his hand. Swish! Boom! A ray of fire suddenly broke out from the ground of the secret base, like a soaring fire dragon with bursts of thick smoke rising in the secret base at night. The fire dragon soared into the night sky for a long time before dissipating. Chen Xiaobai himself did not expect that this arrow would cause such a sensation. Chen Xiaobai put some force on the ground and jumped into the base in a few leaps. The moment Chen Xiaobai appeared, at least thousands of eyes were focused on him. Missiles. Use missiles. Wuji heavy machine gun. Laser beam. Strong fusion ray. The generals in charge shouted like crazy, and all kinds of roars suddenly sounded around the entire base. Chen Xiaobai, who caused all this, looked up at the starry sky above his head. A pure smile appeared on his face. What a beautiful world. Woo! The sound of machines running came from beside Chen Xiaobai, and dozens of combat robots with red light in their eyes surrounded him. In response to this, Chen Xiaobai frowned rarely and then disappeared on the spot. Killing robots has no dreams. As Chen Xiaobai's figure disappeared, the hearts of thousands of soldiers and warriors around Beihu Base suddenly rose to their throats. However, until half an hour later, no one encountered any accidents. Several generals who were standing together tremblingly looked at each other in disbelief. Has the legendary death number 14 changed his nature? A few kilometers away, at the top of an unnamed mountain, Chen Xiaobai was kneeling on the top of the mountain. In front of him was a special safe and a small refrigerator. After 3 kowtows, Chen Xiaobai still had an innocent smile on his face. He looked at the 2 objects in front of him and said respectfully, "Dad, Mom." Having said that, Chen Xiaobai paused for a moment, just a simple pause. There was nothing unusual in his clear eyes, and the smile on his face was still innocent. Moist eyes. Moved. Does not exist. "Dad, Mom, today your son will collect some interest for you." After saying that, Chen Xiaobai kowtowed solemnly to the 2 objects in front of him, then stood up with a longbow in his hand. The fiery red arrow suddenly took shape on the bowstring, and suddenly, Chen Xiaobai felt that the spiritual energy around this world was gathering towards him. Quietly, this time the color of his arrow slowly burned from red to deep purple. Chen Xiaobai put the bowstring covered with purple flames against his cheek. The vigorous and jumping purple flames not only did not cause any harm to him, but instead burned even more vigorously. Feeling the flames dancing on the bowstring beside his cheek, Chen Xiaobai murmured, "I've lived 2 lives without ever seeing my parents. Thank you all for your kindness to me. Today, I will repay you, and I will take the interest first." Swish! Chen Xiaobai's hand holding the bowstring suddenly loosened, but this time the arrow flying out of his hand was not heading towards the target on the ground, but towards the sky. A brilliant, deep purple meteor rose into the night sky in reverse. When it flew over the secret base, boom! In an instant, a mushroom cloud exploded in the originally silent night sky. The skill of the Annihilation Blast Bow, Brahma. An ultra-long-range lethal skill that can cause large-scale regional damage. It has additional damage bonus when the user activates it with fire-type spiritual energy. It can only be used in conjunction with the birth vehicle and can be used in conjunction with the spirit explosion skill. Looking at the magnificent scene he had created, Chen Xiaobai smiled and muttered to himself, "Isn't it a bit inhumane to use such a large-scale destructive skill? Oh, I shouldn't have done that. I absolutely shouldn't have done that. I should have burned a few more incense sticks when I got home." As he spoke, Chen Xiaobai once again pulled the bowstring of the white jade longbow in his hand and fired another arrow into the sky above the Beihu base. This time, one arrow turned into thousands of things, like thousands of flaming rain and meteors falling to the ground. The skill of the explosive spirit bow of annihilation, Starfall. An ultra-long-range group attack skill that can cause large-scale group damage. It has different attack effect bonuses when activated by different spiritual energies. It can only be used in conjunction with a birth carrier and can be used in conjunction with the spirit explosion skill. One arrow for my father, one arrow for my mother. After saying that, Chen Xiaobai no longer paid attention to the spectacular scene behind him where thick clouds exploded and thousands of sparks shot at everything. He turned his head and looked straight to the east. Over there, on the east coast of the stars, lies the capital of the Federation, the Holy City. Chapter 127. I have the Human Emperor Sword. I can chop down an aircraft carrier with one sword. 1. 5,000 words, 2 chapters in 1. That night, General Claire of the Star Federation Army woke up in the middle of the night and could not fall asleep again. Especially when she looked at the picture uploaded on the phone at the end. Thousands of fire rains were pouring down over the entire secret base, and a magnificent mushroom cloud was rising. Claire felt cold from head to toe. After some thought, Claire made a phone call. The phone rang twice and then connected. For, "Mr. President, are you still awake? This is not the old times anymore. Don't use that term." Yes, Chairman, at the Beihu base. I already know. What do you think? Chairman General, I will do my best to ensure the safety of the federal capital. Claire, maybe you can talk to Hill about this. He's a politician with more experience than me. I think he can help you. Okay, I'll contact the Secretary of State right now. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. During these 3 days, the Star Federation was very peaceful except for some gossips about a few celebrities. The accident that happened on the outskirts of Beihu City 3 days ago was covered up tightly. Except for the local residents, no one knew what happened on the outskirts of Beihu City that night. During these 3 days, Chen Xiaobai seemed to have disappeared out of thin air, and many secret departments of the stars couldn't find him. On the 4th day, Chen Xiaobai actually appeared in Los Angeles. Without hiding anything, Chen Xiaobai walked carelessly through the streets of Los Angeles. In less than 5 minutes, the news of his appearance in Los Angeles reached Claire's ears. Upon hearing this news, Claire's expression didn't relax at all. Instead, she immediately called her assistant and instructed, "Continue to strengthen the Holy City's security. The target is very likely paralyzing us. The area around the Orchid Palace must be kept clear of spiritual energy at all times. Even if the King of Heaven comes, he must be turned into an ordinary person when he reaches the Lawn Palace." The assistant quickly wrote down Claire's order and said, "Yes," sharply. Then he asked, "General, the report from Los Angeles says that the action team is in place. Do you want to take action?" Claire raised her hand and said, "No, let's hold off for now. Now that the target has appeared, let's proceed according to the plan." Yes. That night, Chen Xiaobai used a new ID and booked a suite at the Los Angeles hotel. Sitting by the floor-to-ceiling window in the room, looking at the night view of Los Angeles outside, Chen Zhao's white hand gently brushed across the Black Han's sword. He had been rubbing this sword for many days, but it was still S. It was as if the effect of improving the carrier's qualifications with one's own hands had become ineffective. But looking at the Yuntai Fanine bird that had just been born successfully beside him, Chen Xiaobai knew that his hands were still useful. The canary that Chen Xiaobai bought from a small pet shop in Los Angeles was standing obediently on his shoulder, occasionally pecking Chen Xiaobai's ear with its sharp beak. This little canary was originally just a D-level birth carrier, but after so many days, Chen Xiaobai downgraded it to B-level. Of course, this is not purely the effect of Chen Xiaobai's hand strokes, but also the effect of the mysterious flower demon's divine blood spiritual energy, which can increase the richness of the spiritual energy around Chen Xiaobai. The B-level qualification barely allowed the newly born Yuntai Fanine bird to reach the realm of 1-star Xuanwu, but this little canary only had one skill, the rhythm of spiritual music. In short, it is a skill that can control the rhythm of music through the spiritual energy in the body to form sonic attacks. What surprised Chen Xiaobai the most was the appearance of the little golden canary after its transformation. It was the type of girl next door with an extremely beautiful appearance. Chen Xiaobai bought the canary because of its appearance, and the fact did not disappoint Chen Xiaobai. There are no ordinary female demons among Chen Xiaobai's subordinates. Even so, this little goldfinch is only slightly inferior to Xiaoxiue among the female demons. In addition to her good looks, the little goldfinch's voice is also exceptionally pleasant. After all, she is a banshee with musical skills. So, that night, little goldfinch was scheduled to work. Of course, Zhu Lian and Ming Wan were also on duty. Chen Xiaobai still wanted to call Loli out, but Loli was still sleeping. Earth-devouring and sky-swallowing whale is sleepy, and its reputation is well-deserved. In the second half of the night, Zhu Lian and Ming Wan were put into the storage space by Chen Xiaobai. Chen Xiaobai sat on the sofa by the floor-to-ceiling window and fell into deep thought. The little orange cat yawned and curled up at his feet, while the transformed little goldfinch hummed softly some folk song that seemed to have been passed down for a long time. The next morning, Chen Xiaobai, who had just appeared in Los Angeles, disappeared again. This time he disappeared for a longer time, a full month. During this month, the Star Federation can be said to be calm, except for the deep Rocky Mountains, the only place in the entire Federation where many mysterious creatures roam freely, where the corpses of mysterious beasts that died mysteriously always appear inexplicably. When Chen Xiaobai appeared again, it was almost summer vacation. Just like last time, Chen Xiaobai did not avoid anyone this time. As soon as he appeared in Los Angeles, he turned on his mobile phone, which had been turned off for more than a month. There were hundreds of unread messages on his phone. Some were from Jin Shangji telling him about the college entrance examination, some were from Su Wentian, Wang Yuanan, and others mourning his death and ascension to heaven. Some were from Tang Li saying that the mission had been completed, and some were from Di Tang flirting with him. Looking at Di Tang's tone, there was a hint of loneliness mixed in with his coquettishness. At first, he was just simply telling about some troubles, but later, wow, the brakes failed. Looking at the photos Di Tang sent, each one more revealing and coquettish than the last, Chen Xiaobai guessed that Di Tang probably just treated him like a dead person, a person to confide in. It was not until the Beihu incident that Di Tang sent me an ellipsis and never sent me a message again. Chen Xiaobai first transferred 2 million to Tang Li's account, and then sent her an email using the encrypted communication software that Wang Yuanan gave him. Afterwards, Chen Xiaobai called Jin Shangji and told him that he was not planning to study at Xuanxing University. Then Chen Xiaobai returned the favor. Since a girl was willing to personally come out and give him benefits, he couldn't be ungrateful. Chen Xiaobai sent Di Tang a few explosive photos on the spot. Immediately, Di Tang sent a message. Bah, shameless. Are you born in the year of the donkey? Chen Xiaobai, why do you always think about good things? Aren't you the happiest person for me, the donkey? Where have you been all these days? I thought you were dead. Don't worry about it. Just prepare a private jet for me in Los Angeles. Where are you going? Red Dragon. Oh my, good fellow, sending you a jiao from 1,000 miles away. I'm at Red Dragon. When will you come? Just these 2 days. Have someone get ready and contact me as soon as possible. If anything goes wrong, hey, little sister, people born in the year of the donkey can get you killed. TSK. Got it, it's a small matter. After finishing the chat with Di Tang, Chen Xiaobai hesitated for a moment and dialed Su Wentian's number. The phone rang for a long time before it was connected. Hello. The voice on the other end of the phone sounded very weak and a little faint. Chen Xiaobai could guess without thinking that old Su probably answered the call without even looking at the caller ID. Uncle Su. As soon as Chen Xiaobai uttered these 3 words, he heard a thump sound from the other end of the microphone. There was silence in the microphone at first, and then the sound of a man sobbing softly. Xiaobai, it's me, old Su, who failed to protect you. Come and take my life. Chen Xiaobai frowned slightly. Why did old Su become so sentimental? Why did he start crying so easily? Uncle Su, I'm not dead yet. Can you cry later? The man's sobbing voice on the phone suddenly stopped. After a rustling sound, there was a snap. Suddenly, a crisp voice sounded, and Lao Su's voice instantly became full of energy. Fuck it. I'm not dreaming. You little bastard are really still alive? Ha ha. That's what I said. Good people don't live long, but evil can last for thousands of years. Little bastard, where have you been for the past month? You made your uncle sad for dozens of days in vain. Chen Xiaobai. The next moment, Chen Xiaobai cleared his throat and said gloomily, Su Wentian, I want to send the bodies of Chen Weigua and Yi Qining back to Red Dragon. Send your people to pick me up. After saying that, Chen Xiaobai hung up the phone. On the other side of the ocean, Su Wentian listened to the busy tone on the phone with a dazed look on his face. It took him a long time to react. This kid stole his parents away. Less than 10 minutes later, Lin Zhe's message reached Chen Xiaobai's phone. Xiaobai, you're not dead? Great. We'll be there tomorrow. Help me solve the identity problem of another girl, and she will go back with me. No problem. Send me the information. Putting down his phone, Chen Xiaobai looked up at the sky, which was clear and bright. Chen Xiaobai didn't believe that some people would let him leave the country safely. With Chen Xiaobai's sudden appearance again, the Xingyu building, which had originally relaxed a little, became tense again. After receiving the information that Chen Xiaobai's cell phone was turned on, Claire immediately called several combat staff members to hold an emergency meeting. The next afternoon, Lin Zhe and Wang Xian, who came from Honglongxingyi, secretly met with Chen Xiaobai. The three discussed some details. Afterwards, Wang Xian gave Chen Xiaobai a set of things, including bionic fingerprints, artificial irises, etc., to make it easier for Chen Xiaobai to leave the country using someone else's identity. On the morning of the third day, the agreed meeting time arrived, but Lin Zhe and Wang Xian did not wait for Chen Xiaobai at the airport. A busty loli in pajamas, looking half asleep, came up to the two of them carrying 2 boxes. She squinted her eyes and said nothing, but just reached out and handed them a note. Lin Zhe glanced strangely at the strange loli in front of him. He took the note and looked at it, and his brows immediately frowned. The note read, "Taking me with you will only be a burden to you and my parents. Let loli send my parents' bodies back to China for me. I will find another way." At this point, Lin Zhe and the others had no choice but to take loli into the airport. This time, Lin Zhe and his party took a private plane owned by the Tianhua Group on the Red Dragon side. The boarding procedures and security checks were relatively simple. With Lin Zhe and the others making preparations in advance, loli's identity issue did not become an obstacle. After Tianhua Group's private jet took off, the atmosphere in the Xingyu building became extremely tense. The chief officers of the missile defense bases on the west coast were sweating in their palms. All of them had been notified in advance and were afraid that an order to open fire would come down from above. After all, opening fire would be equivalent to the stars declaring war on the Red Dragon. After Claire called Lan Gong, he said to everyone, "It's just the brain tissue of 2 prisoners of war. Let them take it away. It's nothing." Hearing Claire say this, everyone in the office breathed a sigh of relief. However, everyone's breath of relief did not last long, and soon everyone held their breath again. That afternoon, Chen Xiaobai appeared at the Los Angeles airport in a dignified manner. He even smiled and greeted the airport camera. Afterwards, Chen Xiaobai used the purchased identity information to pass the security check through manual verification. Of course, a little bit of charm was required in this process. As soon as Chen Xiaobai appeared at the Los Angeles airport, a combat staff officer in the Xingyu building immediately asked Claire if she needed to provide Chen Xiaobai with transportation. Claire simply smiled and said, "Let him go." So, with the tacit indulgence of Xingyu building, Chen Xiaobai boarded an outbound flight for the first time in his history. This is also a private jet, which was arranged by Ditong for Chen Xiaobai through Black Rose. Chen Xiaobai was the only one on this flight, and the cabin facilities were extremely luxurious, with a piano, a water bar, and an audiovisual room. At the same time, the 2 flight attendants on the plane were also very beautiful. They were a pair of Oriental twin sisters. "Hello, sir. It's my pleasure to serve you. This flight takes 14 hours. If you need anything during the flight, please call me." Chen Xiaobai nodded silently, then lay down and closed his eyes to rest. Soon, the plane began to taxi, and after a rapid journey, it slowly took off. Xingyu building. Claire looked at the Black Rose flight that had already taken off on the monitor, a sinister smile appearing on her face. "Notify Xiai base. When this plane approaches Xiai Island, intercept it. If the enemy resists, mobilize the troll and use annihilation weapons." Yes. Xiai Island is an island of the Star Federation hanging overseas, located in the heart of the Pacific Ocean. The Star Navy and Air Force have bases here. The troll that Claire mentioned is an aircraft carrier, not an ordinary aircraft carrier, but one of the 6 aerospace carriers of the Star Federation that can fly into the sky. At this moment, Admiral Leonard of the Stars was looking at a document in front of him with a frown. "The Army has done this awful thing, and we have to clean up the mess. Fuck." For hours later, Black Rose's plane was not far from Xiai Island. At this time at the Xiai base, 4 new generation F-22 fighter jets took off one after another with rumbling thunder. 10 minutes later, 4 F-22 fighter jets were guarding the Black Rose private plane. The radio signal was connected, and the fighter pilot's voice was clearly heard. "Black Rose, 006 passenger plane. Please land at the nearest Xiaobai military airport for inspection after receiving the notice. Duplicate notification. Inside the Black Rose cabin, the flight attendant said to Chen Xiaobai anxiously, "Hello, sir. The Star Air Force has notified us that we will land at the nearest base. I contacted the boss, and he said it's up to you." Chen Xiaobai opened his eyes and showed a sunny and harmless smile. "It's okay, just keep flying steadily." As he spoke, Chen Xiaobai stood up, straightened his suit, sat in front of the piano in the cabin, flipped up his sleeves elegantly, opened the piano lid, and buzzed. As the melodious piano music sounded, the flight attendants in the cabin suddenly felt much more at ease. Outside the cabin, the expressions of several fighter pilots suddenly changed. As the first sound of the piano rang out, Chen Xiaobai seemed to be immersed in the music he was playing, and he played more and more intently. The two stewardesses stood motionless in the cabin, closed their eyes, and listened attentively, with an intoxicated look on their faces. Black Rose's plane continued to fly steadily, while the four escorting fighter jets began to shake strangely. "Damn it, my heart seems to be having problems. Report to the control tower. I feel a little dizzy." Eagle 17 applies to return. Before long, 3 of the 4 fighters had to detach from the Black Rose plane. Only the pilot of the last fighter was gritting his teeth and holding on, constantly issuing warnings to the Black Rose plane, and even opened the missile bay on the ground. At this moment, the smile on Chen Xiaobai's face, who was playing the piano, became even more innocent. The slender index fingers of his hands danced on the black and white piano keys as if they had souls, and the dance became more and more light and fierce. Suddenly, the rhythm of Chen Xiaobai's fingers changed abruptly. The original gentle breeze and drizzle were evolving into a violent storm, but at this moment it suddenly turned into the sound of killing by iron horses. The sound of the piano had no substantial effect on the people inside the Black Rose plane, but for those outside the plane. "Ah!" The pilot of the last fighter plane that insisted on following suddenly let out a loud shout, and then his fighter plane actually did a series of somersaults in the air. At the same time, the sound of Chen Xiaobai's piano had not stopped yet, but the sounds of swords and horses became more intense. The piano sounds, like death-prompting notes, continuously reached the fighter pilot's ears. At the same time, waves of sonic attacks continuously assaulted the fighter's fuselage. Finally, boom! Suddenly, the F-22 fighter jet burst into a magnificent ball of fire in the air. Inside the Star Domain building, everyone was silent at this moment, whether they were the Army generals, Air Force generals, or Navy generals, as they watched the images displayed on the monitors. The glory of the Star Army cannot be challenged by any warrior. Troll attack. Crash. As the order from the Xingyu building was issued, waves suddenly surged up near the Xiaobai base in the Pacific Ocean. On the vast seabed, a huge steel monster slowly emerged from the sea. Chapter 128, I have the Human Emperor's Sword. I can chop down an aircraft carrier with one sword. 2. The gray-black steel color broke through the waves from the blue sea. It was a super battleship with a length of more than 1 kilometer. The battleship is equipped with 4 huge cannons from bow to stern, several small-caliber laser close-in defense guns, and numerous vertical missile launch units that are so densely packed that it is difficult to count them at once. There are 3 empty deck areas between the 4 giant cannons. At this time, the protective roof above the deck area is opened, revealing various fighter jets and drones neatly arranged inside. In addition to the surface of the warship, after most of the warship surfaced from the sea, the guard hatch of the belly hangar was also opened, and several new generation F-35 Lightning fighter jets flew out urgently. Swish, swish, swish. As if demonstrating to the Black Rose private jet in the sky, the super battleship fired several warning bombs as soon as it appeared. Boom, boom, boom. Several warning bombs exploded around the Black Rose aircraft, followed by several Lightning fighters following the Black Rose aircraft. However, due to the lessons learned from the previous few F-22s, this batch of F-35s did not dare to get too close. In the command room of the super battleship, the captain of the Troll, Vice Admiral Ryan Turner, who is now nearly 50 years old, held a communicator in his hand and looked at the Black Rose plane flying in the sky ahead with a serious face. Even if it was just a private plane, Turner knew clearly that inside that private plane sat a young man who had recently made the Xingyu building famous. Notify the people on the plane to immediately adjust their flight direction and land at Xiaobai base, otherwise they will face the wrath of the Star Navy. Turner had just finished speaking into the communicator when he put it down and turned to the command room to issue a second order. Prepare the Sidewinder missiles. Begin charging the annihilation weapons. As a vice admiral, Turner had a very keen political sense. Although the first order he received was to intercept Black Rose's private plane, Turner knew that if he really intercepted the plane, he would soon receive a second order from Xingyu Building to secretly deal with the people on the plane. Turner understood it after a little thought. Why should this matter be left to his troll account to handle? A tough guy who needs to call on one of the Federation's 6 aerospace carriers to deal with. If it weren't for the Federation's tacit consent, would he be able to board a plane from the airport so easily? The reason why the Federation allowed this person to board the plane and ordered its own super battleship, the Troll, to intercept the plane was very simple. That was because the people in the Xingyu Building wanted this private plane to disappear secretly and cleanly, preferably without leaving any trace. If it is handled within the country, it will cause too much noise, so it is handled at sea. The plane flew for more than 4 hours from Los Angeles Airport and had already reached the high seas. In this vast blue sea and uninhabited Pacific Ocean, with a super battleship that can even shred space into pieces, who wouldn't disappear without a trace? This is the creed that Turner believes in. Listening to what people say is one thing, but more importantly, it is to figure out why the person speaking says so. This is also true even when facing military orders from the Xingyu Building. Because Turner understood that no matter whether it was the Chaebol bosses, the politicians in the Lan Palace, or the generals in the Xingyu Building, everyone in the upper class of this federation liked this. There are dozens of vice admirals in the Stars Navy, but there are only 6 captains of the aerospace carrier. Turner was able to sit in this position thanks to the creed he believed in. In other words, in the eyes of the people above, Turner is a very considerate dog. On the Black Rose plane, the notification from the Troll had arrived, and the piano music played by Chen Xiaobai was nearing its end. 2 identical twin stewardess sisters stood tremblingly behind Chen Xiaobai, looking worried but not knowing what to do. Buzz! The last note of the piano sounded, and Chen Xiaobai stood up with a smile, took the handkerchief beside him and wiped his hands. Don't worry, tell the captain to keep the plane flying steadily. As he spoke, Chen Xiaobai sat back in his seat. He spread out his hands, a faint light flashed, and then a black Han sword appeared in his hand. Compared to a month ago, this Han sword has changed a lot. Although it was well maintained a month ago, it was still just a cultural relic. Now, Chen Xiaobai's fingers slowly moved across the sword. A hint of coolness penetrated into his heart. Starlight flowed on the sword edge, and the cold light released was captivating. That's right, this Han sword has been successfully born. Moreover, it was born at the same level as the matching weapon spirit, the Wanjie Xianyuan sword spirit. This Han sword contains a sword spirit of the Holy Martial Realm. Correspondingly, the 5 major skills of the Holy Martial Realm sword spirit, Wanjie sword intent, Xianyuan sword intent, Wuxiang sword body, Wuxiang sword technique, and Human Emperor sword Dao were also mastered by Chen Xiaobai. A silver light flashed in Chen Xiaobai's eyes, and the 2 stewardesses who were originally in a panic immediately calmed down and turned around together. Chen Xiaobai took off his suit and leather shoes and changed into a black warrior combat uniform and high-waisted combat boots. He walked to the cabin door with a long sword on his back, turned his head and glanced at the 2 stewardesses, who sat down in their seats and fastened their seat belts tacitly. Afterwards, Chen Xiaobai opened the cabin door. The strong wind from high altitude suddenly rushed into the cabin, and Chen Xiaobai jumped out of the cabin. Black Rose's plane was still flying forward, and Chen Xiaobai stood still in the sky. 2 of the 4 lightning fighters continued to follow Black Rose's plane, and the other 2 circled around Chen Xiaobai. Swish, 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 swish. On the sea, several Sidewinder air defense missiles roared into the sky, chasing the Black Rose plane in front. At this moment, a few cold rays suddenly flashed in Chen Xiaobai's smiling eyes. Swish, swish, swish. Suddenly, several cold auras flew out rapidly from beside Chen Xiaobai, and the air seemed to have ripples in an instant, which were sharp sword intents that were as real as substance. In the blink of an eye, these ripples accurately hit the anti-aircraft missiles. Boom, 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 boom. In less than a second, several anti-aircraft missiles flying out from the Troll exploded on the spot just after they took off. Several gorgeous flames exploded, and Chen Xiaobai slightly turned sideways. The 2 F-35 Lightning fighter jets chasing Black Rose's plane were about to disappear at the end of his sight. Chen Xiaobai raised his right hand, put his middle and solid fingers together, and gently waved it in the direction of the 3 planes over there. Time seemed to stand still at this moment. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Sizzle! A sharp and piercing sound of metal cutting was heard, and the 2 F-35 Lightning fighter jets chasing the Black Rose aircraft were split in half from the middle, as if they had hit a sharp blade. The shattered wreckage of the fighter jet fell from the sky into the sea. Chen Xiaobai, the instigator, simply looked at his hands with a smile. Is this the sword intent of the Holy Realm? The atmosphere in the Troll's command room was suffocating. Turner stared in shock at the wreckage of the fighter plane that had fallen into the sea in the distance. He suddenly realized that the reason why Xingyu Building had given him this task was probably not out of a secret need, but because other federal armies might not be able to accomplish this goal. The next moment, Turner shouted, "Activate the annihilation weapon. Destroy him." The command room, which had just fallen silent, suddenly became busy. The second 420mm caliber energy cannon on the deck of the Troll slowly raised its muzzle. Around the muzzle, one could vaguely see that the space was distorted and fluctuating. As soon as the muzzle of the gun was raised, Chen Xiaobai in the sky turned his head and looked over. This time, the smiling Oriental boy drew the black Han sword on his back. A golden light rose from Chen Xiaobai's hand holding the Han sword. Gradually, the golden light filled the entire sword. Chen Xiaobai stood high in the sky, like a golden sun. For a moment, the spiritual energy within a radius of hundreds of miles gathered madly towards Chen Xiaobai's hands. As time passed, the golden sword light became more and more dazzling. And in front of the muzzle of the Troll's energy cannon, a ball of black energy was slowly forming. But everyone who knows about this annihilation weapon knows that it is not an energy body, but a disordered space crack formed by the collapse of space. Time passed second by second, and the two lightning fighters that were originally surrounding Chen Xiaobai had completely moved away. At the same time, all the fighters in the Troll's deck hangar and belly hangar were also evacuating rapidly. This is not Turner's order, but Xingyu Building's order. The Xingyu Building, which has gathered many think tanks, did not dare to bet completely at this moment that the Troll would definitely be able to defeat Chen Xiaobai, who had already created countless surprises for the top leaders of the stars. It's not just the Xingyu Building. The confrontation between the Golden Sun and the Dark Void over the Pacific Ocean has attracted the attention of high-level officials from all over the world as captured by federal satellites. This wasn't just a feud between Chen Xiaobai and Qianxing. If Qianxing won, it would be fine. But if Chen Xiaobai won, the consequences would be far-reaching. Wow! Waves surged on the sea, and the wind blew harder and harder. Chen Zhao's white clothes, covered in golden light, swayed in the sea breeze. Suddenly, a smile broke out on his face. He raised the Han sword in his hand, turned the sword tip, and then slashed it down suddenly. Swish! Almost at the same time, the annihilation cannon of the Troll aerospace carrier, which represented the pinnacle of human technology and the crystallization of thermal weapons, was ready. A swift black dragon that tore through space suddenly rushed forward, creating a space crack. Looking at the dark void that suddenly enlarged around his pupils, Chen Xiaobai's whole body was shining with golden light, and the strong golden light that had just been emitted from the Han sword in his hand suddenly increased again. I have the human emperor's sword. I will slay all enemies. The Xianyuan sword is unstoppable and looks down upon the world. At this moment, endless sword light burst out from Chen Xiaobai's whole body. This day is a very important day in the era of human development on Blue Planet. Many years later, when the surviving General Turner recalled the experience of that day, his eyes were filled with infinite vicissitudes of life. That day, that young man from the East ended not only the aerospace aircraft carrier of the Star Federation with a single sword, but also that era. Since then, most of the Human Federation has lost interest in the research of technological weapons. The era of warriors has finally arrived. Chapter 129 Sakura Federation, Xiaojiaoidi. The blue sea and huge waves. The surging golden sword light and the dark space cracks suddenly collided with each other. In an instant, the deafening roar spread hundreds of miles away, and huge waves rolled out from the center of the explosion, one wave higher than the other, eventually forming a tsunami. At that moment, all radio signals within a 100-mile radius of the defense area near the center of the explosion were cut off, and the satellites in the sky could not capture anything except two huge halos of different colors. Federal military observers, political leaders, and military brass across the entire blue star all held their breath at this moment. Countless people are looking forward to the outcome of this battle in the Pacific. Time passed slowly, and when the golden light and space cracks above the sea area all disappeared, Chen Xiaobai's figure had disappeared. And on the blue sea, the Troll aerospace mothership still stood tall, and a black light disappeared rapidly on the horizon. Countless people who saw this scene breathed a sigh of relief, because those who could see this scene were basically the top leaders of various federations. They suddenly felt that their thrones, which had been somewhat shaken, were stable again. No matter how strong a warrior's personal strength is, He will never be able to defeat a powerful supership. Just when everyone thought the war was about to end, and just when the heads of various federations began to consider whether to invest more in military spending in the second half of the year, suddenly, the energy cannon on the deck of the troll cracked. At first, it was just a tiny crack, and no one noticed it. But in less than a minute, the long barrel of the giant cannon split into two with a plop, in a very symmetrical posture, and smashed onto the deck of the troll. Then, the sudden fall of the two halves of the gun barrel seemed to trigger a chain reaction. All those watching the battle via satellite felt. That troll, that giant sea vessel over a kilometer long and displacing 300,000 tons, its winged deck seemed a little crooked. The first person to notice this was Sakura Federation Prime Minister Chen Xiaobai. He rubbed his eyes vigorously, and after confirming that he wasn't seeing things, he muttered to himself, "What kind of high tech is this? Does the aerospace carrier have a deck tilting function?" Watching the troll's deck tilt even further to the sides, Xiao Jiaoyiwei's facial expression became increasingly exaggerated. Fuck, is this the latest black technology developed by the stars? Soon, the troll aerospace carrier of the Interstellar Federation was completely split into two. Baga, the stars have actually developed technology that can split an aerospace carrier in two, and our great Sakura Federation doesn't even have an aerospace carrier of our own. Shame. This is a disgrace to the great Sakura Federation. Around Xiao Jiaoyiwei, several people from the Sakura Federation cabinet all lowered their heads and said nothing. After a few minutes, the split aerospace carrier began to slowly sink. In an instant, the corner of Xiao Jiaoyiwei's mouth twitched violently. Not only Xiao Jiaoyiwei, but all the other people watching the battle in the Federation began to doubt their eyes at this moment. A cabinet member beside Xiao Jiaoyiwei said to him with a smile, "Prime Minister, it seems that the shipbuilding technology of the stars is indeed advanced. This aerospace mothership can not only be split into two, but also can dive and fight in the separated state." Another cabinet member echoed, "Yes, but that young man is also very powerful. He was able to force the troll to this point. It seems that the Sakura Federation will have to vigorously develop warrior training in the future." A young man who was responsible for delivering documents to Xiao Jiaoyiwei saw this and couldn't help but whispered, "Everyone, it seems that the troll of the stars was split apart by that young man." The young man thought he had told the truth and enlightened the cabinet leaders who were a little confused at the moment, but the next moment he found out that he was wrong. "You're the only one who's smart." Suddenly, one of the cabinet bosses shouted at the young man in a harsh voice. This boss was the young man's direct superior. "From today on, you will answer the phone in the telephone department. You are not allowed to enter the Prime Minister's office for 5 years. The young man was stunned. Seeing that the Prime Minister seemed to have heard nothing and the cabinet leaders looked as if it had nothing to do with him, the young man suddenly understood. How could it be that those cabinet leaders didn't understand the situation of the war? They are taking the initiative to give the Prime Minister a way out so that he won't lose face. He was so foolish as to think that the cabinet leaders really didn't understand the situation and ended up dismantling the way out they had given to the Prime Minister. At this moment, the young man felt that he had attained enlightenment. He was about to leave without saying anything, but the Prime Minister suddenly said, "No need. Young people, speak honestly. I need people like you around me. Stay." After the Prime Minister finished speaking, several cabinet leaders nodded and said, "Yes, the Prime Minister does need more young people around him. This young man is suitable to stay in the Prime Minister's office." I feel the same way. It would be great if the Sakura Federation had more young people like this. Several cabinet leaders did not directly flatter the Prime Minister, saying things like, "The Prime Minister is wise and capable, and he knows how to use people well." Instead, they changed the subject and began to praise the young people. This time the young man thought quickly and figured out the key. The Prime Minister asked them to stay, and they praised themselves. Isn't that indirectly praising the Prime Minister for his ability to recognize and use people well? This is high-level flattery. Suddenly, when the young man looked at the Prime Minister again, he found that the Prime Minister smiled at his boss. Suddenly, the young man found that his initial understanding was extremely shallow. Are the cabinet leaders trying to give the Prime Minister a way out? Stop it. Prime Minister, does he need someone to give him a way out? Don't the cabinet leaders understand this? I'm afraid that my superior had made the plan clear from the beginning. He deliberately punished me by sending me to the telephone department in front of the Prime Minister and deliberately created this opportunity for the Prime Minister to show his ability to recognize and use people and his broad mind. This is the highest level of flattery. In comparison, the previous level has to give way. Suddenly, the young man felt that he had realized something. What a person says is not important, but where the speaker stands or sits is very important. Star Federation, deep in the Rocky Mountains. The 100-meter-high waterfall cascades down into the deep pool below. Directly below the water flow, where the impact is strongest, a human figure appears faintly. The water falling from the sky directly penetrated the figure without any impact. Soon, the figure gradually solidified, and the water hit the person, splashing large amounts of water. This person is Chen Xiaobai. About an hour later, a black light flew from the sky and landed in Chen Xiaobai's hand. It was his Han sword. Chen Xiaobai walked out of the deep pool holding the Han sword and gradually disappeared into the depths of the Rocky Mountains. When Chen Xiaobai appeared again on the streets of Star City and started a global live broadcast, the world was boiling. Chapter 130, One by One, Not One Less. Speaker Hussein Barton, Hunter number 14, wants to speak to you. This is a live broadcast on a private platform of an off-domain server, and the title of the live broadcast room is the above sentence. With the technical support of Wang Yuanan, the signal sources of most of Chuanxing's live broadcast platforms and outdoor media were successfully switched in a very short time. The screen that switched to black contained only a very simple URL and a short sentence at the beginning. The signal source was switched for only a dozen seconds. After a dozen seconds, the people from the Chuanxing Federal Information Security Agency blocked the live broadcast signal source, but these dozen seconds were enough for a considerable number of people to follow the URL and jump to the private live broadcast platform that Wang Yuanan had built specifically for Chen Xiaobai. This group of people was like a spark, spreading Chen Xiaobai's live broadcast address widely. This is thanks to the popularity Chen Xiaobai had previously gained in the Hunter Elite competition. Also, who is Speaker Hussein Barton? Decades ago, this title would have been given to President Patton. A Hunter 14, who had killed thousands of people in a killing competition, actually asked to speak with the current federal president by name. At this moment, the gossip fire in the hearts of the people of the stars suddenly burned fiercely. More and more people flocked into Chen Xiaobai's live broadcast room. The staff of the Information Security Department in the Xingyu building seemed to be crazy at this moment. In less than a minute, they had locked 6 IP coordinates, but without exception, they were all baits. In an ordinary house in the North Atlantic Federation, Wang Yuanan, his subordinate He Jiao, and several others were clacking away at the keyboards in their hands. Most of them had fanatical expressions on their faces, while a few had deep fear on their faces. Wang Yuanan stared at the screen in front of him and asked anxiously without turning his head, "How much longer can you hold on?" 5.5 minutes at most. At most. Okay. Wang Yuanan picked up a satellite phone and yelled into the phone, "Boss, you only have 4 minutes, at most." The number of people in the live broadcast room increased rapidly, and in the blink of an eye it exceeded 1 million. At this time, the picture appeared in the live broadcast room. There is a window with a chair next to it. The weather outside the window is very good, with clear skies and light clouds. Chen Xiaobai appeared in front of the camera wearing a refreshing short-sleeved sportswear and his standard good boy smile. He sat on a chair and waved to the audience, saying, "Hello, everyone." Countless comments popped up. All of them were hello. Long time no see. Number 14. Number 14? Are you planning to expand your business to Lan Palace? It's this smiling face that I've been dreaming about every time I close my eyes in the past few months. Chen Xiaobai ignored the comments. Time was limited, so he continued, "I'm very happy to see you all again. Today is a live broadcast, and I have a few words to say to the great speaker of the Star Federation. I think everyone will be interested, so please come and listen together. Especially those of you in the holy capital, please listen carefully. Otherwise, if anything unexpected happens, don't look for me when you return to your spirits on the 7th day." When Chen Xiao said this, the barrage suddenly changed. "Yeah, that's the feeling. It's definitely him. Good fellow, let me move first. I'm in the holy city, working at the Lan Palace. Is it too late to resign now?" Chen Xiaobai, "Before I speak to the speaker, let me tell you a story. 18 years ago, less than a year after Blue Star's spiritual energy revival began, a group of spiritual energy experts from around the world gathered on the North Island of the Sakura Federation to discuss the potential applications of spiritual energy. However, after the seminar, the expert team from Red Dragon was inexplicably attacked. In the end, the Red Dragon's team of experts was completely wiped out. Some died, some disappeared. Later, a team of Red Dragon agents found the few surviving members of this expert team in a secret laboratory in the Star Federation. That night, a Red Dragon agent sneaked into the Lan Palace and kicked the then chief speaker in the buttocks while he was having foreplay with the lady. The next day, all the Red Dragon experts were secretly released. However, only half of that team of Red Dragon agents successfully left the stars. Unfortunately, one of those left behind was my father, the Red Dragon agent who witnessed the former chancellor's ugly behavior in bed. My father spared the life of the former chief speaker in exchange for the lives of the Red Dragon experts, but he himself remained in this land forever. I won't tell you about what happened to my father afterwards. It wasn't a good story anyway. What I want to tell you is that the former Speaker General was the culprit and the current Speaker General, Mr. Hussein Patton, was an accomplice. I'm not interested in telling you how I know these things. After all, you wouldn't believe me if I said I could see through other people's memories. Now, I want to tell the following people. General Roy Clare of the Star Army, Deputy Chief of Staff Mr. Harvey Smith, Ms. Ginny Cavell of the Lawn Palace Secretariat, and Mr. Tom Sane of the Central Yang Secret Service, I am very happy because you are all still alive. In the next few days, it will be time for you to pay the price for your previous actions. And of course, our most beloved Hussein Patton, Mr. General Speaker, thank you for everything you've done with my parents' remains, building on what the previous General Speaker did. Don't worry, I don't want you to enjoy using human corpses for research. I will send you off in a dignified manner. So, for the next 2 weeks, please don't go out if you don't have anything to do, especially don't hang around the Lawn Palace, to avoid harming innocent people. As Chen Xiaobai spoke, he showed 5 cards with dark red cat's paw plum blossom prints on them, and a sunny and innocent smile appeared on his face again. At this moment, the camera shook, and another window appeared in the picture. The scenery outside the window was familiar to all the people in the stars. That was where the chairman of the stars lived and worked on weekdays, the Holy City Lawn Palace. The live broadcast was coming to an end, but as a whimpering and struggling sound was heard, a person with a bruised face and nose appeared on the screen. Even though he looked like a pig, people could still tell that he was the former Speaker General of the Star Federation, George Black. Snap! The crisp sound of a pistol being loaded was heard, followed closely by a gentle yet firm Western voice. Blood for blood. One by one. Not one less. Bang! Suddenly a gunshot rang out, and the former chief speaker of the Star Federation, who was struggling just now, suddenly had a scarlet bullet hole between his eyebrows. The bullet mercilessly penetrated the back of his head, bringing up a puff of bright red blood. Bang! When George Brack's body fell, the last thing that appeared in the picture was Chen Xiaobai's face with a gentle smile and the cat's paw plum blossom print card scattered in his hand. At this point, the live broadcast was interrupted. Chapter 131, the first one, over. The screen in the live broadcast room has turned pitch black, but various barges of comments have formed a white ocean that submerged the entire screen. Soon, the live broadcast signal was completely cut off and the live broadcast room was forcibly closed. Chen Xiaobai's live broadcast process seems a bit slow, but it actually takes less than 3 minutes. During these 3 minutes, he brought unparalleled shock to the entire Blue Star. Good boy, the series of lifetime. The last time someone dared to threaten the president of a star like this was in a movie about aliens invading the blue planet. Come on, open the market. I'm so torn. I want a miracle to happen, but I also don't want number 14 to fail. It took me a while to figure it out. The so-called miracle mentioned above actually refers to Lan Gong's victory. A minute ago, the Information Security Department of Xingyu Building finally found the real source IP of the live broadcast signal. At this time, the entire Information Security Department was filled with heavy breathing. Contact the North Atlantic Federation and the CIA. We must catch these guys. Suddenly, a hoarse voice came from the control desk, and someone immediately responded, yes. North Atlantic Federation, in an ordinary residential area along the coast. A convoy sped away from the residential area. The driver was naturally Wang Yuanan and his team of hackers. It's so exciting, so exciting. Mochizuki, the new boss you found this time, is exactly what I want. In a black Jeep in the convoy, a white young man sitting in the back seat seemed to be on drugs and was so excited that even with a seat belt on, he couldn't sit still in the seat. Wang Yuanan, who was in the passenger seat, was also very excited, but his face was calm. Just be quiet. Wait until we leave here. The stars have already located our coordinates, and I'm afraid their North Atlantic garrison is already on its way. As Wang Yuanan spoke, he said to the Black Eagle who was driving, turn left ahead and head east. Follow the established plan and drive towards the White Bear Federation. Black Eagle nodded without saying anything. 2 minutes later, Wang Yuanan watched as his convoy was about to enter the Federal Express lane, but at this moment, boom! Suddenly, thunder-like sounds came from the sky. Wang Yuanan was stunned for a moment. Then he turned around and stared at the Black Eagle in the driver's seat with anger in his eyes. Swish! Boom! A rocket accurately hit the road in front of the convoy, causing flames to explode and forcing the entire convoy to stop. Inside the car, He Jiao placed his hands on the steering wheel motionlessly, turned his head to look out the window, and didn't dare to look at Yuan at all. What fuck? What happened? The white young man in the back seat cried out in frustration. A cold glint flashed in Wang Yuan's eyes as he sat in the passenger seat. He stared at He Jiao and said gloomily, "Someone betrayed us." Black Eagle cleared his throat and said nothing. Suddenly, Wang Yuan smiled. "He Jiao, the boss actually warned me that you're unreliable, but I still took you in. Why do you think that is?" Black Eagle looked at the Special Forces soldiers who had started to rappel around the convoy, his eyes wandering with a hint of fear and cowardice. Wang Yuan's voice gradually turned cold. "The most shameful thing for the royal family on the grassland is traitors. Black Eagle, someone will take your life for me. Guess whether you can leave the North Atlantic Federation alive." This time, Black Eagle couldn't hold back. He retorted, "What traitor? I've never been one of yours. You want to take my life? Humph, your death god boss number 14 is in a difficult situation in the holy city right now." Wang Yuan sneered repeatedly on his face. "Humph, then we'll just wait and see." Soon, Special Forces soldiers from the overseas garrison of the Stars came forward with weapons raised. "Everyone raise your hands. Get off. Star Federation, Holy City. Boss, if you can see this message, it proves that I have been sold out by Black Eagle. Don't worry, someone will come to rescue me, but I can't help you these few days. This message is sent automatically if I don't unlock my phone for more than an hour. I programmed it in advance. It turns out that you have a sharp eye, boss." Chen Xiaobai looked at the message on his phone and stretched his shoulders and neck. He was now standing in the top-floor suite of a hotel in the Holy City. The room was opened by Jean K, who had never shown his face in public, using the ID he had bought. During the facial recognition, Xiaoxua next to him used her charm a little. Although the verification failed because there was no citizen information of Jean K in the federal database, the front desk still opened the room for him. 3 blocks away from this hotel is the room where Chen Xiaobai just started the live broadcast. A little further, a few kilometers away, is the Xingyu building, and in the other direction you can see the Lan Palace. Now there were shadowy figures in that room, and the entire block was filled with Special Forces soldiers and XBA warriors. The mechanical army soldiers have begun searching along the block. Once they encounter a suspicious person, they will immediately attract at least a team of 5 or more XBA warriors. Chen Xiaobai stood by the huge floor-to-ceiling window, watching the scene quietly, and drank the sugar-free cola in his hand. Outside the hotel, a team of Special Forces soldiers, led by agents from the Xingyu building, came over for inspection. Seeing this, Chen Xiaobai had an unusually sunny smile on his face, staring at the gradually setting sun in a daze. Xingyu building, Army Combat Command Center. Hardison, also an army general, said to Claire with concern, "Old man, why don't you stay in the building for the night? Don't go home. The roads are unsafe." Claire said seriously, "Humph. He's just a young man with some martial arts skills. I don't believe he can really kill me." Hardison, "It's almost time to get off work, so why don't we go to the parking lot together?" Claire, "No, old friend, I'm not afraid of death, but I can't let you get hurt. You go first." Hardison nodded with emotion. "Old buddy, I've worked with you for decades. Please take care of yourself." Claire, "Don't worry. I might catch that guy tonight." Hardison, "Tonight? Are you planning?" Claire, "Yes, for the safety of the Speaker General, I plan to work overtime in the building tonight and personally direct the arrest operation. I must catch that lawless child." Hardison, "Old man, you are so dedicated. I am touched." While 2 old foxes were chatting back and forth over here, in another office over there, a deputy staff officer of the Star Army was like an ant on hot pan. Harvey Smith was the one who personally presided over the first batch of human biological experiments at the Behu base, and he was also the one who proposed the brain tissue processing plan for Chen Xiaobai's parents. Smith, feeling upset, sat restlessly in his office. As a senior official, Smith's office was well lit. He wanted to go to the window to breathe some fresh air, but when he saw the cordon drawn by the guards, Smith took a step forward and then stepped back. If you cross that line, you may be attacked by a sniper rifle from a distance. No matter what, saving your life is important. On the other side, in the room where Chen Xiaobai was broadcasting live, a team of FBI agents has turned the place upside down, but found nothing suspicious except for a printed note that says, "Don't worry, there is no danger here. I am a good person and I never kill innocent people." At the end of the text, there is a simple drawing of a smiling face. The team leader, returning empty-handed, was furious. Who knew how much the Lan Palace valued this damned young man from the East? Helplessly, the agent took one last look at the note and was about to call it a day when suddenly, boom, there was a loud explosion, and the entire team of agents changed color. It came from Xingyu Building. A group of detectives hurriedly stood by the window and looked towards the Xingyu Building, only to see thick smoke billowing from the Xingyu Building. The place where the smoke was coming out was exactly the office of Deputy Chief of Staff Harvey Smith. Inside the hotel, Chen Xiaobai was holding a Barrett. With the help of his dual skills of Star Point, range and accuracy enhancement, and Flame Blast, power enhancement, he accurately hit Harvey Smith's office with a long-range Barrett shot. As for how Chen Xiaobai knew which office among the many offices in Xingyu Building belonged to Harvey, firstly, he had Red Arms' memory. Secondly, there was a Xingyu Building agent leading the search downstairs in the hotel. First one over. Chapter 132. Sorry, I used too much force this time. Woo! A shrill alarm sounded in the Xingyu Building, and martial law was immediately imposed in all areas. Although the distance of Chen Xiaobai's shooting just now was really incredible, the agents of Xingyu Building still locked onto the hotel where Chen Xiaobai was in the first time. 2 armed helicopters in the sky and a rapid reaction force on the ground arrived outside the hotel in less than 2 minutes. A bald man in a suit stood downstairs and waved his hands. Suddenly, all the glass in the rooms on dozens of floors of this 5-star hotel shattered. Everyone get down on the ground. Hands up. Martial law is in effect in the entire vicinity. No one is allowed to leave. Heavily armed soldiers gathered in droves. One special operations team set up a long-range infrared thermal scanner and located Chen Xiaobai's floor. A few seconds later, the captain immediately called into the intercom. 6th window from the left. The target is still in the room. Receive. The helicopter pilot in the sky replied coldly, then pressed the rocket launch button, and whoosh. A rocket trailing white smoke flew into the hotel room. Boom. Violent flames erupted. Thick smoke billowed, and large pieces of rubble flew everywhere. Buzz. Immediately afterwards, the sound of machines running was heard, and 4 drones equipped with laser launchers and 2 armed helicopters flew in staggered formations, pointing their spearheads directly at the room where Chen Xiaobai was. The evening breeze blew by, dispersing the thick smoke coming out of the room. Time passed little by little, and several armed helicopters and a formation of drones flew over from the horizon. On the ground, light tanks had already entered the urban area of the Holy City. One group went to the Lawn Palace, one group went to the Xingyu Building, and one group went straight to the only hotel building. As the smoke dissipated, the temperature in the room gradually dropped. The Special Forces soldiers in the room, monitored by thermal scanners, didn't blink. When the humanoid temperature anomaly graphic reappeared on the monitor, the captain shouted into the communicator again. The target is still there. Receive. Stop. The attack helicopter in the sky was about to continue its attack when the bald man who had previously shattered the glass of an entire building took the captain's communicator and said something. Then he strode forward. The bald man looked up at the building in front of him, raised his hands, and there was a loud noise. In an instant, all the broken glass fragments on the ground by him floated up into the air. Dozens of broken glass fragments were floating densely in the air. As the bald man pushed his hands forward suddenly, all the broken glass fragments flew towards the room where Chen Xiaobai was. At this moment, all the warriors present suddenly felt an extremely fierce aura rising from the room upstairs. An extremely clear sword sound was heard, and suddenly an extremely domineering sword energy burst out from the hotel room. Swish. The overwhelming amount of glass shards that were originally controlled by the bald man to fly towards the hotel room suddenly changed their posture and flew backwards. Crackling, crackling. Shards of glass flew everywhere, and the first to suffer were the armed helicopters and drones flying outside the hotel building. The crackling sound was like a violent storm, forcing the armed helicopters to retreat again, and several drones were almost shot down from the sky. On the ground, the bald man felt a sudden pain in his heart. Blood seeped from the corners of his mouth. He looked at the young man upstairs in disbelief as he appeared in the dissipating smoke. Under the thick smoke, Chen Xiaobai stood sideways by the broken window, holding a black Han sword. A smile flashed across his face. I finally met a master today, but unfortunately, he's dead. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Xiaobai turned his wrist, and a golden sword light suddenly flashed out. The bald man looked at the sword light that was rapidly enlarging in his sight, and he quickly clasped his hands together in front of him. In an instant, almost everything that could fly around the man flew up. Cars, streetlights, bricks, trash cans. All the debris formed an impenetrable wall in front of the man. Pump! A slight sound was heard on the wall, and at this moment the bald man felt a deep sense of powerlessness from the bottom of his heart. A crack appeared in the wall, and a shallow sword mark appeared on his throat. Holy, holy. These two words were the last words the bald man uttered in his life. Afterwards, all the miscellaneous objects blocking the bald man fell to the ground. Chen Xiaobai touched the ground with his toes and landed next to the bald man as light as a swallow. This was a warrior in the spiritual martial realm. Chen Xiaobai moved forward and felt the spiritual energy in the bald man's body when he died flowing into his own body, as well as the rich blood spirit energy. Chen Xiaobai closed his eyes and showed a look of enjoyment. However, the soldiers on the side saw this scene as if they saw an opportunity to make merit, and there was no need for anyone to issue orders. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Suddenly, there was a burst of dense gunfire, and dense bullets formed a metal storm that swept towards Chen Xiaobai. Chen Xiaobai, who was enjoying himself with his eyes closed, took a deep breath, flipped his wrist slightly, and the figure was like light. He disappeared on the spot. The next moment, Chen Xiaobai appeared behind a team of Special Forces soldiers, the Black Han sword in his hand replaced with a black dagger. With a sunny and harmless smile on his face, he whispered in the ear of the soldier in front of him, "I wish you can get a high position in your next life." As soon as he finished speaking, the soldier felt a chill in his throat, then his eyes turned black, and he slowly lost consciousness. This is the first one. Afterwards, Chen Xiaobai's hand was shining with black cold light. He rushed into the crowd of soldiers without stopping for a second. In a blink of an eye, he left a trace of blood on the throat of every soldier in this team. In the sky, a laser drone captured Chen Xiaobai's figure and shot down several lasers in succession, but Chen Xiaobai had disappeared from the spot again. Seeing that young figure suddenly disappear, all the soldiers on the scene instinctively turned their heads to look behind them. A sudden scream was heard. A soldier looked at Chen Xiaobai, who was close to him and was about to raise the rifle in his hand. Crack! But as a black light flashed in Chen Xiaobai's hand, the soldier's entire head flew out. "Sorry, I used too much force this time." He whispered something, and then there was another flash of sword light among this group of soldiers. The third team, the fourth team, the fifth team. Puff! When Chen Xiaobai once again stabbed the black dagger into the neck of a Special Forces captain, there were corpses lying on the ground within 300 meters around him, and no one was left alive. At the intersection ahead, the sound of tracks turning was heard, and a light tank appeared. The laser muzzle of the first chariot slowly rotated and locked onto Chen Xiaobai. A blue energy ball formed at the muzzle. At this moment, Chen Xiaobai rushed forward at a ghostly speed. When he appeared in front of the chariot, the black dagger in his hand had expanded to 1 meter long. Shwa! Before the light tank's laser cannon was fired, the barrel had already been chopped off by Chen Xiaobai. Bang! Chen Xiaobai landed on the chariot with a look of boredom on his face. He had killed countless people along the way and had lost interest in these ordinary people. Chen Xiaobai looked up into the distance, which was the direction of the Xingyu building. At this moment, red clouds had already rolled up in the sky above the Xingyu building. "Dalong, come out and play." Roar! Suddenly, a deafening dragon roar resounded throughout the holy city, and then a blood-red dragon with its broad wings spread appeared above the Xingyu building. Chapter 133. Fight to the death with me? Who? Longgong. Does it deserve it? As soon as the blood-red dragon appeared above the Xingyu building, more than 10 laser beams were shot out from around the Xingyu building, and each laser beam accurately hit the dragon in the sky. Roar! Following a roar mixed with a hint of pain, the dragon flapped its wings and pounced towards the Xingyu building. Boom, 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 boom. When the giant dragon fell to a certain height, the ground close defense system hidden in the Xingyu building was activated. At once, countless close defense guns spewed out blue flames towards the giant dragon in the sky. In the blink of an eye, the blood-red dragon that was so majestic in the last second was instantly covered with blood holes. Bang! However, even so, the dragon still pounced on the northeast corner of the Xingyu building. Suddenly, this building, which symbolized the military center of the Star Federation, suffered a head-on attack for the first time since its construction. Bang! The giant dragon slapped down with one claw, and immediately a corner of the Xingyu building collapsed. Xingyu building is not a single building. It looks like a hexagram as a whole, consisting of 6 buildings connected together. Many people also call Xingyu building the hexagon building. At this time, Xingyu building was attacked, and the security level of the entire building was instantly raised to the highest level. Kill it! Kill it! Smash that ugly, damned lizard into pieces. In the Xingyu building, Claire was not the only one who was worried at this time. Director Felton of the Star Federal Defense Agency was so angry that his face turned red. He picked up the dedicated phone in his office and yelled hysterically. As Felton's orders were conveyed, more hidden powers of the Xingyu building were revealed. A special drone formation flew out from inside the Xingyu building and circled around the blood-red dragon. Later, each drone shot a fiery red beam towards the blood-red dragon. As soon as the light touched the dragon's body, it penetrated instantly like hot soup poured on the snow. The blood-colored dragon did not resist much, but instead used its claws to knock down a section of the Xingyu building under it. Under the strangulation of more than 10 fiery red rays, the blood dragon's life force quickly disappeared. Felton and Claire were watching this scene through the monitors in their respective offices. Suddenly, Felton's face showed a look of horror, while Claire's face showed a smug smile. The next second, Felton urgently shouted to his personal adjutant, "Activate the underground shelter immediately. Notify all lieutenant generals, and senior technical personnel, except those in the army." Yes. When the special drone formation was about to launch the second round of light attack, the blood-red dragon disappeared. It just disappeared out of thin air, turning into a cloud of blood mist and disappearing above the Xingyu building. After the blood-red dragon disappeared, Claire's gaze shifted back to Chen Xiaobai in the Xingyu building, but outside the hotel where Chen Xiaobai had stayed before, there were only corpses lying all over the messy streets. Where was Chen Xiaobai? Looking out the window at the collapsed Xingyu building, Claire felt a chill rising from the soles of her feet. Claire never imagined that the Oriental boy was actually planning to storm the Xingyu building. Outside the Xingyu building, Chen Xiaobai was already standing at the edge of the collapsed area. Chen Xiaobai had thought of many ways to enter the Xingyu building before, and finally he chose this violent attack method. Although the dragon may suffer some damage, it is a blood spirit creature, and it only needs to replenish its blood spirit energy. Next, Chen Xiaobai casually walked through the collapsed area and entered the Xingyu building. Because he had the memory of arms and the Xingyu building agent in his mind, Chen Xiaobai was familiar with the building and soon arrived at the army branch. Boom. Chen Xiaobai shot an arrow with the spiritual explosion skill through a heavy security door in front of him and saw two people blocking his way. Like the bald man they met before, these two were also warriors in the spiritual martial realm. According to Arm's memory, there were a total of 12 spiritual marshals in the Xingyu building, and he had already killed one of them. Just as Chen Xiaobai smiled and took out his Black Han sword, ready to begin his work, the two men opposite him took a step back, raised their hands, and said to Chen Xiaobai, "Wait a minute. We have something to say." Adhering to the principle of being a good person that he always adhered to, Chen Xiaobai nodded politely and said, "Okay, I love hearing people's last words the most, because that is the truest side of a person." The two men opposite twitched their lips, and one of them said, "If you don't cause trouble for Long Gong after killing Claire, Long Gong will promise to pretend that nothing happened today." Another person continued, "And the Lan Palace will give you everything you want, except the position of chief speaker. You can become as powerful as the Ross family." Chen Xiaobai smiled and said, "So you are lobbyists, not warriors." The person opposite said with deep affection, "After all, this federation has supported you for over a decade. Even if there's a grudge, it doesn't have to be a fight to the death, right?" Chen Xiaobai nodded thoughtfully. "Well, you have a point. It's not a complete mess." Seeing that his persuasion seemed to be working, the other person quickly added, "As long as you don't cause trouble for Lan Gong, you are the king of the underground stars. Why do you have to make yourself a wanted criminal? What do you think?" Chen Xiaobai, "Yeah, that makes sense. So are you two ready?" The two people opposite, "To the death with me? Who? Lan Gong. Is it worthy?" A voice with a smile, as if it was a joke, came out of Chen Xiaobai's mouth. The two people opposite were about to say something else, but at this time Chen Xiaobai had already taken action. Chen Xiaobai, holding the Xinyuan sword, has the strength of a holy martial realm. The Han sword in his hand shines coldly, and the sword edge is sharp. The two warriors in the spiritual martial realm were one major realm lower than Chen Xiaobai, and were obviously no match for him. In half a minute, Chen Xiaobai had already stood behind them. Pung pung. There were two muffled sounds, and the bodies of the two men fell to the ground one after another. Chen Xiaobai stood there for a while, absorbing the spiritual energy and blood spiritual energy released by the two people before continuing to move into the building. Chen Xiaobai met many people along the way. He didn't make things difficult for these people. He just checked their memories briefly and let them go. The Xingyu building was very large, and Chen Xiaobai walked slowly and in no hurry, so he walked for half an hour but still didn't reach Claire's office. Along the way, he met many special forces soldiers, mechanical soldiers, warriors in buildings, and various drones. To those who did not block his way or attack him, Chen Xiaobai responded with a very polite smile. And to those who had the courage to jump in front of him, Chen Xiaobai also responded with a very polite smile, with a little neck-wiping service. Finally, an hour after Chen Xiaobai entered the Xingyu building, he arrived at the door of Claire's office. But Chen Xiaobai just glanced at the frightened young ladies in the duty room next to the office, then turned and left. Because Chen Xiaobai knew from the memories of those young ladies that Claire was not there. This time, Chen Xiaobai sped up a little. Along the way, he brought smiles to many courageous young talents in the Xingyu building. Finally, Chen Xiaobai arrived at the gate of the underground shelter base in the Xingyu building. Claire isn't the only one behind this door. Chapter 134. Vengeance and resentment aside, work must continue. Although Felton secretly activated the underground shelter without informing the army was not stupid. What's more, Chen Xiaobai strolled along the way leisurely, and he was pretending to be a master, but this also gave Claire a lot of time. Inside the refuge base. You're a piece of shit. Idiot. Do you really want to cause everyone to die with you? Director of the National Defense Agency, Felton, pointed at Claire's nose and cursed. Normally, Felton, who had already reached such a high position, should have been very well-mannered. However, when his life was threatened, Felton was still very angry. You army bastards, I told you not to go too far. But now, you army bastards are so eager to lick Lan Gong's big leather swallow. Now that you've done it, do it thoroughly. And yet you insist on playing tricks like making your enemies watch helplessly as their children become citizens of an enemy country. Well, now the man's son shows up. You idiot, go out and tell him. Hey, kid, you're a citizen of the stars, you can't do this. See how much the sword that split the troll in two can cut you into. Go ahead. Claire, the general of the Star Army, was like a son being scolded by his father at this time. He turned his head away and let Felton scold him. Behind Claire, the middle and senior generals of the army all lowered their heads and did not even look at their colleagues around them. At the same time, outside Xingyu building. If someone who didn't know the truth came near the Xingyu building at this time, they would definitely think that a civil war had broken out in the Star Federation. Fighter jets are patrolling and armed helicopters are densely distributed in the sky. On the ground, rows of light tanks are in front. As far as the eye can see behind, the roadside and street intersections are full of fully armed Special Forces soldiers. The person in charge of the on-site command was Jeff Rowland, commander of the Holy City Garrison of the Star Federation. Just now, Rowland had just spoken with Lan Gong in the underground shelter center of Xingyu building. Report. Speak. Beside Rowland, a combat staff officer saluted and said, report to the commander. Of the 6 squadrons that just entered the building for rescue, 3 have reported that they have found the target, and 2 of them have lost contact. Where are the warriors in the building? All warriors below the Xuanwu realm have been evacuated. Some of the remaining warriors are guarding Commander Felton, while others are scattered throughout the building. Most of them have lost contact. Those who have lost contact have basically encountered the target person. Roland turned around and looked at the display in the temporary command center. It clearly showed the personnel situation in various places in the Xingyu building. One of the bright red dots was moving towards the underground shelter base. This was Chen Xiaobai, who was found through the surveillance in the building. Roland stared at the red dot on the screen and let out a long breath. He whispered, activate the aura shielding device. Once the aura dissipates, let the drones and robot soldiers enter. The ground forces will block all exits of the building. There's no time to stop what's happening now, so let's eliminate the target here. Yes. Call out. Outside the gate of the refuge base. As soon as Chen Xiaobai appeared, a series of hot rays with extremely high temperatures shot towards where he was standing. Sizzle. A purple ray shot into Chen Xiaobai's arm, and his combat uniform was instantly burned, but Chen Xiaobai's skin was not damaged at all. Xuanwu bloodline. Chen Xiaobai ignored the sudden, strong, high-temperature rays. He swung his hand and swung a sword towards the gate of the shelter in front of him. Boom. A loud noise was heard, and a sword mark about half a meter deep appeared on the huge metal door opposite Chen Xiaobai. The noise startled all the senior officers of the Xingyu building on the other side of the metal door. The metal door of this underground shelter was made of anti-spiritual material. Even a warrior in the spiritual martial realm could not leave any mark on it with a full-strength attack. But with the noise just now, everyone clearly heard the sound of some material being torn apart. And judging from the intensity of the sound, the scope of the tearing is definitely not small. If the other party can cause such a sensation, then his strength must be above the spiritual martial realm. At this moment, cold sweat dripped from the foreheads of all the generals and warriors behind the gate. Felton looked at Claire coldly. His eyes moved, and a white warrior nodded in understanding and immediately stood beside Claire. Felton's meaning was very clear. If necessary, he would hand Claire over. Director. Claire's voice was filled with powerlessness. Felton straightened his tie and said coldly, "Carlyle, don't blame me. After all, more than 60% of the Star's military leaders are here. We can't let them die with you just because of your past mistakes." Claire took 2 steps back weakly. If it weren't for the army generals around him who supported him, Claire would have collapsed to the ground. Outside the gate of the refuge base, Chen Xiaobai looked at the huge, solid metal door in surprise. How could his sword skills at the Saint Martial realm not be able to break this metal door? Chen Xiaobai, who was a bit skeptical, gathered his strength again and swung his sword towards the huge metal door. Bang! Boom! Boom! After several sword strikes, the anti-spiritual energy door was on the verge of collapse. At this time, Chen Xiaobai sensitively noticed that the spiritual energy in the air had become a little thin. After listening carefully to the movements around him, Chen Xiaobai remembered that it had been a while since any of the Star soldiers and combat units came to capture him. Chen Xiaobai immediately understood that the other party had used this spiritual energy dispersing device again. The reason why he didn't meet anyone for a while was because the spiritual energy dispersal takes a process, and the other party was just waiting for this process. After figuring this out, Chen Xiaobai felt that it was unlikely to kill 2 targets in one day. So, Chen Xiaobai took advantage of the fact that the spiritual energy in the air had not completely dissipated and swung his sword again at the gate of the shelter. Boom! After swinging the sword, Chen Xiaobai turned around and prepared to leave. The environment had changed, and the difficulty of the task had increased suddenly. It would not be worth it to persist. However, just as Chen Xiaobai turned around, suddenly, a square gap opened above the gate of the shelter base behind him. A person was stuffed in from the other side by the people inside, and then pushed out forcibly. Bang! The man fell from a height of 3 or 4 meters to the ground without making any sound. Chen Xiaobai stepped forward and saw that it was none other than his second target, Claire. The gap in the metal door was closed again just as it was opened. Chen Xiaobai smiled to himself as he watched this scene. He could sense that the spiritual energy in the air was thin, and the warriors inside must have been able to sense it as well, but even so they still did not insist on holding on. Chen Xiaobai smiled and said to General Claire of the Star Army on the ground, "General Claire, it seems that you have been abandoned by your companions." Claire closed her eyes, her body trembling slightly. What they need is absolute safety, not dignity that carries even the slightest danger. Well said. Chen Xiaobai stretched out a finger and pointed behind the door. Although you and I have a grudge, grudges aside, we still have to get on with our work. I might not be able to get in today. I'll come back another day. The people inside are $1 per life. I'll help you kill as many as you can afford. At this point, Chen Xiaobai's face was filled with a sunny and warm smile. How do you think? My price is fair and reasonable. General Claire, how many lives are you willing to buy from it? Chapter 135. An inch longer, an inch stronger. Claire looked at Chen Xiaobai calmly. Looking at Claire's eyes, the smile on Chen Xiaobai's face gradually disappeared. He couldn't see any hatred in Claire's eyes. Behind this door are most of the backbone of the Chuanxing military. If they die, Chuanxing will fall into great turmoil, and even more people will suffer. I'm the only one here who has a grudge against you, so go ahead. Chen Xiaobai's expression was extremely calm, and a smile reappeared on his face. Oh, I didn't expect you to be such a great man with the world in your heart. Then I'm curious, how could you resort to such means against my parents? Because they are the enemy. After a second of silence, Chen Xiaobai nodded. Puff! The black dagger suddenly pierced into Claire's neck. The blade slowly turned, and Chen Xiaobai cut off Claire's head bit by bit. Second one, over. Holding a dagger in his left hand and Claire's head in his right hand, Chen Xiaobai walked back the way he came with his head held high. At this moment, more than 90% of the spiritual energy in the entire Star Domain building area had been dissipated, and Chen Xiaobai's storage space could not be opened. He tore off a shirt from a dead agent on the ground, wrapped Claire's head in it, and put it on his back. Now the only martial arts Chen Xiaobai can use are his passive black tortoise bloodline and his strong body. But even so, it was enough for Chen Xiaobai. You know, in his previous life, when Chen Xiaobai didn't have any special martial arts, he could still put a knife on the neck of the U.S. Secretary of State. Buzz! The sound of machinery running was heard, and a group of armed drones flew over from the front. Chen Xiaobai strode forward calmly. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, boom, boom. In the blink of an eye, a burst of fierce gunfire suddenly rang out in the underground passage of the Xingyu building. The sound of gunfire came fiercely and went away swiftly. In 20 seconds, all the drones disappeared, leaving only parts chopped by sharp blades on the ground. In less than a minute, a burst of intensive laser scanning sounded. This is a team of combat robots, but when they meet Chen Xiaobai, the alloy protective armor on these combat robots is like paper. Whether it was the black dagger in his left hand or the black Han sword in his right hand, Chen Xiaobai didn't need a second strike to chop these robots. The only damage they caused to Chen Xiaobai was burning the clothes on Chen Xiaobai's upper body, which forced Chen Xiaobai to re-wrap Claire's head. After that, all the drones and combat robots that Chen Xiaobai encountered had the same fate. As he was killing, Chen Xiaobai started laughing. He is now in the Xingyu building, and the Chuanqing military can only use this limited means to deal with him. This kind of attack method is tantamount to delivering food to him. As Chen Xiaobai returned the way he came, the Chuanqing soldiers guarding outside the Xingyu building gradually panicked. Although Roland looked calm on the outside, he was also panicking inside, because it could be clearly seen from the monitor in front of him that Chen Xiaobai was getting closer and closer to the ground. Order everyone in the surrounding area to evacuate immediately. Organize a death squad and deploy clean energy nuclear rockets. Use as many as you can. Prepare the micro-ion cannon, fully charged to level 5. Have the Iron Eagle helicarrier prepare its annihilation cannon. Support at any time. Roland issued one order after another, which scared his adjutant greatly. The adjutant coughed twice, then stood next to Roland's ear and whispered, "Sir, this is the Xingyu building. There are confidential documents and information inside, but the key is that there are also officials from the National Defense Agency underground. It's true that the refuge base can defend against nuclear attacks, but after all, your ion cannon will hit the officers' heads when it fires. I'm afraid that one shot will be enough to end your position." Roland said coldly. "It is my duty. I have no choice but to follow orders." The adjutant nodded helplessly and said, "Yes." The adjutant was not concerned about Roland's future. He was just worried that if something happened to Roland, his own future would be ruined as well. After all, he was Roland's adjutant. As a result, all soldiers within a 5-kilometer radius of the Xingyu building were quickly evacuated, and the civilians had already been evacuated before. 20 minutes later, when Chen Xiaobai appeared with his upper body naked and Claire's head on his back, he was greeted by more than 20 clean energy nuclear rockets. Boom, 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 boom. In an instant, a magnificent mushroom cloud rose from the sky above the Star Island building of the Star Federation. Feeling the constant burst of heat and flames around him, Chen Xiaobai thought he was going to die again, until he felt the urge to urinate. Outside the Xingyu building, Roland couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief as he looked at the rising mushroom cloud. In this period of spiritual revival, Roland can only feel a sense of security every time he sees the power of this super-performance killing weapon. After all, which soldier or general doesn't like something like a mushroom cloud? Looking at the rising mushroom cloud affectionately, Roland picked up the thermal sensing telescope and looked at the root of the mushroom. Roland thought he could see nothing, but the result gave him a big surprise. Roland saw a 3-legged humanoid creature with an abnormal temperature. Ping. Holy shit, this thing got mutated on the spot by a nuclear rocket. Roland shuddered all over and turned his head excitedly, almost choking on his own saliva. He shouted impatiently, "Drone! Drone! Reconnaissance!" Because of the rising mushroom cloud, the drones originally flying in the sky for monitoring could not capture any specific images at this time. After Roland gave the order, the surveillance drone immediately flew towards the root of the mushroom. Soon, the drone penetrated the thick smoke and finally transmitted back detailed images of the mushroom roots. Now, Roland finally saw clearly what the 3-legged humanoid creature was. In an instant, a burst of gasps rang out in unison in the temporary command center of the Holy City garrison. The adjutant looked down at his waist with a strange expression. "Isn't this a clean energy nuclear rocket? How can it cause mutations?" The soldier controlling the drone silently looked down at his waist, then controlled the drone to turn slightly and change the angle. "I can't take photos like that anymore. I can't afford to lose face." Feeling the deathly silence in the command center, Roland slapped himself on the forehead in despair. As the saying goes, an inch longer, an inch stronger. He never thought that there would be such a strong man in this world. The next second, Roland roared at the top of his lungs, "Ion cannon! Kill him for me." Chapter 136. Humph. Are you scared now? It's too late. A team of soldiers, fully covered in alloy armor from head to toe, controlled a high-tech ion cannon and aimed it at the collapsed gap in the Xingyu building in the distance. The ion cannon's core, already fully charged, emitted a faint blue hue. The main control officer slapped the launch button, and whoosh. A ball of bright blue light flew out rapidly. The dazzling light made everyone watching at the scene close their eyes in a hurry. In front, Chen Xiaobai, dressed in black, was swinging the water faucet with abandon. As it was nearing the end, a sense of crisis suddenly arose in Chen Xiaobai's heart. He turned around and saw that a ball of blue ion energy light had hit his face. At this moment, Chen Xiaobai was not panicked at all. He turned around slowly, stretched out his arms, and showed the world his bravery and fearlessness as an oriental boy in the face of power and violence with a wood posture. Boom! Deep blue ion flames shot up into the sky. At this moment, Chen Xiaobai felt as if countless ants were biting him all over. Under the attack of high ion temperature, Chen Xiaobai's skin quickly ulcerated, but because of the Xuanwu bloodline in his body, it immediately grew back, then ulcerated again, and grew again. This cycle continued for a full half-hour, and Chen Xiaobai's wood-shaped body still stood firm. Looking at the figure that seemed to have 3 legs, Roland and the group of star soldiers around him felt as if they were slapped in the face out of nowhere. How can this be tolerated? You are so great. Amidst everyone's hopeful gazes, Roland shouted, "Give him another shot." The soldiers, holding their breath, immediately operated the ion cannon again. In an instant, another flash of lightning formed on the ion cannon. Put. Swish. Boom. A ball of blue energy cannon flashed before everyone's eyes and hit Chen Xiaobai again. Violent ion flames erupted, and the strong explosion light made it difficult for everyone to open their eyes for a while. It took a full minute or two before the star soldiers on the scene could barely open their eyes. After being hit by 2 ion cannons, the Xingyu building has basically collapsed by 1/5. The Xingyu building covers an area of nearly 300,000 square meters, and even if 1/5 of it collapsed, it would still look quite shocking. At first glance, the central area of the capital of the Star Federation looks like it has experienced a war. When the smoke from the ion cannon explosion dissipated, everyone saw a dark blue flame burning fiercely beneath the ruins of the Xingyu building. In the center of this burning blue flame is Chen Xiaobai himself. At this time, Chen Xiaobai stood in the middle of the dark blue ion flame with his eyes closed. To be exact, the blue ion flame was attached to him. After experiencing 2 microenergy ion cannons in a row, Chen Xiaobai's body went through countless times of being burned and grown by the ion flames. Because of the special nature of his Xuanwu bloodline, his body seemed to have developed resistance and affinity to the ion flames. The skills of the immortal martial realm are surprisingly so powerful, so terrifying. When Chen Xiaobai opened his eyes again, he found that the world in his eyes was completely shrouded in blue flames. After moving his limbs a little, Chen Xiaobai found that his Han sword and dagger were still there, but Claire's head had been burned to ashes at some point. Turning his head to look at the dense crowd around him, Chen Xiaobai's hair was completely burnt, and under his shiny head, a sunny and innocent smile appeared on his young and immature face. The next moment, the blue flame on the Eastern boy's body exploded. Even without spiritual energy, the ion flame already rushed towards the densely packed troops around him like 2 deep blue dragons. Chen Xiaobai himself went straight to where Roland was. "Fire! Concentrate your fire! Kill him!" Roland's voice was almost hoarse. He gave an order, and in an instant, countless guns and cannons were aimed at Chen Xiaobai. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Boom, 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 boom. Assault rifles, submachine guns, sniper rifles, rockets, grenades, all the tricks that the star soldiers can use are now all directed at Chen Xiaobai, in addition to the drones and armed helicopters in the sky. But even so, Chen Xiaobai, who was covered in blue flames, had a shiny boiled egg on his head, and was running wildly with his 3 long legs swinging, was not affected at all. Instead, the 2 ion flames that flew out from Chen Xiaobai's body rushed into the dense crowd of soldiers, churning and instantly causing a raging fire. The temperature of the ion flame was very high. Ordinary people would be cooked instantly if they touched the 2 flames. In the blink of an eye, the square outside the Xingyu building was filled with the aroma of meat. The 2 flames quickly destroyed the fighting spirit of the ordinary soldiers of the stars, and those whose fighting spirit was not destroyed were basically 90% cooked. The defense line of the star soldiers who had just been on high alert began to relax. Chen Xiaobai's holy city garrison in front was better off because the commanders were concentrated here, but soldiers from other parts had already secretly left the defense line. Roland looked at the blue flames rushing towards him and took off his hat. "I don't believe this man won't die today." Switch to the medium energy ion cannon. Previously, the Star Army had always used micro-energy ion cannons. When they heard that Roland had ordered the use of medium energy ion cannons, everyone looked at each other in surprise, because in their eyes, Roland had gone crazy. The adjutant, his face pale as death, hurried forward and said, "Commander, use the medium energy ion cannon and the Xingyu building will be gone. Even if we destroy the target, I'm afraid we'll become a laughingstock in the world. Snap! Roland slapped his adjutant in the face and cursed. Useless. If we don't eliminate this target today, even if we save that shabby Xingyu building, we will become a laughingstock to the whole world. After saying that, Roland directly passed over his adjutant and shouted to the ion cannon position not far away. Follow my orders. Use the medium energy ion cannon. Yes. A loud shout came from the ion cannon position. Seeing Chen Xiaobai getting closer and closer to them, another light purple ion light ball slowly condensed on the ion cannon. When he saw the reappearing ion energy ball, Chen Xiaobai's fast-running steps stopped. Feeling the energy contained in that ball of light purple ion energy, Chen Xiaobai suddenly felt a sense of familiarity in his body. Seeing Chen Xiaobai stop, Roland on the opposite side smiled grimly. Humph. Are you scared now? It's too late. Emission. Emission. The first sound of firing was from Roland, and the second sound of firing was from the sergeant manning the ion cannon position. As the two voices fell, whoosh. Everyone at the scene only felt a strong hurricane suddenly rising, and everyone turned sideways towards the sides of the ion cannon. The pale purple medium energy ion cannon brought with it a violent force of wind and thunder and rushed towards Chen Xiaobai. Chapter 137. I still have to take care of the feelings of you little guys. I'll take a day off tomorrow. Close your eyes. All the star soldiers suddenly heard this urgent warning, and then, boom! A burst of purple light instantly illuminated the world, followed by rolling purple clouds with purple flames like from hell, rushing straight into the sky. The rising thick clouds occupied half of the sky. In an instant, half of the Xingyu building, which covers an area of 300,000 square meters, was razed to the ground. The moment the medium energy ion cannon exploded, the two blue flames released by Chen Xiaobai were instantly dispersed, and the powerful shock wave carried many nearby soldiers flying far away. When the micro-ion cannon was used before, everyone was able to open their eyes in just 1 or 2 minutes. But this time it took almost 10 minutes before some people gradually opened their eyes and tried to adapt to the surrounding light. Because of the high lethality of the medium energy ion cannon, the air nearby was filled with a strong smell of burning. Many soldiers were surprised to find that their combat uniforms turned to ash with the slightest touch. Roland, who was lying on the ground, had shouted a few minutes ago, "Has anyone opened their eyes? Can you open your eyes now?" Until the adjutant beside him said, "Sir, the light is okay. You can open your eyes." Only then did Roland slowly open his eyes. However, as soon as he opened his eyes, he saw the adjutant lying on the ground with his head in his hands, his eyes tightly closed. Without bothering to cause trouble for his idiot adjutant, Roland made sure that the light was fine and got up and looked forward. A light breeze with a slight burning sensation blew by, and only half of the other side of the Xingyu building in the distance could be vaguely seen. The half closer to this side had completely become ruins. Between this ruin and the defensive line where he was located was an empty wilderness. Of course, this place was not a wilderness before the explosion of the medium energy ion cannon just now. Thick smoke was still floating above the wilderness. Roland tried his best to keep his eyes open and look under the smoke. In his haste, he even forgot that he had equipment such as thermal imaging telescopes and reconnaissance drones. Not long after, Roland saw a ball of fiercely burning purple fire under the billowing smoke. When Roland saw the purple flames for the first time, his heart sank. As the smoke gradually dissipated, Roland finally remembered the telescope on his body. He picked it up and took a look. The other half of his heart, which had been warm, suddenly turned cold. Beside Roland, his adjutant had a look of astonishment on his face. "Sir, how about we use the high-energy ion cannon?" Roland suppressed his anger and didn't slap the idiot beside him. He said angrily, "One high-energy ion cannon shot down, and the lawn palace is gone? If you don't want your life, I still want it." The adjutant frowned slightly, his dry lips moved slightly, and he said hesitantly, "Sir, it has come to this. You still want to live?" Roland was about to explode, but he suddenly thought that this idiot adjutant seemed to make a lot of sense. A few minutes later, Chen Xiaobai, with purple flames burning all over his body, walked slowly forward with a smile on his face, step by step. Yes, Chen Xiaobai, is still not dead. Not only did he not die, Chen Xiaobai was also pleasantly surprised to find that the spiritual energy in the air around him was gradually recovering. The warriors from the Star Army also sensed this, and someone immediately reported to Roland that the shock wave released by the medium energy ion cannon had affected the spiritual energy shielding device. Upon hearing this news, Roland's adjutant heaved a long sigh. "It's over. We're going to be slaughtered." As expected, as soon as the adjutant finished speaking, Chen Xiaobai, who had just been standing a few kilometers in front of the two of them, suddenly disappeared from the spot. Seeing several figures swaying, the adjutant decisively distanced himself from Roland beside him, and at the same time reminded his superior, "Sir, you are angry." In the first second, Roland didn't understand what the adjutant meant, but then the warmth coming from behind him made him understand. The warriors guarding Roland barely had time to make a move before they were shocked to find themselves burning with strange purple flames. As for the other ordinary guards, when they discovered that there was something wrong with their bodies, only their heads were left on their bodies, and all other body parts were vaporized by the high temperature of the flames. With his spiritual energy restored, Chen Xiaobai used the cat demon's fiery claws martial art to manipulate the ionic flames on his body even more skillfully. "You destroyed my trophy. You have to compensate me." A voice with a warm smile sounded in Roland's ears. It was clearly the voice of a sunny 17-year-old boy, but Roland felt that it was clearly a death warrant from hell. The next moment, Roland saw a card floating in front of him. The background is pure black with a dark red cat's paw plum blossom print on it. Chen Xiaobai slowly placed his hand on Roland's head. The purple flames on his hand gradually disappeared. He moved his palm downwards, grabbed Roland's jaw, twisted it gently, and snapped. In the capital of the Star Federation, the commander of the Holy City Garrison, Jeff Roland, closed his eyes forever. After knocking Roland down, Chen Xiaobai turned his head and looked towards the north, where was the Lawn Palace. Chen Xiaobai, whose body was burning with purple flames, looked around and saw that the densely packed Star soldiers all lowered their heads. "Don't be afraid. I am a kind-hearted person and I never kill innocent people. You are alive." After saying that, Chen Xiaobai smiled slightly. Boom. He disappeared from the spot along with the purple flames on his body. Moonlight Flash, Shadow Camouflage, and Wind Ride, the three displacement skills are matched with each other. Now Chen Xiaobai is very proficient in their application. Basically, as long as there is spiritual energy, he can achieve instant movement of a certain distance. When Chen Xiaobai appeared again, it was in front of the gate of Lawn Palace. Lawn Palace naturally knew what had happened in Xingyu Building before. Compared with the grand scene in Xingyu Building, Lawn Palace was much calmer. Perhaps, this is the last dignity that a veteran leader of the Capital Federation has chosen for himself. Chen Xiaobai, with purple ion flames burning all over his body, stepped into the gate of Lawn Palace, and the gate and the surrounding guardrails instantly turned into ashes. Several agents, standing tall and in uniform, looked nervous. They stepped forward to Chen Xiaobai and said timidly, "Hello, can you please show some respect to the Speaker General? Even though he's our enemy, showing him some respect is also showing respect to yourself." Chen Xiaobai frowned and asked, "What do you mean?" The leading white agent pointed at Chen Xiaobai's third leg, swallowed his saliva, and said, "Could you please put on your clothes?" Chen Xiaobai suddenly realized, "That's right, I still have to take care of the feelings of you little guys and not be too discouraging." Agents. Chapter 138. What does the people of the world have to do with me? Chen Xiaobai spread out his hands, and the dark blue ion flames on his body suddenly shrank, eventually forming a flame bracelet with a deeper color that was worn on his wrist. Then Chen Xiaobai casually took out a set of combat uniform from the storage space and put it on. Those Lawn Palace agents really didn't continue to stop Chen Xiaobai after that, and all of them stepped aside to make way. Looking at Chen Xiaobai's back as he strode towards Lan Gong, all the Lan Gong agents had extremely complicated expressions. There is no doubt that after Chen Xiaobai split the Troll Aerospace mothership with one sword, this day will also be recorded in history. There were 5 people standing on the main road leading from the gate to the main building of Lawn Palace. 4 of them are Westerners, and 1 is Eastern. Among the 4 Westerners, 1 had fiery red hair and was as strong as a bear. 1 was dressed in a suit, elegant, and holding a rapier. 1 was of medium build, but with very strong muscles. The last one was covered in a suit of mechanical combat armor. The Oriental man was a middle-aged Taoist priest carrying a sword. 5 people stood opposite Chen Xiaobai, and the aura they exuded was no less than that of Chen Xiaobai. With the Xianyuan sword in hand, Chen Xiaobai already possesses the strength of the Holy Martial Realm. It seems that the 5 opponents are all in the Holy Realm. Seeing Chen Xiaobai approaching, the 4 white men turned to look at the Taoist priest. The Taoist priest sighed silently, stepped forward, and placed one hand on his chest, and said, "My dear friend, by being able to make it this far today, you are already one of the few who have reached the summit among the thousands of warriors on Blue Star. Enough is enough." Chen Xiaobai's smile remained unchanged as he gently swung the black Xianyuan sword in his hand. "I haven't killed a Taoist priest yet, so I think this sword should feel pretty good. The Taoist priest's face remained calm. At the age of 17, you have already achieved such success. Your future is boundless. If you can't let go of your obsession, I'm afraid you still need to cultivate your state of mind. Today, the 5 of us, coming from Red Dragon, White Bear, ISA, North Atlantic, and the mainland of the stars, have gathered here to protect the chief speaker. If you persist in your wrongdoings, I'm afraid you won't be able to gain any advantage from us 5. As the Taoist priest spoke, a faint golden halo emanated from the 5 people. The emanation of golden spiritual energy is the symbol of the saint level. As 5 golden halos rose, 5 powerful pressures as powerful as mountains attacked Chen Xiaobai in an instant. However, facing the pressure exerted by the 5 opponents together, Chen Xiaobai's sword moved slightly, and the smile on his face gradually turned into a grin. His smile gave people a sunny and warm feeling, but the words that came out of his mouth instantly made everyone's backs chill. I don't care where you come from, or why you wear the same pants. I just want to tell you that today, whoever stands in my way will die. Suddenly, the scene became quiet. The Taoist priest's face was filled with anger. You are going to kill the Speaker of the Federation just for personal revenge? Do you know how much disaster this action will bring to the people of the stars? Chen Xiaobai said calmly. If you die, just choose another one. There is no one in this world that the blue planet will not stop spinning without. The Taoist priest angrily rebuked him. What nonsense. Today, you relied on your martial arts skills to decide the life and death of a federal leader. If this becomes a routine, people's minds will change. If there are more lawless people like you, how can there be order in the world? Wouldn't the people of the world suffer? Order. Chen Xiaobai's eyes flashed with a playful expression. Your words are quite high-sounding, but in the final analysis, it's just my appearance that has challenged the stable order established by those behind you. I understand that these order builders don't want to see anyone emerge to disrupt their vested interests. But let me ask you this. If I don't kill the chairman of the Council of Stars today, and the spiritual energy is reviving at an increasingly rapid pace, won't those lawless people like me you mentioned appear? Besides, at this point, Chen Xiaobai's fingers slowly slid across the blade of the Han's sword in his hand, and his voice was extremely indifferent. What do the people of the world have to do with me? As soon as the words fell, the 5 people opposite Chen Xiaobai were speechless. Quietly, the 5 people moved their feet and gradually formed an offensive posture. But at this moment, Chen Xiaobai suddenly felt the Han's sword in his hand tremble. Suddenly, Chen Xiaobai felt that the Han's sword in his hand became sharper and sharper, and the Wanjie sword intent burst out, as if it were real. A cold, bloodthirsty aura surged out from Chen Xiaobai, instantly oppressing the 5 people on the opposite side so much that their breathing stopped. But, at this moment, Chen Xiaobai had a vague feeling in his heart that the sword was sharper, but it was also missing something. The Wanjie Xianyuan sword comes with 2 sword intents, Wanjie and Xianyuan, and is used in conjunction with the Wuxiang sword body and Wuxiang sword technique. At this moment, Chen Xiaobai could feel the Wanjie sword intent in his body, which was like an explosion and full of bloody killing desire, but he could not feel the Xianyuan sword intent that looked down on the world and possessed endless kingly aura. As for the ultimate skill of the Wanjie Xianyuan sword, the human emperor's sword Dao, although Chen Xiaobai has mastered it, it is the same as not having mastered it. So far, Chen Xiaobai has never felt the existence of this skill. He also asked a Ling, but a Ling was also confused. Seeing the 5 people on the opposite side preparing to attack him, Chen Xiaobai ignored the imbalance of his own sword power. Instead, he smiled calmly at the Taoist priest and said, "Do you know why I'm willing to talk nonsense with you for so long?" The Taoist priest had an extremely stern expression on his face. He ignored Chen Xiaobai's smiling question and gripped the hilt of the sword with both hands. Along with the other 4 people, a faint golden light emanated from their bodies, like 5 gods descending to earth. At this moment, a hint of mockery appeared in Chen Xiaobai's eyes. I just want to see how 5 mere half-saints dare to embarrass themselves in front of me. Wow. As soon as he finished speaking, a brilliant golden light suddenly burst out from Chen Xiaobai's body. The dazzling golden light forced the 5 people to unable to open their eyes. This is the true holy rank, the true holy martial realm. Compared to the pale golden halo erupting from the 5 people, Chen Xiaobai's dazzling golden light was like the scorching sun above the fireflies. Blue Star had only been experiencing a spiritual energy revival for a dozen years. Apart from Chen Xiaobai, a cheater, how could anyone actually reach the holy martial realm? The 5 people standing opposite Chen Xiaobai at this moment were only half-step saint warriors, which were piled up by countless resources from various federations. They were still far from the real saint level. The federation behind these 5 people reached a unified statement and announced to the world that the official already had a warrior in the holy martial realm in charge, but it was just to deter warriors all over the world. And today, this lie jointly woven by the 5 largest federal officials on Blue Star is about to be torn apart by Chen Xiaobai. At the moment when the golden light burst out from Chen Xiaobai's body, the old Taoist priest opposite him covered his eyes and suddenly shouted, "Attack together!" Suddenly, 5 pale golden figures rushed towards Chen Xiaobai with their eyes closed. In response, Chen Xiaobai stood there, smiled, and said softly, "How did you say that sentence?" "Oh right. Below the saint rank, all are ants." Swish! In the reflection of the dazzling golden light, a sword edge suddenly rose up with a hint of coldness. A cold light flashed in Chen Xiaobai's hand. Swish! An object flew high into the sky with a burst of blood splattering, bang. What finally fell to the ground was the bloody head of the Taoist priest. Chapter 139, One Step Away, A World of Difference. The first semi-saint is gone just like that. The sudden death of the Taoist priest shocked the other 4 people who had been besieging Chen Xiaobai. The 4 of them could never imagine that, as a fellow semi-saint, the Taoist priest could just leave without hesitation, and without any hesitation at all. However, the Taoist's death did not shake the other 4 people's determination to attack Chen Xiaobai. How could someone who was selected by their respective federations and spent a lot of resources be a weak-willed person? The fastest one was the man who was hidden in the mechanical combat armor. He was a warrior himself and had mechanical bonuses on his body. 2 flames appeared behind him, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared behind Chen Xiaobai like a mercurial figure. Swish! Afterwards, the chest area of this person's armor opened, revealing 2 cannon muzzles, and then 2 strong electric laser beams shot out rapidly. In addition to this man, the white man holding a rapier is also very fast. The tip of the slender dagger in his hand was a little star-like, and it stabbed all the way, giving people a visual sense of spatial distortion. The other strong men and muscular men who were like bears approached from both sides, trying to block Chen Xiaobai's space to move. Among them, the strong man used his hands and feet to dig into the ground and pounced towards Chen Xiaobai's left side like a real bear. Every time the strong man's limbs landed on the ground, Chen Xiaobai felt the ground beneath his feet shaking slightly. The other muscular man was wearing a blue tights and a pair of bright red triangle shorts around his waist, which made his private parts bulge out. In response to this, Chen Xiaobai just showed an extremely disdainful smile. Whatever a person shows off, that is what he lacks. He himself has always been low-key. There must be something wrong with this person. So, Chen Xiaobai ignored the rapier that seemed to be able to penetrate space, ignored the powerful laser light that was flying towards him rapidly, ignored the burly man whose every step could cause a small earthquake, and rushed towards the muscular man. The muscular man was not afraid either. His eyes were wide open, and his muscles bulged high as if they were exploding. He swung his fist with a sonic boom and rushed towards Chen Xiaobai. When the fist and sword collided, the Black Han sword created afterimages in the bursts of dazzling golden light, and each sword passed by the muscular man's fist. Oh! Suddenly, several screams came from the muscular man's mouth. The fist that seemed to be able to penetrate everything just now, along with his arm, had now broken into several pieces and fell to the ground. Seeing the muscular man screaming so miserably, Chen Xiaobai suddenly felt kind-hearted. He swung his hand casually, and the tip of the Han sword pointed across the muscular man's throat, and the screams stopped abruptly. The second half-saint is gone. Before Chen Xiaobai could take a break, just as he had finished off the muscular man, a powerful electric laser beam shot out from the mechanical armor, hit him steadily. Buzz! At this moment, Chen Xiaobai only felt a tingling sensation all over his body, and then, that was all, just a slight tingling sensation. Turning around, a strong man like a bear pounced towards him. During the pounce, changes occurred all over his body. His already thick hair became even more exaggerated, his hands and feet turned into sharp claws, and his head turned into a black bear's head. In short, he turned into a bear. Bang! With a loud bang, the strong man who had transformed into a bear successfully missed his target and landed on the ground, creating a big hole. Chen Xiaobai didn't have time to go up and poke a few holes in him, because there was a slight turbulence in the space behind him, and a slender sword was already pointing at Chen Xiaobai's back. When? There was a deafening sound of metal clashing, and Chen Xiaobai held the Han sword behind him, accurately blocking the incoming Han sword. Afterwards, Chen Xiaobai exerted a little force on his wrist, and when the Han sword swung lightly, deflecting the rapier that was stabbing at him, and the person holding the sword instantly took a few steps back. On this side, the man in metal armor retracted the two laser muzzles on his chest and replaced them with a thicker single-barrel muzzle. A ball of green energy suddenly condensed in front of the muzzle, and one of the red spots of light shone directly on Chen Xiaobai. Chen Xiaobai turned sideways and was about to move when he felt the ground beneath his feet suddenly shake. Roar! A sudden bear roar sounded almost next to Chen Xiaobai, and the next moment, Chen Xiaobai felt his waist being tightly hugged by a furry, chubby thing. Not only that, the strong man who had turned into a bear had a pair of beast eyes that had turned into a bear head, revealing a bloodthirsty red light. He opened his bloody chest and bit Chen Xiaobai's abdomen fiercely. Crack! Snap! Two slightly embarrassing sounds were heard, and several of the bear-like man's sharp fangs broke off at once. Phew! What followed was the sound of a sharp blade piercing flesh. The Han sword in Chen Xiaobai's hand stabbed fiercely into the neck of the bear-like man, then turned it little by little, and finally cut off the black bear's head completely. The third half-saint is gone. On the side, just as Chen Xiaobai was cutting the black bear's head, the slender sword attacked again. This time, Chen Xiaobai didn't even look at the rapier. He closed his eyes and moved his ears slightly. Just before the rapier was about to hit his temple, a buzzing sound came from his ears. Chen Xiaobai raised a finger to block between his temple and the blade of the sword. The tip of the sword pressed against Chen Xiaobai's fingers, and they could not move forward any further. At the same time, Chen Xiaobai used his other hand to take off the head of the bear-like man. When the finger that was blocking the blade of the rapier moved slightly, lightly flicking the blade of the rapier, and the man holding the rapier retreated again with a pale face. The sword in Chen Xiaobai's hand flashed whoosh. Phew! The Han sword was still in Chen Xiaobai's hand, but there was a glaring scarlet mark between the eyebrows of the white man holding the rapier. The fourth half-saint is gone. There is only one left. Looking at the ball of turquoise energy light condensing on the chest of the mechanical armored man, Chen Xiaobai was about to move, but he found that he could not move. The bear-like corpse of the burly man was still holding him tightly. Moreover, Chen Xiaobai found that the air around him seemed to become as thick as water, seriously hindering his movements. Chen Xiao tilted his head and became a little interested in this mechanical armored man. But the next moment, this little bit of interest disappeared. Green energy burst out from the muzzle on the chest of the mechanical armored man and enveloped Chen Xiaobai. For a moment, Chen Xiaobai found that he seemed to be a little dazed. All kinds of negative emotions suddenly rose from Chen Xiaobai's heart, and strange voices sounded from Chen Xiaobai's ears, asking him weird questions one after another. Who are you? Are you really you? What do you live for? Does your life have a purpose? What is your dream? At this moment, Chen Xiaobai's hand, which was originally raised to swing the sword, seemed to have lost all strength. Taking a deep breath, Chen Xiaobai closed his eyes and stood there motionless. About 3 minutes later, he opened his eyes again. The pair of confused eyes just now had become extremely clear. Yes, this mechanical armored man has indeed found the most likely weak spot in Chen Xiaobai's current young body. That is the spiritual world that is not proportional to physical strength. Generally speaking, people who are gifted in their youth may not necessarily have strong enough character, which is one of the main reasons why many geniuses fall midway. But this person didn't know that the Chen Xiaobai in front of him had lived 2 lives. The strength or weakness of the spiritual world is actually determined by willpower. How could Chen Xiaobai, who has lived 2 lives as a human being and was the world's top killer legend in his previous life, have weak willpower? Chen Xiaobai opened his eyes and paused for a moment, a smile appearing on his face. The next second, a flash of sword light appeared. Sizzle! The 5th semi-saint is gone. From the first Taoist priest to the last mechanical armored man, the whole process took less than 5 minutes. There is only one step between saint and semi-saint, but a world of difference. Chapter 140. Mr. Chairman, you should rest. Good night. After getting rid of the 5 semi-saints who blocked his way, Chen Xiaobai entered the main building of Lan Palace. He went up to the 3rd floor with ease, and suddenly heard a gunshot coming from a room on the 3rd floor. Chen Xiaobai ran straight to the room and opened the door. A middle-aged white man in a suit was lying on the ground with a gun in his hand. There was a bloody hole on his temple. Looking at the man's face, Chen Xiaobai smiled and whispered, "Very conscientious. The 3rd one done." The white man lying on the ground is Tom Sane, the head of the Lan Palace Secret Service. He was the one who led people to arrest Chen Xiaobai's parents. Looking at the most spacious office door in the middle of the 3rd floor of Lan Palace, Chen Xiaobai just passed by. He was not in a hurry to meet the current chief speaker of the stars. There was an office on the side. Chen Xiaobai reached out and pushed the door gently, and it opened. There was a blonde woman and a man sitting in the office. Chen Xiaobai came in with a smile, but as soon as he entered the door, the smile on his face froze. The woman was crying, the man was crying too, and the woman had a big belly. The woman's name was Ginny Cavill, about 40 years old, and she was the Secretary General of the Lan Palace Secretariat. Chen Xiaobai had complicated feelings about this woman. It was this woman who proposed a plan to make a war hero of the hostile Federation watch his son become an enemy citizen. Combined with the plan proposed by Harvey Smith, the Star Army staff officer who had been killed by Chen Xiaobai, to deal with the brain tissue of Chen Xiaobai's parents, an extremely vicious plan took shape. But Chen Xiaobai had to admit that, in a sense, this woman saved his life. If it weren't for this woman, Chen Xiaobai in this life would probably have died at birth. The man in front of the woman was a little older. Although his face was covered with tears, he stood firmly in front of the woman and stretched out his arms to block Chen Xiaobai. Please, she was just a girl who just graduated without restraint. Chen Xiaobai walked slowly forward, pulled over a chair, and pointed at the man. The man sat down trembling. Then Chen Xiaobai pulled over another chair and sat next to them. He glanced at the woman's bulging belly and asked softly, "How many months?" The woman choked up and said, 7 months. Chen Xiaobai looked at the apple on the table next to him, picked it up casually, and with a slight flip of his wrist, a sharp dagger appeared in his hand. The sudden appearance of the dagger made both the man and the woman's hearts palpitate. Then Chen Xiaobai began to peel the apple in his hand bit by bit. As he peeled, he asked calmly, "Is it the first or the second child?" "Second child." "First child?" Two completely different answers came from the woman and the man respectively. Chen Xiaobai did not make any comment on this, but just peeled the apple in his hand bit by bit. Finally, a silver halo flashed in Chen Xiaobai's eyes. The man and woman opposite him were suddenly stunned. Then they looked at Chen Xiaobai again, with confusion in their eyes. "Excuse me, who are you?" The woman asked Chen Xiaobai curiously, while the man stood there in a daze, not moving. Just now, Chen Xiaobai erased the relevant impressions of him in the two people's minds in the past few months. Chen Xiaobai smiled and handed the peeled apple to the woman, asking, "Dear lady, have an apple." The woman took the apple with a smile and said nothing. Chen Xiaobai glanced at the woman's belly. He had already made up his mind about the enemy who saved his life. While peeling the apple just now, Chen Xiaobai had been silently counting the number of times the dagger in his hand turned, and he was very satisfied with the result. Quietly, Chen Xiaobai used a special ability he had never used before, which he got from the Spider King of Disaster. 8. Evil Eye Curse. The curse was activated, and a mysterious force entangled the woman and Chen Xiaobai. At this time, Chen Xiaobai said silently in his heart, "This woman has 18 years to live." Suddenly, the mysterious power that was entangled between the two people disappeared. Chen Xiaobai was stunned for a moment, because he knew that the curse had failed. Giving the woman a strange look, Chen Xiaobai was certain that this woman was just an ordinary person, while his 8 evil eyes were abilities of the true martial realm, so there was absolutely no reason for him to fail. But the result was indeed a failure, and there was only one reason for this, and that was, this woman's lifespan would be less than 18 years. Looking at Chen Xiaobai, who was silent on the spot, the woman seemed a little scared. She looked out the window, as if looking at the patrolling guards. Because Chen Xiaobai had erased her relevant memories, the woman didn't know that Lan Gong was now just a fish on the chopping board under Chen Xiaobai's hands. Secretly, Chen Xiaobai changed the curse time to 10 years, and the curse failed again. Chen Xiaobai was grumbling in his heart. This time, he directly changed the time to 3 years, but the curse still failed. 2 years, 1 year, half a year. All failed. Looking at the woman's bulging belly, Chen Xiaobai seemed to understand the woman's fate. The silver halo in his eyes flashed again, and Chen Xiaobai regained his memories of men and women. Suddenly, the two of them returned to their previous state of looking at Chen Xiaobai with fear in their eyes and trembling all over. Chen Xiaobai smiled brightly, stood up, and bowed slightly to the woman to express his apology. "I'm sorry to bother you today. I wish you and your child peace." After saying that, Chen Xiaobai really turned around and left, leaving the man and woman standing there in disbelief. Finally, the woman looked at the apple in her hand and cried out, "Wow." On the other side, Chen Xiaobai finally stood in front of the door of the Oval Office in the middle on the 3rd floor of the Lan Palace. When he pushed the door open, what caught his eye was a dark blue carpet with an eagle with its wings spread high embroidered in the middle. At the end of the carpet is a mahogany perseverance table, which was given by the Queen of the ISA Federation to a certain chief speaker of the stars, and has been used by successive chief speakers of the stars to this day. Behind the Jinni desk, there was a well-dressed, middle-aged white man sitting there. He was looking at Chen Xiaobai, who came in with a smile on his face. This person is none other than the current Speaker of the Star Federation Parliament, Hussein Barton. Barton gestured to a chair already placed in front of his desk. I've imagined countless times that with the intensification of the spiritual energies revival, one day, warriors would completely break free from official control, break into the Lawn Palace, and stand across from me. But I never imagined that the one who actually did it would be you. Chen Xiaobai walked forward and sat down across from Barton. A maid appeared from the side, brought 2 cups of steaming coffee, and then bowed and left. As she was about to close the office door quietly, Chen Xiaobai raised his hand and said, "No need to close the door. I'll be leaving soon. I won't be sitting here for long." The maid looked at Barton, who smiled and nodded. The maid then hurried away, swaying her hips. Barton and Chen Xiaobai were the only ones left in the office. Barton casually picked up his coffee and took a sip, then looked at Chen Xiaobai. "How are you going to execute me?" Chen Xiaobai pondered and said, "I've been thinking about this too. I have a suggestion for you. I don't want to listen, and you're not qualified. You're a little arrogant, and that's not good. I can sit across from you and talk to you like this. Don't I have the right to be arrogant? There's a saying I don't know if you've heard before." "Yes." Barton frowned. "I haven't said it yet." Chen Xiaobai smiled and said, "Don't you mean to say that the presidents of various stars come and go, but the Ross family remains forever? Or are you trying to tell me that the annihilation cannon of a certain helicarrier in the stars is now aimed at this place?" Barton's face froze. "Can you really see through people's minds? Then why are you so calm? Aren't you afraid of death?" Chen Xiaobai's sunny smile reappeared on his face. He smiled and said to the Speaker of the Star Federation, "There is a word called the loneliness of masters." As he spoke, Chen Xiaobai stood up, bent down slightly, helped Patton straighten his tie, and finally patted Patton's shoulder gently. "Mr. Chief Speaker, thank you for your selfless dedication to the people of the stars over the years. Now, it's time for you to rest. Good night." Chen Xiaobai's voice is extremely gentle, with a hint of magnetism in it, and sounds very pleasant. A few minutes later, Chen Xiaobai left Patton's office and gently closed the office door for him. The great Speaker of the Chancellery rests in peace. After leaving the main building of Lawn Palace, Chen Xiaobai stood under the flag of the Star Federation in front of Lawn Palace and looked up at the sky. There, a black spot was rapidly enlarging. This time, Chen Xiaobai faced the nuclear explosion just like last time. He put his belongings into the storage space, put away his Xuanwu bloodline, and opened his arms, as if he was welcoming some kind of sacred baptism. "I'm not from this world. My mission in this world is complete. Now, I have nothing to worry about. Come, let me see how powerful the technological achievements of mankind on your planet are. However, I must inform you in advance, if I don't die today, when I return Boom. With a deafening roar, the annihilation cannon that fell from the sky enveloped the entire Lawn Palace. Then, the official residence of the Speaker of the General Council in this capital of the stars was completely buried in a space ruin. Chapter 141 Void World. Why would that dog Taoist appear in Lawn Palace and stand in front of our own people? Red Dragon Federation, Tianjin, Military District Headquarters. Su Wentian, whose eyebrows were red all the way to the roots of his neck, roared angrily at a well-mannered middle-aged man opposite him. The middle-aged man could only comfort him. "Commander Su, please be patient. This matter was decided by the Elders' Council. We have no right to interfere. Besides, the Elders' Council sent Taoist Master Yin Xiangzi over mainly to mediate the conflict between the two sides. You should have heard about the discovery of the Baijiquan Secret Realm number 6, right? What we need now is a peaceful and stable constellation, not a scattered constellation." Su Wentian grabbed the middle-aged man by the collar, spitting all over his face. "Bullshit. You're so scared of finding a few talking dog men in a secret realm that you pissed yourself. You're treating your enemies as allies." The middle-aged man said helplessly. "Commander Su, being able to speak means they have intelligence. Besides, we in the stars can't be called enemies dash." "Huh, what did you brew?" Looking at Su Wentian's murderous expression, the middle-aged man decisively closed his mouth and swallowed back the words. Jingle. Suddenly, the phone next to them rang. Su Wentian picked up the receiver and said sternly, "Speak." Suddenly, hearing the voice in the microphone, Su Wentian's expression suddenly changed. "What the hell? Tell me again." As another voice came out of the microphone, Su Wentian took a deep breath. After Su Wentian hung up the phone, the middle-aged man asked, "Commander Su, what happened?" Su Wentian rubbed his brow and said with a melancholy face, "Yun Xiangzi is dead." What? The middle-aged man nearly jumped up from his seat. He said with horror in his eyes, Yun Xiangzi is dead? Doesn't that mean I, Red Dragon, no longer have anyone who can compete with the other top warriors of the Super Federation? Su Wentian covered his face with his hands and said numbly, Don't worry, the other 4 semi-saints of the Federation are all dead. Complete. The middle-aged man was speechless for a moment, then asked, How did he die? Su Wentian said nothing. The middle-aged man walked quickly to Su Wentian in disbelief. Commander Su, what about the chairman of the Star Council? He's dead too. The 3 words Su Wentian uttered instantly struck the middle-aged man like a bolt of lightning. After a long moment, the middle-aged man looked at Su Wentian and said meaningfully, Old Su, I'm reminding you that you may need to change your strategy regarding that child. The Senate probably won't agree to that child returning to Red Dragon. Su Wentian shook his head weakly, as if all his strength had been drained away. He managed to hold on for a breath and said, Let the Senate rest assured. That kid won't come back. The Ross family has taken action, secretly deploying the Annihilation Cannon, even using the Star Council chairman as bait. Half an hour ago, the Star's Lawn Palace completely disappeared in the spatial turbulence caused by the Annihilation Cannon. ISA Federation. Mochizuki Nan and his group, who were captured by the Chuanxing army, were being escorted to the airport in an armored vehicle. For talents like Wang Yuanan, any federation will first adopt the conciliatory offensive and try to transform him into its own strength. At this time, Wang Yuanan, who was tied up all over, looked calm. He looked out of the car window, and the outline of the airport in front was already in sight. Suddenly, Wang Yuanan saw a black figure running towards the rear of the convoy. It was a galloping horse. There was a man lying on the horse, with a slender and strong figure, a bow and arrow on his back and a scimitar hanging at his waist. Seeing this figure, a sneer appeared on Wang Yuanan's face. Whoosh! Boom! Suddenly an arrow came and hit the armored jeep leading the way, and the entire convoy was forced to stop immediately. Immediately afterwards, the man leaped into the air, the scimitar in his hand flashing with cold light as he stepped forward. Swish! A fierce blade slashed across, and an armored vehicle at the end of the convoy was instantly split into 2 halves. Next, this armed escort convoy encountered a one-sided massacre. Finally, the burly man found Wang Yuanan from the convoy and cut off the handcuffs on Wang Yuanan with a knife. The man looked at Wang Yuanan without saying a word. Ignoring the man, Wang Yuanan quickly found a computer from the fleet. After a burst of typing, Wang Yuanan stared at the screen in a daze. Do me a favor. Explain. To the stars. Chen Xiaobai felt like he was dreaming. He felt his eyes were closed, yet seemed to be open. He could see everything around him clearly, but he couldn't see his own body. There is nothing around, yet it seems like there is everything. In the void, there are rays of colorful light. When Chen Xiaobai tried hard to get closer, the colorful lights drifted away again. Finally, Chen Xiaobai took advantage of a colorful light and looked quickly into it. He was shocked to find that the light was showing dynamic scenes as if a movie was being played. This is a blue planet, but a war is breaking out on this planet. A fleet arrived from space. The natives of the planet resisted with all their might, but this resistance seemed like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Soon, the war on the planet subsided. The fleet that came from space slowly sailed away. Chen Xiaobai's gaze slowly moved in the direction of the fleet's departure. In the depths of the endless space, he suddenly felt a hideous and murderous aura. Next, Chen Xiaobai saw a huge monster with an extremely large body, comparable to the size of several blue stars. The giant creature looked like a combination of a shark and a dragon. 3 giant shark heads that could swallow a planet with their mouths open grew on the body of a mechanical space dragon. Behind this mechanical 3-headed shark dragon, the sky was filled with dense starlight, but Chen Xiaobai could tell at a glance that it was not starlight, but a huge fleet that spanned countless galaxies. Soon, the light also flew away from Chen Xiaobai. Chen Xiaobai looked at another colorful light. This is a planet that looks unusually quiet, and the entire planet is a dark green color. There is only one kind of soft, green creature that looks like a hedgehog on the planet. Soon, the planet's silence was broken. An unknown force from outer space descended upon the planet. Countless hideous beasts, covering the sky and blocking the sun, flew over and continuously attacked the green hedgehog on the planet. Soon, the strange beast flew away, and the originally quiet planet became dead silent. Another colorful light, another world inside, is invaded. Another. All the colored lights are showing almost the same thing, the weak planet, from survival to destruction. The slightly stronger planets went from survival to struggle and then to destruction. A planet with extremely strong power, survive, explore, invade, destroy. Only the force that Chen Xiaobai first saw, the fleet that spanned the entire starry sky, had been exploring, invading, exploring again, and invading again. Chen Xiaobai couldn't even remember how many times he had seen this fleet in the colored lights. But in all the light, Chen Xiaobai had never seen the peerless ferocious beast, the three-headed shark, take action. After all, the giant shark could swallow a planet with just one mouth open. It was not easy for such a ferocious beast in the universe to meet an opponent. Gradually, Chen Xiaobai discovered that in this void, time seemed to have stopped, and only from the countless colorful lines could he feel the passage of time. Some of the lines were longer and had been floating ever since Chen Xiaobai entered this void. Some of the lines were very short, and they passed by Chen Xiaobai in an instant like a colorful meteor. Suddenly, Chen Xiaobai saw a white light slowly floating past him, and in that light was a blue star. Chapter 142. A glimpse of a dream for 10 years. The sinful blue star. From the very beginning of this white light, Chen Xiaobai did not recognize that this was the blue star. There was a vast blue ocean, and then the land emerged bit by bit, until a group of dinosaurs appeared above, and Chen Xiaobai recognized that this was the blue planet. Then the dinosaurs became extinct in a flash of light, and a moment later, primitive humans appeared. What follows is the history of Blue Star that Chen Xiaobai is familiar with, until a small mushroom cloud appeared along the west coast of the Western Star continent, and then a dark hole appeared in the sky above the east coast. The small mushroom cloud was naturally the nuclear explosion that Chen Xiaobai had experienced before. As for the dark hole, there were many such holes in other places on Blue Star, and each hole was an entrance to a secret space. This latest hole that appeared above the Holy City, the capital of the east coast of the stars, was the result of the annihilation cannon that blasted Chen Xiaobai and the entire Lan Palace into the void. The power of the annihilation cannon itself has reached the limit of what space can bear, so there is a certain probability of tearing the space apart and causing space cracks when it explodes. If the space crack that appears can establish a stable connection with any other space, it will become a space channel, which is also the secret channel on the blue planet. Now looking at the countless colorful lines around him, Chen Xiaobai knew that he was trapped in spatial turbulence. Looking at the white light beside him, the image in the light began to become blurry, but Chen Xiaobai could still barely make out the general events that happened in it. At the same time, a piece of information suddenly emerged in Chen Xiaobai's mind. The content in the light picture suddenly became blurred because what was happening in the light did not actually appear on Blue Star. In other words, what Chen Xiaobai sees from this white light now is what will happen on Blue Star in the future. War. A sudden war broke out simultaneously from the Arctic River, the South Australian Federation, and the South Flying Federation. The reason for the outbreak was nothing more than the emergence of mysterious creatures from the space cracks in these three places. As early as a few years ago, when Blue Star discovered the first secret passage, federal officials had considered the issue of secret creatures attacking Blue Star through space cracks. Therefore, facing the sudden appearance of the mysterious creatures, the federal armies of Blue Star were fully prepared and dealt a heavy blow to the suddenly arriving mysterious creatures. The war between Baijiquan and the South Australian Federation ended quickly, but the war in Nanfei lasted longer and later subsided with the support of several large federations. According to Chen Xiaobai's estimation, these three battles lasted about 3 years. The war in the three secret realms did not bring any substantial impact to the humans on Blue Star. On the contrary, over the past few years, the recovery of Blue Star's spiritual energy has further intensified, and more high-level warriors have emerged. 2 years later, a natural gas pit in the central part of the Petroleum Federation suddenly collapsed. A raging fire broke out in the bottomless natural gas pit, and the pit gradually expanded. Countless cave creatures rushed out of it. Although the Oil Federation is wealthy, it is not very powerful due to historical reasons. The sudden appearance of the cave creatures almost swept across most of the Oil Federation, until they reached the border of the Red Dragon. The Red Dragon's dragon-scale army and regular troops worked together to barely withstand the attack of the cave creatures. In the following 3 years, the Federations of Blue Star launched a struggle against the creatures in the cave, and eventually used 10 sublight speed bombing ships carrying 120 new, Big Ivan, nuclear bombs with a TNT equivalent of 100 million tons to penetrate deep into the cave and detonate them. The result of the super-energy nuclear explosion caused the entire Blue Star's original Oil Federation land to completely disappear. The North Atlantic Federation, Oil Federation, White Bear Federation, Red Dragon Federation, and Grassland Federation the 5 originally connected continental federations were divided into 3. The western urban agglomerations of the North Atlantic Federation and the White Bear Federation form a continent in themselves. The vast areas in the east of the Red Dragon and White Bear Federations, as well as the Grassland Federation in the middle and the Peninsula Federation on the east side, form a continent. As for the Oil Federation, it has completely disappeared in the vast ocean of the Blue Star. It is worth mentioning that this supernuclear explosion moved the entire Red Dragon continental plate eastward, bordering the Sakura Federation. As a result, in less than a year, the Sakura Federation, the Grassland Federation, the Peninsula Federation, and the central and eastern regions of the White Bear Federation, which had lost its core leadership areas, all issued statements. They would join the Red Dragon and Blue Star Community of Destiny Alliance headed by the Red Dragon Federation, referred to as the Red Dragon Alliance, also known as the Dragon Alliance. Half a month later, the Stars, Maple Leafs, ISA, and the North Atlantic Federation also announced the formation of an alliance, referred to as the Star Alliance. For a period of time thereafter, the Dragon Alliance and the Star Alliance were both rivals and friends. The two major alliances competed with each other and promoted each other. As for the remaining non-Fey and South Australian Federation, they gradually faded out of the international stage due to geopolitical issues. In the blink of an eye, another 3 years passed. Red Dragon, a dazzling white sun, suddenly appeared in the sky above a mountain range that runs across the entire central and western parts of Red Dragon. Along with the appearance of the white sun, a mysterious army also appeared. This army has a humanoid appearance. They call themselves Immortals. Their commander demands that the Red Dragon give up all its land. Thus, a great war begins again. As the Dragon Alliance War broke out, the various federations of the Star Alliance were also attacked by different humanoid armies. After one brutal and fierce battle after another, most of the human warriors were killed or wounded, but the enemy's army was still in good order. At this time, the group of ferocious beasts that covered the sky and the sun that Chen Xiaobai had just seen in other colored lights flew from the universe, and countless beasts swarmed towards the blue planet like locusts. The alien beasts in the starry sky and the immortal army joined forces to launch the final attack on the human race on Blue Star. In the end, the final result of this war was that the human race on Blue Star was defeated. This originally blue planet was just like the planet Chen Xiaobai had seen in other light. The earth was dry, all things were dead, and all life was withering like fallen flowers. The difference is that just before all life on Blue Star disappeared, hundreds of thousands of dense mushroom clouds erupted across the entire planet. Although the human race on Blue Star was completely exterminated, the two foreign forces that invaded Blue Star were also buried with them. At this point, the image in the white light gradually faded. At the end of the image, a boundless fleet spanning the entire galaxy flew past the desolate and silent blue planet. The huge mechanical three-headed shark gently flapped the dragon wings behind it, and the blue planet, which was already covered with sand, retreated and disappeared in the brilliant galaxy of the vast universe. With just one glance, Chen Xiaobai saw the next 10 years of Blue Star. He rubbed his forehead helplessly. This planet must have sinned in his past life. Suddenly, another colorful light floated past Chen Xiaobai. Chen Xiaobai glanced at it casually, and he was stunned for a moment, because the light contained the planet where he lived in his previous life. They were still those ferocious beasts like locusts. They flew in from the universe, wreaked havoc for a while, and then left with a bang. Looking at the planet that was once so familiar but is now devastated, at this moment, a fire first ignited in Chen Xiaobai's heart, and then he suddenly became excited. I was wondering how I could be reborn into this world. I like it. I want to go back. If I don't kill all of you bugs, I'll change my name to Chen Xiaobai in my next life. Chapter 143, Bugs, Prepare to be Judged. Looking at the colorful light so close, Chen Xiaobai understood that the first planet where he had lived had been completely destroyed by the invasion of alien beasts in the starry sky. Another ray of white light had not yet drifted away, and the world displayed inside was the blue planet he had just come from. Chen Xiaobai didn't expect that he would actually see what Blue Star would encounter in the next 10 years in this space turbulence. If an ordinary person was bombarded by the annihilation cannon, his body would be shattered into pieces without entering the space turbulence. In fact, Chen Xiaobai's body was indeed shattered into pieces at this time, but because of his own skill of 9 lives, he was able to resurrect. Therefore, his consciousness did not dissipate now. Instead, he clearly saw the space-time light in the space turbulence like scenes in a movie, that is, those colorful lights. He took another look at the timeline that symbolized his home planet in his previous life. The destruction of his former home planet ignited a fire in Chen Xiaobai's heart. At this moment, a strong desire suddenly arose in his heart. When he was on Blue Star, after killing Hussein Batten, Chen Xiaobai lost his future life goals for a while. Therefore, even though he learned from Patton's memory that the Ross family had secretly used the annihilation cannon on him, Chen Xiaobai still did not use the Xuanwu bloodline to resist. Firstly, he no longer had any attachment or regrets to that world. Secondly, he also wanted to see where this annihilation cannon that was rumored to be able to penetrate space could take him. And now, when he thought that the insects that once destroyed his home planet would come to this blue planet, Chen Xiaobai suddenly felt that his whole body was full of energy. Life has a purpose again, so exciting. Blood debt must be repaid with blood. Now that we know that the bugs that destroyed their home planet will attack the blue planet next, let's go back and wait for them. Hence, the words Chen Xiaobai muttered to himself earlier. I wondered how I could be reborn into this world. I like it. I want to go back. I can't drift here anymore. I need to go back to Blue Star. If I don't kill all of you bugs, I'll change my name to Chen Xiaobai in my next life. There is a divine will in the dark. Insects, prepare to be judged. Suddenly, Chen Xiaobai felt himself falling into a deep sleep. In a daze, he saw himself floating into the white light. On Blue Star, 7 days have passed since Chen Xiaobai encountered the annihilation cannon. Red Dragon, Su Wentian's home. A black and white photo of Chen Xiaobai was placed in the middle of the living room, and Su Wentian was crying like a tearful man. Little bastard, today is your 7th day. If you want to come back to life, come to my house. Besides Su Wentian, a charming young woman twitched her lips slightly, but she didn't say anything. She echoed Su Wentian and said, the child is not very old. I hope he can be an ordinary person in his next life and live a stable life. There were a few people standing nearby, including Wang Xian, Lin Zhe, and his group. Seeing Su Wentian, a man in his 60s, crying like that, they felt a little sorry for him. Wang Xian took the initiative to change the subject and said, Boss, the lab has given us news. Brother Chen's brain, Brother Chen's meaning, roughly translated, means that he won't be willing to be buried until the little guy comes back. Su Wentian's crying stopped now. Instead, the young woman's eyes turned red as she choked out a sob and said, These people from the stars are so cruel. Su Wentian sniffed and gritted his teeth, saying, All right, then let Lao Chen live. He'll be a target. When I lead my men into the stars and kill them at the Lan Palace, I'm going to find a blonde there to fuck and broadcast it live for Lao Chen. Beautiful young woman. Everyone. Someone stepped forward and advised, Sister-in-law, the boss is too sad. What he said at this time should not be taken seriously. The young woman glared at him and said, Do you think I don't understand him as well as you do? The man immediately shut up. Just when everyone was worried, a man suddenly came running out of the door. Boss, something's happening. Dead. Su Wentian was already feeling annoyed, and he yelled at the top of his voice, Who brewed the wine and died again? The man handed over the IPD while panting and said, Boss, it's the Ross family. Last night, all the direct relatives in the entire manor, including all the servants and bodyguards, were killed. Not a single one survived. They were all stabbed to the neck. All the bodies were so clean and neat. In an instant, everyone in the room fell silent. Lin Zhe and Wang Xian looked at each other, and both saw shock and disbelief in each other's eyes. Ross family. It was the Ross family who secretly controlled the annihilation bomb to attack Lan Palace and eliminate Chen Xiaobai. Now he's back for revenge. Wipe your neck. Isn't this Chen Xiaobai's usual style? Even Su Wentian, who was momentarily unresponsive, showed some emotion. He muttered to himself in disbelief, specially brood. This kid is alive. Alive. Excited, Su Wentian walked forward, grabbed the black and white photo of Chen Xiaobai, and lit it with his lighter without saying a word. But seeing that the posthumous portrait of Chen Xiaobai in his hand seemed to have been burned, Su Wentian suddenly turned around and looked at the person who came to report the news. The man handed the IPD in his hand to Su Wentian, on which was detailed information sent from the Red Dragon intelligence channel. Looking at the information, Su Wentian frowned more and more, and he muttered to himself, No, that's not right. Su Wentian shook his head and thought seriously. In his eyes, this matter was completely wrong. Even though the burning photo in his hand had burned his hand, he didn't care at all. He would avenge his grudges and kill people by slitting their necks. This seemed to be Chen Xiaobai's style, but it was not at all. If it was really Chen Xiaobai, he might kill a few servants and bodyguards who tried to stop him, but he would not kill all the irrelevant people. As Chen Xiaobai often said, I never kill innocent people. Tick-tock. Suddenly, an information alert sounded, and the latest information was uploaded to the IPD. Su Wentian opened it casually and found an official statement released by Qianxing, stating that the murderer who attacked the Ross family manor had been captured. Following this message is a comment from Red Dragon's own intelligence agency. The information is true. At this moment, Su Wentian's eyes, which had just been bright, dimmed in an instant. If it really was Chen Xiaobai, how could he be caught? A man who killed 5 semi-saints, broke into the Lawn Palace, and became the chief speaker of the stars, would be caught? What are you doing? After a moment, the others seemed to have figured it out. Lindsay looked at the posthumous photo of Chen Xiaobai that had been burned by Su Wentian and said cautiously, "Boss, how about I go get another posthumous photo of Xiaobai?" Su Wentian waved his hands weakly. In just these few minutes, his mood had been up and down. How could Su Wentian, who was already old, withstand such stimulation? Suddenly, at this moment, Su Wentian seemed to have aged many years. Chapter 144. I can't understand it, but I'm a little shocked. That night, the stars, the holy city, the Lawn Palace, the former residence of the leader of the stars, has now become a ruin. A wide entrance to a space crack in the night sky is extremely eye-catching even in the dark. The garrison troops of the star capital have imposed martial law in the entire surrounding area, and the scientific researchers of the general group are evaluating the stability of the space crack. Prison in the north of the holy city. A team of armed escort vehicles carrying mobile aura shielding devices drove in from the suburbs. As soon as we entered the city, there was a loud noise. It started to rain heavily. Raindrops as big as beans fell down with a crackling sound, and the moving escort convoy slowed down slightly. At this moment, swish. In the rain, a ray of fire suddenly appeared with thick, white smoke. Boom! Flames erupted in front of the convoy, and then dozens of figures rushed out from the rain and rushed towards the escort convoy at a rapid speed. Da-da-da-da-da. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of gunfire rumbled, and soon, the vehicle equipped with the aura shielding device was blown high into the air by several high-explosive grenades, and the aura shielding device inside was completely destroyed. Afterwards, the figures who had just rushed towards the convoy took out scimitars from their waists, and the leader slashed at an escort armored vehicle with his sword, and the heavy protective armor was instantly split open. Crash! 2 people came up and opened the broken armored door. A strong man with a grim expression appeared inside. He was the strong man who rescued Wang Yuan before. The special rope that had been used to tie the sturdy man was already broken into pieces. He glanced at the person who came to rescue him and said coldly, "Tell my brother to tell him to tell that person that it was me, Wang Yuan, who avenged him." After saying this, the man who called himself Wang Yuan jumped and disappeared in the rain outside the holy city. Red Dragon. Su Wentian had gone to the Biological Research Institute and had not returned yet. All the people who came to his home to pay their respects during the day had already left, leaving only Su Wentian's wife Wang Yi at home. After carefully putting away all the things, Wang Yi felt sad again when he looked at the photo of Chen Xiaobai that was mostly burned. Su Wentian and Wang Yi had no children. The second month after Su Wentian married Wang Yi, he went to Qianxing to take care of Chen Xiaobai. It was more than 10 years later when Su Wentian returned. Wang Yi discussed the matter of the child with Su Wentian. In response, Su Wentian just avoided Wang Yi's gaze guiltily, looked towards the other side of the Pacific Ocean in silence. Wang Yi understood that in Su Wentian's heart, he was already a father. Dang, dang, dang. At this time, there was a knock on the door. Wang Yi hurriedly wiped the tears that were about to burst out from the corners of her eyes and asked, "Which one?" "I'm looking for Uncle Su." A sound that didn't sound loud came from outside the door. Because Su Wentian lived in a military compound, security issues had always been guaranteed. Wang Yi didn't think much about it and went straight to open the door. The door opened, and a 17-year-old Oriental boy stood outside, holding a small orange cat. At first, Wang Yi wanted to ask what he wanted, but when Wang Yi saw the boy's young and handsome face, he suddenly gasped. At this moment, the only thing in Wang Yi's mind was what Su Wentian said during the day. "Little bastard, today is your 7th day. If you want to come back to your soul, come to my house." Wang Yi still held the photo of Chen Xiaobai, of which only a corner remained. She raised her hand stiffly and compared it to the boy in front of her. At this moment, the blood supply to Wang Yi's brain suddenly slowed down, and he felt dizzy, and then fell straight into the arms of the young man outside the door. Who else could the young man standing outside the door be except Chen Xiaobai? During these 2 days and 2 nights, Chen Xiaobai first sneaked into the Maple Leaf Federation, then entered the White Bear by helicopter, and then entered the Red Dragon through the special channel of the Black Rose and came to Tianjin. Of course, when leaving the stars and sneaking into the Maple Leaf Federation, Chen Xiaobai did not forget to kill the former head of the western region of Star Flag Bank. He, Chen Xiaobai, might forget everything, but he remembered this kind of thing clearly. As for the Ross family, they had already disappeared when Chen Xiaobai was resurrected in the ruins of the Lan Palace. After a little trickery, Chen Xiaobai knew who did it. Chen Xiaobai had already learned a lot about Wang Yuebei from Wang Yuanan's memories. Looking at Wang Yi leaning towards him, Chen Xiaobai's expression suddenly changed. "Auntie, you got the wrong person. It's not me." In the early hours of the morning, Su Wentian, looking exhausted and with tears in his eyes, had just returned. As soon as he got downstairs, he saw a group of soldiers surrounding the apartment building where his home was located in full combat readiness. Wang Xian was smiling continuously at the captain of the soldiers leading the team. "What are you doing? My wife is cheating on me at home." Su Wentian shouted at the top of his voice from a long distance away, not afraid at all that the neighbors would hear. After all, the neighbors have been used to it for so many years. When Wang Xian saw Su Wentian, he felt relieved and hurried over to whisper in Su Wentian's ear. When Su Wentian heard this, he stared at Wang Xian for several seconds without blinking, and then, snap. He slapped Wang Xian on the head and asked urgently, "Does it hurt?" Wang Xian was speechless and said, "Boss, it's true. You're not dreaming." Grasp. Without saying a word, Su Wentian, the middle-aged man in his 40s, who had just looked exhausted, rushed up the stairs at the same speed as when he married Wang Yi. "You little bastard." 2 days later, Su Wentian delivered 2 special medals to Chen Xiaobai. They were not for Chen Xiaobai, but the federal first-class medals of merit of Chen Xiaobai's father Chen Guozhong and his mother Yi Qianing. During these 2 days, Chen Xiaobai accompanied Chen Guozhong at the biological laboratory. Although his words did not show the awareness of a son, except for the intense happiness at the beginning, Chen Guozhong's mood changes have been very stable. With Chen Xiaobai's consent and Chen Guozhong's emotional translation, the Red Dragon Federation decided to bury Chen Guozhong and Yi Qianing. On the morning of the 3rd day, we went to the Heroes' Cemetery on Xishan Mountain in Tianjin. Chen Xiaobai appeared at the foot of the mountain wearing a military uniform without the federal insignia. Su Wentian had told him about the badge, but Chen Xiaobai just shook his head and said with a smile, "Uncle Su, I am a warrior of Blue Star." Chen Xiaobai's words were originally just to fool Su Wentian, but no one expected that these 7 simple words would make countless races from the depths of the universe shudder in fear for a long time to come. Watching with their own eyes the remains of their parents' brain tissue being buried in coffins covered with the Red Dragon Federation flag, Chen Xiaobai, Su Wentian, and an elderly man each used a shovel to cover the 2 coffins with soil. Immediately afterwards, cannons were fired to see the heroes off, and Chen Xiaobai and his party paid their final salute to the tombstone where they were located. After everything was over, Chen Xiaobai turned around and suddenly stood there in some confusion. At this time, Xishan Cemetery was already filled with soldiers wearing neat military uniforms, all of them with their chests straight and their eyes bright. Chen Xiaobai didn't understand what these people were doing. Afterwards, the dragon-scale army soldier standing at the front of the line was the first to roar, "Heroes are immortal, and their heroic spirits live on." Then, all the soldiers raised their right hands in unison and saluted toward the tombstones of Chen Guozhong and the other man. Thousands of voices rang out in unison, their voices echoing through the sky. "Heroes are immortal, their heroic spirits live on." This kind of momentum that soars into the sky cannot be achieved simply by relying on the death orders issued by superiors. At this moment, Chen Xiaobai stood there in a daze and blinked. Do his parents have such a great influence? A large hand patted Chen Xiaobai's shoulder, and Su Wentian slowly said, "The soldiers of Red Dragon have all heard of your parents' deeds. They are heroes of Red Dragon. Soldiers, after all, always value honor and respect heroes." Respect honor and heroes? Chen Xiaobai couldn't understand it, but he was a little shocked. In the mind of Chen Xiaobai, a professional killer, honor is nothing more than a gimmick to fool fools. And hero is directly equated with the dead. Looking at the tombstone not far behind me, it seems that this is indeed the case. Well, it seems. At this moment, Chen Xiaobai suddenly felt that the Xianyuan sword intent that had disappeared from him had returned. Chapter 145 Dinner for 7. After burying his parents, Chen Xiaobai told Su Wentian in a very obscure way what he saw happening to Blue Star in the next 10 years during the space turbulence. The 3 major disasters facing Blue Star in the next 10 years are creatures from secret realms, creatures from underground caves, creatures from immortal gates, and strange beasts from the starry sky. Here, Chen Xiaobai only told Su Wentian about the creatures from secret realms. Even if he told Su Wentian about the rest, Su Wentian would not believe it. Su Wen firmly believed that the mysterious creatures were about to invade. It's not because Su Wentian trusts Chen Xiaobai so much, but because signs of invasion by creatures from the secret realm have already appeared. In particular, Chen Xiaobai named 3 places where the secret creatures were rampant: Baijiquan, Nanao, and Nanfei. Su Wentian had received intelligence before that dog-headed people with the ability to express themselves in language were found in the secret space of Baijiquan. But this information has not been made public yet. After hearing this from Chen Xiaobai, Su Wentian naturally thought that Chen Xiaobai must have obtained some information during the attack on Lan Palace. Su Wentian did not ask about the specific source of the information. He took Chen Xiaobai to see an old man that day. It was the old man who covered the coffins of Chun Guozhong and his wife with Chen Xiaobai and Su Wentian that day. Chen Xiaobai guessed that this old man should hold a high position in Red Dragon, but he did not expect that this old man was actually one of the 7 elders of the Red Dragon Senate, Wu Lei. Wu Lei, who held a high position, greeted Chen Xiaobai with a smile, inviting him to sit next to him. Wu Lei's personal guard nervously stepped forward, but was glared back by Wu Lei. He even killed the president of the stars. If he wants to kill me, can you stop him? The young special guard blushed and said bluntly, "Report. I can block it. As for whether I can block it or not, that's another matter." Wu Lei smiled and said, all right. This is the hero's queen. Please get out of the way." "Yes." Chen Xiaobai sat down, and Su Wentian wanted to sit down next to him, but after taking a look at Wu Lei's eyes, he consciously stood behind the two of them. Next, after a conversation between Chen Xiaobai and Wu Lei obviously attached great importance to Chen Xiaobai's information. He asked his assistant to prepare a minutes on the spot and send it to the other 6 elders. Wu Lei smiled and asked Chen Xiaobai, after returning to Red Dragon, "Have you ever thought about settling down here?" Chen Xiaobai lowered his head in thought, then opened a map on his phone and pointed to a mountain range that stretched across the central and western parts of Red Dragon. He asked, "Old Wu, what's the name of this mountain range?" Su Wentian, who had been standing nearby listening to their conversation, said, "Little Turtle, Little Chun, this is Kunlun Mountain." Chen Xiaobai said firmly, "I want to go to Kunlun Mountain to practice for about 7 years. 7 years later, it will be time for the immortal sect to invade." Before this, although there were secret realm creatures and cave creatures, the federations on Blue Star were capable of dealing with these 2 types of invasions. To Chen Xiaobai's surprise, Wu Lei seemed to see through his thoughts immediately and asked directly, "Xiao Chun, 7 years from now, will the Red Dragon undergo a major transformation? And will it happen right here on Kunlun Mountain?" Chen Xiaobai was stunned. He didn't expect Wu Lei's vision to be so vicious. Since Wu Lei asked, Chen Xiaobai also told him about the creatures in the cave and the creatures from the Immortal Gate. After Chen Xiaobai finished speaking, Wu Lei fell into deep thought. During this time, Wu Lei's eyes swept over Chen Xiaobai from time to time. Chen Xiaobai himself was fine, but Su Wentian, standing next to him, was a little unsteady, but he didn't dare to act recklessly in front of Wu Lei. Fortunately, Wu Lei's special guard quietly moved a chair for Su Wentian to the back. Wu Lei pondered this for a full half-hour. Finally, he patted Chen Xiaobai's arm and said with a smile, "Xiao Chun, you and Wentian should walk around here first. We'll have dinner together tonight." Chen Xiaobai nodded and said, "Okay, then, Mr. Wu, you're busy. Uncle Su and I will leave first." After saying that, Chen Xiaobai turned around and looked at Su Wentian behind him. As a result, he saw that Su Wentian was actually looking at Wu Lei with a dull expression. After the two of them left Wu Lei's residence, the dull expression on Su Wentian's face faded slightly. He hugged Chen Xiaobai beside him for a long time without saying a word. Just when Chen Xiaobai casually took out a dagger and prepared to sober him up, Su Wentian said in a daze, "Little bastard, you may be more promising than your father." Chen Xiaobai was never interested in the roundabout ways between people in this circle. He frowned and said, "What do you mean, Uncle Su?" Su Wentian lowered his voice and said, "Little bastard, you know, one of the 7 elders had to invite people to dinner tonight to finalize something. How big a deal must that be? And he even invited you?" "Huh." Chen Xiaobai said disdainfully, "That's it." Su Wentian smiled mysteriously, patted Chen Xiaobai on the shoulder, and stopped talking. There was nothing better for the two of them to do nearby, so they went to see a movie. It was a movie adapted from an online novel, and the content was very melodramatic. Su Wentian watched it for 2 hours, and then cursed for 2 hours. What made Chen Xiaobai speechless was that before leaving, he was successfully sold by the lady in the cinema and bought the original ebook of the movie. After 2 hours of movie, it was almost time for dinner. Su Wentian and Chen Xiaobai returned to Wu Lei's residence again. Wu Lei was not there at the moment, so they sat in the living room waiting. Less than half an hour later, a loud noise came from outside the door. As soon as he heard the sound, and before he saw anyone, Su Wentian jumped up instantly, as if a nail had been stuck in his butt, and stood by the door like a javelin. Chen Xiaobai watched Su Wentian's performance lazily, picked up the sugar-free cola on the table, and took a sip, then stood up slowly. The people from outside went straight to the restaurant. Wu Lei came over and waved to the two of them. "Let's go. Eat." The two followed Wu Lei to the restaurant in the side yard. Everyone inside was already seated. Without looking, who else in the entire Red Dragon could be invited by Wu Lei to have dinner? What surprised Chen Xiaobai was that in addition to the other 6 famous Red Dragon elders, there were also Du Weiguo and Du Xiaohong. Du Weiguo's name in Chuanxing is Du Guozhong, which is to commemorate Chen Xiaobai's father Chen Guozhong. Like Su Wentian, Du Weiguo is also Chen Guozhong's comrade in arms. When Su Wentian went to Chuanxing to take care of Chen Xiaobai, Du Weiguo followed right after. As soon as she saw Chen Xiaobai, Du Xiaohong's pretty face lit up with joy. "Huh? Xiaobai, I missed you so much." As she spoke, Du Xiaohong stepped forward, opened her arms, and gave Chen Xiaobai a big hug. The softness of this hug could be rated perfect. Ahem. On the side, Du Guozhong's deliberate coughing made everyone laugh. Then everyone took their seats, and Wu Lei introduced the other 6 elders to Chen Xiaobai one by one, and Chen Xiaobai responded and greeted them one by one. But in Chen Xiaobai's heart, he was thinking that if he took out the Han sword and dagger and killed them indiscriminately, the entire Red Dragon would be in chaos. Just when Wu Lei introduced the last elder, who was also the chief elder among the 7 and the top of the entire Red Dragon, this elder smiled and said to Chen Xiaobai, "Young man, if you lose your temper now, the entire Red Dragon structure will be reshuffled." Chen Xiaobai was stunned. Could it be that this person could read minds? At this time, he added, "I can't read minds, I just think, if I were you, I would definitely think so." Chen Xiaobai. Amidst the laughter of the crowd, another elder beside them immediately interrupted. "Serve the food. Serve the food. I'm hungry. The food is served." Chen Xiaobai enjoyed the meal very much. The elders just asked him a few simple questions without nagging him too much. Du Xiaohong beside him also ate well and almost never stopped picking up food for Chen Xiaobai. But Du Guozhong and Su Wentian were like the food was too hot, and they didn't even dare to open their mouths a little. After eating and drinking, Su Wentian and Du Weiguo got up and left, and then Du Xiaohong also called Chen Xiaobai out. There were only 7 elders left in the restaurant. No one spoke, and finally Wu Lei was the first to speak. "Okay, everyone has seen the people. Now let's express our opinions." As soon as Wu Lei finished speaking, an elder beside him said, "I disagree. I don't think a modern federation should have such an institution or position." When the elder's voice fell, everyone turned to look at the next person. "I think we can try. After all, this is a special period and special methods should be used. Moreover, even if we don't set up such an organization, our control over those people is gradually declining." Next, the third elder. "No, I support Old Ye's opinion. This is simply ridiculous. Don't you see how old this kid is? What did he just do? How dare you let him sit in a position like that?" Fourth place. "I think what old Zhao said makes sense. Special times call for special methods. Besides, we really need an organization to strengthen our control over warriors." Fifth place. "I also think such an organization is necessary, and that child is suitable to lead such an organization. After all, if I say that he is the #1 warrior on Blue Star, everyone will agree, right?" As he was speaking, it was the turn of the 6th elder, who was Wu Lei. Wu Lei sighed silently. He actually hoped that Chen Xiaobai could take that position, but Wu Lei knew that he couldn't say that, because he wants to give the final decision-making power to the last one. "I think the Dragon Scale Army is great. There's no need to create another organization." In just one sentence, Wu Lei expressed his opinion. For a moment, the restaurant returned to silence again. 6 of the 7 elders put down their chopsticks and waited quietly for the final decision. Chapter 146, I Don't Want to Become a Father. What happened next was something none of the 6 elders had expected. #1 wiped his hands with a tissue and glanced at Wu Lei, who immediately handed over the prepared documents. After taking the document and looking at it for a while, Elder #1 glanced at the other 6 elders one by one. He held up the document in his hand and said, "Everyone, you have sat in this seat for a long time, always feeling that everything is under your control, but you don't know. Even if we issue this document today, whether others are willing to accept it or not is not up to us to decide. As he spoke, Number 1 stretched out his hand, and Wu Lei beside him immediately handed him a pen. Elder Number 1 quickly signed his name in the lower right corner of the document without any hesitation. This is the first elder order since the establishment of the Red Dragon Federation that may not take effect. Send someone to have Wen Tian pass it to this child. Tell him that as long as he is willing to accept this commission, he can ask us for any conditions. Wu Lei lives in the Zhonghai residential area in Tianjing, where basically most of the former and current elders of the Red Dragon live. There is a living water lake called Zhonghai in the residential area. At this time, on the edge of Zhonghai, Du Xiaohong hugged Chen Xiaobai's neck, and the two were talking and laughing in front, while Du Guozhong and Su Wentian were sitting in a pavilion in the back, staring at each other. Looking at the two people who were almost inseparable, Su Wentian glanced at Du Guozhong and said, "Old Du, be careful that your daughter will become a grandfather without getting a marriage certificate." Du Guozhong didn't even raise his eyelids. "That's better than yours." Su Wentian, "Hey, you two are here." A clear voice rang out, and a young man came over with a file bag and placed the file on Su Wentian's lap with a pop. "Commander Su, congratulations." Su Wentian deliberately glanced at Du Guozhong, then grinned and said, It's nothing. No matter how high that guy is, he still has to treat me like his father when he sees me." As he spoke, Su Wentian opened the file bag, took out the documents inside, and began to read them happily. Du Guozhong, who was standing next to him, did not argue with Su Wentian, but hurried over to watch together. As a result, when Su Wentian was halfway through reading the document, the smile on his face disappeared completely. Du Guozhong was even more exaggerated. He staggered and fell out of the pavilion and plunged into the water of Zhonghai Lake. The water in Zhonghai Lake is monitored around the clock. Immediately, the agent on duty jumped into the water to rescue Du Guozhong. After a while, Du Guozhong climbed out of the lake in a daze. Regardless of the water stains all over his body, Du Guozhong said directly to Su Wentian, "Old Su, you can't do this." Su Wentian's eyelids twitched, and beads of sweat clearly covered his forehead, but he grinned at Du Guozhong. "What's the matter, old Du? Why can't it be used? Do you think your son-in-law is not destined to have this fate?" Du Guozhong's face turned pale with fear. He turned around and glanced around, only to find that the young man who had just delivered the documents had left. He hurriedly said to Su Wentian, "He will be in charge of the Dragon Scale Army, control all Red Dragon warriors, have 100% free law enforcement power over the warriors, serve as a reserve elder for the Senate, and receive separate military funding." "Old Su, how can this be called a new organization? This is clearly the modern-day Imperial Guard, the kind that's paid by the federal government and can execute anyone without even asking for permission. He's only 17. He's already sitting in this position at 17. So what about 27, 37, 47? Do you want the Red Dragon to return from a federation to the imperial system of ancient times?" Su Wentian rubbed the back of his head in frustration and said with an awkward smile, "Hey, old Du, what you said makes sense. How about you return this document to the elders?" As he said that, Su Wentian handed the document in his hand to Du Guozhong, and Du Guozhong immediately became discouraged. Seeing Du Guozhong's dejected look, Su Wentian grinned again, revealing his big white teeth. "Hey, old Du, if you don't go, then I will go." Du Guozhong let out a long sigh, and Su Wentian ran out happily. Where was Su Wentian going? He certainly wasn't going to return the document to the Senate. Instead, he walked straight towards two young men in a corner of the flower bed. Du Xiaohong hugged Chen Xiaobai and touched him all over, almost checking his whole body. However, Chen Xiaobai, who treated the Banshees like little teddy bears, seemed unmoved in front of Du Xiaohong. Du Xiaohong is different from the Banshees. She is a human being, a person with feelings. People have emotions and weaknesses, and they can become the weaknesses of others. Even though he is now the #1 warrior on Blue Star, the killer mentality in Chen Xiaobai's heart still exists deeply, and he does not want anyone to become his weakness. Su Wentian came over and handed the document to Chen Xiaobai. However, Chen Xiaobai's facial expression didn't change at all after he read it. "Uncle Su, I don't want to be a father." "You little bastard. What do you mean?" Su Wentian was halfway through his words when he understood what Chen Xiao meant. He immediately widened his eyes and asked, "Fuck you, you son of a bitch. You don't want to be a Jinyui and want to be a king of a different surname." Chen Xiaobai smiled and said, "I have the power to command the Dragon Scale Army, control the Red Dragon warriors, and enforce the law freely. Uncle Su, I have all these things now." Su Wentian, "Bullshit. Tell me, who in the Dragon Scale Army listens to you now? Which Red Dragon warrior listens to you?" You still say you can enforce the law freely? What freedom do you have? Looking at the smile on Chen Xiaobai's face, Su Wentian understood again. If the Dragon Scale Army doesn't obey me, I'll just kill them until they obey. If the Red Dragon Warriors don't obey me, I'll just kill them until they obey. Do I need the Senate to grant me the right to enforce the law freely? Can they enforce the law freely against the Speaker of the Stars? Sorry, I can. My free law enforcement authority doesn't just apply to red dragons. As he spoke, Chen Xiaobai raised his neck and took a sip of sugar-free cola, not noticing Du Xiaohong beside him with stars in her eyes. As for the reserve elders and separate military funds, that's even more ridiculous. Whoever wants to give it to them can. I don't care. Chen Xiaobai said this in a relaxed and comfortable manner, but Su Wentian broke out in cold sweats after hearing it. Su Wentian held his words in for a long time before finally saying, "Little turtle, Xiaobai, we can't just rely on violence to solve all problems in this world. Violence can't solve all problems." Chen Xiaobai nodded thoughtfully. Uncle Su, what you said is right. Violence cannot solve all problems. But violence solves all the problems. Su Wentian. Chapter 147. The Immortal Sword Descends. A new chapter. Chen Xiaobai had no idea how much panic his words had caused to the elders in the Red Dragon Senate. The day after leaving Zhonghai, Chen Xiaobai boarded a military helicopter arranged by Su Wentian and headed south. Honglong, Zhongzhou City. The helicopter landed at the Zhongzhou City garrison camp, and then a jeep carrying Chen Xiaobai headed straight to the south of Zhongzhou. The car stopped in a small town south of Zhongzhou. Chen Xiaobai got out alone and walked slowly forward in the direction indicated by the map. Suddenly, when Chen Xiaobai stepped into a certain area, he sensed the call of the Xianyuan's sword in the storage space. This was the first time Chen Xiaobai felt the call of the spirit of the weapon. He flipped his wrist, and a black Han sword appeared in his hand. In an instant, Chen Xiaobai could feel a burst of light, joy coming from the body of the Han sword. At the same time, Chen Xiaobai also felt the fear emanating from the ghost. According to legend, this place is the hometown of Emperor Xianyuan. Feeling the two completely different emotions of the sword's spirit and the ghost, Chen Xiaobai murmured to himself. It seems that the legend here is true. Soon, Chen Xiaobai crossed a land bridge with the Han sword on his back and came to the front of a temple. Today is a weekday. There are not many people in the temple and no tickets are required. Chen Xiaobai went in alone to wander around. As Chen Xiaobai moved forward, the emotions emanating from the Han sword behind him became increasingly excited. In the end, the Han sword began to vibrate slightly on Chen Xiaobai's back. After passing the small temple, a huge tripod engraved with 3 real dragons of different shapes appeared. At this time, the long-lost voice appeared in Chen Xiaobai's mind. The birth carrier matching the spirit instrument, Yellow Emperor's treasure cauldron, has been detected. The carrier's qualifications are: unknown error. The incarnation of the artifact spirit, Yellow Emperor's treasure cauldron, has been detected. The incarnation is currently ready for incarnation, with a success rate of 100%. Do you want to proceed with the incarnation? Chen Xiaobai did not answer the system immediately. He noticed that this time the system determined that the giant tripod was a reincarnated body, not a birth carrier, and did not display the carrier's qualification level. Suddenly, Chen Xiaobai understood the whole story. Because the giant tripod in front of him is the Emperor's tripod itself. Huangdi's treasure tripod. Tripods have always been important tools for emperors, and Huangdi's treasure tripod is the tool used by Emperor Xianyuan to offer sacrifices to heaven. According to legend, the heavenly fire in the tripod protects Emperor Xianyuan and helps him unify the various tribes of the human race. As long as the heavenly fire is ignited, the human race will be immortal. Skills: Emperor Fire, missing, righteousness. Realm: none. The host can obtain the following skills: Emperor Fire, missing, righteousness. Human Emperor Fire needs to be used with the demon spirit. Human Emperor Fire Spirit. Great and righteous Qi. A trace of the original spiritual energy of heaven and earth that has existed since the creation of the world. It is useless to those with bad character. Only great and rightful Qi can attract the Human Emperor Fire Spirit. Chen Xiaobai bowed 3 times solemnly to the Yellow Emperor's treasure cauldron, then gave the system the command, "Be born." Suddenly, a golden light descended from the sky and landed above the Yellow Emperor's cauldron. At that moment, Chen Xiaobai felt that he had lost contact with all the Banshees in the storage space. Although this was only a matter of a moment and the contact was restored immediately, Chen Xiaobai clearly felt the ups and downs of the Banshees' emotions. Half an hour later, the golden light dissipated and the spirit of the weapon was successfully born. But this time, Chen Xiaobai did not take the giant tripod away. Firstly, He had already mastered the skills of the spirit of the weapon. Secondly, the Yellow Emperor's tripod was not his. Before leaving, Chen Xiaobai asked A Ling with some frustration, "A Ling, why can't I feel the presence of this righteous energy?" A Ling's lazy voice came softly. "A righteous spirit is useless to those with bad character." Chen Xiaobai looked puzzled. "Yes, that should be useful to me." Snoring. After leaving the hometown of Huangdi in Zhongzhou, Chen Xiaobai took a helicopter to the mausoleum of Huangdi in Chang'an City. He got nothing at the mausoleum of the Yellow Emperor, but when passing by the surging Yellow River, Chen Xiaobai had an idea and threw the Han sword in his hand into the river to take a bath. As a result, Chen Xiaobai's throw actually caused a deafening dragon roar. In an instant, a towering water curtain exploded from the rolling Yellow River, and a faintly visible golden dragon wrapped around the Han sword in the water and slowly rose up. A rich golden light burst out from Han Jian's body, illuminating the sky so much that the helicopter pilot couldn't open his eyes and almost flew the helicopter into the Yellow River. Looking at the rich golden light bursting out from the Han sword, Chen Xiaobai understood that this sword had made a breakthrough. The Wanjie Xianyuan sword spirit, which was originally in the 9-star Saint Martial realm, has now officially entered the immortal martial realm. The immortal sword descends into the world, and golden light spreads for thousands of miles. At this moment, the dazzling golden light bursting out from above the red dragon can completely compete with the sun in the sky. Behind the golden light, an unparalleled sharp sword intent suddenly burst out, swish. A cold sword light flashed, and the surging Yellow River water broke like a piece of cloth, stagnating for several seconds at this moment. Boom. After a few seconds, the surging Yellow River water continued to flow eastward. Looking at the immortal sword in the golden light, Chen Xiaobai felt a sudden increase of pressure in his heart. After being reborn from the space turbulence, his own strength has become stronger, but he is still only a 4-star Xuanwu. Now there is a gap of 1 level between him and the sword spirit of the immortal martial realm. That is, a whole level of the holy martial realm. The gap between the sword spirit's cultivation and his own is gradually widening. In an instant, the laziness that Chen Xiaobai had felt in the past few days due to killing 5 semi-saints disappeared instantly. He turned back into the killer who treated everything with caution and walked in the dark from beginning to end. The dazzling golden light rising from above the Yellow River could be felt by everyone far away in Tianjin. When Su Wentian saw the dazzling golden light, his first thought was, "Damn it, that little bastard has started it again." Looking at the intensity of the golden light, Su Wentian was ready to sacrifice his life for his country and pay for the lives of his people. It was not until a few minutes later when the military footage came in that Su Wentian breathed a sigh of relief. In the Zhonghai Senate, the 7 elders who were already under great pressure looked at each other and nodded helplessly after feeling this magnificent golden light. 20 minutes later, Su Wentian called Chen Xiaobai. From this day on, the first and only individual warrior army in the history of Red Dragon was approved to be established, with the designation Dragon Farm. That night, Chen Xiaobai started a live broadcast to the whole world on Red Dragon. The name of the live broadcast room was Dragon Teeth Recruiting. The boss is generous. There are many girls, and daily wages are available. At the same time, all branches of the Red Dragon Army started training mode overnight, selecting qualified soldiers and dividing them into 2 parts, one to be sent to the Dragon Scale Army, and the other to Chen Xiaobai's Dragon Tooth Army. It was also from this night that the dog-headed secret beasts that appeared in the Arctic River secret realm began to attack the Blue Star Army. The wheel of history rolls forward, and the era of Blue Planet has entered a new chapter. Volume 1 of this book, Blade Cold Night, end. Please look forward to the second volume, Blood and Fire Dragon Farm. Chapter 1, Kunlun Mountains, Dragon Teeth Forbidden Zone. Thanks to Minasan's home for the great health care. 5 years passed in the blink of an eye. In the west of Honglong, in the vast Gobi Desert, a road extends into the distance. Looking around, there is no human habitation for thousands of miles. At the end of the road is a majestic mountain range that stretches as far as the eye can see. A Red Dragon military convoy was driving on the highway at a not-so-fast speed. Inside the car, the driver Wang Xian said with a smile, "We are on someone else's territory. Please slow down the convoy and be polite." He, Su Wentian, his temples thick with silver hair, gazed at the towering mountains in the distance and sighed. "It's been 5 years. I wonder what that kid looks like now. Wang Xian, has he changed much since you last saw him?" Wang Xian, who was driving, suddenly shuddered, as if recalling some lingering memories. He then smiled stiffly and said, "Just like that, pretty much the same as before." Besides Su Wentian, Du Guozhong also looked out the window and sighed. Once that kid left, who would have thought that he wouldn't show up for 5 years? When we were fighting the secret beast a few years ago, I thought he would definitely not be able to sit still, but Su Wentian waved his hand and said, "They are just some mysterious beasts. They are not very interesting. If we get a few hundred howitzers and fire 2 salvos, how many of them will be killed? I'm just curious now. I wonder what's happening with the dragon tooth in that kid's hand now." Du Guozhong curled his lips. "I'm only worried about my daughter now. She's only been home 3 times in 5 years. Su Wentian, I guess it's because my belly is getting bigger. Du Guozhong, I'm happy to be a grandfather. By the way, old Su, you're the culprit that caused the Su family's extinction. How are you going to explain this to your ancestors in the afterlife? Have you thought about it? It's too early. Maybe in 2 years I'll get Wang Yi pregnant. It's okay to wait 2 years, but I'm afraid that after you've been in this Gobi desert for half a year, she'll call you and say she's pregnant." Su Wentian was not angry at all about Du Guozhong's ridicule. Instead, he looked thoughtful. "If that's the case, I should thank that wild man. At least I don't feel guilty about Wang Yi anymore." Du Guozhong was stunned, sighed, patted Su Wentian's arm, and said nothing more. 2 hours later, the convoy arrived at the foot of the mountain. There was only a simple guardhouse in front of the intersection leading up the mountain. A warrior wearing a black combat uniform, a black mask, and a long sword on his back stood alone. The combat uniform was just an ordinary warrior's combat uniform, except that a bloody dragon tooth logo was embroidered on the left chest. Seeing the convoy approaching, the warrior stepped forward and stood in the middle of the road, raising his hand to signal them to stop. The convoy stopped, and the dragon-scale army adjutant sitting in the passenger seat of the lead car rolled down the window and said to the warrior, "Hello, we're going up the mountain. Do we need to go through any formalities?" The warrior said calmly, "Sorry, this is the Dragon Teeth restricted area in the Kunlun Mountains. No vehicles are allowed to enter." The dragon-scale army adjutant pointed to the towering mountains and said, "We're going to Xianding, the highest point. This country stretches for over 2,000 kilometers from east to west, and we're going up the mountain. How can we get there without a car?" The warrior just waved his hand and said nothing more. Seeing the warrior's persistence, the dragon-scale army's adjutant got out of his car and approached. As soon as he got out of the car, the warrior gestured to him. "Please keep your distance. This is just one reminder." The adjutant subconsciously looked at the warrior's epaulets, but naturally saw nothing. Then he thought about the fact that the warrior was standing guard at the foot of the mountain, and his rank could not be higher than that of a lieutenant. The adjutant pointed to his dragon-scale army epaulets and said, "Friend of Dragon Fawn, be aware of your status. You don't have to be humble when speaking to your superiors, but at least be polite." The warrior placed his right hand slightly in front of his left chest and bowed slightly, but he still had no intention of giving way. The dragon-scale army adjutant frowned and said, "Hey, can you please not be so stubborn? Let your superiors talk to me." The adjutant spoke as he moved closer to the warrior, and in the blink of an eye, the distance between them was less than 1 meter. Swish! I saw a cold light, and the sharp sword tip went straight to the throat of the dragon-scale army adjutant. The adjutant never expected that the Dragonfang warrior would use a killing move with just one move. In the convoy, seeing the vehicle in front stop, Wang Xian, Su Wentian, and Du Guozhong in the car were speechless for a moment. Wang Xian, sitting in the driver's seat, looked at the surroundings, which seemed to be becoming more and more familiar. Suddenly, Wang Xian felt as if struck by lightning. Oh no! Wang Xian unbuckled his seatbelt without saying a word and got out of the car and ran forward. Sure enough, when Wang Xian ran to the front of the convoy, the adjutant of the dragon-scale army in the lead car had already frozen in place. There was a bright red sword wound on his neck, and blood was dripping down from it. Seeing this, Wang Xian actually breathed a sigh of relief, because he could tell at a glance that the adjutant's throat wound was not deep, just a scrape of skin and some bleeding, and it was not fatal. But the next move by the Dragon-scale army adjutant made Wang Xian's heart tighten suddenly. The Dragon-scale army are all warriors. When have they ever suffered such humiliation? What's more, the adjutant immediately felt that the dragon-tooth warrior in front of him was not as strong as himself. At this moment, the adjutant clenched his right fist, and a wave of spiritual energy suddenly burst out. Wang Xian from behind hurriedly shouted, "Don't do it!" Swish! Suddenly, several cold, murderous intentions suddenly rose from around the convoy. Boom, boom, boom. One after another, agile figures emerged from the ground around the convoy, and several of them were holding sharp blades and heading straight for the cars driven by Su Wentian and Du Guozhong in the convoy. Misunderstanding, misunderstanding. No one is allowed to resist. Wang Xian shouted loudly as he rushed forward to block the adjutant and said to the masked warrior urgently, "We have no ill intentions." The adjutant, who was about to explode, had to give up when he saw Wang Xian standing in front of him. The warrior also put away his sword when he saw this. The other dozen figures who suddenly rushed out from both sides stopped at this. Wang Xian smiled at the warrior and said, "Don't worry, brother. We know the rules. Let's get off the car." Then, Wang Xian pulled the adjutant all the way to the back of the convoy. At this time, the adjutant was still in shock. Looking at the warriors next to him, who were also wearing masks and black combat uniforms, the adjutant had never expected things to come to this point. Wang Xian led his adjutant back to Su Wentian and his companion's car and told them the whole story. Su Wentian frowned and asked, "How did you get up the mountain last time?" Wang Xian coughed awkwardly twice and said, "On foot." "Du Guozhong, why haven't I heard you and Qinze talk about this?" Wang Xian's eyes darted around as he whispered, "Commander Du, who would have the nerve to publicize this beating?" Thinking about how Wang Xian had taken the initiative to slow down the car as soon as they entered the Kunlun Mountains, Su Wentian nodded silently. Wang Xian's adjutant, while having the conscripts in the convoy bandage their wounds, said in a somewhat bewildered tone, "Commander Su, this is Red Dragon territory. Why can't we drive just because they say we can't?" The adjutant finished speaking, and a Dragon Fang warrior nearby happened to hear it. He said calmly, "Zhonghai Special Zone is also the territory of the Red Dragon. Can you drive in and show me?" The adjutant immediately retorted, "How can that be the same? The people in the Zhonghai Special Zone are all federal heads of state." The warrior raised his hand and pointed at the towering Kunlun Mountains ahead, saying casually, "The people who live on Kunlun Mountains are no less prestigious than the head of state." Chapter 2: Kunlun Immortal Peak, Above the Clouds. In the end, Su Wentian and his party had to start climbing the mountain on foot. You know, this is not the kind of mountain with a single peak. This is Kunlun Mountain, which stretches more than 2,500 kilometers from east to west. Su Wentian and his companions are now at the easternmost end of the Kunlun Mountains. Even if the fairy peak they want to go to is in the middle of the Kunlun Mountains, it is more than 1,000 kilometers away. This is the only way up the mountain designated by Longya. If you go up the mountain from other places, you will be hunted down by all Longya warriors. Therefore, the non-warriors in the team could only return to the nearest town and wait. Su Wentian even waved his hand and asked everyone below the Tianwu realm to withdraw, and only took a few people above the Tianwu realm to continue up the mountain. 5 days later. During these few days, everyone traveled desperately and finally arrived at Kunlun Fairy Peak in the early morning of the 6th day. Su Wentian, Du Guozhong, and his group were almost exhausted. As the highest peak of the Kunlun Mountains, the temperature at Kunlun Xianding is very low at night, which makes Su Wentian and his group, who climbed the mountain overnight, very cold. However, as soon as the group reached the top of the fairyland, everyone suddenly no longer felt cold. When you reach the immortal peak from the mountain road, the first thing that catches your eye is a wide stone platform. On the platform stand strong young men wearing masks, all of them shirtless, doing horse stance on the platform that is leaky on all sides. Just as Su Wentian and his group came up, a team of dragon-tooth warriors came forward with buckets of water and poured a bucket of cold water on the heads of every young man who was doing horse stance. The dragon-tooth warrior who was standing guard at the edge of the boulder platform saw someone coming and took the initiative to step forward to ask everyone why they came. Wang Xian stepped forward to negotiate, and finally a dragon-tooth warrior led the visiting dragon scale army into the interior of the immortal peak. The buildings on Xianding are basically simple and practical in style, without any unnecessary decorations, and the paths are straight and easy to recognize. Passing the boulder platform is a densely packed small courtyard. From time to time, the roars of unknown wild beasts can be heard in each courtyard. Even though it is early in the morning, masked warriors will come from time to time, hand their identity badges to the warriors guarding the courtyard, and then enter a courtyard. Afterwards, an even more terrifying roar of a wild beast was heard from the courtyard. Seeing this, Su Wentian whispered to Wang Xian, "What is the annual casualty rate of Dragon Fang training?" Wang Xian responded quietly, "The injury rate is 100%, and the mortality rate is 5%. 5%. Su Wentian stared at Wang Xian. He was not surprised at how high the number was, but felt that the number was too low. The Red Dragon Army has the highest death rate during training, with a figure of 8%. The Dragon Scale Army, which is composed entirely of warriors, has a death rate of 6% during training." Su Wentian didn't say anything, just stood there and watched for a while. Soon, Su Wentian discovered the trick. After each warrior who enters the courtyard hands in his badge, there will be another warrior standing on the wall beside the courtyard waiting for him. From time to time, the warriors on the wall would perform a few moves towards the courtyard. Seeing this, Su Wentian roughly understood. Seeing this, the warrior leading the way said calmly, "This is how low-level warriors train. First, there's a physical test on the way up the mountain, then there's an endurance test outside, and then there's a test of your ability to respond to battle in this small courtyard. Once you pass these 3 levels, you can start learning from the instructors." Su Wentian nodded and continued to follow the warrior who was leading the way. Walking through this densely populated area of courtyards, there is a residential area in front. It is extremely quiet in the residential area, without any sound at all. Occasionally, someone walks by, and they try to be as quiet as possible. After the residential area, there are more than a dozen particularly large open squares. According to the warrior leading the way, there will be a teacher giving classes in each square, and the dragon-tooth warriors practice martial arts in these squares every day. Walking through this square, you will reach Yunfeng, the core area of Kunlun Ferry Peak. The so-called Yunfeng is an open platform protruding above the ferry top, with a radius of several miles. During the day, it is shrouded in long clouds and mist, hence the name Yunfeng. Chen Xiaobai lives here. Arriving here, Su Wentian asked the people around him, "Have you noticed that the spiritual energy at Kunlun Peak is much richer than at the foot of the mountain, especially at Yunfeng Peak, which is even more powerful?" Du Guozhong nodded and said, "Yes, this difference has been there since we entered the Kunlun Mountains. However, the difference is smaller at the foot of the mountain. The mountain road is almost twice as high as the foot of the mountain. The top of the ferry peak is twice as high as the foot of the mountain. When we reach Yunfeng, the spiritual energy here is already 5 times higher than that of ordinary areas." Su Wentian nodded and said, "This kid knows quite a few tricks. He can even play with spiritual energy. Let's go up and take a look. Dad, Uncle Su." At this time, a clear voice sounded, and Du Xiaohong tapped her feet a few times and landed in front of everyone. Du Guozhong noticed the improvement in Du Xiaohong's body movements at a glance, but he didn't have time to care about that. Instead, he glanced at Du Xiaohong's belly first. Fortunately, nothing big. Su Wentian smiled and said, "Xiaohong, you look even more beautiful after not seeing you for a few years. And where's that boy? He didn't even come out to greet me when I got here." Du Xiaobai? He's leading people on a mission. Su Wentian and Du Guozhong were both stunned. Su Wentian frowned and said, "Lanya is doing a mission? How come I didn't know about it?" Du Xiaohong hugged her father's arm and said, "Xiaobai has taken people to carry out the mission he assigned himself." Su Wentian. It was then that Su Wentian remembered that Lanya only belonged to the Red Dragon Army in name, but in fact it was Chen Xiaobai's private army. Su Wentian was about to ask more questions when Du Xiaohong spoke first. "I knew you'd be curious, Uncle Su. Let me tell you. He's gone to the Petroleum Federation. He'll probably be back in about 2 weeks. There's accommodation here, so you can stay on the top of the mountain for a few days." Su Wentian, who held a high position as a commander, immediately understood the weight of Du Xiaohong's words. He pressed the issue, "What is he doing in the Petroleum Federation?" Du Xiaohong acted as if it was a matter of course. "Suppressing bandits. Haven't you heard? Recently, there's a substate in the Federation called Taban. It's in chaos, with unorganized warriors everywhere killing civilians. It's just an opportunity for Lanya to practice, so he took his men there." Su Wentian blinked and asked indirectly, "Dragon Teeth is training with real weapons and heading straight for other federations." Du Xiaohong rolled her eyes. "Where else can we go? Lanya has been doing this for several years. The west side of Kunlun Mountain is not far from the Petroleum Federation, and it's chaotic over there. It's simply a natural training ground. Anyone who has trained at Dragon Fang for more than half a year, even if they're not warriors, even if they're just ordinary people, would dare to chase down a tank and chop it down if you give them a machete." Su Wentian. Du Guozhong. Wang Xian. Ahem, I can prove that this is true, because I have seen. Su Wentian. I understand. I understand why the stars withdrew their troops from the Petroleum Federation. Chapter 3, Petroleum Federation, inviting people to eat melons. Oil Federation Central. Due to some special historical issues, although the Oil Federation is nominally a complete federation, it is actually composed of many sub-federations. Also because of some special issues, the Star Federation has always stationed troops in the substates of the Oil Federation. A few days ago, the current speaker of the Star Federation, Rhodes, suddenly ordered the recall of the troops stationed in the Oil Federation. Not only the Oil Federation, but also several overseas garrisons of the Star Federation were recalled. There are rumors that the Stars are about to hold a new election, and a female leader of the opposition party, who claims to take the stars back from the hands of the chaebols and return them to the people, is making a strong momentum. Rhodes is not very confident about his re-election as speaker and is prepared to defend his position as Speaker of the New Orleans Palace by force if necessary. Because of the withdrawal of the Star Federation, the Oil Federation has obviously entered a time of redistribution of interests, and everyone is eyeing the piece of fat that the Star Federation has abandoned. On this day, the leaders of the 6 substates of the Petroleum Federation gathered in Shada City to discuss how to divide the cake. Originally, there were 7 substates, among which the IU substate fell into civil strife due to the withdrawal of the stars and is now in name only. In the conference room of a 6-star hotel in the center of Shada City, representatives from the 6 oil-producing states arrived one after another, all with friendly faces. In the middle of the conference table was a map of the IUZ state, which had fallen into civil strife. The representative of Akiu Zibong, who is the richest and has the most aura, spoke first. Now that everyone is here, I will say a few words. Protecting the safety of all citizens of the Petroleum Federation is the unshirkable responsibility of all of our substates. With the death of IU substate today, we allies shoulder the responsibility and obligation. I suggest that we decide our assistance responsibilities for IU substate based on the financial strength of each substate. After the representative of Akiu substate finished speaking, none of the other representatives spoke to the reporter. They turned to look at another bald representative, who was the representative of Alung substate, the most powerful of the 6 substates of the Petroleum Federation. Sure enough, the other substates did not speak out against the Akiu substate, but the representative of the Alung substate did not give them any face at all and directly threw out 4 words, "I disagree." Representatives of the other 4 substates drank water, ate melon seeds, and some picked up a piece of watermelon and started to nibble on it, all of them looking like they were waiting to watch a show. The representative of a Kayuzi state was not angry. He took a sip of tea and continued. If any ally feels that they are short of money and have suffered losses, as long as they ask, our Kayuzi state can provide some assistance. The representative of Alangzabang picked up a piece of watermelon and put it in his mouth. As he ate, he said calmly, "I disagree." The atmosphere at the entire conference table suddenly changed. At this moment, a rumbling sound came from outside the conference room. Crash. At this moment, there was a sound of breaking glass. Who is it? Don't move. Stop. Ah. A series of screams suddenly came from outside the conference room door. Bang. The solid wooden door panel of the conference room suddenly flew inward due to the huge external force. 2 quick-reacting warriors in the conference room rushed forward to block it, preventing the heavy door panel from injuring the representatives. Everyone turned to look outside the door and saw 2 girls with graceful figures and wearing black masks striding towards them from the left and right. The girl on the left has 6 sickle-like spider arms on her back, and the girl on the right has hands like scorpion claws and a long scorpion tail hook dragging behind her. The 2 girls were wearing the same black combat uniform, except for a bloody dragon tooth embroidered on the left chest. Upon seeing this sign, the warriors in the conference room who were about to step forward to stop them all stopped where they were, and the representatives of the federations who had just been sitting firmly on their feet all stood up involuntarily. Over the past 5 years, no one has known better than the people of the Oil Federation what the bleeding dragon tooth symbol represents. 2 girls spread out, one on the left and one on the right, and floated in white clothes. 5 years later, Chen Xiaobai has become taller. The wind and sun exposure at Kunlun Ferry Peak for many years not only did not make him darker, but instead added some of the luster and charm of the snow-capped mountains to his skin. His white clothes made him stand out among the dark suits and combat uniforms worn by everyone present, but no one dared to look at him anymore because of this. The representatives of the 6 substates bowed their heads one after another. Just by looking at Chen Xiaobai, they recognized who the person was. Although they had never seen Chen Xiaobai before, everyone had seen photos of Chen Xiaobai. No one could have imagined that the leader of Lanya would come in person today. Behind Chen Xiaobai, a busty loli who seemed to be still asleep waved her hand gently, and a chair in the conference room floated down next to him. After taking his seat, Chen Xiaobai looked at everyone with a faint smile on his face. "Let's have a meeting, but you're deliberately avoiding me. I'm already downstairs, and your people are still lying. Delegates, what's the point?" Chen Xiaobai said this lightly, but no one dared to respond. Finally, the bald representative from Alangzabang bravely whispered respectfully, "Lanya, this is the Federation Conference." Chen Xiaobai glanced at the map on the conference table, slapped his head, and looked behind him. A female soldier in camouflage uniform strode in and stood behind Chen Xiaobai with her hands behind her back. Chen Xiaobai looked at the 6 representatives and said, "Let me introduce you to the 6 representatives. This is the representative of Iwizi State and the leader of the Tato-like organization that currently occupies Iwizi State." The representative of Accusabang glanced at the female soldier and muttered, "I recognize the leader who looks like Tattle, but it's not her." Pump. Julien, who had 6 sickle-like arms on his back, raised his hand and threw a bloody object onto the conference table. It was a bloody human head, which rolled several times on the table. Chen Xiaobai acted as if nothing had happened and said calmly, "I felt that the previous one was not competent, so I removed him. Do you have any objections?" The 6 representatives shook their heads like rattles. The bald representative, Alung, even said with a smile, "That's exactly what we were thinking. We were just discussing who should come forward to give that person a heads up, and then you showed up." Chen Xiaobai nodded and looked around. The bald representative took a look and quickly picked up the unopened sugar-free cola on the table in front of him and respectfully placed it in front of Chen Xiaobai and opened it. Then he waved his hand lightly, and a straw flew into it accurately. Chen Xiaobai waved his hand and said, "Forget it. I don't want to drink Coke this time. I'm sorry to bother you. I don't have any gifts with me. I'll just ask you to try the watermelons grown on Kunlun Mountain." Chen Xiaobai waved his hand, and a big watermelon appeared out of thin air. A strange light flashed in his eyes, and the watermelon was immediately divided into many even pieces, which fell lightly in front of every representative and warrior bodyguard in the conference room. $1 per person, no more, no less. Chen Xiaobai smiled and said, "Everyone, eat." In an instant, everyone in the conference room started eating the watermelon. Everyone ate the watermelon in front of them cleanly, for fear of leaking a drop of watermelon juice. The bald representative ate the watermelon right up, licking his lips as he finished. It's worthy of being a watermelon grown on Kunlun Mountain. Even the rind is so dry, crispy, and sweet. Everyone. Chapter 4. Gate of Hell, Blue Star Barrier. Seeing the first person eat the melon rind, the other representatives stared at each other and looked at the melon rinds in their hands or in front of them. The representatives of the strongest substate have already eaten, so wouldn't it be disrespectful if I didn't eat too much? Well, eat. So, everyone started to eat it a second time. After everyone finished eating, Chen Xiaobai picked up a marker on the conference table and casually drew a circle on the map. The 6 representatives looked over there, and suddenly everyone had different expressions. Chen Xiaobai casually drew a circle in the inconspicuous territory of Oman. At this moment, cold sweat broke out on the forehead of the representative of the Oman substate. He immediately began to reflect on when his federation had offended the leader of Longya. The eastern part of Oman state borders Au state, but the circle drawn by Chen Xiaobai is in the central and northern part of Oman state. The Oman representative looked carefully at the circle drawn by Chen Xiaobai. He suddenly raised his head slightly, looked at Chen Xiaobai's chest, and said, "Longya, are you going to the Gate of Hell?" The Gate of Hell is the name given by the Blue Star people to a mysterious gas pit in the Oman Federation. There is an abandoned natural gas pit with a fire burning inside all year round. It has been burning since the old century, for more than 100 years, and it has never been extinguished. Chen Xiaobai nodded to the representative of the Oman Federation, and then drew a second circle outside the first circle he drew. The scope of this second circle is larger than the first one. The territory of the Oman Federation is not very large. Chen Xiaobai's second circle basically covers 1/10 of the territory of the Oman Federation. Just when the Omani representative was feeling uneasy, unsure of what Chen Xiaobai meant, Chen Xiaobai said to him, "For the first circle, I'll rent it for 5 years. For the second circle, please officially relocate all residents within this area." The Omani representative was stunned. There were 2 things in Chen Xiaobai's words. The first thing was not a problem at all, but the second thing was really tricky. That is equivalent to 1/10 of the territory of Oman. Relocate the inhabitants of this land? The Omani representative showed an embarrassed look in his eyes. At this time, Chen Xiaobai turned his head and looked at the girl in camouflage clothes. The girl's name is Muda, from IU, and she is the person Chen Xiaobai has chosen to support over the past 5 years. At this time, Muda took the initiative to say to the Omani representatives of the Omani allies, on behalf of the IU Federation, "I am applying to your country for post-war reconstruction cooperation assistance. We will exchange star coins, red dragon coins, and oil resources for assistance in rebuilding our homeland. What do you think?" The Oman representative looked at the girl in surprise, and for a moment, he couldn't control himself and turned to look at Chen Xiaobai. Chen Xiaobai nodded to him slowly, and the tense expression on the Omani Federation representative's face finally relaxed. What are the 6 federal representatives gathering here to discuss today? What they were discussing was how to take advantage of the fact that the IU Federation had little strength and grab something valuable at this time. Now it seems that a U has the support of Longya, so it is naturally impossible to really treat a U as fat meat. But if money can be made from a U by establishing a cooperative relationship, it will be a huge benefit for the Oman Federation, which is not as rich as a Chio and not as strong as a Lang. And judging from Longya's intention, it seems that he wants to completely hand over a U's cooperation relationship to his own federation. If this cooperation can be achieved, it can even be said that the Oman Federation has exceeded its mission. At this time, in the entire conference room, except for the Omani representative, the other 5 representatives all lowered their heads and did not speak. Finally, after the Omani representative consulted the speaker of the Omani Federation over the phone, he and Muda shook hands firmly. That night, a blue light suddenly appeared in a desert in the north-central part of the Oman Federation. Afterwards, dozens of warriors emerged. A girl with her hands glowing blue looked at Chen Xiaobai, as if to ask for credit. Chen Xiaobai smiled and reached out to rub her long hair. The girl's name is Kongling. She is an ethereal cat that can travel through space. Her greatest ability is that she can remotely create a space gate for dozens of people to move through. During these 5 years, the Dragon Fang warriors under Chen Xiaobai roamed the Oil Federation and the Kunlun Mountains, entering at least 800 secret realms, causing Chen Xiaobai to give birth to many Banshees. As for how much is a lot, it can only be said that a considerable number of Banshees have not yet been put on the duty roster. Of course, this is also related to the fact that Chen Xiaobai has been concentrating on cultivation in recent years and has resolutely abstained from female sexual activity for 1 day every 7 days. A few miles away from the space gate built by Kong Ling is the abandoned gas pit known as the Gate of Hell. Chen Xiaobai lightly tapped the ground with his toes, and his whole body slowly floated into the air. Looking down from the sky, the entire abandoned gas pit looks like a flaming pit burning in the desert. Initially, the diameter of this abandoned gas pit was only about 100 meters, but as the fire inside continued to burn, the diameter of the pit has now reached several kilometers. According to what Chen Xiaobai had seen from the space turbulence before, the second disaster that Blue Star encountered broke out from this Gate of Hell. Although humans eventually survived the second catastrophe with their technological advantages, when the third catastrophe came, facing the immortal army and the alien beasts in the starry sky, the resistance that Blue Star could muster was quite limited. According to Chen Xiaobai's idea, he needs to train an army of warriors that can resist the immortal army and the strange beasts in the starry sky during this second catastrophe. At the same time, it also allows one to further improve their strength. Over the past 5 years, with the help of various abilities, Chen Xiaobai has absorbed countless spiritual energy and blood spiritual energy. His own strength had reached the peak of the spiritual martial realm 3 years ago, but he has never been able to break through to the holy martial realm. As a result, Chen Xiaobai had thoughts of suicide more than once in the next 2 years. The next day, the Oman Federation began evacuating residents near the Gate of Hell. On the same day, 3,000 Dragon Fang warriors left Kunlun Immortal Summit and headed for Oman. On the 5th day, Chen Xiaobai called the Nulon Palace of the Stars with a smile on his face. In less than half an hour, the Star Federation's aerospace carrier, Fearless Warriors stationed in the Mediterranean, received an order to launch a super-energy ion cannon into the territory of the Oman Federation. Captain Kuwei looked at the order several times before confirming it. Then, the Dauntless Warrior aerospace carrier's super-energy ion cannon began to charge. The charging of the super-energy ion cannon lasted for a full day and 6 hours. At dusk on the second day, a thick purple-red energy beam spurted out from the giant energy cannon of the Fearless Warrior, with a diameter of more than 1 meter. The super-energy ion cannon was launched from the Mediterranean Sea, making noises all the way, turning the entire sky into a deep purple red. In the end, this super-energy ion cannon accurately hit the center of the circle drawn by Chen Xiaobai on the map. It is also the Gate of Hell burning with raging fire. Boom! The earth-shattering super-energized ion cannon demonstrated its powerful force to everyone. With a loud bang, the weakest barrier connecting the surface of the blue planet to the cave collapsed. Roar! A roar that seemed to come from the abyss of the underworld sounded ferociously from beneath the wreckage of the Gate of Hell. Meanwhile, Chen Xiaobai stood in the sky dozens of kilometers away, watching the remaining smoke from the super cannon, his fingers lightly brushing against the human emperor's sword. Chapter 5. Cave Attack, Fire Coverage. Originally, This gate of hell could have burned for several more months before it was completely burned through. But in Chen Xiaobai's killer thinking, passive waiting is always worse than active attack. At this moment, a super-energy ion cannon was fired, and the natural gas crater, which was originally called the Gate of Hell and was burning with raging flames, collapsed into the ground in waves of dust and mist. In a blink of an eye, sand and dust filled the sky. In the sky, the wings of the wind bird behind Xiaoqing continued to grow larger, and finally the wings flapped violently towards the ground. Whoosh! Gusts of wind blew, sand and dust were swept away, and a bottomless cave with a diameter of dozens of miles suddenly appeared in the desert. Roar! Gusts of fishy wind carried the roars of beasts that seemed to come from an extremely far-away place and reached the ground. In the sky, Chen Xiaobai, dressed in white, closed his eyes and listened attentively. Suddenly, Chen Xiaobai swung the human emperor's sword in his hand, and a golden sword energy surged out in an instant. Swish! Roar! After a moment, the roar of the beast coming from deep underground stopped abruptly, but it only stopped for a brief moment. Immediately afterwards, even louder and more powerful roars of the beasts came one after another. At the same time, the ground in this desert area began to tremble slightly. Chen Xiaobai put away the human emperor's sword, held the white jade longbow in his hand, bent the bow towards the sky, and pointed the bow at the full moon. A brilliant golden light suddenly burst out. As Chen Xiaobai pulled the bowstring, a golden energy arrow slowly took shape. After a while, Chen Xiaobai showed a cruel smile on his face and suddenly shouted, "Go!" In an instant, the golden arrow flew into the sky. Bang! After the golden arrow flew into the sky, it broke into countless tiny golden energy arrows and fell into the bottomless pit on the ground like a torrential rain. A series of muffled explosions came from the cave, and in a moment, the earth that had been shaking violently returned to calm. Next, Chen Xiaobai flicked his hand lightly, and a flash of fire exploded in the sky. All the Dragon Fang warriors scattered around retreated. About half an hour later, the ground began to shake again, centered at the cave exit. The frequency of the vibration changes this time was much faster than before, from mild to severe, in just a few seconds. Dozens of kilometers away from the cave, the combined forces of the Red Dragon Federation, the North Atlantic Federation, the Oil Federation, and the Star Federation have built a bunker defense line around the center of the cave. Further away, long-range firepower forces from all parties are also on high alert. No one in the coalition forces has appointed a supreme commander, but everyone knows that a default commander has already been appointed. Every soldier sent to this battlefield received a notice. Listen to Lanya. As time passed, a swarm of black insects gradually spread out from the edge of the cave. These were reptiles that were only the size of a human palm. Countless of these black reptiles formed an offensive like a tide and spread in all directions. Soon, a swarm of black insects swarmed out of the cave and spread dozens of miles around. These cave creatures rushed towards the surrounding joint forces almost in a crazy manner. When the swarm of insects had run half the distance, a silver halo suddenly flashed in Chen Xiaobai's eyes. In an instant, the headquarters of the four major federal armies, the North Atlantic, the Stars, the Red Dragon, and the Oil, issued orders in 4 different languages at the same time. Fire coverage. Prepare. Although the joint forces had received orders to obey Lanya, Chen Xiaobai still used his charm ability to directly control the communications soldiers of the command headquarters of each army because it was more efficient. As soon as he thinks about it, the order can be conveyed immediately. In less than a minute, the Blue Star United Army began its first round of fire coverage on the cave creatures, and all kinds of rockets were flying all over the sky. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. Countless magnificent flames rose from the dark swarm of insects, and a rocket was launched, creating a vacuum zone. Many soldiers on the battlefield turned their heads and looked at the warriors beside them with high spirits. Obviously, the effect of the cluster attack of human thermal weapons seemed to be much more practical than the attacks of the warriors. In response to this, warriors from various federations showed expressions of dissatisfaction on their faces, but the warriors under Lanya were the only ones who remained calm. The first round of insect swarm attacks by the cave creatures failed in an instant. The entire cave was filled with charred insect corpses and dried black blood plasma. Seeing this, the morale of the coalition forces was greatly boosted. At this moment, a silver light flashed in the eyes of Chen Xiaobai, who was sitting at the edge of the battlefield. A few minutes later, more than a dozen high-explosive missiles launched from the Star Federation missile support base fell into the cave one after another. Boom, boom, boom. Following a series of explosions in the cave, the desert ground near the entire cave began to shake again. Soon, a new cave creature appeared. This is a burrow creature similar to an ant, but its body is many times larger than an ant. Moreover, this creature has sharp mouthparts and pointed limbs, and when it moves, you can hear the sound of blades hitting the ground. The coalition's fire support units were ready, but this time Chen Xiaobai did not order fire coverage. Instead, the warriors in the Dragon Tooth and Dragon Scale armies around him were ready to fight. When the silver light flashed in Chen Xiaobai's eyes again, first, 3 mechanical army units rushed into the battlefield, followed by the middle and low-level warriors from the Dragon Tooth and Dragon Scale armies. This kind of cave creature can't help to hone warriors above the Xuanwu realm, but for mid and low-level warriors, it is a very good whetstone. Although the Dragon Fang warriors under Chen Xiaobai have experienced many secret battles in the past few years, they are not familiar with this kind of legion combat. This time, every warrior who went into battle marched according to the predetermined group combat formation, and so did the Dragon Scale warriors on the other side. Just as the two sides were about to clash, a white light suddenly flew up from behind Chen Xiaobai, and a phoenix bird with a pure white body soared into the sky. As the white bird rose into the sky, waves of milky white sacred light illuminated the earth. In an instant, all the warriors on the battlefield felt a little warmer all over their bodies, and at the same time, a fierce fire burned in their hearts. This is Chen Xiaobai's demon spirit by Feng, which has the ability to cheer up, heal, and revive. These warriors were already full of fighting spirit, and with the blessing of Baifeng's state, they were like wild wolves coming down the mountain. Bang, bang, bang. The mechanical army soldiers who were charging in the front were the first to block the attack of the cave creatures. Then the 2 warrior armies of Dragon Fang and Dragon Scale were like 2 sharp knives, piercing the flanks of the cave creature army. Melee warriors were in front, and ranged warriors were behind. Where the 2 armies met, all kinds of spiritual energy flashed, and bright red and black blood splattered everywhere. At this moment, Chen Xiaobai only felt a huge amount of blood spirit energy instantly pouring into his body. Chapter 6. 5-Clawed Beast, 800 Black Tortoises. Unlike the previous firestorm, this close combat between the Blue Star warriors and the cave creatures lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. The warriors of the Dragon Tooth army and the Dragon Scale army have been replaced wave after wave. The Dragon Tooth army has lost 1/3 of its troops, and the Dragon Scale army has lost almost half of its troops. At the beginning, the warrior armies of other federations were willing to join the battle to help, but later, when these warriors saw that the situation was more tragic than they had expected, they stood behind the defense line and did not move forward. Even when the battle took place on their own territory, the warriors of the Oil Federation simply hid in the back hundreds of years and watched the 2 warrior armies of Dragon Fang and Dragon Scale advance to fight. Chen Xiaobai did not make any comment on this. At sunset on the 3rd day, in the afterglow of the setting sun, the last cave creature fell under the knife of a Dragon Fang warrior. The entire battlefield was filled with shouts and cries of killing for 3 days, and now it became quiet. The warriors of Longya and Longlin killed each other for 3 days, and Chen Xiaobai watched from behind for 3 days. At this moment, Chen Xiaobai stood up and raised his hand to salute the Dragon Fang and Dragon Scale warriors standing on the battlefield ahead. Chen Xiaobai had been practicing sword skills at Kunlun Immortal Summit for 5 years, but he still couldn't understand what Su Wentian meant when he said, "Soldiers respect honor and admire heroes." Now that this battle has lasted for 3 days, he seems to have understood it a little. Chen Xiaobai looked up, and a white light flashed quietly from his hand. "Call out." A phoenix cry filled with peaceful sounds rang out, and in the sky, a white phoenix gently spread its feathers. Endless milky white sacred light fell like rain along with Baifeng's feathers. Each feather landed beside a fallen Dragon Fang or Dragon Scale warrior, bringing up a faint ball of white light. After a while, a warrior whose neck was severed by the cave creature in the fight yesterday, his neck limbs regrew. The same scene was happening simultaneously in every corner of the desert battlefield. Half an hour later, under the gaze of more than 100,000 allied troops, thousands of Dragon Fang and Dragon Scale warriors who had died in battle stood up again on the battlefield. Whether it was the Dragon Fang or Dragon Scale warriors, they were surprised at first after being resurrected. They looked at their bodies in amazement, then turned around in unison, bowed slightly to the white phoenix in the sky, and then turned around and saluted Chen Xiaobai over there. Chen Xiaobai looked at the white phoenix whose light in the sky was becoming dim and whose body was shrinking rapidly, and said in his heart, "Xiaoqing, take Baifeng to the secret realm number 6 of Kunlun Mountain." "Yes." On the other side, Xiaoqing, who was also a bird spirit, spread her wings and flew into the sky, holding the exhausted Baifeng, who had transformed from the Baifeng demon form back into human form, and flew towards Kunlun Mountain. Baifeng's resurrection ability can only be used once every 3 years. The time flow rate in Secret Realm number 6, located at the northern foot of Kunlun Mountain, is 10-to-1 compared to that of Blue Star. If Baifeng is sent there, in fact, it will only take 3 months for Baifeng's resurrection ability to be used again. Without Baifeng, the next battle will undoubtedly be more brutal. This time, Chen Xiaobai did not order the combat troops to continue attacking the basement. The warriors under his command needed to rest, and the coalition forces also needed to rest. As the battle continued, gradually all the federations on Blue Star learned what had happened in the central part of the Oil Federation. The 4 federations of North Atlantic, Oil, Stars, and Red Dragon continued to send more troops to the vicinity of the cave. Among them, Red Dragon and Stars each provided support with 2 aerospace motherships. In line with the modernization speed of the major federations, the entire area near the cave has become a super war fortress in just a few days. 5 days later, violent fluctuations were heard again from deep underground in the desert. As the sand beneath their feet piled up layer by layer, battle alarms were sounded in various fortresses of the Allied forces. Chen Xiaobai closed his eyes and recalled the scene he had seen in the spatial turbulence. He remembered the scene when the cave creatures launched their 3rd attack on Blue Star. Soon, a silver halo flashed in Chen Xiaobai's eyes. Immediately afterwards, the headquarters in each federal war fortress issued an order to all subordinate warriors. All warriors above the Xuanwu realm, gather at the R3 fortress immediately. R3 fortress is the fortress where Chen Xiaobai is located. Over the past few years, the recovery of Blue Star's spiritual energy has intensified, and the number of mid- and high-level warriors is much higher than before. At this time, orders were issued from all federations. In addition to the 2 warrior armies of Dragon Fang and Dragon Scale, there were more than 300 Xuanwu Realm warriors gathered in front of the R3 fortress. Including the Xuanwu Realm warriors of Dragon Fang and Dragon Scale, there are a total of 800 people. Looking at the 800 warriors standing before him who were above the Xuanwu Realm, Chen Xiaobai nodded and said, "I'm sorry, everyone. For your safety, I need to restrain you for a while." As soon as Chen Xiaobai said this, all the warriors of Lanya were in a state of extreme excitement, because they knew what would happen to them next. The warriors of the Dragon Scale army and other federations were in chaos, but Chen Xiaobai did not give them any chance to resist. A strong silver light immediately flashed in his eyes, and then a silver light flashed in the eyes of the 800 warriors standing opposite him. At this moment, these 800 warriors entered a very strange state. Their consciousness is still clear, but they have lost control of their bodies. The reason why they were still kept conscious was because Chen Xiaobai needed them to remember the combat experience this time. This battle was equivalent to Chen Xiaobai personally performing practical combat teaching to 800 warriors. Then, Chen Xiaobai turned around and looked at the cave where the noise was becoming more and more intense. When a giant beast claw grabbed the edge of the cave, 10 warriors set off behind Chen Xiaobai. Before the owner of the first beast claw completely emerged from the cave, another beast claw appeared on the edge of the other side of the cave. The second team of 10 warriors behind Chen Xiaobai stepped forward. 5 giant claws successively grabbed the edges of the cave in 5 different directions. Then, a deafening beast roar suddenly sounded, and the cave, which originally had a diameter of about dozens of miles, was suddenly pushed outwards by these 5 claws. Suddenly, the diameter of the giant cave in the center of the desert reached 100 miles, 50 kilometers. What does 50 kilometers mean? No one cared about this issue. Now all the Blue Star United Army looked at the cave with fear in their eyes, because the action of the 5 beast claws just now showed that the 5 claws that could expand the diameter of the cave exit to 50 kilometers were most likely the same entity. Sure enough, the next moment, 5 huge beast claws suddenly clasped the sand at the edge of the cave, and a ferocious beast that seemed to come from the ancient times appeared on the blue planet. Everyone's heart was beating fast as they looked at this huge monster, but Chen Xiaobai was the only one who stood very calmly behind the glass window of the war fortress, without any sign of panic. He even leisurely took out a bottle of sugar-free cola and took a few sips. Chapter 7. Killer's Acumen, Reaching the Pinnacle. In the desolate desert, 50 fast-moving figures flashed by. In front of these 50 figures was a giant alien beast with a humanoid upper body covered with dark scales, a spider-like lower body, and 5 huge claws as grippers. This is a true giant beast. The diameter of its lower body with 5 claws alone is tens of kilometers. Compared with this behemoth, the war fortress built by the coalition forces is simply child's play. As soon as the alien monster appeared, riots broke out among the armies of various federations. Among them, deserters even appeared on the spot in the armies of several weak states in the Oil Federation. Beside Chen Xiaobai, the otherworldly beautiful Xiaoxiu stepped forward, picked up a satellite phone, and whispered, "Master, the leaders of several other federations in the United Army want to speak with you." Chen Xiaobai stared at the battlefield ahead and said, "What can they possibly do? They simply proposed using firearms to deal with that giant. But they managed to do it this time. But what about next time? And the time after that?" It seems that humans' thermal weapons are indeed more powerful than warriors. However, the problem is that with Blue Star's current level of technology, the power of thermal weapons has reached its peak. With the resurgence of spiritual energy, there is still a lot of room for the future of warriors. If we don't seize this opportunity to train warriors, what will we do when creatures completely immune to the power of thermal weapons appear? Xiaoxiu asked. Then should I just reject them directly? At this moment, Chen Xiaobai suddenly smiled. It was not the smile he had on his face 5 years ago when he broke into the Lawn Palace alone, but a smile that seemed to have seen through the mundane affairs of the world, and it was open-minded but with a little helplessness. Tell them that I will consider their proposal. For the time being, let's test the effect of warriors going into battle and have them prepare the corresponding hot weapons. Chen Xiaobai's words surprised Xiaoxiu for a moment, but the next moment her beautiful eyes, which seemed to be shining with stars, showed a look of relief. The young man standing in front of her was once a lone killer, but now he is the commander of an army, or even the commander of a planet. An assassin roams the world alone, while a general commands an army. The way of an assassin and the way of military strategy are naturally completely different. Suddenly, a familiar voice appeared in Xiaoxiu's mind, and the figure of the young man in front of him gradually became blurred. On the distant battlefield, the giant alien beast had already spotted the rapidly approaching warriors. It raised 2 of its 5 massive claws high. Boom, boom. When the giant beast slammed its 2 claws down, a violent sandstorm suddenly swept across the entire desert. At the same time, a silver light flashed in Chen Xiaobai's eyes. The 50 warriors dispersed instantly, as if they were in sync with each other. Even the most clumsy physical techniques of the Xuanwu realm warriors were agile enough. The 50 Xuanwu realm warriors disappeared in the vast desert with a violent sandstorm in the blink of an eye like 50 black dots. Chen Xiaobai stood in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window in the war fortress, looking at the swirling sand in front of him. He gently waved his spotless white robe, and there was nothing behind him. He just sat down straight, as if he was sitting in the air. Next, Chen Xiaobai made a motion with his hands in front of him, as if he was pushing away a layer of water. As his hands moved, a misty guqin slowly appeared. Although this guqin is a zither, it has a name like a sharp sword, Dragon Roar. It is a Saint Martial realm spirit weapon that Chen Xiaobai obtained from the Kunlun secret realm. Swish! The sound of machinery running was heard, and the huge floor-to-ceiling window in front of Chen Xiaobai slowly retracted, and suddenly a strong wind carrying sand rushed in. At this moment, Chen Xiaobai gently touched the strings with both hands. Hum! A deep and spiritual piano sound rang out, and the sandstorms in the desert subsided instantly. As if they had anticipated this kind of scene, as soon as the sandstorm stopped, the 50 warriors who had disappeared before jumped up one after another, bringing up clouds of flying sand. These 50 Xuanwu realm warriors were divided into groups of 10. They did not attack the giant beast's body, but instead ran towards its 5 claws. Of course, the giant beast would not let these warriors succeed easily. He swung his 2 dragon-like arms and smashed them towards the nearby ones. However, just as it made this move, dozens of figures over there, which seemed extremely tiny in its eyes, were instantly sensed. 50 Xuanwu realm warriors used their own abilities to dodge again. This was of course the result of Chen Xiaobai's control from behind. At this time, Chen Xiaobai was sitting and playing the piano, his eyes filled with rapidly jumping silver light. To avoid the interference attack from the giant beast's upper limbs, 50 Xuanwu realm warriors attacked the giant beast's 5 claws one after another. When the giant beast's claws and upper limbs swung again, these 50 warriors seemed to have sensed it in advance and moved to avoid it. This is Chen Xiaobai's ultimate killer acumen. Although people without talent will never be able to develop this keen sense of smell, but with the combination of charm skills, Chen Xiaobai can allow more people to become killers with this keen sense of smell. Buzz! The melodious sound of the piano came from Chen Xiaobai's hands. The fear in the hearts of the 50 warriors in the front facing this giant creature whose size was measured in kilometers disappeared. Soon, the first Dochi warrior made a beautiful move and slashed the giant beast's claws with a sword. Swish! The warrior chopped the giant beast's claws with a sword, and a burst of dark green blood came out. But there was no surprise in the warrior's eyes, only a flash of silver light, and he swung his sword again to chop at the beast's claw in front of him. The first warrior who achieved success quickly inspired the others. Even though everyone was now controlled by Chen Xiaobai, their fighting spirit still had a significant impact on their performance. Soon, dozens of fierce figures on the battlefield surrounded the giant beast and fought fiercely. The giant beast became more and more manic, and its attacks became more frequent. Correspondingly, the silver light in Chen Xiaobai's eyes flashed more violently. At the same time, Chen Xiaobai's piano movements became more rapid. Waves of musical notes like the sounds of swords and horses floated in the desert, inspiring the warriors' fighting spirit and constantly stimulating the nerves of the giant beasts. This kind of fighting lasted for half a day. The 50 warriors in the Xuanwu realm fought hard without holding back, so after half a day, almost everyone was extremely exhausted. At this moment, the rhythm of Chen Xiaobai's piano suddenly changed, and silver light flashed violently in his eyes. Suddenly, 50 Xuanwu realm warriors rushed out from the war fortress where Chen Xiaobai was. Roar! Before these 50 warriors joined the battlefield, suddenly, the giant beast in front of them suddenly let out a shrill roar. Among the 50 warriors besieging the giant beast, one of them burst out with a fiery red spiritual light wrapped in a hint of golden aura. Among these 50 Xuanwu realm warriors, some have broken through to the Lingwu realm. Chapter 8. Straightforward and honest, never forgetting your original intention. Chen Xiaobai looked up at the fiery red spiritual light that burst out over there. Since someone had made a breakthrough, it proved that his method of training soldiers was completely feasible. Suddenly, he thought about it, and an order was transmitted directly to the ears of Rose, the mysterious flower demon. Rose received Chen Xiaobai's order. Bang! Rose, dressed in black, jumped onto the sand. She slowly knelt down, pressing her limbs against the sand, and finally gently touched the sand with her cheek. Gradually, Rose's whole person changed, and she completely turned into a blooming black rose. Emerald green vines emerged from under the rose and penetrated into the sand. As the vines spread, the spiritual energy in the air suddenly increased. This is the divine blood psychic skill of the enchanting flower demon. Chen Xiaobai has been practicing sword skills in Kunlun for 5 years. During these 5 years, the female demons around him have not been idle either. Even the weakest shadow, Abyss Shadow Bear, has entered the realm of 9-star Xuanwu. 5 years ago, when the enchanting flower demon was born, she was already at the 9-star spiritual martial realm. As early as the 3rd year of Chen Xiaobai's journey to Kunlun, she was already a saint-level demon. At this moment, the power of the Rose Saint stage completely erupted, and countless spreading vines covered the surrounding area of nearly 100 miles in radius. It just happens to include the battlefield in the distance. In an instant, the spiritual energy in the area covered by the rose vines suddenly increased. The rhythm of the silver light in Chen Xiaobai's eyes suddenly changed, and the 50 warriors who rushed out first to fight the giant beast all retreated, and the second group of warriors who had just rushed out immediately replaced them. Because of the blessing of the rich spiritual energy, Chen Xiaobai stopped playing the piano this time. When the first 50 warriors came back, a white light flashed in Chen Xiaobai's eyes, and the 50 warriors, their bodies stained with dark green blood, panted and stood in formation behind Chen Xiaobai. Chen Xiaobai checked the physical conditions of these people one by one, and finally focused on observing the warrior who broke through to the spiritual martial realm. The warrior in the spiritual martial realm was a warrior soldier of the Dragon-Tooth army, which made Chen Xiaobai very satisfied. The strength of the others also increased to some extent. A silver light flashed in Chen Xiaobai's eyes again, and these 50 people instantly regained their freedom. The first to react among these people were naturally the Dragonfang warriors. More than 10 Dragonfang warriors saluted Chen Xiaobai together, followed by the Dragon Scale warriors, who also saluted Chen Xiaobai, and finally the warriors from other federations. Chen Xiaobai nodded, said nothing, and waved his hand for everyone to go back and rest. At this time, 2 female warriors with curvy figures walked up from behind the crowd. One was Ah Shi, who had snake scales the size of rice grains at the corners of her eyes, and the other was Leng Yu, who had a holy and cold look on her face. Leng Yu stepped forward and said in a cold voice, "All the United Army warriors who participated in the battle today, can only stay in the R3 war fortress to rest. They are not allowed to leave without permission. As soon as Leng Yu said this, the warriors from Longya and Longlin naturally had no objections, because they were originally stationed in this R3 fortress, but the other warriors. Hearing Leng Yu's order, the Dragon Fang and Dragon Scale warriors among the 50 people also reacted. They stood in a staggered manner and secretly blocked the escape route of the warriors from other federations. The warriors of the Star Federation knew who Chen Xiaobai was over there, and without saying a word, they all raised their hands and nodded in agreement. There were only 2 or 3 warriors from the Petroleum Federation, and they didn't dare to object. The remaining warriors of the North Atlantic Federation were obviously unconvinced. A black warrior from the North Atlantic Federation turned around and shouted at Chen Xiaobai's back, "You can't treat us like this. You can't infringe on our freedom and rights." Chen Xiaobai looked at the second group of warriors who had already entered the battle in the distance and ignored him. The alluring Ashi swayed her slender waist and walked forward, saying in a charming voice, "Excuse me, do you know what war regulations are? During wartime, soldiers only receive orders. Where is their freedom?" The warrior was clearly furious. Taking advantage of his height, he stepped forward and shouted condescendingly, "Him, and you are not my superiors and cannot issue orders to me. Now, I want to return to my own fortress." After saying that, the warrior took a step forward. As soon as he left, one of the remaining North Atlantic Federation warriors stepped out and followed immediately, while the rest stood still to show that they were willing to obey his orders. As the first warrior who left passed by Ashi softly said a number, 5. As the warrior continued to move forward, the number in Ashi's mouth kept shrinking. When she counted to 1, the warrior had just taken 5 steps. Just as the warrior was about to take the 6th step, suddenly, all the warriors behind him saw that his whole body trembled violently. Puff! Snap! Compared to Ash's methods, the experience of the other warrior was much simpler and straightforward. Leng Yu suddenly appeared beside the second warrior who was about to leave, fixed the warrior's neck with one hand, and held the dagger in the other hand and stabbed it into the warrior's neck. The whole process is smooth, simple, and rough. Of course, she learned this from Chen Xiaobai. The warrior wanted to resist before he died, but just as he stretched out his hand to block Leng Yu's hand, he was horrified to find that Leng Yu's left hand had instantly turned into a wolf claw. Leng Yu's wolf claws grabbed the warrior's hand fiercely, and at the same time, he exerted force with his other hand, and the sharp blade instantly pierced through the neck. Listening to the voice that was once most familiar to him, Chen Xiaobai felt a slight sense of recalling the glorious past years. Leng Yu solved the problem, and Ase also finished his work. The first warrior who clamored to leave was ultimately unable to take his 6th step. He fell to the ground with a heavy bang, spitting black blood and losing consciousness. The remaining warriors came up very sensibly to deal with the aftermath. By the floor-to-ceiling window, Chen Xiaobai turned around and glanced at the other North Atlantic Federation warriors among these people. Then he gestured to Zhu Lian and Ming Wan who had been standing beside him. Zhu Lian, who had 6 knife arms on her back, and Ming Wan, who was dragging an iron hook behind her, bowed to Chen Xiaobai and then left. Soon, 45 of the 50 warriors who returned alive from the battlefield were assigned accommodation in the R3 fortress. Except for the 2 killed by Leng Yu and Ash, the next 3 died at the hands of Zhu Lian and Ming Wan. After everyone left, Xiaoxue stepped forward and whispered, "Master, it seems that our brilliance has not yet reached the Atlantic coast." Chen Xiaobai thought for a moment and said, "The news must be blocked and not spread." The North Atlantic Federation is also divided into many substates. Those just mentioned are all from the Liwan Federation. Unite the whole, suppress the individual, win over the North Atlantic Federation, and then dash. Halfway through his words, Chen Xiaobai suddenly stopped. Xiaoxue asked, "Then?" Chen Xiaobai waved his hand and said, "I've gotten myself into a roundabout way. I'll just let Ghost Shadow take over as the Speaker General of the Liwan Federation, and that's it. Remember to show Longya's working style." Xiaoxue nodded and said, "Okay." Chen Xiaobai, no matter how high you reach, you must never forget your original intention. Xiaoxue, my lord is right. That night, Nadas, the president of the Lithuanian Federation, found a black card with a bloody dragon's tooth printed on the front and a dark red cat's paw plum blossom print on the back at the head of his bed. Chapter 9, Metal Storm. In the end, Nadas, the president of the Lithuanian Federation, still did not see the sun the next day. But this was not because of the ghost's attack. Nadas himself had a heart attack that night. In terms of the process, this was the first time that Chen Xiaobai's killer business card was thwarted. but the result still maintains a 100% success rate. The next morning, all the Liwan Federation soldiers were cleared out of the Allied forces by the Atlantic Federation's army. At the same time, other federations repeatedly reminded their frontline commanders, as long as it does not involve the security of the Federation, everything must be led by Longya. The strange death of the Speaker General also aroused the anger of many citizens of the Liwan Federation, but, obviously, no one paid attention to the anger of the citizens of this small federation during this special period. On the front battlefield against the cave creatures, after more than a day, the 6th group of Xuanwu realm members had already gone into battle. A total of 7 warriors from the first 5 groups broke through to the spiritual, martial realm on the spot. Chen Xiaobai was very satisfied with this result. The next night, a second behemoth burst out of the catacombs. This behemoth is very different from the first one. Compared to the first one, this behemoth is more like a human, but an oversized giant. The first team of warriors who had gone into battle earlier set out again and started a new battle under the remote control of Chen Xiaobai. By the 3rd day, all the selected Xuanwu realm warriors had experienced actual combat with giant beasts. At this time, Chen Xiaobai, dressed in white, stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window. A silver light flashed in his eyes, and all the warriors in the spiritual martial realm came out one after another. In addition to the 100 warriors who were fighting the 2 giant beasts, there were more than 680 warriors standing behind Chen Xiaobai. Dozens of warriors died in the battles over the past 2 days. Among the more than 680 warriors, 23 broke through to the spiritual martial realm. This number is terrifying. Not counting these 23 warriors who had just broken through to the spiritual martial realm. Before this, there were only 50 warriors in the Allied forces who had reached the spiritual martial realm. In just less than 2 days, Chen Xiaobai increased this number by nearly 50%. Chen Xiaobai turned around and nodded to Xiaoxue beside him. Then the metal door behind the crowd opened, and another 50 spiritual warriors of the coalition army strode in and stood in line with the previous 23 people. Chen Xiaobai released his control over these warriors. He raised his hand, and 73 golden lights enveloped the more than 70 spiritual martial arts realm warriors. The other Xuanwu realm warriors automatically retreated. Looking at the 70-odd people in front of him, Chen Xiaobai's voice was a little soft, but it was clearly heard by everyone. The upcoming battle will be very brutal, and you will be our main combatants in this brutal battle. Next, you won't just rush forward in a rush of dozens of people. Did you see the first giant beast that appeared? It's very tired now. I need someone to bleed it. Yes, one person. Is anyone willing to step forward? There was a slight commotion among the 70-odd people off the field. Except for a dozen Dragon Fang warriors who issued a uniform report, no one took the initiative to challenge Chen Xiaobai to a fight. Chen Xiaobai was mentally prepared for this. This is not because these people are afraid of death. Being able to break through to the spiritual martial realm, the strongest realm below the saint level, is enough to show that these people have no problem with their courage. The reason why no one except the Dragon Fang warrior went to fight was because these people came from different federations. There is a saying that goes, have ulterior motives. Now facing the battle against the cave creatures, as of now, judging from the casualties suffered by the Blue Star United Army, the situation is not even a stalemate, but a great victory for the United Army. In such a situation, no normal person would choose to let their high-level combat forces take risks. Even if we have to go, aren't there people from neighboring countries? At this moment, Chen Xiaobai smiled. He suddenly shouted, Dragon Fang, arrive! More than 10 powerful voices responded to Chen Xiaobai in unison, and more than 10 tall figures stood at attention in unison. Chen Xiaobai pointed at one of the 2 giant beasts that were fighting with the Allied forces warriors in the distant desert and said coldly, one person should go. A dozen or so Dragon Fang warriors looked at each other, and one of them, who was wearing a small cloth bag, strode out. After saluting Chen Xiaobai, he flashed and rushed out. This was a warrior with metal-related abilities. After he rushed out of the war fortress, he casually took out a handful of metal fragments from the cloth bag on his body and scattered them out. Suddenly, metal fragments all over the sky flew rapidly towards the giant beast over there, and the warrior continued to scatter metal fragments as he moved forward. When he was not far in front of the giant beast, the metal fragments floating around the giant beast were as dense as dust in the air. Chen Xiaobai, who was watching the battle from behind, had a silver light flash in his eyes. Immediately, the dozens of warriors who were fighting with the first giant beast all retreated, leaving the battle to the Dragon Fang warrior, who rushed from behind. In front of the giant beast, whose volume is measured in kilometers, the metal storm looks no different from a breeze, But when the storm hits, the tiny metal fragments instantly become the most deadly steel needles. The giant beast chased the retreating warrior and slowly moved towards the dragon-tooth warrior. The dragon-tooth warrior slammed his hands together with a snap sound. Suddenly, the metal fragments in the sky seemed to come alive, bringing up metal whirlwinds that swept towards the giant beast. Puff, puff, puff. A series of muffled sounds erupted from the giant beast, and in an instant, countless metal fragments were embedded in the beast's body. The next moment, as the warrior's hands, which had been clasped together, suddenly opened outwards, there was a loud noise. The countless metal fragments embedded in the giant beast's body once again broke through the giant beast's skin and flew out. Roar. Whether it was out of pain or anger, the giant beast let out a ferocious roar, and two of its 5 claws suddenly raised up and pounced on the dragon Fang warrior. The warrior crossed his arms over his chest, crackling. In an instant, the metal fragments floating around the warrior gathered together with a crisp collision sound, forming a metal shield. At this moment, Chen Xiaobai, who was watching the battle from behind, frowned suddenly. He realized that the warrior was nervous. Bang! There was a loud noise, and the 2 claws under the giant beast's body slapped the metal shield in front of the warrior. The metal shield did not break, but it smashed down on the dragon-tooth warrior. After that, the giant beast refused to give in, and with its 5 claws on the lower body and 2 strong arms on the upper limbs, it launched a torrential attack towards the tiny warrior in front of it. At the same time, other metal fragments flying in the air gathered together like crazy, forming several sharp swords that pierced the vital parts of the giant beast. It looked like a scene of mutual destruction, but Chen Xiaobai could see at a glance that with the defensive power of the giant beast, why would his metal-type warrior perish together with it? Suddenly, Chen Xiaobai raised his hand and waved it gently, and a golden light flashed between heaven and earth. Sizzle! Roar! The dragon-tooth warrior, who was almost smashed into a pulp by the giant beast, only felt a burst of fishy hot blood splashing all over his body, and at the same time, a heavy object fell heavily not far away from him. When the warrior raised his head, he found that one of the 2 thick upper limbs of the originally ferocious beast had been broken. At the same time, the giant beast looked at the direction of the war fortress behind it, trembling all over and slowly retreating. Waste. The 2 words, Chen Xiaobai, appeared lightly in the heart of the dragon-tooth warrior. No one could hear it except this warrior. The warrior turned and bowed solemnly in the direction of Chen Xiaobai, then turned back to fight the beast to the death. At this moment, Chen Xiaobai's voice rang out from the bottom of his heart again. Come back. You've wasted your chance this time. The warrior was ashamed and embarrassed, and finally had no choice but to withdraw from the battlefield. Chapter 10. Giant beasts appear frequently. Storm Axe. In the R3 fortress, there was a sound of people holding their breath and gasping behind Chen Xiaobai. Everyone knows that Chen Xiaobai is strong, but no one knows that Chen Xiaobai is so strong. Just now, everyone saw that the space in front of Chen Xiaobai seemed to be distorted, and the next moment, a golden sword energy suddenly burst out. Immediately afterwards, everyone heard the terrifying roar of the giant beast in the distance. Chen Xiaobai turned his back to the battlefield and said in a cold voice, "Next, Dragon Scale will be dispatched, and the stars will be ready." Immediately, a Do-Chi-based warrior from the Dragon Scale army appeared. Fighters of the Do-Chi system are naturally gifted in close combat, and their psychological qualities are somewhat better, but only slightly better, and they were defeated in less than half an hour. The 3rd warrior came from the stars, the 4th from the North Atlantic Federation, and the 5th from the Federation. When it came to the 2nd round of Dragon Fang warriors fighting, Chen Xiaobai did not let the newcomer play, but pointed to the metal-type supernatural warrior from before. Thus, the spiritual martial arts realm warriors began a round-the-clock battle against the giant beasts. As the battle continued, 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, and the 3rd giant beast broke out of the cave. At this time, the Blue Star United Army was already able to cope with the situation with ease. The Xuanwu realm warriors automatically began to form teams, and as they became more proficient in coordinating the battle formations, Chen Xiaobai gradually no longer needed to deliberately control them to fight. On the 8th day after the 1st giant beast appeared, before the 4th giant beast rushed out of the cave, the 1st giant beast was finally killed by the metal-type warrior from Dragon Fang, with a 40-meter-long machete made entirely of metal scraps. At that moment, the metal-type supernatural warrior who had just broken through to the spiritual martial realm less than 10 days ago suddenly burst into a brilliant light and entered the 2-star spiritual martial realm. Feeling his own breakthrough, The metal-type supernatural warrior named Xiao Bin was shocked. He immediately turned around and bowed solemnly to Chen Xiaobai behind him. "Thank you, Longya." A powerful voice resounded throughout the desert battlefield, even drowning out the roars of several other Jusua. Chen Xiaobai, dressed in flowing white, raised his hand and lifted it into the air, and Xiao Bin's body straightened up involuntarily. "Don't thank me, thank yourself." For the next 6 months, Chen Xiaobai used this method to continuously train his warriors. In the second month, the White Bear Federation's army and warriors also joined the coalition army. At the same time, there were a steady stream of new recruits coming into Longya and Longlin, while the warriors from other federations were replenished less frequently, because the other federations had discovered that although Chen Xiaobai could also help train their warriors, Chen Xiaobai would not let these warriors leave. Therefore, other federations also had some small ideas. Among them, some substates of the North Atlantic Federation sent warriors into the battlefield without authorization. As a result, within 3 days, these warriors would die at the claws of the giant beasts. Half a year later, no more giant beasts appeared in the cave, and the 800 black tortoises that Chen Xiaobai had originally selected had now become 800 spiritual tortoises, with an additional 3,000 black tortoises, 8 of whom were semi-saints. During the 6 months of fighting, each of the nearly 4,000 warriors had received life-saving grace from Chen Xiaobai, and they had also witnessed the terrifying strength of Chen Xiaobai. When the last giant beast fell, all 4,000 warriors put on the dragon-tooth battle robes. This naturally involved Chen Xiaobai's pressure on federal officials. Although no more behemoths appeared in the cave, it did not mean that the war was over. Chen Xiaobai saw clearly in the space turbulence at that time that the battle between the cave creatures and the Blue Star United Army lasted for 3 full years. If the creatures in the cave were only this powerful, it would be impossible for them to fight against the coalition forces of Blue Star for 3 years before being destroyed. After about a month of calm, there was movement in the cave again. Unlike the previous times when the giant beasts appeared and the earth shook, this time what emerged from the cave was a giant lizard with a man sitting on its back. A dwarf. Just like the dwarfs in some novels, he had Western facial features, a huge rosacea that almost took up half of his face, and a battle axe. The dwarf who just appeared looked curiously at the war fortresses erected around him, and he rode the big lizard slowly approached one of them. When he walked to a certain area, the defense tower of the war fortress suddenly fired a warning laser beam in front of him. The dwarf got off the big lizard very angrily and looked at the traces on the sand that had been completely blackened by the laser beam. He seemed to feel that the fortress defense tower was declaring war. The next moment, the dwarf took a deep breath, and his small body suddenly expanded as if inflated. Crack! The dwarf raised his battle axe, and a force of wind and thunder suddenly descended from the sky. Then he suddenly shouted, "Also!" Boom! The dwarf threw the storm axe in his hand towards the fortress defense tower. The storm axe, carrying the power of wind and thunder, spun and flew towards the bunker defense tower over there. On the way, the defense facilities of the Human Joint Army launched intensive interception attacks on the axe, but except for the laser weapons that could barely keep up with the speed of the axe's flight, all other kinetic weapons failed. Boom! In the end, the dwarf's storm axe hit the bunker defense tower steadily, and in the blink of an eye, the 10-meter-high bunker was instantly reduced to ruins. Amidst the flying smoke and dust, one could see bright red blood flowing out of it. Also, the dwarf who destroyed the bunker's defense tower seemed very excited. He caught the flying battle axe and turned around to show off his muscles to all the bunkers and war fortresses around him. The dwarf shouted "Also" and "Also" loudly, jumping and waving his arms, like a king returning in triumph. Beneath the L5 war fortress of the United Army, a main battle tank from the White Bear Federation swung its gun barrel and aimed at the jumping dwarf. Boom! Suddenly, the muzzle of the tank trembled violently, and a psychic shell flew out. Bang! The shell exploded not far from the dwarf, creating a large crater. But the short figure stood in the gun pit and did not fall down. Also, a powerful roar sounded, and the dwarf's upper body swelled again. At this moment, suddenly a piece of metal debris flew from the sky and gradually condensed into a giant sword, with the sword tip pointing directly at the dwarf. Along with the sudden appearance of the giant sword, there was also a murderous voice. "Xiao Bin, a warrior under Longya. I am under Longya's command to take your life." Chapter 11. Refusing to negotiate, heavy artillery fire. The dwarf looked up, and a ferocious look appeared on his extremely rough face. Asua! With a sudden roar, the dwarf threw the giant axe in his hand again. The giant axe seemed to have developed self-awareness and flew straight towards the tank that had just fired at the dwarves. Swish! When the dwarf's giant axe brought about a series of sounds of breaking through the air, which suddenly stopped with a violent sound of metal collision. Xiao Bin's metal giant sword was so powerful that it knocked the giant axe away with one sword. Next, Xiao Bin clasped his hands together in the air, and the giant sword turned and flew towards the dwarf. Snort! The dwarf uttered a muffled groan, and 2 streams of white mist blew out of his huge nose. He stretched out his hand and retracted the flying giant axe. Clang! There was another loud bang. The dwarf blocked Xiao Bin's giant sword with his giant axe and said in a silly voice, "Surface, race, I am Hoth, the kingdom's general. I come to negotiate with you." Hearing the other party talking about negotiation, the strength of the giant sword in Xiao Bin's hand weakened slightly. At this time, in the war fortress in the rear, Chen Xiaobai said calmly, "No need to talk, kill." Chen Xiaobai's voice seemed to be coming from far behind, but it reached Xiao Bin's ears clearly. "Kill!" Suddenly, Xiao Bin roared, and faint golden light burst out from his body. There are 8 semi-saints among the dragon-tooth warriors, and Xiao Bin is one of them. Suddenly, countless tiny metal particles appeared out of thin air around the dwarf. With a gesture of Xiao Bin's hand, these metal particles all merged together to form metal swords of different sizes that stabbed at the dwarf. The dwarf swung the giant axe in his hand to resist, but at this time Xiao Bin showed a sinister smile on his face. "Disperse!" Xiao Bin shouted loudly, and the dwarf immediately felt something strange in his hand. Next, his giant battle axe seemed to be made of sand on the ground and disappeared out of thin air. "Congeal!" With another loud shout from Xiao Bin, the scattered battle axe metal particles condensed into several metal swords again and stabbed towards the dwarf together with the other metal swords that Xiao Bin had just condensed. Also, the dwarf roared, his upper limb muscles swelled again, and he crossed his arms in front of his chest. At this time, a huge virtual dwarf light and shadow appeared behind the dwarf. The next moment, countless metal swords driven by Xiao Bin fell on the dwarf. Swish, 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 swish. In an instant, countless dense sword wounds appeared on the dwarf's body, and the big lizard that the dwarf was riding when he appeared was torn into pieces on the spot after only a few sword wounds. But under the light and shadow of the huge dwarf, Xiao Bin's sword could no longer cause greater damage to the dwarf. After a while, the dwarf looked up. Surrounded by countless rapidly flying metal swords, his eyes were filled with ferocity. "Surface, race. You have chosen war." Also, the dwarf ignored Xiao Bin who was attacking him. He completely ignored the sharp swords besieging him and ran quickly towards the cave where he came from. The dwarf's figure was unusually sturdy, and every step he took as he sprinted rapidly left a deep footprint in the sand beneath his feet. At this moment, Xiao Bin's arms, which had been waving offensive gestures and drawing a cloud of metal swords towards the dwarf, suddenly stopped. He rose into the air, slowly closed his eyes, and raised his palms upward, as if he was comprehending something. "Metal elements of the world, where are you?" As Xiao Bin sighed softly, the dwarf suddenly felt his legs go soft. Then, Xiao Bin's whisper seemed to ring in the dwarf's ear. "Found it. It turns out that you are in the enemy's body." At this moment, the dwarf felt something indescribable and inexplicable disappearing from his body. Xiao Bin's martial arts talent is metal-related ability. When he reached the semi-saint realm, he could not only control metal materials, but he could even control the metal elements in living organisms. "No, no, no, also." The dwarf shouted in panic and ran faster, but the more he ran, the slower he became. At the end, Xiao Bin was about to kill the dwarf, when suddenly, a pitch-black dagger flew from behind. Upon seeing the dagger, Xiao Bin immediately stepped back respectfully. The black dagger flashed with a black light and then disappeared. Pump! On the battlefield, the dwarf covered his neck in shock. His body began to age rapidly and eventually turned into a dried corpse in the desert. Feeling another trace of rich blood spirit entering his body, Chen Xiaobai moved his wrist slightly and said to Xiaoxiue beside him, "Notify the leaders of the joint forces to prepare to cover the cave with firepower. Have all Dragon Fang warriors on alert from now on. Send a message to all federations. I will need 10,000 reserve warriors above the true martial realm. I don't care how many people they each send, but if they can't get enough, I will be unhappy." "Yes." Xiaoxiue bowed slightly, and her pretty face, which was like that of a fairy, looked down at Chen Xiaobai with gentle waves in her beautiful eyes. 2 minutes later, countless super-powerful missiles brought about a rain of fire across the desert and flew straight into the bottomless cave. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of dense missile explosions rang out from deep within the cave. Hearing the explosions, smiles appeared on the faces of the commanders of the Allied forces. The underground cave war has been going on for more than half a year now, and it has always been the warriors led by Longya who have been making achievements. The commanders of the joint forces are feeling aggrieved. Now, after another round of firepower coverage, the chests of the United Nations Army commanders seem to become straight again. 2 hours after the missile rain attack, a dense army of dwarves slowly emerged from the cave. At the same time, Chen Xiaobai's order was also transmitted to the war fortresses of the various Allied forces. The Allied forces will fully block this battle, and the Dragon Fang warriors will not participate for the time being. After receiving Chen Xiaobai's order, several generals of the Allied forces held an impromptu combat meeting. Afterwards, the armored forces belonging to the White Bear and Red Dragon Federations immediately rushed out of various hidden bunkers, and the fighter jets of the Star Federation in the rear took off urgently. Before the battle began, the commander of the Stars looked up at the sky and sighed. "Everyone, please enjoy the most spectacular firepower attack on this entire planet. There may not be many such opportunities in my lifetime." The cave war has been going on for more than half a year and has become a key battle that the entire Blue Star is paying attention to. The Red Dragon, the Stars, and the White Bear, the three federations recognized as the most powerful militarily on Blue Star, have been continuously sending their ace troops to support this place. Previously, due to Chen Xiaobai's training needs, the powerful firepower of the coalition army was rarely displayed. Now, the long-range artillery units of the three major federations launched an angry roar towards the common enemy. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. At this moment, the artillery units of the three federations released a total of more than 3,000 heavy howitzer shells into the cave battlefield within 30 seconds. Chapter 12. Fierce Attack and Defense, Back and Forth. The dwarf army never expected that they would be warmly welcomed by the coalition forces just after they emerged from the dark cave. At that moment, the entire cave was filled with the rumbling sound of artillery explosions, and the continuously exploding flames illuminated the originally dark cave as if it were daytime. The raging fire burned everything in the abyss of the cave, and the dwarf army that appeared continuously riding on giant lizards suffered heavy losses in the first place. High in the sky, drones flew by and transmitted the captured images to various war fortresses. Suddenly, the morale of the Allied forces was high, and the Dragon Fang warriors behind Chen Xiaobai and all the warriors below the level of half-saint showed some uneasiness on their faces. The explosive effect created by the simultaneous firing of 3,000 heavy howitzers was indeed enough to shock warriors below the saint level. After the howitzers plowed the ground, heavy tanks and armored vehicles composed of the armored forces of the White Bear Federation and the Red Dragon Federation began to surround the cave from both wings. In the sky, a group of star-like fighter jets roared past. As the planes passed, dozens of air-to-ground missiles streaked across the sky with thick smoke, and finally landed on the densest areas of the already shattered dwarf army and exploded, sending dozens of flames bursting out again. To anyone who looked at it, this seemed to be a battle in which the strength was not evenly matched. Boom. One after another, heavy tanks charged at full speed towards the broken dwarf army. The muzzles of the tanks in the front whistled, and shells roared out, ruthlessly devouring the dwarf army's battle formation. Almost at the first encounter, the dwarf army that had just landed on the surface was almost wiped out. At this time, a dwarf stood up from the sand that had been blown black, holding a golden horn in his hand, put it in his mouth and blew it hard. Woo! The desolate sound of the horn instantly spread throughout the desert, and the echo lingered in the cave for a long time. The commander of the Allied forces immediately noticed the dwarf's movements. In less than a minute, several tanks aimed at the dwarf who blew the golden horn. Boom, boom, boom. Several shots were fired at the dwarf, and the intense impact of the artillery fire directly shook the dwarf back into the cave. However, the horn sound that continuously echoed in the cave was like a charge, telling all creatures beneath the abyss, "Our kind have already stood on the surface." In an instant, the desert ground began to tremble slightly again. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, several fireballs flew out from the abyss rapidly, drew several parabolas, and landed among the charging tanks of the Allied forces. The moment the fireball hit the ground, it spread out to form a sea of fire. At first, the sea of fire did not cause any damage to the tanks of the United Nations Army. But as the sea of fire continued to burn, soon the tracks of the first White Bear Federation main battle tank were burned. Boom, boom, boom. In the cave, the fireballs just now were still flying out. The reaction of the joint forces was also very fast. Immediately, the joint fighter formation of White Bear and Red Dragon came roaring from the horizon. Compared to the first wave of fighter jet attacks from the stars, this wave of air-to-ground missiles and aerial bombs were fired into the cave as if they were free. Swish! Suddenly, an ice cone flew out from the cave, carrying a silver line and accurately hitting a fighter plane flying high in the sky. Boom! The fighter plane was blown up on the spot, and the pilot didn't even have a chance to parachute. Following this ice cone, countless ice cones flew out densely in the cave. The fighter jets in the sky immediately began to evade emergency, but even so, some of them were unfortunately hit by the ice cones and blown up. After driving away the fighter jets, fireballs in the cave began to be ejected continuously. The fighter jet strategy failed, so the coalition forces began using missiles. The Red Dragon Federation, which has the strongest missile force among the three federations, directly launched a round of 200 consecutive rounds of psychic high-explosive missiles. Seeing the 200 psychic high-explosive missiles flying into the sky at that moment, all the other generals of the Federation twitched their lips at this moment. 200 psychic high-explosive missiles all flew accurately into the depths of the cave. After all, the cave was 50 kilometers in diameter, and it was more difficult for the Red Dragon's missile troops to miss than to hit. Boom, boom, boom. The explosion caused by 200 psychic high-explosive missiles was no less than that caused by the original 3,000 heavy howitzers. At this moment, all the people watching the battle felt as if a sun had exploded in the basement. The strong light beams instantly swept across the surrounding area for hundreds of miles. The Allied forces and Dragon Fang warriors who had been notified in advance were ready, but the dwarf army that was advancing from the cave to the surface was in trouble. The dense dwarf army was wiped out in an instant like a group of ants caught in fire. When the intense light faded away, all the coalition forces felt the war should be over. Even the Dragon Fang warriors behind Chen Xiaobai had complicated expressions. Some were nervous, and some were relieved. Chen Xiaobai still had a faint smile on his face, dressed in spotless white, standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, staring into the distance motionlessly. Not long after, a familiar voice shook out from the cave. Also. At this moment, Chen Xiaobai looked down at his hands. Another legion of dwarves emerged from the cave. This is a legion that is completely different from the previous dwarf soldiers. Although they are all dwarves, these dwarves are obviously stronger than the previous ones. The armor they wear is also different. Moreover, in this dwarf army, Chen Xiaobai saw 11 dwarves who looked similar to the dwarf warrior who appeared first. The first to launch an attack on the dwarven army were the armored forces surrounding the outer perimeter of the catacombs. Shells flew out of the muzzles of the main battle tanks, landing in the dwarven army and exploding into fierce flames. However, that dwarf army was not affected by the explosion of the shell at all. It's as if nothing happened. Chen Xiaobai noticed that there was a silver halo flowing on the armor of this dwarf army, and some strange magic runes flashed under their feet as the army advanced. After thinking for a moment, Chen Xiaobai instructed Xiaoxue, thermal weapons probably won't work against this enemy. Let the coalition forces try using energy cannons, preferably ice-type ones. However, this time Chen Xiaobai underestimated the commander of the coalition forces. Before he could finish his words, a snow-white energy light appeared from behind the war fortress of the White Bear and the Red Dragon. Swish! More than 10 snow-white energy beams instantly flew into the sky, forming a semicircular arc before landing on the dwarf army. Boom! More than 10 ice energy cannons exploded, and tremendous ice energy rushed out instantly. In a blink of an eye, this dwarf army of more than 10,000 people were all frozen into ice sculptures. Chapter 13. The main harmony begins, a vicious cycle. After the ice energy cannon took effect, the coalition forces launched another round of howitzer attacks forward in the blink of an eye. Because relying solely on ice energy cannons can only temporarily freeze the dwarf army and cannot cause effective damage. According to the coalition forces' expectations, under the bombardment of this powerful thermal kinetic energy shell, the dwarf army that had been frozen into ice sculptures would definitely turn into ice flakes all over the ground. However, this is not the case. After the howitzer fell, the ice on the dwarf ice sculptures did melt, but the strong dwarves were fine. Seeing this, Chen Xiaobai waved to the dragon-tooth warriors who were ready for battle behind him. The coalition forces also realized that they might need to rely on warriors in the next battle, and the tank troops began to retreat. The United Army's energy cannon in the rear continued to charge the ice. This was the last thing they could do for the Dragon Fang warriors. Also, suddenly, a thunderous roar rang out from the dwarf army, and all the dwarves charged towards the armored forces of the coalition forces. This time, even though the coalition forces' ice energy cannon landed again, the effect was very weak. The armor on the dwarf army exuded a strange luster, gradually increasing their resistance to energy cannons. Tens of thousands of dwarves rushed towards the retreating armored forces of the allied forces, just like berserkers who had activated their ultimate skills in a certain competitive game. The coalition tanks continued to fire while retreating. Soon, the first group of dwarves rushed to the front of the tanks, raised the giant axes in their hands, and chopped them down fiercely. Bang! With a loud explosion, the main battle tank covered with thick steel plates was instantly split open by a dwarf warrior, leaving a 1-meter-long gap. Upon seeing this, Chen Xiaobai turned to face the 4,000 Dragon Fang warriors behind him in the R3 fortress. He pointed the Xianyuan Han sword in his hand at the battlefield ahead, bringing with it a fierce gust of wind. Tell those short guys, whoever is the master of this planet, kill them. Kill. What responded to Chen Xiaobai was more than 4,000 roars that soared into the sky. Among these 4,000 people, the weakest ones are all in the Xuanwu realm. The battle between 4,000 Blue Star warriors and tens of thousands of dwarf legions broke out instantly. The battle lasted for nearly a week. The dwarf army was completely wiped out, and more than 1,000 Dragon Fang warriors were lost. However, due to the existence of Baifeng, all the more than 1,000 Dragon Fang warriors who had died in the battle were resurrected. Not only did Longya suffer heavy losses, but the losses of the allied forces were even more unbearable. The dead soldiers were resurrected under the effect of Baifeng's skills, but the large number of lost tanks, planes, and ammunition had to be calculated at an astronomical price. A week later, the peace lasted less than 3 days before fireballs flew out of the cave again. A dwarf army launched a surprise attack on the Atlantic Federation's war fortress. Fortunately, the Dragon Fang warriors reacted quickly, otherwise a huge gap would have appeared in the coalition's defense line that night. Faced with the extremely powerful individual dwarf warriors, at this moment, the coalition forces finally understood why Chen Xiaobai had always insisted on using warriors to train his troops. However, while the Dragon Fang warriors and the allied forces soldiers were fighting hard on the front lines, some unique voices emerged from within the Blue Star. The first person to speak was the Speaker of the South Australian Federation, a federation that was isolated from the Blue Star continent and existed alone in the ocean. As everyone knows, the dwarves initially showed up with the intention of negotiating, but now we're at the point of a life-and-death struggle. I believe this war should have been avoided. But because of the misjudgment of some of our frontline personnel, loyal soldiers from various federations are now being sent to their deaths one after another. I believe this is the fault of certain commanders on the front line. The Speaker of the Federation of South Australia made the above comments at a press conference facing the whole world. Suddenly, the people of the Federation of South Australia began to worry about their Speaker of the Federation. At this time, 6 years have passed since Chen Xiaobai first visited the Lan Palace, and many of the previous secrets have been declassified. A lot of fragmentary information has been leaked about the mysterious death of the chief speaker of the stars 6 years ago, and many people know that Chen Xiaobai has an inseparable connection with the death of the chief speaker of the stars. On a well-known forum, South Australian netizens were furiously venting their determination to love their country, calling on all South Australian youth to protect our beloved Speaker General. We should find a way to let those people on the mainland know that our South Australian Federation still exists. Protect the Chancellor. We can't let him be persecuted by the bad guys. Although the enemy is very powerful, the great Maori never surrender. The one above, why don't you take back the ruling rights of the Maori people in South Australia from the Anglo-Saxons first? Soon after the South Australian Federation issued a statement, the North Atlantic Federation and the Star Federation also issued statements saying that they should negotiate with the dwarves first. The lives of these two federations are just like this. They dare not openly accuse Chen Xiaobai of being wrong like the South Australian Federation did. The White Bear Federation and the Red Dragon Federation publicly stated that this is a war against alien invasion. Since the war has begun, there will be no peace talks unless the enemy is willing to stop the attack. The statements from the White Bear Federation and the Red Dragon Federation appear to be in favor of war, but in fact, the meaning behind them also shows that if peace talks are possible, the two federations are willing to negotiate. Over time, the voices against the war grew louder and louder. But the battle on the front line became more and more intense, because Baifeng entered a rest period, and Chen Xiaobai reduced the frequency of Dragon Fang warriors going into battle, which caused the losses of the coalition forces to rise sharply. There were also the 10,000 warriors who had just joined the battle. Because the initial group of warriors was personally controlled by Chen Xiaobai, they suffered basically no losses. But there is only one Chen Xiaobai, and he cannot personally take care of every warrior. This also led to an increasingly serious number of warrior deaths. The more brutal the fighting on the front line, the louder the anti-war calls in the rear. For a time, the whole situation entered a vicious cycle. Chen Xiaobai also thought about having the coalition army use the method he saw in the space turbulence to completely eliminate the cave creatures. But if that happened, he would lose the opportunity to train his troops. With the army of warriors in front of them, they are simply unable to compete with the army of immortals and the strange beasts in the starry sky. That day, Chen Xiaobai sat in the sand outside the R3 fortress, reading the news for a long time with his IPD. On the screen, an intellectual Oriental woman was delivering her speech for the election of Speaker of the Stars. This person is Chen Xiaobai's former class teacher, Meng Huiqiu. A red flag with stars hung behind Meng Huiqiu. The theme of her speech was, "The cage of capital will be shattered by the iron fist of the people." After looking for a while, Chen Xiaobai smiled. There are billions of people on a planet, and everyone has their own ideas. It's really a headache to get everyone to work together. Chapter 14, Secrets of the Past, talking about heroes. I am very grateful to every citizen of the stars for their recognition of me. We will definitely win this year's election. Amidst the stars, at Freedom Square in the Holy City, Meng Huiqiu concluded the last stop of his campaign tour. When she finished her speech and came down from the stage, there was thunderous applause that lasted for a long time. As soon as Meng Huiqiu returned to the backstage, her assistant rushed over with a cell phone in hand. "Teacher Meng, call." Meng Huiqiu's assistant is her former student. Even though Meng Huiqiu is now a candidate for the Speaker General, she still asks her students to call her teacher. Without answering the phone, Meng Huiqiu walked forward and said, "Su Qing, I need to talk to some union representatives later, so it's not convenient now." Normally, the assistant would have stepped away, but this time, the assistant named Su Qing opened her arms to stop Meng Huiqiu and said sternly, "Teacher, you must answer this call. The identity of the caller is fundamentally different from those guild representatives." Hearing the assistant say this, Meng Huiqiu didn't ask who it was. She took the phone and took a look at it with a suspicious look on her face. The number was an unknown number, a long-distance call from outside the region. "Hello, Teacher Meng." Meng Huiqiu's expression changed instantly. Of course she could hear that it was the student who changed the trajectory of her life, Chen Xiaobai. "Xiaobai, how is the battle on the front line? How are you?" On the other side, Chen Xiaobai glanced at the vast desert and said, "It's okay. The dwarves haven't made any big moves recently, just the occasional sneak attack. The bigger problem comes from behind us. That's why I wanted to talk to you." Meng Huiqiu pondered for a moment. Her years of political career had honed her mind, and she understood what the bigger problem, Chen Xiaobai, was referring to the moment he finished speaking. Meng Huiqiu gestured to his assistant, then said to Chen Xiaobai, "Wait a moment. I'll call you in 5 minutes." "Good." Afterwards, Meng Huiqiu asked Su Qing to cancel all her work for the rest of the day, asked the driver to drive the car over, and gave the driver half a day off. She got into the car alone and called Chen Xiaobai back. The first thing Meng Huiqiu said to Chen Xiaobai when the call was connected was, "Xiaobai, the masses, due to their own cognitive limitations, are very blindly obedient. The current global anti-war outcry is definitely because someone is secretly fanning the flames. I can probably understand your current situation, and I can guess what kind of help you want from me. To be honest, if I were you, I would also be very confused. I guess you definitely want to catch and deal with those who are secretly causing trouble, but you are also afraid that this will plunge the entire human race of Blue Planet into a bloody and turbulent terror. Because in times of war, especially when facing the invasion of such an alien race, humans cannot afford internal strife. Compared to the time when you could solve problems all by yourself with just an axe, now that you have more people behind you, it does cause more trouble." Meng Huiqiu talked a lot of seemingly nonsense. Chen Xiaobai on the other end of the phone listened and recalled the night when he came out of the Chuanxing Security Bureau. His teacher had just been talking nonsense to him. At that moment, a thought occurred to Chen Xiaobai. She's still the same. However, it turns out that the current teacher Meng is really not the same teacher Meng as before. But the two words that suddenly came out of Meng Huiqiu's mouth made Chen Xiaobai realize that what followed was the main point that Meng Huiqiu wanted to express. Meng Huiqiu took a deep breath and said firmly, "But, Xiaobai, when times like this come, it's often necessary to cut the Gordian knot. In times like this, the simplest and most primitive methods are most effective. Kill one to warn the 100. If killing one doesn't work, then kill 10. If 10 doesn't work, then kill 20. If 20 doesn't work, then kill 30. Xiaobai, if you focus on the period of hundreds or thousands of years, you will naturally know what to do. On the other end of the phone, Chen Xiaobai casually grabbed a handful of sand and threw it up, smiling and saying, "Thank you, teacher." "You're welcome. As your teacher, I'll always regret not being able to help you that time." There was a sudden silence on the phone. Chen Xiaobai put away his smile and said seriously, "Teacher, I have one more thing to say." "You say?" "Teacher, I'm sorry." "Sorry? What are you sorry for?" "Teacher, I already know that Ms. Yang Wei from Fenlong Group is your mother, and the boy I killed in his sleep is your brother. Yang Wei specifically asked you to contact me regarding the secret realm trial quota. At that time, you addressed Yang Wei as Madam in the office. That was the first time you spoke to her in 6 years. You've never called her mother, nor have you ever asked her for anything. But the night I went to commit the murder, you sat in her car in a parking lot in Los Angeles and begged her all night. Then I saw you crying so hard at school, and I thought it was because I ruined your plan to hook up with a rich boy. Even so, you never resented me. Now I know everything, teacher. I'm really sorry. I know saying sorry is useless. That's why I haven't contacted you in the past few years. You are a very responsible teacher." Chen Xiaobai said sorry, but there was no apology on his face, because if the same thing happened again, he would still do the same thing. He was just expressing his apology to Meng Huiqiu, not regret. And Meng Huiqiu seemed to have sensed this as well. Her eyes were a little red, but there were no tears. "Chen Xiaobai, it's been so many years since that happened. Let's not talk about it. You did make me lose a lot, but you also gave me a lot. In a way, you are not only my teacher, but also my parents, because you gave me a new life." "Chen Xiaobai, am I that powerful? Okay, let's end this conversation first. Meng Huiqiu, have you figured out what to do?" "I've figured it out. What should I do?" Honglong has an interesting book about 3 great generals fighting each other. One of them is called Liu Bei, a man of unparalleled benevolence and righteousness, respected by the world. The other is called Cao Cao, a treacherous and sinister general, and everyone calls him a traitor. When I first watched it, I liked Cao Cao because I was young at the time and I felt that I could be like Cao Cao when I grew up and do whatever it takes to achieve great things. Then I watched it a second time and I liked Liu Bei because I realized I was just an ordinary person, let alone Cao Cao. I was very lucky to be a refugee who escaped with Liu Bei and survived. But now I like Cao Cao again because I found I can really be Cao Cao. Meng Huiqiu hesitated for a moment, then said with some hesitation, "A 2-second silence for the men around you who have families." Chapter 15 Round Table Meeting, New Enemies. We should live in peace with our friends in the inner world. Reject war, we need peace. I am the mother of a soldier. I am 62 years old, and last week I received the ashes of my only son. Seek common ground while reserving differences, and coexist openly. At the very least, we should sit down and talk with these mysterious visitors. As a native of Nanfei, I am well aware of the temperament of wild beasts. I believe the Allied forces should completely exterminate the Earth core race. Hey, dude upstairs, just because you've seen so many wild beasts, you think everyone in the world except humans is a wild beast. In a sense, humans are also beasts. On the internet media, the public opinion storm continues to ferment, and anti-war sentiment among the people of Blue Planet continues to rise. Even the Red Dragon's staunch friend, the White Bear Federation, took into account public pressure and showed signs of withdrawing its troops from the front line. The only federation that still firmly stands on Chen Xiaobai's side is the Red Dragon Federation. In fact, the anti-war sentiment within the Red Dragon is also very intense, but because Chen Xiaobai's Dragon Fang has an unclear relationship with the Red Dragon's Senate stands firmly on Chen Xiaobai's side. Since the establishment of Dragon Fang, the quality of Red Dragon warriors has been greatly improved, and now it has firmly ranked first among the federations of Blue Star. R3 Fortress. Chen Xiaobai sat cross-legged on the ground with a few pieces of paper in front of him. Xiaoxue came over to the side and said respectfully, "My lord, the Joint Forces Command invites you to a meeting." Chen Xiaobai's fingers gently slid across the pieces of paper in front of him. On them were the logos of several different federations: South Australia, South Pacific, North Atlantic, ISA, and Sakura. Chen Xiaobai frowned slightly, as if he was having trouble making a decision. After a while, Chen Xiaobai stood up and said, "Okay, let's go over and listen to what they have to say. By the way, Xiaoxue, you, Lingyue, and Meigawei should take people to South Australia. I feel that the sudden rise of anti-war sentiment is a bit strange." "Yes." H1 Fortress, Joint Forces Headquarters. An extra-large round conference table was placed in the middle. The number 1 commanders of each federation were present, but no one spoke because the seat in the middle of the table was still empty. If the person in that position doesn't come, even if the other participants reach a consensus, no one will dare to implement it easily. After a while, the door of the conference room opened. No one informed anyone because no one knew how to address Chen Xiaobai by his title. Chen Xiaobai, dressed in white, walked in lightly. The number 1 commanders of the various federations of the United Army stood up one after another, and some commanders of small federations even bowed slightly involuntarily. Chen Xiaobai sat down at the head seat at the round table. Today, he is no longer the boy who stabbed people in the neck with a dagger. Because if Chen Xiaobai wants to kill someone now, he doesn't even need a knife. The smile on his face made everyone feel refreshed at first glance. But in fact, only those who were qualified to sit at this conference table could feel the undercurrent behind this smile. Chen Xiaobai looked at everyone present and asked with a smile, "You all invited me here today. Is there something you want to inform me of?" Joyce, the commander-in-chief of the North Atlantic Federation's army, said cautiously, "Longya, anti-war sentiment is high among the people of each federation right now. It's not appropriate to continue fighting." As soon as Joyce opened his mouth, Mikhail, the commander-in-chief of the White Bear Federation, echoed him, and then almost all the commanders of the Federation expressed their opinions. The commander of the Red Dragon, Su Wentian, closed his eyes as if he was asleep and said nothing. The commander of the Petroleum Federation looked extremely nervous. He looked at Chen Xiaobai with eager eyes. Obviously, apart from Chen Xiaobai, the one who least wanted a ceasefire was the Petroleum Federation, the owner of the cave. If the peace advocates follow their ideas and coexist with the cave creatures, the first one to suffer losses will be the Oil Federation. What is damaged is the core sovereignty of a federation, its territory. After everyone finished speaking, Chen Xiaobai kept smiling. "Okay, I understand what you all mean. However, this is not a trivial matter and it cannot be resolved in one meeting. Let's observe the situation." After saying that, Chen Xiaobai stood up and left. That night, the dwarf army launched another surprise attack on the coalition forces. This time, Mingwan personally led his men to ambush and successfully captured a dwarf warrior alive. The dwarf warrior was escorted to Chen Xiaobai, cursing all the way. Chen Xiaobai just glanced at him, a silver halo flashing in his eyes, and then said coldly, "Deal with it." Phew. On the spot, Mingwan's scorpion tail hook instantly pierced the dwarf's heart. The dwarf warrior's level was too low, and Chen Xiaobai was unable to obtain much useful information from the dwarf's memory. In the second half of the night, Chen Xiaobai rushed into the depths of the cave with a sword. That night, the entire cave was filled with sharp golden sword lights. The next morning, facing the cool morning breeze, a figure in spotless white clothes flew out of the cave. Chen Xiaobai had already learned the information he wanted. On that day, the Dragon Fang warriors led by Chao Gushue arrived in Labe, the capital of South Australia. Then, a scene that shocked everyone happened. The Dragon Fang warrior directly announced the takeover of the South Australian Parliament building. Lung Yu led a group of warriors into the office of the governor of South Australia and killed an enchanting girl hiding in the office of the governor of South Australia Morrison on the spot. The entire process was broadcast live to the entire Blue Star. What shocked everyone was that after the enchanting girl died, her body shrank out of thin air, and a pair of wings as thin as cicada wings grew out of her back. Next, Xiaoxua checked the people in the South Australian Parliament one by one. On that day, the Dragon Fang warriors used bloody means to eliminate more than 1/3 of the office staff in the South Australian Parliament building. During this period, South Australia's warriors and army also tried to attack Longya, who occupied the capital, but they were afraid to use heavy weapons, and secondly, they really could not defeat these Longya people relying solely on South Australia's warriors. That evening, South Australian Governor Morrison, accompanied by the Dragon Fang warrior, announced to all citizens that the South Australian Federation had been invaded by unknown creatures and that wartime regulations had been activated. All Nanao warriors and soldiers must accept Longya's command. With Xiaoxue's charming skill that can instantly see through people's hearts, the Dragon Fang warriors, South Australia warriors, and South Australia soldiers launched a dragnet search in Labe City. In the streets and alleys, residents of South Australia can always see some panicked and charming girls running away, followed by a group of ferocious warriors. Some girls had wings like cicada wings growing behind them when they ran away. The strange thing is that all the South Australian citizens who saw this scene would involuntarily step forward to stop the warriors and help the girls escape. The girls who were caught were often killed on the spot. After death, the girls were surprisingly consistent, with their bodies all shrinking and wings growing on their backs. On the third day, the South Australian Research Institute issued an autopsy report, stating that this girl who became smaller and grew wings after death did not belong to any known biological subject. On the 5th day, a girl with wings on her back was controlled by Xiaoxue's charm skills. She told the camera about her origins. "My name is Hunla. I come from the distant inner world of the earth. I am a dark elf." Chapter 16, Self-directed and self-acted. Who dares not to believe it? My race is good at deceiving people. The initial anti-war speech was made by one of your surface human leaders, who was deceived by my people. Of course, we don't really want to negotiate with you. We just need some time. Because of the peculiarities of your surface physiques, you are too slow to master spiritual energy. As long as our inner earth race returns to the surface, it will only take a few years to train countless powerful warriors. By then, destroying you humans on the surface will be a piece of cake. Live broadcast worldwide. When the Dark Elf finished speaking, people from all levels of the major federations fell silent for a moment. A few minutes later, a counter-publicity campaign started simultaneously in federations around the world. At a time when the survival of the race is at stake, there is no future in simply seeking peace. Hurrah! White Bear Federation. One punch is enough to prevent 100 blows. When two brave men meet in a narrow road, the brave one wins. Red Dragon Federation. Brave humans, not afraid of war. Peninsula Federation. Burn Little Universe. Sakura Federation. The achievements of human civilization for thousands of years have continued to this day. Everyone has the right to survive and live freely. Ladies and gentlemen, now, the dawn of freedom is in crisis. We should bravely defend our rights and fight. Star Federation. Of course, this is just the official statement. There are also many people with ulterior motives who have publicly expressed doubts about the previous Dark Elf video being fake. However, under the premise of the overall change in the trend of public opinion, these small shrimps can't make much waves at all. Instead, he was severely criticized by countless indignant and enthusiastic people. Some people also questioned how those dark elves entered South Australia. Regarding this issue, Longya, led by Chen Xiaobai, issued an apology statement to the world, promising that such incidents would never happen again. No one expected that within just a few days, the entire blue planet's attitude towards the cave creatures would undergo a 180-degree change. Early that morning, downstairs of the South Australian Parliament building, bang! A body fell from the roof and turned into a pool of blood and mud when it landed on the ground. On the rooftop of the building, Chao Gashua stood on the edge of the rooftop and looked down. Behind her were several trembling South Australia officials and a group of Dragon Fong warriors who were eyeing them covetously. 10 minutes later, an urgent news report was released on all major South Australian federal media outlets. Governor-General Scott Morrison, feeling guilty towards all South Australian citizens, committed suicide from the rooftop of Parliament House early this morning. Ordinary people can only see the superficial meaning of this news, but those with sharp minds will find that another federal head who was against Chen Xiaobai is gone. After public opinion turns, the next step is for the federations to take actual action. The new governor of South Australia, who took office temporarily, immediately ordered all warriors above the Tianwu realm in the country to rush to the cave battlefield and wait for Longya's orders at any time. The support from other states for the frontline war has also reached an unprecedented level. A letter of appointment as the Supreme Commander of the Blue Star United Army, jointly authorized by all federations, was also delivered to Chen Xiaobai. R3 Fortress. Although he was wearing a spotless white robe, Chen Xiaobai sat on the ground carefree and nonchalant, holding a copy of Romance of the Three Kingdoms in his hand and reading it with great interest. Su Wentian, dressed in military uniform, walked behind Chen Xiaobai and sat down on the ground. Chen Xiaobai ignored Su Wentian and read his book quietly, turning a page from time to time. After a moment, Su Wentian took a deep breath and suddenly asked, "Xiaobai, is the Dark Elves thing real, or did you make it up all by yourself?" Chen Xiaobai's expression remained calm as he flipped a page of his book and said casually, "There was such a big commotion over there. Many people in South Australia saw the Dragon Fong warriors capturing the Dark Elves. How could this be fake?" Su Wentian adjusted his hair. "Do you think I don't know? Of the 3 girls you sent to South Australia, one is skilled in charm and the other is skilled in illusion. And..." Su Wentian looked around and continued, "Except for Nanao, no Dark Elves have been found anywhere else." Chen Xiaobai remained silent and continued reading for a while before slowly saying, "Uncle, is this question you asked important?" Su Wentian sighed and said, "It doesn't matter whether it's important or not. Anyway, the result has achieved what we wanted. I'm just curious." Chen Xiaobai put down the book, looked at Su Wentian with a smile, and asked, "Then what is your status in asking? Public or private?" Su Wentian thought for a moment and said, "My lord, the commander of the Red Dragon Force of the United Army." "That's true. Dark Elves have indeed launched a surprise attack on South Australia, creating unfavorable public opinion within Blue Star. Then I'll change my identity. I'm your uncle, your godfather." This time, Chen Xiaobai spread his hands and said helplessly, "Uncle, you've already guessed it, so why bother asking?" "Yes, I planned this whole thing from beginning to end. The Dark Elves do exist, but they're still in that cave, slowly climbing up." Su Wentian looked at Chen Xiaobai in surprise for a long moment, then slowly nodded and said, good fellow. You are really? Damn, I'm running out of words." Chen Xiaobai looked at Su Wentian puzzledly and said, "Uncle, you didn't say much swearing today." Su Wentian glanced at him unhappily. "You are my superior. Shouldn't I be more careful when talking to you?" Chen Xiaobai pointed to the book in his hand and said, "I learned all this from here. Uncle, I found that people's hearts are really interesting." "Who did you imitate?" "Zhuge Liang. You know what? This one of yours really has that vibe to it, like a Zhuge Liang." "Huh? Uncle Zhuge Liang. I didn't learn from him, and I'm not at his level of calculating everything. Isn't that obvious to you? I'm sure many others have seen it too. What's the point of seeing it? The tide of public opinion around the world has already turned. And if you throw Morrison off the roof of Parliament House, who among those who see it would dare not believe it? So tell me, is this something Zhuge Liang could do?" "Indeed, it's not like that. Zhuge Liang is not as cunning as you. You are the old immortal of the Sima family, the traitor Chao Mingda." "That sounds good. What's the next step?" "Dig into that hole and fuck it." "Next?" "Hey, uncle, next, I plan to negotiate with the dwarf." "What?" Chen Xiaobai smiled mysteriously and pointed at the Romance of the Three Kingdoms in his hand. No one expected that when global public opinion was leaning towards war, the commander of the United Nations Army, Chen Xiaobai, would actually propose negotiations with the dwarves. Although it is an opinion, none of the heads of state of the major federations dare to treat it as an opinion. In less than 3 days, the negotiating representatives sent by the various federations arrived at the United Nations fortress. Chapter 17. The Dwarf King appears. 2 dragons fight hard. No one knows what Chen Xiaobai is up to. As soon as the news of negotiations with the dwarves spread, a strong public opinion was once again aroused in the various federations. This time, everyone is accusing Chen Xiaobai, as the supreme commander of the United Nations Army, of ignoring public opinion and acting on his own. Various forms of protests are frequently staged in major federations. What is very interesting is that after investigations by various federal information investigation departments, it was found that those who were most active in this wave of anti-peace talk public opinion were precisely the same group of people who were most active in the previous anti-war public opinion. Chen Xiaobai just smiled and ignored it. That night, at the United Army headquarters, Chen Xiaobai met with the peace negotiating representatives elected by each federation until late at night. To everyone's surprise, Chen Xiaobai was actually discussing various matters regarding negotiations with the dwarves with everyone. 2 days later, a dwarf army that attacked the coalition forces was captured and taken back to the R3 fortress and then released half a day later. 2 days later, the dwarf couple returned to the R3 fortress and chatted in their half-familiar Blue Star Eastern language. Fortunately, the meaning was expressed clearly, and the two sides tentatively decided to hold initial negotiations 3 days later, during which time both sides would observe a ceasefire. 3 days later, an army of dwarves climbed out of the cave early in the morning riding on giant lizards. Among them were several dwarves who looked obviously weak. In the area between the cave and the Blue Star United Army's fortress, at a temporary conference platform, several dwarf representatives and representatives from various federations of Blue Star held their first conversation. This conversation between the two sides was called the Catacombs Talks, and it was the first friendly exchange between the surface civilization and the inner Earth civilization in the history of Blue Star. At the meeting, both sides surrendered their respective interests. The dwarfs, representing the inner Earth civilization, demanded that the surface civilization allocate 500,000 square kilometers of territory to them for recuperation. The representatives of the various surface federations naturally could not agree to this. After the two sides bargained back and forth, the final result was set at 150,000 square kilometers. Then the federal representatives asked the dwarves a question. "We provide you with 150,000 square kilometers of land, so what do you provide us?" To this, the dwarf replied with considerable arrogance, "The dwarf king will grant you peace." When such an answer was delivered to Chen Xiaobai, the generals of various federations were all furious, but only Chen Xiaobai smiled unusually happily. Okay, let them go back and tell the Dwarf King that we are very happy to accept the peace granted by the great Dwarf King. 5 days later, a golden light burst out from the cave. At this moment, all the warriors and soldiers of the Surface Coalition army felt a pressure as strong as a mountain. Roar! Following a ferocious beast roar, a pair of broad wings rose from the cave, followed by a huge beast head that looked a bit like a lizard. In an instant, all the Western soldiers in the Coalition army showed expressions of incredible shock. Even the Eastern soldiers looked at the sky above the cave in disbelief. That's a giant dragon. A giant Western dragon with a yellowish-brown body. And on the dragon sat an unusually strong dwarf. The dwarf was holding a retro Western warhammer in his hand, his muscles bulging all over his body. He was holding the dragon scales of the khaki dragon under him with one hand, his eyes filled with endless majesty. Of the surface races, the Dwarf King Dooley is here. The dwarf riding the dragon suddenly roared, and his voice was heard for thousands of miles. In response, Chen Xiaobai in the R3 fortress flicked his finger and shouted, "Roar!" In an instant, another violent beast roar was heard. This time the roar of the beast came from the distant horizon. Everyone turned their heads and saw a blood-red dragon that was even larger than the khaki dragon under the Dwarf King, spreading its wings and flying towards them. When they first saw the blood-red dragon, both the Dwarf King riding the dragon and the khaki dragon being ridden showed contempt in their eyes. Then the Dwarf King controlled the khaki dragon to fly into the sky and rushed towards the blood-red dragon under the gaze of hundreds of thousands of people on the ground. A blood-red light flashed in Chen Xiaobai's eyes, and the next moment, the blood-red dragon faced the ochre-colored dragon under the Dwarf King, opened its bloody mouth, and rushed forward without mercy. Roar! Roar! 2 dragon roars sounded from both sides, and 2 giant dragons of completely different colors flapped their wings and slammed into each other. The 2 dragon heads were biting and tearing each other apart, neither of them giving in, but soon the ochre-colored dragon fell into a disadvantage. Because no matter how the blood-colored dragon is bitten by the khaki dragon, its own injuries can be quickly recovered when the blood-colored dragon bites the khaki dragon. As time passed, the blood-colored dragon even became stronger than when it first appeared. At first, the 2 dragons were fighting, and the Dwarf King riding on the khaki dragon just sat back and watched. However, seeing his beloved dragon gradually losing the upper hand, the Dwarf King finally could not sit still anymore. Roar! After another round of confrontation between the 2 dragons, the khaki dragon returned empty-handed, but the blood-colored dragon successfully bit off a piece of bloody dragon meat from the khaki dragon. When the 2 giant dragons were intertwined, the Dwarf King suddenly raised the hammer in his hand, and suddenly, a gust of wind and thunder immediately condensed on the hammer in the Dwarf King's hand. At the same time, a sneer appeared on Chen Xiaobai's face as he stood by the floor-to-ceiling window of R3 fortress. He put his index finger and middle finger together, and suddenly a dazzling golden sword light lingered at his fingertips. But Chen Xiaobai did not attack immediately. Instead, he watched with a smile as the Dwarf King's storm hammer smashed hard into the blood-red dragon. Boom! Roar! The Dwarf King's powerful hammer directly knocked the blood-red dragon far away, and immediately a painful wail sounded from the blood-red dragon's mouth. Seeing that the Dwarf King's attack was successful, the khaki dragon under him spread its wings and pounced towards the blood-red dragon. At this moment, the golden sword light surrounding Chen Xiaobai finally flew out. The golden sword light was not flying very fast, and the Dwarf King noticed it the moment it appeared. The Dwarf King swung his storm hammer and sent out a gust of wind and thunder flying towards the golden sword light. But at this moment, something strange happened. The golden sword light suddenly split into 2 along the way, and the sword light suddenly accelerated, almost flashing between heaven and earth. One sword went straight to the Dwarf King, and the other went straight to the ochre dragon under the Dwarf King. The contempt in the Dwarf King's eyes grew even stronger. Humph, petty. He was halfway through his words when he swallowed the next word back into his stomach. In the time it took him to say this, the 2 sword lights had turned into 4, and the 4 had turned into 8. After another hesitation, the 8 sword lights instantly turned into 16. 16 sword lights formed a sword formation that moved forward rapidly, and this sword formation seemed to contain some mystery that he, a dwarf, could not see with his IQ. Suddenly, an infinite solemnity appeared in the eyes of the Dwarf King. He could feel that the owner of the sword light had reached an incredible level of control over the sword. Time passed in a flash, and when the 16 sword lights flew in front of the Dwarf King, swish. the sword light suddenly flashed, and the 16 sword lights turned into 32. A total of 32 golden swords slashed towards the ochre-colored dragon under the Dwarf King. Chapter 18. God's Guidance. Eternal Diplomatic Relations. Also, the Dwarf King on the khaki dragon roared, and the storm hammer in his hand instantly released dozens of wind and thunder like a magnetic field core. These dozens of wind and thunder with crackling purple arcs of electricity surrounded the Dwarf King and the dragon under him, waiting for the dozens of golden sword lights to approach. However, before the golden sword light arrived, the Dwarf King's pupils suddenly contracted, because he saw a figure in white from the flying golden light. The Dwarf King hurriedly waved the storm hammer in his hand to resist, but at this moment, he found that the figure disappeared again. Just when the Dwarf King was in doubt, Chen Xiaobai's spotless white clothes really appeared this time, and he was holding a sharp black sword in his hand. The appearance of Chen Xiaobai immediately made the Dwarf King feel tremendous pressure. He swung his war hammer, causing all the wind and thunder to converge towards the sword in Chen Xiaobai's hand, ready to take Chen Xiaobai's attack head-on. When the long sword in Chen Xiaobai's hand collided with the Dwarf King's war hammer, a sound that shook the eardrums of hundreds of thousands of soldiers in the entire cave battlefield resounded violently from the sky. Boom. The next moment, a violent golden ripple exploded from the sky, causing wind and sand to whirl for dozens of miles around. In this exploding golden light, dozens of golden sword lights penetrated the wind and thunder surrounding the Dwarf King and passed through the ochre-colored dragon under him. After a few seconds, or perhaps a few minutes, the dust storm that had just rolled up in the sky fell down in the stunned gazes of hundreds of thousands of people. In the sky, the Dwarf King was still there, but the figure in white that had suddenly appeared had disappeared. Everyone turned to look towards the R3 fortress, and sure enough, behind the tall floor-to-ceiling windows, a spotless white robe was swaying in the wind. This figure seemed to have never left this place. The Dwarf King's ox eyes were filled with horror. He looked at the war hammer in his hand in disbelief, trying to steady his trembling hands. However, even if his hands could be steady, the broken things could never be restored. Snap! With a slight crisp sound, the Dwarf King saw that his storm hammer, which was regarded as a racial artifact by countless dwarves, had a fine crack. And these fine lines are still slowly expanding. Snap, snap, bang. Finally, a corner of the storm hammer fell off completely. The Dwarf King's eyes showed a trace of shock and shame. This racial artifact that had been protecting the dwarves since the existence of the dwarf race had actually been broken off in his hands. Roar! Next, the Dwarf King heard a wail from the dragon beneath him. When he lowered his head, he felt a sudden lightness under his butt. The giant dragon that had been with him for hundreds of years fell to the desert floor below, and the Dwarf King saw that the body of the khaki dragon was gradually becoming shattered as it fell. When the corpse of the ochre-colored giant dragon fell heavily to the ground, it fell from a complete dragon to a sliced dragon when it hit the ground. Roar! An angry dragon roar reached the ears of the Dwarf King. He saw that the blood-red dragon that was severely injured by his storm hammer had pounced on the corpse of his khaki dragon, opened its bloody mouth, and began to eat. Also, the furious Dwarf King raised his storm hammer and rushed towards the bloody dragon like a cannonball. At first, the blood-red dragon felt fear and wanted to fly away, but the next moment, the blood-red dragon completely ignored the Dwarf King and ate contentedly. The Dwarf King who rushed to the front of the blood-red dragon seemed to suddenly think of something, and the storm hammer that was raised high in the last second suddenly became powerless. The Dwarf King turned around and looked at the rows of surface army fortresses. In a fortress facing him, he saw a floating figure in white. Just now, it was that figure that chopped off a corner of his storm hammer with just a shadow. Listening to the sound of the giant dragon eating below him, the Dwarf King was filled with grief and indignation. Also, boom! With a sudden roar, the Dwarf King threw the storm hammer in his hand with all his strength. At this moment, the Western Retro War hammer seemed to be filled with infinite divine power and smashed heavily into the endless desert under the Dwarf King. Of course, the place where the hammer fell was far away from the blood-red dragon that was eating. Half an hour later, the Dwarf Army and the Surface Coalition Army stood facing each other. Among the hundreds of thousands of troops, there were two lonely stone pillars. The Dwarf King and Chen Xiaobai stood facing each other. Looking at Chen Xiaobai right in front of him, the Dwarf King tried his best to suppress the anger in his heart and shouted angrily, "You killed my partner." Chen Xiaobai shook off his robe, sat down on the stone block behind him, and asked calmly, "Well, I'll kill him. What do you want?" The dwarf king stared at Chen Xiaobai with his big eyes, which were as big as eggs. He did not sit down on the stone pier because he would need to look up at Chen Xiaobai. Seeing the dwarf king's angry expression, Chen Xiaobai spread his hands and asked, "Why? How about we set up our formation and fight for a while?" It was clear that the dwarf king's anger had reached the breaking point, yet he said, "Today, I come here on behalf of the goodwill of the dwarves." Chen Xiaobai raised his eyebrows and said, "Your kindness means plundering our homeland." The dwarf king retorted, "If you agree to give us the land, it won't be plunder." Chen Xiaobai smiled, "What if we don't agree?" The dwarf king touched the war hammer in his hand and said coldly, "Then the war will continue until one of us is completely destroyed." Chen Xiaobai flipped his wrist, and 2 bottles of sugar-free cola appeared. He flicked his finger lightly, and the pull rings of the 2 bottles of cola suddenly flew away. He placed a bottle of Coke in front of the dwarf, picked up his own bottle, and took a swig. Ah! The dwarf king watched Chen Xiaobai's actions quietly, not understanding what he was doing. Chen Xiaobai let out a long sigh, and a silver light flashed in his eyes as he looked at the dwarf king. But unfortunately, Chen Xiaobai was unable to see the dwarf king's memories this time. So he could only ask, "Your Majesty the dwarf king, I'm very curious, what happened in the inner world that caused you, the inner earth races, to begin migrating outward?" The dwarf king answered without hesitation, simply and briefly, "This is God's guidance." Chen Xiaobai closed his eyes and carefully recalled the scene he saw in the space turbulence. Until the entire cave was destroyed by humans, he did not see any god appear. Thinking about it, Chen Xiaobai nodded and said to the dwarf king with a smile, "I respect your dwarven beliefs very much, and I am very willing to welcome our dwarven friends to the surface." After Chen Xiaobai finished speaking, 2 scroll-like objects appeared on the snow beside him. Chen Xiaobai's smile was filled with warmth. "Your Majesty, this is a diplomatic treaty. Everything is based on the terms agreed upon during our first meeting. If there are no problems, Your Majesty can sign it." At the end, Chen Xiaobai added, "May the friendship between our 2 races last forever." Chapter 19, Dwarf Migration, 8 Dragons Reappear. On the same night that Chen Xiaobai met with the dwarf king, 3 groups of warriors launched a surprise attack on the R3 fortress. As a result, all the attackers were captured alive by the dragon-tooth warriors. When they took off their hoods, they all looked like people from the Oil Federation. Chen Xiaobai didn't say much about this and sent them all to the prison in the rear. The next day, Chen Xiaobai signed a command order requiring all war fortresses and bunker defense lines of the Allied forces to be relocated. The purpose of this migration was naturally to free up the 150,000 square kilometers of land promised to the dwarves. The Oil Federation naturally disagreed, but under the leadership of Chen Xiaobai, the 4 major federations of Atlantic, White Bear, Red Dragon, and Stars used both carrots and sticks on the Oil Federation. After coercion and inducement, the Oil Federation finally agreed to allow the dwarves to be stationed on their land for 3 months. The representative from the Petroleum Federation said to Chen Xiaobai with red eyes, "3 months, Mr. Commander. In 3 months, even if we are enemies of all the federations on Blue Star, the Petroleum Federation will defend the land beneath its feet with its life." Chen Xiaobai led a group of United Army generals behind him and bowed slightly to the representatives of the Petroleum Federation. The people of Blue Star will remember the sacrifices and contributions made by the people of the Petroleum Federation in this incident. Finally, the representative of the Petroleum Federation turned around, faced the desert, knelt down, and reverently kissed the desert land beneath them. Next, the surface coalition forces really retreated. Although there was no complete evacuation, the federal armies only retreated a few dozen kilometers, but the war was indeed temporarily stopped. The flames of war on the battlefield have ceased, but the public opinion among the various federations on Blue Star shows no sign of stopping. The contract signed between Chen Xiaobai and the Dwarf King was named the Desert Treaty. Countless people regard this treaty as the first unequal treaty signed by the human race in the new century. Then came all sorts of greetings to Chen Xiaobai, the signatory of the treaty, the strongest scum on earth. A shame to the human race. It's a loss of power and humiliation to the clan anyway. I'm fine with that. Amateur in foreign wars, expert in civil wars. He dared to massacre 7,000 of his own people during the Hunter League, but he didn't dare to fight to the death with the alien race when he had the upper hand. Before, the ancient Red Dragon nation won and paid compensation, and now the descendants of the Red Dragon have won and ceded land. Horizontal banner. Same clan, same origin. The person above is going too far. You called number 14 Chen Xiaobai a scum, and what did you bring up with Red Dragon? If you don't understand, then ask, what does it mean that the red dragon defeats the indemnity? Dragon Law War, signed by Li Zhong, no thanks. For a time, Chen Xiaobai became the first person on Blue Star to be scolded by people all over the world. Even within Longya, the morale of the troops was somewhat unstable. However, compared to those keyboard warriors who could only speak wildly, whether it was the official high-ranking officials of the various federations, the generals of the various armies of the United Army, or the warriors of the Red Dragon, everyone only dared to make a few comments in private. In front of Chen Xiaobai, these people still took respect into their eyes and hearts. Because the keyboard trolls don't know, those on the front lines know very well that even the victory in the previous battle was manipulated by Chen Xiaobai behind the scenes. Not to mention the afterimage of the sword that cut off a corner of the Dwarf King's Stormhammer during the battle between the two dragons. After the coalition forces retreated, large numbers of dwarves began to emerge from the caves and began to establish their own camps on the surface. At first, the dwarves were cautious and only sent 1,000 or 2,000 people up every day. Later, more and more dwarves emerged from the cave every day. After the first month, the number of dwarves living on the surface had exceeded 100,000. These dwarves carry food with them, and they do not farm. Instead, they select some hard land and build stone buildings on it, or lay a special track in the cave. During this period, Chen Xiaobai also sent soldiers and engineers from the United Army to help them, and gave the dwarves a lot of fine wine from the surface. Chen Xiaobai's behavior undoubtedly made him the target of criticism from everyone on Blue Star. In the second month, more dwarves emerged from the cave. These dwarves were not like the previous dwarves. They could not ride on big lizards, the dwarves called these things earth dragons, or climb out of the cave by grabbing ropes thrown from above with their bare hands. These dwarves were sitting in a special stone cart, pulled by earth dragons and slowly emerging from the depths of the cave. On average, thousands of stone carts are pulled to the surface every day, and then the earth dragons return to the cave without stopping to continue. Most of the dwarves who got off the stone cart were the old, young, women, and children among the dwarves. This month, Chen Xiaobai brought abundant food and various meats to the dwarves. At the same time, Chen Xiaobai also successfully became the public enemy of the people on Blue Star, whose name was long heard by everyone from the 80-year-old old man to the 3-year-old child. By the third month, the number of dwarves on the surface had exceeded 300,000. The earth dragon that kept traveling back and forth between the center of the earth and the surface never stopped. By the middle of the third month, the number of dwarves gathered on the surface exceeded 500,000. Finally, there were no more earth dragons transporting dwarves from the center of the earth to the surface. It was on this night that Chen Xiaobai looked at the bright moon in the desert, and a smile from the heart appeared on his face. A week later, all the warriors from the Dragon Fang and Dragon Scale armies disappeared from the front lines, only to suddenly reappear a week later. Along with the two groups of warriors, there appeared the corpses of dozens of giant beasts from the mysterious realm. The coalition forces, which had received orders long ago, transported the corpses of dozens of giant beasts to designated areas overnight. That night, 8 ferocious blood-red dragons rose from 8 different directions centered on the cave. Countless people on Blue Star saw this scene through satellite live broadcast. Many people felt that this scene was familiar, but for a moment, they couldn't remember when they had seen it. In the desert, hundreds of thousands of dwarves are holding a bonfire celebration, and they have been celebrating like this for half a month. As the first group of dwarves to live on the surface, every dwarf's face was filled with excitement and joy. The sudden rise of 8 blood-red dragons did not frighten the dwarves. Instead, they raised their wine glasses to pay tribute to the blood-red dragons that were gradually gathering above them. The dwarves thought that the sight of the blood dragons soaring into the sky was just a natural phenomenon on the surface of the earth. A dwarf boy who had secretly drunk some wine was watching the video above with great interest while holding an IPD given by the United Army. It was the Hunter League held every year by the surface federations. It just so happened that the dwarf boy saw the season when Chen Xiaobai participated in the competition. The dwarf boy was fascinated by the exquisite killing techniques Chen Xiaobai displayed at the time. Suddenly, he saw the scene of 8 blood dragons gathering on the screen at the end of the game. Suddenly, the dwarf boy looked up and saw 8 blood-red dragons slowly gathering above his head. Chapter 20 Bloody Murder, Dwarf God Emperor. Woo! The dwarf boy shook his head vigorously, feeling that he must have drunk too much. But when he looked up again, the 8 blood-red dragons in the sky were still vivid. The dwarf boy frowned and looked down at the IPD in his hand. 8 blood dragons gathered inside, and a blood-red storm filled the sky. Thousands of people slowly turned into mummies. Suddenly, the boy felt cold all over. He trembled all over and looked up again. The 8 ferocious blood-red dragons with boundless blood were about to gather together. Suddenly, the dwarf boy let out a shrill roar, which pierced through the desert under the night sky and was heard from far away. Immediately afterwards, the 8 blood dragons gathered together, and the entire sky above the desert was filled with blood red. Under the blood-red night sky, the dwarf boy threw down the IPD in his hand and turned around to run towards the cave. However, at this moment, although his short legs were running very fast, they were obviously still not fast enough. The Blue Star audience who were watching the scene above the desert through live satellite broadcast finally remembered where they had seen such a scene in the past through the prompts of barges. In that year's Hunter League, a high school student who was forced to participate in the competition shockingly killed 99% of the contestants. And in the end, it was these 8 blood-red dragons that executed thousands of contestants in an instant. In an instant, the hearts of everyone watching the satellite live broadcast were gripped tightly at this moment. More and more people flocked to the satellite live broadcast channel, and the barrage of comments increased. At first, all of these comments were cursing Chen Xiaobai, but now, these keyboard trolls who were just full of rage suddenly emanated the divine light of the Virgin Mary. Actually, we don't have to kill them all. Dwarves are also living beings. Stop. Stop. How sad those dwarves must be. Damn butcher. Racial executioner. May there be no number 14 in heaven, and may Chen Xiaobai be reborn as a dwarf in his next life. Lord, forgive him, amen. In the desert battlefield, Chen Xiaobai stood with his hands behind his back, and a golden Han sword flew in the air behind him. Behind him, more than 4,000 official Dragon Fang warriors and 10,000 reserve Dragon Fang warriors were all ready for battle. When the endless blood red rose in the middle of the desert area, the raging blood red storm began to ruthlessly devour one dwarf tribe after another. At first, the dwarves didn't realize what this was. They continued to celebrate, toast, and drink. However, when the first dwarf tribe went from being noisy to being silent in an instant, and when the next dwarf tribe saw from afar that the flesh and blood of those sturdy dwarves of the same tribe were drained in an instant, panic spread like a tide among hundreds of thousands of dwarves. Also, there were continuous screams, and the dwarves threw down their wine glasses and walked towards the opposite direction of the bloody storm with their short legs. However, the only purpose of doing so was to reduce some of their psychological fear before they died. The blood-red storm swept across the desert at an extremely fast speed. Wherever it passed, all things were peaceful, and the storm became even stronger. Also, suddenly, a thunderous roar from the gods resounded throughout the desert. Immediately, the dwarves who were fleeing in panic seemed to have found their backbone, and all gathered in the direction of the sound. However, one bloody storm after another raged among these hundreds of thousands of dwarves, and large groups of dwarves turned into bloody mummies before they could run far. A golden light suddenly burst out from the place where the roar just came from, and the muscles of the dwarf king, who was holding up the storm hammer, suddenly swelled up. Asawa God Emperor's blessing. This is a forbidden ability of the dwarf clan that only the dwarf king can use. According to legend, it can gain the protection of the dwarf god emperor. Suddenly, the dwarf king's physique grew rapidly, and his muscles all over his body exuded a strong golden aura. In the endless crimson night sky, a dwarf god wearing golden armor suddenly appeared. The next moment, the dwarf god dissipated, turned into an endless halo, and merged into the body of the dwarf king. The dwarf king, who was originally shining with golden light, instantly turned into a golden dwarf king. He raised his storm hammer and turned to look in the direction of Chen Xiaobai. Surface race. Despicable and insidious. Boom. The golden dwarf king rushed towards Chen Xiaobai like a golden cannonball. At this moment, the golden light of the Han sword behind Chen Xiaobai became brighter and brighter. Chen Xiaobai raised his hand, and the Han sword automatically turned into a streak of light and flew out. At the same time, Chen Xiaobai shouted sternly, "Scatter!" All the Dragon Fang warriors scattered at the sound, and the dwarf swung the storm hammer. In an instant, the entire blood-red sky was filled with thunder. Despicable human, die. The dwarf king raised his storm hammer and smashed it hard at Chen Xiaobai. Chen Xiaobai, dressed in white, didn't try to avoid it. The hurricane surged, and his robes rustled. Looking at the dwarf king, Chen Xiaobai said coldly, "Today is the day your dwarf clan will be exterminated." Wow. As soon as Chen Xiaobai finished speaking, the storm hammer had already arrived in front of him. Suddenly, a girl with sleepy eyes seemed to appear behind Chen Xiaobai, the earth-devouring, sky-swallowing whale lowly. At this moment, Chen Xiaobai's immortal martial realm skill, the Black Tortoise bloodline, was running to its extreme. The spiritual energy in his body was running as fast as crazy. Chen Xiaobai only felt the hot blood surging all over his body, and he seemed to be burned by a raging flame. Yes, that's the feeling. Since obtaining the Xianyuan sword spirit, Chen Xiaobai has rarely had this feeling. Today, I finally met an opponent worthy of my battle. In an instant, Chen Xiaobai's hands began to tremble slightly due to excitement. He put the 5 fingers of his right hand together. His sword intent was fierce, and the Wanjie sword intent in his body surged, and he slashed fiercely at the storm hammer in front of him. Bang! Chen Xiaobai chopped the storm hammer with his palm. The momentum of the hammer and the sharp sword intent formed by his palm canceled each other out, and then the hammer head and palm collided fiercely. Swish! The speeding storm hammer was unexpectedly chopped back by Chen Xiaobai, with a palm out of thin air. Chen Xiaobai was not feeling well at this moment, and a shallow trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. However, a ferocious smile appeared on Chen Xiaobai's face. Your skill is truly powerful. It has increased your strength so much. It seems that the gods you dwarves believe in may actually exist. Then let me see how much power your god can give you. After saying that, Chen Xiaobai looked at the dwarf king in front of him and slowly raised his right hand. Buzz! A scarlet light instantly flew out from his right hand, penetrated the boundless night sky, and accurately hit the dwarf king's left shoulder. The Death Ray of Hades. Chapter 21. God Emperor's Blessing, 10th level of death. Seeing the scarlet light hitting his shoulder, the dwarf king clearly felt a trace of vitality slipping away from his body. But just this alone made the dwarf king look at Chen Xiaobai with disdain and contempt. Human, you are too weak. Boom. The next moment, the dwarf king raised the storm hammer in his hand, and a violent thunder struck down, illuminating the entire bloody night like daylight. Countless dwarves who were fleeing from the bloody storm turned to look at the dwarf king standing high in the sky. Suddenly, the dwarves seemed no longer afraid of the storm that was mercilessly devouring the flesh and blood of their own people. They stopped one by one, clasped their hands to their chests, closed their eyes silently, and murmured. As countless dwarves performed this strange movement, the dwarf king's physique grew again. Although the dwarf king is still the dwarf king at this time, from the outside, the dwarf king is like a giant in the clouds. Along with the sudden increase in size, the storm hammer in the dwarf king's hand also grew. Facing the pressure from the dwarf king, Chen Xiaobai's eyes flashed with a blood-red light. Suddenly, countless blood-red storms swept towards the dwarf king from all directions. At the same time, a second ray of death from the underworld flew out from Chen Xiaobai's finger. The bloody storm that had devoured the lives of countless dwarves made the dwarf king instantly smell the flesh and blood of his own people. He ignored the second scarlet light that hit his right shoulder and swung the storm hammer with an overwhelming momentum to attack Chen Xiaobai. In an instant, Chen Xiaobai felt as if there was really a mountain above him, covering him. But even so, Chen Xiaobai still did not recall his Han sword of the immortal martial realm. He suddenly swung his hands. Whoosh, whoosh. 2 more rays of death from the Hades suddenly flew out, piercing through the wind and thunder brought about by the dwarf king's storm hammer, and piercing through the chest and abdomen of the giant dwarf king on both sides, one on the left and one on the right. Chen Xiaobai, who fired 2 rays of death from the Hades, also felt a huge surge of spiritual energy in his body. Firing 2 rays of death at the same time was already his limit. The dwarf king, who was hit by 4 rays of death from the god of the underworld, finally found something wrong. Even with the blessing of the Emperor of God, he still felt that his vitality was fading quickly. The speed of this light is much faster than when the first ray of light hit. This time, the dwarf king used all his strength, and his tall body fell to the ground like a meteorite, determined to smash Chen Xiaobai to death with one hammer. There was a hint of madness in Chen Xiaobai's eyes. Just now, he vaguely guessed the reason why he had not made a breakthrough in his internal energy for several years. Relying on the blessing of the sword spirit in the immortal martial realm, he always kills his opponents instantly. How can he make any breakthroughs along the way? Today, facing the dwarf king, the only opponent that could make him excited in many years, Chen Xiaobai made up his mind from the beginning that he would never use the magic sword. Facing the dwarf king who suddenly attacked like a god descending from heaven, Chen Xiaobai actually closed his eyes at the critical moment. His hands moved slowly and rhythmically, and the blood-red storm in the sky seemed to have a spirit protecting him. When the dwarf king's hammer fell, the the blood-red storm collided with the purple wind and thunder surrounding the Dwarf King's hammer. Two forces of different attributes converged in this world. The Dwarf King who attacked from the sky was like a meteorite falling from the sky, while Chen Xiaobai, who stood on the ground from beginning to end, was like a magic needle that stabilized the sea. Rumble. Crack. The sound of storm and thunder continued to ring out from the energy ball wrapped around the two people. The blood-red storm and the purple wind and thunder were fighting each other. There was a raging fire burning in the Dwarf King's eyes, while Chen Xiaobai closed his eyes like an old monk in meditation. Buzz, buzz. Suddenly, two scarlet rays of death from the underworld shot out from Chen Xiaobai's hands. These two scarlet rays pierced through the Dwarf King's left and right thighs. It's already the sixth path. The combined power of the 6 Hades death rays made the Dwarf King feel that the speed at which his vitality was draining away was further accelerated, and it had even begun to gradually disintegrate his state of protection from the Emperor of God. This time, the Dwarf King panicked. He panicked and exerted more force on his hands. In a blink of an eye, the power of wind and thunder surrounding the storm hammer overwhelmed the blood-colored storm on Chen Xiaobai's body. Wow! A loud noise came from the ground behind Chen Xiaobai, and layers of sand in the desert were blown up hundreds of meters high. The blood-red storm blocking Chen Xiaobai disappeared in an instant, and the storm hammer went straight to Chen Xiaobai's head. Chen Xiaobai, with his eyes closed, still stood there motionless, just raised his hands. Two more scarlet rays of death from the underworld appeared, and this time, the two scarlet rays penetrated the Dwarf King's two calves from the left and right. 7 rays of death from the Hades god can wipe out the spiritual martial realm. To be able to wipe out the spiritual martial realm, one must have the strength of at least the holy martial realm. The terrifying power contained in the 8 death rays is like a full-strength attack from a strong man in the middle stage of the holy martial realm. At this moment, the rolling wind and thunder that enveloped Chen Xiaobai's head disappeared abruptly, as if they had never appeared. Only the Dwarf King was left flying down with his hammer in hand. Chen Xiao didn't even need to open his eyes. He just dodged by turning sideways. Boom. The Dwarf King smashed a huge hole when he landed on the ground. Chen Xiaobai moved his toes and floated into the air. Then, he raised the hands that had brought such intense fear to the Dwarf King. Buzz. 2 more rays of death light from the Hades flew out, and this time the 2 rays merged into one, instantly piercing through the Dwarf King's lower abdomen. The Dwarf King only felt a sharp pain all over his body, and his state of protection from the God Emperor disappeared in an instant. 10 rays of death from the underworld were cast upon him, instantly piercing through the Divine Emperor's special skill that only the Dwarf King could master. In the blink of an eye, the Dwarf King who had fallen on the ground and created a big hole shrank rapidly, and finally turned back into a dwarf with a strong physique, but only half the height of an ordinary person. How could the Dwarf King, having lost the protection of the God Emperor, possibly withstand the power of 10 death rays from the god of the underworld? In less than a second, Chen Xiaobai, the king of a race whose achievements he had not known, fell into the huge sand pit and never stood up again. By the time Chen Xiaobai fell into the sand pit, there was no life left in the Dwarf King's still open eyes. Chen Xiaobai picked up a handful of sand and slowly sprinkled it on the Dwarf King's corpse. He picked up the Dwarf King's storm hammer, and suddenly a system prompt sounded in his mind, detected the birth of a matching weapon spirit, Thunder Hammer. The carrier qualification is S. Is it born? Birth. Suddenly, a golden light that only Chen Xiaobai could see enveloped the storm hammer. In the distance, a blood-red storm swept across the sky, instantly submerging hundreds of thousands of dwarf tribes. Chapter 22. The dwarves are destroyed, the Dark Elves. The bloody storm in the desert lasted for 2 days and 2 nights before it ended. 2 days later, the storm subsided. Several UN drones flew over the desert. In the rear command center, even the soldiers who had undergone special psychological training could not bear to look at the images transmitted by the drones. In an instant, the headquarters of the coalition forces consisting of hundreds of people fell silent. This war, humanity's first ever encounter with a hostile biological race, was broadcast live via satellite channels. So, the scenes that the Allied soldiers could not bear to watch were also slightly processed and released to the public. Even after processing, people can understand what happened in the desert on the front line. On the blue planet that has always advocated equality, human rights, freedom, and harmony, a massacre of 500,000 people suddenly occurred. At this moment, all online forums were quiet. Even the internet trolls seemed to have vanished. Faced with such an event that is enough to subvert people's thinking and cognition, The argumentative people seem to have begun to rethink their lives. More and more people are thinking of a fact that no one is willing to accept. The young man who killed thousands of people in the Hunter League can now take away hundreds of thousands of people with a wave of his hand. If the person standing opposite that young man today wasn't a dwarf, but myself. Although this is unlikely to happen because 99% of the people in this world are not qualified, at least it is possible for it to happen. Just as such concerns arose in the hearts of countless people, a terrifying aura emanated from the desert. Chen Xiaobai, who absorbed the blood spirits of hundreds of thousands of dwarves, finally broke through. It was a strong golden light emanating from Chen Xiaobai's body. It did not rely on any external objects. It was a golden halo released by his own body. This is a sign of the Holy Order, the first saint-level warrior of the Blue Star human race since the revival of spiritual energy has appeared. At this moment, Chen Xiaobai only felt warm all over. The spiritual energy that was originally surging in his body disappeared and was replaced by a golden seed. As long as he moved his mind, golden spiritual energy fluctuations would appear in every part of his body. If Chen Xiaobai only used spiritual energy before reaching the saint level, then after reaching the saint level, spiritual energy became a part of Chen Xiaobai's body. Carefully feeling the changes happening in his body, when Chen Xiaobai opened his eyes, everyone was surprised to find that there was a faint golden flame burning in his eyes. He moved his mind, and the fairy sword that had turned into a flying stream of light before returned. He swung the sword lightly, and suddenly a faint sound of sword could be heard from far away. Chen Xiaobai turned his head and looked at the cave in the desert ahead, smiling. He flipped his wrist, and the storm hammer left by the dwarf king that he had picked up 2 days ago appeared in his hand. The storm hammer brought Chen Xiaobai's ability to control thunder and lightning. He put away the hammer, and suddenly a purple thunderbolt flashed in his eyes. Crack! It was a bright sunny day, but suddenly there was a loud thunder. A purple lightning bolt with tens of thousands of thunders rolled down and poured into the endless cave like a surging river. The scene that happened in the desert cave stunned countless people. They didn't expect that Chen Xiaobai now had such magical skills. The thunder and lightning lasted for a full half-day before disappearing. Shortly afterwards, the aroma of burnt meat wafted from the cave. The dwarf king also had a trick up his sleeve and did not move all the dwarves to the surface, but the dwarves he hid in the caves ultimately could not escape the disaster. At this point, the entire tribe of the subterranean dwarves was destroyed. When Chen Xiaobai returned to the war fortress, it was obvious that everyone's respect for him had increased. There was even a deep fear in it. Restore the previous defense line, prepare the entire army for battle, and mobilize another 20,000 reserve warriors. Chen Xiaobai left after saying a few words, but the generals and representatives from various federations held an emergency meeting as if they had heard an imperial decree and hurried to arrange everything. Half a month later, the Dark Elves appeared. But unlike the arrogant dwarves before, the Dark Elves appeared with a white flag. The Dark Elves already knew what had happened to the dwarves. Therefore, after the Dark Elf Queen communicated with several elders in the tribe, she took the initiative to seek peace with the human race on the surface. Chen Xiaobai did not show the same cruelty as when he faced the dwarf. After all, the young lady had such an attitude. Chen Xiaobai put forward 2 conditions to the Dark Elves. The first condition was that all the Dark Elves warriors could only live in the Kunlun Mountain area of the Red Dragon. Other Dark Elves who did not have the ability to attack could only live in the Kunlun area within 3 years. The situation after 3 years would depend on the attitude of each federation towards the Dark Elves. The second condition is that all Dark Elf warriors must join the Dragon Tooth Army. As for the Dark Elf Queen herself, she will be Chen Xiaobai's assistant for life. The Dark Elf Queen stared at Chen Xiaobai for a while before slowly agreeing to the 2 conditions proposed by Chen Xiaobai. Afterwards, Chen Xiaobai asked the Dark Elf Queen what she was staring at. The Queen replied as if it was a matter of course. The elves value elegance and beauty, and even Dark Elves are no exception. I was checking to see if your appearance met the criteria you set. Chen Xiaobai, what's the result? The Queen rolled her eyes. Being an assistant for a lifetime is fine. 2 lifetimes is fine. 3 lifetimes is barely acceptable, but more than that is not acceptable. Your beauty is only worth 3 lifetimes of mine. Chen Xiaobai sniffed. As a Saint Martial Realm man, he could tell at a glance what the Dark Elf Queen in front of him was thinking. Of course, he knew that the Dark Elf Queen was flattering him, but he had no choice because her words were just nice. The Dark Elf tribe is not as large as the dwarves, with a total size of only about 100,000 people, and all of them are women. 100,000 people is nothing compared to the Kunlun Mountains, which stretch for thousands of kilometers. Naturally, the federal officials did not dare to object to Chen Xiaobai's method of dealing with the Dark Elves, but public sentiment exploded once again. Fuck. We want the elf lady too. Why is it that only the elf lady is allowed to go to the Red Dragon? I want to immigrate. I want to go to Red Dragon. I want to see the elf lady. That's a dark elf. They're said to be very good. I looked through the Red Dragon Codex, but I haven't found any information on how to define interracial marriage. This means we have a chance. Unlike the previous one-sided situations, this time Chen Xiaobai had a large number of supporters behind him. Number 14 did a great job. I'm already considering whether to drive to Kunlun or take a plane. Let those pagans envy you. I suddenly realized that I had misjudged the great number 14 before. I'm sorry, 14th. I'll allow you to slaughter 2 more races from the catacombs. Haha, man, the lives of hundreds of thousands of dwarves were forgotten by you just like that. What you mean above is that you're still thinking about revenge for the dwarves. Good luck to you. No man is a good person. Chapter 23 The Future Journey, The Sea of Stars. Once the matter of the Dark Elves is resolved, the remaining creatures in the cave will be easy to deal with. It's not that the remaining creatures are not strong in combat, but except for the Dark Elves, the other creatures in the cave basically only have combat capabilities and lack complex thinking abilities. According to the Elf Queen, there are 3 races of cave creatures in the cave, namely goblins, earth beasts, and earthworms. Among them, goblins are a type of humanoid creature that is even smaller than dwarfs. They have the same intelligence as human children and a brutal personality. The earth beasts are the giant beasts that first rushed out of the cave. These creatures are spread throughout the center of the earth and are the core combat force of the cave creatures. The earth beasts that were killed by Chen Xiaobai's dragon teeth before were only a very small part of them. Earthworms were originally a type of earth beast, but because of their numbers, they became an independent species. In short, earthworms are a type of large, flying, blood-sucking cockroaches. They are very numerous and have a strong reproductive capacity. Chen Xiaobai saw in the turbulence of space that the surface humans and the underground creatures had entered a stalemate. That was because the ground beasts were attacking cities and plundering land for the underground creatures. The dwarves were providing them with weapons, and the Dark Elves were the think tank for the entire underground creatures. Up to now, the war with the cave creatures has lasted for more than half a year. In terms of overall numbers, the surface humans destroyed very few of the underground creatures, but they did destroy 2 very important races among the underground creatures, dwarves and dark elves. Next, it was a head-on battle against the goblins, earth beasts, and earth insects. This is also the reason why Chen Xiaobai ordered another 20,000 warriors to rush to the front line. After more than half a year, the original 4,000 Dragonfang warriors have all grown up and are able to share the pressure with Chen Xiaobai. Because the battles that were about to begin were head-on, Chen Xiaobai stepped back and allowed more grown-up Dragonfang warriors to lead the coalition forces to continue fighting the cave creatures. On this day, Chen Xiaobai left Xiaoxue and Baifeng in the cave battlefield, and he boarded a plane flying to the stars and left the front line. The stars' election has come to the final moment. As the only woman in the world who made him feel sorry, Chen Xiaobai wanted to see how far she could go. In fact, in the past few years, Meng Huiqiu was able to successfully run for state speaker and then become a candidate for general speaker. Although Chen Xiaobai did not take the initiative to help, he passively provided a lot of help to Meng Huiqiu. For example, the Sun Group. The guy whose name Chen Xiaobai can't remember until now is the current boss of the Sun Group. He can be said to have given his all to support Meng Huiqiu. Also, because of the demise of the Ross family, all the major tycoons in the stars realized how terrifying Chen Xiaobai was. As for Chen Xiaobai's former teacher, he basically helped whenever he could. Even if Meng Huiqiu is doing this in the name of suppressing the capitalist tycoons, suppression is still suppression, but it is better than being wiped out like the Ross family or the previous speaker general, right? When Chen Xiaobai got on the plane, the election voting had just begun. Meng Huiqiu's vote advantage was not dominant at the beginning, and it could even be said that he was completely suppressed by the other side. However, when Chen Xiaobai's plane landed and the news was spread by the media, the situation of the celebrity election changed drastically within those 15 minutes. No matter how people criticize Chen Xiaobai as a human butcher and executioner on the internet, when it comes to voting, the voters of the stars are not stupid. They can tell whether having such a person standing behind them is a good thing or a bad thing for the stars. But after all, Chen Xiaobai has left Xuanqing for 5 years, and many people doubt whether Meng Huiqiu has Chen Xiaobai's support behind him. At this special moment, Chen Xiaobai's flight to the stars undoubtedly conveyed a symbol to the voters. Suddenly, Meng Huiqiu's vote count soared like a rocket, from being firmly suppressed by his opponent to being in a stalemate, and then to coming from behind to win. All this happened in just half an hour. Although it sounds incredible, it actually happened. In the end, when the campaign was over, Meng Huiqiu's team burst into warm applause. The first Chinese-American Speaker General in the history of the Star Federation was born. That afternoon, a handover ceremony was held between the previous speaker of Chuanxing, Sing, and Meng Huiqiu. That same evening, Meng Huiqiu and his team moved into the Chuanxing New Orchid Palace. The next morning, Meng Huiqiu held a press conference and swearing-in ceremony at the Xinlan Palace. Chen Xiaobai wore a mask and sunglasses and chose an inconspicuous seat among the many invited seats. Even though he was wrapped tightly, Meng Huiqiu standing on the stage recognized him at a glance. Although Meng Huiqiu didn't say it explicitly, Chen Xiaobai saw gratitude in her eyes. It is a great honor to be here with you all on this beautiful morning. On the stage, Meng Huiqiu began her inaugural speech, while below the stage, Chen Xiaobai lamented the impermanence of life. How does it feel to see your former teacher become the top figure in the Federation? Suddenly, a clear voice sounded beside Chen Xiaobai. An Oriental woman wearing an exquisite black suit and sunglasses sat in the seat next to Chen Xiaobai, looking at Meng Huiqiu on the stage as if nothing had happened. Chen Xiaobai smiled and said, "Long time no see. It's been a long time since we last met. I thought you, such a heartless man, had forgotten me." When Chen Xiaobai cut off the troll aerospace mothership with one sword, there were two sister stewardesses on the private plane provided by Black Rose that he was riding on. The woman in front of him was the elder sister. Of course, a mere flight attendant could not enter such an occasion, but even at that time, Chen Xiaobai knew the woman's other identity. Black Rose, Deutsche Chinensis. Chen Xiaobai asked nonchalantly, "Why are you here? As the leader of Black Rose, are you interested in this kind of thing?" Di Tang took off her sunglasses, revealing a cold and majestic face. "I told you I received intelligence that someone is trying to harm your beautiful teacher. Do you believe it? I believe he wants to pull off the red dragon thing in the stars, and it involves the interests of too many people." A teasing look appeared on Di Tang's face. "Unfaithful man. Have you ever thought about accepting your teacher? Think about it. A Federation president is enjoying himself under him. That damn sense of conquest. Don't you men like this feeling?" Chen Xiaobai didn't even look at Di Tang and said calmly, "There's a term in basketball called slam dunk. Those who dream of slam dunking all day are amateur rookies. Professional basketball players never yearn for it because it's just commonplace for them." Di Tang rolled his eyes and asked, "So, what you're saying is that you don't lack the sense of conquest at all?" "Yes, but my sense of conquest does not come from women, but from the stars and the sea." "Oh, your ambition is so great. It may be difficult to realize." "Yes, but who can predict the future?" Chapter 24. Killing Guardian, Human Emperor Sword. Whoosh. Just as Chen Xiaobai and Di Tang were talking, suddenly, a rapid sound of breaking through the air was heard. A sniper bullet flew straight towards Meng Huiqiu. On the podium, a special agent warrior in a suit rushed towards Meng Huiqiu quickly, but it was obvious that his speed was a beat slower than the sniper bullet. In a split second, most people couldn't even react to what had happened, and the person involved, Meng Huiqiu, was even continuing his inaugural speech. At this moment, Chen Xiaobai's eyelids moved slightly, and a cold sword energy flew out immediately. When, following a crisp sound of metal breaking, a spark suddenly exploded in the air not far from Meng Huiqiu. In an instant, the entire Xinlan Palace venue was in an uproar. Although no one at the scene was sure what exactly happened, everyone's guesses were pretty close. On the podium, Meng Huiqiu's speech paused for a moment. He looked at the panicked crowd below, and many people had even stood up and left. Cough, cough. However, Meng Huiqiu simply cleared his throat and continued his inaugural speech as if nothing had happened. Offstage, Di Tang and Chen Xiaobai whispered, "Those who are favored are fearless." Chen Xiaobai, "You are a big sister after all. Can you not act so resentful?" Di Tang raised an eyebrow and said, "I am resentful. I lack men. Are all the men on Blue Star dead? I need a man I like. Then you live/one well. The theoretical experience is quite rich. We'll have some time to spar." "Bah, don't even think about it without getting a marriage certificate." Chen Xiaobai looked at Di Tang strangely, as if he couldn't understand the conservative views of this Black Rose big sister on certain things. It's normal for girls to be conservative, but this girl is not ordinary. Not long after, a special agent in a suit quietly came to Chen Xiaobai and whispered. Chen Xiaobai nodded, then glanced at Di Tang and waved his hand. "See you next time?" Di Tang said faintly, "Go and do your thing." Chen Xiaobai smiled and followed the special agents to the next door of Xinlan Palace. A black business car was parked here. When Chen Xiaobai arrived, the door opened and several warriors and special agents were inside, holding a black man tightly. The black man was struggling hard, but it was obvious that he didn't have enough strength. Chen Xiaobai just glanced at the black man and then said calmly, "There are 4 people from the Thunder God Chable and their accomplices." Chen Xiaobai looked around and continued, "They are all being hunted by your people now." The special agent who had just brought Chen Xiaobai here said to Chen Xiaobai sincerely, "Thank you." Chen Xiaobai nodded, turned and left. About half an hour later, Meng Huiqiu finished her inaugural speech. She returned to her office and called a 1-hour meeting with the Special Service Division, XBA, and the commander of the Quds force. That afternoon, 3 overseas bosses of Raytheon Group, Lawrence, Connie, and Richard, were arrested by the CIA and XBA. After a fierce fight, all 3 were captured. What happened to the 3 bosses of the Thunder God Chable was just the beginning of Meng Huiqiu's iron-handed cleanup of the Chuanxing capital Chable. Next, the entire Star Group was under her iron-fisted high pressure, and all the Chable bosses were trembling. Of course, all this has nothing to do with Chen Xiaobai. He returned to Los Angeles, where he had lived for 17 years, and prepared to take a good look at this familiar, yet unfamiliar city. A new commercial plaza has been built on the site of the apartment building his parents left behind, and Du Guozhong's original restaurant has changed owners and been converted into a fast food restaurant. Suddenly, Chen Xiaobai flipped his wrist, and the little orange that he hadn't seen for a long time appeared in his arms. Meow. Xiaoju opened her mouth and gently shook Chen Xiaobai's finger with her little teeth. Chen Xiaobai scratched the back of her neck and apologized. "I didn't dare to let you out before. If I didn't use the magic sword, I wouldn't have the confidence to survive. Meow. I knew you were the best and would definitely understand my difficulties. Meow. Let's go buy you some ham. Meow. What are you thinking about? It's not about that ham. Can you be serious when you are so sad? The current Xiaoju has not awakened its demon soul. It is just the person who once waited for Chen Xiaobai after school." It was a familiar store. To Chen Xiaobai's surprise, the clerk was still familiar. He bought some ham and returned to the familiar alley. Xiaoju ate half of the ham in one bite and wagged his tail as usual. Meow. Chen Xiaobai held Xiaoju on his shoulders and said, "Let's go to school." Next, Xiaoju suddenly became silent because she felt that Chen Xiaobai's mood had changed. Chen Xiaobai walked the road to school alone for many years. This time, the feeling was completely different. Suddenly, Chen Xiaobai rubbed Xiaoju's neck as he walked. "Little orange cat, I have lived 2 lives as an orphan. You may be my only relative and my only friend. I once had a few friends, but..." Thinking of the scene he saw in the spatial turbulence, Chen Xiaobai whispered, "But now they are all gone. In 2 years, we will encounter a group of very powerful enemies. In 3 years, the monsters that killed my friends will arrive here. We don't have much time left." Walking outside Fengwan High School and looking at the former teaching building, it was just school time and the campus was full of people running towards the school gate. Outside the school gate, many students' parents showed knowing smiles on their faces. Chen Xiaobai just stood there quietly, gently kneading the little orange cat in his arms. Suddenly, a warm feeling rose in Chen Xiaobai's heart. Suddenly, he seemed to feel something that he had never felt in his 2 lives. Before, I was a person walking in darkness. Killing was my creed, and my whole life was bloody. But later I discovered that my killing was not bloody, because when I raised the dagger, my starting point was good. I was doing it to protect myself. So I always thought I was a good person. Now, killing is still my creed, but the one I protect is no longer myself." Suddenly, the warm current flowing from Chen Xiaobai's heart gradually rose, and a supreme swordsmanship that he had never felt before quietly surged in his heart. The sword art of the human emperor. At this moment, Chen Xiaobai, who had already entered the holy martial realm, was like a rising sun, emitting golden sword light all over his body. Chapter 25: Global Monster Hunting, Biological Base. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, another year has passed quietly. The underground battlefield in the Oil Federation also became completely quiet. All the creatures in the cave were completely wiped out by the joint efforts of the Dragon Fang warriors and the Allied forces. On this day, when the detection equipment deep in the center of the Earth sent back the information that the last earthworm had been eliminated, the entire blue planet was filled with cheers. People from various federations began to celebrate. Following the threats of thermal weapons in the old era and the threats of mysterious creatures in the new era, Blue Star once again passed a difficult threshold. For a moment, the whole world was plunged into a sea of celebration. Kunlun Fairy Peak. Chen Xiaobai stared at the sea of clouds in a daze. Since returning from the stars a year ago, he has never left the Kunlun Immortal Peak. At this time, most people on Blue Star were celebrating the victory in the war against the cave creatures, while a small number of people were glowing with the last bit of Madonnaism in their hearts and mourning the dead cave creatures. Chen Xiaobai raised his head and looked at the blue sky above him for a long time without saying a word. The whole world was celebrating, except Chen Xiaobai, who had a slight frown on his face. Because of him, the human race on Blue Star ended the war against the cave creatures 1 year ahead of schedule. Recalling the scene I saw in the turbulence of time and space, the Kunlun Immortal Gate opened 3 years after the creatures in the cave were eliminated, which means there are still 4 years from now. Meow. Owner. Behind Chen Xiaobai, Xiaoxue came over with a little orange cat in her arms, and Chen Xiaobai came back to his senses. Xiaoxue bowed and said, Master, all the federations have been notified. A symposium will be held in Kunlun next month. Commander Su Wentian has already ordered the Red Dragons to prepare the venue. Well, one more thing. Chen Xiaobai nodded and said slowly. After the symposium, notify all Dragon Fang warriors to rest for 2 months. No, 3 months. After 3 months, have them write their wills and gather at Kunlun. Yes. After 2 years of fighting against the creatures in the underground cave, Dragon Fang has become the undisputed #1 warrior army on Blue Star. Not counting Chen Xiaobai, there are 2 other saints. One is Chao Bin, who was scolded by Chen Xiaobai, and the other is Wang Yuebei. In addition, there are 8 semi-saints, including Chen Xiaobai's old friends Wang Xian and Du Xiaohong. Below the level of half-saint, the number of warriors in the spiritual martial realm has reached 3,000, the number in the black martial realm has exceeded 10,000, and the number in the true martial realm has exceeded 30,000. Apart from the Dragon Fang army, the Dragon Scale army, which has the strongest warriors, has only 300 at the spiritual martial realm and just over 1,000 at the black martial realm, which is barely 1/10 of the Dragon Fang army. Apart from Dragon Scale, the other warrior armies of the Federation are even less impressive. A month later, a symposium bringing together outstanding experts from all biological and genetic fields on the entire Blue Planet was held in Kunlun. The organizer of this symposium was Longya, and Chen Xiaobai himself attended the symposium in person. After the meeting, the 3 federations of Red Dragon, White Bear, and Stars jointly established a biological experiment base in a secret military base of Red Dragon in the hinterland of Kunlun Mountain, and all the experts attending the meeting were stationed in the base. It was not until 3 months later, when all the Dragon Fang warriors returned from vacation, that the Red Dragon suddenly issued a strange order, secretly transporting all the death row prisoners in the country to Kunlun. Of course, it was announced to the outside world that the death penalty had definitely been carried out. Starting from this week, a large number of death row prisoners were escorted to Kunlun from various federations every week. For this reason, the Star General Speaker Meng Huiqiu even issued an arrest warrant, ordering the Star Marines to go to Nanfei, Nanmo, and other war-torn federations to capture various drug traffickers, gang members, and armed personnel. All those who were caught were immediately handcuffed and shackled and shipped away. Later, when the entire Blue Planet ran out of death row prisoners, they resorted to using life-term prisoners. When life-term prisoners were also insufficient, they began using prisoners serving sentences of over 50 years. No one knew what happened to these prisoners after they were transported to the secret base at the foot of Kunlun Mountain, because no one had ever come out from there. Longya's guarding of this base has reached a very perverted level. The people who cook and clean inside are all Longya's own people. On the one hand, there is a biological experiment base, and on the other hand, Chen Xiaobai signed a Dragon Tooth military order, calling on warriors from all over the world to enter the secret realm and capture rare female beasts. Although it was nominally a call, the heads of state of each federation understood that this call was actually the same as an order. Therefore, while the various federations were transporting prisoners to Kunlun, they also sent special trains and planes to transport various exotic beasts captured from the secret realm. With the joint efforts of the entire Blue Star, more than 600 exotic beasts were sent to Kunlun in the first week. Among them, 3 could be born as Banshees by Chen Xiaobai, with a probability of almost 21%. For those who could not be born as Banshees directly, unless their qualifications and breeds were particularly good, Chen Xiaobai directly ordered them to be released on the spot in Kunlun. By the second week, thousands of exotic beasts had been sent to Kunlun. Week 3, Week 4. A year later, the number of Banshees under Chen Xiaobai's command exceeded 500, only half of which were newly added in the past year, and the others were born in the previous few years under Chen Xiaobai. After a year of research and development, The first batch of products produced by the biological base has reached the time for acceptance. On this day, several important figures came to the Kunlun biological experiment base. White Bear, Red Dragon, and all the top figures from the Star military are here. Together with Chen Xiaobai, everyone came to the sample room in the test base and stood in front of a freezer. A professor in a white coat stood beside the cryostat and nodded to his assistant. The assistant worked on the operating table for a while, and suddenly the cover of the freezer compartment opened. Everyone saw that there was a woman lying in the freezer compartment. A woman with very average looks, but a very standard body shape. The standard here means that she is very consistent with the physique of a warrior. Commendations, this is our test subject number 1. The brain tissue transplant has been completely successful. The fusion of the blood and gene samples, while not perfect, is as good as we can currently manage. The professor seemed to be explaining to everyone, but in fact his eyes were only looking at Chen Xiaobai. Chen Xiaobai nodded and said, "Wake him up and see." The professor waved to his assistant, and there was a burst of operation on the operating table over there. Suddenly, an injection automatically popped out of the freezing chamber and injected a colorless liquid into the body of experimental subject number 1. Time passed little by little, and slowly, subject number 1 began to move. First, his fingers moved slightly, then his whole body turned over, and finally, his eyelids suddenly opened. Oh! When subject number 1 opened his eyes and saw his situation, he let out a sharp roar and then hurriedly climbed out of the freezer. When she saw Chen Xiaobai and the others near the cryostat, she frowned and shouted, "What the hell? What the hell is this place?" Chapter 26 Experimental Progress, Fantasy Realization. As soon as the words came out, subject number 1, the woman, was visibly startled. She was not frightened by external factors, but by herself. The woman looked at her naked body in panic, her eyes filled with fear. Fuck! How the hell did I become a woman? Fuck, fuck, fuck. The woman was screaming in panic, while several federal military leaders, led by Chen Xiaobai, looked at the woman in front of them silently, without saying a word. A few seconds later, the woman turned around and stared at Chen Xiaobai and the others, pointing her finger at them and demanding, Is it you guys who are responsible? It's you. You turned me into a woman. Change me back." As she spoke, subject number 1 rushed forward and raised her fist to punch Chen Xiaobai, but at this moment, something changed in her body. Suddenly, a strange light flashed in the eyes of the experimental subject, and then 4 sharp claws suddenly grew on her raised fist. Swish! The fist with sharp claws passed in front of Chen Xiaobai with a loud bang, and then the test subject number 1 was pinned down by the 2 Dragon Fang warriors who rushed up. The professor stepped forward and said, subject number 1 was injected with the assault gene. Its main effects are the growth of claws on his hands, the agility of a cat, and the ability to suck blood to restore vitality. Looking at the constantly struggling and cursing test subject number 1, Chen Xiaobai could feel that her strength was about the middle level of the Tianwu realm. But this finished product is obviously not what Chen Xiaobai wants. He frowned and said, "I know it's not easy for you to achieve this in just 1 year, but it's still far from what I want. I remember I mentioned to you who our imaginary enemy is." The professor nodded and said, "Our team has been working hard, but the blood you gave us is truly special. It's completely unlike any other blood we've encountered before. Extracting the special ability genes from that blood will take time. Also, transplanting a normal person's brain tissue into an artificial organism, even if that person is a vicious criminal, will take time for our researchers to mentally prepare." Chen Xiaobai could fully understand the 2 points the professor made. He still has a little time. What level can we reach in 1 year? We can grow wings on their backs and graft high-level warrior genes. In other words, we can produce test subjects that reach the true martial realm and mass-produce them. 2 years. According to the current research and development progress, we should be able to achieve high-level gene regulation and produce test subjects at the highest level of the Xuanwu realm. However, this cannot be guaranteed, it is only possible. To be fair, the development speed is very fast. Chen Xiaobai paused for a moment, smiled at the professor, and said, "Thank you for your hard work." The professor just nodded and smiled. "Let me go. You devils. You actually turned me into a woman. I won't let you go even if I die." The struggle of subject number 1 continued. A silver light flashed in Chen Xiaobai's eyes, and she became quiet in an instant. Chen Xiaobai looked at the professor and several other military leaders from various federations. He slowly said, "Within 3 years, I need 100,000 templates like this. I don't care how you divide the work. I only look at the results. If you can't complete it." At this point, Chen Xiaobai didn't say anything harsh. Instead, he suddenly laughed and said, "If it can't be completed, I don't know what will happen." Hearing Chen Xiaobai's somewhat dejected words, the military leaders of various federations all showed an expression of disbelief and shock in their eyes. "You know, Blue Star just defeated the mysterious cave creature a year ago. Although a year has passed, all the people on Blue Star are still immersed in the joy of victory. There are even many people on Blue Star who advocate exploring the depths of the universe. The key figure who led the Blue Star human race to win the war, the first saint-level warrior of Blue Star, actually showed a look of helplessness at this moment. Could it be that? Will Blue Star encounter even more powerful enemies in the future?" For a moment, several military leaders were filled with shock. From that day on, whether it was the federal warriors and soldiers who were catching exotic beasts in the secret realm, or the scientific researchers in the Dragon Fong and mountain biological bases on Kunlun Mountain, or the transport convoys that were constantly heading towards Kunlun, everyone became busier. During this year, Chen Xiaobai also thought about continuing to improve his strength. But after reaching the saint level, the golden seed in his body seemed to be fixed and could not move at all. Not only Chen Xiaobai, but also Chao Bin and Wang Yuebei. It feels like the human body has reached its limit. After coming out of the biological base, Chen Xiaobai returned to his own fairyland and sat on a solitary peak, staring at the sea of clouds in a daze. He sat there for 7 days and 7 nights without blinking. 7 days later, he waved his hand casually, causing the sea of clouds to surge, and then he returned to the small courtyard on the top of the fairy mountain to sleep. But when I lay down, I couldn't fall asleep. Out of boredom, Chen Xiaobai started playing with his mobile phone. Well, even a saint can't escape the habit of lying in bed and playing with his mobile phone. After Xia Heba's operation, Chen Xiaobai quickly lost interest in the popular things of the time. Before turning off his phone, he suddenly found a novel in his phone. "When I just returned to Honglong, I went to the movies with Su Wentian, and the lady in the cinema persuaded me to buy the original ebook of that movie." Chen Xiaobai opened it and took a look. As a result, 3 days and 3 nights had passed. 3 days later, boom. A golden light shot out from the Kunlun Immortal Peak and flew towards the inland of the Red Dragon Federation. Red Dragon, Tianjing, the headquarters of the Dragon Scale Army. Suddenly, an urgent alarm sounded throughout the entire base. An unknown warrior has broken into Tianjing. In an instant, all the Dragon Scale Army soldiers moved, ready to enter combat positions as quickly as possible. Bang! However, the visitor from the sky was obviously faster. The alarm at the Dragon Scale Army base had just sounded when the visitor had already created a big hole in the camp. This is none other than Chen Xiaobai. As soon as Chen Xiaobai landed, he yelled, "Lin Zhe, get out here." When the Dragon Scale Army saw that it was Chen Xiaobai, they immediately canceled their alert. "Are you kidding me? Will being alert be useful to this guy?" Soon, a panicked Lin Zhe came running over, sweating profusely. "Oh my God, what are you doing? What's the rush?" Without a word, Chen Xiaobai stepped forward, grabbed Lin Zhe by the collar, and demanded, "The fat guy with glasses in your memory. The one whose ability is to make fantasy manifest in the real world. The one who writes online novels." At that time in Qianqing, when Lin Zhe first approached Chen Xiaobai had seen such a person in Lin Zhe's memory. Lin Zhe nodded in confusion. Yes, there is such a person. His pen name is Yunbuhui Ku. What's wrong with that?" Chen Xiaobai looked like he was about to eat someone. He pointed at the ebook on his phone and cursed. "What the hell is that? That idiot brought the protagonist of his novel to life in our world." Chapter 27. Kunlun paper is out. Believe in light. An hour later, a military helicopter landed at the Honglong Zhongzhou military airport. Afterwards, Chen Xiaobai and Lin Zhe set off in a car prepared by the local military. Although Chen Xiaobai could fly directly to the destination, the noise would be too loud and would disturb the citizens. Half an hour later, the car carrying Chen Xiaobai and Lin Zhe drove into the 5th Federal Hospital in Kaiqing, a small town next to Zhongzhou. Looking at the signs of Federal Regional Mental Health Center and Federal Class a Psychiatric Hospital hanging at the hospital gate, Chen Xiaobai's eyelids twitched slightly. It seems that the guy I'm going to meet today is not an easy person to deal with. As a psychiatric hospital, Kaizhou No. 5 Hospital's business is not very prosperous and there are not many people on weekdays, but this does not affect the bustling scene in the hospital. "Hey, Year. Hey, Year." As soon as he got off the car, Chen Xiaobai heard a tenor voice full of musical talent. He turned around and saw a strong man dressed in fancy clothes who was being pulled by 2 medical staff and kept winking at him. The director of Kaizhou 5th Hospital, who had received the notice and was waiting in the parking lot, came forward with his 2 deputies with an awkward smile on his face. "We welcome the leaders to come and inspect and provide guidance." The fifth hospital is a psychiatric hospital, so some things are unavoidable. Please don't be offended. Lindsay, wearing a pair of sunglasses, stepped forward and waved. Dean, forget the polite words and take us to see that person. Okay. Leader, please come this way. Kaesong Fifth Hospital, Special Ward. A fat man with shaggy hair, dull eyes and glasses was sitting at a large desk, constantly tapping on the keyboard of a computer in front of him. Suddenly, the fat man stopped typing on the keyboard, turned his head, and stared at the door of his ward. A few seconds later, the fat man raised his right hand and raised his middle finger in front of himself, then used the raised middle finger to push back his glasses that had slipped slightly off his nose. Snap! The door of the ward opened, and a group of people came in. Chen Xiaobai glanced at Lindsay, who immediately understood. As soon as he turned his head, the dean took the initiative to say, "Leader, please be busy first. We'll wait outside." As soon as he finished speaking, the dean led his people out of the ward, and Lindsay followed suit. For a moment, only Chen Xiaobai and the fat man were left in the ward. The fat man looked at Chen Xiaobai quietly, with some unknown light flashing in his eyes. This look made Chen Xiaobai feel strange. He pulled a chair over and sat down opposite the fat man. He took out his phone, pointed at the ebook, and asked, "Did you write this?" The fat man nodded. "Your martial arts talent is fantasy manifestation, the ability to manifest your imagination in the real world." The fat man nodded again. "Then do you know that this thing has already appeared and will arrive on Blue Star within a few years?" The fat man nodded again. Chen Xiaobai was furious. "Do you know what kind of disaster this will bring to the human beings on your planet?" The fat man still nodded. This time, Chen Xiaobai imitated the fat man and nodded. "On behalf of the Dragon Fong Army, the strongest warrior army on Blue Star, I sentence you to death. Is that not too much?" The fat guy nodded anyway, and once again stretched out his middle finger to push up his glasses on the bridge of his nose. Chen Xiaobai wanted to take a look at the fat man's memory, but a silver halo lit up in his eyes. However, he only saw a lot of disjointed images in the fat man's mind, which could not form any effective information at all. It seems that the fat man's mental problem is indeed real. Chen Xiaobai frowned and asked the fat man, "You've caused so much trouble to your people. Haven't you ever thought about compensation? For example, have you ever thought of imagining something more powerful to kill that guy?" This time the fat man didn't nod. He smiled, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth and a hint of bad breath. "Otherwise, why do you think you are in this world?" The fat man's words made Chen Xiaobai's eyelids twitch violently. Finally, had he found the reason for his reincarnation? Suddenly, Chen Xiaobai suddenly realized one thing. That is, he was in a mental hospital. Cough, cough. Chen Xiaobai pointed at himself and asked the fat man, "Who am I?" The smile on the fat man's face became even brighter, and Chen Xiaobai even saw half a piece of meat stuck between his teeth. "It seems that you, like those people, think I'm mentally ill. I felt your arrival when you came upstairs just now. You think you're hiding well? But, in front of me, how could you possibly avoid my detection? I can tell at once that you are Tiga. Believe in the light." Chen Xiaobai. After a long while, Chen Xiaobai smiled and said to the fat man, "I came here today to confirm those questions with you, but now it seems that we can't confirm them. But it's not a big deal. I don't care whether the Dawn Legion was created by you or not. For me, the result is the same." Having said that, Chen Xiaobai stood up and looked down at the fat man from a high position. 3 years from now, Blue Star will encounter a catastrophe. My home planet, another planet, was destroyed by the same catastrophe. I've made a lot of preparations before, hoping to help Blue Star survive this disaster and avenge my destroyed hometown. But in recent days I've discovered that this is a bit difficult and may not be successful. On my way to see you today, I've been thinking about the feasibility of a new plan. If you had a better idea, I wouldn't have implemented this plan, but now it seems obvious. As he spoke, Chen Xiaobai spread his hands. He finally said to the fat man, "I wish you a speedy recovery." When Chen Xiaobai turned and walked to the door of the ward, he heard the fat man's words behind him. "My ability has been successful 3 times. Chen Xiaobai paused for a moment, then turned and smiled at him. "Believe in the light. Then open the door and leave." Coming out of Kaesong Fifth Hospital, Lindsay asked Chen Xiaobai, "Where are you going?" "Return to Kunlun." When Chen Xiaobai returned to Kunlun Immortal Summit, that night, a white invitation letter with a bleeding dragon tooth printed on it was delivered to the number 1 heads of state of each federation. Kunlun paper. Once the Kunlun paper is released, the recipient must arrive in Kunlun within 7 days. Otherwise he or she will receive another iconic visiting card from Longya, a black card with a cat's paw plum blossom print. In fact, it won't take 7 days. With the current technological level of Blue Star, 3 days will be enough. Even though the federal number ones have a lot of affairs to attend to, and it would be difficult to withdraw temporarily, 5 days would be more than enough. In fact, this is exactly the case. On the 5th night, the number ones from the major federations on Blue Star gathered in Kunlun. Chapter 28 Kunlun Project. Everything is going well. No one knows the purpose of the first Kunlun letter sent out since the establishment of Longya. Even apart from the top figures in each federation, not many people knew about this. In fact, this meeting of all the federations on Blue Star did not last long, less than 3 hours. There weren't many people participating, just a dozen or so. At the meeting, Chen Xiaobai spoke alone, and everyone else listened. Only at the very end did the number ones from each federation ask some questions, which Chen Xiaobai patiently answered one by one. The meeting ended that evening, so much so that many of the entourage accompanying number one thought it was just a brief encounter. As a result, everyone was shocked when they heard that their superiors had directly asked them to leave. Many people even thought that there was a conflict between number one of their federation and Longya, and they all tried to persuade them. Some loyal federal officials even knelt before their number one and threatened to die in defense of him. That night, this became a hilarious scene on Kunlun Immortal Summit. Starting from the second day, first the stars and maple leaves that were far away, and then the white bear, North Atlantic, and red dragon that were nearby. All the construction engineers, construction workers, heavy construction machinery, and equipment of the federations began to gather towards the cave, where the cave creatures had appeared before. During this process, the Petroleum Federation again protested. But in less than an hour, the protests died down. The two half-saints of Longya personally visited the Oman substate, and the general speaker of the Oman substate announced on the spot that the area where the cave was located would be leased to Longya. As for the price, it is written, but the specific number is meaningless. It's just that Chen Xiaobai and the speaker of the Oman state reached a secret agreement. After a year of exploration, Blue Star has a very comprehensive understanding of the cave. The resources in the underground world of Blue Star are far richer than those on the ground, and the space available for development is also extremely vast. How vast is it? Enough for 6 billion people on the blue planet to survive. This is the purpose of sending the first Kunlun letter, to mobilize global construction forces to open up a space deep in the cave in the shortest possible time for all Blue Star humans to survive. As for why I do this, Chen Xiaobai thought of the fleet that spanned the entire galaxy, the dense army of immortals, and the endless strange beasts in the starry sky. If he relied solely on the power of Blue Star to resist, he could only resist one of the forces at most. But, except for Blue Star, the other forces are also hostile to each other. If the waters were muddied, the Blue Star human race would have a chance to win with minimal sacrifice. If the situation still develops according to the same process as in the space turbulence, first they have to resist the immortal army and then face the attacks of the alien beasts in the starry sky. Even if the human race on Blue Star survives these 2 rounds with the help of Chen Xiaobai, what about the final starry sky fleet? The research and development progress of Kunlun Biological Base made Chen Xiaobai feel a little pessimistic about the future, so he came up with such a plan. This plan is also known as the Kunlun Plan. Not all the number ones in the Federation agreed with this plan, but the number ones in several major federations nodded in agreement. The Immortal Army will arrive in 3 years, the alien beasts from the starry sky will arrive a little later, and finally the space fleet of the Legion of Dawn. Chen Xiaobai didn't know how to make the star beasts come earlier, but he knew how to attract the fleet that crisscrossed the entire universe. Just as the construction forces of the major federations on Blue Star were gathering towards the Petroleum Federation, under the leadership of relevant staff in the fields of stars and Red Dragon astronomical information, the official radio stations and signal transmitters of all federations around the world began to synchronously send radio wave signals into the depths of the universe. The content sent is hello in different forms, languages, and expressions, as well as the coordinates of the blue planet and nearby galaxies in the universe. As for whether the person receiving it can understand it, it doesn't matter. Of course, while all this is going on, the capture of exotic beasts and the development of biological warriors on Blue Star are also being carried out simultaneously. Time flies, and a year has passed in the blink of an eye. Under the mandatory control of the Red Dragon and the Star Army, the first batch of inner-Earth living spaces has been built. According to the agreement reached between Chen Xiaobai and the Omani substate, citizens of the Omani substate will be the first to be granted entry rights. Also granted the first batch of access rights are federal construction personnel and their families who support the construction of the core of the Earth, as well as cutting-edge technical talents in various fields of the Federation. The quotas have been allocated, but a very realistic problem is facing Chen Xiaobai and the number ones of each federation. What kind of reason would make these people willingly enter the inner world to live? If the news that Blue Planet was going to be invaded were to be made public, the whole world would be in chaos in an instant. If it is not made public, I am afraid no one would be willing to give up life on the surface and enter the inner world. In this regard, the first batch of spiritual warriors mass-produced from the biological base played a role. There are 3,000 warriors in this group. Chen Xiaobai gave these warriors produced by the biological experiment base the designation Dragon Guards. Among them, there are 500 people in the spiritual department, all of whom are in the Jinwu realm. Each of these 500 spiritual warriors can control a maximum of 200 people. Chen Xiaobai controlled these 500 spiritual warriors alone, and then went to various federations through these 500 people, using his spiritual skills to control the first group of target candidates who were to enter the inner Earth world, and sent this group of people into the inner Earth world first. When all the federal number ones have no other solution, it seems that Chen Xiaobai's method is the only one left. But it is a perfect idea, but difficult to execute. The first group of Dragon Guards who went to Chuanqing to carry out the mission were discovered by the paparazzi reporters of Chuanqing that night. In less than an hour, news such as top talents from all over the world are evacuating secretly. The Lawn Palace is hiding something from us, and the world is about to undergo a major change, emerged one after another. As a result, late that night, Meng Huaiqiu angrily banned more than 200 media outlets of all sizes. Many journalists were even killed on the spot by XBA. This kind of thing not only happens in the stars, but also happens in the White Bear, Maple Leaf, Red Dragon, and North Atlantic federations. But without exception, all the federation's number ones took swift and decisive measures during this period. 3 days later, 100,000 people were sent into the Earth's core space. Chaos is inevitable in this process, but it will be much better once you enter the center of the Earth. Firstly, it is because there are Dragon Fang warriors guarding the inner world, and secondly, once they enter the inner world, these people will know the reason why they can enter here from the prepared video footage. Suddenly, the previous complaints, scolding instantly turned into praise, gratitude, and flattery. 2 weeks later, more than 500,000 people had been sent into the inner Earth. A month later, due to the improvement in transportation efficiency, the number of people entering the inner Earth had exceeded 1.2 million. The Kunlun project continues, and the second batch of transportation plans begins. At the same time, more and more Dragon Guard warriors are coming. More and more people are entering the Earth's core space. The construction of a wider Earth's core space is getting faster and faster, and more Banshees are coming down with Chen Xiaobai. It seems that everything is moving in a good direction. Chapter 29. Turning to the Earth's center, the Immortal Gate appears. 2 years later, 3 years had passed since the Kunlun project began. 80% of the citizens of the entire Blue Planet have already entered the Earth's core space to live. The remaining 20% are unwilling to leave their homeland. When more than 50% of all Blue Star citizens had been relocated, the Federations announced to all citizens still remaining on the surface that Blue Star would be invaded in the future. To everyone's surprise, the expected panic scene did not happen. In fact, by that point, almost everyone had guessed it. Not only was no one scrambling to head to the center of the Earth, but in the end, 20% of people were unwilling to leave their hometown. 20% of the entire Blue Planet's population would be 1.2 billion people. In this regard, Chen Xiaobai could only express his regret to these billions of people. He ordered all his spiritual Dragon Guards to go out and erase the memories of more than 1 billion people about the Kunlun project and the Earth's core space. At this moment, an unprecedented emotion emerged in his heart. After 2 years of development, the number of Dragon Guards under Chen Xiaobai has reached an astonishing 100,000. Most of them are at the Jinwu realm. There are 20,000 in the Xuanwu realm, 3,000 in the Lingwu realm, and there are very few semi-saints, only about 50 among 100,000 people, and there is not a single true saint. There are a total of 20,000 members among the Dragon Fang warriors, all of whom are above the Xuanwu realm, 8,000 of whom are in the Lingwu realm, and 15 are semi-saints. It is worth mentioning that even at the same level, the actual combat power of the Dragon Guard and Dragon Fang warriors is obviously not at the same level. As far as semi-saint warriors are concerned, the 50 semi-saints of Longwei are no match for the 15 semi-saints of Longya. After all, Dragon Guards are mass-produced, similar to copy and paste, and cannot be compared with warriors like Longya who are trained through practice and fighting. The combat power of the dragon-tooth warrior in the same realm is completely not on the same level as Chen Xiaobai's Banshee. The number of Chen Xiaobai's Banshees also exceeded 1,000, and the growth rate was indeed not as fast as before. One reason was that the rare spirit beasts in the major secret realms had almost been caught, and the other was that Chen Xiaobai had raised the requirements for the qualifications of the spirit beasts. Among the more than 1,000 female demons that have been born now, there are more than 10 female demons in the immortal martial realm, more than 300 in the holy martial realm, and the rest are above the spiritual martial realm. Because the spiritual energy of Blue Star is reviving more and more, and Chen Xiaobai only chooses the Banshees with A-level qualifications or above to be reborn from the entire Blue Star. Even if there are Banshees below the spiritual martial realm, their cultivation level will be improved quickly. As for the legendary divine martial realm, Chen Xiaobai has never seen it yet. With such strength, Chen Xiaobai could actually try to fight against the immortals, but he still firmly implemented the Kunlun plan. If you save the people but lose the land, both the people and the land will be saved. If you save the land but lose the people, both the people and the land will be lost. Chen Xiaobai had seen this sentence in a collection of quotations from great men passed down from the old times of Red Dragon, and he agreed with it deeply. After the last notification was sent to all citizens on the surface and a 1-month waiting period, at the outskirts of the cave leading to the inner world, at the junction of the crust and mantle 40 kilometers from the surface, a location called the Moho Interface, by Blue Star scientists, more than 300 special material steel plates with a thickness of 100 meters began to slowly close. This is the first line of defense in the inner earth. Beneath the steel plate layer with a total thickness of more than 30,000 meters, there is an isolation layer of 100 kilometers or 100,000 meters. The function of the isolation layer is to completely erase the presence of humans in the inner world. Below the isolation layer is another 100-kilometer inner wall layer, which is the defense barrier of the inner world. Further down the inner wall is the center of the Earth. The thickness of the blue planet's mantle is 2,900 kilometers. Even though the center of the Earth is more than 200 kilometers away from the surface, this is only the outer layer of the blue planet's mantle. After all the steel plates were closed, thousands of bulldozers began to fill the cave with soil above the surface. This process took a full month to fill the cave with a diameter of 50 kilometers. Afterwards, thousands of bulldozers were withdrawn. At this point, the cave located in the desert substate of the Oil Federation completely disappeared, leaving no trace. Along with the underground cave, 80% of the population on Blue Planet were wiped out. Such a big blue planet suddenly lost 80% of its population. In an instant, the whole world was no longer crowded. But social order did not collapse, because some departments and federal officials who maintained order were reluctant to leave their homeland. People from all walks of life stayed. Overall, Blue Star is still the same Blue Star, but everything has slowed down. The conflicts and disputes between the federations have disappeared, and people can clearly feel that their tempers have improved. Businessmen are no longer obsessed with profits, and they are working in a truly Buddhist way. What do you do with so much money? How many days can you live? The entire Blue Planet seemed to have entered an era of perfect society in an instant. But this situation only lasted for 2 months. 2 months later, a stunning ray of light emerged from Kunlun Mountain, stretching across the sky. In an instant, golden lotuses suddenly grew from the ground everywhere in the world. A rainbow pierces the sun, and a golden lotus emerges from the ground. At the Kunlun Immortal Peak, in the dazzling rays of light, a brilliant light gate suddenly took shape. The light gate continued to expand, until its width reached hundreds of meters, and its height reached a terrifying 1,000 meters. What followed was a pleasant sound of stringed instruments. Even people who were not familiar with music theory could hear the extraordinary aura in it. Amidst the sounds of stringed instruments, a voice filled with majesty rang out. The immortal gate is open, and all the people are here to pay their respects. All the people of the human race, quickly come and offer sacrifices to the immortal gate. At the moment this sound rang out, the huge light gate that was 1,000 meters high and hundreds of meters wide opened little by little. The first to emerge was a mighty god holding a long spear and wearing golden armor. When the god stepped onto the Blue Planet, suddenly, his facial expression changed drastically. This is spiritual energy. There's actually spiritual energy in the human world? There was a look of deep surprise in the god's eyes, as if the scene of the Blue Planet before him shocked him greatly. When the god's entire body completely stepped out of the immortal gate, the horror on his face increased. Surprisingly, the spiritual energy is not weaker than that of the immortal world. Ha ha ha. Heaven will not destroy my fairyland. Huh. How? Thousands of years have passed, and the popularity of the human world has become so sparse. Just as the god was muttering to himself, suddenly, a red light shot up into the sky from the foot of Kunlun Mountain. He was a warrior at the Red Dragon Xuanwu realm. He belonged neither to the Dragon Scale nor the Dragon Fong realm, but had reached the Xuanwu realm through his own cultivation. You're playing tricks on me. Let me, Lu Yi, see what gives you the right to invade my Blue Star territory. A loud shout came from the red light, followed by the sharp sword in Lu Yi's hand. Snort. Thousands of years have passed, and the human race is still so arrogant. Thousands of years ago, you were defeated by the immortals. Even today, you can only kneel on the ground and look up at the existence of the gods. Chapter 30. Fukuzawa Tasho, the Kendo Master, 9.1 Leaf. A voice filled with infinite majesty came out like thunder, and in an instant, the long spear in the hand of the god stabbed out with dazzling golden flames. The spear strike from the god looked like a casual stab, but if one looked from the side, the red figure of Lu Yi that suddenly rushed up seemed to have bumped into him by himself. Swish! The god's long spear instantly pierced through Lu Yi's body. Lu Yi's face was full of disbelief. He couldn't believe that there was such a huge gap between his strength and that of this god. The god said with infinite contempt, "Is this the level of the vanguard sent by the human race?" Swish! After the god finished speaking, he swung the long spear in his hand with force, and a burst of bright red blood spilled from outside the immortal gate to the infinite mountains and rivers of Kunlun. Lu Yi's ferocious body, which came when he came, was now floating towards the earth in the strong wind at high altitude. You bastard, prepare to die. This is human territory, go back to where you came from. What the hell are you doing here pretending to be a bitch to me, brother? Suddenly, 3 completely different voices were heard, and 3 figures rushed towards the golden-armored god. They are all warriors from Blue Star, and they would rather stay and fight to the death with the immortal clan than enter the cave to survive. Ha ha ha. If this immortal gate had opened a few decades later, perhaps you humans would have been able to threaten the immortals. But now I can only sigh that the fate of the human race is truly tragic. Boom. The golden-armored god swung the long spear in his hand, creating a golden flame that swung out like a sharp whip. Bang, bang, bang. 3 explosions were heard in the sky above the Kunlun immortal peak, and the 3 human warriors who had just rushed up flew backwards one by one. However, there were only 3 figures flying backwards, but dozens of figures flew up from below again. Every figure is a Blue Star warrior fighting bravely. The golden-armored god became even more powerful, and golden flames burned all over his body. Ha ha ha. Fine, fine. I'm going on a killing spree today. Let you mortals see the gap between humans and immortals. In an instant, the golden-armored god let go of his hand, and his long spear wrapped in golden flames suddenly turned into dozens of spears, and then a golden light flashed and dissipated in the sky. Swish, 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 swish. Suddenly, a sky full of spear shadows appeared. In a blink of an eye, the dozens of figures that had just rushed towards the golden-armored god of war all spitted blood and fell back heavily. At the foot of Kunlun Mountain, countless civilians watched with tears in their eyes as the figure fell before the golden-armored god of war, and everyone was moved. A young man hugged his elderly mother tightly and choked up and said, "Mom, our doomsday has come." The elderly mother said bewilderedly, "Huzi, I remember you had a wife and children. How come you are the only one left?" The young man rubbed his red eyes and said in confusion, "Mom, I seem to remember, but I just can't remember where they went." At Kunlun Immortal Summit, watching the dozens of retreating figures, a golden-armored celestial being took a step forward, swung his spear, and his voice resounded throughout the heavens and earth. "All humans, listen up. Today, the Supreme Lord of the Immortal Realm has arrived and would like to lend you the mountains and rivers. Within 100 days, all humans must gather at a designated location. The place is called Dongxing Prefecture. There's no spiritual energy there, making it a perfect place for people like you with low cultivation aptitude to survive." As he spoke, the golden-armored god spread out his hands, and an exquisite glass porcelain appeared in his hand. As the golden-armored god raised his hand slightly, the glazed porcelain flew to the foot of Kunlun Mountain and turned into a chaotic area. The golden-armored god proudly said, "This is the blessing bestowed upon you by the immortal realm. You can reach Dongxing Prefecture by passing through this area. When you arrive in Dongxing Prefecture, remember to offer sacrifices to the immortal spirits, otherwise you will be punished by heaven. Of course, if anyone refuses to obey, please stand up. After 100 days, all humans who remain in this world will be killed without mercy. After saying this, the golden armored god looked around with disdain, as if waiting for the human warriors to challenge him. At this time, a somewhat old but full-bodied voice rang out in this world. The Supreme Lord said that he was borrowing the mountains and rivers from us. But how can this be called borrowing? This is clearly robbery. A ferocious look appeared on the god's face. He turned his head and saw an old man with an immortal look walking towards him step by step. Also, what your excellency said is very nice. Dongxing province has bestowed upon us blessings. In the old days of my city-state, this was called exile. Those who could be exiled were all criminals who had committed crimes. May I ask, your majesty, what crime have we, the people, committed? The god did not answer the old man's words. His eyes showed murderous intent. If I say it's alone, it's alone. If I say Fukuzawa, then it is Fukuzawa. How can a mere mortal like you question the words of the supreme being of the immortal realm? How presumptuous. You have no rules. As the god spoke, the long spear in his hand once again ignited with flames. This time he gripped the spear tightly with one hand and threw it fiercely at the old man. Boom. The flaming spear streaked across the sky like a golden thunderbolt, leaving a long golden afterimage in the air in an instant. The old man's aura suddenly surged, and he raised his hands to protect himself. Suddenly, a faint shadow of Tai Chi appeared. Buzz. When the golden spear collided with the Tai Chi afterimage, it was like a drop of water falling on a calm lake, creating ripples in the Tai Chi afterimage. Upon seeing this, the golden armored god raised his hand and pushed through the air. Boom. Suddenly, the golden spear pierced through the Tai Chi afterimage and went straight towards the old man himself. However, the old man stood there with a mocking smile on his face, which made the golden armored god very uncomfortable. You tiny human, are you mocking me? In anger, the god raised his hand and pushed forward, which suddenly accelerated, accompanied by bursts of golden flames. Suddenly, the golden spear pierced the old man's body. However, the scene imagined by the golden armored god of heaven, where the old man's blood spilled into the sky, did not appear. Instead, his golden spear, for some reason, returned to the place where it had just collided with the Tai Chi afterimage. At this moment, the anger on the face of the golden armored god was mixed with a bit of surprise. I can't believe that there is such a being like you in this world who can break the laws of heaven and earth. If you were given a few more decades, you might be able to attain enlightenment and become a saint. By then, it would be possible for you to glimpse a higher realm through your understanding of the laws. But alas, as the god's voice fell, he disappeared from the spot the next moment. When he appeared again, he was already beside the golden spear. The golden armored god held the long spear slightly and stabbed it towards the Tai Chi afterimage in front of the old man again. This time, there was no scene of water droplets causing ripples, but it was like a sharp knife piercing a mirror, and the Tai Chi afterimage shattered in an instant. The golden armored god shouted sternly, "Pitiful mortal, prepare to die." At this moment, the mocking expression on the old man's face appeared again, completely different from his previous humble attitude. This time, the old man's eyes were filled with endless madness and ferocity. "You bastard, take my sword." Swish! A sword intent that seemed to be able to split the entire Kunlun Mountains suddenly appeared above the fairy peak. For a moment, a hint of unbelievable fear suddenly rose in the angry, disdainful, surprised and shocked eyes of the golden armored god. Chapter 31. The Spark of Struggle, the Constraints of Laws. You are a saint. In an instant, as the golden armored god uttered a trembling voice, a sharp golden light flashed between heaven and earth. The crisp sound of the sword shook people's eardrums, and a sharp sword appeared in the old man's hands at some point. He raised his sword and slashed at the golden armored god of war. When the sword light flashed in the sky, all the spectators held their breath. Swish! The sword flashed, and everyone heard the sound of something being cut. At the same time, a golden blood rain fell from the sky. Seeing the golden blood rain, everyone at the foot of Kunlun Mountain was suddenly excited. It's done. Master Tianfeng succeeded. It's done, it's done. Our home is protected. Damn it, go back to where you came from. In the sky, the golden armored god who was hit by the old man's sword flew backwards with his hands covering his neck, and golden blood kept flowing out from his hands. However, under the expectant gaze of the people on Blue Star who were watching the battle, the golden figure finally stopped steadily in the sky. In a moment, the wild laughter of the golden armored god was heard in the sky. Ha 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 ha. It turned out to be just a half-saint. You really scared me. I thought it was 10,000 years later, and you humans have produced another saint." As he spoke, the golden armored god released his hand that was covering his neck. The golden blood splattering everywhere gradually stopped, and his injury gradually healed. The golden armored god looked at the old man in front of him and said word by word, "Old man, listen carefully. The one who will take your life is the heavenly General Fire Tiger." Boom. The golden armored god named Fire Tiger became increasingly powerful. This time he raised the long spear in his hand, but instead of throwing it out directly like before, he held it in his hand for a while. As Hua Hu held the spear for longer and longer, the blazing golden flames on the burner on the spear became more intense. On the opposite side, the old man who had just succeeded in a sword attack had a dejected look on his face. He knew that his best chance had been lost. Even if Hua Hu stood still at this moment, he would not be able to cause any substantial harm to him. Even if you try your best, you will only leave a few wounds on the fire tiger that will heal quickly. There is no point. Instead, it will make the people watching the battle below fully realize the gap between the human race and the immortal generals. Even if the human race is degraded to criminals, the fire of struggle in the hearts of the human race cannot be extinguished. Suddenly, the old man roared, "Evil villain! You keep calling me the supreme lord of the immortal realm, yet you resort to such despicable means and use hidden weapons to hurt me. Even if you plot against me, I will kill you right here today." As he spoke, the old man rushed towards Hua Hu with a sword in hand. Although he appeared majestic, his eyes were filled with a determination to die. Upon hearing the old man's words, the Blue Star warriors watching the battle below were all filled with indignation. Damn immortals. He plotted against Taoist Tianfeng. Bah, even more despicable than me. I want to go up and lend a hand to the Taoist priest. So, as long as you reach the semi-saint realm, you will have the opportunity to kill this so-called immortal. Following passionate roars, dozens of figures flew out from the crowd of spectators in the blink of an eye. Many human warriors also turned away in tears, each silently making some kind of decision. At this point, the fire tiger's flaming spear also condensed into shape. As for what the old man had just said and how many human warriors flew out from below, he ignored them all. "Goodbye, human race strongman." A sound like thunder came out of Hua Hu's mouth. The next moment, Hua Hu grabbed the flaming spear with one hand and created a golden line of fire in the sky. He flashed and appeared behind the old man. Wow! After a brief silence, the spectators were in an uproar. Everyone looked at the old man in the sky in disbelief. His chest and abdomen were completely hollow. Seeing the old man falling from a great height, several warriors rushed forward to catch the old man's body, and more warriors attacked the fire tiger in the sky. But their attacks were meaningless except for adding a bit of tragic grandeur. In less than a minute, twice the number of figures rushing towards the fire tiger fell from the sky. Because all the warriors were cut in half by the flames brought out by the fire tiger's flaming spear. After this group of warriors rushed forward, several more waves of warriors continued to rush forward, but the result was the same. For several days, the golden armored god stood tall above Kunlun Mountain, and the people watching the battle at the foot of Kunlun Mountain all lowered their heads in boredom. Only a few warriors still have a fire burning in their hearts. As long as you reach the semi-saint level, you will have a chance. This is a seed that Taoist Tianfeng planted in the hearts of Blue Star warriors. When the last warrior who rushed forward to challenge Hua Hu was destroyed by the flaming spear, a wild smile appeared on Hua Hu's face. Ha ha ha. All right. All the insects that dared to resist have been killed. There are still 96 days left until the 100 days expectation. This is your race's last chance of survival. After 100 days, the 30,000 heavenly soldiers under my command will wipe out all the human race here. At the end of his speech, Fire Tiger proudly roared, "Fire Tiger heavenly soldiers, appear." Suddenly, countless dense spots of light appeared in the open sky gate. After flying out of the sky gate, the light spots turned into heavenly soldiers wearing silver armor. Every heavenly soldier's armor is engraved with a giant flaming tiger. In less than a few minutes, tens of thousands of heavenly soldiers emerged behind the fire tiger. Red Dragon, Lansheng, the largest city closest to Kunlun. In a secret underground base, Su Wentian looked at the scene on the screen with bloodshot eyes. Behind him, military representatives from various federations were there. As several people looked at each other, Su Wentian finally took the microphone and gave a decisive order. Blue Star Air Force, Navy, and Space Force will collectively mobilize and use annihilation weapons. The next second, thousands of the latest generation fighter jets took off from various military airfields, and at the same time, 6 aerospace motherships started the annihilation cannon activation program. In outer space, orbital cannons belonging to the Red Dragon Federation and the Star Federation are aimed at the Blue Planet. This is the strongest military strike force that can be mobilized by the Blue Star people who choose to stay on the surface. When several annihilation cannons and orbital guns appeared in running arcs, Huahu's face showed that disdainful smile again. Human, I have to admit that your science has a bright future, but at this stage, your technology is just garbage. As he spoke, Huahu casually threw out two things that looked like cloaks. After the two cloaks flew into the air, they grew bigger and bigger. In the end, one of the two cloaks actually blocked several annihilation cannons, while the other wrapped around the orbital cannon in the sky. Your current technology hasn't broken through the limitations of the laws. Do you think that because these black shells can shatter space, they are more lethal? What if I use this Chaos Heaven banner to rewrite the rules of the surrounding space to space cannot be broken? By the same token, this thing flying from the sky is even more ridiculous. It actually falls into the category of thermal and kinetic damage. If I simply define the lethality of thermal and kinetic energy as 0, then wouldn't this thing become scrap metal? High-dimensional technology can break the constraints of the laws, but obviously, you are still a long way from that step. Chapter 32. The Beast Appears, the King Arrives. Of course, compared to advanced technology, Saint-level warriors also have the ability to break the constraints of the laws. But unfortunately, your strongest warrior is only a semi-saint, and he is already dead. Just as Huahu was speaking, the two cloaks that had just flown into the sky had already enveloped all the incoming annihilation cannons and railguns, and then, that's all. The two cloaks flew back into Huahu's hands. The sky was clear, as if nothing had happened. Boom. Soon, a formation of fighter jets from Blue Star attacked. Heavy machine gun fire rained down on the sky full of heavenly soldiers, and rockets carried thick white smoke, almost rendering the entire sky pale. Golden flames flashed in the fire tiger's eyes, and immediately thousands of heavenly soldiers flew out. Soon, bursts of explosions were heard from the end of the sky, and magnificent red clouds exploded. The number of heavenly soldiers who returned was about 1/3 less than when they set out, but they destroyed the last available air force on the Blue Planet. Afterwards, facing the Blue Star's aerospace motherships, submarines, and naval fleets, Huahu's heavenly soldiers came out in full force. After losing a total of 10,000 heavenly soldiers, Huahu completely destroyed all the large-scale sea and air military forces on Blue Star. Of course, during this period, many innocent civilians died tragically in the indiscriminate attacks of the heavenly soldiers. In the end, only the army was left on Blue Star. When the resistance was doomed to be fruitless, the Blue Star army, numbering over 1 million, gave up the resistance. Because they have a more important task, to protect more than 1 billion Blue Star residents from entering Dongxing province. For these brave men who would rather give up their lives to stay on the surface and fight the immortals to the death, this behavior is undoubtedly frustrating and shameful. But looking at those frail old men, all the army soldiers knew that the task ahead was even more difficult. These young soldiers are the guarantee of survival for the people entering Dongxing Prefecture. Among the more than 1 billion Blue Star people remaining on the surface, more than half are over 50 years old. Yes, only old people, no children. Because at the request of Chen Xiaobai, all Blue Star members under the age of 18 were forced to enter the core of the earth. As time passed, many of those who had not left their hometown due to Chen Xiaobai's persuasion had to leave. The remaining Blue Star Air Force served as a transport workforce in the major federations, sending those who were willing to leave Blue Star and go to Dongxing province to Kunlun. On the 5th day after Commander Fire Tiger and his 30,000 heavenly soldiers arrived, the first batch of 300,000 Blue Star people gathered at the foot of Kunlun Mountain began to move towards a chaotic area at the foot of Kunlun Mountain under the guidance of the heavenly soldiers. In the sky, there were silver-armored heavenly soldiers patrolling back and forth. They looked down from high above at the migration of hundreds of thousands of people below, just like officials monitoring the exile of criminals. 100 days passed in the blink of an eye. However, there are less than 200 million Blue Star people who have entered Dongxing province. When Chen Xiaobai implemented the Kunlun plan, there were 1.2 billion Blue Star people left on the surface. In other words, there are still more than 1 billion Blue Star people left on the Blue Star. In response, Huahu showed a cruel smile on his face. He took a map of Blue Star, pointed at it casually, and said coldly, "Start from this place. Kill." The place where the Fire Tiger pointed was the Non-Fei Federation. Suddenly, Huahu's 10,000 celestial soldiers flew towards the Non-Fei Federation like locusts. This killing lasted for 8 months. That's right, Even the powerful heavenly soldiers took 8 months to kill. Afterwards, Huahu pointed his finger at South Australia. This time it only took 17 days because there were so few people in South Australia. Next, Huahu pointed his finger at Nanmo. On the 6th day after Nanmo's death, a slight change finally occurred on the tragic and gloomy blue planet. On this day, Huahu, who was leading his heavenly soldiers to worship Tianmen, suddenly looked up. There was a blue sky above his head, and beyond the sky was the universe. Suddenly, Huahu's expression changed drastically, as if he was facing a powerful enemy. Then, he first found the heavenly soldiers who were slaughtering people in Nanmo, and rushed into the heavenly gate without saying a word. No one knew what was on the other side of the heavenly gate. When Huahu came out again, he brought 2 other heavenly generals, Muin and Shu Yuan, as well as a total of 60,000 heavenly soldiers under their command. 3 heavenly generals and 80,000 heavenly soldiers stood on the top of Kunlun Mountain, as if they were carefully guarding against something. On this day, a small black dot suddenly appeared in the sky of the blue planet. When they saw the small black dot, the 3 heavenly generals, Fire Tiger, Wood Bear, and Water Ape, all gasped. The wooden with a pair of antlers said coldly, "It's those bugs." The eyes of the muscular ape were filled with solemnity. "I can't believe I can't get rid of these bugs even here." Huahu showed his flaming spear, opened his mouth to reveal his tiger fangs, and said in a fierce voice, "Go back and call for help. Prepare to kill." Muin, it should just be a vanguard, not too many. The small black dot in the sky expanded rapidly, and gradually, the outline of the black dot became clear. It was a strange star beast with a strange shape, wings on its back, a sharp mouth, and fangs. When the first star beast appeared, countless star beasts appeared behind it. The water ape held a pair of hammers, the wood bear held a long halberd, and the fire tiger held a long spear. The voice of the heavenly general was full of majesty. The 3 heavenly soldiers listened to my orders. Kill those bugs flying from the sky. Swish! In an instant, 80,000 heavenly soldiers brought up 80,000 silver spots of light and rushed high into the sky. Soon, a liquid mixed with gold, black and green began to rain from the sky. Launch 'em! Su Wentian discovered this scene through a high-altitude drone. When he saw the tens of thousands of heavenly soldiers fighting with the strange beasts in the sky, as the only person on Blue Star who still remembered the Kunlun plan, he knew that Chen Xiaobai's plan had been half successful. The fight between the immortal clan and the alien beasts in the starry sky did not last too long and ended in a few days. Just as Muin said, it was just a group of alien beasts from the starry sky serving as a vanguard. But even such a strange star beast reduced the immortal sect's 80,000 heavenly soldiers to 50,000. On this day, 2 more celestial generals appeared in the heavenly gate, Yuwu and Jinyo. The 2 celestial generals also each led 30,000 celestial soldiers. As soon as they emerged from the heavenly gate, they said to the fire tiger, wood bear, and water ape who had come to greet them, "The northern heavenly king will be here soon and will question you about the affairs of the human world. Be prepared." Wooden and water ape said nothing, but fire tiger's expression suddenly changed. Things in the human world? Things in the human world are not going smoothly. At this moment, Huahu's brows were obviously frowned. Soon, countless heavenly soldiers cleared the way, and a tall god wearing purple and gold armor emerged from the gate. Chapter 33, Wherever the Dawn Arrives, Only Conquest. As soon as the god in purple gold armor appeared, the fire tiger, the wood bear, the water ape, and tens of thousands of heavenly soldiers behind him bowed in salute. Meet the northern heavenly king. The voices of the 3 great celestial generals and tens of thousands of celestial soldiers shook the heavens, but then an even more powerful voice instantly drowned out the crowd. "No need to bow. It's been so long since I last visited the human world. I can't believe that I'm back." Huahu stepped forward with a smile and said, "Your Majesty, the spiritual energy in this human world is even more abundant than we imagined." Haha. The purple gold god raised his head and smiled. "This king has already sensed it. This is truly a blessing for my immortal race." Didn't I order you to relocate all the human race here to Dongxing province? Why is there still such a strong human aura?" As he spoke, the purple gold god's tone was already filled with a hint of anger. Huahu waved his hand behind him, and immediately 2 teams of heavenly soldiers came over carrying the corpses of several strange beasts from the starry sky. "Heavenly King, the human race's migration is just halfway through, and these damn bugs are following our trail again." Upon seeing the corpses of these star beasts, the purple gold god's power surged. "Humph! These damn things are really haunting us. This time, I have brought the immortal fire, and I will make these insects suffer. Fire Tiger, I will be here. From now on, you will be responsible for building the immortal palace for His Majesty. You must complete it as quickly as possible. His Majesty will be here in as little as 3 years. What? 3 years? Hua Hu looked up at the purple gold god, his eyes full of disbelief. 1 day in the fairy world is equal to 1 year on earth. The purple gold heavenly god said he would give Hua Hu 3 years, which is only 3 days in the immortal world. In 3 days, the Emperor of Heaven will descend into the human world? Why are you in such a hurry? What happened in the fairy world? Hua Hu subconsciously asked. Heavenly King, 3 years? Isn't this too hasty? Boom. Suddenly, the Heavenly King's aura erupted, suffocating Hua Hu. He hurriedly said, Heavenly King, please forgive me. I was mistaken. Snort. The purple gold god snorted coldly and withdrew his pressure. When the fire tiger stood up, his forehead was already covered in sweat. From that day on, above Kunlun Peak and below the Heavenly Gate, the shadow of a magnificent palace building gradually appeared. Tens of thousands of heavenly soldiers dug precious jade and agate from all over the blue planet to build the foundation of the palace. In addition, a steady stream of heavenly horses pulled huge carriages pouring out of the Heavenly Gate, and they were full of materials for building the fairy palace. Because of the construction of the fairy palace, the migration of the human race was temporarily put on hold. During the journey, the purple gold god sent Muin to lead the heavenly soldiers to continue the migration of the human race. But later another wave of alien beasts from the starry sky invaded, and Muin's mission was terminated before it even began. The second time, the number of alien star beasts that appeared was several times greater than the first time. The two sides fought for 10 days and 10 nights before the battle finally stopped. In this battle, almost all the heavenly soldiers under Muin and Shuyuan were killed or wounded. After the battle, Muin was about to continue with the human migration mission, but the purple gold god Bai Tianwang stopped him. Next, the King of the North Sky personally led his 100,000 heavenly soldiers to sit on the top of the fairyland. With the powerful fighting force of the King of the North Sky, the casualties of the immortals in the battles against the alien beasts in the starry sky were finally no longer so tragic. In this way, half a year passed on Blue Star. On this day, another group of star beasts that covered the sky and the sun attacked, and the King of the North led tens of thousands of heavenly soldiers to be on high alert. Just as the two armies were about to go to war, suddenly, a rough laugh seemed to come from the distant universe. Ha ha ha, it's so lively here. Dawn Legion Dragon Shark Fleet, greetings to everyone. In the other side of the sky, a space fleet suddenly appeared out of thin air. Thousands of highly technological space battleships suddenly appeared, and each battleship had a dark blue Iron Man portrait printed on it. One of the huge main ships extended 2 sickle-like crescent-shaped hulls forward. The 2 crescent-shaped hulls protruding from the main ship have one head that is a ferocious shark head, and the other head that is a hideous giant dragon head. When they saw this fleet, whether it was the heavenly soldiers led by the Northern Sky King or the strange beasts in the sky on the other side, all members of the two forces turned around. Everyone looked at the suddenly appearing super fleet as if they were facing a great enemy. Surface, launching. Su Wentian, who had been paying attention to the battle situation in the sky, of course also saw the super fleet that suddenly appeared. At this moment, he said excitedly, Xiaobai, your plan, was completely successful. Is this the superdimensional civilization that can break the constraints of the laws? Heaven. Roar. The alien beast in the starry sky roared continuously, as if venting some kind of anxiety. The eyes of the Northern Sky King, who was wearing purple gold armor, were filled with infinite fear. How could you find this place so quickly? The words of the Northern King crossed the sky and reached the fleet on the other side. Soon, the same rough voice that had just sounded was heard again. Huh? Excuse me. It seems that our friends here are even more welcoming to us. They have sent a powerful radio signal into the universe. Otherwise, it would have taken us many years to find this planet. At this moment, the North Sky King's eyes were filled with anger when he looked at the surface of Blue Star. Damn humans, you're such scoundrels. Swish. As soon as the Northern Sky King finished speaking, the dragon head and shark head on the dragon and shark double-headed battleship suddenly opened, and 2 completely different energies gathered together in an instant and swept towards the Northern Sky King. Snort. The Northern King snorted coldly, showing no fear at all. 2 purple gold flames were released from his eyes, colliding violently with the 2 energies gushing out from the dragon shark battleship. Boom. A violent explosion was heard in the sky, but it did not cause a dazzling explosion scene. Instead, a ripple-like space fluctuation occurred. The gruff voice from the battleship rang out again. "We are all human, so please be more discreet in your words. Why, after ascending to the Xinwu civilization, do you deny the fact that your ancestors were once human?" Roar. The King of the North hadn't said anything yet, but the group of strange beasts in the starry sky over there let out bursts of fierce roars, as if to refute the rough voice. Swish. In an instant, 2 more shots were fired from the Dragon Shark battleship. These 2 shots exploded in the swarm of alien beasts in the sky, strangling thousands of alien beasts into a bloody rain. Humph. What business do you bugs have with a conversation between humans? As the rough voice fell, the King of the North from the Immortal Clan looked at the power of the Dragon Shark battleship's shot, his eyes full of fear. "Dragon Shark, what are you going to do today?" Ha 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 ha. A burst of wanton laughter erupted from the Dragon Shark battleship. "Old Bay, after all these years of fighting, you don't even remember the motto of our Dawn Legion. Wherever the dawn reaches, there is only conquest." Chapter 34. Alone in the deep, looking up at the clouds. Swish. As the rough voice from the Dragon Shark battleship fell, 2 energy cannons immediately flew straight towards the heavenly soldiers behind the King of the North. Boom. The King of the North waved his hand, and a huge black totem appeared in front of the heavenly army, blocking the 2 energy cannons. The violent energy fluctuations brought about countless strong air currents in the sky, gradually forming fierce hurricanes that blew in all directions. This time, the shot from the Dragon Shark battleship seemed to have issued some kind of order. In an instant, the entire fleet that suddenly appeared in the sky launched an attack on the heavenly soldiers here. Swish swish. Swish swish. For a moment, the entire sky was filled with rapidly flying energy rays, and the unprepared heavenly soldiers on the opposite side suffered heavy losses. The King of the North casually threw out a golden scroll, which unfolded in the sky. On it was a mysterious star array. Immediately afterwards, the Northern Heavenly King shouted loudly, "Taurus, form a formation. Yuewu, sacrifice the immortal spirit crossbow. Promise, promise." The heavenly generals Taurus and Yuewu shouted loudly one after another, and then Taurus leaped into the sky. In an instant, tens of thousands of heavenly soldiers formed a magical battle formation with Fire Tiger as the center. In an instant, the power of the energy ray that could instantly penetrate the heavenly soldiers seemed to weaken instantly. Yuewu flew to the back of the battle formation, took out a black feather from somewhere, and threw it into the sky. The 2 sides were attacking and defending fiercely in the front, and behind the heavenly army formation, a dense swarm of black birds suddenly appeared. These big birds, in groups of dozens, dragged giant crossbows and landed behind the heavenly army. Afterwards, the heavenly general Yuewu let out a long roar, and a group of heavenly soldiers flew over and took over all the crossbows. Put. When the Northern Heavenly King shouted loudly, hundreds of dazzling fairy crossbows flew out from behind the heavenly army. A sky full of crossbows headed straight for the Dragon Shark fleet. The opposing warships activated their energy defenses and simultaneously fired precise intercepting energy cannons, colliding with the opponent's fairy crossbows in the sky. In an instant, bursts of spiritual explosions sounded in the sky between the 2 armies, and the battle between the 2 sides entered a very intense stage from the very beginning. At the same time, the alien beast in the starry sky that was originally confronting the heavenly soldiers quietly slipped away. However, the strange beasts in the starry sky did not retreat. After a few days, the immortal army had been basically defeated by the Dawn fleet without any chance of resistance. At this moment, the alien beast from the starry sky came back again. This time when we came back, the number of alien beasts in the starry sky was much greater than last time. Moreover, there are a group of bloated female beasts among them, and these female beasts can continuously give birth to new star beasts. Often hundreds of star beasts can be born at a time. The star beast that had just separated from its mother grew from a small one to a size of over 10 meters in just 20 minutes. At this moment, the boundless sea of strange beasts pounced on the immortal army, completely ignoring the Dawn fleet on the side. Because these strange beasts in the starry sky can also see that the immortal clan's heavenly soldiers are about to be destroyed. The Dawn fleet did not take advantage of this, but instead ceased fire and retreated to the side, allowing the immortal soldiers to deal with these strange beasts in the starry sky. Fortunately, although there are many strange beasts in the starry sky, they lack high-level combat power. The King of the North and the 5 heavenly generals joined forces and finally wiped out all the strange beasts in the starry sky after paying the price of tens of thousands of heavenly soldiers. When the last alien star beast was destroyed, the King of the North turned to look at the Dawn fleet on the other side. The Northern Heavenly King, who had lost most of his heavenly soldiers, actually smiled. Ha ha, Dragon Shark. I see. A gruff voice rang out from the Dawn Dragon Shark fleet, a fleet of warships filling the sky. What did you see? Bai Tianwang's voice suddenly rose a few degrees. I can see that your fleet is alone in deep water. Your fleet has no supply ships or resource ships. Ha ha ha. As he spoke, the Northern Heavenly King pointed to the heavenly gate above Kunlun, and he seemed to have infinite confidence. Dragon Shark, we will not give up this world. Either you get out now or… Hee hee, Dragon Shark, next time those bugs come, I'll lead all the heavenly soldiers back to the other side of the heavenly gate. I wonder if your fleet, isolated and deep in the enemy's territory, is willing to face this sea of insects alone. After a moment of calm, the rough voice asked, Yes, I did come here on a temporary basis, but how did you find out? The North Sky King's face grew even more smug. Your Dawn Legion is notorious, and you, Dragon Shark, are a renowned cosmic butcher among them. If your logistics weren't under pressure, you would have taken advantage of this opportunity to completely wipe us out. There was another silence on the Dragon Shark fleet side. Soon, a rough voice asked, Well, you guessed right, but leaving is impossible. Even without logistical supplies, it is still no problem to destroy your generals and the remaining heavenly soldiers. The Northern Sky King grinned and said, Then go ahead. The Queen has already appeared among those insects. A complete insect tribe must have appeared in the nearby star field. You are alone in deep water again. Do you dare to use your Dawn Legion's high-dimensional technology in such a situation? Once the insect tribe learns that this tiny planet is hiding a small enemy force chasing them all over space, guess what? Hee. Rough voice. From what you said, it seems like you have some ideas? The Northern Sky King glanced at the earth beneath him and said coldly, This planet is divided between you and me. I don't know why you came here, but I know that you, the Dawn Legion, look down on this planet. You can wait here for support from your Dawn Legion, but in the meantime, we must both cease fire. We, the Immortal Clan, are willing to help you resist those bugs within a limited time. A rough voice said, Please be careful with your words. For us, dealing with those bugs is far from being a fight. Bai Tianwang, don't dwell on these useless things. What do you say? Okay, but divide it into 3 parts, leaving some for the natives of this planet. Northern Heavenly King, humph. They are just some insignificant humans. A rough voice said, I told you, we are all human, so be more careful with your words. At this moment, the 2 huge mechanical beast heads on the opposite Dragon Shark battleship once again condensed different energy light balls, obviously wanting to teach the King of the North a lesson again. But the King of the North was not afraid that the other party was just showing off his muscles, so he swish. 2 energy beams were fired from the opposite side, and golden flames were about to burst out of the eyes of the King of the North again. But, at this moment, the space around the King of the North suddenly began to move like water waves. In an instant, the King of the North trembled all over because he felt a surge of murderous intent. He turned his head and looked around, but saw nothing. Suddenly, the King of the North felt that a young face appeared in front of him, with an unusually sunny smile. Sizzle! Hot golden blood fell from the sky, and there was an expression of disbelief in the eyes of the Northern King. He saw his tall body clad in purple gold armor above the clouds. Chapter 35 Super Warrior, Ling Chi Sword. Golden blood rain fell all over the sky. At this moment, whether it was the tens of thousands of remaining heavenly soldiers or the fleet in the distance, the whole place was silent. It was not until the tall purple gold body standing in the clouds fell towards the Kunlun Mountains below that the heavenly soldiers and generals reacted first. King of Heaven! King of Heaven! Muin and Shueyuan cried out in surprise one after another, and then the 2 of them brought a golden light and chased after the corpse of the King of the North below. Among them, the water ape went to support the body of the Northern Heavenly King, while the wood bear went to chase the head of the Northern Heavenly King. On the other side, the main battleship in the space fleet, the Dragon Shark battleship, suddenly opened its upper defense deck, and a figure quickly ejected from it. 2 dark blue flames appeared behind the figure, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared where the Northern King had just sat. This is a giant mecha that is nearly 3 meters tall. Its thick right arm is equipped with 2 ferocious animal heads. One is a dragon head, and the other is a shark head. At this moment, the mecha's eyes flashed with some kind of radar detection light, and it slowly turned its head and looked around. A moment later, Muin and Shuyuan flew back, each holding the corpse of the Northern Sky King. The other heavenly soldiers and generals all looked at the giant mecha as if they were facing a formidable enemy. Golden flames burst out from the fire tiger's body, and he shouted fiercely, "You killed the Northern Sky King. All heavenly soldiers in the formation, listen up. Leave this monster behind." Fairy crossbow ready. The monster that Huahu was referring to was naturally the giant mecha. All the heavenly soldiers immediately took their positions, pointing their spears directly at the giant mecha. The giant mecha looked around but couldn't find anything suspicious. The eyes on his mechanical head swept over Huahu and said coldly, "Humph waste." Huahu was furious and shouted, "Kill him!" Swish! In an instant, countless fairy crossbows flew straight towards the giant mecha. At the same time, the densely packed heavenly soldiers were deployed separately, trying to block the giant mecha's escape route. The two jets of fire behind the giant mecha suddenly intensified. The next second, the giant mecha broke out of the encirclement of the heavenly soldiers and appeared several miles away. The fairy crossbows that were flying behind him were all destroyed by the energy cannons fired from the two beast heads on the giant's right arm. Afterwards, the giant mecha flew back into the Dragon Shark battleship, and the defensive armor on the top of the battleship quickly closed. Inside the Dragon Shark battleship, a bald, stocky man appeared in the battleship's command room. As soon as he entered, he said to a female soldier beside him, her eyes flashing with a blue data link, "Report our situation to headquarters immediately." The female soldier spoke in a slightly mechanical voice. "Communication with headquarters is being established. Please let me know the details of your report." A solemn look flashed in the burly man's eyes. He said word by word, "Coordinates 6287. The Dragon Shark fleet is carrying out a temporary emergency mission and has discovered a superdimensional energy warrior. The energy intensity is currently unpredictable, but the warrior killed the Northern Heavenly King, one of the 4 Heavenly Kings of the Immortal Clan, with a single sword strike. This poses a serious threat to the safety of our fleet. Currently, the energy warrior seems unhappy with my fleet's reconciliation with the fairies. Complete. Artificial warrior. Message sent." The bald man nodded and strode to the large screen in the command room. Looking at the tens of thousands of leaderless heavenly soldiers in front of him, he gritted his teeth and revealed a stern look. "Notify the entire army. Destroy all the warriors of the fairy clan." The emotionless voice of the female worker warrior rang out again. "Yes." Swish. Boom. In a blink of an eye, the energy beam cannon in the first battleship exploded in the heavenly soldiers' battle formation. Countless heavenly soldiers were blasted into debris in the energy turbulence. The 5 celestial generals exchanged glances, and Taurus himself said, "You retreat to the heavenly gate. I'll lead the troops and cover your retreat." The sudden tragic death of the Northern Heavenly King made all the heavenly generals on that side lose the confidence to fight. But there was one exception. "What are you talking about? I'm going to go up and kill them." As he spoke, Huahu leaped forward with his long spear in hand, and thousands of heavenly soldiers under Hua, whose command also flew out with him. "Fire Tiger, don't be impulsive." The remaining 4 heavenly generals hurriedly tried to persuade them, but the Fire Tiger had already flown far away. Looking at the Fire Tiger rushing towards him, the bald man in the Dragon Shark battleship had a look of disdain in his eyes. He said in a deep voice, "Activate the soul exterminating cannon and kill him." Just as he finished speaking, the bald man suddenly said, "Wait." He looked at the rapidly flying Fire Tiger and suddenly changed his words. "Let all the warships attack the Xianling army in the rear, and let this Fire Tiger go. At the same time, order the probe ship to activate maximum power detection mode and lock onto that Fire Tiger." Yes. In the blink of an eye, an extremely strange scene occurred in the battle situation in the blue star sky. The Starry Sky warships continuously fired energy cannons to annihilate the fairy army in front, and the fairy army on the other side kept fighting back with fairy crossbows. In the middle of this battlefield, there was a team of thousands of people rushing towards the Starry Sky fleet facing the energy artillery fire. The scene looked extremely tragic, and several heavenly generals in the back had tears in their eyes. At a certain moment, several generals felt a sudden blur in front of their eyes. Swish! A sharp sword light appeared out of nowhere. This sword light is almost identical to the one that just killed the Northern Sky King. But the momentum is slightly weaker than the sword light just now. At the same time, inside the Dragon Shark battleship, at the moment the sword light appeared, the bald man shouted loudly, "Report the detection results." Suddenly, a series of text messages appeared on the big screen in front of the strong man. Detection results: unknown energy. Energy type: psychic, sword-oriented. Energy intensity, A+. Tip: this energy intensity can cause fatal damage to all warships in this fleet. Please be careful with the enemy. Biological template, 9 skies, Sword Saint. When the bald man saw the last 4 words, Jiu Xiao Sword Saint, his scalp suddenly went numb. The Sword Saint of the 9 skies is a top-level warrior in the most powerful Xianwu civilization among the countless civilizations conquered by the Dawn Fleet. It is also the one that impressed the bald strong man the most. Could it be that a second 9 Heavens Sword Saint is about to appear? The bald strong man here had not yet recovered from his shock when an even more shocking scene happened in front of him. The heavenly General Fire Tiger, who had been flying towards him with heroic determination just a second ago, was hit by the sword light, and only a thin piece of flesh and blood flew out. Seeing this, the bald man's first impression was, that sword light, was it cut off? But the next moment, a rapid alarm sounded on the big screen in front of him. Detection results, unknown energy. Energy type, psychic, sword-oriented. Energy intensity, S++. Tip: this energy intensity can easily cause devastating damage to all warships in this fleet, so please be careful with the enemy. Biological template, 9 Heavens Sword Saint X5. Seeing this, the bald strong man got goosebumps all over his body, because he saw that the sword light just now was not cut off, but the first cut of Lingxi. The next second, countless violent sword energies exploded around Huahu. Chapter 36, Crushing Bones and Ashes, Superbrain Deduction. At this moment, even the bald strong man who had experienced countless wars only felt his heart beating suddenly. He saw that the violent sword energy that suddenly burst out scraped the whole body of General Hua, who into countless tiny thin slices one by one, like shaving an apple peel. That's right, it's shaving the apple skin, not peeling it. You know, the Shave Fire Tiger is a top combat force of the Xianwu civilization. In an instant, everyone felt the dazzling golden light in the sky. That was the cold sword energy that kept erupting, and the golden flesh and blood spurting out from the Fire Tiger. In the blink of an eye, the golden armored god who was intact just now was reduced to just a golden skeleton. Finally, a burst of purple flames burst out, burning all the remaining bones of the Fire Tiger into ashes. Seeing Huahu go from being a living god to being tortured to death and finally having his bones turned into ashes, both the Dawn Fleet and the remaining immortals were dumbfounded for a moment. Inside the Dragon Shark battleship, the bald man touched his smooth head and said, "He's a ruthless man, a really fucking ruthless man," etc. The bald man was stunned for a moment, then muttered to himself, "There's such a powerful man on this planet. Where was he before? Why did he show up only now?" The burly man turned to the artificial female warrior and ordered, "Based on the current conditions, conduct a superbrain analysis." A stream of data flashed across the female warrior's eyes like a waterfall, and she immediately responded, reporting to General Longsha. The analysis results show 4 possible scenarios. The first scenario has a 72% probability. This super warrior is a unique case on this planet. He can only perform decapitation attacks and cannot withstand large-scale combat. The second scenario has an 18% probability. The Blue Star Army, represented by this super warrior, is roughly comparable in combat power to our Dragon Shark fleet, the Immortal Clan, and the Star Beasts. However, they anticipate repeated invasions from our fleet, the Immortal Clan, and the Star Beasts, and are therefore concealing their strength. Comprehensive analysis shows that the probability of the above 2 situations occurring simultaneously is as high as 90%. The third scenario has a 9% probability. This super warrior is extremely powerful, and the attack just now was just a whim. The fourth scenario has a probability of less than 1%. The planet we are on is actually a plane of advanced civilization. They are just toying with us. As the female warrior spoke, subtitles appeared on the big screen in front of the bald strong man. The strong man looked at the subtitles, pinched his chin, and fell into deep thought. In front, the defeated immortal soldiers were retreating towards the heavenly gate. A few seconds later, the burly man looked at the female warrior and asked in a deep voice, "So, the hidden Blue Star warrior wants us and the fairy clan to engage in a bloody war?" Female warrior. To be precise, he hopes to add the Star Beasts and let the 3 of us attack each other. The strong man sneered and said, "Humph, that's a good idea, but I just can't live up to his wishes. Notify all fleets to retreat. The Immortal Clan has already withdrawn. If he dares to attack me, I will destroy him before the next wave of alien beasts appears." A stream of data flashed through the female warrior's eyes like a waterfall. She looked at the burly man and said, "General Longsha, I do not recommend that you take such action." Strong man, why? The female warrior said, "Once we break ranks with Blue Star, there's a 90% chance our fleet will be able to wipe out 99% of the people currently on Blue Star's surface. However, the remaining 1% will cause unpredictable damage to our fleet." And suddenly, the speed of the data stream in the female warrior's eyes suddenly accelerated. She paused for about a second and continued. "Furthermore, the current age and gender composition of the surface population of Blue Star is seriously unbalanced. The system has determined that there are more than 3 times the current surface population of Blue Star, hiding somewhere in an unknown space. To put it in a way that's easier for you, General, to understand, even if you wiped out everyone on the surface of Blue Star, you would only create a life-and-death feud with the Blue Star humans." The more the bald, strong man listened to what the female warrior said, the more solemn the look in his eyes became. Finally, he simply asked the female warrior, "What does Superbrain suggest? What should we do now?" As the female warrior spoke, the stream of data in her eyes never stopped. "General Longshark, Superbrain advises you to be prepared to lose more than 90% of the fleet's warships. Please contact the Legion commander immediately to open a wormhole to escape this star field. Use extra-dimensional weapons to break the spatial axis of this star field and completely reduce this world to dust." The burly man was shocked. He said in astonishment, "That super warrior, has it become such a threat to the Legion?" Female warrior, "It's a little more serious than you think. Why should we be prepared to sacrifice 90% of our warships? Our space travel technology is very mature. Even if a wormhole is opened, the turbulence in the wormhole space will not be that dangerous to us." Female warrior, "General Longsha, the wormhole is not dangerous, but there will be dangerous things following us into the wormhole, that is, the super warrior. To ensure the safety of the Legion, the super brain does not recommend that you flee directly back to the Legion star field. Instead, let the main fleet carry the dangerous target into the space black hole, and you pilot the small ship back to the Legion. As the commander would say, this is called a pawn instead of a dead body." The burly man fell into a long moment of contemplation. After a moment, he asked in a deep voice, if the super warriors faced the Legion directly, what would be the consequences?" This time the female warrior answered very quickly, "Legion can destroy the super warrior." Hearing Superbrain's words, the strong man finally felt relieved. But before he could make any move, the female warrior said, "The Legion cannot destroy that super warrior." The strong man frowned and asked, "What do you mean? Is it possible or not?" Female warrior, "The Legion can destroy that super warrior." "The Legion can't destroy that super warrior." Strong man, "The Legion can destroy that super warrior." "The Legion can't destroy that super warrior." The female warrior repeated these 2 sentences back and forth 6 times in total. Finally, the data flow in her eyes suddenly stopped, and she fell to the ground with her eyes closed. Only the last sentence was left. "The Legion cannot destroy the super warrior, but the super warrior can destroy the Legion." Snort. Although the strong man felt a little nervous about the female warrior's last sentence, he did not take it to heart. Judging from the way the female warrior kept repeating those 2 sentences, this super brain was probably having a seizure again. No matter how powerful the algorithm is, it will still fail sometimes. We still have to rely on the human brain. Chapter 37. Millions of Heavenly Soldiers and Beasts. Just as the bald, strong man was thinking about what to do next, the data stream that had disappeared in the eyes of the female warrior lying on the ground reappeared. She stood up from the ground and said, "General Longsha, there is an order from the commander." As the female warrior finished speaking, a black-haired young man wearing a neat light blue military uniform, black gloves, and a small blue iceberg standing on his shoulder appeared on the big screen in front of the burly man. The bald man immediately stood at attention and saluted the large screen in front of him. "Commander." The black-haired young man on the big screen said calmly, "Dragon Shark, I've learned about what's happening over there through the super brain. You must remain on standby and neutral. Do not get involved in the conflict on that planet. But there are 2 things. First, you can't let the fairies get that planet. Second, if any force attacks you, you are free to fight back." The strong man responded sharply, "Yes." For the next few days, Blue Star fell into a brief period of tranquility. Until the next time, dazzling golden light burst out from the sky gate again. This time, the one who emerged from the Tianmen was a white-haired old man holding a golden whip, and behind him stood 2 majestic fairy warriors. One of them had 4 eyes on his forehead and held a Fong Tian Hua Ji, and the other was wrapped in a 3-foot red silk and held a red flame fire spear. Behind the three of them, millions of heavenly soldiers came, covering the sky and the sun. The three men looked at the dragon shark fleet with fear in their eyes. The divine general wrapped in red silk was the first to speak. I wonder if the death of the Northern Sky King is related to the Dawn Army's warships. The four eyes on the four-eyed general's forehead flashed with colorful light. He looked around at the ground below him, then bowed to the white-haired old man holding the golden whip and said, "Marshal, the human world is filled with murderous aura, and a very evil person has appeared in the world." General Hong Ling frowned and said, "That means that it seems that the death of the Northern King has nothing to do with the Dawn Fleet." The four-eyed general nodded cautiously. The old man holding the whip had an infinite majesty in his eyes and said in a cold voice, "Hong Ling, you take 100,000 heavenly soldiers to deploy defenses and be on guard against those insects. Qi Xiao, find that fierce individual. I will personally lead the charge for you. No one can delay our immortal race's grand plan." The two generals bowed and said at the same time, "Yes." Afterwards, the god General Hong Ling flew to the sky with 100,000 heavenly soldiers, and the four-eyed god general named Qi Xiao kept looking at the land of Blue Star with his four eyes. However, the owl searched for 3 days and 3 nights, but did not find any unusual figures. Looking at the somewhat embarrassed Qi Xiao, the old man holding the whip sneered and said, "It's okay, Qi Xiao. If you can't find that person, just force him out. There are still hundreds of millions of living beings in this human world. Take 100,000 heavenly soldiers to kill them. Don't be in a hurry. Kill them slowly until that person comes out." All four of the owl's eyes flashed with ferocity, and it responded sternly, "Yes." Immediately, 100,000 golden rays of light flew out from above Kunlun, heading straight for various areas of the Blue Star. Watching the golden lights flying away quickly, the smile on the old man holding the whip became more and more intense. Time passed by little, and when the first golden light had not yet landed on the ground, suddenly the old man holding the whip above Kunlun had his hair and beard swaying in the wind. A sinister voice sounded in the old man's ears. "I heard. You were looking for me?" At this moment, the old man holding the whip threw his head back and laughed loudly. "Ha ha! I thought I was some formidable figure, but it turns out I'm just a brat." After saying that, the golden whip in the old man's hand suddenly flew out and smashed towards the back of the old man with a fierce force. When a deafening sound exploded in the sky, and in an instant, millions of heavenly soldiers turned their heads and gathered. On the other side, the bald, strong man in the dragon shark battleship was lying on the sofa, holding a glass of wine in his hand and looking at the big screen in front of him. He took a sip of wine and sighed. "Tisk, I lacked patience. It's just a few 100 million people, so if they die, they die." Above Kunlun Peak, after the explosion just now, the flying golden whip returned to the old man's arms. Behind the old man, a floating figure gradually appeared. The man in spotless white clothes and holding a black Han sword was none other than Chen Xiaobai. The old man holding the whip slowly turned around and asked lightly, "Are you the only one?" Chen Xiaobai raised the Han sword in his hand, pointing the tip of the sword directly at the old man holding the whip. "It's enough to kill you." Arrogant. The old man held a golden whip in his hand and appeared in front of Chen Xiaobai, but at this time Chen Xiaobai smiled strangely and dodged the old man. Chen Xiaobai looked up at the sky, raised the Han sword in his hand, and shook his wrist lightly, swish. Suddenly, an incomparably powerful and sharp sword energy penetrated the endless sky and headed straight for outer space. The old man stood there watching Chen Xiaobai's action. He didn't quite understand what Chen Xiaobai meant. Soon, a black blood rain suddenly fell from the sky, followed by small black spots that continued to grow larger from the ceiling. The old man understood instantly. Another wave of star beasts attacked, and Chen Xiaobai's previous move directly attracted the star beasts to the old man. There are millions of alien beasts from the starry sky attacking this time. "You despicable boy. Before I deal with these bugs, I'll kill you first." The old man holding the whip roared, and the golden whip in his hand flew out again. But the next moment, Chen Xiaobai, who had just been opposite him, smiled at him, stretched out his hand, and made a throat-cutting gesture on his neck, and then disappeared from the spot like a wave of water. My boy, do you think you can deceive me with such a petty trick? You underestimate the magic skills of my immortal clan." The old man raised his hand and took out a glass bottle, from which a drop of transparent liquid flew out. The liquid expanded rapidly and instantly included everything within a radius of several miles centered on the old man. The old man quickly found an unusual place. The next moment, the old man appeared there in a flash. he said in a fierce voice. "Hey, son, I found you." After saying that, he swung the golden whip in his hand suddenly. When another loud noise resounded through the sky, and Chen Xiaobai's figure appeared from the original place. At this moment, Chen Xiaobai had a very sunny smile on his face. "I originally wanted you to live a little longer, but now it seems that you don't want to appreciate it. Call out." Next, a scarlet light instantly pierced through the old man's left shoulder. The death ray of Hades. The old man snorted coldly. "Huh? At such a young age, you can already reach the saint level, but you only know these trivial skills." As he spoke, the golden whip was raised again. At the same time, strange beasts from the sky came charging towards them. The old man shouted, "All heavenly soldiers, listen up. Go and kill those bugs." Suddenly, millions of heavenly soldiers rushed forward together. Even the Qi Xiao, who had just stopped flying towards the ground of Blue Star because of Chen Xiaobai's sudden appearance, and the 100,000 heavenly soldiers he led also rushed towards the strange beast flying from the zenith. Chapter 38. Play a game, whip and sword. When the violent sound of metal clashing shook people's eardrums, the Han sword in Chen Xiaobai's hand collided with the old man's golden whip for the third time. This time, Chen Xiaobai was blown far away by the powerful force of the golden whip, but he also shot out a second ray of death from the underworld god from his hand. This scarlet ray penetrated the old man's right shoulder. The first death ray from the Hades caused minimal damage to the old man, and the second one didn't cause much damage either, but it made the old man realize one thing. The killing effect of this light is multiplied exponentially. Moreover, he didn't know how many such rays of light the human boy opposite could release. In an instant, the old man holding the whip looked at Chen Xiaobai with a completely different look. "You." Suddenly, the old man roared, and a golden light enveloped his entire body, protecting him in the middle. However, the two scarlet rays did not disappear. Call out. Instead, Chen Xiaobai, who had just been knocked far away, flew back again, and with the third scarlet ray of light, he penetrated the left abdomen of the old man holding the whip. At this moment, the old man who had been so majestic just now suddenly felt that the situation seemed to be beyond his control, because he discovered that his body, which had been cultivated for thousands of years, actually showed a hint of fatigue from aging. A trace of panic appeared in the old man's eyes. He opened his mouth to say something, but because of the momentary shock, he couldn't utter a word. At this moment, a sunny smile appeared on the face of Chen Xiaobai, who was standing opposite him. "Grandpa, how about we play a game?" The old man holding the whip angrily said, "Human child, don't be so arrogant in front of me." Swish! In an instant, the old man suddenly disappeared from his original position, and when he reappeared, he was already in front of Chen Xiaobai. The old man swung the golden whip in his hand and hit Chen Xiaobai hard, without any preparation. At the moment when the old man disappeared, Chen Xiaobai protected the Han sword in front of him. He accurately predicted the old man's attack. The old man's angry attack made Chen Xiaobai feel the blood and energy in his body surge, and at the same time, he flew out like a rocket. But even so, as he flew out, Chen Xiaobai successfully shot out the fourth ray of death from the underworld. Call out. Another scarlet ray pierced the right abdomen of the old man holding the whip. The old man's figure flashed again, and when he appeared again, he was already behind Chen Xiaobai. However, this time the old man's movement speed was obviously slower than before. The old man whipped Chen Xiaobai hard on the back, and Chen Xiaobai accurately predicted his whip. This time, Chen Xiaobai was pulled back by the golden edge and flew towards the direction he had just come from. Before leaving, he turned his head and grinned at the old man. Whoosh! Another ray of death from the underworld flew out. Swish! The moment the scarlet light appeared, the old man disappeared from the spot again. This time he escaped Chen Xiaobai's death ray. However, when the old man appeared again from the sky on the other side, Chen Xiaobai's fifth ray of death from the underworld still penetrated the old man's left leg. In an instant, the old man's body, which was as still as a mountain a second ago, staggered on the spot, as if his leg was seriously injured. Opposite the old man, Chen Xiaobai reached out and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, with a smile on his face. "Grandpa, let's play a game. Whoever wins, lives. Whoever loses, dies." At this moment, the old man holding the whip no longer cared about acting rashly. He was carefully guarding against the sixth ray of light that Chen Xiaobai might shoot out at any time. At this moment, Chen Xiaobai actually gave up the attack, which made the old man holding the whip breathe a sigh of relief. What game? The smile on Chen Xiaobai's face grew even wider. He raised his sword and pointed it at the millions of heavenly soldiers and strange beasts in the sky. A hint of madness lingered in that sunny smile. Guess how many of your soldiers and strange beasts I can kill with one sword? If you guess correctly, I'll let you live. If you guess incorrectly, I'll kill you. The old man showed anger on his face. He thought Chen Xiaobai was playing a trick on him. However, feeling the injuries on his body, the old man did not dare to get angry directly. He could only snort coldly and said, "This kind of question is meaningless. Then why don't you guess how many of you humans can be killed by a single blow of my whip?" The madness on Chen Xiaobai's face grew even stronger. "Okay, then let's give it a try. I bet you can't kill any of them." Snort. "In that case, let's give it a try." The old man holding the whip said angrily. Then he flipped his wrist, and the golden whip immediately flew towards the blue star earth below. Chen Xiaobai released the Han's sword in his hand, flicked it lightly with 2 fingers, and suddenly the black Han sword burst into dazzling golden light. The immortal sword is fully displayed. Looking at the Han sword that was shining with golden light, the old man's face showed infinite fear. Is this a magical sword? How could you possibly have a magical sword? The spiritual energy of the human world has only been revived for a few decades. How could you possibly have a magical sword? Following the old man's scream, the golden fairy sword in Chen Xiaobai's hand flew out, turning into a golden streak of light that flashed across the sky and accurately hit the old man's golden whip. Bite! This time the sound was extremely clear, and it was difficult to hear it in this chaotic battlefield unless you listened carefully. Chen Xiaobai smiled and said, "You should be thankful that you just used a weapon instead of some other trick, otherwise our game would probably not be able to continue." As Chen Xiaobai was speaking, 2 golden lights came back and the golden whip returned to the old man's hand. He looked down and found that there was a tiny crack on his precious golden whip. "I have answered your question. Now, it's your turn to answer mine." Hearing Chen Xiaobai's words, the old man's face was filled with infinite anger. "Boy, I also guess that you can't kill any of them." "Very good." Chen Xiaobai raised his head slightly. "Then let's take a look." At this moment, Chen Xiaobai's whole body burst out with infinite light like a sun. He spread out his hands, with the tip of the immortal sword in his hand pointing upwards, slowly rising into the air in front of him. The old man holding the whip watched this scene with a surge of aura throughout his body. He cursed angrily. "Human brat, I have been around since the ancient conferred God War. I simply do not believe that your race can produce another person who defies the heavens after the yellow Emperor Xianyuan." After saying this, the old man stood in front of him with his hands crossed. "Imperial." Suddenly, his golden whip also burst out with a brilliant golden light, and followed Chen Xiaobai's magic sword to rise towards the sky little by little. The powerful aura that erupted between the two attracted the attention of all heavenly soldiers and strange beasts, so much so that the two sides fighting on the battlefield above actually felt a moment of peace at this moment.